Today, many people were having dinner together. Fortunately, Lin Yumei and Feng Yueing both lived in the county and were called over to help. Although Lin Yumei and Feng Yueing didn't know who Mr. Wei was, they admired Sister Yi even more after hearing that young Master Qin was also coming. It's not easy for ordinary people to invite him, yet Sister Yi managed to get him to visit. The two arrived at the Jiang family home one after the other, exchanged glances, and saw the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. Sticking with Sister Yi was definitely a good choice. So, they rolled up their sleeves and got ready to work in the kitchen. Lin Yumei asked, "What are we making today, Madam Yu?" "We're making stir-fried meat, braised ribs, roasted pork knuckles, and stir-fried wild chicken." Sister Yi listed several hearty dishes.
Ah?
"Aren't we making the lighter dishes for the flower viewing banquet?" Lin Yumei was a bit surprised. The dishes for the flower viewing banquet were usually light, so why were they going straight for heavy flavors today? Sister Yi had her reasons for choosing these dishes. First, Qin Hshuan had just eaten at the flower viewing banquet, and even the tastiest dishes could become boring if eaten repeatedly. Second, from what she learned on the way, she felt that Mr. Wei was not someone who appreciated superficial elegance and might even look down on it. He preferred hearty, delicious meals, especially those with meat. So, Sister Yi created a menu of 10 dishes based on this understanding. Although they didn't fully understand, Lin Yumei and Feng Yueing decided to trust Sister Yi. Since meat dishes required long cooking times, they didn't say much and immediately got to work on the ingredients. Sister Yi had already started cooking the pork knuckle, which took the longest time, and began preparing other dishes. With some help, everything went faster. So even though there were several time-consuming meat dishes, they were all ready by lunchtime. When Mr. Wei saw the pork knuckle and ribs, he immediately smiled. Qin Hshuan was also drawn to the stir-fried wild chicken, which was mixed with bright red peppers, making the shiny, tender chicken pieces peek through. It made his mouth water and reminded him of the stir-fried wild rabbit he had on the way back to the capital. Since Sister Yi made both, they should taste just as good, right? Once all the dishes were served, Mr. Wei asked someone to invite Sister Yi over. When she received the message, she thought there was a problem with the food and rushed over without even taking off her apron. Upon arriving, she noticed that Brother Yi had brought Qing Tian to the table as well. Mr. Wei called out, "Sister Yi, come sit with us." Sister Yi instinctively declined, saying, No, you all eat. I can't sit at the table." After saying this, she shot a glare at Brother Yi, wondering how he could sit at the table. This time, before Mr. Wei could speak, Old Cen said, "What's wrong with that? Qing Tian is hungry. You should sit down quickly." Qin Hshuan added, "Yes, Sister Yi, we were actually waiting for you." Hearing this, Sister Yi looked closely at the table and realized it was true. Everyone's bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged, and none of the 10 dishes had been touched. "Since everyone is waiting for me, I won't decline any longer." "Thank you all," Sister Yi said as she sat down, only to notice that the seating arrangement was a bit strange. Mr. Wei sat at the head of the table, with young Master Qin on his left and Old Cen on his right. Mr. Jiang sat at the end of Old Cen. While their positions were fine, Sister Yi was puzzled as to why Qing Tian was sitting next to young Master Qin. How could a child sit in a position equal to Mr. Jiang? That was inappropriate. Seeing this, Sister Yi immediately signaled Brother Yi to come over and ask about it. However, Brother Yi seemed oblivious and even nodded, saying, "Everyone is indeed waiting for you." Sister Yi felt helpless and didn't want to delay everyone's meal, so she swallowed her questions. However, things became even stranger during dinner. Behind Qin Hshuan, a maid served the dishes, but he was more focused on what Qing Tian liked to eat and what she wanted than on his own meal. He often served her faster than her own mother could. To make sure Qing Tian enjoyed her meal, he didn't rush to eat his favorite spicy wild chicken, worried that she might want it too, as it was too spicy for her. Although Sister Yi knew that young Master Qin liked to play with her daughter, he hadn't shown it so clearly before. Moreover, she couldn't help but worry about what Madame Qin would think if she found out that someone of Qin Hshuan's status was feeding Qing Tian. Not just Sister Yi, Even old Master Cen and Mr. Jiang occasionally glanced at the two. Old Master Cen thought to himself that his great-granddaughter was indeed charming. Mr. Jiang, on the other hand, recalled the Fu family, who had been scolded harshly after returning home, and now Mrs. Fu was bedridden, while the two daughters were confined at home. It was no wonder the sisters felt that way. Anyone would think they were siblings given how Qin Huan cared for Qing Tian. Many real siblings wouldn't have such a close bond. Meanwhile, Mr. Wei was focused on eating meat. Old Master Yi raised his glass to pour some wine. Sister Yi was increasingly speechless and stopped trying to feed Qing Tian, feeling she couldn't compete with Qin Huan. Besides, he was certainly better at feeding her. He picked the best pieces to serve, while Sister Yi only dared to take from the edges of the dishes in front of everyone. Qin Huan was so busy feeding Qing Tian that he barely had a few bites himself. Fortunately, Qing Tian was small and had a small appetite, so she quickly finished her meal. Only then did Qin Huan start to eat the spicy wild chicken. Luckily, old Master Cen and Mr. Jiang were older and didn't dare eat anything too spicy, and they also found it hard to chew. Old Master Yi enjoyed it, but only dared to nibble on the less meaty parts like claws and gizzards, leaving the better pieces like drumsticks and breasts for Qin Huan. He ended up finishing most of the wild chicken himself. If he wasn't worried about looking uncultured, Qin Huan would have liked to play with his chopsticks in the plate to make sure he didn't miss any chicken that was hard to see on the surface. Feeling a bit regretful, Qin Huan soon finished eating and put down his chopsticks. Seeing this, the others also gradually put down their chopsticks. Only Mr. Wei was still eating without stopping. Qin Huan was concerned that Mr. Wei might overeat and feel uncomfortable, so he asked, "Do you have any digestive pills with you?" Hearing this, Mr. Wei paused and frowned, realizing he was indeed feeling a bit full. However, one of Mr. Wei's strengths was that he listened to advice. Even though he was reluctant, he still put down his chopsticks. "Big Sister Yi, it hasn't been long since we last met, but your cooking seems to have improved. Mr. Wei, what you ate before was just what I could make on the road while fleeing. Even when we got to Tianjin, the kitchen didn't have everything we needed. Now that we are at Jiang Yuanwai's place, we have all the ingredients and the right tools, plus help in the kitchen. If it still tasted like what I made on the road, that wouldn't be acceptable, would it?" Although she knew that Mr. Wei, with his talent and status, would be treated with respect even by Madame Qin, Big Sister Yi never felt nervous around him and could even make a little joke. Seeing Big Sister Yi chatting so comfortably with a great scholar, Jiang Yuanwai couldn't help but nudge Old Cen beside him and silently mouthed, "Your granddaughter is impressive." At that moment, Old Cen was thinking about something else. Since Big Sister Yi had such a good relationship with Mr. Wei and the Qin family, any word from the Qin family could allow her to skip the initial screening and go straight to the next round of competition. This meant that when they met at the noodle shop, she truly didn't recognize him and had no need to flatter or manipulate him. When Jiang Yuanwai helped explain this to Big Sister Yi before, he was still somewhat skeptical. Now that he finally understood the situation, Old Cen's mood improved instantly, and his smile became more genuine. He raised his glass frequently and soon felt a bit tipsy. Across the table, he said to Big Sister Yi, "After so many years, we finally recognize each other. When I go back, I'll have someone prepare a place for you to move to the capital. Besides Qing Tian, how many children do you have?"
"How old are they?"
"I will have the servants prepare new rooms for the children later," Old Cen said, already imagining the joyful scene of his grandchildren surrounding him. His cold and lonely house would soon be filled with laughter. However, his suggestion startled Sister Yi, who quickly waved her hand and said, "Old Cen, that won't do. Even if my father is just your apprentice, there's no reason for a married man to bring his whole family back to his parents' home. Even if I don't mind, others will talk behind our backs." Seeing that he had a bit too much to drink, Mr. Jiang quickly stepped in to ease the situation, saying, "Old Cen, weren't you planning to hold a cooking competition? I think it's best not to rush into having Mrs. Yu move in. Otherwise, it might be misinterpreted. If Mrs. Yu wins, People might say she didn't deserve it. Yes, that makes sense, Old Cen thought to himself. He had considered this matter before, and reason told him it wasn't appropriate. But after a few drinks, he finally spoke his true feelings. After Mr. Jiang convinced Old Cen, he turned to Sister Yi with a smile and said, "He's just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. He's just lonely and wishes for some company. Once he sobers up, he won't say such things." Mr. Jiang's words made Sister Yi feel a bit sad. While she mostly saw her father's madness, she had to admit that his cooking skills were excellent. Old Cen must have invested a lot of effort into him, right? After her father was exiled, at least he married and had children to care for him. But Old Cen had lived alone all this time. Thinking of this, Sister Ye's heart softened. She looked up at Old Cen and said, "Although we can't move into your house, we will visit you often. When we save enough money, we plan to live in the capital so we can take care of you more easily." Mr. Jiang, hearing this, wondered if Sister Yi was acknowledging Old Cen as her grandfather. He couldn't help but feel happy for Old Cen. Though they hadn't known each other long, he was sure Sister Yi was a person of her word. Now in his old age, Old Cen could finally enjoy the company of his grandchildren and live a peaceful life. Mr. Jiang was almost smiling widely. However, the one who should be happiest, Old Cen, was stunned, staring at Sister Yi as if he couldn't believe his ears. Sister Yi felt a bit shy under his gaze. She turned around, picked up Qing Tian, and sat her on her lap, then pointed at Old Cen and said, "Qing Tian, call him Great-Grandpa." Great-Grandpa? Qing Tian's voice was sweet and clear, making Old Cen's nose tingle, and his eyes instantly turn red, with tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. Seeing him cry, Qing Tian felt a bit confused and thought she might have called him the wrong name. But it seemed like her mother wanted her to call him that, right? Suddenly, Qing Tian twisted her body, slipped out of Sister Ye's arms, and walked around the table to Old Cen's side. She took a piece of candy from her pocket and held it out to him. "This pine nut candy that Brother Qin gave me is really tasty. Here, have some, and don't cry." Looking at the candy in Qing Tian's soft little hand, Old Cen's tears flowed like a river. With blurry eyes, he crouched down, held Qing Tian's small hand, and choked out, "Good child, can you call Great-Grandpa one more time for me?" "Great-Grandpa," Qing Tian hesitated but called out again.
"Hey, hey."
Old Cen replied eagerly, pulling Qing Tian into his embrace, unsure how to express his joy. The lunch lasted over an hour, and Mr. Wei even started eating again after feeling he had digested some food. Old Cen was so excited that he drank a lot with Brother Yi, calling everyone family. After everyone was full, Old Cen was so drunk he could hardly stand. Mr. Jiang sent someone to take him to a guest room to rest. He slept straight through to the evening. When he woke up, he felt a terrible headache and couldn't tell if what had happened earlier was real or a dream.
"Someone,"
Old Cen called out in the room. Chiu Wei quickly entered and said, "Old Cen, you're awake. Here, drink some water." Old Cen was indeed very thirsty, but instead of drinking right away, he was eager to confirm whether everything that had happened was real. What about Madame Yu and her family? They finished lunch and packed up to return to Rongxi village. Hearing this, Old Cen felt as if lightning had struck him, and he fell back onto the bed. "I knew it. How could heaven be so kind? In the end, I'm left with a lonely old age." Chiu Wei didn't understand what was wrong with Old Cen, but seeing him so upset, she hurried to fetch Mr.
Jiang.
As soon as Mr. Jiang entered the room, he was startled to see Mr. Cen looking extremely sad and quickly asked, "What happened?" Mr. Cen grabbed him and said, "Even if she doesn't want to acknowledge me, she wouldn't rush home like this, right?" Mr. Jiang then realized what was going on. Mr. Cen had forgotten that Sister Yi had already recognized him after drinking too much. "Don't worry. She mentioned during dinner today that she will come to see you often. Didn't she even have Qing Tian call you great-grandfather? Have you forgotten? Besides, Mrs. Yu isn't going back to Rongxi village to avoid you. She is going back because young Master Qin is curious and wants to visit the Yi family. They will return tomorrow. Is that true?" Mr. Cen looked up at Mr. Jiang with tearful eyes. After confirming, he sighed in relief and wiped his eyes with his sleeve, saying, "I thought all of that was just a dream." In reality, Mr. Yi and Sister Yi didn't want to bring Qin Huan back to Rongxi village. It wasn't that they were unwilling to host him, but they were worried that their home conditions were not good enough and might neglect him. However, Qin Huan was eager to visit, and Mr. Wei not only didn't stop him but encouraged him, saying that one shouldn't just study, but should also go out and see the world to achieve something in the future. Sister Yi didn't understand how spending a night in the countryside would broaden one's horizons, but she couldn't argue against them. Also, since it had been a long time since they returned home, Mr. Yi decided to send someone to the carpentry workshop to ask Mr. Yi-sen if he wanted to come back as well. Having been away for so long, Mr. Yi-sen naturally missed his mother and sons. When he heard they would be back in a day, he immediately asked the young master for leave, packed a few things, and followed Mr. Yi. Mr. Wei and Qin Huan came in the same carriage. This time, Qin Huan brought Qing Tian along. Mr. Jiang lent a mule cart to the Yi family, so the four of them had plenty of space. In Rongxi village, carriages were rarely seen. Most villagers used ox carts, donkey carts, or mule carts. Even when Wang Dafeng was at her peak, she would only ride a mule cart when visiting her family. So when the villagers saw a carriage coming down the mountain road, they couldn't help but gossip under the big tree at the village entrance. "Is that a carriage up ahead?" "It really is. I thought I was seeing things." "Whose family is so capable that they can afford a carriage?" "There's no one like that in our village. It must be someone passing through for a stay, right? We are so far from the main road, and outside there are only big mountains with no people. Who would come here to stay overnight?" "Oh no, it's getting late. Could it be some mountain spirits or ghosts are coming out?" "Stop saying that. It's really scary." As everyone discussed, the cart gradually approached, and they saw the mule cart following behind. Could it be that someone important is really coming? When the cart reached the village entrance, Wang Ernyang bravely asked, "May I ask if the gentleman in the cart is here to find someone or to stay?" Yi Laoda, who was driving the mule cart, replied, "Wang Erseo, he is coming to my home." "Oh, Yi Laoda is back." Wang Ernyang's attitude changed immediately upon realizing he was from the Yi family. "You went out for a while and came back successful with both a cart and a mule cart?" "Don't joke, Erseo. The cart belongs to someone else, and the mule cart is borrowed." Wang Ernyang, still curious, pressed on. "Then who is sitting in the front cart?" Yi Laoda was caught off guard and didn't know how to respond. Saying it was a friend didn't seem right, and mentioning the young master from the Qin family might cause trouble for Qin Huan. After hesitating, he said, "It's an old gentleman we met on our way to the capital. We happened to run into him in the county today, so he brought his student to visit." Little did he know that Wang Ernyang noticed his reaction and immediately felt he was hiding something. However, she didn't press further and instead smiled with a hint of mischief. "You've been away for so many days and haven't checked on your family. Hurry back and see them." Yi Laoda sensed something was off in her tone, worried that something might have happened at home, so he stopped chatting and quickly drove the cart home. Seeing the cart and mule cart heading straight for the Yi family, she packed her things and said she was going home, then turned and entered the village chief Wang Guangping's house. Recently, the autumn harvest had just ended, and all the grain that needed to be delivered was already handed in, leaving everyone with little work to do. During this harvest, aside from Lu Guofu's family, all the other families had successfully gathered their crops with almost no losses. When the county officials came to collect the grain, they praised him greatly and said they would promote his effective leadership to nearby villages and towns. Now, some families in the village were planning weddings, while others were looking for work to earn money. Wang Guangping's family is well off, so he doesn't need to go out and hustle. He was just invited to a wedding banquet at noon, and after taking a nap, he felt completely relaxed. When he saw his wife welcoming Wang Ernyang in, he smiled and greeted her. "Come over to play." Wang Ernyang replied, "Oh, village chief, I'm here to find you. What's the matter?" Wang Guangping asked as he sat down. "What happened?" "Take your time. I just saw Yi Laoda riding in a mule cart, bringing someone in a horse cart to the village, heading straight to his house. What's wrong with that? Wang Guangping asked, confused, but he started to wonder if someone from the Qin family had come again. Previously, it was Granny Jiang who came in a mule cart. Could today's visitor be of even higher status? Wang Ernyang suddenly raised her voice. I asked who was in the horse cart, and he looked like he was lying to me. Tell me, if it were really relatives or friends visiting, would he need to hide it? He must be up to something. Wang Guangping frowned, his earlier good mood diminished by Wang Ernyang's words. What do you mean? Village chief, you need to go check it out. Wang Ernyang urged. Their family just returned from outside the pass, and we don't know anything about them. Who knows if they'll bring back trouble for our village? Although he wasn't very patient with Wang Ernyang, her last words made him consider going to take a look. If it really was someone from the Qin family, he could at least get familiar with them. All right, I understand. I'll go check it out shortly. Wang Guangping dismissed Wang Ernyang with a few words, went back to his room to change his clothes, tidied himself up in front of the mirror, and before leaving, he thought for a moment and grabbed a piece of salted meat from the kitchen before heading to the Yi family. After Mr. Wei and Qin Hshuan arrived at the Yi family, Grandma Yi did not come out, and there was no noise from Yi Laoxi's room. Only Yi Laodi and his wife came out with their children to greet them. Yi Laodi directly said, Young Master Qin, Mr. Wei, my wife has not been feeling well these past few days and couldn't come out to welcome you.
I hope you understand.
Please come in and rest in the West Room. Upon hearing this, Yi Laoda frowned and, after watching Qin Hshuan and Mr. Wei enter the West Room, pulled Yi Laodi aside and asked, What happened? Sigh. Mother's upset because of Laoxi's wife. She's been feeling unwell for days and can't get out of bed. Upon hearing this, Yi Laoda hurriedly went into the East Room to check on Yi Laotai. Inside, he found Yi Laotai lying on the bed, her brows furrowed, struggling to get up. Yi Laoda quickly stepped forward to support her, saying, Mother, how are you feeling? Where does it hurt? If you need anything, let me know, but be careful not to fall. We have guests at home. I need to go greet them, she insisted. Mother, you're sick.
Why are you thinking about that?
Mr. Wei and young Master Qin won't mind. Seeing Yi Laotai looking unwell, Yi Laoda angrily said, Heir, why didn't you send us a message when Mother was this ill? If we hadn't come back today, would you have kept it from us? Laoda, don't blame Heir. I told him not to tell you. I'm fine. I just had a little argument with the fourth daughter-in-law. I'll be better in a few days. Where is the fourth one? Yi Laoda asked, frustrated. He went up the mountain. Yi Heir replied with a sigh. He had a big fight with his wife over this matter, and now he leaves early and comes back late, sleeping with the kids in the West Room and not returning to his own. Seeing the string of wild rabbits and chickens hanging outside, Yi Laoda guessed they were all brought back by Yi Laoxi. He couldn't help but sigh, holding back his complaints. The one suffering the most must be Yi Laoxi himself, caught between his mother and his pregnant wife. With guests at home, Yi Laoda didn't have time to ask what the fourth daughter-in-law had done. He took out some money to send Yi Heir to buy meat and vegetables while rummaging through cabinets to find some tea leaves to serve the guests. In the West Room, after Mr. Wei sat down and saw Yi Chongrui, he called him over to ask a few questions about his studies. Yi Erseo, watching from the side, didn't dare to breathe until she saw Mr. Wei nod, and then she let out a sigh of relief. Then Mr. Wei said, I asked you to practice your writing. Have you been obedient? Bring it to me so I can see. Yi Erseo quickly replied, Yes, I've been practicing every day since you mentioned it. I'll go get it for you. She hurried back to the room and brought a stack of paper filled with writing. The paper was the cheapest kind, even with rough edges. To save money, each sheet was filled with writing, making it nearly impossible to read. That's why it's said that children from poor families find it hard to succeed. It's not that there aren't smart kids. Most of the time it's about money. These days, studying requires more than just paying for a teacher's fees and gifts for festivals. Pens, paper, ink, and even books all cost money. If you want to continue your studies in a big school in the city, the costs for food and clothing add up. It's not just farmers who struggle. Even some relatively wealthy families have to tighten their belts. So, ordinary families can't afford to send their kids to school. Before, it was easier when only Yi Chongrui was studying outside the city. Now that they are in Rongxi village, prices have risen and several children are at the age to start learning. That's why Yi Erseo and Yi Sansa are so eager to make money. Each family has 2 or 3 sons, and regardless of whether they are good at studying, parents can't favor one over the others. They have to send all of them to school for a few years. Even if they don't expect them to pass exams, they can't just ignore their education. When Qin Huan saw the paper Yi Chongrui was using for practice, he frowned and said, "This paper is too poor." Yi Erseo immediately felt embarrassed. She had bought this paper thinking it was enough for practice. It was the lowest quality, leftover scraps, all different sizes and with rough edges. Yi Chongrui didn't want to make Yi Erseo uncomfortable, so he quickly said, "My writing is poor, and since I'm just starting, I didn't want to use good paper, so I asked my mom to buy the scraps." Mr. Wei explained to Qin Huan for practicing writing, using these scraps is indeed a reasonable choice, and the different sizes aren't a big issue. The problem is that the quality of this paper is too low. It's clearly defective. Look here, the ink spreads too much, and you can't see any structure in the writing. This won't help with practicing at all. Oh, I see. Yi Erseo finally understood Qin Huan's point and quickly said, "I'll buy better paper next time." "There's no need to buy the best. Medium quality paper will do," Mr. Wei nodded. Chongrui didn't build a good foundation before, so while he's still young, he should practice his writing. Otherwise, in a few years, it will be hard to improve. Whether he takes the imperial exam or pursues a career, writing is a person's face. If he has poor handwriting, people will look down on him and might even laugh at him. With your current handwriting, even if you are lucky enough to participate in the palace exam in the future, your paper won't even reach the emperor before it gets rejected. Yi Chongrui's face turned bright red, and he lowered his head deeply. Fortunately, Mr. Wei did not only criticize him, he encouraged him a bit at the end, saying, "Chongrui, you have good talent. I ask you to practice your writing for your own good. Don't let this affect your future, understand?" "Yes, Mr. Wei, I understand. I will practice my writing well," Yi Chongrui quickly promised. Just then, they heard a knock at the door. Wong Guangping didn't wait for a response from inside. He walked in holding some salted meat. "Boss, I heard you have guests at home. At this time, it's hard to find meat in the village, so I brought some salted meat to add to your meal." As Wong Guangping spoke, he stretched his neck to look inside. However, Qin Huan and Mr. Wei were in the west room, so even with the main door open, he couldn't see the guests. Yi Laoda came out to greet him, saying, "Village chief, you are too kind. We have meat at home. Please take this salted meat back." Wong Guangping, still holding the salted meat, didn't hurry to hand it over to Yi Laoda. Instead, he asked, "Who is visiting? Is it Mr. Jiang?" The news about Mr. Jiang inviting Yi Dezhao to be the chef had spread throughout the village. However, some people didn't believe it, saying that the Yi family was just trying to attract business for their banquet. Wong Guangping had tasted Yi Dezhao's cooking and, knowing the Yi family, felt they wouldn't lie. Besides, if it were Mr. Jiang, the Yi family wouldn't need to hide it so modestly. Not wanting to directly ask if it was someone from the Qin family, he instead brought up Mr. Jiang. Yi Laoda didn't hide anything. He just adjusted the order of his words, like he did at the village entrance. "It's a teacher I met on the road before. My family helped him back then, so now that he has settled down, he brought his student to visit." "I see," Wang Guangping said, feeling less interested upon hearing it wasn't someone from the Qin family. He regretted mentioning the salted meat earlier and felt embarrassed to offer it now. Yi Laoda could tell what he was thinking and said directly, "Village chief, we appreciate your kindness, but we really don't need the salted meat. We have made some at home, so please take it back." "Oh, come on. I brought it here especially for you. If your family has it, I'll take it home for now. If you need it later, I'll bring it back to you." Wang Guangping said this, but he had already walked out of the courtyard, carrying the salted meat home. Meanwhile, Sister Yi, Sister 2 Yi, and Sister 3 Yi were crowded in the kitchen, preparing dinner and discussing what had happened at home these days. What did the fourth's wife do to make Mother so angry? Sister Yi asked while cleaning a rabbit. I haven't seen Mother this upset in years. The last time she got so angry, Sister 3 hadn't even married yet. Sister 2 sighed and said, after you all went to the city, the 4th went to the mountains every day, whether to hunt or gather some wild goods. It was better than staying at home. Mother wasn't feeling well back then, so she didn't go out much. I had to make clothes and cook while taking care of so many kids, so I didn't have much time. Plus, the 4th's wife has been feeling a bit better lately and thought it was safe to go out, often saying the house felt stuffy. At first, neither Mother nor I paid much attention, but then some gossip started in the village. What gossip? Sister Ye's eyes widened at this. Sister 2 Yi looked troubled but continued, they say she's not behaving properly.
Why?
What did she do? Sister Ye's voice rose in surprise. If it were before, she wouldn't have reacted this way. But now she had Qing Tian, and when her child grows up, she will need to marry. If there's any bad reputation, even just rumors, it could affect Qing Tian's future prospects. Sister 2 Yi and Sister 3 Yi both had sons, so while it would affect them too, it wasn't as serious as for a daughter, but they were still very upset. However, Sister Yi quickly calmed down and asked, it can't just be rumors, right? Otherwise, Mother wouldn't have gotten so sick from anger. Could it be? Sister 3 exclaimed, is it possible the 4th's wife? Could it be that she was caught in a scandal? No wonder the 4th hasn't been coming home to sleep. Sister 2 Yi seemed to see through Sister 3 Yi's thoughts and rolled her eyes, saying, she's pregnant. Where are you thinking? Cough, cough. Sister 3 Yi lowered her head in embarrassment, using a cough to cover her awkwardness. Come on, just tell us. We're all anxious. Sister Yi pressed. The owner of the village grocery store came to talk to us and said that we should keep an eye on our daughter-in-law, so she doesn't spend her time chatting with other men's families. Well, that day she said many hurtful things, implying that we should manage our family better and not let her visit while her husband is busy at the store, chatting for hours and leaving with things. You all know how strong-willed our mother is. After our father passed away, she held the family together and never thought about taking a step back. She couldn't handle this and almost fainted. After they left, our mother asked the 4th daughter-in-law what was going on. She confidently said she had no money and wanted food, so she had to find a way herself. She was just talking. She didn't do anything else, so what's the big deal? It was her attitude that made our mother so upset. When the 4th son came home in the evening and learned about this, he locked the doors and wouldn't let her out. Now, I'm bringing her meals 3 times a day. Anyone would be angry. Sister Yi sighed, feeling sorry for Yi Laosi. Why does he have to go through this? Before she could finish, the kitchen door suddenly opened. Yi Laosi rushed in and said, Sister, you're back. Then he saw Sister San and added Sister San. Sister Yi turned to look, and in just a few days, Yi Laosi had lost a lot of weight. His once strong body now looked a bit frail. He hadn't lost this much weight even during the hard times. Sister Ye's eyes instantly turned red. Yi Laosi knew his sister was worried about him, but as a grown man with a family, he couldn't act like a child anymore. He held back his sadness and handed her a wild chicken he had caught today. I just caught this. It's very fat. Fresh is best for entertaining guests tonight.
Great.
Sister Yi took the wild chicken from him and noticed his hands were hurt, which made her feel even sadder. Yi Laosi used to go to the mountains with Yi Laoda, but now he goes alone every day and must have faced a lot of hardships. Though men should go through tough times to grow, thinking about why Yi Laosi was suddenly working so hard. Yi Laosi used to go to the mountains with Yi Laoda, but now he goes alone every day and must have faced a lot of hardships. Though men should go through tough times to grow, thinking about why Yi Laosi was suddenly working so hard, all 3 sisters felt uneasy. All right, you should go wash your face and change your clothes to rest for a bit. Ye Saw said as she pushed him out, then quickly chased. When did you move them over there? Ye Saw was speechless, then thought for a moment and said, how about this, you go to my house first, and I'll ask Chong Rui to bring you a set of clothes. Yi Saw, listening to the conversation outside, sighed and said to Yi Sen Saw, what is going on here? Yi Sen Saw shook her head, feeling embarrassed to be related to such a person, let alone Yi Laozi, who must be feeling very frustrated. Father really made a mistake back then. How could he arrange such a marriage for Laozi? And Laozi's wife, isn't he good enough to her? Can't she just tell her mother what she wants to eat? Has the family ever denied her food? For a few bites of food, she flirts with other men and thinks it's something to be proud of. How does she have the face to say that? Seeing Yi Er-saw coming back, Yi Sen-saw quickly said, "Erge and Er-saw, with such a big issue, why didn't you let us know in the city? If it weren't for young Master Qin wanting to visit our home, we wouldn't have known at all. Sai, after mother got sick from anger, I wanted your second brother to go to the city to find you. Even if he couldn't find you too, he could find the carpenter shop of Lao San. But mother wouldn't allow it. She insisted she was fine and said it wouldn't be right to delay your work. Later, when we invited Dr. Gu to check her pulse, he said it was just a temporary anger and not a big deal, so your second brother and I didn't go to the city to find you. But now she's just locked up, isn't she causing a fuss?" Of course she is. For the first 2 days, she was making noise day and night, keeping the whole family from sleeping well. Later, seeing that Laozi was so determined, she couldn't keep it up and finally calmed down. But this can't go on for long. Yi Saw sighed. I asked Lao Er about Laozi. He said to wait until mother feels better, and everything will depend on her arrangements. How can mother arrange matters between a couple? Yi Saw shook her head. If mother says they should reconcile and continue living together, does that mean the issues in his heart will just go away? Upon hearing this from Yi Saw, both Yi Er-saw and Yi Sen-saw were startled. Saw, what do you mean? Are you suggesting he could divorce her? There was no evidence of infidelity, and Guisher was also pregnant with Yi Laozi's child, which didn't follow the rules of divorce. Stop talking nonsense, that's not what I meant. Sister Yi was startled by the words. I just think it's time for the fourth one to start making his own decisions. At that moment, Brother Yi returned with the groceries. Sister Sen teased, trying to change the subject. Brother, your wife asked you to buy some groceries and look how long you took. If someone didn't know better, they might think you went to grow the vegetables. Brother Yi replied, feeling wronged. I was pretty quick. Luckily, I had the mule cart. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer to go to the neighboring village for groceries. Neighboring village? Sister Sen paused, then realized. Indeed, the fourth sister-in-law had offended the shopkeeper, and they were blocking the door to yell at her. How could she buy anything without going to the neighboring village? Oh, what a mess this is. Sister San sighed, taking the vegetables from Brother Ye's hands and quietly washing them. Sister Yi said helplessly, all right, let's hurry and cook. We have guests to entertain. Due to limited ingredients, Sister Yi managed to prepare only 6 dishes. There were shredded scallions with dried tofu, fried small salted fish, stir-fried shredded potatoes, a casserole of salted meat with cabbage and tofu, mushrooms stewed with wild chicken, and stir-fried rabbit meat. The last 2 dishes were the main highlights. Sister Yi remembered that Mr. Wei loved her chicken stew with mushrooms, and this time she used wild chicken, which would surely taste even better. She also recalled that Mrs. Qin mentioned that Qin Huishuan really liked stir-fried rabbit meat. Sure enough, when the dishes were served, both Qin Huishuan and Mr. Wei looked very pleased. Dinner was split into 2 tables, with Qin Huishuan and Mr. Wei as honored guests sitting in the main room, accompanied by the Yi brothers. Since Qin Huishuan was present, Yi Chongrui was also invited to join the adults' table, which surprised him a bit. However, Qin Huishuan said, I'll eat in the other room to avoid interrupting your enjoyment of the drinks. After saying that, he took Yi Chongrui, who had just sat down beside him, into the west room. In the west room, the sisters-in-law were eating with the children, and everyone became a bit tense when they saw Qin Huishuan enter. Seeing this, Qin Huishuan felt a bit regretful, but turning back now wouldn't be appropriate. He finally took off his shoes and sat down beside Qing Tian. Fortunately, Qing Tian and Yi Chongrui treated him the same as always, and the other children quickly relaxed when they saw he was friendly. Meanwhile, Mr. Wei outside took a sip of wine, then picked up some mushrooms to eat, nodding repeatedly. This is the taste. The cooks in the capital can never replicate the taste of Sister Ye's dishes. I think Madame Qin should have bought the recipe for chicken stew with mushrooms instead of the one for fish in an iron pot. He spoke loudly, and those in the west room could hear him clearly. The three sisters-in-law couldn't help but glance at Qin Huishuan's expression. Qin Huishuan only smiled slightly and didn't respond. Mr. Wei had this kind of personality, even in the Qin household, but he meant no harm, so there was no need to take offense. The Yi family was taken aback by Mr. Wei's casual attitude, realizing that this famous scholar was indeed different. Even when teaching wealthy and powerful families, his status was exceptional. However, thinking back to how Madame Qin had sincerely invited him, it was clear that Mr. Wei was truly talented, though usually it might not be very obvious. At this moment, Mr. Wei had already had a few drinks and was excited, starting to bond with the four Yi brothers, acting like close friends and showing no signs of being a scholar. In the west room, Sister Yi looked at Qin Huishuan, unsure of what to do. During lunch, Qin Huishuan usually had a maid standing by to serve him. But now at the Yi family, he had come with no attendants. Sister Yi was a bit worried. If she didn't help, she feared he wouldn't know how to serve himself. If she did help, she worried she might not do it well and that he might not like it. Just as she was unsure, she saw Qin Huishuan not only serving himself but also taking care of Qing Tian, helping her with food and even removing bones and skin, almost feeding her directly. Sister Yi quickly intervened, saying, "Young Master Qin, you eat well. I can take care of Qing Tian. It's fine. I've always wanted a younger sister, but I'm the youngest in my family. So on the way here, I really envied Chang Rui for having such a lovely sister like Qing Tian." The five Yi children nodded in agreement. Yi Changyan took the chance to ask, "Annie, will my sister stay this time and not leave?" With their sister away for these days, it was just the five of them, and their older brother was busy studying, making it quite dull. Though it had been like this before when they were outside the pass, ever since Qing Tian arrived, everyone started wanting to include her in everything they did. As long as Qing Tian was around, it seemed like everyone had more energy and things went more smoothly. During these sunny days when Qing Tian is not at home, the children really miss her. Auntie hesitated upon hearing this. Tomorrow, she has to go back to the county with Mr. Wei and young Master Qin, but she actually doesn't want Yi Lao to accompany her anymore. First, she won't be alone. She will have Yi Sensa with her. Second, Mr. Jiang already knows she is acquainted with Madame Qin, so he will take good care of her and won't cause any trouble. Third, Yi Lao really has nothing to do there, and Aunt Yi can see that he is getting restless. However, she won't be back in just a day or two, and she worries that Qing Tian will be scared at home. So, Aunt Yi can only say vaguely, "It's hard to say right now. Let's see how things go." But the one who misses Qing Tian the most at home is not the five brothers, but the little puppy. Since they have a guest, Yi Lao is worried that the puppy might misbehave, so as soon as they got home, he locked the puppy inside. The poor little puppy can smell its owner, Qing Tian, but is stuck inside and scratching at the door in a panic. Fortunately, Qing Tian hasn't forgotten about it. After dinner, she wants to take Qin Huishuan to see her puppy. Aunt Yi quickly stops her. The dog rolls around in the dirt every day and is very dirty. Plus, it's in a mischievous mood right now. What if it accidentally hurts young Master Qin? Mom, the puppy is very well behaved. Qing Tian tries to defend her puppy. I will watch it. It never bites. Aunt Ye's heart softens at her daughter's big, watery eyes. But this is not a joke. If something really happens, the Yi family could be in big trouble. So, she steels herself and says, "Qing Tian, dear, it really can't be done. You need to listen." Before Aunt Yi can finish, Qin Huishuan interrupts, "Aunt Yi, it's fine. I really like puppies and I want to see it."
Can I?
Aunt Yi has no more arguments and replies, "Okay, let's have Qing Tian's father go in and tie up the dog first, then you can go in to see it." As the puppy senses Qing Tian getting closer, it becomes frantic, wagging its tail like a windmill. As soon as the door opens a crack, it tries desperately to squeeze out, but Yi Lao pushes it back with his shoe. Taking the opportunity, Yi Laoda slips into the room and quickly shuts the door. The puppy is anxiously whining inside. After a lot of effort, Yi Laoda finally manages to hold it down, ties it to the table leg, and once he confirms it won't escape, he opens the door for Qin Tian and Qing Tian to enter. On a sunny day, Qing Tian rushed into the house and ran straight to the puppy, which jumped up and burrowed into her arms. Qin Huan had thought that Qing Tian would have a cute little dog, but to his surprise, it was a gray-black puppy that looked a bit like a bear. He watched as the puppy jumped into Qing Tian's arms, causing her to lean back. The puppy was growing quickly. It had only been less than half a month since Qing Tian went out, and the puppy had already gotten bigger. Excited to see its owner, it jumped with too much energy for Qing Tian to handle. Qin Huan quickly stepped forward to support her from behind, checking to see if she was scared. However, Qing Tian was not afraid at all. She wrapped her arms around the puppy's neck and smiled happily. "Hey, stop rubbing against me, it tickles." Qing Tian laughed, her eyes squinting with joy, making her look especially cute. The puppy, however, paid no attention to this and kept wagging its tail while burrowing into her embrace. Qing Tian petted the puppy's head and seriously talked to it. "Didn't I tell you before I left? I went out with my parents and would come back after finishing my errands. Look, I'm back now. What kind of dog is this?" Qin Huan, still supporting Qing Tian, turned to ask Yi Laoda. "It should be a wolf dog." Yi Laoda scratched his head, uncertain. Qin Huan frowned upon hearing this. While young masters and ladies from wealthy families in the capital might not know what a wolf dog is, he was very familiar with them, having grown up near military camps. In the military, there are people who breed wolves and dogs to create wolf dogs, which are trained to be fierce yet loyal, providing great help in battles. Qin Huan knew that although this puppy could still be held by Qing Tian, it would soon grow much larger. In the military, larger wolf dogs could stand as tall as a strong man. Even if Qing Tian wanted a dog, she could choose a small breed like a Pekingese or a Chihuahua, so why did she pick such a potentially dangerous large dog? Seeing Qin Huan looking at him with a questioning gaze, Yi Laoda recounted how a few kids had gone up the mountain, encountered a pack of wolves, and found the puppy. Qin Huan's frown deepened as he listened, unsure of what to say. Should he say that the Yi family was too reckless to let a few kids wander off without supervision? It's really true that Yi Xianglei is unreliable. He can't even find his way, and still dares to take others up the mountain. Thinking about this makes Qin Huan add another serious fault to him. It hasn't been long since getting lost and encountering a pack of wolves, and now he's left Qing Tian in an abandoned kiln. This uncle is too unreliable. Qing Tian should have less contact with him in the future. Qing Tian has been lucky these 2 times and nothing bad happened, but who knows if luck will run out if it happens more often. While Qin Huan was frowning and pondering this, he heard Qing Tian say, "Brother Qin, the dog is a good dog. When Chunhua bullied me, it jumped up and bit her."
Huh? Who is Chunhua?
Why did she bully Qing Tian? After finding out that Chunhua is the granddaughter of Widow Lu, Qin Huan sighed in relief and rubbed Qing Tian's little head, saying, "Don't worry, she won't bully you anymore. Yes, they have all moved away." Qing Tian's attention was clearly not on Chunhua, but was formally introducing Qin Huan to her dog. "Doggy, this is Brother Qin. He is very nice to me, so you must not bite him, okay?" When Qin Huan heard that the puppy had saved Qing Tian and saw it wagging its tail at him, he felt that the dog was quite sensible. Having it around Qing Tian could be a good protector. After feeling fond of the puppy, Qin Huan squatted down like Qing Tian and reached out to pet its head, asking, "What is your puppy's name?" "It's called Doggy," Qing Tian replied. Yi Laoda quickly added, "Actually, we have been meaning to give the puppy a name, but we always get sidetracked. Since we can't come up with a good name, why don't we let young Master Qin help? If Yi Laoda were to name it, the puppy would probably end up being called Big Black or Little Gray." Yi Laoda's suggestion was just what Qin Huan wanted. He nodded and thought for a moment, saying, "Since it is a wolf dog and its fur is a mix of black and gray, it should be able to hide well at night. How about we call it Xiaoya?" Before Yi Laoda could respond, Qing Tian already nodded and said, "Great." Then she patted the puppy's head and said, "Did you hear that? You will be called Xiaoya from now on. Little Yi must be obedient, okay?" Hearing Qing Tian mispronounce the name, it turned into Little Yi instead of the strong-sounding name. Qin Huishuan opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. "Little Yi it is, as long as it doesn't become midnight, that's fine." Not long after dinner, Yi Wana heard that the Yi family had returned, so she came over with a basket of sweet pears, followed by Yi Xianglei. "Big brother, why didn't you let us know you were back? My family sent these pears and they are really big and sweet this year. I saved a basket just for you." As she spoke, she handed the basket to Yi to saw. Yi Xianglei added, "My mom has been worried these past few days, afraid the pears would go bad. If you hadn't come back today, she would have figured out a way to send them to the city." When Qing Tian saw the guests, she immediately stood up and cheerfully called out, "Auntie, little Sue." "Hey, Qing Tian is back," Yi Wana exclaimed as she picked up Qing Tian. "Let Annie cherish you properly. She missed you so much." Yi Xianglei also approached, but as he got closer to Qing Tian, he felt a chill run down his back. He instinctively turned to look and saw Qin Huishuan staring at him with a cold expression. "This is..." Yi saw quickly introduced. "This is the young master of the Qin family, who came with Mr. Wei to visit today." Yi Wana, who often chatted with Grandma Yi, was well aware of the Yi family's hardships and immediately recognized him. Although Yi Xianglei didn't know much, upon hearing the surname Qin and recalling past events, he realized Qin Huishuan's identity. But was this his first time meeting the young master of the Qin family? Why did he feel a bit uneasy under Qin Huishuan's gaze? As Yi Xianglei hesitated about whether to greet Qin Huishuan, Yi Wana hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Qin Huishuan's expression changed quickly, showing none of the coldness he had towards Yi Xianglei. He smiled and nodded at Yi Wana, saying hello. Yi Wana was so surprised that she almost forgot her own surname. Her face lit up with a big smile, and she playfully slapped Yi Xianglei on the back of the head, scolding, "Why are you silent? Hurry up and greet young Master Qin." "Young Master Qin," Yi Xianglei said reluctantly. He thought someone of Qin Huishuan's status would hardly bother with him, so he figured a simple greeting would suffice. To his surprise, Qin Huishuan was very friendly and started chatting with Yi Wana. "This brother looks a bit older than me. This little rascal is 12 this year. He'll be 13 after the new year." Yi Wana was thrilled and had no intention of hiding anything, worried she might not be detailed enough. "Indeed, he is older than me. I am 9 years old this year, and I will turn 10 after the new year," said Qin Huishuan. "I heard there is a private school run by a scholar in the village. This older brother must be studying there, right?" Just mentioning this made Yi Wana very angry. This stubborn boy doesn't care about studying at all. Not to mention comparing him to you, even Chang Rui is 100 times better than him. This year, I had to persuade the scholar to let him study for another year. But a few days ago, when I went to deliver the tuition for next year, the scholar refused to accept it and told me to take him home immediately. He said if he doesn't want to learn, that's fine, but he shouldn't affect the other children. Yi Xianglei's face turned red from embarrassment, and he whispered, "Mom, why are you saying all this? What's wrong with me saying it? Our family spent so much money sending you to school, and in the end, the teacher sent you home. They would rather not make money than keep you. How can you still have the face to speak?" Yi Xianglei felt ashamed in front of Qin Huishuan but couldn't control Yi Wana, so he just lowered his head and stood silently, feeling very upset. Unexpectedly, Qin Huishuan said, "I may have asked too much. Please forgive me. I mainly noticed this older brother's age. If he is not studying, it would be suitable for him to find a place as an apprentice, so I asked a few more questions." What he said was not wrong. Yi Wana's eldest son became an apprentice at 13. However, Yi Xianglei was younger. He would turn 13 after the new year, but he was actually only 11. Plus, he was too restless, so Yi Wana always thought about keeping him for another year. During this year, she could also inquire and slowly find a suitable master for him. But hearing Qin Huishuan's question, Yi Wana felt her heart race for some reason. Why would the young master of the Qin family care whether her son studied or became an apprentice?
Could it be that he?
No, that's impossible. They barely knew each other. Why would he help? While Yuana was lost in thought, she heard Qin Huan say, "My family has some small businesses in the capital. Although they are not many, we do have a few shops. If you don't mind, arranging for this older brother to become an apprentice in one of them is just a matter of my word." Of course, we wouldn't mind. If it really allows Xianglei to become an apprentice at the Qin family shop, our whole family would be grateful to you. I will go to the temple and light a lamp for you, wishing you success in everything. This won't do, Qin Huan said, shaking his head repeatedly. Although his suggestion for Yi Xianglei to become an apprentice seemed sudden and he couldn't quite understand the reason behind it, Yuan thought that there was nothing valuable enough to be deceived about. Besides, he was the young master of the Qin family. How could he possibly waste time playing with an ordinary person like her? Then Qin Huan said, however, all my family shops are in the capital. If he goes there to be an apprentice, it will be hard for him to come back often. Are you okay with that? What's there to be upset about? Yuan replied firmly, the sooner he leaves, the less I have to worry every day. Though Yuan did feel a bit uneasy. If he were in the county, it would be easy to go home and check on him. But in the capital, it wouldn't be as convenient. However, thinking of this rare opportunity for her son's future, she knew she couldn't hold him back now. Still, she wasn't completely swept away by excitement. After agreeing, she remembered to ask, "Could you please tell me which shop you plan to send him to as an apprentice?" This was important. Even if they were all Qin family shops, selling antiques was very different from selling paper. Qin Huan felt that Yi Xianglei was too restless and wanted to find a reason to send him away, without any bad intentions. So he thought about his shops and said, "There's the Hutter restaurant, one that sells antiques called Guibao Studio, a shop for Western items called Linglong Pavilion, plus a pawn shop and a store selling goods from outside the borders called Shanhua Zhuang. You can choose where you want him to go." These businesses were all supported by his parents and grandfather. The restaurant and pawn shop were taken from Qin Madam's dowry. Guibao Studio and Linglong Pavilion were set up by Qin Darren for his son. As for Shanhua Zhuang, that was naturally the work of his grandfather, General Wen, who supplied all the goods directly. Whether it was dried goods, herbs, or furs, General Wen sent them without charging his beloved grandson a penny. It could be said that Qin Huan was running a no-cost business. It would be hard to lose money. Not to mention, General Wen always had the best items sent to the capital. So, in less than 2 years, the store named Xingtai had already made a name for itself in the capital. Anyone wanting to buy special products from outside the city would first think of Xingtai. After Qin Huan finished speaking, Yuan became conflicted. These places are all great options. The tavern and pawn shop are the safest choices. Even if she can't continue working at the Qin family shop after her apprenticeship, other taverns and pawn shops would be eager to hire her. Linglong Pavilion and Shanhua Store are also well known in the capital, having done great business in recent years. However, these two shops are quite rare. One needs a source of Western goods and fresh items to attract customers, while the other needs a stable supply channel from outside the city. So, even in the capital, only someone from the Qin family or someone of higher status could try their luck. Ordinary merchants don't have such connections. If she does well as an apprentice in such places, staying on at the Qin family shop would be a great opportunity for the Yi family. But if she doesn't perform well and isn't kept on, it would be hard to find a similar shop afterward. As for the antique shop, Yuan didn't even consider it. Although she doesn't know much about appraising antiques, she realizes it's the hardest option among them. Yi Xianglei can barely focus on his studies. Can he really be expected to understand antiques? Seeing Yuan looking troubled, Qin Huan smiled and said, "There's no rush for an answer. I'm leaving tomorrow afternoon, so you can discuss it with your family before deciding." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much." As Yuan spoke, she pulled her dazed son, Yi Xianglei, closer and apologized to Qin Huan, saying, "Look, this child is so happy he's speechless." Yi Xianglei thanked Qin Huan as his mother urged him, and then they said their goodbyes and headed home. On the way back, Yuan couldn't help but scold her son. Where did your skills of skipping class and causing trouble go? Why were you acting like a statue in front of young Master Qin? I'll tell you, when you go to the capital for your apprenticeship, you can't be so dull. You need to be clever, otherwise, no master will like you. Mom, I was just thinking about which shop to choose for my apprenticeship, Yi Xianglei replied. He had been deep in thought since Qin Huan spoke, which made him seem a bit dazed. Realizing this, Yi Xianglei added, somewhat unhappily, Mom, even if that person is young Master Qin, you don't need to be so overly polite. He is no different from us. He has 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, right? Yuan felt like giving her son a slap after hearing this. Is that how you talk? Do you know how hard it is for others to meet young Master Qin? Regardless of whether this works out, we must appreciate his kindness. If it weren't for our connection with the Qing Tian family, even if I brought you to bow down, he wouldn't pay us any attention. Although Yi Xianglei wasn't focused on his studies, he was more mature than his peers in these matters. He understood everything Yuan was saying. No matter why Qin Huan suddenly wanted to help, he should be more eager to get close to him. It would only benefit him. But for some reason, Yi Xianglei felt that Qin Huan didn't seem to like him at all, nor did he feel sorry for him. Especially the fleeting glance Qin Huan had given him earlier still sent chills down his spine. The 2 families lived not far apart, and mother and son quickly returned home. As soon as Yuan entered the house, she couldn't help but pull Lu Quan and recount everything that had just happened. However, Lu Quan didn't look pleased. Instead, he pinched Yuan's arm.
Ouch.
Why are you pinching me? That hurts. You know it hurts, so it seems you aren't dreaming, Lu Quan said, looking dazed. Furious, Yuan twisted his thigh hard. Does that hurt? You're not dreaming either. Lu Quan covered his leg in pain, but his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. If it's not a dream for both of us, then it must be real? Isn't it real? Yuan sat down, trying to calm her excited heart. Young Master Qin not only took the initiative to let Xianglei become an apprentice, but even provided us with options from 5 well-known shops in the capital. Just as Yuan was about to discuss this with Lu Quan, their son, who had been silent since entering, suddenly slammed the table and said, I've made up my mind. I want to go to the antique shop. Yuan immediately got anxious and stood up, saying, You can't go to an antique shop. This family isn't at the point where you get to make the decisions. I'm going to be an apprentice, not you. Why can't I decide? Yi Xianglei was not the type to obediently listen, arguing back with Yuan. I said no, so it's no. Yuan said firmly, I know you like those things. Once you become an apprentice in the capital, you'll have time to explore the antique stalls and shops. But becoming an apprentice is not possible. Why not? Lu Quan, watching the mother and son argue, suddenly chimed in. Xianglei, I can hear a bit of a different accent in your voice. It sounds like you've been influenced by the Qing Tian family. How do you expect to go to the capital as an apprentice sounding like that? Lu Quan's comment caught Yuan and Yi Xianglei off guard. Yuan immediately scolded. Look at you. It's hard to learn well, but easy to learn badly. The work at the antique shop is tough. Remember when we went to the capital last year to buy New Year goods? Didn't I take you to see the antique shop? Only those with knowledge and eloquence can work there. You can tell several stories with just 1 sentence. Look at yourself, you struggle to memorize things. What if you can't keep up and get sent back after a few days? Yi Xianglei had no response but stubbornly held his ground. Yuan continued. Besides, the older you are, the more respected you are in the antique shop. If you really went, it would be a long and tough journey. And most importantly, even if you have talent and become an apprentice, as the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you'll get your shoes wet. If anything gets damaged or if you mistakenly accept a fake item, that could cost a lot of money. Xianglei, do you think our family can afford to lose money on antiques? Hearing this, Yi Xianglei lowered his head even more. Lu Quan felt sad seeing his son like this. He knew that choosing an antique shop wasn't the best option, but he felt an urge to speak up for his son. However, surprisingly, Yi Xianglei didn't insist further. He sighed and said, "Mom, I understand. Can I go to Linglong Pavilion instead?" This time, Lu Quan quickly agreed without waiting for Yi Waner to respond. "All right, let's go to Linglong Pavilion." Since they couldn't go to his favorite antique shop, it was only fair to agree to this second choice. After saying this, Lu Quan turned to Yi Waner, urging her to give her approval with his eyes. After all, these family matters needed Yi Waner to make the final decision. As a son-in-law, his opinion didn't carry much weight. Yi Waner thought for a moment and decided that Linglong Pavilion was also a good choice. Western items are very popular now, whether in the capital or other cities. Anyone with connections is making a lot of money. Becoming an apprentice at Linglong Pavilion will surely teach you a lot. With this in mind, Yi Waner finally nodded. A hint of excitement flashed in Yi Xianglei's eyes as he realized his plan was working. He knew Yi Waner well. If he directly said he liked Linglong Pavilion, she would immediately focus all her attention on it and find many flaws. So, Yi Xianglei cleverly guided Yi Waner to direct her energy toward the antique shop, making it easier for him to hide his true interest in Linglong Pavilion. It turned out he made the right move. However, when he looked up, his eyes were filled only with surprise and gratitude. "Mom, did you really agree?"
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad.
"Don't be silly. What are you thanking us for?" "Your father, and I just want you to have a good future," Yi Waner replied. She quickly sent Yi Xianglei back to his room to sleep, mentioning that the whole family would go to meet young Master Qin tomorrow morning. While Yi Xianglei was already dreaming in his room, the lights in the main room stayed on for a long time. Yi Waner went over the family finances repeatedly. Although apprenticeships cover food and lodging, gifts for the master and daily expenses still add up. Just like their eldest son, who was an apprentice in the county, the family had to spend at least 3 or 4 taels of silver each year. Now Yi Xianglei was going to the capital, where expenses would be even higher. Fortunately, Xianglei earned back 20 taels himself. Otherwise, we would be running low on money, Yi Waner sighed. "Are we too useless? We can't even compare to a child. We just need to work hard to earn money," Lu Quan replied sleepily. Seeing Lu Quan not taking the matter seriously, Yi Waner wanted to get angry but held back. After sending Yi Waner and her son out, Yi Erseo couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, what do you think young Master Qin means by this?" Sister-in-law Yi was also confused by Qin Huishuan's sudden concern. From their few encounters, she felt he didn't seem like someone who would care about such matters. But thinking of his fondness for Qing Tian, he appeared to be a gentle and kind-hearted child. Sister Yi could only guess. Maybe it's because our children are all going to school and can't help much, so they decided to lend a hand to our relatives. Sister Yi thought this made sense and nodded repeatedly, saying, "That's possible. Young Master Qin is really a good person." In the room of Yi Laoda, Qin Huishuan, who was watching puppies with Qing Tian, suddenly sneezed twice in a row. Xiao Yi, who was eating, was startled and immediately became alert, her fur on her tail standing on end. After checking around and finding no danger, she went back to eating. "Brother Qin, are you getting sick?" Qing Tian looked at him with concern. When they were at the Shan family, if her brother sneezed, their parents would get very worried, fearing he might fall ill. Since Brother Qin sneezed twice, it must be worse than just one, right? "I'm fine." Qin Huishuan thought his earlier actions were too rude. Luckily, only Qing Tian saw, so he quickly changed the subject. "Weren't you going to show me the big plate you found?" "Yes, the big plate." Qing Tian remembered the important matter and took off her shoes to climb onto the bed. Qin Huishuan hurried to the edge of the bed, blocking her to prevent her from falling. Qing Tian ran to the bed and opened the door, sticking most of her body inside. After searching for a while, she finally pulled out a plate that nearly covered half of her body. Seeing her struggling with the plate, Qin Huishuan quickly climbed onto the bed and took the plate from her hands. The plate felt heavy and smooth to the touch. Qin Huishuan flipped it over to check the bottom and found no markings. Then he turned it back to examine the design on the surface. The outer edge of the plate had a pattern of interlocking squares, while the inside featured a lotus design. The colors were vibrant, the patterns clear, and the lines neat and tidy, clearly made by a skilled craftsman. Xiao Su said that such a large plate isn't used for serving food, but for display. Qing Tian asked in confusion, "Why would a plate not be used for food but just for looking at?" "He's just talking nonsense." Qin Huan said confidently, "This is definitely a plate for serving food." "Really?" Qing Tian said happily. "Then can we use it for mother?" "It would be a waste to use this plate for eating." Qin Huan examined it carefully for a long time, and after confirming, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the area you mentioned in Shuanglin village should be from the official kiln built during the previous dynasty. This large plate was likely specially made for banquets in the palace. However, this one seems to be an early prototype, so it doesn't have a signature on the bottom. If it had a signature, it would probably be worth a lot, but even without it, it should still sell for a good amount of silver." In the final years of the previous dynasty, the emperor was foolish and corrupt, leading to chaos in the court and the people. This prompted the founding emperor to lead a rebellion, ultimately overthrowing the previous dynasty and claiming the throne. At that time, the palace was forcibly taken by the founding emperor and his troops. The foolish emperor of the previous dynasty resisted stubbornly and sought revenge, setting fires throughout the palace, which resulted in most of the buildings and items being destroyed. In the early years of his reign, the founding emperor couldn't afford to repair or rebuild the palace, leaving many of its buildings uninhabitable. It wasn't until the treasury was filled that work gradually began, taking several decades to reach its current state. Therefore, items from the previous dynasty are quite rare in the market, and with such good condition, if the right knowledgeable person is found, it could sell for a nice price. However, Qin Huan didn't explain this to Qing Tian. He simply said, "If you trust me, give me the plate, and I'll help you sell it. You'll definitely get more than if you sell it yourself." After saying this, he felt it was wrong. He should discuss it with the Yi couple instead. Qing Tian was too young to make decisions, even if the plate was found by her. Qin Huan placed the plate on the table and said to Qing Tian, "Wait for me a moment. I'll ask your parents." He went outside to find Yi Laoda and asked him. To his surprise, Yi Laoda readily replied, "About that plate, just tell Qing Tian that if she agrees, it's fine. She found it. If it can be sold for money, that's great. We can save it for her future dowry. If it's not worth much, that's okay too. I'll have her uncle make a wooden stand for it. It would look nice as a decoration." Qin Huan's claim that it could sell for a high price was something Yi Laoda didn't really believe. When Qing Tian first brought the plate home, the couple had discussed it. They heard that the abandoned kiln in Shuanglin village was almost turned upside down by people. If there were beautiful broken pieces of porcelain, that would make sense, but how could such a large and intact plate have gone unnoticed until Qing Tian found it? Yi Dajia leaned towards the idea that Qing Tian was just lucky. However, Yi Laoda didn't think so. He believed Yi Dajia was too eager to make money and had a tendency to imagine things. However, such a big plate with a nice pattern would make a great decoration. It's a pity there's only one. If there were a pair, it would be perfect for a dowry for Qing Tian in the future. So when Qin Huan mentioned selling it in the capital, he had no objections and didn't expect much. "Shouldn't we ask Sister Yi?" To be cautious, Qin Huan asked one last time. "It's just one plate. I can decide on that," said Yi Laoda. Then he added, "If you want to ask, I can call her over." After saying this, Yi Laoda quickly went to the kitchen to fetch his wife. Sister Yi was washing dishes when she heard that Qin Xiao had something to ask her. She hurriedly washed her hands and came over while drying them. Qin Huan asked her the same question, and Sister Yi's reaction was almost identical to Yi Laoda's. "Just tell Qing Tian, and if she agrees, that's fine." Sister Yi thought to herself that her daughter was lucky, so she believed it would be all right. Qin Huan was surprised that both Yi Laoda and his wife were so agreeable, quite different from the people he usually interacted with. Many would be very careful when it came to money, but the couple showed no signs of being harsh with Qing Tian. He suddenly felt he might have overthought things. This couple seemed to treat Qing Tian quite well. So, He returned to his room and said to Qing Tian, "Can I take the plate to sell in the capital?" "Don't worry, I will definitely." Before he could finish, Qing Tian immediately nodded and said, "Brother Qin, if it doesn't sell for much, it's fine. If you like it, you can have it." Upon hearing this, Qin Hixian casually picked up the walnut hanging at his waist and said, "I don't like the plate. I like this." Qing Tian smiled even more sweetly, her big eyes turning into crescent moons. "Next autumn, I'll go pick some for you again," she said. "I didn't know you liked them so much, so I didn't go with Xiao Su to pick walnuts later." He picked a lot himself and even made a bracelet of 18 beads, selling it for 20 taels of silver. Qing Tian never hid anything from Qin Hixian. She spoke freely. When Qin Hixian heard about the 18-bead bracelet, he paused and asked, "Is it the one from Jingbaling?" "Yes." Qing Tian nodded. "Xiao Su goes to pick Jingbaling every year, and this one was also picked by him when he took us up the mountain." "Then who picked this one for me?" Qin Hixian quickly asked. "I picked it. On a sunny day, I found my first walnut." After cracking it open, Xiao Su said it looked great and that if I could find a whole bunch, it would be worth a lot of money. "Unfortunately, I only found this one and the others I picked up didn't match it. At that time, Granny Jiang happened to come to our house, so I asked her to take it to you." Seeing a strange expression on Qin Hishuan's face, Qing Tian thought he was regretting that she didn't have a whole bunch of walnuts. She quickly reassured him, "Brother Qin, don't worry. I will go pick walnuts every year, and I will definitely get you a whole string of 18. We only want the ones that look this good. The slightly less perfect ones won't do." But Qin Hishuan was actually thinking about the bracelet that had been stored away before. Yi Xianglei took Qing Tian to pick walnuts, and she gave him the first walnut she found. When others saw he liked the Beijing 8-sided style, they spent money to find a string of Beijing 8-sided bracelets to send to the Qin family, which eventually ended up in his hands, earning Yi Xianglei's family 20 taels of silver. The twists of fate in this were truly amazing. After hearing Qing Tian's words, Qin Hishuan instantly smiled and pinched her little nose, saying, "Then every autumn from now on, I will come to the mountain with you to pick walnuts. Shall we do it together?" "Really?" Qing Tian's eyes sparkled with joy as she extended her pinky finger toward Qin Hishuan. "Then let's make a pinky promise. You have to keep your word." "Of course." Qin Hishuan mimicked her and extended his pinky, which she hooked with her small hand, awkwardly shaking it a few times. "Pinky promise, 100 years without changing." After saying this, Qing Tian pressed her thumb against Qin Hishuan's thumb and smiled, saying, "Once we seal it, you can't go back on your word. Don't worry, a gentleman's word is his bond. Unless I die, I will never go back on my promise." "Spit, spit, spit." Qing Tian quickly imitated Granny Yi and turned to spit 3 times on the ground, saying, "Empty words, empty words." After doing this, she patted Qin Hishuan's shoulder, urging him to do the same. Qin Hishuan had never seen anything like this, but seeing Qing Tian's worried expression, he hesitated and finally copied her, spitting 3 times on the ground and saying, "Empty words." This scene was just seen by Sister Yi, who had just finished tidying up the kitchen. Qin Hishuan's expression remained unchanged, as if the person who just did that wasn't him at all, but his earlobes slowly turned red against his will. Sister Yi had always thought that the young master of the Qin family was someone untouchable, but she was pleasantly surprised to see this down-to-earth side of him, and couldn't help but smile. "Have you discussed the plates?" Sister Yi noticed Qin Hishuan's embarrassment and skillfully changed the topic. Qing Tian quickly said, "Mom, Brother Qin wants to take the plates to the capital to help sell them. I said it's fine if we don't sell them. We can just give them to him." She added, "I'll find you some other plates later, okay? We have enough plates and bowls at home. There's no need for more," Sister Yi replied, reaching out to Qing Tian. She turned to Qin Hishuan and said, "We are very grateful for all the help and kindness from the Qin family, and we have always wanted to repay you. But as common folks, we really can't offer anything valuable that your family would need. If you think these plates are decent and since Qing Tian wants to give them to you, let's not talk about selling them. Whether you sell them or keep them as decorations, It's just a small token of our appreciation. Aunt Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but it's really not necessary. We have always helped each other. If it weren't for my mother's kindness in bringing you into the city, you wouldn't have found someone to help with the skirts, right? My mother always says that there are higher powers watching over us, and what a person does is seen by the heavens. Good deeds bring good results. Mrs. Qin, you are absolutely right. Sister Yi agreed repeatedly. Qin Huishuan played with Qing Tian for a while longer, until it was time for bed. With limited space and bedding at home, they couldn't give Qin Huishuan a separate room, so he had to share with Wei Yan in the west room. Sister Yi borrowed a nearly new set of bedding from Sister Yi Air for Mr. Wei, but when it came to Qin Huishuan, she faced a dilemma. She finally decided to ask Yuaner if she had any new bedding to lend. Surprisingly, Yuaner did have some. Her eldest son was approaching the age for marriage, and Yuaner had already started preparing things for him. New bedding was, of course, essential. As she opened the box to find the bedding, Yuaner said, "Hey, big sister-in-law, I'm not being stingy. If it weren't for young Master Qin saying he wanted Xiang Lei to apprentice at the Qin family shop, I definitely wouldn't be willing to lend you this brand new bedding." Sister Yi laughed and replied, "Sister, look at what you're saying. If it weren't for this matter, I wouldn't have the nerve to come and ask you." Yuana quickly pulled out a brand new set of bedding from the box. "I just took it out to air in the sun a few days ago. No wonder it's so fluffy." Aunt Yi praised, "It even smells like it has been sun-dried." "What do you think of this set?" Yuana showed a set spread out on the Kong for Aunt Yi to see. "As long as it's new, that's fine. There's nothing else to choose from now." Aunt Yi nodded repeatedly. So, Yuana helped her carry the bedding back home and laid it on the Kong in the west room. After a quick wash, Qin Huishuan entered the room and was almost blinded by the bright bedding on the Kong. The bright red quilt with a dragon and phoenix design, the red pillowcases with mandarin ducks playing in water. Why is this so festive? Seeing Wei Yan already snuggled into another quilt, Qin Huishuan suspected he might be drunk and trying to make fun of him. But Yi Laoda, who brought him in, said, "Young Master Qin, don't worry. This bedding is brand new. No one has slept on it. Qing Tian's mother just borrowed it from my aunt." Wei Yan, now somewhat sober, lay beside him, watching Qin Huishuan's changing expressions and nearly laughed out loud. This new student of his was great in many ways, but he was too stiff, behaving like an old man, not at all like a kid his age. It was rare to see someone with such shifting expressions, wanting to say something but too shy to do so. He had to enjoy it to the fullest. Wei Yan not only watched the fun but also added, "Yes, young Master Qin, in the countryside, it's not easy to find brand new bedding. Although the material is average, it's still usable." This made Yi Laoda's face turn pale. He thought as long as it was new, it would be fine, completely unaware of the material issue. After all, he had no understanding of the lives of wealthy families. Qin Huishuan couldn't help but shoot Wei Yan a quick glare. This Mr. Wei, taking advantage of a little alcohol, was starting to tease his student. But since he had already said that, Qin Huishuan didn't know what else to say. He quickly took off his outer clothes and crawled into the bright red quilt to prove he didn't mind the simple conditions of the countryside. Early the next morning, before the old Yi family had even started breakfast, Yuaner came over with Lu Quan and Yi Xianglei. As soon as they entered, they saw Qin Huishuan practicing martial arts in the yard. Although he was younger than Yi Xianglei, their heights were about the same. Moreover, Qin Huishuan looked taller and more upright. It seemed the changes were due to his dedication to martial arts. Yuaner took the opportunity to educate her son, saying, "Look at young Master Qin. His family is so well off, yet he works so hard. Now look at you. We don't have a fortune for you to rely on. If you don't seize this chance, when your father and I are gone, you'll be left begging on the streets." "Mom, you've been saying this all night. I've heard it so much, I won't forget. There's no need to complain about my nagging. Once you go to the capital, I won't be able to nag you anymore. After that, no one will be looking after you, and you'll have to face the consequences yourself." When Yi Xianglei heard his mother's words, he softened his attitude and said, "Mom, I know this opportunity is rare. I will learn well from my master. While they were talking, Qin Huan had already finished a set of exercises. He stopped to wipe the sweat from his forehead and called out to Yuanu and the others, "Have you decided where to go?" Yuanu quickly replied, "Young Master Qin, this child really wants to go to the shop selling Western toys. We think that since all of Qin's shops are excellent, it doesn't matter where he goes, so we'll let him do as he wishes." "All right, do you want him to come back with us this time, or should I write a note for you to take to the shop later?" Without hesitation, Yuanu said, "I'll go home and pack his things so he can go to the capital with you." There was no need to think. Of course, he should return with Qin Huan. Having someone brought back by young Master Qin and going to the shop would be different. Even if young Master Qin didn't personally take him, the staff would treat Yi Xianglei with more respect just because he came back with young Master Qin. Yuanu wasted no time and left the two men to go home and pack her son's luggage. Sister Yi came out of the house and said, "Young Master Qin, you're up so early. Has Mr. Wei gotten up yet?" "No, I'm used to waking up early to practice outside the city. Mr. Wei is still sleeping," Qin Huan replied. Seeing that Qin Huan's hair was damp with sweat, Sister Yi quickly invited him inside, saying, "You should come in. The countryside wind is strong, and it's chilly after sweating. I'll go heat some water for you to wash up." After saying this, she noticed Lu Quan and Yi Xianglei standing nearby and greeted them, "Uncle, where's my aunt?" She went home to pack Xianglei's things. "She'll be here soon." Lu Quan didn't dare to speak in front of Qin Huan, but when he heard Sister Yi ask him, he finally said his first words since arriving today. "Have you all had breakfast? Let's go inside and eat together soon." As soon as Qin Huan entered the room, he saw that Qing Tian was already up and dressed. However, she was lying on the quilt that Sister Yi had rolled up, with her cheeks squished and her mouth slightly pouting. Hearing footsteps, she didn't open her eyes and said, "Mom, I'm up." Qin Huan found her amusing and poked the soft part of her cheek, playfully saying, "Why don't you sleep a bit longer, if you're this sleepy?" When Qing Tian heard the voice wasn't Sister Ye's, she finally opened her eyes, saw only Qin Huan, and her eyelids immediately felt heavy again. She softly said, "Brother Qin, I'm not sleepy anymore." "You can hardly keep your eyes open and say you're not sleepy." Qin Huan lifted her from the quilt, saying, "Just sleep a little more." At that moment, Yi Xianglei came in from outside and saw the scene, saying, "Little Lazybug is still in bed." "I am not." Qing Tian leaned against Qin Huan, trying to muster some energy to argue. "I'm awake." "You should open your eyes first before saying that."
یه ویانگلی پوکت حرف فرهد.
Qin Huan had poked Qing Tian's cheek earlier, but now he found Yi Xianglei's finger quite annoying. He moved to protect Qing Tian, saying, "Kids need more sleep, so don't bother her." Lu Quan quickly stepped in and pulled his son back, saying, "It's just your restless hands. Stop messing around." Facing Qin Huan, Yi Xianglei was a bit hesitant to act up and sat down with Lu Quan on the chair across from the bed. So when Sister Yi came in with hot water, she found Qing Tian resting against Qin Huan, while Lu Quan and Yi Xianglei sat upright on the other side watching. "What's going on here?" Sister Yi laughed, setting down the kettle and bringing a basin of warm water for Qin Huan to wash up. Qin Huan gently placed Qing Tian on a nearby blanket, whispering, "We're not in a hurry to leave, so there's no need to wake her up so early." Looking at her daughter, who had fallen back asleep, Sister Yi sighed. She insisted on getting up to watch you practice, but after getting dressed, she fell asleep again. Qin Huan didn't expect that and smiled slightly, saying, "If she wants to watch, I can show her later just for her." After he washed his face, Aunt Yi changed the water and helped Qing Tian wash her face too. After washing her face, Qing Tian seemed a bit more awake, her eyelids no longer drooping, but she still looked a bit dazed sitting on the Kong. Qin Huan spoke softly to her, but her responses were a bit slow. However, Qin Huan was very patient with her, treating her more like a friend than someone from a wealthy family. Yi Xianglei watched from across the room and thought that Qin Huan didn't act like a typical wealthy young master. Otherwise, how could he be so kind to a country girl? Of course, Qing Tian was very likable, But Yi Xianglei's impression of rich young masters came from stories and rumors in the village. In those tales, such noble young men were either arrogant or bullies, and he had never heard of any being good. Thinking about this made him a bit restless. Lu Quan noticed his son squirming in his chair and said softly, "If you need to go to the bathroom, hurry up. Otherwise, sit still." Yi Xianglei was looking for an excuse to slip away, so he quickly said, "I'll go take care of it." He left the room and headed straight to the kitchen to find Aunt Yi. When Aunt Yi saw him, she handed him a warm boiled egg and said, "Are you hungry? Here, eat an egg to tide you over. Breakfast will be ready soon." Usually, in the morning, she would make some porridge, slice some pickled vegetables, and boil a few eggs for the kids, which wouldn't take long. But today, with Qin Hishuan and Mr. Wei there, Aunt Yi had to make breakfast more elaborate. She thought Yi Xianglei was just very hungry. Yi Xianglei set the egg aside and looked back to make sure no one was at the kitchen door before quietly asking, "Annie, do you think this Qin young master could be a fraud?"
Ah.
Aunt Yi was surprised by his question and didn't understand where he got that idea. How could he be a fraud? He is genuinely the young master of the Qin family from the capital. Then why is he suddenly helping me? He's so patient with Qing Tian. He doesn't seem like a rich young master at all. Yi Xianglei mumbled, his accent slipping a bit. He liked our Qing Tian a lot on the way back to the capital, Aunt Yi said, not seeing any issue with that. After all, her daughter was very charming. Don't mention Qin Hishuan. Even Madame Qin had someone carry Qing Tian to her carriage to play. Your mother told you, right? A few days ago, I was not home because I went to help Jiang Yuanwei with the flower viewing banquet. Yi Xianglei didn't understand why Sister Yi suddenly changed the topic, but he nodded to show he understood. At the flower viewing banquet, Princess Rui and many ladies from wealthy families in the capital were present, including Madame Qin and young Master Qin. They are just kind-hearted people, definitely not scammers. Hearing Sister Yi say this, Yi Xianglei felt relieved. Sister, I know. Before he could finish, someone grabbed his ear. Ouch, that hurts, Mom. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? I want to scold you. Yuaner, carrying her packed luggage, had just entered the old Yi family's gate when she heard her son talking to Sister Yi in the kitchen. The two of them were not being quiet at all, and she could hear them clearly from the yard. So she put her luggage down and rushed in to twist Yi Xianglei's ear. With your brain, I think you shouldn't go to the capital to be an apprentice. You'll just embarrass yourself and get sent back. Let's not talk about anything else. I just want to ask you, how much help has Qing Tian's family given us? Could they really bring back a scammer to harm you? Besides, don't you know to be cautious when you speak? What if young Master Qin hears you? They're helping you, and you're here nitpicking? Tell me, what do you have that they would want to scam you for? Mom, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Yi Xianglei felt like his ear was about to be twisted off and begged for mercy. Sister Yi quickly added, Aunt, let go. You're making the child's ear all red. He's about to go to the capital to be an apprentice. It's better to be cautious than to believe everything, right? Besides, he was just asking me privately, not in front of anyone. After hearing Sister Ye's words, Yi Waner's anger eased significantly, and she finally let go. But she still reminded him, when you get to the shop in the capital, you can't act like this, understand? Whether it's the master or anyone else in the shop, no matter how well you get along with them, you must never speak ill of others behind their backs. You never know when someone might turn around and betray you. Mom, I understand, Yi Xianglei replied. Yi Waner finally let him go and said, All right, stop standing there. Bring my luggage from outside into the house. I'll help your sister-in-law make breakfast. Yi Xianglei quickly slipped away and brought Yi Waner's packed bags into the house. Qing Tian was fully awake now and was playing tangram with Qin Hishuan. When she saw him enter, she smiled and called out, Little Sue. You finally noticed me. Yi Xianglei started to joke, but stopped when he met Qin Hishuan's gaze. Qing Tian looked at him curiously and asked, Little Sue, what happened to your ear? It's so red. I'm just hot.
Yi Xianglei replied sualle.
Then why is only one side red? Qing Tian asked, eager to know. I just feel hot on this side. Even Lu Quan couldn't take it anymore and shot him a glare, saying, "Hurry up and put down the luggage." Seeing this, Qin Huan said, "Let's have breakfast first, and then we can put the luggage directly in the car." Okay. Lu Quan quickly agreed. "I'll help him with it." Lu Quan took the opportunity to pull his son out of the room with him. Once they reached the car in the backyard, Lu Quan finally sighed in relief and said, "Phew, I'm glad to be out. I felt trapped in there." Yi Xianglei lowered his head and said softly, "I told you that Qin Xiao was a bit intimidating, but you didn't believe me." "Intimidating? How is he intimidating?" Lu Quan gave his son a light slap on the back of the head. "No wonder your mother pinches your ear. You need to be more respectful. Qin Xiao is a great benefactor to our family." After saying this, he walked over to the mule cart, opened the door, and temporarily placed the luggage inside. This time in the capital, you can't be as lazy as at home. You need to learn well from your master. You've seen a lot in these years, understand? Even though Qin Xiao can let you be an apprentice, whether your master likes you and how much you can learn depends on you. So the first period after you arrive is crucial. Be a bit more charming, work quickly, and keep your eyes open for opportunities. Once you're there, don't think too much about home. Your mother and I will visit you when we can, so don't run back. If you have free time, explore the city. It's good to broaden your horizons. While saying this, Lu Quan took out something wrapped in a cloth from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xianglei, saying, "You know your mother manages the money at home. This little bit I saved from smoking and drinking isn't much, but don't think it's too little. If you want to buy or eat something in the city, don't hold back too much." Yi Xianglei opened the cloth and found 2 small pieces of silver inside. Although they didn't weigh even half a tael, he knew how much money Yuana usually gave Lu Quan for cigarettes and drinks. Saving this much was not easy at all.
Dad, don't worry.
I will learn well from my master and hope to work at the Qin family shop in the future. Then I can earn a lot of money and bring you and Mom to the capital to enjoy life. Good child. With your words, I am content. While Yuaner and Sister Yi were making breakfast in the kitchen, Yuaner closed the door and quietly asked, "Did the 4th daughter-in-law cause any trouble last night?" "No. Why would she?" Sister Yi replied, confused. You wouldn't know since you've been away." Yuaner leaned in and whispered, "You know how the 4th daughter-in-law is, right? Locked up like that, she wouldn't just accept it. At first, she caused quite a stir for a few days, making your home quite chaotic. Then she saw that your mother-in-law and the 4th son were serious this time, so she calmed down for a few days. With such an important guest visiting your home, she actually behaved?" Sister Yi felt uneasy hearing this and said quietly, "That can't be true, right?" Yuana shrugged and replied, "Better be careful. What if she makes a scene when you're about to leave, especially in front of young Master Qin? That would be so embarrassing." Sister Yi felt a bit worried, but after thinking it over, she wondered what she could do. Could she really tie up the 4th daughter-in-law to keep her quiet? Since Yuaner brought it up, Sister Yi decided to talk to Sister Yi Er and Sister Yi San about it.
Both of them said, "It's hard to say.
The 4th daughter-in-law can be unpredictable." Sister Yi San took it upon herself and said, "Don't worry, I'll talk to the 4th son and ask him to keep an eye on his wife in the morning. If anything happens, we can wait until young Master Qin and Mr. Wei leave." "That sounds good," Sister Yi agreed, nodding as she had no better ideas. Sister Yi Sen quickly found Yi Laosi, pulled him aside, and whispered a few words. Yi Laosi's earlier joy at his brother and sister-in-law's return vanished instantly, and his expression fell as he said, "Sister San, I understand. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her." Yi San's sister-in-law felt a bit uncomfortable seeing him like this and tried to comfort him, saying, "Fourth, don't think too much. The main issue is with the Qin family. We really can't afford to offend them. Big sister has worked hard to make a name for herself. We can't help much, but we shouldn't hold her back, right? I came to find you on my own, so if you want to blame someone, blame me." Third sister-in-law, "I don't blame anyone but myself for my bad luck," Yi Laosi said as he wiped his face and turned back to the house. At that moment, Guo was still on the Kong, leaning against the bedding and looking out the window. She only looked away when she heard the sound of the lock opening. Oh, isn't this my husband who never comes home? Guo said sarcastically. Did the sun rise from the other side today, and you suddenly decided to come back? Yi Laosi said nothing and pulled over a stool to sit beside her, keeping a close watch on Guo. Guo felt a chill on her back from his stare, and she began to feel uneasy. She thought, could this fool really be affected by me? Wanting to ease the tension, she said, Fourth, I was just saying those things out of anger. I really have nothing going on with Wong Fuguay from the grocery store. I didn't take anything from him. All the food I have, I bought myself. I'm just feeling trapped at home. You're always out in the mountains, and neither your mother nor your siblings care for me. I don't even have anyone to talk to. I came to Rongxi village with you, and I don't have any friends or family here. Who else can I talk to? You could talk to the many sisters and aunts at the village entrance. Why do you have to go to the grocery store to find Wong Fuguay? If you just want to visit the grocery store, why not go when his wife is there? Why does it always have to be when he's alone? Guo was left speechless by the questions and could only mumble. He often goes to the city and knows a lot of people. I just wanted to talk to him. I didn't do anything wrong. You two are alone together in the grocery store. What else do you expect? Yi Laosi struggled to control his anger. Guo Fengying, don't take advantage of me. If we hadn't fled here, I would have brought your parents over to discipline you. Yi Laosi, don't get carried away. You think you can push me around just because our families arranged our marriage early? Do you think I want to be stuck with you? With my looks and figure, what good can I find outside? Why should I suffer this with you? Yi Laosi was so angry that the back of his neck started to stiffen. If you weren't pregnant, I would have divorced you long ago. Go find whoever you want. You're going to be a mother and you still say such things? I don't even know if this child in your belly is mine. Yi Laosi, so you finally spoke your true feelings, huh? Guo suddenly sat up, trying hard to push out her barely noticeable belly. I've traveled through hardships with you, sleeping beside you every day. Who do you think this child belongs to? You can say such heartless things? Why not just kick me here? After you kick the child away, we can go our separate ways. How about that? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Yi Laosi's eyes turned red with anger as he stood up and approached Guo on the bed. Although Yi Laosi had lost a lot of weight recently, he was still a big man, and his height alone was enough to intimidate Guo. She instinctively shrank back in fear. Yi Laosi glared at her, knowing deep down that the child was definitely his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so patient with her. Seeing Guo trembling slightly, but trying to act tough, Yi Laosi finally calmed down, remembering the reason he returned home today, and sat back down on the stool. Guo was drenched in cold sweat, thinking it would be better not to provoke Yi Laosi again. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. No matter how honest Yi Laosi was, he wouldn't willingly play the fool. If he really hit her, she would be the one to suffer. Thinking this, Guo curled back up on the bed and fell silent. The two sat in silence until Yi San-saw came in to bring them breakfast. As soon as she entered, she glanced at the bed and noticed that Guo looked healthier than before, her chin slightly fuller instead of looking worn out. Considering she was pregnant and the family had enough to eat, it was normal for her to gain a little weight, especially since old lady Yi was not harsh on her daughter-in-law. So she placed the breakfast on the table and said, "You two should eat while it's hot." Yi Laosi nodded and said, "Thank you, San-saw. You should go eat too." After San-saw left, Yi Laosi pushed the table closer and said, "You eat." Guo looked at the abundant breakfast on the table and suddenly smiled. "That's why you suddenly came back today. You came to check on me, right?" Seeing that Guo had guessed her intention, Yi Laosi's expression turned a bit sour. "Just eat if I tell you to eat. Why so many words?" "Don't worry, I'm not someone who overestimates myself," Guo replied. "Whether it's young Master Qin or Mr. Wei, they are all close to my brother's family. What trouble could I cause? Even if I did, they wouldn't care about me." Yi Laosi couldn't believe Guo anymore, as she had tricked him too many times. But he still said, "Let's eat first. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Guo glanced at the food on the table and asked, "With so much food, aren't you going to eat?" "You eat first, I'll eat after you're done." "What's this? You don't even want to eat at the same table as me? Do you think I'm dirty?" "That's not it. Yi Laosi frowned, but seeing Wen not picking up her chopsticks, he shifted on the Kong, picked up a bowl of porridge, and said, "Is it okay if I eat?" The two of them silently ate their meal. Yi Laosi focused solely on the porridge in his hands and ignored the other dishes on the table. Gua, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy her meal, finishing everything on her plate. Yi Laosi initially wanted to tell her not to eat too much, but he swallowed his words. After breakfast, Gua pushed her bowl away and turned her back to Yi Laosi to lie down. Yi Laosi could only sit on the stool and watch her. Before long, the others outside finished their breakfast and prepared to pack up and leave for Fengli County. Yi Laoda and Yi Laocen went to say goodbye to Grandma Yi, trying to persuade her to come to the city for medical treatment, but Grandma Yi firmly refused, saying she would be fine after a few days. They had no choice but to give up. After leaving the house, Yi Laoda instructed Yi Lair, "You two take good care of Mom. If her condition worsens, hurry to borrow a cart and bring her to the city to find us. Don't delay, understand? Big brother, don't worry." "I know what to do," Yi Lair nodded. "All right, then we'll head out first." At that moment, Lu Quan also arrived with his mule cart. The couple had discussed last night and originally planned not to go to the city with their son, worried that young Master Qin might think they were uneasy about him. However, as the time to part drew near, Yuan couldn't help but worry about her son. She sent Lu Quan back to fetch their cart, deciding to go to the city together to check on him. Even though Qin Hishuan is truly the young master of the Qin family, he can't just leave his son with someone else and not care at all. So, on the way back, they ended up with 3 carriages. Qin Hishuan and Mr. Wei took a horse-drawn carriage with Qing Tian, while Yi Laoda and Yi Lisan sat in the second carriage. There was also an additional mule cart from Yi Wanner's family at the back. Since the young master is leaving, everyone in the family came out to see him off. Yi Laosi noticed that Guoshi was being very polite, so he also went out to help send off the guests, making sure to cover for Guoshi. "My mother is unwell, and my wife is pregnant, so they can't come out to see you off. I hope young Master Qin and Mr. Wei understand." "That's all right," Mr. Wei replied kindly. "How is the old lady? Does she need to go to the capital to see a doctor?" Yi Laoda said, "We suggested that, but my mother insists she is fine and won't go. We'll think of another way later." Mr. Wei didn't want to interfere too much in their family matters, so after showing his concern, he didn't say anything more. Everyone got into their carriages, and the Yi family saw them off until they reached the village entrance before heading back home. Once home, Yi Laosi went to gather his hunting gear for the mountain. Yi Laodi noticed and asked, "Laosi, are you going to the mountain today?" "Yes."
Ye Laosi replied quietly.
"Staying at home is boring. It's better to go to the mountain and see if I can catch something." This was true, but Yi Laodi had been worried lately as he noticed Yi Laosi becoming more and more silent, fearing he might be bottling up his feelings. Before Yi Laodi could figure out how to talk to Yi Laosi, the village chief, Wang Guangping, suddenly arrived. "Old Air, Old Sea, are you busy?" Wang Guangping said, looking frustrated with himself for not asking more questions the night before and missing the chance to show off in front of young Master Qin. His regret peaked when he learned that Yi Wanner's son had caught young Master Qin's attention and was going to the city to be an apprentice. He rushed to the Yi family without even having breakfast. "The village chief is here."
Ye Laodi greeted. "Come in and sit down."
Yi Laosi also put down what he was holding and greeted him. "What brings you here, village chief? Can I come to your house if there's nothing going on?" Wang Guangping pretended to be serious, but quickly smiled. "Just kidding. I heard your mother is still unwell, so I came to check on her." He had already decided that he needed to stay close to the Yi family and find a chance to send his own son to the Qin family shop as an apprentice in the future. "Although my son is not very promising, he is still much better than Yi Xianglei, who skips school more often than he attends." Wang Guangping knew that the Yi brothers were all filial, so he immediately focused on the health of Grandma Yi when he entered. Sure enough, Yi Er and Yi Si showed their gratitude, talking to him while inviting him into the main room. Since Wang Guangping was of the same generation as Grandma Yi, it was awkward to invite him inside, so they spoke through the curtain. "Mom, the village chief is here to see you." Yi Er called out twice, but there was no response from Grandma Yi inside. Suddenly worried, he quickly opened the curtain and rushed in. "Mom," Yi shouted, "Old Cen, hurry and find someone to borrow a cart to take Mom to the city for a checkup." Yi peeked inside and saw Grandma Yi with her eyes tightly closed and her lips looking a bit off, which frightened him. Wong Guangping saw this as his chance to help. "I have a mule cart. You all hurry and gather what you need to take. I'll go get the cart ready." Yi and Yi didn't hesitate and called Yi wife to help gather a few clothes for Grandma Yi before lifting her onto the cart Wong Guangping had brought. "Wife, take care of the kids at home. Old Cen and I will take Mom to the doctor. Don't worry about home. Just go quickly. You might catch up with big brother and third brother." Guo listened closely from inside the house, her ear pressed against the window, and a sly smile appeared on her face. After Yi and Yi took the unconscious Grandma Yi away, Yi's wife hurried to comfort the frightened children. She took out a small handful of coins and handed them to Yi Chongrui, saying, "You all must be scared, right? Don't worry, Grandma will be fine. Chongrui, take your brothers and buy some candy." The children calmed down a bit after hearing Yi's wife. Yi Chongrui took the money and went out with his 4 younger brothers. Just as Yi's wife was about to wash the dishes in the kitchen, she suddenly heard Guo moaning loudly from inside the house. "Old Cen's wife, what's wrong?" Yi's wife asked through the window. "Er's wife, I suddenly have a terrible stomachache. What should I do? Oh, it hurts so much. It feels like it's cramping. Oh no, you need to hurry and call a doctor to help me. Why do you suddenly have a stomachache?" Yi was completely flustered. With both Grandma Yi and the 4th daughter-in-law feeling unwell, she wondered if there was something wrong with the food they had eaten in the morning. But that didn't make sense. She had eaten the same food as them, yet she felt fine. I might have eaten too much," Guo mumbled. "This morning, Cen brought breakfast for me and the 4th, but we were arguing, so he only had a bowl of porridge and didn't touch anything else. I, out of spite, ate everything." Yi was speechless upon hearing this. The bowls and plates they had just brought out were indeed empty. However, Cen had brought enough for 2, and now it seemed Guo had eaten it all by herself. Even an ordinary person would feel uncomfortable after eating so much, not to mention she was pregnant. Given that Guo had previously experienced discomfort from eating too many persimmons, Yi had no doubts about her condition. She couldn't help but say, "You really should learn from your mistakes. After what happened last time, I feel embarrassed to call the doctor for you." Despite this, Yi quickly closed the courtyard door and went to fetch Dr. Gu. As soon as Guo heard Yi leave, she whistled out the back window. Someone was waiting outside and soon climbed over the courtyard wall. In no time, the person used an axe to break open the back window of Yi Laoxi's room. When the window opened, the person was none other than Wong Fuguay, the shopkeeper. "I've been locked up for so many days, and you finally decided to come." Wong Fuguay glanced at Guo and said, "You haven't lost weight after all this time. If anything, you've gained a bit." As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Guo's waist. Being pregnant, Guo was wary of such actions and turned away, saying, "Hurry and get me out of here. We need to leave quickly, or we won't be able to go once and the kids return." A flicker of disgust crossed Wong Fuguy's eyes, but was quickly hidden. He helped Guo out of the room but didn't rush to leave. Instead, he turned back to search other rooms. "Why aren't you leaving?" Guo whispered. "Since we're leaving, we should prepare some money for the journey, right?" "That's true." Guo didn't think this was inappropriate at all, and eagerly began to plan with Wong Fuguay. "I'll go to the main room. I know where Grandma keeps the money box. You hurry and search the other rooms." Wong Fuguay was taken aback for a moment, then smirked and said, "You really are bold. It seems you've forgotten all about the past. I have already decided to go with you. From now on, I am yours. What old feelings are there to remember? Should I remember how they locked me in the house?" After saying this, Guo rushed into Grandma Ye's room and quickly found the box where she usually kept her money. The box was locked, but Guo didn't bother to unlock it. She just grabbed a piece of cloth to wrap it up and took it out. However, Wong Fuguay had searched the other 3 rooms for a long time and found nothing but a few copper coins. There was no silver or banknotes.
Impossible.
Guo said in disbelief. There should be at least 50 taels of banknotes in my sister-in-law's room. I saw it with my own eyes. She must have earned money from cooking in the city this time. Then you go look for it. I couldn't find anything. Wong Fuguay shrugged. If it weren't for the money box that Guo was tightly holding onto, he would have left her and gone by himself. Grandma Ye's room was already in a mess from Wong Fuguy's search. Guo went in and rummaged around but still found no banknotes. Guo thought maybe they were afraid she would steal, so they took everything with them. But that didn't make sense. Even if the eldest and 3rd sisters-in-law took the banknotes, the 2nd sister-in-law was home every day. She couldn't possibly be carrying them around, could she? Guo decided to search in the 2nd sister-in-law's room again. But at that moment, Wong Fuguay noticed that the 2nd sister-in-law was leading Dr. Gu into the small path at the entrance. Let's go, there's no time, Wong Fuguay said, grabbing Guo's arm with one hand while carrying a bundle in the other, pulling her toward the backyard and climbing out from the spot he had prepared earlier. What are you carrying? Guo asked, unable to resist the curiosity about the bulging bundle on his arm. I just grabbed some pieces of cloth. I'll make you new clothes once we settle down, he replied. Hearing this, Guo smiled sweetly and patted the money box in her arms, saying, Don't worry, Grandma Yi saved up quite a bit of money. Wong Fuguy's mule cart was parked not far behind the Yi house. He helped Guo into the cart, jumped in himself, cracked the whip, and the cart quickly sped toward the village entrance. On their way out, they encountered a few children from the Yi family who had just returned from the grocery store. Seeing the fast-moving cart, Yi Chongrui quickly urged his younger brothers to step aside, careful not to get hit. Watching the cart speed away, Yi Chongrui said to his disappointed brothers, Manager Wong is in such a hurry to leave. There must be something urgent at home. No wonder the grocery store's door is tightly locked. Don't worry, the money my mother gave me is still here. I won't spend it carelessly. Once the grocery store opens again, I'll take you all to buy some candy. As Yi Chongrui was walking home with his brothers, Yi Erseo, who had invited Dr. Gu to their house, opened the courtyard door and noticed something was wrong. Why were all the doors of the main house and the east and west wing wide open when she had closed them before? And there was a piece of cloth lying in the courtyard? Could it be that the 4th daughter-in-law did something? Yi Erseo didn't have time to think about Dr. Gu and rushed into Yi Laoxi's room. The door was locked tight, so she took out the key left by Yi Laoxi and unlocked it. When she entered the room, she was stunned. The back window was broken, and Guo was nowhere to be found. Had someone tricked her? But where could a pregnant woman go? Before Yi Erseo could figure out what was happening, the children returned. The kids ran into the house, immediately shouting, Mom, why is our house so messy? Mom, who messed up the fabric and thread on your bed? Aunt, why is my house also turned upside down? The bed piano has been opened. There are muddy footprints on the bed.
What?
Yi Erseo felt dizzy and hurried to check each room. The box where Grandma Yi kept the money was gone, and the other 3 houses were in disarray. The bedding from the bed piano was thrown everywhere, and clothes from the wardrobe were scattered on the floor. What hurt Yi Erseo the most was that the outfit she was making for Qin Hishuan was also in a mess. The neatly arranged thread was now tangled and thrown on the ground, and the half-finished clothing had a big shoe print on it. Seeing this, Dr. Gu quickly asked Yi Erseo, Did a thief break in? If so, we need to report it to the authorities right away. Yes, we must report it. Dr. Gu, I'm the only adult at home, and I can't leave right now. Can you help me call Uncle Dongkue? Yi Erseo didn't know what losses the other 2 families had suffered, and with Guo missing, she was unsure if she had been taken away. The men were not home, leaving only her and the children. Even Yi Wan's house was empty, and her only hope was Yi Dongkue. Don't worry, I'll go right away, Dr. Gu said as he left to find Yi Dongkue. Finally, Yi Erseo couldn't hold back any longer and sat down on the ground, crying. The children came out of the house and gathered around Yi Erseo. their faces filled with confusion and worry. The youngest, Yi Changnian, couldn't help but start crying. Yi Erseo tried to open her arms wide, pulling several children into her embrace, and choked out comforting words. "Don't cry. It's okay. Nothing will happen." When Yi Dongkue heard from Dr. Gu that something serious had happened to the Old Yi family, he quickly put down what he was doing and said, "I'll go over right away. Dr. Gu, please help call the village chief. For something this big, we need the village chief to be present." Right. I can't believe I didn't think of that." Dr. Gu hurried off to the village chief's house. When Wang Guangping heard about the trouble at the Old Yi family, he almost couldn't hold back a smile. Before Dr. Gu arrived, he had been at home thinking about how to improve his relationship with the Old Yi family. What a coincidence. Just when he needed it, help came along. He quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, coughing a couple of times to hide his reaction. "Dr. Gu, please tell me slowly, what happened to the Old Yi family?" Dr. Gu recounted what he had seen at the Old Yi family, and only then did Wang Guangping become serious. If someone had come to rob them and even took away a pregnant woman, that would definitely be a major case. Not just in the small Rongxi village, but in the entire Fengli County, there had never been such bold criminals in this dynasty. To think that such audacious criminals appeared near the capital, this case might even reach the emperor's ears. As the village chief, he wondered if he would be caught up in the aftermath. Wang Guangping didn't dare to delay any longer and hurried to the Old Yi family, calling on a few strong villagers along the way, just in case the criminals hadn't run far. Having more people might help catch them. If that happened, it would be great. Not only would he have done nothing wrong, but he might even gain some credit. If it really reached the emperor's ears, it might even bring some good fortune to his family's ancestors. When Wang Guangping arrived at the Old Yi family, he saw that Yi Erseo had been helped up by Yi Dongkue and was sitting in the yard with the children, wiping her tears. "Don't cry just yet, Erseo. First, tell me what happened. I brought people with me, and if the criminals haven't gone far, we might still catch them." Fourth sister-in-law suddenly said her stomach hurt, so I quickly went to get the doctor. I had no idea that while I was looking for Dr. Gu, and he was getting his medicine box ready, everything at home turned into this. "Where's fourth sister-in-law?" Wang Guangping asked. Yi Erseo lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "When I left, she was still locked in the room and was talking to me just fine. I invited the old doctor back and opened the door. I found that the back window was broken, and the fourth son's wife was not in the house anymore." As for why the fourth son's wife was locked inside, Sister Yi didn't say, but the villagers understood. Ahem. Wang Guangping cleared his throat and said, "So, we can't be sure if a thief came in or if the fourth son's wife ran away with something, right?" Sister Yi was taken aback by the question, but after thinking carefully, it seemed to be true. But the fourth son's wife is pregnant. Could she really break the window, climb out, and escape on her own? This question left Wang Guangping speechless. He was about to suggest checking the backyard for signs of climbing when suddenly he heard someone outside shouting and approaching, the voice getting louder. A woman rushed in, yelling, "Where's the Gu family? Bring that deceitful person out." Wang Guangping looked closely and realized the woman was not a stranger. It was Lu, Wong Fuguay's wife. Lu usually greeted people with a smile when she shopped at the general store. The last time she acted this way was when she returned early from her family home and caught Wong Fuguay and Guo alone in the store.
Could it be?
Everyone's expressions became complicated. Wang Guangping said, "Fuguay's wife, please calm down. Let's talk this through. I'm here to help you." Lu didn't expect so many people in the Old Yi family's yard, including the village head. She brushed her messy hair back, spat on the ground, and said with a tearful voice, "My husband Fuguay took all the valuable goods from the store, and the money and mule cart at home are gone. Please bring Guo out. I want to ask her if she encouraged my husband." Wang Guangping understood the situation and sighed. "Fuguay's wife, don't blame the Old Yi family. Guo broke the window and ran away, taking the money with her." Yi Dongkue stomped his foot and shouted, "These two shameless people must have planned this together to elope." Wang Guangping immediately instructed a few young men from the village, quickly ride a mule or donkey to chase after them. You might catch up. If you find them, make sure to bring both of them back. Lu gritted her teeth in anger and said, "Bring them back and make them pay." At this moment, Sister Yi Er still found it hard to believe. She held the youngest Yi Changnian and weakly asked, could there be some mistake? Why would manager Wang choose this time to elope with Gua, especially since she is pregnant? Although the Yi family hadn't spread the news about Gua's pregnancy, secrets rarely stay hidden. Previously, when Gua had stomach pains and called for a doctor, it turned out to be just from eating too many persimmons, and soon the whole village knew. How much must Wong Fuguay like Gua if he doesn't care that she is carrying someone else's child and only wants to be with her? Lu remembered that Gua was indeed pregnant and sneered, "I suggest you hurry and find someone. Otherwise, who knows where that scoundrel Wong Fuguay might sell her." As for her pregnancy, places like that are never short of abortion pills. Sister Yi Er turned pale upon hearing this and instinctively covered Yi Changnian's ears. She was the only adult at home. What could she do? How would she explain this to Yi Laosi when he returned? Seeing her distress, Yi Dongkue comforted her, "Sister Er, worrying won't help. I think we should let the village chief handle this. You stay home and take care of the kids and wait for news." However, all 5 children sensed that something serious was happening and huddled close to Sister Yi Er like quails. Wang Guangping stepped forward excitedly and assured, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I just checked around, and only the west room hasn't been disturbed. The doors and windows are intact. You all stay in the west room today, and don't go into any other rooms. I've already sent someone to report to the authorities and to inform the rest of your family. If all goes well, the officials should arrive this afternoon. If you're scared at home, I can have my wife come over to keep you company." Yi Dongkue immediately replied, "I've already sent someone to call my wife to help out. She can also prepare some food for Sister Er and the kids later." Upon hearing this, Wang Guangping thought of his wife's poor cooking skills and had nothing more to say. "All right, Uncle Dongkue, you're thoughtful.
Let's do it this way.
I'll head back now, and I'll send someone to inform you as soon as I have news." "Thank you, village chief, and thank you, Uncle Dongkue and everyone else. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Since we're all in the same village and I'm the village chief, if something happens, who else would handle it?" Wang Guangping said, then hurriedly left with the others. Only the Yi family and Dongkue remained in the yard. Aunt Yi said, "Uncle Dongkue, thank you for helping just now, but now I might have to trouble Aunt Dongkue. You can't write the name Yi with just one stroke. Since your family is in trouble, how can I just stand by? I'll go back and ask your aunt to come and keep you company." Dongkue patted Yi Changrue's shoulder and said, "Try to think positively. This might not be such a bad thing." Aunt Yi didn't understand the last part of what Dongkue said, but before she could ask, he had already left. She quickly called to the children, "Changrue, take your brothers inside. I'll go get some firewood to warm up the west room." At that moment, Wong Fuguay, with Guisher, was driving a mule cart along an old, abandoned mountain road. This was the old route to the city, and it was actually the shortest path. But later, they built a wider official road, connecting it with others, so this one was left unused. Guisher was jostled around in the cart and kept shouting at Wong Fuguay to slow down. But Wong Fuguay didn't pay her much attention, continuing to crack the whip and saying, "How can I slow down? Do you want others to catch up?" Guisher complained, "I feel like I'm falling apart." Wong Fuguay remained unfazed, saying, "There's nothing we can do. Just bear with it." Guisher felt a bit sad, huddling around the money box, squeezed among the goods in the cart. She couldn't help but think that if it were Yi Laosi, things would be different. She quickly shook her head, wondering why she was thinking about Yi Laosi. Guisher sensed that Wong Fuguay seemed different today, but maybe it was just because he was busy helping her escape, making him a bit anxious. Besides, the child she was carrying wasn't Wong Fuguay's, so it was normal for him not to care. Thinking this, Guisher decided to endure for now. After all, they had money and plenty of goods. As long as they found a place to settle, they could open a small grocery store. Then she could take care of the child she was carrying and later have a son with Wong Fuguay. Life would surely get better soon. She looked at the goods piled up in the car, hugged the money box tightly, and felt much calmer inside. Wong Fuguay, with Guasher, naturally did not dare to go to Fengli County, so they took another path halfway. His grandfather used to be a peddler in the nearby villages when he was young. Later, as he got older and made some money, he opened a grocery store in the village. Then he passed the store to Wong Fuguy's father, who passed it down to him. Wong Fuguay followed his father to buy goods from a young age, so he was very familiar with the terrain and mountain roads in this area. By taking this route, he was actually heading towards Shuanglin village. However, Guasher had never been out since coming here, and even though she had been to Fengli County, she had never walked this small road, so she couldn't recognize it at all. The people Wang Guangping sent out all followed the official road towards the county town, so they naturally missed them. Yi Qingyuan rode his mule quickly and actually caught up with Yi Laotai's sons, Yi Laodao and Yi Laosi, who were taking her into the city. Second brother, stop. Something happened at your home. Whoa. Hearing this, Yi Laodao pulled the reins, and the mule slowly came to a stop, with the cart following suit. Yi Laosi also leaned out of the cart and asked Qingyuan what happened. Seeing Yi Laosi in the cart, Yi Qingyuan swallowed the words he was about to say, choking himself into a cough. What happened? Qingyuan, hurry up and tell me. I'm so anxious. Yi Qingyuan scratched his head, knowing that Yi Laosi would find out eventually, so he recounted what had just happened in the Yi family. Yi Laodao was stunned, while Yi Laosi's face changed from red to pale, then back to red with anger. What are you going to do now? Should we go back to check or continue into the city? Yi Qingyuan asked. Yi Laodao thought for a moment and was really worried about letting Yi Laosi go back, fearing he might act impulsively. Qingyuan, please stay with my brother and take my mother to the city for treatment first. I'll ride your mule back. I can't relax with my sister-in-law and the kids at home. Don't worry, second brother, I'll go with Laosi, Yi Qingyuan readily agreed. Yi Laodao quickly reminded Yi Laosi, after you take mother to the clinic, hurry to find eldest brother and third brother. Tell them what happened at home, so they can report it to the authorities, understand? Laosi, I know you're anxious, but right now, mother's health is the most important thing. Don't act impulsively. Yi Laosi took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, second brother, I understand. Don't worry, I know, mother. He suddenly paused here. He quickly looked up at Yi Lao and said anxiously, second brother, could it be that mother was harmed by Confronting? Otherwise, how could she suddenly lose consciousness? If mother hadn't been sick, we wouldn't have both left home at the same time, leaving second sister-in-law and the children at home. Yi Lao and Yi Qingyuan hadn't thought of this before, but after hearing Yi Laosi's words, their expressions changed. There really was a possibility. Yi Qingyuan jumped down from the mule and handed the reins to Yi Lao saying, second brother, you should hurry back. I'll accompany Laosi into the city. Although Yi Lao was also worried about the situation with their mother, he knew this was the best choice for now. He gritted his teeth and climbed back onto the mule to head home. Yi Qingyuan picked up the whip, sat on the cart, and patted Yi Laosi's shoulder, saying, Laosi, since this has happened, try to stay calm. Yi Laosi's face was dark as he replied, if it was really her doing, then I. The thought that his brother's money might have also been taken by the Gua family made Yi Laosi even more upset, feeling like he had become the family's sinner. On the way into the city, Yi Laosi remained silent and downcast, lost in his thoughts. Yi Qingyuan didn't know what to say either, so he focused on driving the cart. They soon arrived at Fengli County and found a clinic to take Yi Laotai for treatment. After examining her, the doctor found that aside from being unconscious and emotionally troubled, she didn't have any other issues. However, emotional distress shouldn't cause someone to be completely unconscious. After hearing Yi Laosi's account, the doctor concluded that Yi Laotai had likely been drugged. You can take her home to observe her. She should wake up tonight or by tomorrow morning. Although the doctor said this, Yi Laosi still asked anxiously, Doctor, can we wait here at the clinic? We came from a village far away, and we are really worried. The clinic has a place, but it will cost money. Yi Laosi quickly replied, no problem, I have money. All right then, I'll have someone take you there. The doctor called a young apprentice and instructed him to guide them to a room in the back. Yi Laosi carried Yi Lao Tai, while Yi Qingyuan helped him with their belongings, following the apprentice to a sunny room in the courtyard. The backyard here seems to be specially prepared for patients, with each area divided into small rooms. The rooms are not large, containing just a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. Yi Qingyuan helped Yi Laosi settle Grandma Yi in bed and asked where Yi Laoda and Yi Lisan were. He hurried off to find them. He knew Yi Laoda was calm and could make decisions for the family. However, after hearing from Yi Laosi that they were at Jiang Yuanwai's house, he worried he might not be able to get in, so he decided to find Yi Lisan at the carpentry shop first. Yi Lisan had been busy since he arrived that morning and was working when he heard someone was looking for him. When he came out and saw Yi Qingyuan, he greeted him with a smile. But Yi Qingyuan, looking anxious, said, "Third brother, something serious has happened. Just a little while after you left this morning, Auntie suddenly fainted. She's now at the city clinic and Laosi is with her. I came to find you, so we can get Big Brother and hurry to the clinic." Yi Lisan, who had been cheerful, immediately changed his expression upon hearing this. "What happened to Mother? What did the doctor say? Is it serious?" "I don't know, third brother. Let's go find Big Brother first. Let's go quickly." Yi Lisan didn't even change out of his work clothes and rushed outside. The attendant, who had overheard Yi Qingyuan, quickly said, "Yi Sen-ge, don't worry, I'll help you ask for leave from the boss." Yi Lisan remembered he needed to ask for leave and nodded quickly, thanking the attendant before jumping into the mule cart that Yi Qingyuan had come in. Yi Qingyuan thought he would explain everything when they met Yi Laoda's family, so he focused on driving the cart. Fortunately, Yi Lisan was usually quiet, so he didn't ask many questions. He only spoke to give Yi Qingyuan directions, his voice much lower than usual. The two quickly arrived at the Jiang family. Yi Lisan told the attendant he was looking for his brother and sister-in-law because their mother had come to the city for treatment. The attendant, knowing how much Jiang Yuanwai valued his wife, hurried inside to relay the message. Before long, Yi Laoda came striding forward, holding Qing Tian, with Yi Deseo and Yi Sansa following closely behind. "What happened to Mother?" Yi Laoda asked immediately, without any pleasantries. Yi Lisan turned to Yi Qingyuan. Yi Qingyuan scratched his head and said, "Big Brother, you all get in the car first, and we can talk while we go." Once everyone got into the car and left Mr. Zhang's house, Yi Qingyuan explained to them what had happened to the Yi family that day. The car was suddenly filled with noise. Yi Laoda exclaimed, "What? Are you saying my mother fainted because of that woman, Gua?"
Ye da sao ek changet voriet glances vit ye sansao.
They had brought their silver notes with them out of concern for Gua, so even though the room was a mess, they didn't lose anything. But it seemed that the old lady's money box and the silver notes from Yi Er's house might not have escaped being taken by Gua. Yi Deseo asked anxiously, "Does my fourth brother know about this? Is he okay?" Both Erge and Siga know now. Erge has gone home to handle it, and Siga is at the clinic with our aunt. By the way, Erge said to find you quickly and report this to the authorities. "We must report it. This is outrageous," Yi Laoda said, trembling with anger. "We have to catch that wicked woman, Gua. If anything happens to my mother, we will charge her with endangering lives." Before Yi Laoda could finish, Yi Deseo slapped him on the shoulder and scolded, "What nonsense are you saying? Mother is strong and will be fine." After saying this, she turned to Qing Tian and asked, "Qing Tian, don't you think so?" "Yes, Grandma will be fine." Yi Laoda quickly said, "I was just talking nonsense. Mother will definitely be okay." Yi Deseo, still worried, whispered, "When we get to the clinic, try to say less. The one who is really suffering right now is Sigo. Don't say anything that might upset him." After venting his feelings, Yi Laoda felt much calmer and sighed, "Don't worry, I know." He then leaned out and said, "Qingyuan, stop the car. I'll go report this. You all go to the clinic first, and I'll join you later." "Okay," Yi Qingyuan replied, pulling the reins to stop the car and letting Yi Laoda get out. Yi Laoda walked a short distance and soon saw the entrance of the county office. He hurried to the entrance, explained to the guard that he wanted to report something, and was taken inside. As luck would have it, the person Wong Guangping sent to report was already there. They were from the same village, and although they weren't familiar, they recognized each other. When the officer saw that the two were reporting the same case, he thought it must be serious and paid more attention. Upon hearing that Mr. Yi was staying at Mr. Jiang's house, the officer's attitude changed immediately. Staying at Mr. Jiang's house? Are you related to him? No. My wife is the head chef and is currently working with Mr. Jiang. Although the news of Mr. Jiang hosting a flower banquet and receiving praise from the princess had not spread widely in town, people of the county magistrate status had heard about it early on. So, when the officer heard Mr. Ye's words, his attitude took a complete turn. He not only invited them to sit down and offered tea, but also quickly went to fetch the county magistrate. The magistrate learned the situation from the officer and immediately sent someone to deliver a message to Mr. Yi and Mr. Jiang before coming out to handle the case. After Mr. Yi and the person from Rongxi village explained the situation, the magistrate slammed the table and said, "This is outrageous. Such things should not happen in my jurisdiction. Someone, go to Rongxi village immediately, investigate the situation carefully, and post notices to capture those two who harmed others, stole, and eloped." In a short time, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Yi arrived one after the other. Mr. Jiang complained to Mr. Yi, "How could you not tell me about such a big matter? I thought your elderly lady was just coming to the city for a checkup, and I was planning to bring her something later." "Mr. Jiang, we truly didn't mean to hide it from you. We had no idea such a big thing had happened until we were on the road. How could such a thing happen? Is your elderly lady all right? I came to report the case first, and haven't gone to the clinic yet. But the doctor said she was just drugged, and she should be fine once she wakes up." "That's good to hear. As long as she's okay, money and possessions are not as important, so don't worry too much." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Jiang." While they were talking, Mr. Yi also arrived. As soon as he entered, he heard Mr. Jiang say to Mr. Yi, "Young Master Qin and Mr. Wei have already gone to the clinic. If there's nothing else here, let's hurry to the clinic and check on her." Hearing this, the magistrate quickly offered, "I'll have someone prepare a carriage, so we can get there faster." Mr. Yi quickly stepped into the room and said, "I'll go too. Count me in." "Chief, why are you here as well?" Yi Laoda looked at Yi Dongming in surprise. "Boss, it's not that I'm criticizing you. When you were outside, there were no clan members around, so you weren't used to it. But now that everyone is back, you can't keep handling things alone like before. You need to ask for help from our clan. There are so many of us in the Yi family. I've already sent people to organize and get everyone to help you find the missing person. Just think, if you had come to me right away, we might have already found them by now." Yi Laoda really hadn't thought of this, but when he heard that the clan leader had sent people to help, he quickly stood up and thanked him repeatedly. However, Yi Laoda was also worried that this situation had become so serious that he wasn't sure if the fourth could handle it. Mr. Jiang had actually noticed that Yi Dongming was just making excuses. He was definitely trying to find a reason for being late after hearing about young Master Qin. So Mr. Jiang patted Yi Laoda on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing. I only told others that your family was robbed, nothing more." Only then did the clan leader realize and quickly agreed, "Yes, Laoda, don't worry. We have everything under control. Right now, you need to take care of your mother." Yi Laoda was indeed worried about the old lady's condition. After saying goodbye to the county magistrate, he hurried to the clinic with Mr. Jiang. Yi Dongming wanted to follow but needed to rush back to arrange for people to help search, so he asked for the name of the clinic, saying he would take his wife to visit later. Yi Laoda was too anxious to think about that, and Mr. Jiang didn't want to expose him. After giving him the clinic's name, he went with Yi Laoda. At the clinic, Yi Dajia, Yi Sanjia, and Yi Laosi were gathered around the old lady. Qin Huishuan had Qing Tian close to him, while Mr. Wei stood nearby, with a serious expression. Although he had sensed on the way that Guo was not just incompatible with the Yi family, if she were merely calculating, it would be one thing, but her nature was not good. Such a person could handle things well when life was smooth, but when faced with challenges or temptations, it would be hard for them to stay true to themselves, leading to serious problems. Later, when he heard she was pregnant, he thought maybe this new life would help Gui settle down. But he never expected that something would happen so soon. She ran away while pregnant, and regardless of whether the other party knew beforehand, they certainly wouldn't keep the child afterward. If it were just about taking money from home to elope, that would be one thing, but to distract others and even drug Grandma Yi is too cruel. Yi Laosi sat at Grandma Ye's bedside, holding his head in his hands, not looking up or speaking to anyone. Everyone understood his feelings and didn't dare to disturb him, quietly keeping watch nearby. Qing Tian leaned against Qin Hishuan, watching Grandma Yi, who was still unconscious. Worried, she whispered in his ear, "Brother Qin, Grandma will be okay, right?" "Yes, she will be fine," Qin Hishuan replied, tightening his arms around her and gently patting her back to comfort her. "If she doesn't wake up tonight, we'll take her to the capital for treatment tomorrow. The best doctors are there, and they will definitely help Grandma. Okay?" "Okay." Qing Tian felt like crying and buried her face in Qin Hishuan's neck. She was small and light, and her sad expression made Qin Hishuan's heart ache. He quietly said to Sister Yi, "There are too many people in here. I'll take Qing Tian out for a bit and get her something to eat." Sister Yi, feeling sorry for her daughter, agreed since Grandma was still unconscious and everyone was too worried to focus on her. Hearing that Qin Hishuan wanted to take her out, she readily accepted. She gently touched her daughter's face and said, "Go with young Master Qin. Grandma will be fine, okay? But Mom and Dad haven't eaten yet." Qing Tian looked at Sister Yi, not wanting to leave for food. Qin Hishuan quickly said, "We'll buy extra food to bring back for everyone." Sister Yi added, "Go ahead, it's fine." Only then did Qing Tian follow Qin Hishuan out of the clinic. As they stepped outside, they ran into Yi Wan'er and her family, who had finally arrived after hearing the news. "Aunt, Uncle, Xiao Su," Qing Tian greeted politely. Yi Wan'er, who had been worried, immediately changed her expression upon seeing Qing Tian and asked, "Are you going out?" "Brother Qin is taking me to buy food for everyone," Qing Tian replied. "So well behaved."
Yishuan Roffel herher.
"Go ahead, I'll check on your grandma." As soon as Yi Wan'er entered the room and saw Grandma Yi lying with her eyes closed, tears immediately filled her eyes. She seemed fine this morning. How could this happen? Sister Yi stood up and offered her chair to Yi Wan'er, saying, "Sit down, don't worry. The doctor said it's nothing serious, just that she was drugged. She should wake up by tonight. You're saying everything is fine." Yi Wan'er was about to say more when Sister Yi gently tugged at her sleeve. Only then did Yi Wan'er notice that Yi Laosi was also in the room, and she immediately stopped talking about Guishi. However, the more everyone avoided the topic, the sadder Yi Laosi felt. He wished that everyone could scold Guishi, or even him, rather than sitting in silence. But he understood that everyone was trying to spare his feelings, so he had to suppress his emotions and hold himself together. Qin Hishuan took Qing Tian away from the clinic. The weather outside was beautiful, with bright sunshine, which lifted Qing Tian's spirits a bit. But she didn't care about playing. She just wanted to hurry and buy food for her family. Qin Hishuan simply picked her up and walked into a nearby restaurant that looked decent. "Boss, please cook your best dishes, 10 in total, and bring a bowl of rice to the clinic next door," he said. The boss, seeing a big customer, quickly came out from the back. But when he saw 2 children, his expression changed. However, he was smart enough not to directly ask if they had money. Instead, he asked, "Where are your adults? Do they know you're out buying things?" Qing Tian looked up and replied obediently, "My mother sent us." Qin Hishuan took out a silver coin and placed it on the table, saying, "Boss, just use this money to get started." "Oh, and remember to make us 4 dishes and a soup," he added. Seeing the silver, the boss's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed it, saying, "Sure. Don't worry, I'll have the chef prepare it right away." The boss weighed the coin in his hand and realized it was at least 2 taels, making him smile widely. He knew how to please customers, so while he went to the kitchen to order the food, he also brought out some candy, dried fruit, and preserves on a small plate. Such a well-behaved girl.
Here are some treats for you, he said.
Thank you, boss, Qing Tian immediately replied. Seeing this, the boss praised Qin Hshuan. Your sister is really polite. Of course, Qin Hshuan said proudly, continuing to praise Qing Tian. Not only is she polite, but she's also very smart. She remembers every poem I've taught her, and she's very well behaved. The boss could only smile and listen, thinking that earning this little money wasn't easy. After praising her, Qin Hshuan had Qing Tian recite a poem for the boss to hear. The shopkeeper had no choice but to agree with Qin Hshuan, wildly praising Qing Tian, before finally managing to leave. He quickly returned to the kitchen, not daring to go back outside. Before long, 10 dishes were prepared, and a large bowl of rice was served. The shopkeeper called the staff and took several food boxes to deliver the meals to the clinic. The chef continued to work in the back, and soon, 4 dishes and a soup were brought to the table. The shopkeeper of this restaurant was quite perceptive. The dishes sent to the clinic earlier included both meat and vegetables, with some spicy dishes. Now, the 4 dishes and soup served were all suitable for children. There was sweet and sour pork, fried eggplant, corn with pine nuts, a vegetable stir-fry, and finally, spinach egg drop soup. Qin Hshuan was now quite skilled at feeding children. While he served Qing Tian some food, he also made sure to eat himself. It was already past lunchtime, so there were only the 2 of them in the restaurant, quietly enjoying their meal, with Qin Hshuan occasionally asking Qing Tian what she wanted to eat. After delivering the food, the shopkeeper returned and, seeing he had nothing else to do, lay down on a lounge chair behind the counter for a nap. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the bell hanging on the door suddenly rang. The shopkeeper quickly got up to check, and his expression turned serious. 3 burly men entered. They had daggers tucked into their boots and bulging waistbands that suggested they were armed, clearly not friendly. Gentlemen, there are private rooms upstairs. Please follow me, the shopkeeper said, forcing a smile. However, the 3 men ignored him, scanning the room before heading straight to the table where Qin Hshuan and Qing Tian were sitting. One of them stepped up onto a chair and said, "You 2 kids are eating quite well. What do you want?" Although Qin Hshuan had never encountered such a situation before, he showed no signs of panic. He shielded Qing Tian behind him and calmly asked, "What do we want?" The leader replied, licking his yellowed teeth and grinning, "What do you think we want? We steal, kill, and plunder. Anything goes. Especially when we see rich young masters and pretty girls. We can't let them go." As he spoke, the man greedily looked up and down at Qin Hshuan and Qing Tian, mentally estimating their worth. The boy was too old to be sold as a son, but his clothes and accessories were certainly valuable. Moreover, this child is tall and handsome, and many men in the capital would be interested in him, so he could definitely sell for a good price. As for the girl behind him, although she is a bit younger, she is clearly a beauty, and there would surely be people eager to have her in the entertainment district. With this deal, they could easily make at least 20 taels of silver. The man with the yellow teeth thought more and more that this deal was a good one, so he decided to act quickly. He reached out to grab Qin Hshuan's arm, but unexpectedly, Qin Hshuan kicked him in the chest. He staggered back 3 steps before managing to steady himself, avoiding falling to the ground. The other 2 were stunned. The taller one asked, "Brother, what new move was that?" The shorter one stepped on his foot, signaling him to be quiet. Qin Hshuan looked at the man with the yellow teeth, frowning. When he practiced with others in the military camp, very few could withstand his kick. Most would fall to the ground. Did those who trained with him pretend to be weaker just to make him feel good because he was the grandson of General Wen? That shouldn't be the case. Even if some low-ranking soldiers might think like that, the veterans under his grandfather were not like that. Regardless, Qin Hshuan raised his guard even higher. He had thought he could handle 3 opponents easily, but now he felt a bit uncertain. What he didn't know was that the man with the yellow teeth was actually just holding on, feeling like his insides had shifted from the kick. He couldn't believe that this seemingly slender boy could do such a thing. The man was determined to stand firm to avoid losing face in front of his younger companions. In the military camp, People would fall to the ground to lessen the impact and avoid internal injuries. To Qin Huan, the man with the yellow teeth seemed somewhat unpredictable, but in reality, he was already injured. The man covered his mouth and coughed a couple of times, and when he lowered his hand, he noticed his palm seemed red, which made him feel even worse. But if he returned empty-handed, wouldn't the pain have been for nothing? If word got out, where would he put his face, and how would he survive on the streets in the future? Thinking of this, the man with the yellow teeth gritted his teeth and waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go." He didn't believe it. How could they not handle a kid who hadn't even fully grown up, especially with a burden like the girl?
But
they really couldn't take him down. Qin Huan quickly stepped back with Qing Tian, pushing her behind the counter and saying, "Stay hidden and don't come out." Using the counter's position to his advantage, he supported himself with his left hand, leaped up skillfully, and kicked both a tall and a short man in the face. Then, he threw a bottle he had grabbed, hitting the big guy on the head. The big guy staggered after taking a kick and then got hit by the bottle, seeing stars in front of him. He spun around a few times before crashing to the ground, unconscious and bleeding from his mouth. The other two, one tall and one short, were startled, holding their sore faces, unsure whether to help their boss or deal with this tricky guy first. But they didn't have a choice. The shopkeeper had already brought in the three brothers, who quickly subdued the two men, pinning their hands behind their backs on the ground. The two men cried out in pain, and Qin Huan skillfully knocked them out one by one. Earlier, seeing the situation was bad, the shopkeeper had rushed out to get help from the clinic while the big guy and his friends were distracted. The shopkeeper tied up the three men, waiting to hand them over to the authorities. The Yi brothers finally relaxed and turned to check if Qin Huan and Qing Tian were hurt. "Qing Tian, come here so I can check if you're okay," Yi Laoda said, picking up his daughter and looking her over. Seeing she only had some dust on her clothes from the counter, he sighed in relief and then asked Qin Huan, "Young Master Qin, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Qin Huan shook his head. "It's my fault for not bringing anyone with me. I thought it would be safe so close by, but I didn't expect this to happen. I'm just glad Qing Tian is okay. Brother Qin always protects me, so I'm fine." Qing Tian quickly spoke up, sensing Qin Huan was taking the blame. "Dad, don't blame Brother Qin. It's those three bad guys' fault." Yi Laoda thought to himself that his daughter had too much faith in him. Even if it was Qin Huan's fault, he couldn't blame him. However, it truly wasn't Qin Huan's fault. In broad daylight, who would expect such reckless bandits to appear? Qin Huan had more thoughts on his mind. "Uncle Yi, you should take Qing Tian home now. She probably hasn't eaten enough, but it's about time for a snack or some fruit." Big Yi didn't know what Qin Huan was planning, so he told Mr. Wei, who had come with him, "You all go back. I'll stay here. Nothing will happen."
don't scare Qing Tian.
As soon as he heard that it might scare Qing Tian, Big Yi quickly left with his daughter, and Yi Lao San and Yi Lao Si naturally followed him out. Seeing them leave, Qin Huan signaled the shopkeeper to close the door and then stepped forward, kicking the short man's chin. Murder. The short man cried out in pain as his chin popped back into place. "Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll take you apart again," Qin Huan said coldly. From the earlier behavior of the two, it was clear that the tall one was a naive fool. Such people, while straightforward, could also be very stubborn and loyal. So, Qin Huan chose to question the short man. "You aren't locals, are you?" The short man avoided eye contact and didn't answer directly. Qin Huan, not angry at his silence, pulled up a chair and sat down in front of him. "Even though you don't show any flaws in your accent, the fact that the shopkeeper dared to go out and find someone instead of pretending not to see you shows that you've never been in Fengla County before, and you're certainly not locals. Of course, the bigger flaw is that you don't even know who I am, yet you dare to try to catch me?" This made the short man look uncertain. He glanced at Qin Huan but truly didn't recognize him. "I am from the Qin family in the capital. The county magistrate and the head of the Yi family wouldn't dare to offend me. If you were really locals, you wouldn't just dare to touch me. You would probably send someone to follow me and protect me." Otherwise, if anything happens to me, the Qin family, the Wen family, and the people from the Prince Rui's residence will turn Fengli County upside down. Not only would they not spare those who have done bad things, but even a rat that stole food wouldn't be let go. Although Qin Huishuan's words were somewhat exaggerated, they were mostly true. He had grown up pampered and understood the underhanded dealings well. Anyone bold enough to commit crimes openly in the county was either planning to make a quick getaway or had strong backing. In the case of the latter, when someone powerful came to town, they would know the news faster than anyone and would quickly hide or pretend to be. Although Qin Huishuan's words were somewhat exaggerated, they were mostly true. He had grown up pampered and understood the underhanded dealings well. Anyone bold enough to commit crimes openly in the county was either planning to make a quick getaway or had strong backing. However, there aren't many who dare to act so boldly around the capital. Upon hearing Qin Huishuan's analysis, the short one was already sweating profusely, with sweat mixing with the drool from earlier, dripping onto the ground. The tall one beside him looked at Qin Huishuan with uncertainty, but unfortunately, he couldn't close his mouth, so he could only make muffled sounds and drool continuously. Qin Huishuan noticed their expressions and felt more certain. He shifted slightly to a more relaxed position and said, "Weren't you just bold enough to rob a merchant convoy and leave no witnesses? Why are you scared now? You can do the crime, but not face the consequences?" The tall one was anxious and kept making muffled sounds, trying to crawl forward, but Qin Huishuan stopped him with a foot on his forehead, making him freeze in place. Qin Huishuan looked at the short one and said, "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't speak, he will." Finally, the short one broke down in tears. "Please, Master Qin, we really haven't killed anyone. We were just small-time troublemakers from the neighboring county, mostly stealing little things in the village." One day, several families suddenly reported missing items, and everyone blamed us. We were furious and looking for the real culprits when we unexpectedly met Boss Jiang.
Who's Jiang?
Jiang as in success, the short one explained. Boss Jiang said someone had predicted his future, claiming he was destined for greatness. He promised us that if we followed him, we would enjoy endless wealth and glory. He even gave us everything he had stolen in the village. We thought, isn't this better than our petty thefts? Plus, with over 20 people under Boss Jiang, we were no match for them, so we decided to join them. Honestly, picking up scraps from them was better than our previous lives. So, we started hanging out with Boss Jiang. At first, it was quite enjoyable. He took us to steal things and women, and we feasted every day, at night. Cough, cough, Mr. Wei couldn't listen any longer, and interrupted the short one with a few coughs. The short person suddenly remembered that the one questioning him was just a child, so he hurriedly skipped that part. At first, everything was fine. The three of us even said that meeting a leader like Jiang was a blessing from our past lives. But later, they became bolder and even planned to rob a merchant convoy, claiming there was a lot of goods and silver. However, merchant convoys usually have guards. The more money and valuable goods there are, the tighter the security. We were a bit scared, but we didn't want to back out, so we agreed to follow behind and pretend to be part of it, planning to run away if things got bad. Unexpectedly, this time they were intent on killing and stealing, rushing in with knives without a word. When the short person reached this point, his voice trembled, clearly frightened. At that moment, blood was splattering everywhere, and we were so scared that we ran away while they were still attacking, not daring to stay with them any longer. When we escaped, we were afraid they would come after us, so we didn't dare go home, worried about bringing trouble to our families. We had no choice but to sleep outside. Eventually, when we were really hungry, we started copying their original methods, robbing some money and things from nearby villages and towns just to get by. Today, we happened to pass through Fengli County, and with a little money in our pockets, we thought we could come in for a meal.
Seeing you were so young, we had bad thoughts.
Please, since we didn't really hurt you, spare us this time. After we go back, we will definitely change our ways and be good people. Enough, you don't need to say these things. I don't believe you, and you don't believe yourself either. Didn't you think about how you saw them killing and robbing? Why did Cheng's men let you three escape so easily? And why haven't they come looking for you? Don't you realize that during this time, besides not daring to go home, your lives have actually been better than before? Whether it's stealing or robbing, everything has gone unbelievably smoothly, and no one has come to catch you. The short person thought about it and realized it was true, but why was that? Because they are waiting for the seeds buried in your hearts to sprout. Then they will water and fertilize you, making you bolder until you quickly go from petty theft to robbing in the streets. At that point, they won't care about you anymore. And you three will eventually run into trouble like today. Immediately, evidence proving that you are the robbers and murderers will start appearing one after another, delivered right to the county magistrate. Would the magistrate refuse to take a bite of such a tempting offer? When that time comes, it won't just be you anymore. Qin Huaishuan's words made the two men tremble in fear, cold sweat pouring down them, as if they had just been pulled out of water. After understanding what Qin Huaishuan had just said, the two men were now eager to confess. Unfortunately, only the shorter one could speak, as the taller one's jaw was still not back in place. He could only make muffled sounds while watching the shorter one perform in front of Qin Huaishuan. However, Qin Huaishuan did not listen to the shorter one and raised his hand to stop him. Bring them both down separately for questioning. If their stories don't match, hand them directly to the county magistrate. At the mention of the magistrate, the two men were more terrified than if they had heard the name of the king of hell. After Qin Huaishuan's warning, they were certain that if they were handed over to the magistrate, they would definitely be treated as robbers and murderers. So when the servants of the Qin residence took them away, both men confessed eagerly, without needing to be asked, and even worried that the recorder might miss something, repeating and confirming their statements. Mr. Wei stood nearby, observing how easily Qin Huaishuan got the two to talk, and he couldn't help but wonder where he learned all this. Even if General Wen was careless, he couldn't possibly teach a child under 10 these things, could he? While Mr. Wei was lost in thought, he didn't notice that the previously knocked-out Big Tooth had woken up at some point. When the Big Tooth regained consciousness, he was in luck. He hadn't heard Qin Huaishuan's earlier words, only seeing the two little brothers eager to confess. Although he didn't understand the situation, he continued to pretend to be unconscious, moving only his eyes, trying to find an opportunity to escape. When the Qin servants took the two men away for questioning, the Big Tooth saw his chance, and Mr. Wei, who had been lost in thought, was clearly the target he had in mind. Just as Mr. Wei was pondering, he suddenly heard Qin Huaishuan shout, "Watch out, sir." Before he could react, he was knocked to the ground. The Big Tooth had originally planned to push Mr. Wei aside, escape the tavern quickly, and leave from the county as fast as possible. But he overestimated his abilities. When he suddenly jumped up, he felt dizzy and tripped over his own feet, knocking Mr. Wei down beneath him. Mr. Wei instinctively threw a punch, hitting the big-toothed man right on the nose. So, the big-toothed man woke up for a moment and then got knocked out again. Qin Huaishuan called for someone to drag the big-toothed man away. With the testimonies of both men confirming each other, it didn't matter if this person gave a statement or not. "Sir, are you okay?" Qin Huaishuan reached out to help Wei Yan up and smiled. "I didn't expect Mr. Wei to be so skilled in both literature and martial arts." Wei Yan shook his sore right hand and said proudly, "Of course. I've been in this world for many years. How could I not have any self-defense skills?" "Then what were you thinking so deeply about just now? I reminded you, yet you still got knocked down. That was dangerous. Falling and hitting your head is no joke. Besides, what if that person got desperate and bit you?" After hearing Qin Huaishuan's words, Wei Yan felt a bit scared and blurted out, "I was just thinking, if you're this clever at such a young age, what will you be like when you grow up? People you trick in the future will surely think you learned it from me." "Oh dear, I've always believed in earning my keep." While Wei Yan rambled on, he didn't notice that when he mentioned being clever, Qin Huaishuan stiffened for a moment. But after hearing the next part, Qin Huaishuan couldn't help but laugh. "Sir, now that you're on my ship, it's too late to jump off. Everyone in the capital knows you're my teacher, so you can't just distance yourself now." Wei Yan looked at Qin Huaishuan and raised his chin, saying, "In that case, You should learn well from me in the future, so you don't end up half-prepared and embarrass me." Hearing this, Qin Huan felt a surge of joy. Although Wei Yan had promised Mrs. Qin to return to the Qin residence with him and be his teacher, he had declined a formal apprenticeship ceremony. While he claimed not to care about such formalities, Qin Huan knew deep down that he hadn't fully passed Wei Yan's test yet and didn't qualify to be his direct disciple. So when Wei Yan planned to visit Sister Yi in Fengli County, Qin Huan quickly asked Mrs. Qin to come along. Everyone thought he was just a child wanting to see a friend. Only he knows in his heart that he is also afraid that Wei Yan might just leave or stay in Fengli County for his own desires instead of returning to the capital. Hearing Wei Yan's words at this moment, Qin Huan finally felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. He immediately stood up, lifted his robe, knelt down, and said, "I will definitely follow your teachings, master." Wei Yan did not hold back this time, standing with his hands behind his back, formally accepting Qin Huan's bow. "From now on, you will be my disciple, and I will have higher expectations of you. If you can't handle it, please, master, be strict with me," Qin Huan said, looking at Wei Yan with bright eyes, even changing his title from sir to master. Wei Yan nodded with satisfaction. At his age, it is rare to find a disciple he truly likes. If all goes well, Qin Huan will likely be his most important disciple. At this age, he must be more careful in choosing a disciple, as a single mistake could ruin his reputation built over a lifetime. So, he had been watching Qin Huan with a critical eye, always ready to withdraw. However, the more he looked at this boy, the more he liked him. Today, he finally made the decision to formally accept him as a disciple. From now on, his task for the rest of his life will be to teach Qin Huan everything he knows. When Mr. Wei and Qin Huan returned to the clinic, the room for old lady Yi was already too crowded. The clinic's doctor did not expect that a patient who looked like a country person would attract so many important figures who usually could not be seen. He quickly led them to a side room to sit down, asked someone to make tea, and instructed his son to hang a sign for a half-day break. Yi Dongming looked at the doctor and then at the clinic's environment, saying to old lady Yi, "I think it would be better to move your mother to another clinic. The best one in the city is Qing Tian. We should go there. I know Dr. Chen from Qing Tian very well." Hearing this, the county magistrate also said, "The conditions here are too simple. It's not suitable for the old lady to recover with so many people crowded in a small room." Before he could finish his sentence, a boy who looked about 10 years old walked in, accompanied by a middle-aged man. It was Qin Huan and Mr. Wei, who had just returned after handling some matters at the nearby inn. The county magistrate was unsure whether to continue speaking or to stand and greet them. After all, Qin Huan was still young and held no official position. As a government official, it seemed inappropriate for him to bow first. But the other party is the young master of the Qin family. If I don't stand up to greet him, will he get angry? While the county magistrate was nervously debating this, he saw Qin Huan step forward and politely bow to him. The county magistrate was immediately covered in cold sweat, jumping up from his chair, stuttering as he spoke. "Why, young Master Qin, and no need for such formalities. I am Cai Jiming." Cai Jiming wanted to slap himself. He was a county head, yet he couldn't even speak properly. Fortunately, Qin Huan did not show any signs of disdain. Instead, he said, "Lord Cai, regarding the robbery and murder case that happened in Fengli County recently." Upon hearing Qin Huan mention this, Cai Jiming's hair stood on end. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He suddenly remembered that the person in charge of this case was none other than young Master Qin's father, Lord Qin Songyin. "Oh no, is he here to hold me accountable? Young Master Qin, about this case, Cai Jiming was sweating profusely, unsure how to explain. "I have never been negligent and have been investigating diligently, but these thieves are truly cunning." "Yes, they are quite clever, even training scapegoats for themselves," Qin Huan replied. "I just happened to encounter 3 of their accomplices. While they may not have participated in the murders, they were definitely involved in the robbery and other crimes. I have already gathered some testimonies, and now that we have leads, This case should progress quickly. The amount of information in Qin Huishuan's words left Cai Jiming a bit dazed. What does it mean to have scapegoats? Who is dying for whom? What testimonies and leads? Who are the accomplices? Wait, hold on. Cai Jiming finally extracted the most crucial piece of information from the overwhelming details. He couldn't help but raise his voice. You said you encountered 3 of those bandits' accomplices? Where did you see them? What were they doing? Are you all right? I took Qing Tian out for a meal and ran into those 3 trying to rob people. But don't worry, Lord Cai. I've already dealt with them. Their testimonies will be sent to your office along with them shortly. At this moment, Cai Jiming felt like he could die. The young master of the Qin family had encountered bandits in the county, which clearly indicated that his jurisdiction was not safe. Not only had he failed to take any action, but the young master had also handed him a significant gift. Young Master Qin, this truly makes me feel embarrassed. I don't know how to thank you. Qin Huishuan replied with a serious tone. Minister Cai, just solve the case quickly and catch those bandits so that the people can live in peace. Yes, you're right. Cai Jiming thought this didn't sound like something a child would say. It must be that Lord Qin was using his son to remind him. Thinking this, Cai Jiming wished he could rush back to the office to review the testimonies and work on the case. These bandits are not only ruthless but also very cunning, good at hiding their tracks. This time, we finally caught a clue they left behind. We must keep a close watch and dig deeper. We cannot let them escape again, or it will lead to endless trouble. Minister Cai, whether it's the emperor or the common people, what they hope for is simply to have a safe and stable year, despite any ups and downs. Don't you agree? After hearing Wei Yan's words, Cai Jiming understood that it meant he needed to solve the case and catch the criminals before the new year. Logically, he should quickly write a military order, but he felt too nervous to speak up. What if he couldn't accomplish it? Not to mention whether he could keep his official hat, he might not even keep his head. Qin Huishuan knew his father was worried about the bandits, and he was pleasantly surprised to receive this clue. He certainly couldn't put all his hopes on Cai Jiming. Minister Cai, don't worry. I've already sent someone back to the capital with news. My father should be sending help soon. You just need to keep an eye on those 3 people and coordinate when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Cai Jiming finally felt relieved and nodded vigorously, saying, Young Master Qin, you can count on me. I will do my best to cooperate with Lord Qin and quickly capture those bandits. However, neither of them expected that before nightfall, Qin Songyin would arrive in person with his men. Seeing Qin Songyin dismount, Qin Huishuan was quite surprised. Father? Although this case was significant, it shouldn't have been serious enough to warrant his immediate attention. Could it be that the bandits committed another serious crime without his knowledge? While Qin Huishuan pondered this, Qin Songyin quickly approached, placing a hand on his shoulder and checking him from head to toe. Are you hurt? Qin Songyin's voice was deep and full of concern. He said, I will find a few skilled people to be by your side. Qin Huishuan then realized that Qin Songyin was worried about him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't touched, but the feelings stirred in his heart were still not enough. After all, there were 9 years between them, and this deep gap couldn't be filled with just a little care. Cai Jiming didn't expect to see Lord Qin so soon, and hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. I greet you, Lord Qin. Qin Songyin frowned, clearly displeased with Cai Jiming's lack of awareness. Didn't he see that he was concerned about his son? Why did he have to come over? Father, this is the county magistrate of Fengli County, Lord Cai Jiming. Hearing his son introduce him, Qin Songyin's frown relaxed, and his tone towards Cai Jiming became much friendlier. Lord Cai, there's no need for formalities. Let's go inside and look at the case files. If necessary, we can bring in some people for questioning. What do you think? Cai Jiming felt so happy that he could almost float away. He smiled foolishly and said, I will follow Lord Qin's arrangements. Although Qin Songyin came out of concern for his son, now that he was here, he had to focus on business. After entering the county office with Cai Jiming and picking up the case files, Qin Songyin quickly pushed his son from his mind. He had suspected something earlier, Given the situation at the scene, this group of bandits could not be amateurs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so decisively, leaving almost no traceable evidence. After committing their crimes, this group vanished without a trace. No matter how many people Qing Tian sent out to search, they found nothing in the end. So, Qing Tian concluded that this group must be seasoned criminals who had likely committed similar crimes before. However, after reviewing all the unsolved cases around the capital, he spent a lot of time and manpower checking, but ultimately found nothing. Now, he finally understood what was happening. This group would commit a major crime and then have a few people take the blame for them. This way, the cases would close quickly and they could move to another place to continue their crimes. Thus, even if he searched through all the case files, it would be impossible to find any clues. He quickly called his subordinates and asked them to arrange for people to go to each county to review the case files. This time, they were to look at all robbery and murder cases, leaving no stone unturned. Seeing that he had nothing more to do, Qin Huan left Mr. Wei to help his father and went back to the clinic. Since so many important people arrived in the afternoon, the doctor's attitude towards the Yi family changed drastically. It wasn't that the doctor was rude before, but now he was much more attentive. If he weren't worried about bad luck, he would have wanted to treat Grandma Yi like royalty. Fortunately, his earlier judgment was correct. By evening, Grandma Yi slowly began to wake up. After waking up, Grandma Yi blinked her eyes and looked at the people gathered by her bed. Eldest Yi saw that his mother was awake, but didn't say a word. He asked worriedly, "Mother, how are you? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? We are at the clinic in the city, and the doctor is waiting outside. If you feel unwell, please don't hold back. Let us know right away." Grandma Yi was slowly recalling her memories and immediately struggled to sit up. Eldest Yi quickly supported her and asked, "Mother, what do you need? Water or the restroom? Is there a bad person in our house? Are you all okay?" Grandma Yi, just waking up, was still thinking about what happened before she fainted. She shifted her gaze from eldest Ye's face and scanned the crowd, becoming anxious. "Where are second brother and his family?"
Don't scare me.
"Mother, don't worry. We're at the clinic in the city. Second brother and his wife are at home taking care of the children." Eldest Yi quickly replied, "If you don't believe me, I can call Qing Tian over, and you can ask her." Grandma Yi knew her son well. Seeing his expression reassured her that he was telling the truth. She relaxed and lay back down. As long as everyone is okay, that's what matters. "Money is just material," Grandma Yi said, but then suddenly felt something was off. She turned to eldest Yi and asked, "Wait, where is fourth brother's wife? Why haven't I seen her? You didn't mention her either." Although she usually looked down on Guo's actions, Grandma Yi was quite worried now. Guo was pregnant, and even if she wasn't hurt, she could still be in danger if she was frightened. Grandma Yi keenly noticed that as soon as she mentioned Guo, the atmosphere in the room changed. She struggled to turn her head to look at fourth Yi and anxiously asked, "Fourth brother, speak up. Where is your wife? What happened? You're going to make me worry to death." Yi Lao Si initially kept his head down and said nothing. When he heard Yi Lao Tai Tai's voice become tearful, he couldn't help but lower his head, covering his face with his hands, and said in a muffled voice, "Mother, the most important thing is for you to take care of your health.
Don't worry about her."
However, Yi Lao Tai Tai became even more anxious upon hearing this, unable to stay still and continuously asking questions. Yi Lao didn't want to tell her about Guo because he feared it would upset her before she fully recovered. But seeing her worried expression, he finally said, "Mother, please don't worry. I'll tell you." As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the others. Everyone understood and stood up to leave, except for Yi Lao Si, who refused to move. Yi Lao thought for a moment, but decided not to force him out and told Yi Lao Tai Tai everything. To his surprise, Yi Lao Tai Tai remained unusually calm, showing none of the distress Yi Lao had feared. Watching her unresponsive demeanor, Yi Lao began to worry. Could it be that the shock was too much for her? He exchanged a glance with Yi Lao Si, and they both moved closer to her. Yi Lao Si took Yi Lao Tai Tai's hand and, for once, spoke up, Mother, please don't scare us. If you feel unwell, just cry it out. If something is wrong, please tell us, okay? The county magistrate, Yi Zhang, and the village chief have all sent people to find those two. They will definitely bring them back. Yi Lao Tai Tai suddenly replied, even if they bring back that daughter-in-law, we can't keep her. Of course. Yi Lao Da quickly added, the main thing is to recover the stolen items and money. Yi Lao Tai Tai then asked, did they take a lot? They only took the money from the second brother's family, Yi Lao Da explained. I have the banknotes from the third brother with me. Although your money box was lost, it only had some loose coins. The silver is with Yi Lao Si. Yi Lao Tai Tai's money box was usually locked in her room, with the key hanging at her waist. So, after discovering she had fainted that morning, Yi Lao lacking cash, called Yi Lao Si over and opened Yi Lao Tai Tai's money box in front of him. The two brothers counted the silver inside to take it to the city for Yi Lao Tai Tai's medical treatment. Originally, the pouch containing the silver was with Yi Lao but when he turned back, he handed the pouch to Yi Lao Si, who still had it unchanged in his possession. Hearing what Elder Yi said, Fourth Yi quickly took out the pouch from his pocket and placed it in Grandma Ye's hands, saying, Mom, all your money is here. I brought it to help with your medical expenses, and I haven't touched a single coin. You can rest easy. Grandma Yi didn't care about how much money she had. She held his hand and said, Fourth, try to be more open-minded. It's just a woman. I can find you a better one later.
Mom.
Fourth Ye's voice choked up instantly. All the emotions and grievances he had been holding back surged to the surface, causing his eyes to redden and tears to fall. Grandma Yi, feeling heartbroken, reached out to comfort her son's shoulder. Seeing Grandma Yi give him a look, Elder Yi stood up and left the room. Grandma Yi patted Fourth Ye's shoulder and said, Fourth, I know you've been suffering lately. You didn't choose your wife, but you've treated her well and wanted to build a life together. You're a good child. It's her fault for not cherishing you, not yours. Grandma Yi was indeed angry about Gua's actions. To be honest, at her age and while being ill, it was cruel for Gua to dare to drug her. If the dosage had been wrong, it could have been fatal, and that would have been too unfair. But now that she had woken up, Grandma Yi naturally began to think about how to handle the aftermath. As she said earlier, Gua was definitely not a suitable daughter-in-law anymore. Even if Fourth Yi still had feelings for her, and even if she was carrying his child, the moment she chose to elope, she lost her place in the Yi family. Now that Gua had been caught, the only outcome she faced was severe punishment. Although Fourth Yi would inevitably lose face and there would be gossip behind his back, given their family situation, it wouldn't be a problem to find him a reliable wife in a year or two. Without Gua causing trouble, Grandma Yi felt a bit relieved deep down, even though she still felt sorry for her son. But thinking of their recent experiences, she couldn't help but cry alongside Fourth Yi. After they both had a good cry, their emotions were somewhat released. Grandma Yi wiped her tears and patted Fourth Ye's shoulder, saying, Quickly call everyone back. It's so cold standing out there.
Mom, don't worry. We have the whole courtyard to ourselves now.
Eldest brother and the others must be in the east and west rooms. You have the whole courtyard? When old lady Yi heard this, she felt a bit heartbroken. You kids, once you have a little money, you forget to be frugal. Mother, this isn't money we spent renting. It's because young Master Qin has a good reputation, and the doctor specially arranged for us to stay here. We really owe the Qin family more and more favors. Old lady Yi didn't say much more, but she couldn't help but worry. It's not easy to repay such favors. At that moment, Qin Huishuan was in the east room teaching Qing Tian to memorize poetry when he suddenly sneezed. Sister Yi quickly asked, Is young Master Qin cold? Would you like a coat? Qing Tian also looked at him with concern. Brother Qin, don't get sick. If you do, you'll have to drink bitter medicine. It's nothing, I just felt a little itch in my nose a moment ago. Qin Huishuan rubbed his nose and was about to continue teaching Qing Tian when a voice came from outside. Young master, we have news from the capital. Come in and speak. Just as Sister Yi thought the voice sounded familiar, Song Tao walked in. She then realized that Song Tao usually followed Qin Huishuan around. She hadn't seen him today because he had been sent back to the capital on an errand. When Song Tao entered the room and saw Sister Yi and Qing Tian, he could only reply briefly, "Young master, we have tracked the whereabouts of those two people. We have already sent someone to follow them and are just waiting for your orders." Sister Yi didn't want to hear about the matters between the master and servant. She had already stood up, ready to take Qing Tian out, when she suddenly paused at his words. Two people? Which two? Could it be the one she was thinking of? While she was pondering, she heard Qin Huishuan say to her, "Aunt Yi, please call Uncle Yi in. I need to discuss this matter with you." Sister Yi felt a rush of joy. She hadn't expected young Master Qin to quietly arrange for help to find those two people. After Uncle Yi was called in, he heard Qin Huishuan say, "It didn't take much effort. This morning, when you mentioned this matter, I suddenly remembered the banknotes Aunt Yi has. Whether for fixing skirts or paying for my clothes, they must have come from my mother. In that case, they must be banknotes from my family's bank. No matter where they escape to, they will need to go to the bank to exchange the banknotes. So, I sent Song Tao back to the capital to ask the bank managers to pay close attention. I just didn't expect to receive news so quickly. Today, the money shop owner made an excuse and didn't exchange silver for Wong Fuguay, asking him to come back tomorrow morning. The person probably isn't alarmed yet, and someone is keeping an eye on things. Tomorrow morning, you all come back to the capital with me to check the situation." After hearing this, Yi Laoda readily agreed, constantly thanking Qin Huishuan before hurriedly going out to discuss the matter with Yi Laotai. Qin Huishuan then raised the book in his hand and continued teaching Qing Tian to memorize poetry. Yi Deseo quietly went out to prepare some food for the two children and brought it back to place on the Kong table. The next morning, before dawn, as the county gate opened, a horse-drawn carriage and a mule cart hurriedly left Fengli County. It's not far from Fengli County to the capital, and if they hurried, they could arrive in time for breakfast. Qin Huishuan had already arranged everything, directly taking them to a residence under his command to rest. Originally, Yi Laoda wanted to bring Yi Laocen along, but Yi Laotai vetoed that. In the end, it was decided that Yi Laoda would take Yi Laoci to the capital to handle this matter, while Yi Laocen would return to the carpentry workshop and Yi Deseo and Sansa would stay behind to take care of Yi Laotai. However, because Qin Huishuan wanted to take Qing Tian to the capital for fun, Yi Deseo ultimately gave in to her daughter's hopeful eyes and took Qing Tian along. Fortunately, the doctor checked Yi Laotai's health and said she was fine, so leaving just Sansa alone wasn't a big issue. Since they left very early, Qing Tian was wrapped in a blanket and carried onto the carriage while still asleep. Surrounded by familiar scents, she slept soundly until they were almost at the city gate. "Qing Tian, do you want to see the city gate of the capital?" Yi Deseo gently asked her sleepy daughter. She remembered how much Qing Tian loved looking at city gates, having examined every one from Shanhaiguan to Tianjin, which later led to her disappointment with the gate of Fengli County. Now that they had finally come to the capital, she would surely want to see it. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Qing Tian immediately perked up, scrambled up, and poked her little head out of the window to gaze at the towering city gate ahead. "Wow! It's so high." Qing Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, a chuckle came from another carriage waiting to enter the capital. Yi Deseo glanced over sensitively and called to Qing Tian, "Come over here to see. You can see it better from this side." Sunny did not notice the teasing from the car next door and felt it had nothing to do with her. However, when Sister Yi said this, she obediently moved to the other side of the window. Sister Yi was not lying to the child. There were no other cars blocking the view outside, and they could even see the corner tower from a distance. "Isn't it beautiful?" Sister Yi asked as she saw Sunny looking happy, and she couldn't help but feel joyful too. "It's beautiful, even better than Shanhaiguan." Sunny nodded repeatedly. "This is the capital, of course, it's the best," Sister Yi said with a smile. She thought that with the Qin family's status, checking their identity in the city would just be a formality. But to her surprise, after talking for a long time, the car still did not move. Sister Yi asked Yi Laoda, who was driving in front, "Why aren't we moving?" Before Yi Laoda could respond, A soldier guarding the city gate ran over and stood in front of Qin Hishuan's carriage, bowing and saying, "A cart has overturned at the city gate, spilling goods everywhere. You'll have to wait a moment." "That's fine," came Qin Hishuan's voice from inside the carriage. "Song Tao, take some people over to help clean up. It's early in the morning. Even though we have no urgent matters, others might be in a hurry." "Thank you. You are very considerate," the soldier replied repeatedly. Then they saw Song Tao leading a few servants from the Qin residence, following the soldier to help with the cleanup at the city gate. Yi Laoda couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, young Master Qin has a good heart." "Isn't that right?" Sister Yi replied, "I believe it's because Madam Qin is kind-hearted. That's why both young Master Qin and Aunt Jiang are good people, otherwise they wouldn't keep helping us common folks." As they spoke softly, the carriage that had just left suddenly moved forward a few steps and stopped next to Qin Hishuan's carriage. The curtain of the window was lifted, revealing the face of a girl about 7 or 8 years old. She had high eyebrows and deep eyes, but she didn't look purely Hu, likely because one of her parents was Hu. Her hair was styled in many little braids, decorated with colorful threads and various beads and gems, sparkling in the morning sunlight, making her even more radiant. Sister Yi was completely taken aback. Such a life was something she could never provide for Sunny, no matter how hard she tried. She couldn't help but think that if she hadn't adopted Qing Tian, and instead Madame Qin had, Qing Tian would be living a life of luxury by now, with such a wonderful brother like Qin Hishian to spoil her. Sister Yi lost track of her thoughts and forgot that if she hadn't rescued Qing Tian by trading a bag of corn for her, Qing Tian might not have survived at all. While she was lost in thought, she saw a beautiful little girl, adorned in shiny jewels, suddenly lean out of the car window and knock on the window of the carriage where Qin Hishian was sitting. What is she doing? Sister Yi continued to watch in confusion. The little girl spoke in slightly awkward Mandarin. "My name is Sudia. What's your name? You seem really nice. Let's be friends." However, Qin Hishian completely ignored her, got out of the carriage and walked to the back door, asking, "Is Qing Tian awake? Do you want to come sit in the front with me? When we get to the city, I'll tell you about all the places we passed, okay?" Qing Tian used to wake up very early at the Shan family's house, so she never had trouble getting out of bed. But after coming to the Yi family, being spoiled by brother Yi and sister Yi, she gradually developed a habit of being difficult to wake up. Whether in the morning or after a nap, she became particularly clingy right after waking up. However, brother Yi and sister Yi didn't think they were spoiling her. What's wrong with a child wanting to sleep a little longer? It's completely normal. As for being clingy, they actually hoped that Qing Tian would always want to be close to them. So when Qin Hishian called Qing Tian to his carriage, she immediately tightened her grip on Sister Ye's arm. But the next sentence made Qing Tian perk up. Brother Qin surely knows more about the capital than her parents do. So Qing Tian quickly released Sister Ye's arm and reached out to Qin Hishian for a hug. Qin Hishian smiled and nodded to Sister Yi, then picked up Qing Tian and returned to his carriage. After being ignored by Qin Hishian, Sudia stubbornly refused to pull back and stayed there waiting for him to return. When she saw Qin Hishian coming back with Qing Tian, she recognized her as the little girl who had just praised the tall city gate. "Is she your sister?" Sudia asked, trying to make conversation. Qing Tian turned to look at Sudia and immediately widened her eyes, leaning closer to Qin Hishian's ear and whispering, "Brother Qin, this big sister is so pretty." Although she thought she was speaking quietly, her voice was not low enough, and Sudia heard her clearly. Sudia's Chinese is not very good. Before coming to the capital, she spent 6 months at home trying to improve, so her skills are just average now. When she heard Qing Tian's words, she immediately frowned and said, "What do you mean by brother? Are you 2 childhood sweethearts? Even if you are, you should avoid misunderstandings before getting married. Didn't they say that you Han people value etiquette? How can you be worse than us herders from the grasslands?" She swallowed the last unkind word because Qin Hishuan's gaze was quite intimidating. Just then, Song Tao returned with some people and was startled by Sudia's words. He quickly explained, "Miss, you misunderstood. My master's surname is Qin, so Miss Qing Tian calls him Brother Qin. In public, please do not speak carelessly and tarnish their reputations. Sadia realized she had misspoken, but her pride prevented her from admitting it, so she just pressed her lips tightly together. She watched as Qin Hshuan helped Qing Tian into the carriage, and then she quickly followed, feeling anxious inside. She really wanted to get to know Qin Hshuan better and tell him he was the most handsome Han young man she had ever seen. Seeing the blocked convoy finally moving closer to their position, Sadia raised her voice and said, "My Chinese is not good. I must have misunderstood earlier, but I really want to be friends with you." However, Qin Hshuan inside the carriage still did not respond. "Brother Qin, is that pretty lady talking to you? Why aren't you responding to her? Does Qing Tian want me to respond to her?" Qin Hshuan asked back. Qing Tian was taken aback by the question. She felt that it was not her place to say who Qin Hshuan should or shouldn't respond to. However, she had a nagging feeling that the pretty lady didn't mean well towards her. So, when she heard Qin Hshuan's question, she pouted, thought for a moment, and then buried her head in Qin Hshuan's arm, refusing to answer. The traffic jam at the city gate was finally cleared, and the Qin family's carriage continued on. Sadia asked for a long time but didn't get the answer she wanted, so she stomped her foot in frustration and turned back to the carriage. Before she even settled down, she ordered, "Follow the carriage in front. Miss, please don't cause trouble." Before we left, the lady of the house repeatedly reminded you to behave and not forget the purpose of our trip to the capital. "What trouble am I causing?" Sadia, feeling frustrated, grabbed the teapot from the table and smashed it against the carriage wall. "Are you my maid or just a servant?" The teapot shattered against the wall, and a piece flew towards the maid's face, leaving her pale and speechless. She quickly cleaned up the broken porcelain and took a new teapot from the hidden compartment to place on the table. The coachman obediently followed behind Qin Hshuan's carriage. At that moment, Qin Hshuan was helping Qing Tian look out the window. Although it was still morning, the bustling city could be seen. Those who hadn't slept the night before and early risers gathered outside for a warm breakfast, which was quite satisfying. Noticing Qing Tian swallowing hard while looking outside, Qin Hshuan called out, "Song Tao, let's find a place to have breakfast." "Sure, let's head this way." Understanding his young master's thoughts, Song Tao took them straight to the morning market, where there were many authentic snacks. Sadia's carriage also arrived at the morning market. Seeing Qin Hshuan get out and carry Qing Tian down, she couldn't help but ask her maid, "Is that girl prettier than me?" "Miss, you are the most beautiful in our grassland. No one can be prettier than you." Hearing this, Sadia's expression brightened, and she pushed open the carriage door and jumped down. "Come on, let's follow them and see what they're doing here." Qin Hshuan carried Qing Tian to an empty stall and chose two adjacent tables, where everyone took a seat. Even though there were people around those tables, Sadia walked straight over and tossed a silver ingot onto one of the tables, saying, "This table is mine. You can keep the money." With 5 taels of silver, it was hard for anyone to refuse her request. The two people who had been sitting at the table quickly grabbed the silver and hurried away, fearing that Sadia might change her mind. Sadia sat down close to Qin Hshuan. Qin Hshuan continued to ignore her and called the waiter over to order breakfast items like bean juice, fried dough rings, tofu pudding, buns, sweet rolls, and stir-fried liver. Sadia quickly said, "I want the same as him." Seeing that she was alone with just a maid standing beside her, the waiter kindly suggested, "That's too much food for just one person. Maybe you should order fewer items." The waiter was kind, but Sadia felt insulted. "What do you mean? Do you think I can't afford it? Who do you look down on? I could buy this whole shop." As she spoke, Sadia tossed a silver ingot onto the table. "Is this enough?" The waiter saw that this person was difficult to deal with and didn't want to argue with her. Who would complain about making more money? Whether she could finish the food was her own problem. If she wanted to eat a bite, that was up to her. Soon, a hearty breakfast was served. Looking at the bowl of fermented soy milk in front of him, Qin Hshuan slightly frowned, but quickly relaxed, showing no signs of discomfort. Since returning from outside the city, he felt a bit out of place in the life at the Qin family in the capital. Not to mention other things, he struggled with the food. Qin Songyin loved fermented soy milk, so they had it every morning, and whether the others liked it or not, they had to drink some too. But when Qin Huan tried it for the first time, he almost spit it out immediately. The sour taste lingered in his mouth for a long time. Seeing others comfortably drinking from their bowls, Qin Huan thought the servants were intentionally giving him spoiled soup. At that moment, a cousin laughed and said, "Looks like Cousin Huan can't get used to fermented soy milk." Oh dear, what a shame. Everyone knows Uncle loves it the most. Qin Huan replied, "Thank you for your concern, cousin. It's not that I don't like it, I just find it a bit hot, so I'm letting it cool for a while." Qin Songyin looked up and said, "Fermented soy milk should be drunk hot, especially now that the weather is cooler. Once you drink a bowl, you'll feel warm all over. Very comforting." After hearing this, Qin Huan picked up the bowl of fermented soy milk, holding back the urge to gag, and quickly drank it all. After that day, he often went out with Song Tao, looking for a stall to practice drinking fermented soy milk. At first, he wanted to throw up, but now he could drink a bowl without changing his expression, though he still didn't find it enjoyable. On a sunny day, when he saw tofu pudding in front of him, which seemed different from the bowl of fermented soy milk in front of Qin Huan, he curiously leaned over to look at it. If it were any other food, Qin Huan would have fed her a bite. But fermented soy milk was too hard to drink. If she took a sip, she might ruin her appetite for the rest of breakfast. "Qin Gij, what is this? Soy milk?" On a sunny day, I almost wanted to write, "I want to try on my face." This isn't soy milk, it's called doji, and it's not tasty. Taste this tofu pudding. I've added good toppings and no chili. Qing Tian clearly didn't believe Qin Huan, holding the spoon while her eyes were glued to the doji in his hand. Qin Huan, feeling helpless, said, "Just try a little bit, okay? If you don't like it, you can spit it out, understood?" "Okay." Qing Tian immediately smiled brightly at Qin Huan. Qin Huan even prepared water for her to rinse her mouth, then scooped a tiny bit of doji and brought it to her lips, ready for her to cry or spit it out at any moment. To his surprise, Qing Tian smacked her lips and said, "That was too little, Qin Gij. Give me more to try." "Is it good?" Qin Huan looked at Qing Tian in confusion. Qing Tian honestly replied, "It was too little. I couldn't taste anything." Qin Huan chuckled and scooped a bit more for her. This time, Qing Tian's eyes lit up as she said, "It's good." Qin Huan was speechless. Qing Tian looked at him as if to say, "Qin Gij, how can you drink something so good and not want to share it with me?" Beside them, Su Dia watched their interaction with curiosity. In the grasslands, siblings didn't interact like this. They often fought over food and resources. Even though she came from a noble family and lacked nothing, her older brother never cared for her like this. It was enough that he didn't bully her. She watched Qin Huan call over a waiter and asked for a small bowl, sharing some of her doji with Qing Tian. Qing Tian happily drank from the bowl. "I didn't expect you to like doji." Seeing her enjoy it, Qin Huan took a sip from his bowl and found it wasn't as hard to swallow as before. Just then, Su Dia's breakfast was served. She quickly picked up her doji, blew on it a few times, and took a big sip. Oofed! She sprayed doji evenly across the table and the bowls around her. The people nearby leaned back, dodging her spray. Qing Tian looked at Su Dia in surprise, wondering why the pretty sister acted that way. Was she burned? Su Dia publicly lost her temper and was not willing to let it go. She grabbed the handkerchief handed to her by the maid to wipe her mouth, then flipped the table over and shouted, "How dare you? This place is terrible for serving me spoiled food." The noise from the overturned table was so loud that Qin Huan and Qing Tian, who were sitting nearby, couldn't help but be affected. Qin Huan quickly pulled Qing Tian away, but the breakfast on the table was not spared. It either got splattered with food or was knocked to the ground along with the bowls and plates. Seeing the breakfast ruined like this made Qing Tian feel heartbroken. Even though they had enough to eat now, she still couldn't accept wasting food. Su Dia was still not satisfied after flipping the table and yelled at the arriving staff and the shopkeeper, "Do you look down on me because I'm from another place? You serve me this spoiled food? I pay the same as everyone else, so why treat me differently? The shopkeeper had no idea what was happening, but seeing Sadia's fancy clothes, he knew she was not someone he could offend. He quickly smiled and said, "Miss, I don't know what the issue is. Our breakfast stall has been running in the capital for over 30 years, and we have always been honest. The locals can vouch for that." The people around, who were originally having breakfast, chimed in. "That's right, Old Wong's breakfast is the best on the street. I come here every day. The shopkeeper is not only fair, but also generous. If we don't have enough, he gives us more. My father liked eating here, and now I come every day too. I'll bring my son here in the future." Despite everyone's support, Sadia was not convinced. Of course, you locals will stick together. "Miss, if you say there's a problem with our food, can you provide evidence?" Hearing this, Sadia looked down at the spilled bean juice on the ground. Not only was the juice spilled, but the bowl was also shattered into pieces. "I'm telling you, don't think you can deny it just because there's no evidence." At this, the crowd gasped. This was too unreasonable. Qing Tian finally couldn't hold back and said, "This young lady just took a sip of the bean juice and probably spat it out because it was too hot." "That's not true," Sadia shouted back. "The bowl of bean juice they served me was spoiled." Everyone understood immediately that when they mentioned something being spoiled, they were talking about the fermented soybean drink. At breakfast here, it's usually the local elders from the capital who enjoy this drink. So when Sadia mentioned something being spoiled, no one thought she was referring to the fermented soybean drink. Now, reminded by Qing Tian, everyone suddenly realized and started to explain. "Little girl, this is how the fermented soybean drink tastes. Unfortunately, many outsiders can't get used to it." Exactly. The best fermented soybean drink comes from Old Wong's place. His is the most authentic. Usually, outsiders wouldn't even come here for breakfast, right? Some people kindly advised, "Little girl, it's not spoiled. It's just..." Qing Tian gently pulled away from Qin Hishuan's arm and stepped forward with her bowl. "Miss, why don't you try some from my bowl? It's really good." Sadia hesitated, but seeing the chatter around her and Qing Tian's sincere expression, she finally took the bowl. She had seen clearly that this bowl was half drunk by Qing Tian, and Qing Tian had only used a spoon, so her lips hadn't touched the bowl. Thinking of this, Sadia felt reassured and brought the bowl to her lips, taking a solid sip. Then she lost her composure in front of everyone again. The moment the fermented soybean drink hit her mouth, she spat it out and bent over, gagging uncontrollably. Since her stomach was empty, she didn't actually throw up anything, but the discomfort made her tear up. You did that on purpose," Sadia yelled at Qing Tian. Before Qin Hishuan could step in to protect Qing Tian, the other breakfast diners couldn't hold back any longer. "Are you really that clueless? Didn't we tell you that's how it tastes?" "Exactly. It's normal for someone not from the capital to not be used to it. No need to make a scene. That girl was just being kind. Why are you getting angry at her? I didn't have any issues with outsiders before, but now it seems they really are uncivilized. That girl looks quite fancy, but her behavior is so rude. Isn't that the truth? You can't judge a book by its cover." Although Sadia didn't understand everything they said, she could tell they weren't complimenting her. The maid beside them saw that things were not going well and quickly stepped forward to support Sadia's arm, babbling a lot of things that others couldn't understand. Sadia listened to her, her face still unhappy, but she didn't get any angrier. She glared at Qin Hishuan, feeling that a grudge had formed, and then turned to say, "Let's go." Unexpectedly, a voice called out from behind, "Wait." Although Sadia was still angry, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased inside. She knew that no one could refuse her friendly approach. Thinking of this, she slowly turned around, raised her chin proudly, and looked at Qin Hishuan, playfully asking, "What do you want from me? You flipped over someone's table, broke many dishes, and ruined my breakfast. You think you can just leave without paying?"
You.
Sadia's face turned red with anger. Back on the grasslands, no one dared to ask her for money if something was broken. But the maid reminded her that this was the capital, and after causing trouble, no one would help her clean up the mess. Sadia took a deep breath, took off her pouch from her waist, and tossed it onto the table in front of Qin Hishuan, saying, "Here. Is this enough?" Qin Hishuan didn't even want to touch her personal item. Instead, he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and used its sharp edge to cut open the pouch, revealing shiny silver coins inside. "Mr. Wong, this is to compensate for your losses."
Take it.
Mr. Wong was overjoyed. After taking the money, he quickly said, "Young master, please have a seat with a young lady inside. I'll have someone bring you another breakfast, so you can enjoy your meal." "What's there to enjoy?" Qin Hishuan replied, but thinking that Qing Tian had only had a few sips of soy milk and wouldn't be full, he finally nodded and said, "Just bring another bowl of soy milk and a couple of steamed buns." "Got it, please wait." Mr. Wong hurried away. Before long, he sent a waiter to set a full table with all the breakfast items from their stall for Qin Hishuan. Mr. Wong wiped the sweat from his brow as he approached from behind. He didn't walk to the table, fearing that the smell of oil and sweat from him would bother Qin Hishuan and Qing Tian. From a distance, he slightly bent down and said, "Enjoy your meal." Since the food was already on the table, Qin Hishuan didn't hold back anymore. The table covered almost all breakfast options in the capital. Qin Hishuan carefully picked up each dish for Qing Tian to try, making sure she didn't eat too much of any one thing. Only when she particularly liked something and asked for more would he let her have a few extra bites. Looking at the delicious dish in front of her, Qing Tian couldn't help but stare. Qin Hishuan finally said, "You can't eat anymore. It will upset your stomach." "Okay." Qing Tian replied softly, but her eyes remained fixed on the dish. "What's wrong? Are you mesmerized by the food?" Qin Hishuan chuckled. "All right, stop looking. I'll buy you some more in the morning. You've eaten enough today. Any more, and you'll hurt your little tummy." Although breakfast was delayed a bit because of Su Dia, they had set out early, so everyone finished eating before the bank opened. Qin Hishuan was about to suggest that they rest at the Qin residence when Song Tao leaned in and whispered, "Young master, our people found Guasher." "What do you mean?" Qin Hishuan was surprised. "Isn't Guasher with Wong Fuguay?" Song Tao didn't respond but glanced at Qing Tian in Qin Hishuan's arms, clearly wanting to avoid discussing something sensitive in front of her. Qin Hishuan turned and handed Qing Tian back to Sister Yi, then stepped away with Song Tao before saying, "Go ahead." Our people followed Wong Fuguay back and waited, but he was the only one coming in and out. After asking the innkeeper, we learned that Wong Fuguay checked into the inn alone. They were worried about delaying your orders, so they quickly sent someone to look for Guasher. They finally found her at Itsue Tower. She's fine, but she lost the baby. Technically, Qin Hishuan was still just a 10-year-old child, and this information shouldn't have been shared with him. However, Song Tao felt it was appropriate since the young master was always mature and composed, not acting like a child at all. Qin Hishuan had already considered this possibility, so he wasn't surprised. He nodded and said, "Understood. Since the two of them have separated, there's no need for concern. Just capture Wong Fuguay directly. As for Guasher, keep someone watching her, and we'll consult with the Yi family later." At that moment, Guasher was lying on the cold, damp floor of a dark basement. She could feel the chill seeping into her back, but her body felt as weak as a noodle. She couldn't even manage to turn over. Tears streamed down her face, mixing with the sweat-soaked hair at her temples. She is feeling very confused and doesn't know whether to be sad or regretful. Yesterday, Wong Fuguay took her on a long detour, heading straight to the capital after leaving Fengli County. At first, Guo was quite happy since she had never been to the capital before. But while she was dazzled by the city's splendor, she didn't notice that Wong Fuguay had parked the car in a rather questionable area. When Wong Fuguay asked her to get out of the car, she realized where they were, and her expression changed immediately. "What are you bringing me here for?" Guo tightly hugged the money box in her arms and stepped back warily. Wong Fuguay hid his impatience, glanced at the money box she was holding, and thought it was all for the money. Then he smiled and reassured her, "Let's stay here for a few days. They definitely won't expect us to be in a place like this. Just stay inside until the situation outside calms down. I'll go exchange the banknotes for silver, and then we can leave the capital and find a nice place to live our simple life." After hearing this, Gua thought it made some sense and was indeed worried about being caught by the Yi family, so she followed Wong Fuguay into the building. Inside, the women were dressed in very revealing clothes, making Gua feel embarrassed and unable to lift her head, just in time to miss the exchanged glances between Wong Fuguay and the madam. After dinner, Gua began to feel drowsy. Wong Fuguay kindly said, "You must be tired from today. You should sleep." Gua initially thought about holding the money box while sleeping, but soon lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she found herself lying there. Although she felt nothing physically, she had a strange intuition that something had left her body forever. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Granny Jiang hurriedly walked outside. A servant sweeping in the yard of Madame Qin saw her and quickly smiled, bowing to greet her. "Good morning, Granny Jiang. Why are you in such a hurry?" "The young master is coming back. I'm going to meet him at the second gate." Since Qin Huan was only 10 years old and not yet of an age to live away from home, he was placed in the courtyard next to Madame Qin's upon his return, with only a young servant named Song Tao attending him, while all the other attendants were from Madame Qin's household. Madame Qin's true intention was to care for her son. She felt that her son had suffered for many years away from her. If it weren't for Qin Huan's own reluctance, she would have preferred him to stay in her courtyard. However, her thoughts were misinterpreted by some ignorant servants, who took it as proof that the young master was not favored. Their assumptions were not entirely unfounded. After Madame Qin married, she had 3 sons. The eldest, Qin Hidong, is 16 this year and is just waiting to be appointed to an official position. Given Qin Songyin's current favor with the emperor, everyone knows that Qin Hidong's starting point will be quite high. The second son, Qin Huai, is 13 and currently studying at the Imperial Academy, where he is often praised by the scholars. With these 2 outstanding brothers, expectations for Qin Huan naturally rise. Although Qin Huan behaved very properly after returning home, he did not show any notable strengths, making it easy for others to overlook him. However, when they saw Grandma Jiang personally go to greet Qin Huan, they couldn't help but reconsider his importance. Grandma Jiang is the most trusted person by Madame Qin, and her attitude often reflects Madame Qin's thoughts. She deliberately made a roundabout way in the estate before heading straight to the second gate. She had heard all the rumors circulating in the house lately. The reason for her actions this time was to suppress the various unfounded rumors. One of the most ridiculous claims she heard was that Qin Huan was the illegitimate son of the old general, pretending to be the child of Qin Songyin and Madame Qin, who were supposedly raising him. It was hard to believe that anyone would take such nonsense seriously. Grandma Jiang was at a loss for words. Usually, Qin Huan did not carry himself with such importance. He tried not to trouble anyone, including Grandma Jiang and the other servants. However, this was seen as a sign of his arrogance. People who grew up in harsh, barren lands were often viewed as inferior to those who lived in luxury. Additionally, Qin Huan's serious demeanor could be intimidating, making it hard for the servants to approach him. Qin Huan did not care about the gossip or his reputation, but Grandma Jiang knew that if these words ever reached Madame Qin's ears, those who spread such rumors would face consequences. Jiang Mama didn't care about their fate, but if the careless actions of a few upset Madame Qin, it would be a loss. So, she decided to give them a warning to avoid future troubles. She made her way to the second gate and, as she entered the moon gate, she saw the bearers waiting nearby. The housekeeper at the second gate, with her arms crossed, asked, "Who sent for the sedan? How many people are coming? Why have several sedans been sent?" The servants, just following orders, reported it was Lu Mama, sent by young master's assistant Song Tao. "We are just following instructions." "I know you can't make decisions. You're just following orders," Lu Mama said, her eyes nearly rolling back. "I just worry you might not have understood the instructions and could make mistakes." Jiang Mama, unable to listen any longer, walked over and smiled as she patted Lu Mama's shoulder, saying, "Early in the morning, who made our Lu Mama upset?" "Jiang Mama, how can I dare to upset Lu Mama?" The servant replied. I really saw the seal in Song Tao's hand before preparing the sedan. Before he could finish, Jiang Mama interrupted him. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it was just this?
Jiang Mama chuckled.
The young master grew up away from home and isn't familiar with many rules, so please be understanding. Jiang Mama, you're being too kind. It's the young master who should be more understanding of us. Suddenly, the sound of wheels came from outside, and Jiang Mama quickly left Lu Mama and hurried out. She saw several small oil carts arriving and stopping at the entrance. Qin Huan was the first to get down, then turned to carry Qing Tian from the cart. Mr. Wei also got down from his own cart with a calm demeanor. Only Yida, Yi Si, and Yi De saw dismounted with varying degrees of stiffness and awkwardness. Although they knew the Qin family was wealthy, they never imagined it was to this extent. Their carriage had stopped outside the corner gate, where people were already waiting to help them switch to the small oil carts. After changing vehicles and traveling for a while longer, they finally got down. What kind of large estate could accommodate this? In Yida Saw's previous thoughts, the palace was probably just like this. Now, seeing the Qin family, she realized her previous assumptions about wealthy and powerful families were completely underestimated. At this moment, after getting off the carriage, I saw many people standing inside and outside the second gate, and I didn't know what to do for a moment. Qin Huan called out to them, Come over and get into the sedan chair. I will take you to meet my mother. So, the Yi family members got into the sedan chair in a daze, not knowing how far they traveled before finally stopping. Qin Huan led everyone into the courtyard to meet Madame Qin. You arrived so early. It must have been a tiring journey, she said warmly. Even though they had returned to the capital, Madame Qin showed no airs of superiority and greeted the Yi family members with great enthusiasm, speaking gently. Qin Huan exchanged a glance with his mother, and she understood, finding an excuse to keep Sister Yi and Qing Tian behind. Mother, you chat here. I will take Uncle Yi and Uncle Yi Si to the side room to talk. Go ahead. Although Yi Laoda and Yi Lao Si were honest, they were not foolish. Seeing the situation, it was clear there was something to discuss privately. Sure enough, after entering the side room, Qin Huan dismissed all the servants except for Song Tao and looked at Yi Laoda. Though Qin Huan said nothing, Yi Laoda understood his meaning intuitively. Unsure of how to start, Yi Laoda asked, Old Cen, can you handle this? Should we step outside for a moment? I can tell you later if needed. Big brother, things are already like this. What more can I not bear? Yi Lao Si said with a bitter smile, lowering his head. Young Master Qin, just say what you need to. I can take it. Then let's sit down and talk. After the three were seated, Qin Huan continued, We have basically figured out what happened this time. Song Tao, you explain.
Yes.
Song Tao stepped forward and said, This Wong Fuguay, after making money from the autumn harvest this year, drank a bit in the capital and started boasting everywhere. Then he caught someone's attention, who thought he was an easy target and lured him into gambling. Although he was considered wealthy in Rongxi village, the little money he had was not enough in the gambling houses of the capital. Before long, he lost everything and even fell into deep debt. Just when Wong Fuguay was worried, Guoshi suddenly started visiting his grocery store every day. Wong Fuguay thought that although Guoshi wasn't the most beautiful, she was young and had some charm, so he had other ideas. He wanted to trick Guoshi into the capital and sell her in the entertainment district to pay off his debts. But what Wong Fuguay didn't expect was that Guoshi would cooperate so well. Not only did he fully accept his plan, but he even helped him steal money from the old Yi family. However, this still did not win Wong Fuguy's heart. Wong Fuguay originally had some conscience and felt that since Guo was so fond of him, willing to elope rather than live well at home, he shouldn't let her down too much. He intended to sell less and remind the old madam to treat her better. But who would have thought that after making Guo faint, Wong Fuguay finally got his hands on the old lady Ye's money box. Excitedly opening it, he found it was empty of silver, containing only a few copper coins. Seeing this, Wong Fuguay was furious, feeling like a fool who had been completely tricked by Guo. Thus, he immediately changed his mind, signed a life-and-death contract with the old madam and took everything to the casino. He lost all his money and borrowed some more, then played all night at the gambling house. It was only when he had lost everything and couldn't borrow any more that he reluctantly decided to stop and return to the inn. Now Wong Fuguay has been captured by us. Everything I just mentioned is what he learned during this interrogation. As for Gua, Song Tao paused and continued because of the contract. The fate of such girls is usually not good. They are often sent by the old madam to serve customers with special preferences. Currently, Gua is still at the Quilla and has not taken any customers, but she has already been drugged and her pregnancy has been terminated. If nothing unexpected happens, she probably won't be able to have children in the future. Upon hearing that the child was gone, Yi Laosi felt as if he had been struck hard, dizzy and nearly unable to stand. Although he had considered the worst possible outcome, suddenly having it laid bare before him was still overwhelming. Seeing Yi Laosi clutching his chest, Yi Laoda felt anxious. This seems to be safe for now, so we haven't acted yet. Whether to act and how to proceed, please give your orders, young master. After Qin Huan listened, he nodded and said, "That's about it. What are your plans?" Yi Laosi and Yi Laoda exchanged glances, both showing troubled expressions. Qin Huan thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You don't get involved with Gua. I'll send someone to handle it. After all, you can't keep this wife, can you?" Qin Huan suddenly asked a question that left Yi Laosi, who was still feeling sad, speechless. Song Tao helplessly pointed out, "Young master, this is not just about whether the Yi family still recognizes this daughter-in-law. Now that things have escalated, this matter is no longer just about the Yi family. It needs to be handled according to the clan's rules." "Are there clan rules?" "We didn't know," Yi Laoda asked, confused, as he hadn't heard the clan leader mention it before. "Such things are not announced every day," Qin Huan replied. "If you can't decide, I can send someone to talk directly to the clan leader. What do you think?" "That would be wonderful. Thank you, young Master Qin. We will always remember your kindness to our Yi family. If there's ever a time we can help you, please let us know, and we will not hesitate. Don't mention it." Just as Qin Huan was about to give instructions, a young maid rushed in with Yi Deseo and Qing Tian. "What's wrong?" Qin Huan asked in surprise. The maid hurriedly said, "Young master, the princess suddenly arrived and wants to see you." Yi Deseo, holding Qing Tian, looked a bit flustered and hurt. She had just been having a nice chat with Madame Qin. After Qin Huan took the men away, someone came to remove the screen. Madame Qin was as friendly as before. But just as they were discussing parenting, someone reported that the princess was arriving and was almost at the main gate. Upon hearing this, Madame Qin's expression changed immediately. She quickly instructed the maid to take Yi Deseo and Qing Tian to another room and to clear the teacups from the table. The change in attitude was quite obvious. Qin Huan, urged by the maid to leave, quickly explained to Yi Deseo, "My aunt lost a child in an accident years ago. If that child were still here, they would be about the same age as Qing Tian now. My aunt was deeply affected by that, and her health has not been good since. My mother was worried she might remember and feel sad, which is why she asked you to take Qing Tian away." Yi Deseo, now a mother herself, felt a pang of sympathy and was embarrassed by her earlier assumptions. Qin Huan didn't dare to delay any longer, leaving them with a warning not to go out before turning to leave. In the main room, the princess was already seated across from Madame Qin. After sitting down, Princess Rue immediately asked, "Do you know what Xian has been busy with lately?" Madame Qin was taken aback by the question. "Huh? He just returned this morning after going out with Mr. Wei for a few days. Then how did I hear that someone saw him at the Itsue building? They even described it in detail. Sister, you can't just spoil the child. When it's time to be strict, you must be strict. Otherwise, the child will be ruined." Madame Qin was confused by this, and then said angrily, "Sister, how old is Xian? Even if he is mischievous, he wouldn't go to a place like the Itsue building. Did someone make a mistake, or are they trying to tarnish our Xian's reputation?" Princess Rue felt something was off after hearing this. Indeed, He Xian was still too young to go to such places. It wasn't my people who saw him. It was someone from the prince's side who brought the news, Princess Rue said. Don't worry. I've brought someone here. Let's ask him. Yu Tao quickly called for a screen to be moved in front of Princess Rue and Madame Qin. Soon, a young man in his early 20s was brought in. The young man had broad shoulders and a slim waist, standing tall with a handsome face, causing a stir among the young maidens. Yu Tao shot a fierce glare at the maids. How embarrassing! Haven't they seen a man before? The maids quickly stood straight, avoiding eye contact, regretting their earlier behavior. This was going to be trouble. They would be punished later. Han Qijing greets the princess and Madame Qin. This is a clever young man who works closely with the prince. Princess Rue whispered to Madame Qin, then said, Please tell us in detail what happened this morning. Yes, Han Qijing replied, bowing. The Itsue building has shares from our royal residence, so we arranged for 2 people to watch over it. This morning, someone reported that last night someone went to check something at the Itsue building. I received the news and went to investigate. When I arrived, I happened to see the young Master Qin's servant enter. Are you talking about Song Tao? Madame Qin furrowed her brow. She had carefully chosen that servant from home, and if he really did something disgraceful, it would not only embarrass her but could also lead her son astray. Someone call Song Tao to me. Soon, Song Tao was brought in. He immediately knelt and said, I greet the princess and the lady. What did you do this morning? Lady Qin asked sharply. I helped the young master investigate something, Song Tao replied. Don't lie. Lady Qin was even angrier. What could her son possibly be investigating that led him to such places? What I said is true. I would never deceive you, madam. What could He Xian possibly need to investigate in such a place? You still claim you aren't lying? Madam, I truly did not lie. Song Tao was almost in tears, but he dared not mention what Qin He Xian was actually doing. Fortunately, at that moment, Qin He Xian finally walked in. Mother, it was indeed my request for him to investigate. I did not expect it would lead to such a place. After saying this, he suddenly turned to Han Qijing and asked, Since you arranged for people at the Itsue building, do you know that there are people there buying and selling good women? According to the law, only the descendants of criminals and those of low status could become prostitutes. Good women were encouraged to marry and remarry. Of course, these were just surface-level statements. Behind the scenes, many parents sold their daughters and some women, in desperate situations, sold themselves. But Guoshi was already married and pregnant, and now she had been sold to the Itsue building by a man who was not her husband, losing her child in the process. If this were to be investigated, the Itsue building would surely be implicated. Lady Qin did not expect this matter to be related to her son and quickly asked, He Xian, tell me clearly what happened. Qin He Xian thought for a moment and said, In Rongxi village, someone tricked Aunt Igor out and even stole the Yi family's silver notes. I thought the silver notes were from our own family bank, so I asked someone to keep an eye on it. Who would have known that after tracing the silver notes, we found out that he sold Guoshi to the Itsue building. Lady Qin was shocked and exclaimed, How could this happen? I remember Guoshi was pregnant, right? Hearing this, the princess trembled. Lady Qin immediately regretted her words, realizing she had misspoken, but it was too late to take it back. The princess said, Han Qijing, what is going on? Speak up. Han Qijing stood there, unsure of how to respond. These matters were not only happening at the Itsue building. Other places were doing the same. The Princess Rue didn't know about it. Now, faced with such a question, he wasn't sure how to respond without upsetting her. Just because I don't get involved in your usual activities doesn't mean I'm foolish. But now you even involve pregnant women. Han Qijing understood this was a sensitive topic for the Princess Rue and should not be touched lightly. It was unfortunate that today it was his turn to be on duty. In fact, he didn't know as much about Guo's situation as Shuntao did. To him, Guo was just an ordinary woman, no different from those who had been sold before. If it weren't for Qin Heshuan sending someone to find him, he wouldn't even care whether there was one more or one less person at Itsue Tower. As Han Shijing pondered how to reply, the Princess Rue couldn't wait any longer. She slammed her hand on the table and said, "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and release her, and get a doctor to check her pulse." Being pregnant and facing such a situation must have scared her. As she spoke, the Princess Rue thought of her own past, and her eyes turned red. "If I hadn't been frightened and hurt while pregnant, my child wouldn't have died at birth." Seeing her sister fall back into self-blame, Madame Qin felt like slapping herself. She stood up and hugged the Princess Rue, letting her lean into her embrace. "Sister, it's all in the past. Your child has surely been reborn by now. Those things weren't your fault, so please don't blame yourself anymore." The Princess Rue sobbed in Madame Qin's arms. Han Shijing realized this matter wouldn't be easy to resolve, so he steeled himself and said, "I'll go release her and take her to the clinic." He turned to leave, and Qin Huishuan followed him out. Han Shijing smiled wryly and said, "Young Master Qin, in the future, if there's anything, just send someone to find me. There's no need to trouble the princess. First, it was your mistake for trying to catch me, which backfired on you. Second, it was my aunt who came to my house to find me, not the other way around. Lastly, let me remind you, Gua has already been given abortion medicine. Instead of wasting time arguing with me, you should think about how to keep this from my aunt." "Already aborted?" Han Shijing was startled. In a place like Itsue Tower, whether for contraception or abortion, the medicine was always effective. The effect would be strong, never weak. Even if he goes back now, it will definitely be too late. However, he still needs to hurry back. Han Shijing quickly left the Qin residence, while Madame Qin was inside comforting the sad Princess Rue. Qin Huishuan stood alone in the courtyard and couldn't help but let out a sigh. When he was outside the city, he missed his parents and relatives very much, dreaming countless times about what it would be like to return home. But when he was actually brought back, he found everything to be completely different from his dreams. Reality was far less beautiful than in his dreams, and the Qin residence felt stifling and oppressive. Everything made him feel like he didn't belong here and didn't want to belong here. If he had known that life in the capital would be like this, he would have preferred to stay at his maternal grandfather's house outside the city. At least there, he felt free. Now, everything he did was watched and scrutinized. Thinking of this, Qin Huishuan lost interest in returning to the main house and went straight to the room where the Yi family was. Although he still had concerns about Gua's situation, Yi eldest and Yi fourth quietly sat to the side, listening to Yi Dazhao teach Qing Tian how to speak. Occasionally, when Qing Tian made a mistake, they would help correct and add to her words. Of course, Yi eldest spoke more, while Yi fourth was quieter, but his gaze was always on Qing Tian. The room was filled with Qing Tian's sweet voice, which lifted Qin Huishuan's earlier gloom. When Yi eldest and Yi fourth saw Qin Huishuan enter, they quickly stood up, and Yi Dazhao stopped talking. Qing Tian sensed the change in atmosphere, looking up at her parents and then at Qin Huishuan, her big eyes full of confusion. Uncle Yi fourth, Qin Huishuan said, "Someone has already taken over this matter. He will first bring her out from there and find a clinic to check her pulse. As for how you handle her afterward, I suggest you consult with the clan leader. Since you have recognized your ancestry, this matter is not just about your family. It is a significant issue that brings shame to the entire clan." Yi eldest picked up on the underlying meaning in Qin Huishuan's words and asked, "Young Master Qin, how would the clan generally deal with someone like Gua?" He thought that if Old Fourth could simply send Gua away with a divorce document, that would be best. If not, going to the authorities for a divorce could also work. It can't just end like this, can it? People like the Gua family usually end up being punished along with Wong Fuguay. Punished? Yi Laodao was startled and thought it might be what he feared. Yi Laoxi's expression also turned serious. Yi Deseo didn't speak, but a voice from inside the house asked, "Brother Qin, what does punished mean?" Qin Huishuan hesitated for a moment and then explained, "It means to put things in a pond to keep them cool, so they won't spoil for a while." This made Qing Tian even more confused. She looked out the window. Although it wasn't snowing and it wasn't cold outside, it was definitely getting close to winter. This morning, Yi Deseo had bundled her up so much, worried she might get cold. Besides, don't ponds freeze over? Why would they put things in a pond? Suddenly, Qing Tian realized, oh, so they want to freeze things in the ice of the pond? Just like when we used to freeze meat and dumplings in the jar in our yard, right? There was an awkward silence in the room, and only Qin Huan nodded stiffly. What could he do? He had made up a story to trick a child, and now he had to keep it going. What does the family want to freeze? Qing Tian asked curiously. Yi Deseo quickly covered her daughter's mouth and said, the family is going to slaughter a pig and freeze the meat to save for the new year. After saying this, she felt a bit nauseous herself, her face turning pale. Fortunately, Qing Tian finally stopped asking questions, and everyone sighed in relief, thinking that in the future, they shouldn't discuss such matters around her just because she was young. This is the rule. Even if you plead, the head of the Yi family won't show mercy, Qin Huan said. This isn't just about punishing Wong Fuguay and the Guo family, it's also to warn and remind the other family members to think carefully before acting and not to make mistakes they can't handle. Upon hearing this, Yi Laoda turned to look at Yi Laosi. Yi Laosi felt uneasy. It had been less than a year since he got married, and now this happened. To say he felt no resentment would be impossible. But whether that resentment reached the point of wanting to harm the Guo family, Yi Laosi couldn't tell. He thought about the sweet life they had just a couple of months ago. What went wrong? How did it all turn so bad, so quickly? Yi Laosi couldn't understand, and neither could Guo. She lay on the cold, damp ground, thinking about how good Yi Laosi had been to her in the past. At that moment, she had regained some strength and tried to move her right hand to rest on her lower abdomen. There wasn't much change at her belly, since she was still early in her pregnancy and hadn't shown yet. But as her hand touched her abdomen, Guo knew clearly in her heart. The baby was gone. The last bit of hope for Yi Laosi to come back to her had vanished. He would never forgive her now. As she thought about this, tears streamed down her cheeks. The person who used to wipe her tears and make her happy was gone, and she could never get him back. Just as Guo was feeling sorry for herself, the door suddenly opened. Quick, carry her out to the clinic. Has the baby already been lost? Did she have any visitors? Is there any other injury? The voices outside were very loud, but Guo didn't care about what they were saying. At that moment, someone came in and lifted her up. The sunlight outside was very bright, but Guo forced herself not to close her eyes and instead looked towards the sun. She didn't know if this would be the last time she saw the sun. Guo was carried into the clinic, and after checking her pulse, the doctor said, there's nothing serious, just a bit of cold. The baby has just been lost, so it's still a small recovery period. Take care at home, especially with the new year coming. Rest well, or it might affect future pregnancies. Hearing this, Guo started to cry again, murmuring, in the future, what future do I have? What? The doctor didn't hear clearly and leaned in to ask, is there anywhere that hurts? Guo shook her head. It wasn't about feeling pain. It was about whether there was anywhere she felt okay. Soon, Yi Dongming rushed over from Fengli County, and Qin Huan had booked a private room at a nearby tea house. Being young and of high status, he felt it was inappropriate to get involved directly, but had asked Grandma Jiang to help the Yi family. Let Qing Tian stay here. I will take good care of her, Qin Huan said to Yi Deseo. Yi Deseo was already somewhat used to Qin Huan helping with the child, and since she wanted to see how Guo was doing and how this situation would be handled, she agreed. You can play here with young Master Qin while your parents go out for a bit and come back to pick you up, okay?
Okay.
Although Qing Tian felt a bit uneasy, fearing that her parents might abandon her again, she didn't show it. She obediently nodded and said, please come back to pick me up soon. Don't worry, we will come back to get you as soon as we finish, Sister Yi replied, thinking about Yi Laosi and Guo, and then hurried away. Qin Huan comforted her in time, saying it's okay. Would you like to come to my room and take a look?
Really?
Qing Tian, being a child, perked up at this. Can I go see? Of course. I have been to your room too. Qin Huan quickly captured Qing Tian's attention and took her to his courtyard. Even though they were only staying in the courtyard for now, The decorations and arrangements inside the room were done with great care by Mrs. Qin. As soon as Qing Tian entered, she was amazed by everything around her. The things in the room were all new to her. Qin Huan led her to the study and said, "You can look around freely. I will find you a couple of books that I used when I was younger. You can take them back and let your brother teach you." All the books he had used were packed by Mrs. Qin and brought back from outside. Qin Huan quickly found 2 thin booklets from a box. These were copied by his grandfather when he was young, and they had been well preserved over the years. Without Qin Huan guiding her, Qing Tian only dared to stand in the room and look around, not wanting to touch anything. Seeing her so reserved, Qin Huan smiled and gently placed her in a chair at the table. Qing Tian looked at the ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone on the table, her eyes full of curiosity. "Do you want to try?" Seeing her interest, Qin Huan called Song Tao over to prepare the ink, then wrote the 2 characters for Qing Tian's name on the paper, asking, "Do you recognize this?"
I don't recognize it.
Qing Tian shook her head, but based on what she knew about Qin Huan, she guessed, "Is it my name?" "Yes, Qing Tian is very smart," Qin Huan said, taking a small brush and teaching her how to hold it. He guided her hand to write the 2 characters for her name on the paper. He wrote slowly, making each stroke very clear. After writing it a few times, Qin Huan let go of her hand, allowing Qing Tian to freely write and draw. To his surprise, she managed to write Qing Tian, albeit in a wobbly manner. Although the characters were not very straight due to her lack of strength, the fact that she could remember the stroke order so quickly amazed Qin Huan. "When I first started learning, my teachers praised me every day for being smart and quick to learn. Now, I realize they were just flattering me. You are the one who is really quick." However, Qin Huan did not plan to continue teaching Qing Tian how to write. She was young, and her hands and arms lacked strength. It was too early for her to practice writing. He let Qing Tian draw freely, and after filling the paper, she refused to draw anymore. "What's wrong? Isn't it fun?" Qin Huan asked, puzzled, since she had been enjoying herself earlier. Qing Tian shook her head and said, "Paper is expensive. We can't waste it." At home, Sister Yi often repeated this, and Qing Tian had nearly memorized it. Since Qin Huan had already written on the paper, she didn't say anything then, but now she wouldn't waste a new sheet. "I'll teach you when you learn to write," Qin Huan said, putting down his pen and preparing to take Qing Tian to play on the couch when Song Tao hurried in from outside. "Young master, I've inquired everywhere about the girl we met on the road today, but I still don't know which family she belongs to." Qin Huan was puzzled. A girl like Su Dia, with her looks and personality, would surely cause a stir wherever she went. How could no one know her? Unless she had entered the palace? Thinking of this, Qin Huan felt a bit anxious. "It's a pity I don't know Mongolian. If I could understand what her maid was saying, it would help." Qing Tian, hearing this, laughed and said, "Qin Gij, it's not just mumbling, it's awa ag." Qin Huan suddenly looked at Qing Tian, feeling a mix of hope and doubt, and asked, "Qing Tian, do you remember what she said?" "I remember, but I don't know what it means," Qing Tian replied, then immediately mimicked the sounds she heard. Qin Huan was overjoyed and instructed Song Tao, "Quick, find someone who knows Mongolian." "Yes." After a short while, Song Tao returned with a man in his 30s. "I'm Qing Tian, and I've met the young master." "Young master," Qing Tian's mother is Mongolian, so he has spoken both Mandarin and Mongolian since he was little. "Come closer and listen to what she said." Qin Huan gestured for Qing Tian to come nearer, then said to Qing Tian, "Qing Tian, be a good girl and repeat what you heard to him." Qing Tian was initially happy to be called by the young master, but he never expected this would be his task. Is this a joke? How old is this little girl? She doesn't even look 3. She can learn Mongolian just by hearing it once? What will I tell the young master if I can't understand her? Qing Tian's excitement had faded, but since he was already there, he had to pretend to listen. To his surprise, Qing Tian actually spoke a string of Mongolian. If it weren't for her obvious struggle with pronunciation and jumbled sentences, he would have thought she was fluent. Can you understand? Speak up. Song Tao nudged him from behind when he seemed lost in thought.
Oh, right.
Qing Tian snapped back to reality and said, "What you said, young lady. Did you forget? Before you left, your parents told you that the capital is not like the grasslands. You must control yourself and not act freely like at home. You carry the future of your family and your father's life. You can't be childish anymore." With only a little effort, Qing Tian translated what Qing Tian had repeated, needing only to break it into clearer sentences. At that moment, Qin Huan remembered hearing about something similar before. It seemed a tribe in Mongolia lost a winter pasture battle and sought protection from the court. They not only offered a manual for breeding warhorses, but also sent their daughter to the palace. She would stay there until she came of age, when the emperor would help her find a husband. Officially, it was said she was to accompany the princess, but everyone knew she was essentially a hostage. However, Qin Huan didn't expect this hostage to be so bold. After arriving in the capital, she didn't go straight to the palace, but instead had the leisure to join him for breakfast at the market. Still, since this matter was connected to the palace, he thought it best to inform his aunt and mother. "Qing Tian, you can play here for a while. I'll be back quickly, okay?" Qin Huan asked her. "Can you ask Song Tao to stay with you?" This time, Qing Tian didn't just agree but asked, "Brother Qin, how long will you be gone?" Qin Huan pointed to the clock in the corner of the room. "Just watch. When the long hand points to the top, I'll definitely be back."
Okay.
Although Qing Tian didn't know how to read the clock, she remembered his words and assured him she would be fine alone. Thinking he would be quick, Qin Huan left the room in a hurry. Song Tao looked at Qing Tian, feeling a bit unsure of what to do. He doesn't know how to entertain children at all, but he has noticed how the young master treats Qing Tian. So, he mustered the courage to ask, "What does Miss Qing Tian want to play with?" Qing Tian hesitated for a moment and pointed to the desk, saying, "Is the back of the paper on the table still usable? If it were lower quality rice paper or ink, writing on it would surely soak through to the other side." However, Qin Huan's supplies are the best. The rice paper on his desk is even more expensive than what is in his father's study. Paired with good ink, the back of the paper doesn't show many marks. But Song Tao was puzzled about what Qing Tian needed the back of the paper for. Qing Tian asked hesitantly, "Can I write a few words on the back?" "Of course, you can write on the back, and you can even use a new sheet if you want." Song Tao, not daring to hold her like Qin Huan did, moved the items to a small table on the couch, letting Qing Tian draw and play there. Soon, he realized that Qing Tian wasn't just doodling, she was practicing writing her name, which Qin Huan had taught her earlier. Oh, such a well-behaved little girl. Who wouldn't like her? Not just the young master. While Qing Tian focused on practicing her name, Qin Huan entered the main room and found that Princess Rue was still there, though her eyes were a bit red and puffy, and her makeup was slightly smudged. Qin Huan was relieved he hadn't brought Qing Tian along, otherwise it would have been like pouring salt on his aunt's wound. Seeing Qin Huan approach, Princess Rue waved him over and asked, "What brings you here, Huan?" "I just came to see if you were feeling better." Qin Huan could only say something that felt a bit insincere. After so many years in the palace, Princess Rue could easily see through his thoughts. However, she rarely saw Qin Huan looking so nervous, which amused her. She thought this was how a child should behave. She also felt that at his young age, he probably didn't have any serious matters to discuss, so she didn't mind and invited him to stay and chat. To lighten the mood, Princess Rue asked about trivial daily matters, like whether he was adjusting to the weather in the capital, if he liked the food, and if there was anything uncomfortable since he returned. Qin Huan had to patiently answer each question, but he was still thinking about Qing Tian in his room. "I heard that you are now learning to drink mung bean juice with your father?" Princess Rue asked curiously. Could it be that whether you like it or not can really be developed over time? As soon as he mentioned bean juice, Qin Huan felt an unpleasant taste in his mouth. But he kept a straight face and said, "At first, it's really hard to drink, but after a few tries, it feels quite nice afterward." Oh no, I can't do that. Princess Rue waved her hands and pointed at Madame Qing, saying, only your mother would indulge your father and even drink bean juice with him. My husband loves it too, but I can't stand it at all. I can't even stand the smell, so I always send him out to drink it, so it doesn't stink up my house. Sister, only you would dare to talk to the prince like that. Madame Qing smiled. Luckily, the prince dotes on you. If it were someone else, they wouldn't listen to you. A prince too proud to drink a bowl of bean juice at home? That would be a joke. If he prefers to drink in another courtyard, that's fine by me, as long as he doesn't stink up my place. When talking about her husband, Princess Rue's expression brightened, and her eyes sparkled again. Who told him he had to stay in my courtyard? Oh, listen to what you're saying. Madame Qing laughed, feeling happy for her sister. After all, it's rare to find someone who cares so deeply. Hearing them talk about bean juice, Qin Hshuan finally found a chance to speak up. Aunt, Mother, this morning when I went into the city, I went straight to the morning market for bean juice and unexpectedly ran into a strange person. What kind of person? She seemed to be from another culture. Although she could speak Mandarin, it wasn't very good. I couldn't understand the servants at all. But she followed me from the city gate all the way to the market. While eating, she even flipped the table and spilled soup all over me. As Qin Hshuan spoke, he rolled up his sleeve to show a tiny burn, barely noticeable unless looked at closely. But it was enough to make Madame Qing's eyes turn red with concern. Why didn't you say anything about the burn earlier? Did you put on any medicine? Madame Qing called out urgently, Someone, quickly bring the burn ointment. The maids in the main room immediately sprang into action, with some fetching ointment, others bringing a soft pillow to place under Qin Hshuan's arm, and another holding white bandages nearby. Yu Tao brought over a box of medical tools. She first used an ivory stick to take out a small amount of burn ointment, then switched to a cotton-wrapped stick covered with silk to gently apply the ointment to the injury. Madame Qing sat nearby, gently blowing on the wound and occasionally asking, Does it hurt? Mother, it's just a small injury, it's nothing, Qin Hshuan said, surprised that reporting a small issue had turned into such a big deal. Madame Qing came from a family of military officials, so she knew that this minor injury was nothing serious. Just considering the injuries her brothers received while practicing martial arts at home, they were far worse than this. She also understood that Qin Hshuan must have faced injuries during his years with the Wen family. However, she felt a deep sense of guilt towards her son, which made her react more dramatically. Even Princess Rue was quite upset, saying, The prince mentioned a few days ago that there would be some nomads entering the capital, and I should take more people with me when I go out. I didn't think much of it at the time, believing that families like ours always have enough people when going out. Those nomads, no matter how bold they are, wouldn't dare to provoke us. Princess Rue sighed. After all, they are outsiders. Madame Qing had been focused on her son lately, and since Qin Songyin was busy with cases, she was unaware of this matter. She asked Sister, Where did these nomads come from? What are they doing in the capital? They say they are from a Mongolian tribe that has been defeated and came to seek refuge with the court, offering a method for breeding war horses and even volunteering to send their daughter to the palace as a pledge. In my opinion, it's utterly absurd. What good is sending a daughter? However, the emperor has long coveted Mongolian horses, so he not only provided them with shelter, but also granted many benefits. The person Hshuan encountered might be this girl. After hearing this from Princess Rue, Qin Hshuan couldn't help but marvel at her remarkable memory. It was not just that she remembered everything, but she also seemed to recall things perfectly. However, he was more worried and asked, Aunt, I had a little conflict with her. Will it affect our family? Upon hearing this, Princess Rue laughed and gently rubbed Qin Hshuan's head, saying, What are you thinking, child? She is just the daughter of a fallen Mongolian tribe leader. The emperor allowing her into the palace is merely a gesture of goodwill. What can she compare to you? It was her own arrogance that led to this. Even if there was a conflict, she would have to endure it. The Princess of Rue suddenly thought of something and stood up, saying, I need to go to the palace and remind the Empress. We can't let that ill-mannered girl ruin the palace's atmosphere. Madame Qing understood that her sister's sudden visit to the palace was not just to remind the empress. She was also worried that this matter might involve Qin Huan, so she wanted to gather some information. After all, the war horses were a big deal, and if that girl went to the emperor first, it wouldn't be surprising if he scolded Huan to please her. However, Huan had just returned to the capital and was not familiar with the local circles. This could harm his reputation, so it was necessary to take action beforehand. This was something a mother should do. But the Princess of Rui had a higher status and a closer relationship with the Empress. If Madame Qing went herself, she would first need to send a request to meet and then see if the Empress had the time or mood for a visit. However, it was much easier for the Princess of Rui to see the Empress. So Madame Qing did not try to keep her sister from leaving and quietly said as she saw her off, "I truly appreciate your help. Don't mention it. Huan is your son, so he is also my nephew," the princess replied. After sending off the Princess of Rui, Qin Huan glanced at the clock in the corner, realizing the hands had moved 2 ticks past the time he promised. He worried that Qing Tian might be anxious waiting for him, so he hurried to leave. Madame Qing held him back with a series of reminders before letting him go. Seeing the clock hands move again, Huan felt anxious and rushed out of the house. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Song Tao pacing like an ant on a hot pan at the door. "Weren't you supposed to be with Qing Tian? What are you doing here?" Huan snapped. "Are you trying to tell me I shouldn't have given you a chance last time?" Song Tao was so frightened that he fell to his knees, wincing in pain. "Young master, Miss Qing Tian is asleep. I have someone watching over her inside." Huan sighed in relief. "Then why are you pacing at the door? Are you just wasting time?" After hesitating, Song Tao said, "Young master, why don't you go in and check on her? What's wrong?" Huan became anxious again and quickly walked toward the room, slowing his steps as he reached the inner door. The maid at the door saw him and was about to bow, but Huan waved her off. He gently lifted the curtain and immediately saw Qing Tian curled up on the couch, fast asleep, tightly holding a piece of paper that was almost completely blackened. Qing Huan quietly entered the room, trying to take the paper from her hands. Qing Tian let out a soft whimper, calling out, "Brother Qing." Only then did Qing Huan notice the tears in the corners of her eyes. What happened? He turned back to question Song Tao. Song Tao felt very wronged and said softly, "After you left, Miss Qing Tian stayed quietly on the couch in the inner room, writing." Qing Huan recalled the paper she was holding, which was the same one he had written on before. Although it was mostly scribbled over, he could still make out the name Qing Tian written many times. Was she trying to practice writing for herself? Qing Huan snorted through his nose, signaling Song Tao to continue. At first, everything was fine, but then Miss Qing Tian kept looking at the clock, probably waiting for you to return. Later, she said she was tired and wanted to sleep. I thought she was tired from writing, so I called a maid to help her to bed. Who knew that after lying down, she curled up under the covers, hiding her head and secretly crying. I comforted her for a long time before she finally fell asleep. Song Tao felt a bit emotional about his own situation. As for why he was lingering at the door, he was actually debating whether to check on the main courtyard to see what was keeping Qin Huan, but he hesitated and was caught by Qin Huan when he returned. Though he didn't dare to say it out loud, he couldn't help but secretly blame his young master. If he couldn't keep his promise, why make one? Seeing Miss Qing Tian curled up, secretly shedding tears under the blanket, made him feel heartbroken. Qin Huan also felt uneasy. He was worried about Qing Tian being scared and hadn't expected to take so long. At that moment, Qing Tian's cries came from the inner room again. Qin Huan rushed in to see the maid trying to comfort the crying Qing Tian. But Qing Tian was pushing her away, crying, "I don't want you. I want my mom." "Boo-woo. Why hasn't my mom come back yet?" Qin Huan quickly stepped forward. When Qing Tian saw him, she paused, hiccuped, and then turned her face away. "Qing Tian, it was my fault. I didn't come back on time." Qin Huan didn't make excuses. He directly apologized. "It's all my fault. I promise it won't happen again. Please don't be angry, okay?" His apology made Qing Tian's cries soften a little, but her small body still shook with sobs. Song Tao had already seen how much Qin Huan favored Qing Tian, so he didn't think much of it at the moment. However, the maid was quite frightened, holding on to Qing Tian's arm stiffly. She had never seen her young master so gently coax someone before. Qing Tian was actually easy to comfort. As soon as Qin Huan started apologizing, she was already feeling less angry. So when Qin Huan reached out to hug her, she only turned slightly and eventually let him pull her into his arms. Qin Huan took a handkerchief from the maid and wiped the tears from Qing Tian's face. "You've cried so much that it makes me sad. When your parents come back, they might think I bullied you." Hearing this, Qing Tian pointed at the clock in the corner and quietly complained, "That clock has been ticking for a long time. Can you forgive me this time?" Qin Huan sat down with Qing Tian on the couch and continued to comfort her. "Let's take a look at the words you wrote." Qing Tian then remembered she had written many names and quickly held up the paper she had been clutching. However, she found that the words were all smudged from her tears. Seeing her lips quiver and about to cry again, Qin Huan hurriedly said, "How about you write for me now? I can help you with the ink." As he spoke, Qin Huan rolled up his sleeves and picked up the ink stick, ready to grind the ink. But then he heard Qing Tian gasp. "What's wrong? Qing Gij, you're hurt?" Qing Tian's eyes widened, filled with concern. Song Tao then noticed the bandage on Qin Huan's arm and anxiously asked, "Young master, how did this happen?" As a close servant, he should have known about his master's injury. It was just a little burn from breakfast. "It's nothing serious." Mother insisted on having it bandaged when she saw it. Song Tao immediately recalled the incident when Su Dia flipped the dining table. At that time, the young master had protected Qing Tian and asked if she was hurt, but he hadn't thought to check if the young master was okay. Feeling regret, Song Tao wished he could slap himself. He had been so irresponsible. Seeing Song Tao's frustrated expression, Qin Huan reassured him, "I told you it's fine. I just didn't want to worry Mother." But Song Tao silently vowed to be more attentive in the future and to always keep an eye on his young master's well-being. On a sunny day, when Qing Huan saw that Tian had hurt her arm, any little annoyance he felt earlier vanished completely. "Brother Qing, let me blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore," Tian said as she leaned in, puffing her cheeks and blowing gently on the bandage on his arm. Though she tried her best, her little breaths felt more like tickles than anything else. After she finished, she looked at Qing Huan with hopeful eyes and asked, "Does it hurt anymore?" "Not at all," Qing Huan replied, unable to resist pinching her cheek as it puffed up while she blew. "How does that work? Blowing really makes it feel better, right?" Tian beamed with joy at his confirmation. Because Qing Huan was hurt, Tian suddenly had a lot to do. She took the ink stick from his hand and put it back on the table, pulling him along and saying, "You can't move around when you're hurt." "Okay." Qing Huan let her take charge, setting down the ink stick and leaning back on the cushion, with a soft pad placed under his arm by Tian. Next, she wouldn't let him serve tea or pour water by himself. Watching Tian carefully hold the teacup to his lips, waiting for him to drink, Qing Huan felt a tug at his heart, thinking how nice it would be if she were his little sister. "Is it more comfortable now?" Tian looked at him eagerly. "Absolutely, it doesn't hurt at all," Qing Huan praised her. "How do you take care of people so well?" Tian's face lit up with a smile, and she exclaimed, "I used to take care of my little brother." But as soon as she said that, her mood dropped, and she looked down, saying, "But my parents never praised me for it. Whenever my brother cried, they scolded me." After saying that, she forced a smile and added, "Maybe I've grown up now, so I do better." Seeing her like this made Qing Huan's heart ache. He gently touched the corner of Tian's mouth and said, "If you don't feel like smiling, you don't have to force it." Her smile instantly faded, and she nestled against Qing Huan, falling silent. He let her lean on him, feeling a bit puzzled. He wasn't someone who had never seen hardship. During his years outside the city, he had witnessed many people's struggles. Yet, he couldn't understand why he felt that such a sweet and caring girl like Tian should have been showered with love and raised like a precious gem. But the reality was that at just 4 years old, she had already endured so much suffering. Although the couple, Yi and his wife, are treating her well now, it's uncertain how they will treat Qing Tian if they have their own children in the future. After all, there are many such examples. Qin Huishuan looked at Qing Tian and sighed with concern. If it weren't for the pressure from his elder, he would have asked his mother to adopt Qing Tian as a daughter and bring her home. It seems he can only take better care of her in the future to ensure she doesn't suffer anymore. Qin Huishuan's minor injury successfully distracted Qing Tian, making her forget that she had just been crying and wanting to find her mother. Meanwhile, Sister Yi followed Yi and Ye's fourth brother to the tea house private room that Qin Huishuan had arranged for them. Yi Dongming was already inside with 2 elders from the clan waiting. "Chief, sorry for our late arrival," Yi said as he entered and bowed. Seeing Grandma Jiang come in as well made Yi Dongming a bit restless. He wanted to pull Yi aside to ask about the relationship between their family and the Qin family, as it seemed they were involved in everything. "We just arrived too, no need to be polite, please sit." Yi Dongming's attitude was very friendly due to the connection with the Qin family. Once everyone was seated, he introduced, "This is Yi Yun, and this is Yi Sheng, both elders of our clan, and they are of the same generation as your grandfather. By seniority, you should call them uncle." The 3 quickly stood up to greet them. At this time, there's no need for formalities. Since we're here, let's discuss some rules first. Yi Yun, a thin old man, had a serious expression that was somewhat intimidating. Yi Sheng, looking more amiable, said, "I wonder where Gua is now. Since she is the person involved, we should hear what she has to say." Grandma Jiang replied, "Gua is currently in the clinic next door. She's not seriously hurt, but she might be a bit shaken. If needed, we can bring her over." After all, running away and ending up sold to a brothel would certainly be distressing. However, no one dared to say that out loud. Yi Dongming cleared his throat and suggested, "Why don't we ask Sister Yi to go check on Gua and see how she's doing? Then we can decide what to do next." Regardless of the circumstances, Gua is still a woman, and since she has just had a miscarriage, it would be better for the women to check on her to avoid any unnecessary gossip later. Jiang Mama said, "All right, then I will accompany Sister Yi over there." After Jiang Mama left with Sister Yi, Yixing couldn't help but ask, "Who is that just now?" Yi Dongming replied, "She is the housekeeper from Madame Qin's room." Hearing this, both Yi Yun and Yixing changed their expressions slightly, thinking to themselves that it was a good thing they hadn't been rude earlier. Yixing looked at Yi Laoda and Yi Laoxi and cautiously asked, "Do you have connections with the Qin family?" It was just a chance encounter on the way to the capital. Madame Qin and young Master Qin are kind-hearted and always help us. This was indeed the case, and he had always said the same to others. However, Yi Dongming and the 2 elders from the clan did not believe him. While they acknowledged that some noble women are kind, their kindness often comes in the form of giving food or helping those in need they happen to see. But the idea of someone repeatedly offering help like this was unheard of. Since Yi Laoda didn't want to elaborate, they didn't press further. The group ordered a pot of tea and chatted about events from years ago. Yi Dongming was quite clever. The 2 elders he brought today had connections with Yi Laoda's grandfather, Yi Wei. So, even though Yi Laoda and Yi Laoxi had things on their minds, they could still listen to the conversation. Jiang Mama accompanied Sister Yi to the nearby clinic. Upon hearing they were there for a woman who had a miscarriage, the doctor immediately said, "Well, I must say, even if you don't want a child, you shouldn't take such strong medicine. It can harm your body, and it's uncertain if you'll be able to have children in the future." Jiang Mama felt no emotion upon hearing this. After all, she wouldn't live much longer, so what did it matter if she could have children again? Sister Yi, however, felt a pang of sadness. She had never had her own children and had always envied her sisters-in-law who were pregnant. In this world, it's often the case that those who can easily have something do not appreciate it. The 2 followed the medicine boy to the back room, where they saw Gua Shi lying on the bed. In just 2 days, Gua Shi had gone from looking healthy to appearing pale and weak.
Old
Sister Yi wanted to call her sister-in-law but hesitated, then said, "Foming, how are you?" Guo forced a smile, revealing a sarcastic grin. "I'm lying right here. Can't you tell?" Sister Yi steeled herself and said, "The clan leader, the elders, and Lao Si have come.
They want to ask you something.
If you're feeling well enough, could you? Everything is right here. What more is there to say?" "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Guo's lips curled slightly upward, realizing that even someone like her had warm blood. At the tea house, Yi Dongming was discussing the punishment for Guo within the clan. "We must sink her," Yi Dongming said firmly. "Fourth brother, don't feel sorry for her. What kind of good person would a woman be who breaks her vows and runs away with someone else? Sinking is a rule set by our ancestors to warn future generations not to make such mistakes." Ye Old Fourth had seen women caught in affairs before when he was outside the borders. Perhaps because it was hard to find wives there, most of them just received a beating and were brought home to continue their lives. This was the first time he learned that there were such strict rules inside. Was she really going to drown? He nervously licked his lips and after a while, asked in a dry voice, "What about Wong Fuguay?" Yi Dongming was not surprised by this question. Being men, he understood Ye Old Fourth's feelings. No one feels good about being cheated on. Wong Fuguay is not part of our Yi family, so we can't interfere with him. However, he drugged your elderly lady and stole money and banknotes from your home. If you want to report him, he will definitely end up in jail for a few years. As for the rest, Yi Dongming's meaning was clear. This was the end of the matter, and there was no need to think further. Ye Old Fourth fell silent. At that moment, Granny Jiang and Sister Yi returned from outside, conveying Guo's message. Yi Dongming was furious. How can she have this attitude after making a mistake? Does she feel wronged? People like her should be punished to warn the clan. Otherwise, everyone will follow her example, and it will be chaos. Ye Oldest turned to look at Ye Old Fourth, noticing that although his eyes were red, he no longer opposed the idea. To be honest, since they had returned to their roots, they naturally had to follow the clan rules. Otherwise, how could they live and establish themselves here in the future? So Ye Oldest said, "Then we will follow the clan leader's decision." Before he could finish, they heard screams and commotion from the neighboring clinic. The young apprentice quickly ran over, shouting, "Not good. The patient who had the miscarriage has taken her own life." Taken her own life? Everyone was shocked, but upon reflection, it made sense. Guo's reputation was already ruined, and the Yi family could not accept her anymore. They had no idea whether her family was alive or dead or where they were. Rather than live a few more days only to be publicly humiliated, it would be better to end it all and leave with some dignity. Yi Dongming stood up and said, "Since that's the case, we don't need to discuss this any further. However, I must make it clear that someone like her, who does not uphold her duties, cannot be buried in the Yi family grave." Yi Yun and Yi Xing nodded in agreement, saying, "That is against the rules." Yi Laoda clasped his hands and said, "Rest assured, clan leader and elders, we understand. We apologize for troubling you to come all this way. Once we handle this matter, we will visit to express our gratitude." Hearing this, Yi Dongming was very satisfied. He hadn't come for Guo. As long as the Yi family remembered his efforts, the trip wouldn't be in vain. He patted Yi Laoda on the shoulder and said, "You can take your time to handle this before heading back. I will take care of your mother." "Thank you, clan leader." Yi Laoda quickly expressed his gratitude. After sending Yi Dongming and his group away, Yi Laoda and the others went to the medical clinic. The clinic had already brought Guo's body outside and covered it with a white cloth, but the area around her abdomen was soaked in blood. It was clear how severe the injury was. She had not intended to leave herself any chance. Despite their differences, seeing someone so young lose their life stirred some feelings in Yi Dajia. "I really have bad luck to have such a patient. You all need to understand, she chose to end her life, and it has nothing to do with our clinic. Oh no, our place is now covered in blood. How are we going to clean this up?" The doctor nearby was fuming and complaining endlessly. Although this was a clinic and death was not treated with the same taboos as in other businesses, dying from illness and suicide were still viewed differently. If word got out, who knows how people would twist the story. If it affected business, it would be a greater loss. Jiang Momo quietly slipped a small piece of silver into the doctor's hand, which helped to ease his frustration for the moment. After the doctor left grumbling, Jiang Momo stepped forward to offer advice. In situations like this, it's common to have someone take the body away to bury it outside the city. If you trust me, I can arrange for someone to handle it. Yi Laoda quickly replied, "We don't understand the city rules. We will follow your arrangements. Whatever it costs, we will pay." "It won't cost much," she reassured them. Jiang Mama said, "It's just to give some reward to those who come to carry the body, for good luck and to ward off bad luck. If you are willing, buy her a simple coffin for a peaceful resting place. Otherwise, wrapping her in a mat to take her away is the same." Sister Yi, feeling sympathetic, said, "When someone dies, everything ends. No matter what mistakes she made in life, she should still be laid to rest properly. I'm truly sorry to trouble you with this. The young master specifically asked me to come and help you, so there's no need to say that," Jiang Mama replied. She then called the driver in and instructed him to find someone to carry the body and buy a simple coffin. Seeing Jiang Mama about to pay the driver, Sister Yi quickly stopped her hand and took out a silver coin to give to the driver, thanking him repeatedly. "Thank you for your help. I don't know how much it will cost, but if it's not enough, I will pay you back later." "Don't worry, it won't be too much," Jiang Mama said, putting away her purse and signaling the driver to hurry. The driver left, and Jiang Mama noticed Yi Laosi still standing by Gua's body in a daze. She approached him and told him the last words Gua had left behind. "What good is saying that now?" Yi Laosi's eyes were frighteningly red, as if they might bleed. "When she dared to harm my mother, our bond as a couple was completely broken." Soon, the driver returned with people. In the capital, there are those who specialize in this work, so there was no need for many words. They brought the coffin and burial clothes together. Sister Yi, being soft-hearted, did not delegate the task to others and personally dressed Gua in the burial clothes. Yi Laosi stood by, his eyes frighteningly red but not shedding a single tear. Yi Laoda, worried he might hold in his emotions, stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "Laosi, if you want to cry, just let it out. No one will laugh at you." Yi Laosi shook his head and remained silent. It wasn't until the people came to place Gua in the coffin and prepare to seal it that Yi Laosi suddenly called out softly, "Wait." Everyone stopped and looked at him. Yi Laosi took a few steps closer to the coffin and pulled out a silver hairpin from his pocket. He had saved up for it while hunting in the mountains, originally intending to surprise Gua, but unfortunately, he placed the silver hairpin in the coffin and said hoarsely, "Seal the coffin now." Jiang Mama watched this unfold, wanting to remind him, but in the end, she sighed and said nothing. "So many people are watching. If I put a silver hairpin in, it would probably be stolen by someone after leaving the city." But thinking about it again, this hairpin was actually placed there by Yi Laosi to let go of his feelings. As for where to go next, it doesn't matter as long as he doesn't know. Spending a couple of silver coins for peace of mind isn't a loss. After sealing the coffin with a few long nails, Gua's body was taken away by cart. Yi Laoda turned to thank Grandma Jiang, and Yi Laosi also bowed in respect. "It's almost lunchtime. We should head back," Grandma Jiang said. "We'll go back and pick up Qing Tian before leaving. We wouldn't want to trouble the household any further. At this hour, if you're not hungry, the child must be. Maybe Qing Tian has already eaten with the young master." As Grandma Jiang spoke, she called everyone to get in the cart and return to the Qin residence. Yi Dazhao had been preoccupied with Gua's matters all morning and hadn't thought much about her daughter, feeling guilty now. Little did she know that upon returning to the Qin residence, she would find out that Qing Tian had not only eaten lunch, but was already taking a nap. "Thank you, young Master Qin. I'm sorry for the trouble." Qing Tian didn't fuss about looking for her mother, did she? "No, she was very well behaved," Qin Hishuan replied, showing Yi Dezhao a paper filled with Qing Tian's names. "I just taught her how to write her name this morning, and she remembered it." Hearing that her daughter hadn't looked for her all morning left Yi Dezhao with an indescribable sense of loss. But when she heard that Qing Tian could write, her spirits lifted. Although she couldn't read, the crooked letters on the paper looked beautiful to her. Qin Heshuan said, "Qing Tian is really smart. I can even say she's the smartest child I've ever met. You may not know, but this morning during breakfast, we encountered some Mongolians." Her maid spoke a few words in Mongolian that no one understood. However, even though Qing Tian didn't understand, she was able to repeat everything perfectly when we returned, and soon someone who knows Mongolian translated it. Yi Dezhao had already planned to have Qing Tian learn to read and write, and hearing Qin Heshuan's words made that idea even clearer in her mind. "Don't worry, young Master Qin. My husband and I will work hard to earn money, and hope to move Qing Tian to the capital soon. Then we can decide whether to send her to a girls' school or hire a tutor at home." Upon hearing that Yi Dezhao already had this plan, Qin Heshuan nodded in satisfaction. Although Qing Tian is clever, she is still young. It's a bit early for her to start learning now. In a year or two, it will be just right. It's best if you all have this plan in mind. If you need any help later, please don't hesitate to ask me. "Thank you, young Master Qin." Aunt Yi spoke a few words with Qin Heshuan and noticed that Qing Tian was sleeping soundly, leaving her unsure of what to do. If she took the child away, it would surely wake her up. But if she didn't take the child, should she really let young Master Qin continue to watch over him? Qin Heshuan then suggested, "Let her sleep. I've asked the kitchen to prepare some food for you. You can go eat first, and you can come back when she wakes up. It won't delay anything." Aunt Yi thanked Qin Heshuan repeatedly and followed the maid to the guest room, where she had a late lunch with Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi. The three of them had woken up early and worked hard all morning, so they were very hungry. However, Yi Laosi was preoccupied with thoughts and clearly couldn't eat. Yi Laoda, seeing this, felt uneasy and placed some food in his bowl. "Young man, eat more. We still have to return to the county this afternoon. I wonder how mother is doing now." Yi Laosi worried about Grandma Yi. "If anything happens to her, I won't have the face to see my brothers and sisters-in-law again." The doctor said mother is fine, so stop worrying unnecessarily. Yi Laoda patted Yi Laosi's shoulder. "Besides, this isn't your fault. Mother won't blame you, and neither will we." Seeing that it was just the three of them in the room, Aunt Yi put down her chopsticks and said, "Laosi, there are no outsiders here, so let me speak frankly as your sister-in-law. If what I say isn't appropriate, please don't take it to heart, okay?" Yi Laosi quickly replied, "Sister-in-law, you're being too serious. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is like a mother. I grew up right under your nose, so I'll listen to whatever you say. Because I've watched you grow up, I know what kind of person you are. You haven't wronged Guisher. Her current situation is the result of her own mistakes. Take my advice. Instead of being tangled up in a painful relationship, this situation might actually be a form of relief. You're still young, and you will have a wife and children in the future. I know you're feeling down, but try to think positively. Don't bottle up your feelings. What are your three older brothers doing? Brothers can drink together and chat. What problems can't be solved?" Hearing this, Big Brother Yi added, "Fourth, what your sister-in-law said might not sound pleasant, but it's from the heart. And you've seen it. Ever since we returned home, Mother's health has really declined. She has been sick twice already. At her age, she should be enjoying her life. So let's not make her worry about us anymore. Big brother, big sister-in-law, I understand." After hearing their words, Yi Laosi finally let his tears flow. He wiped his tears with his sleeve and said, "Don't worry, someone like her isn't worth my sadness, and I won't let mother worry about me." Seeing this, Yi Dezhao quietly left the room, leaving the two brothers alone. Soon, Yi Laosi's suppressed cries filled the room. Yi Dezhao stood in the hallway and sighed in relief. Yi Laosi's earlier state was quite alarming, so it was good that he could cry. After lunch, Yi Laosi washed his face again. Besides his red eyes, he looked much better than when he had cried in front of Big Brother Yi. Yi Dezhao guessed that Qing Tian was about to wake up and, fearing she would cling to her, asked a maid to let her know before heading to Qin Hixian's room. As she entered, She saw Qing Tian rubbing her eyes and getting out of bed. Worried she might cry, Yi saw hurried her steps. To her surprise, Qing Tian rubbed her eyes and approached Qin Xian, asking in her sweet voice, "Brother Qin, why aren't you taking a nap? I have to watch over you," came Qin Xian's cheerful voice from inside. "What's so interesting about sleeping? What if you don't sleep well and fall off the bed?" "I won't. My mom says I sleep very well and don't wake up at night." "Really? That's impressive," Qin Xian said, taking a warm cloth from the maid and gently wiping Qing Tian's face. Qing Tian obediently stood there while he wiped her, speaking a bit unclearly. "My mom says kids who don't take good naps won't grow tall. Brother Qin needs to take a nap too. But I'm taller than your brother," Qin Xian replied. "If I take naps like you every day, I might grow so tall that you won't be able to see my face." Qing Tian was momentarily speechless, tilting her head in thought. Seizing the moment, Qin Xian wiped her hands and helped her put on her outer clothes. On a sunny day, Qing Tian slowly said, "Then you should sleep less. Once you grow as tall as my dad, you won't need to sleep anymore." Qin Xian laughed at her childish words but replied, "That's true. What a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Qing Tian, you are so smart." At that moment, Qing Tian was fully awake. She saw Qin Xian bending down to help her put on her shoes, but, remembering his injured arm, she refused his help. She quickly slipped off the bed and put on her shoes by herself. Sister Yi, watching from outside, felt a bit uneasy. Why did her daughter seem to think she didn't need her anymore, even though she was still so young? However, she quickly gathered her emotions and went inside. "Qing Tian, are you awake? It's time to go home."
Mom.
Qing Tian finally noticed Sister Yi, ran into her arms, and said, "Mom, why did you come back so late? I was very good at Qin Gij's place today. Qin Gij hurt his arm, so I helped him carry water and serve food." "Oh, and I can write my name now. Qin Gij taught me and he said I did a good job." After seeing Sister Yi, Qing Tian was like a bird released from a cage, excitedly flapping her wings and chattering nonstop, eager to share every detail of her day. Sister Yi smiled and responded to her, then prepared to say goodbye to Qin Xian. But Qin Xian spoke up before she could. "I was just about to take Yi Xianglei to the shop this afternoon. Why don't you all come along? It would be nice to go back together with his parents." Sister Yi suddenly remembered that Yuan's family was still at the Qin residence. She had been so busy with the Guo family's matters today that she completely forgot about them. Qin Xian's suggestion was reasonable. It was normal for everyone to go back together. So, without thinking twice, Sister Yi agreed. "Then I'll have someone take you there." "I'll be there shortly." A maid led Sister Yi and the others to the room where Yuan's family was staying. As soon as Yuan saw Sister Yi, she jumped up and almost rushed over to grab her hand. "I'm so glad to see you," Yuan said, her hands trembling. Since entering the Qin residence, the three of them had been placed in this room and had been waiting all morning. If someone hadn't brought them lunch, she would have thought they had been forgotten by the people at the Qin residence. But after lunch, they fell back into a long wait. If it weren't for the impressive Qin residence with its tall gates and beautiful carvings, she would doubt that her family of three had been sold. In contrast to Yuan's worries, Lu Quan and his son felt at ease. They didn't think much of it. Lu Quan even took a nap inside. "You're just scaring yourself. The Qin family is wealthy. Why would they bother with three ordinary folks like us? Besides, young Master Qin is probably busy. What's wrong with making you wait all morning?" Others would be thrilled just to get a chance to ask the Qin family for help. If it were the village chief here today, he would happily wait a month. "You talk too much." Yuan shot her husband a look, but she felt much calmer. She turned to Sister Yi and said, "You finally made it. Aunt, don't worry. We had a little issue at home this morning, which delayed you. Young Master Qin just said he would personally take you to the shop to have a look. Once we settle Xianglei, we can head back together." Yuan noticed that the expressions of the three adults from the Yi family were off, especially Yi Laosi, whose eyes were red and swollen. She felt a jolt of concern and tightly grasped Sister Ye's hand, whispering, "What happened? It's not about your mother, is it?" Sister Ye lowered her voice, "Aunt, it's complicated. I'll explain on the way back." Yuan wisely chose not to ask further. Soon, a servant from the Qin residence came to lead them out through a side gate and into a carriage. Qin Huishuan's carriage was in front, with theirs following closely. They quickly arrived at the most bustling area of the capital. As the noise from outside grew louder, the carriage stopped in front of a two-story building. Everyone got out one by one. When Yuan saw the grand and luxurious decor of the shop, she felt a wave of relief. Looking at the bustling crowd inside and the energetic staff at the entrance, her heart swelled with joy. She never dared to dream that her son could one day be an apprentice in such a place. While Yuan was lost in thought, the shopkeeper came out, bowing and running towards Qin Huishuan, saying, "Young master, what brings you here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Linglong Pavilion is the largest foreign goods store in the capital, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's the biggest in the country. Just looking at the storefront, it was completely different from other shops. The store's decoration is inspired by Western trends, and even the shopkeeper and staff wear Western-style clothing. The shopkeeper has even styled his long hair on top of his head and wears a Western hat. Although it looks a bit amusing, it is indeed refreshing. Everyone passing by can't help but take a second glance at the Linglong Pavilion. Seeing the clean and shiny floor, Yuan hesitates to step inside. Fortunately, Qin Huishuan leads Qing Tian in first, welcomed by the shopkeeper, while the others quickly follow in, all entering the shop at once. From the outside, the shop appears to have 3 sections, but once inside, it feels even more spacious. Various Western items that Yi Laoda and the others have never seen before are neatly arranged in different display cases. Even Yuan feels a bit lost like a country person in the city, let alone Yi Laoda and the others. Their eyes are wide with wonder at everything they see. Qing Tian, holding Qin Huishuan's hand, is also looking around, and her gaze finally lands on a wall clock in the corner. "Mom, Brother Qin taught me how to read the clock this morning." She proudly tells Ida Saw about her new skill. Then, tilting her head to look at the clock, she counts in her mind and says, "It's almost 2 o'clock, right?" Before Ida Saw can respond, Qin Huishuan praises her, saying, "Qing Tian is really amazing. You learned it after just 1 lesson." Hearing this, Qing Tian instantly feels happy. Taking the opportunity, Qin Huishuan encourages her, "This shop is mine. You can look around freely. If you like something, just ask them to show it to you. No need to be shy." The shopkeeper quickly understands and calls over a staff member, saying, "You accompany this young lady and make sure to assist her with anything she wants to see." However, Qin Huishuan waves his hand and dismisses the staff member, saying, "You go arrange for Yi Xianglei's apprenticeship. I'll show her around." The shopkeeper is hesitant to let the two wander alone. Although the store isn't particularly large, dealing with various customers is inevitable. Given Qin Huishuan's status, it would be troublesome if he were to bump into someone careless. The shopkeeper gives a knowing look to the staff member, who quickly understands and follows the two, thinking he can help explain things later. Unfortunately, Qin Huishuan knows the items in the shop very well. Whether it's large displays or small trinkets, he can tell Qing Tian all about them, even sharing many interesting stories. After looking around the first floor, Qin Huishuan took Qing Tian up to the second floor. He thought the first floor was surprising enough, but he didn't expect the second floor to be even more amazing. However, Qin Huishuan ignored everything else and went straight to the table in the center of the second floor with Qing Tian. This table was different from the others. It had a deep indentation on the surface, covered by a large, clear glass lid. Just the size of this complete glass cover could be sold for 100 taels of silver. Qin Huishuan tapped the lid lightly and said, "Please take this out for me." The attendant hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to get the item for Qin Huishuan. It was just that the items here were very valuable and usually kept locked away. Only guests invited to the second floor could see them. Seeing the attendant standing still, Qing Tian quickly waved her hand and said, Brother Qin, let's go look at something else. What's that over there? What's wrong? Is it not okay to speak in my own store? Qin Huan felt embarrassed in front of Qing Tian and spoke a bit harshly. The attendant quickly explained, "Young master, it's not that I don't want to get it for you. Only the manager has the key." "Are you foolish? Can't you go get the key? Is this how you treat guests?" Yes, I'll go right away." The attendant finally understood and ran off quickly. Qin Huan leaned closer to the table with Qing Tian to show her what was inside. "Do you know what this is?" he asked. Qing Tian blinked and looked at the round, chain-linked items inside, hesitantly saying, "Are these jewelry? But I don't think I've seen anyone wear them before." "You're partly correct," Qin Huan replied. "These can indeed be made into jewelry, but they also have another important use." Qing Tian looked at the items, unable to guess, and asked Qin Huan for help. "Brother Qin, please tell me. I really can't figure it out." Just then, the attendant returned with the manager, both hurrying back. Once the manager stopped, he quickly took out the key to unlock the display. He apologized to Qin Huan, saying, "Young master, it's our fault for not being prepared in advance. We wasted your time." "It's no problem. Just take these out for me to see," Qin Huan said, tapping the glass lid a few times. The shopkeeper quickly brought out several items and carefully placed them on a velvet-lined tray before setting it down in front of Qin Huan and Qing Tian. Qin Huan, however, was not as cautious as the shopkeeper. He casually picked up one item and pressed a spot on it, causing a lid to pop open. He held it up for Qing Tian to see.
Take a look at this.
Does it look familiar? Qing Tian leaned in to examine it closely and realized that the dial inside was exactly the same as the clock she had seen in Qin Huan's room. Her eyes widened in surprise. Was this a smaller version of the clock, or what was going on? The clock in the Qin residence was much larger than her, yet this one was small enough to fit in her pocket. Carefully, she reached out to touch one of the items. Qin Huan immediately set down what he was holding and picked up the piece she touched, opening it for her to see. "The one in my home is called a clock, while this is a pocket watch. Both can tell time. This one is smaller and can be carried around easily. Isn't that convenient?" The pocket watches in Linglong Pavilion were custom-made by Western clockmakers for the Qin family. They were not only exquisitely crafted with high-quality materials, but the dials were designed to be easy to read. Naturally, they were priced much higher than the pocket watches imported directly from the West. However, since they were made overseas, the designs on the covers included both Western patterns and many traditional motifs, sometimes even a combination of both. The piece Qing Tian pointed to had a three-dimensional design on the cover featuring a small rabbit making medicine. Originally, it was meant to depict the jade rabbit, but since the Western craftsmen did not know the story, the rabbit looked quite different from the traditional image. It was a round, chubby little rabbit. Behind the rabbit was not a osmanthus tree from the Moon Palace, but a circle of Western-style flowers and leaves. Although it was a mix of styles, it was surprisingly harmonious and very cute. Qin Huan opened the pocket watch for Qing Tian to see. "Do you like this?" Qing Tian quickly shook her head and said, "I just wanted to see the little rabbit." Qin Huan then remembered that Qing Tian was born in the year of the rabbit. "Are you a rabbit?" Qing Tian gently stroked the little chubby rabbit on the pocket watch with her delicate fingers. Qin Huan directly attached a section of the pocket watch chain to the clasp in front of her and handed her the watch, saying, "Keep it safe, and you can check the time whenever you want." Qing Tian quickly shook her head. After receiving the jade pendant, Sister Yi had repeatedly warned her not to accept gifts from Qin Huan. She remembered Sister Ye's words well, so she refused to take it and even removed the chain that was already tied to her clothes. "Brother Qin, this must be very expensive." "I don't want it. I don't usually need to check the time." Qin Huan frowned slightly, but with a little girl like Qing Tian, he had no choice but to coax her. "Did I not just tell you that this shop is mine?" Qin Huan asked. Qing Tian nodded in response. He had indeed said that, and the shopkeeper treated him with great respect, so it must be true. "Since it's my shop, doesn't that mean everything in it belongs to me?"
"Yes."
"If I give you my own things, what's expensive about that?" It doesn't cost any money. Qing Tian was confused by Qin Huishuan's words. She felt he had a point, but something seemed off.
But
Before she could finish, Qin Huishuan continued. It's like when I go to your house. Don't you give me persimmons to eat and want to give me those pretty little stones? You give me pretty little stones and I give you a pocket watch. They're both from our homes, so it doesn't cost anything, right? The shop assistant nearby was taken aback, surprised by such persuasion. Although Qing Tian was clever, she was still young and easily swayed by Qin Huishuan's words, feeling that he made sense. So, since I ate your persimmons and accepted your little stones, it's just right to return the favor with a pocket watch, right? Hearing the words return the favor, Qing Tian suddenly became alert and quickly shook her head, saying no. Last time, when he gave her the jade pendant, he had said the same thing, and she remembered it clearly. Qin Huishuan didn't expect that he had almost succeeded, only to lose it all suddenly. Then I'll go talk to your mother. If she says you can accept it, will you take it? With no other options, Qin Huishuan had to use a different approach. Qing Tian thought for a moment and felt that should be fine, so she nodded. Qin Huishuan immediately asked the shop assistant to bring Sister Yi up. In front of Sister Yi, he felt less cautious than with Qing Tian and directly half-ordered, half-urged her to agree to let Qing Tian accept the pocket watch. This is mainly because Sister Yi didn't know the value of the pocket watch. Otherwise, she would never have accepted it. Seeing her mother nod, Qing Tian happily hung the pocket watch around her neck. She really liked this round little rabbit. Normally, pocket watches are attached to the chest and kept in a pocket, with just a small part of the chain outside. When you want to check the time, you take it out and press the round button on the side, and the cover pops open to reveal the dial inside. Qing Tian had just gotten this new toy and didn't want to keep it hidden. She kept taking it out to press the button, unable to look at it enough. Sister Yi couldn't help but say, Qing Tian, be careful with it. Don't keep pressing it, or it might break. This was a normal thing for parents to say to their children. Qing Tian immediately closed the cover and put the pocket watch away, but her hand stayed in her pocket, touching the cover. Qin Huishuan, however, didn't think it was a big deal and said, It's fine, Sister Yi. Don't worry about her. If she wants to play, let her. If it breaks, we can just get her another one. The shop assistant was sweating. He thought, Young master, do you know how much this pocket watch costs? It's enough for a family of 4 to buy a house and live comfortably in the capital for a lifetime. Giving one away is one thing, but promising to let them choose a new one anytime? If the shopkeeper finds out, he might faint right on the spot. The shopkeeper was currently questioning Yi Xianglei and had no idea what was happening on the second floor. Although Qin Huishuan brought him in, there still needed to be a process to understand Yi Xianglei's situation. He was satisfied with Yi Xianglei's appearance. The young man looked clever. How old are you this year? Have you started school? How many years have you studied?
can you write?
Write a few words for me to see. The shopkeeper's rapid-fire questions didn't confuse Yi Xianglei. He calmly answered each question and wrote his name on the paper. He wanted to write something else, but after so many years of school, he could only write a few words well. However, the shopkeeper was very satisfied. He wasn't looking for a top scholar. Being able to read and write simply was already good enough. The young master wouldn't send someone unreliable. I'm just asking a few questions to understand your situation, the shopkeeper said with a laugh and explained the rules for being an apprentice in the shop. Yi Wan'er and Lu Quan immediately gathered around, listening intently. After hearing everything, it turned out that the treatment here was even better than what their eldest son received in the county town. Truly, this is the Qin family shop. It's different from anywhere else. Yi Wan'er had been silently thanking the heavens repeatedly these past few days, and now she couldn't help but press her hands together in gratitude. Having her son as an apprentice in such a place surely meant a bright future ahead. When the shopkeeper finished speaking and left, Yi Wan'er pulled Yi Xianglei aside and said sternly, "Listen, you must learn well here, follow the shopkeeper's instructions, and don't cause trouble. You need to endure hardships. If you dare to cause trouble and lose this job, you won't be coming home. You'll have to fend for yourself, as if I never had you as my son." "Mom, I understand. Yi Xianglei replied somewhat dismissively, his gaze wandering elsewhere. He had been so excited when he first entered that he was almost overwhelmed. He knew he had made the right choice coming here. The shop was filled with so many Western items, many of which he had never seen before. It made him want to go to sea and visit the West to see what kind of place could create such fascinating things. Even the workers' clothing made him envious, and he was already imagining how he would look wearing similar outfits in the future. Seeing her son distracted, Yuaner pinched his ear and said, "Are you listening to me?" "I am. I am." Yi Xianglei quickly replied, "Mom, don't worry. I skipped school because I don't like studying, but I love these things, and I will definitely learn well from my master." Yuana said, "You better do that, or you'll see how I deal with you." Qing Tian followed Qin Huishuan downstairs and saw Yi Xianglei being scolded by Yuaner. "Xiaoshu." Qing Tian went over to help defuse the situation. "Are you going to work here from now on?" Seeing Qin Huishuan approach, Yuana quickly let go of her grip. Yi Xianglei smiled and squatted down to talk to Qing Tian. "Yes. If you come to the city in the future, remember to visit your uncle." "Okay." Qing Tian said a bit enviously, "There are so many interesting things here. Weren't you saying that going to sea could earn big money? When I learn everything in the shop and can start working, I will definitely go to the West to see it. Whatever you like, I will buy it for you," Yuaner said repeatedly, expressing her gratitude to Qin Huishuan. However, Qin Huishuan's attention was focused on what the two people on the ground were saying. Qing Tian took out a pocket watch to show Yi Xianglei. "Look, Xiao Su, this pocket watch was given to me by Brother Qin." "What is a pocket watch?" "It's something that tells the time," Qing Tian explained as she opened the watch and looked inside. "See, it's already 2 o'clock." Looking at the divided watch face and the small words on it, Yi Xianglei scratched his head and asked, "Qing Tian, do you know all these words?" "I don't know," Qing Tian replied honestly. "If you don't know, how do you know it's 2 o'clock?" "I remembered when Brother Qin told me," Qing Tian said lightly. Although she couldn't read, Qin Huishuan had only taught her the positions of each hour once, and she had memorized them all. Unfortunately, Yi Xianglei couldn't understand what that meant. Qing Tian tried to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry, Xiao Su. While you're here as an apprentice, the master will definitely teach you." But Yi Xianglei looked hopeless. He was starting to doubt if he could learn at all. Qin Huishuan, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but smile. After the shopkeeper prepared the contract, he read it out loud for Yi Dajiao and her family to confirm. Once everything was correct, he had Yi Xianglei sign his name, and then both Yuaner and Yi Xianglei pressed their fingerprints on it. "All right, this is all set," the shopkeeper said, stamping it with his seal and handing one copy to Yuaner while keeping another for himself. He smiled and added, "The person sent by the young master is definitely reliable." This statement had a double meaning. It seemed to imply that the person sent by Qin Huishuan would not make mistakes. But it also suggested that since it was sent by the young master, they would be treated well. Yi Wanu understood immediately and felt even more grateful to Qin Huishuan and the Yi family. If it weren't for the connection between the Yi family and the Qin family, they wouldn't have been able to reach such heights. Even if they were lucky enough to get their son in, they wouldn't receive any special treatment. Now, with their son personally delivered by the young Master Qin, the prestige was immense. Even the shopkeeper wouldn't dare to underestimate them, let alone anyone else. Seeing that everything was settled, Yi Laoda approached to say goodbye. The time was getting late. While it was fine for them to return to the county town, Yi Waner and her husband had to go back to their village. If they didn't leave soon, they would have to travel in the dark. Suddenly, Qin Huishuan remembered, "By the way, I brought the plate that Qing Tian found today. My antique shop is nearby. Why don't we go there together and let the expert take a look?" Although they ultimately decided to go to Linglong Pavilion, Yi Xianglei was still very interested in cultural relics and antiques. Hearing this, his eyes lit up as he asked, "Is it the Guibao studio that young Master Qin mentioned?" "That's right," Qin Huishuan replied, inviting him, "If you're interested, let's go take a look together. Since it's my shop, you'll get familiar with it if you stay here longer." "Can I really go?" Yi Xianglei said excitedly, stumbling over his words. Since it's already this late and you're new here, you won't start learning today anyway, so why not go for a stroll together? Sure. Yi Xianglei agreed, without hesitation. Yi Laoda actually wanted to say that the plate should just be given to Qin Hishuan, no matter the cost, and they wouldn't go to the antique shop. But seeing Yi Xianglei's eager expression, he hesitated, unsure whether to voice his thoughts. After all, if they didn't go, Yi Xianglei would surely feel embarrassed to go alone, and Yi Waner wouldn't agree to let him go. While Yi Laoda was hesitating, Qing Tian quickly agreed, saying, "Great. Dad, let's go see the plate." "We've already troubled young Master Qin enough today," Yi Laoda said, picking up his daughter with some reluctance. Upon hearing this, Qing Tian immediately covered her mouth with her little hand. Qin Hishuan smiled at her cuteness and said, "Since we're already out, it's no trouble at all. Besides, I did disturb you at home before. I promised Qing Tian I would help her check the plate, and since we're here, it's just a short walk, no need for a car." Hearing this, Yi Laoda couldn't find a reason to oppose anymore. So, Qin Hishuan instructed Song Tao to go back to the car to get the plate, while he led everyone toward Guibao Studio. Guibao Studio was located behind Linglong Pavilion, accessible through a small alley. It was completely different in style, with an antique charm, intricate carvings, and a dignified atmosphere. As soon as Qin Hishuan entered, the shopkeeper jumped up from his chair behind the counter, as if startled, and hurried over to greet him. "Oh, young master, you're here. Please come in," the shopkeeper said, bowing. However, when he saw the few people behind Qin Hishuan, he was filled with confusion. These people didn't look like servants from the Qin family. Even the most ordinary servant from the Qin family would be dressed better than them. They seemed more like farmers from outside the city. But if they were farmers, why were they with the young master? Especially since he was holding a little girl's hand. Qing Tian had originally walked over with Qin Hishuan, but before entering, he noticed the threshold of the Guibao studio was a bit high, so he bent down and picked her up to carry her inside. Qin Hishuan was kind to Qing Tian, which everyone else had gotten used to, but the shopkeeper of Guibao studio was left speechless. Wow! To have the young master carry someone like this, she must be a princess. But the little girl, while cute and decently dressed, was just average compared to the others. Given the status of these people, they probably wouldn't even get close to the prince's residence. The shopkeeper, who usually dealt with wealthy and powerful clients, prided himself on having a discerning eye. After all, just because someone wore a dragon robe didn't mean they were a prince. They could be an actor. The demeanor of people from different social classes was completely different. However, since it was the young master who brought them, the shopkeeper didn't dare to comment further and quickly turned his attention back to flattering Qin Hishuan. Qin Hishuan led the way, and everyone followed him inside. The antique shop was not as lively or elaborate as the Linglong Pavilion. The items on the display shelves were arranged neatly, and to Yi Laoda and the others, even touching them would mean having to pay. So Yi Laoda said, "I'll stay outside and smoke a cigarette. It's too strong inside." Lu Quan immediately replied, "I'll join you, Laoda. You guys go in." Yi Laoxi, Yi Waner, and Yi Dazhao exchanged glances. Yi Laoxi said, "Then I'll smoke too." Yi Dazhao, worried about Qing Tian, hesitated but decided to go inside. Yi Waner missed her chance to grab Yi Xianglei and ended up following him in, fearing he might cause trouble. Antique shops typically had slow business, often closing for half a year and then making enough for the next half year, so there weren't many customers in the store. Qin Hishuan let Yi Xianglei look around freely, then took the package from Song Tao and gently placed it on the counter. He unwrapped the outer layer to reveal a large, intact porcelain plate inside. The shopkeeper glanced at it and was a bit surprised. "This plate is quite interesting." As he spoke, he took a pair of white cotton gloves from under the counter, apologized for any offense, and began to examine the porcelain plate closely. First, he turned the plate over to check for a signature underneath. Finding the bottom smooth and white, he leaned in to closely inspect a raised circle on the bottom. He even apologized again, took off one glove, and ran his finger along that circle to confirm the texture. After studying the back for a while, he flipped it over to examine the pattern and colors on the front. Finally, he even pulled out a magnifying glass to look closely at the design. Yi Xianglei watched in fascination, realizing that there were so many techniques and details involved in antique appraisal. This was something he had never seen or understood in the antique shops back in the county. The shopkeeper held the plate and studied it for about a quarter of an hour before carefully placing it back on the cloth. He took off the gloves and said, "Young master, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a tribute porcelain plate from a previous dynasty's official kiln. But there's no signature on the bottom." Qin Huishuan said, "So it's a trial kiln product?" No. The shopkeeper instinctively shook his head, then realized it was Qin Huishuan speaking, not someone else, and quickly added, "Of course, young master. What you mentioned is also quite possible. However, generally speaking, trial kiln porcelain would also have a signature underneath. One reason is to check if the color of the signature is correct, and the other is to distinguish batches, so there would usually be markings indicating the date and which trial kiln it was from." Hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Qin Huishuan understood that he hadn't thought it through enough, as he really didn't know much about antiques. He nodded, signaling the shopkeeper to continue. Seeing that Qin Huishuan was not upset, the shopkeeper continued, "If I'm not mistaken, this could be a batch of special porcelain made in the previous dynasty. Although there are no written records left in the palace, there are mentions of it in unofficial histories." Special porcelain? Qin Huishuan looked at the shopkeeper in confusion. Yes, according to unofficial historical records, the last emperor of the previous dynasty came to power through a coup. Although it was publicly announced that the old emperor had passed away, many rumors suggested that he was actually alive but kept under house arrest. Because the last emperor did not want to bear the guilt of patricide, he hid the old emperor in a well-guarded palace within the palace until he later passed away due to illness. There were rumors in earlier years that a batch of unmarked official porcelain was specially made for the old emperor's use. It was also said that after the old emperor's death, these items were completely destroyed. Because of this, most people thought it was just a made-up story. I used to think the same way, as there was no evidence to support it, so anyone could say anything. But after seeing this plate today, I am not so sure anymore." The shopkeeper became a bit excited as he spoke. This plate, in terms of its delicacy and color, is at the same high level as the imperial porcelain from the previous dynasty. It is definitely a fine product from the official kiln, not something that can be easily imitated. Even the patterns and designs on the plate could only be used in the palace at that time. Not even common people or princes could overstep their bounds. Even if the emperor granted it, it had to have the imperial mark to be kept at home. But this plate is complete and has no markings at all. Even the number 9, which symbolizes supreme authority, has been replaced with the number 8 to avoid bad luck. This is a living proof of the unofficial history. The shopkeeper grew more excited, almost wanting to hug the plate and kiss it. Qin Huishuan then realized that there was a significant secret hidden within the patterns on the plate. "Are you saying that this plate was secretly made by the last emperor of the previous dynasty for his biological father?" "It should be correct." Qin Huishuan looked at the shopkeeper, his eyes showing a hint of doubt. Can such a conclusion really be drawn from a few fabricated lines in unofficial history? But then the shopkeeper changed his tone. "Of course, this is just a theory. Regardless, this plate is indeed from the previous dynasty, and the bottom has no markings. As long as we insist it is one of those pieces, can anyone really prove us wrong? The previous dynasty has been gone for so many years. There is no evidence left." Perhaps thinking about the excitement this news would bring and how it might make him famous, the shopkeeper felt very thrilled. Even in front of Qin Huishuan, he could hardly contain his excitement. Qin Huishuan's first reaction was to cover Qing Tian's ears with his hand. This child remembers everything he hears, so he shouldn't learn bad things. Fortunately, Qing Tian didn't really understand what the shopkeeper was saying. However, Yi Xianglei beside them looked like he had learned something important. The shopkeeper held the plate with great affection. In just a short time, he had already thought about how to spread the news, create excitement, and keep everyone curious until the plate made its grand appearance. He was eager to start preparing right away. "Young master, don't worry, I'll take care of this plate and make sure you get a good price," the shopkeeper said, then quickly turned to Yi Xianglei and Qing Tian, adding, "But this matter must not be revealed, or it won't work." Yi Xianglei quickly promised to keep it a secret. Qing Tian, still a bit confused, nodded along. "All right, I'll leave the plate to you. I won't interfere with how you handle it, but it must be done neatly. Don't leave a mess for us to deal with later. You can trust me, young master. I've been in this business for over 30 years. Besides, our item is genuine, not fake. When selling antiques, there's always a story to tell." "As long as you understand," Qin Huan said, taking Qing Tian to explore the shop. Yi Xianglei stayed by the counter, watching the shopkeeper carefully polish the plate with a silk cloth. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Isn't the plate already clean? Why do you keep wiping it?" The shopkeeper, hearing this, became annoyed and said, "Do you think you can just wash it with a bit of water? That's careless." Yi Xianglei replied, "The plate is covered in dirt. How else can it be cleaned? The dirt makes it even more important not to wash it carelessly." The shopkeeper's beard seemed to bristle with frustration. "That dirt can damage the glaze and create tiny scratches. You might not see these marks with the naked eye, but they can ruin the plate's shine and quality. Fortunately, this plate is in decent condition, or the price would have to be significantly lowered. By polishing it a bit more, I can make the plate shine and look even better." Seeing that Yi Xianglei was with Qin Huan, the shopkeeper's attitude was very friendly, answering every question, and the two of them began to chat at the counter. The shopkeeper saw that Yi Xianglei looked confused and didn't quite understand his last words, so he put down the silk cloth and lifted the plate to the light for him to see. "Can you see any difference from before?" Yi Xianglei had seen this plate several times since Qing Tian brought it out of the abandoned kiln. He was interested in antiques, so after Yi Dazhao cleaned the plate, he had carefully examined it, making him quite familiar with it. But now, after the shopkeeper had polished it for a short while, the plate suddenly felt completely transformed. Yi Xianglei didn't know how to describe it. The plate had already been beautiful, but it was only the patterns that were pretty. Now, the entire color of the plate seemed to come alive, and the patterns appeared more ethereal and lively. Yi Xianglei regretted not studying harder before, as he couldn't find the right words to express himself. Seeing his eyes light up, the shopkeeper smiled and continued to polish the plate. "Can you see the difference now?" "Yes, yes."
Jiang nodded repeatedly.
"The colors are brighter, and the patterns don't seem as stiff as before." With limited knowledge, he could only come up with such descriptions. The shopkeeper didn't mind and thought that although his words were rough, they hit the mark. "You have some understanding," the shopkeeper said, finally showing some interest in Yi Xianglei. He kept working but looked Yi Xianglei up and down. "Are you a servant of the young master? I haven't seen you before."
"How old are you? Can you read?"
This question was similar to what the shopkeeper of Linglong Pavilion had asked earlier. Before Yi Xianglei could think of how to answer, Qin Huan returned with Qing Tian and said, "This is Lao Gao's new apprentice, so don't worry about him." The shopkeeper shrugged and said, "I was just asking. But, young master, are you being a bit biased? There's a good talent here, and you only think of Lao Gao, not the rest. He chose Linglong Pavilion himself. It has nothing to do with me." Qing Tian wasn't very interested in the antiques in the shop, so Qin Huan didn't stay long. However, it was getting late outside. Qin Huan wisely said, "Currently, the gang of bandits around the capital hasn't been caught. My father just found some clues in Fengli County. If you go back now, it might not be very safe. How about we stay here for the night and head back early tomorrow morning?" Yi Laoda felt a bit confused by his suggestion. The previous group of bandits had been ruthless, but wasn't the merchant caravan attacked during the day? However, that wasn't the main concern. He was more worried about Yi Laotai's health. Besides, it seemed that the Gui family had reached a conclusion, and it was best to return home soon to report. Thinking of this, he turned to Yuaner to ask for her opinion. Yuaner did not want to stay overnight in the capital. She had already settled her son and, after handing him over to her master, she didn't want to worry anymore. Where would they stay? She feared she wouldn't sleep well at the Qin family home, and staying at an inn would cost money. Seeing Yi Laoda looking at her, Yuaner said, "Let's go back. If we hurry, we should be able to reach home before it gets dark. Besides, There's a banquet tomorrow that I must attend. A relative's child is getting married, and I promised to go. It would be rude not to. As soon as Yi Wan'er insisted on going home, Yi Laoda felt encouraged and politely declined Qin Huishuan's kind offer, planning to return with Yi Wan'er so they could keep each other company on the way. Qin Huishuan had initially wanted them to stay the night and take Qing Tian to see a circus, but seeing their determination to leave, he didn't insist. My father probably won't be able to return to the capital for a while. We need to send someone to bring him some clean clothes and daily necessities. Let them go with you. It's safer with more people. Yi Laoda quickly replied, Thank you, young Master Qin. Since they're set on leaving, we won't delay any longer. The items meant for Qin Songyin had already been prepared, and Qin Huishuan arranged for 12 people to accompany Yi Laoda and the others to Fengli County. They would deliver the items and then stay in the county to assist and protect Qin Songyin. Qin Huishuan had been well prepared, so the Qin family's people quickly got ready to leave with the Yi family. Before they departed, Qin Huishuan handed a small box to Yi Laoda, saying, This contains some writing supplies I won't use. You can take it back for Chang Ruwei to practice his writing. The box was heavy, likely filled with many items. Yi Laoda understood Qin Huishuan's intention. These writing supplies probably didn't meet his usual standards. However, they were likely of a quality that the Yi family couldn't usually afford or didn't want to buy. Yi Laoda was gradually getting to know Qin Huishuan's character. He wasn't one to be overly polite. He preferred to be straightforward. Since he had already prepared everything, it would be pointless to refuse, so in the end, he had to accept it. He said, Then I will thank young Master Qin on behalf of Chang Ruwei. However, even though he said this, Yi Laoda felt troubled inside. He had originally planned to send a few good items to the Qin family to repay his previous debts. But now, not only had he not repaid the old favors, but he also owed new ones. Yet, since Qin Huishuan had good intentions, Yi Laoda couldn't ignore his kindness. Now, it felt a bit like having too many debts but not worrying about them. Qin Huishuan then reminded him, By the way, there's one more thing. Don't let Qing Tian use the 4 treasures of the study. Yi Laoda was taken aback, thinking that young Master Qin usually cared for Qing Tian the most. He would carry her in and out and patiently play with her. If an outsider saw them, they would surely think Qing Tian was Qin Huishuan's little sister. To be honest, even real sisters rarely receive such affection. Qing Tian, who was nearby, was surprised to hear this and lowered her eyes without speaking. She felt a bit wronged inside. She knew she shouldn't have such thoughts. Qin Gij had already given her many things. She raised her hand and touched the little rabbit pocket watch in her clothes. But she couldn't help but steal a glance at Qin Huishuan. Qin Gij had clearly taught her how to write her name, so why couldn't she use the 4 treasures of the study? Was it because her writing wasn't good? But Qin Gij had praised her for learning quickly and writing well. Fortunately, Qin Huishuan quickly explained to Yi Laoda. First, Qing Tian is still young, and her muscles haven't developed well enough to start learning to write. Second, learning to write can't be rushed. It needs to be done step by step, starting with proper methods. If you write randomly for a long time, it will be hard to change later. When she starts learning to write, it will require a lot of corrections, making it even more difficult. The Yi family had a clear example in front of them, as Yi Changrui struggled with his writing because he hadn't built a good foundation from the start, and now he practiced every day with slow results. After finishing, Qin Huishuan reached out and ruffled Qing Tian's hair. What are you thinking about in that little head? You haven't looked up. Are you secretly calling me stingy? I'm not, Qing Tian mumbled softly, still not looking up, but her little hand tugged at Qin Huishuan's clothing. Qin Huishuan felt his heart melt from her playful antics. He squatted down to her level and said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried to teach you to write today, sparking your curiosity, but not letting you write. But there's no rush on practicing writing. I'll teach you myself later, okay? You wouldn't want your writing to look like your brother's, would you? Thinking of Yi Changrui's messy handwriting, Qing Tian couldn't help but shrink her neck and replied, I understand. I won't secretly practice writing. That's more like it. Qin Huishuan ruffled her hair, lifted her onto the carriage, and said, "When it's the 12th month, your parents can bring you to the capital for fun. The streets will be bustling with New Year's goods." "Okay, goodbye, Brother Qin." Qing Tian waved to Qin Huan, feeling a bit reluctant inside. She thought to herself that it would be nice if they lived in the capital instead of so far away. However, she had heard her parents say that housing in the capital was extremely expensive. It was already hard for her parents to save money, so she couldn't ask for something so unreasonable. Seeing Qing Tian wave her hand, but still look at him longingly, Qin Huan felt a bit uneasy. As the mule cart started to move, he blurted out, "I'll come to see you when I have time." Meng Tang, who was behind, felt overwhelmed. "Young master, how could you get addicted to such a remote place? This Qing Tian girl is charming, but does she really have that much appeal? Setting aside the living conditions, where would the time come from?" Mr. Wei's lessons were already packed, and the young master still needed to practice martial arts and archery. There seemed to be no time left at all. However, Qin Huan wasn't worried about Wei Yan. As long as he could enjoy the meals made by Sister Yi, he might even be more diligent than if he went himself. As soon as Qin Huan returned to the courtyard, he saw Yuetao rushing towards him with a worried expression. "Young master, you're finally back. Someone from the palace came and said the queen wants to see you." "At this hour?" Qin Huan raised his eyebrows in surprise, glancing at the clock nearby. It was already past the first hour of the evening. "Madam will accompany you to the palace, and Princess Rue is still there too. Don't worry, the queen probably just wants to meet you. Madam is getting ready now, so we need to hurry," Yuetao said as she pulled Qin Huan into the house, immediately directing several maidservants to get busy. They helped Qin Huan redo his hair, change into new clothes, tie his belt, and hang on a pouch and tassels. Qin Huan looked down at the reddish-brown ribbon at his waist and frowned, saying, "My original ribbon was just fine. Why do I need a new one?" Yuetao thought to herself that while the ribbon made by the lady wasn't bad, it certainly didn't stand up to close inspection. It was one thing for the young master to wear it regularly, but this was for entering the palace. Qin Huan quickly finished getting ready and went to find Madame Qin. Madame Qin needed to wear formal attire according to her rank when entering the palace, and both her clothing and accessories were quite elaborate. With time running short, several maids were busy helping her. After a lot of effort, mother and son hurriedly got into the carriage to the palace. Fortunately, it seemed the queen had given instructions, so their journey was smooth. Since there were no other guests summoned this time, they didn't have to wait and were directly led inside by the palace attendants. This was Qin Huan's first time in the palace. He had thought he would have to wait until the new year to come with his parents, but it turned out to be a surprise visit. Now, in mid-October, everyone in the palace had already changed into their silk garments. Although Qin Huan was curious about the palace, he managed to control himself, closely following Madame Qin and keeping his gaze fixed on the ground, not looking around at all. This made the palace attendant, who knew it was his first visit, regard him with some admiration. Madame Qin, on the other hand, visited the palace for banquets from time to time, so she was somewhat familiar with the attendants there and could exchange a few words with them. Young Master Qin is quite composed for his age, just like Lord Qin. Hearing her son praised, Madame Qin was very pleased, her eyes brightening, but she humbly replied, "He is too composed. He lacks the liveliness of a child." "Madame Qin is too modest," the attendant said, smiling broadly. Though it wasn't flattery, it was a friendly gesture. After all, Qin Songyin was currently favored by the emperor and was known for his steady and capable demeanor, which had remained consistent over the years. Everyone in the palace could see that as long as Qin Songyin maintained his current state, this favor would surely last. Looking at Madame Qin's three sons, her eldest, Qin Hidong, and her second son, Qin Hue, were both outstanding among their peers. When Madame Qin went to the border to bring back Qin Huan, many prominent families in the capital were watching the situation closely. Even when the queen occasionally hosted banquets for the ladies, they would discuss this topic. Most people believe that Qin Huan was raised outside the city and that Lord Wen, being a military man, brought him back only at the age of 10. They think he must have grown up wild. After returning, he would surely be hard to manage, and Qin Songyin and his wife would be quite troubled by this. However, as Qin Huishuan returned to the capital and visited relatives and friends with Madame Qin, news began to spread that the young master was well-mannered and polite. Many people were skeptical, thinking the Qin family was just trying to create a good image for him. But after seeing him today, they realized that the praise was not exaggerated. It was quite modest. The palace servant thought to himself that it was surprising how a carefree young man like Qin's grandfather could raise such a well-behaved grandson. It seemed that as long as nothing unexpected happened, the Qin family could thrive for at least 3 more generations. With this in mind, the servant became even friendlier towards Madame Qin and her son. Today, the queen spoke happily with Princess Ruwei about the young master and wants to meet him. She even suggested inviting you both for dinner in the palace. As he said this, the servant glanced at Qin Huishuan, wondering how his dining etiquette would be. If he behaved poorly, it might be embarrassing in front of the queen. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the queen's chamber. Qin Huishuan entered, bowing respectfully, and then heard a gentle voice say, "No need for such formalities. Please get up." "This must be Huishuan? He looks just like Lord Qin." Madame Qin smiled and replied, "Indeed, the first 2 take after me, but he resembles my husband the most. Come here, so I can take a look." At the queen's command, a maid quickly guided Qin Huishuan forward. Finally, Qin Huishuan caught a glimpse of the queen. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with an oval face and gentle almond-shaped eyes. If not for her royal attire, she could easily be mistaken for a friendly neighbor. The queen examined Qin Huishuan closely and smiled at Princess Ruwei, saying, "You weren't wrong. He truly is a good child. At such a young age, in a few years, he will surely charm many young ladies." Princess Ruwei laughed. "When have I ever misled you? It's no wonder that the Mongolian noblewoman still thinks of him after entering the palace," the queen said with a smile. Hearing this, Madame Qin's heart raced. Did that Mongolian girl say something in the palace? But seeing the calm expression of the princess, she relaxed. She didn't dare to speak in front of the queen, but her sister would definitely not harm Huishuan. Sure enough, the queen said with some disdain, "Barbarians never have proper manners. I thought her family would have some status and be different. Fortunately, you came to tell me in time. Otherwise, the emperor would have wanted her to study with the princesses. Now it seems it's better to avoid that. The palace doesn't need her for food and drink. We can take care of her. If she dares to lead my Qingyi astray, I will not forgive her." After saying this, the queen asked with concern, "I heard from your aunt that Su Dia hurt you?" Madame Qin quickly replied, in response to the queen, "That girl flipped the table, and Huishuan got his arm burned by the splash soup while protecting his classmate." The queen nodded repeatedly, praised Qin Huishuan a few times, and ordered the best burn ointment and scar cream from the palace to be given to him. Huishuan hurriedly thanked her and accepted it. The queen then reminded, "If you encounter her again, keep your distance." "Yes, your majesty." Madame Qin felt a bit unhappy. It was clearly Su Dia who caused trouble, so why should her son avoid her? It sounded like the queen favored Su Dia more. But what Madame Qin didn't know was that after the princess entered the palace, the queen summoned Su Dia to ask her questions. When asked why she wanted to follow Qin Huishuan, she said, "Because he is handsome, I wanted to get to know him. Perhaps he could be a husband in the future." The queen had never heard such reckless words and was quite shocked. She immediately decided to keep her daughter away from this shameless girl, which is why she instructed Qin Huishuan this way. After all, being entangled with such a woman would be quite troublesome. After giving Qin Huishuan the ointment, the 3 women quickly began to chat. Huishuan listened quietly, not interrupting but also not losing focus. During dinner in the queen's palace that evening, he displayed excellent manners, impressing the queen and everyone in the palace. However, a small incident occurred when they were leaving the palace. The emperor suddenly arrived. Princess, Madame Qin, and Qin Huishuan quickly knelt down to pay their respects. The queen approached and greeted the emperor, then explained, "This afternoon, the princess visited me, so I invited Mrs. Qin to join us for a chat. They just finished dinner, and were about to head home." The emperor nodded and asked the princess, "What has the seventh prince been busy with lately? I haven't seen him in a long time." The princess replied quickly, "The prince has been busy counting the furs and herbs that were offered as tribute this year. Just yesterday, he mentioned that the quality of this year's offerings is better than in previous years." Hearing this, the emperor shook his head and said, "That guy, can't he take on some serious responsibilities? A prince should help me with state affairs, not fuss over trivial matters. I can't believe he has the patience for this." The princess smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you know him well. He has always enjoyed these tasks and lacks ambition. This summer has been unbearably hot, and everyone just wants to relax, but the prince couldn't sit still. He had the servants completely organize and inventory the storeroom, making new records. It wore the servants out, and I had to give them double pay that month." The emperor couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head as he said, all right, he is my only brother left, and our family doesn't lack for anything. Let him enjoy himself." The queen added with a smile, "Your Majesty, it's fine to say this here, but if the seventh prince hears it, he might take it too seriously, making it harder for his wife to manage him." So the emperor said to the princess, "Don't worry, the next time I see the seventh prince, I'll give him a little talk." "Thank you, Your Majesty," she replied. After speaking with the princess, the emperor turned to Mrs. Qin and said, "Lord Qin has been busy with the bandit suppression efforts. I hear he went out of town because of new leads. It must be tough for you to manage everything at home and outside." Mrs. Qin replied, "It is a blessing for my husband to serve the emperor and help the people. A little hard work is nothing." Finally, the emperor looked at Qin Huan and said, "So this is the youngest son you just brought back? He looks just like Songyin. Study hard, so you can take over for your father in the future." It was Qin Huan's first audience with the emperor, and he didn't know how to respond, so he knelt and bowed, saying, "I will obey your command." Normally, he should have expressed humility. His response was somewhat awkward, but it made the emperor laugh heartily. After all, hearing too much humble flattery can be quite annoying. It's refreshing and interesting to hear a different response. Haha, this is how it should be. With the emperor's laughter, the atmosphere in the hall became a bit lighter. Princess Rui took the opportunity to say goodbye and left with Madame Qin and Qin Huan. As they stepped out of the palace, a gust of wind made all three shiver, and they realized their inner clothes were soaked with cold sweat. However, since they were still in the palace, no one dared to speak freely. After leaving the palace, Princess Rui did not get into her own carriage, but instead joined Madame Qin and Qin Huan in the Qin family's carriage. After the carriage had been driving for a while, Princess Rui said, "I've gathered all the information. There's no need to worry about that Mongolian girl." She presented the method for raising war horses to the emperor today. "Her parents and brothers are under our control, so they can't cause any trouble." "That's good." Madame Qin sighed in relief, but still asked, what did the empress mean by her earlier words? Did that girl mention Huan to the emperor? She was supposed to enter the palace immediately, but instead, she went to the morning market with Huan, which not only delayed her but also got her clothes dirty. After entering the palace, she had to change before meeting the emperor, so he naturally asked. That's why she mentioned it. At the time, no one knew who she was talking about, and she acted as if Huan had bullied her. The emperor even ordered an investigation, but luckily, I reported this to the empress in time. Otherwise, people might think Huan did something wrong. Madame Qin was angry and said, "The empress is right. Those barbarians are no good. They not only make mistakes but also twist the truth. You don't know, she even said she wants to invite Huan to Mongolia to be her husband. She must be out of her mind." Madame Qin was furious. That's why the empress said Huan should keep his distance from her. After all, as the saying goes, a toad on the foot doesn't bite, but is still annoying. If any bad rumors come out, it would damage Huan's reputation. Madame Qin decisively said, "Huan, from now on, take twice as many people with you when you go out, and make sure to stay far away from that girl." Qin Huan nodded and then asked, "Aunt, may I ask you a question?" "You child, why are you suddenly so polite? Just ask whatever you want." "Aunt, is Uncle doing those trivial tasks on purpose to avoid suspicion?" The princess of Prince Rue and Madame Qin did not expect that Qin Huan would notice this issue. The two exchanged a silent glance, seemingly contemplating whether to speak. The Emperor and Prince Rue are full-blooded brothers, with a 12-year age difference. Their bond from childhood is still there, but now one is the Emperor and the other is a prince. All their other brothers have been sent to their own territories, yet Prince Rue remains in the capital. The Emperor claims he cannot bear to let his younger brother suffer outside, but everyone understands the true reason without needing to say it. Moreover, over the years, the Emperor has often said that Prince Rue is not diligent, but he has never assigned him any serious duties. Fortunately, Prince Rue is naturally easygoing and does not have ambitions for power. He is content to be a leisurely prince. This is likely why the Prince Rue's residence has enjoyed the Emperor's favor all these years. After thinking for a moment, the princess of Prince Rue simply said a few words to Qin Huan and added, "Actually, your uncle really enjoys doing these things. Neither of us are ambitious people, so living like this is quite nice, isn't it?" Finally, she sighed softly and said, "If only Bauer had survived back then, I would have no regrets in my life now." Madame Qin could only hold her hand and say, "Sister, it has been so long. Bauer must have already been reborn into a good family and is living happily. You should try to let go. The child was a part of me. How can I let go?" The princess of Prince Rue said, her eyes reddening again. Madame Qin, feeling uneasy, took the princess of Prince Rue home before returning with Qin Huan. On the way back, Qin Huan couldn't help but ask, "Mother, what happened to Aunt's child?" "Alas," Madame Qin sighed, "you know, your aunt had a hard time getting pregnant a few years ago and finally gave birth to a daughter after 10 months.
They were so happy.
I went to see her. The baby was so fair and lovely. Everything seemed perfect, but unexpectedly, before the month was over, the baby passed away." Prince Rue was furious, and everyone responsible for caring for the child was punished. "Your aunt had not even fully recovered yet when she heard the news and fainted. She was ill for several months before she could get out of bed. Since then, her health has never been the same." Madame Qin sighed and said, "If that child had survived, they would be 4 years old now. Then you would have a sister to play with, and you wouldn't have to envy the little girls from other families." Qin Huan felt indifferent. Having a sister wouldn't change anything. Could she be as charming as Qing Tian? He had seen many young girls from wealthy families, and they were either spoiled and arrogant or overly controlled and dull, not a bit as lovely as Qing Tian. Madame Qin had always worried about her sister. As a princess, she had no children, and although Prince Rue still seemed to love her deeply, there was no guarantee that it would always be this way. In the early years, people thought they were avoiding suspicion by not having children. But now that several princes were coming of age, the Prince Rue's household still had no sons or daughters, and gossip was increasing. When Princess Rue had her daughter, both the Wen family and Madame Qin were overjoyed. A daughter is wonderful, thoughtful, and without rivalry. Whether they brought a son-in-law home or married her off, who would dare to neglect a princess? But fate was unkind, and they couldn't even keep one daughter. The pomegranate skirt made by her family was meant to bring good fortune to Princess Rue, hoping she would have a child or two. Why did it suddenly disappear after being born healthy? Qin Huan asked in confusion. "Silly child, do you think having and raising children is that simple? From the moment of conception, there are many dangers and many children don't survive to birth. Childbirth can also be difficult. Even if the baby is born safely, they can easily get sick. In the capital, countless children die each year. Those who grow up safely have truly overcome great difficulties." Madame Qin had just come out of the palace and, feeling a bit tired, leaned back and sighed. Qin Huan suddenly asked, "Did I go through all this when I was a child?" Madame Qin was taken aback by his question and sat up straight. She recalled those days, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. "When I was pregnant with you, your father was still at home, not being given important tasks. When we found out I was expecting you, your father said he hoped for a daughter, and he would happily be a devoted father at home. Unfortunately, you were just as troublesome as your two brothers. Madame Qing said, reaching out to pinch her son's cheek. You threw up so much. Everything you ate came back up. Even drinking water made you gag a few times. When your father saw me throwing up like that, he said, looks like we have another troublesome boy. Qin Huan learned for the first time that pregnancy could be like this and frowned slightly, asking, will it last long? About 2 months of vomiting, from the 2nd to the 4th month. Madame Qin replied, all 3 of you brothers were like this. Hearing this, Qin Huan felt a sudden stir in his heart. Madame Qin opened her memory box and continued, once you get through those 2 months, it gets much better. But the last few months before giving birth and during the postpartum period are the hottest times of the year, and I suffered quite a bit. When I was close to giving birth to you, your grandfather suddenly sent your father away on business. He said he would be back quickly, but on the 3rd day, before he even arrived, I went into labor at home. Luckily, Nurse Jiang went to inform your aunt, who brought a doctor and a midwife. Otherwise, I can't imagine how much more I would have suffered. Then came the postpartum period, where I couldn't get cold or be exposed to the wind. During the hottest days of summer, the doors and windows were tightly shut, and I couldn't bathe. I got rashes all over, and they were so itchy that I scratched them open. It hurt every time I sweated. By the time your father returned, I was almost done with my confinement. Qin Huan fell silent, realizing for the first time how difficult pregnancy and childbirth could be. What Madame Qin didn't mention was that the rush to call the doctor and midwife by Princess Rue caused many rumors among the townspeople. Old Master Qin felt that such actions by Princess Rue embarrassed him, which is why he couldn't stand Qin Songyin and his wife, even disliking the newborn Qin Huan. In the end, someone gave him a bad idea, and he used a conflicting fate reason to suggest sending the child away during Qin Huan's first birthday banquet. At this point, Madame Qin couldn't help but feel a bit sad. She gently stroked Qin Huan's hair and said, it's all because your parents were powerless. We couldn't speak up at home, so we let others push us around. After sending you away, your father stopped being lazy and started to improve himself. In these past few years, he has gained more favor from the emperor. Don't worry, our family's life will only get better from now on. Your parents will always protect you, and nothing like before will happen again. Seeing the sad look in Mrs. Qin's eyes, Qin Huan felt increasingly uneasy. He suddenly realized that his previous grievances against his parents seemed small compared to this. But did that mean all the hardships and loneliness he endured over the years were for nothing? Qin Huan found himself in a dilemma. Just then, the carriage slowly stopped outside the second gate. Back in the main courtyard, Mrs. Qin patted her son's head and said, it's getting late. You've worked hard all day, so you should go rest early. Yes, mother. I will take my leave, Qin Huan replied. As he turned into the moon gate of the courtyard, Mrs. Qin couldn't help but ask the nearby Grandma Jiang, do you think Huan has changed compared to before? Madam, both you and the master are kind people. Even if the young master hasn't been raised by you, he is still good at heart. He is still young and may feel some distance from you both, which is normal. But deep down, he is just like you too, and he will eventually understand the love and care you have for him. When that time comes, he will figure it out on his own. I hope it really turns out that way. Mrs. Qin sighed softly and, with Grandma Jiang's support, returned to her room. On the side of the Oldie family, they had tried to walk quickly along the way. However, as night fell earlier each day, by the time they reached Fengli County, it was already completely dark. Sister Yi said, Aunt, Uncle, I think you should stay in the county for the night before heading back. With Lord Qin bringing people to deal with the bandits, it wouldn't be a joke if those desperate bandits did something crazy. Yuan originally planned to return to the village no matter what, but now that she was only with Lu Quan instead of a group, she felt a bit uneasy looking at the dark sky. Lu Quan also didn't want to travel at night, but he didn't dare to speak up and could only signal to Yi Laoda to say a few words. Yi Laoda immediately understood and said, "That's right, aunt. You don't know, those bandits are desperate and can be very dangerous. I'm not trying to be superstitious, but look, we finally have a happy occasion at home. What if something happens? It would be better for you to stay the night, and tomorrow you can visit the elder before heading home safely." Thinking of her eldest son, Yuaner was finally persuaded and said, "That makes sense. Let's stay for one night and find a nearby inn to book a room." "Aunt, why say that? You can just stay with us tonight. There's no need to go to an inn." Yuana was worried about this, which is why she suggested going to an inn first. "I know you all are staying at Mr. Jiang's house, but that's because you have a good relationship with him. We are not related to Mr. Jiang and can't help him, so we don't want to cause any trouble." Actually, Yuaner was afraid that their presence would burden Sister Yi, as she thought about how annoying it would be if she were Mr. Jiang and had unfamiliar guests brought home. "Aunt, you're just overthinking," Sister Yi said. "Right now, our family of 3, along with the third son's wife and some helpers, are all staying in the same courtyard. There are several empty rooms, so there's no need to arrange anything special for you. It's just for one night, so don't worry so much." "Is that true?" Yuaner asked, still a bit doubtful. "Don't trick me, will it really not affect you?" Sister Yi confidently replied, "It really won't. We'll finish our meal and head back, and you can leave early tomorrow. Mr. Jiang definitely won't mind." "Okay, then we'll bother you," Yuaner said. "Let's first check on your mother, then find a place to eat."
Sure.
Yi Laoda was also concerned about his mother and nodded repeatedly, urging the carriage toward the clinic. Yuaner quickly took out some money and handed it to Lu Quan, instructing, "When we arrive at the clinic, let me off, then hurry to the shop to find Lauda and give him the money to book a nice restaurant. Then come back to pick me up. We should treat Lauda's family to a nice meal." Although Yuaner was reluctant to spend money on an inn, she was more than willing to spend on showing gratitude to Lauda's family. Spending money on a room felt like a waste, but going out to eat together and expressing thanks to her benefactors made the expense worthwhile. Lu Quan, being the son-in-law, always followed Yuaner's lead in family matters. He also understood that Lauda's family had helped a lot this time. One meal wouldn't be enough to show his gratitude. So when he heard Yuaner say not to hesitate to spend money, he took the money without any hesitation and said, "Don't worry, I understand this. Let's go visit the old lady. We should bring something with us. Otherwise, it would be rude to show up empty-handed." "Oh my, you finally said something sensible," Yuaner said, giving him a pat on the back. "I thought I forgot something. I was only thinking about which restaurant to go to and completely forgot about this. Thank you for the reminder." After saying that, Yuaner pointed to a nearby shop with its door still open. "Hurry, let's stop there for a moment, so I can buy something before we go." Yi Laoda drove quickly to the clinic, and when the 4 of them got out of the car, they realized that Yuaner and Lu Quan's car hadn't followed them. Where did Aunt and Uncle go? There are only a few roads in the county town. They can't be lost. They probably got caught up with something else, Yi Laosi said. Should I go back along the road to look for them? Maybe they went shopping? Shopping for what? Yi Laosi didn't understand her meaning. Never mind, let's go inside first. It's too late to go back now, Yi Deseo said, holding on to Qing Tian as she went in. Yi Laosi could only look at his older brother. Aunt and uncle are proper people. They definitely wouldn't come to visit without bringing something. I was careless earlier, only thinking about mother. I should have let them leave first. Yi Laosi finally understood what his sister-in-law meant, scratching his head and realizing he still had a lot to learn about social matters. Seeing him like this, Yi Laoda sighed. He remembered when he was young and inexperienced, learning these things slowly after marrying Yi Deseo. Unfortunately, Laosi wasn't so lucky and ended up with someone like Guasher. After getting married, he not only didn't make any progress but almost got worn down by her. Thinking of this, Yi Laoda patted his shoulder and said, Laosi, I'll make sure to find you a good wife in the future. Don't worry. As long as you don't get married, our family won't split up. Your sister-in-law and I will definitely take care of you. Although his words were touching, after everything that had just happened and dealing with Guisher's affairs, Yi Laosi felt he really couldn't think about finding someone right now. Yi Laoda seemed to sense his thoughts and said as he walked inside, "Don't worry. You may not want to think about it now, but in a little while, you will." Old Lady Yi was initially drugged, but after waking up, she was actually fine. However, due to her age and her previous illness, she still felt weak and tired. The doctor prescribed some medicine, and she could have gone home, but she decided to stay an extra day to wait for her family to return. "Mom, are you feeling better?" As soon as Sister Yi entered the room, she placed her child, Qing Tian, by the bed. "Qing Tian, go check on Grandma and help her feel better." Qing Tian crawled to Old Lady Yi's side and asked with concern, "Grandma, what hurts?" She reached out her little hand and gently pressed on Old Lady Yi's chest, mimicking something she had seen before. Whether it was effective or just a placebo, Old Lady Yi immediately felt her breathing ease a bit. She hugged Qing Tian tightly and kissed her, saying, "It's our Qing Tian. Just seeing you makes me feel much better." Before she could ask about how things were going with Gua, Yuan and Lu Quan entered with bags of items. "Sister, are you feeling any better?" Yuan set down her things and leaned closer to the bed, showing her concern. "Lu and I came to check on you." Lu Quan stopped at the door, handing the items to Old Lady Yi. "We brought some things for your mother, just some useful food." Yi Laoda was surprised that his wife had indeed gone shopping. "Uncle, why are you being so polite?" Yi Laoda refused to accept the items. "My mother is fine now. We can't take your things." "Olda, these are for your mother. Don't refuse."
Liu Guan insista.
"Besides, you shouldn't visit a sick person empty-handed. It's an old custom here. You just got back, so remember this for the future." Yi Laoda was skeptical, but had no other arguments. "All right, just accept it," Lu Quan said. "I can't go in, so I'll take this chance to check on my own family. If my son hasn't eaten, I'll call him over to join us. You brothers haven't met yet. Uncle this." Yi Laoda started to protest, but was interrupted as Lu Quan filled his hands with items. Before he could free his hands, he watched Lu Quan leave. Inside the room, Old Lady Yi was also complaining about Yi Yuan spending too much money.
"I've been fine for a while now."
The doctor said, "I can go home anytime. Why are you spending so much on me? Just make sure to take what you bought yourself. Otherwise, I might get upset." "Sister-in-law, you can't take things back. You don't want to bring bad luck home," Yuaner said with a smile. "It's great that you're feeling better. Even if you're already home, I still need to buy things to visit you. Besides, you may not know this, but your family has helped mine a lot. Now that Xiang Lei is staying in the capital as an apprentice, we've seen the shop and it's really nice. When he becomes successful, he should treat you like a parent. That depends on Xiang Lei's own efforts, which is why young Master Qin noticed him. Otherwise, why would he overlook others? I think you deserve such good fortune in your later years. Once both your sons finish their apprenticeships, you can just enjoy life." "Enjoying life depends not just on sons but also on daughters-in-law," Yuana replied. "Look at your daughters-in-law. Each one is." Yuana suddenly stopped, remembering Guisher, and couldn't continue. Finally, Grandma Yi found a chance to ask Sister Yi, "Oldest daughter-in-law, have you found the fourth daughter-in-law? Now that you're all back, what's the situation?" Hearing this, Yuana realized she hadn't had a chance to tell Grandma Yi yet. She stood up and picked up Qing Tian, saying, "Are you hungry? Aunt bought some snacks. Let's go try them, okay?" Once Yuana took Qing Tian outside, Sister Yi sighed and said, "Mother, we found her. She was sold to a brothel by Wong Fuguay, and she lost the baby and took her own life. We spent some money to hire someone to take her outside the city for burial, and then we came back." After saying this, Sister Yi worried that Grandma Yi would get upset, so she quickly added, "Wong Fuguay has been caught and sent to the county office. Don't worry, we recovered the silver notes from the second son's family and your money box. Mother, the incident has happened, so try not to dwell on it. Think positively." Grandma Yi, however, remained unusually calm and even let out a deep sigh of relief. "This is for the best," Grandma Yi said. If she had really given birth, It would have ruined the fourth son's life. Now it's better this way. It completely cuts off any hopes. In a couple of years, we can find a good match for the fourth son, and he can settle down and live a peaceful life. Grandma Yi felt a bit moved but thought that Guashir's fate was entirely her own doing. Wealth and possessions are just external things. After realizing that this troublemaker was gone, Grandma Yi felt a heavy weight lift from her heart, and she could breathe more easily. This is the best outcome, Grandma Yi concluded about the situation and decided not to mention it again. At that moment, Yi Wan'er mentioned going out to eat, and Yi Laoda came in to ask if Grandma Yi and sister-in-law Yi San had eaten. We already had our meal with the clinic. You all should eat and do what you need to do, she said. I'll stay here with Mom tonight, and we can go home together tomorrow. Old heir and his family must be worried at home. Hearing this, Yi Laoda felt guilty and said, I got so busy that I forgot. I should have sent someone to let them know. Grandma Yi replied, It's too late to find someone now. One more night won't matter. Just go back early tomorrow. You all can go do your things. I'll be fine with sister-in-law Yi San. With Grandma Ye's words, Yi Laoda stopped hesitating. The three of them, along with Yi Laosi, left the clinic to find a place to eat. At that moment, Lu Quan returned with the cart. Uncle, didn't Xiangxin come with you? I sent him ahead to the restaurant. I came to get you, so you wouldn't have trouble finding it. Yi Wan'er added, Yes, just follow us. Sister-in-law Yida immediately warned, Aunt, you've already bought so many things for my mother. You can't. Can't what? Yi Wan'er, seeing that sister-in-law Yida saw through her plan, decided to be straightforward. She pushed sister-in-law Yida and her daughter onto their car, sat down herself, and held sister-in-law Yida's hand tightly, saying, Old Lu, hurry up. Sister-in-law Yida was both amused and exasperated. Aunt, if someone didn't know better, they might think you were kidnapping me. Sister-in-law, my uncle and I aren't good with words, but we truly appreciate you. Let Aunt do this. Otherwise, we won't feel right when we go back. The reason Yi Wan'er quickly built a good relationship with the Yi family was that both families shared similar personalities. Sister-in-law Yida understood the feeling of being in someone's debt. If she couldn't show her gratitude, it would weigh heavily on her heart. Sister Yi could only say, well, don't spend too much. Let's just find a simple place to eat something. Hey, it's all arranged by Xiangxin. He is an apprentice in the county and knows the restaurants here well. We don't know anything about it. Yi Wan directly shifted the responsibility to her son. Lu Quan drove the carriage and soon stopped in front of a restaurant. The two-story restaurant was decorated quite luxuriously and looked fairly new. If it were any other time, Yuan would have taken a moment to admire it. But just returning from the capital and having seen the Linglong Pavilion and the Treasure Studio, this county restaurant seemed overly flashy and lacking in substance. Why did you choose such a place? Sister Yi thought it must be expensive just by looking at the entrance, and was reluctant to go in. Yuan linked her arm and said, We're already here, and Xiangxin is waiting inside. Let's go. Sister Yi had no choice but to follow Yuan into the restaurant. Although it was just a restaurant in the county, there were still many well-off families around. As soon as they entered, they caught the attention of most people. They looked like country bumpkins who had stumbled into a luxurious place, and their clothing didn't seem suitable for dining here. Yuan felt a bit embarrassed under the gazes of others, and Sister Yi hesitated, thinking about suggesting they go somewhere else. People in the dining hall began to whisper among themselves. Did they come to the wrong place? How dare they come to the banquet hall dressed like that? If people like them can eat here, I won't come back again. It's simply lowering the standard. They must have entered the wrong door. One dish here could feed their whole family for a month. Various comments reached the adults' ears, making them feel embarrassed and warm. If it weren't for her son waiting in the private room upstairs, even Yiwan would have wanted to turn around and leave. Only the little girl, Qing Tian, who was held in Sister Ye's arms, was completely unaware of the awkwardness around her. Her attention was entirely captured by the large clock next to the restaurant's counter. She had just learned to tell time from Qin Hishuan and was eager to practice. So she carefully looked at the clock's hands, turned around and hugged Sister Ye's neck, saying, "Mom, it's already time to eat, and I'm hungry." As if to confirm her words, her stomach let out a loud growl right after she spoke. When Qing Tian spoke, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The banquet hall had just opened, and not only had a lot of money been spent on decoration, but the furnishings were also much better than those in other restaurants in the county. Take the large clock next to the counter, for example. When it first opened, many people lined up just to see the clock and were willing to pay to eat there. Many couldn't even tell what time it was. It was their first time seeing a clock like that. When Qing Tian blurted out the time, the room went quiet for a moment. After she spoke, Qing Tian noticed the sudden silence and looked around curiously. Seeing everyone staring at her, she shyly buried her face in Aunt Ye's embrace. Someone couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked loudly, "Hey, is what this little girl said about the time correct?" The waiter was taken aback by the question. Although he worked in the restaurant, he didn't know how to read the clock. Then someone questioned, "Little girl, can you really tell time? You're not just making it up, are you?" Qing Tian felt anxious upon hearing this. She had just learned how to tell time today, and Brother Qin praised her for learning quickly. She remembered it clearly. There was no way she was making it up. To prove she wasn't lying, Qing Tian quickly took out her pocket watch and opened the cover to check the time. After confirming it was correct, she confidently said, "It's exactly 7:15, and it's just a little past 1 now." Unbeknownst to her, everyone in the hall was stunned. How could a family dressed like this have a little girl pull out a pocket watch? People began to scrutinize the others, even suspecting they might be wealthy people in disguise. But it was hard for wealthy people to perfectly pretend to be country folk. Just by looking at their faces and the rough skin on their hands, it was clear they were people who worked in the fields. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. This was too strange. On Aunt Ye's side, upon hearing her daughter was hungry, she didn't think twice and carried Qing Tian toward the stairs. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed and went straight upstairs to the private room. Those who had been making sarcastic remarks earlier suddenly felt awkward. Someone even touched their nose and tried to justify, "Looks like they are from some wealthy family," and the servants brought the young lady out to eat. The waiter standing nearby thought to himself, "Didn't you just hear her call out to her mother so clearly? Now you're pretending you didn't hear?" After the group went upstairs, they were led to a private room on the second floor, where they finally met Xiang Xian for the first time. "This must be Xiang Xian, right? You're so tall, truly a talented person." Yi Laoda greeted warmly. "Brother Yi, sister-in-law, Brother Yi Si." Yi Xiangxin stood up immediately to greet everyone as they arrived. "Please sit down. I've already ordered a few signature dishes from this restaurant. I wasn't sure what you all like to eat, so I didn't order too much. Feel free to choose a few of your favorites." Yi Xiangxin's words and actions seemed very considerate, but his eyes habitually scanned the guests. Yi Wan'er and her husband were completely unaware, insisting that everyone should feel at home. However, Yi Laoda, who noticed this, felt a bit uncomfortable. Yi Xiangxin called a waiter to order a few more dishes. Sister-in-law Yi quickly asked what had already been ordered. This young master just ordered Peking-style shredded pork, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pork knuckle, and 4 happiness meatballs. Upon hearing that all the dishes were meat, sister-in-law Yi said, "Then let's add a stir-fried snow vegetable and a serving of mustard greens." Yuaner quickly added, "Order whatever you want, don't worry about the cost. And it's not about saving money. We can't just eat meat. We need a balance of meat and vegetables. Besides, there are only a few of us, and it's already enough food. We really don't need to order more." While waiting for the dishes, Yi Xiangxin couldn't help but ask, "Mom, Dad mentioned there was good news at home, but didn't tell me what it was. What is it?" "Your brother has caught the attention of the Qin family and is now an apprentice at their shop in the capital," Yuana said, smiling broadly. She had been most worried about her younger son, who struggled with studies and didn't know what else he could do. He was only interested in antiques, which was beyond their means. Fortunately, he had met someone like young Master Qin, who arranged a place he liked for him. How could Yuana not be happy? In the past few days, she had silently thanked the deities for blessing their family and Yi Xianglei. Which Qin family? Yi Xiangxin initially thought it was someone from the county, but couldn't recall any shopkeeper named Qin. The Qin family from the capital. Yi Wana replied cheerfully, the one led by Lord Qin, who is currently stationed in the county to fight bandits. Yi Xiangxin's expression suddenly darkened, and he tightened his grip on the chopsticks on the table. The Qin family from the capital? How did they choose Xianglei? Hearing this question, Yi Wana began to explain the whole story in detail. However, the situation was quite confusing, as it was just a whim of Qin Hishuan, making it sound even more legendary when told. Yi Xiangxin thought for a long time but couldn't figure out why young Master Qin was interested in Yi Xianglei. Meanwhile, Yi Wana had already finished talking about what happened after they went to the capital. She took a sip of water and smiled, saying, I used to worry about him the most, but now he finally has a good opportunity. Mother doesn't ask for a life of luxury, as long as your sister is doing well, and you and Xianglei can support yourselves and have a good life. Mother will be satisfied. Don't you think this is a great joy? Yi Xiangxin replied with a somewhat dry voice, isn't it? If this isn't a joyful event, then what is? Thinking back to when he was chosen as an apprentice among 10 children, his parents were overjoyed and even held a celebration at home. Now, Yi Xianglei was suddenly selected by the Qin family to go to the capital, and it seemed reasonable for his parents to spend some silver to thank the Yi family. Although he thought this way, the bitterness in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Why was it Yi Xianglei? He didn't study seriously and was always playing. Why did such a good opportunity not come to him? Just because he was a few years older and had to start as an apprentice earlier? Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes, temporarily interrupting Yi Xiangxin's dissatisfaction. The first dishes on the table were sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, stir-fried mustard greens, and mustard paste. The waiter mentioned that the 4 happiness meatballs and Beijing-style shredded pork would take a little longer. Along with the dishes, rice was served, and Sister Yi, worried that Qing Tian might be too hungry, didn't bother with pleasantries and immediately filled a small bowl to feed her. Qing Tian was very easy to take care of. She was not picky and ate well. However, Sister Yi still didn't dare to give her the mustard paste, fearing it might choke her, so she offered her some other dishes instead. Qing Tian eagerly ate the food Sister Yi brought to her mouth, puffing her cheeks as she chewed. She was truly hungry today. At noon in the Qin residence, she had been too busy taking care of Qin Hishuan to eat enough. In the afternoon, with the shop and the bumpy ride, she was already starving. Fortunately, Yi Wana had fed her some snacks earlier to ease her hunger, or she would have been faint from hunger by now. But Yi Wana knew that there would be a feast in the evening, so she couldn't let Qing Tian eat too much and only gave her half a piece. Now, Qing Tian was focused on her meal. Seeing this, Yi Xiangxin felt increasingly uneasy. Looking at the Yi family's clothing, apart from Qing Tian, the others were not as well dressed as his own family, with patches in less noticeable places. Then he observed how Qing Tian ate. Although she was polite, it seemed like she had never enjoyed good food before. Why did such a family get to know people from the Qin family and even have them take Yi Xianglei to the capital as an apprentice? He thought for a moment and raised his glass, saying, Brother Yi, I've heard about you from my parents, but I've been busy as an apprentice in the county and haven't had the chance to meet you. My mother also mentioned the deer meat you sent, and I've always wanted to thank you for it. Today we finally meet, and you've helped my family so much. Let me toast you with this drink. After saying this, Yi Xiangxin lifted his glass and drank it all. Yi Wana and Lu Quan looked at their eldest son with pride. They were not good with words, but seeing their son, who had been an apprentice for a few years, handle things so well made them feel happy. Thinking about how their younger son might also achieve great things in the future, they felt as if they had tasted honey and raised their glasses to drink with him. Hearing Yi Xiangxin's words, Yi Dazhong couldn't help but wonder if he had been too concerned. The boy spoke quite well. So, he raised his glass and generously drank it all. Yi Xiangxin quickly got up to pour wine for several people. In this room, he was the youngest, so he couldn't expect Qing Tian to do these things, could he? Qing Tian had eaten enough and slowed down her pace. Yi Dajia also had time to eat a few bites herself. As she tasted the dishes, she frowned slightly. The food looked beautifully prepared, both in color and presentation, pleasing to the eye. However, the taste was not authentic and didn't even compare to some small street restaurants. All the dishes were on the sweeter side, and the sweet and sour pork even had a hint of bitterness, definitely overcooked. Seeing that others were drinking, Yi Dajia quietly asked Qing Tian, "Is it good?" Qing Tian shook her head and replied, "It's not as good as what my mother makes." "Then why didn't you say anything when I served you the pork, which is bitter?" Yi Dajia regretted giving her several pieces just moments ago. "As long as it's edible, that's fine. On a sunny day, we shouldn't waste food. Not everyone can cook as well as my mother. Today, Sister Yi was hosting, so she didn't want to make a big deal out of things. If the food was good, eat more. If it wasn't, eat less." It wasn't a big issue. She hoped that Qing Tian would express her opinions more instead of just accepting everything quietly. Sister Yi was starting to understand what young Master Qin meant. Sometimes, being too obedient isn't a good thing. Although she had never raised children herself, she had watched the kids of her second and third siblings grow up. She knew what children their age were like. Initially, she thought Qing Tian, being a girl, would naturally be more well-behaved than boys. But she gradually realized that Qing Tian was just better at being patient. Next time, if the food isn't good, just say so. "How will your mother know if you don't tell her?" Sister Yi said to Qing Tian. "If you eat it all, how will your mother feel later?" Sister Yi spoke softly, almost like she was whispering to Qing Tian, while the others at the table were busy drinking and talking, completely unaware. However, a server coming in to serve the dishes overheard them. The server already disliked the group in the room. When Yi Xiangxin reserved the private room, he thought he was just running an errand for his boss. He didn't expect to see several country folks show up, which annoyed many guests in the main hall. Even the server felt that this group lowered the restaurant standards. So when he heard Sister Yi say the food wasn't good, he exploded. He slammed the plate of Peking-style shredded pork onto the table and shouted, "What do you mean by that, sister? Our restaurant has been open for over 2 months, and we've had full houses every day. No one has ever said our food is bad." His shouting immediately drew the attention of other guests in the private rooms and those in the main hall, with some who had been drinking coming over to see what was happening. "Is the food at Yanbin Lu not good? What kind of nonsense is that after drinking so much? Maybe it's just that some people aren't used to such good food." Hearing the guests chime in, the server became even more agitated. "Sister, this concerns our restaurant's reputation, so please clarify your statement in public." At first, Sister Yi felt a bit embarrassed, but seeing the server's attitude made her angry. "All right, then I'll speak up." The waiter and the other customers in the shop were surprised that Sister Yi dared to speak up. More and more people gathered to watch, while the shopkeeper stood at the counter with his arms crossed, observing the situation upstairs without any intention of intervening or smoothing things over. Looking at the family's attire, it seemed they had spent all their savings just to enjoy a meal, and they likely wouldn't return again. Seeing the shopkeeper's lack of reaction, the waiter became more excited. "All right, then tell us what you think. If you can't explain yourself clearly, this won't end well for you today." If it were about something else, Sister Yi might have hesitated to speak freely. But this was about cooking, which was right in her area of expertise. First, let's talk about this sweet and sour pork knuckle. Everyone turned their attention to the dish on the table. The others were drinking and hadn't touched this dish yet, except for the marks left by Sister Yi. The pork knuckle looked perfectly fine, its skin coated in amber syrup, shining under the light. From the places where it had been served, one could see the tender fat and reddish meat inside. Some people couldn't help but swallow hard. The waiter frowned and asked, "What's wrong with the pork knuckle?" "It looks fine, but it has a big problem when you taste it. The syrup was overcooked and then watered down. So, while it looks fine, it actually tastes bitter." The waiter, skeptical, picked up a pair of chopsticks, took a piece, and tried it. He immediately thought it was not good. The pork knuckle indeed had a slight bitterness. Could it be that this sister really knew what she was talking about? At that moment, the shopkeeper noticed something was off and finally came upstairs, pushing through the crowd. You say it tastes bitter, so it must be bitter? He said with a serious face. You're not from another restaurant trying to cause trouble, are you? We've never had customers dressed like this come to eat here. The surrounding customers, seeing the waiter unable to respond after tasting it, began to waver. But upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, they felt convinced again and shifted their stance. Not just the sweet and sour pork knuckle, but the kung pao chicken is also problematic, Sister Yi calmly continued. Do you think kung pao chicken is just tossing chicken and peanuts in a pan? First, the chicken needs to have the tendons and soft bones removed, then it should be pounded to tenderize. The meat should be chopped, not sliced, and marinated evenly before sealing with oil. This way, the chicken will be tender, smooth, and flavorful. Come and taste it for yourselves. What kind of kung pao chicken is this? The chicken is tough and dry, and the peanuts are raw and mushy. We may be from the countryside, but we spent good money to eat at your restaurant today. Is this how you treat your guests? Yi Deseo's words were so professional that it clearly showed she knew what she was talking about, leaving everyone stunned. Then she added, why don't you call the head chef out to taste it? If he dares to say that this kung pao chicken and the candied pork should be made this way and that there's no problem with the taste, then I think your restaurant's reputation is in serious trouble. After the flower viewing banquet and learning that her father was once a royal chef, Yi Deseo's confidence in her cooking skills had grown immensely, and her tone was much more assertive than before. The people at the table had never seen Yi Deseo so boldly expressive, and they were all left speechless. Only Qing Tian tried to support her, saying, exactly. My mom cooks really well, but the dishes here just aren't good. The manager found himself in a difficult position and regretted letting the staff escalate the situation. However, with so many guests watching, he had no choice but to go to the kitchen and bring the head chef over. The two of them had already discussed a strategy on the way. When the chef arrived and tasted both dishes, he immediately apologized, saying, I'm truly sorry. We have too many customers today, and these two dishes were made by my apprentice. I got so busy that I didn't supervise them properly. Please allow us to make you 2 new dishes right away. Upon hearing this, Yi Deseo narrowed her eyes at the chef. The chef felt as if she could see right through him, and he began to sweat. He had dismissed the table of guests as just country folk and handed the menu to his apprentices, thinking they could practice on them. After all, country people hadn't eaten much good food, so they would likely think anything tasted great. Even if they noticed something was off, they would probably think it was their own fault and wouldn't dare to cause a scene in such a restaurant. The chef had a clever plan, but he never expected to encounter someone like Yi Deseo, who truly understood food. Yi Deseo had tasted every dish and found flaws in all of them. These were supposed to be home-style dishes, not particularly difficult to make. Given the restaurant's nice decor and the money spent on a clock, they surely wouldn't skimp on hiring a good chef. The only explanation is that this restaurant is snobbish and judges people based on their status. All the dishes on the table were made by the apprentices. Sister Ye's gaze was clear. If her demands were not met, she would continue to find faults. The chef knew well the abilities of his few apprentices and lacked the confidence to confront anyone. He couldn't help but glance at the manager, silently asking what to do. The chef felt uneasy, but the manager did not take Sister Yi seriously. A countrywoman, who might have just learned a few tricks while helping in the kitchen, dared to cause trouble at his restaurant? If they let these country folks get the upper hand today, his restaurant might not have any business tomorrow. So, he ignored the chef's silent plea and coldly said, Madam, you need to provide evidence for your claims. This is a restaurant, not your farm where you can say whatever you want. Although our restaurant has just opened, we have returning customers who say our food is delicious. How come you are the only one finding so many faults? His words were somewhat unreasonable and misleading, yet many diners around were stirred by his remarks. After all, if they thought the food was great, why should a few country folks complain? Just then, Qing Tian spoke up, because their dishes are made by the chef, while ours are made by the apprentices. Old Yi immediately supported his daughter. Exactly. This is a simple truth that even a child understands. The manager shouldn't try to fool us. We may be from the countryside, but we spent our hard-earned money to eat here. Why should we settle for dishes made by inexperienced apprentices? Is your restaurant really so blatant in its favoritism? The manager's face turned pale with anger. He replied, "If you insist on slandering our restaurant, we might as well call the authorities and let them settle this matter." Having opened such a large restaurant in Fuguay County, the manager had already established connections with the local officials. So, when he mentioned calling the authorities, it was partly to intimidate Sister Yi and her group. If they were scared and backed down, that would be best. But if they insisted on confronting him, he would wait for the officials to arrive. He had already prepared everything and offered a substantial amount of money. He expected to see some results if a real issue arose. "Report to the authorities if you must, but we are not afraid of you." Yi Laosi, feeling frustrated for days, finally snapped, "If you don't feel embarrassed, we certainly don't fear you." The shopkeeper's face turned pale at his words. Yi Xiangxin, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly felt scared. He tugged at Yi Wan'er's sleeve and whispered, "Mom, what are they doing? Why do they want to make such a big fuss? What good will it do them to bring this to the county office? Besides, the food is fine. There's nothing wrong with it." Yi Xiangxin didn't realize that Yi Wan'er had complete confidence in the old Yi family. After all, she had seen how polite the county magistrate and the clan leader were when they spoke to them. With the Qing family as their backing, they could walk confidently through Fuguay County, even passing through the county office without a detour. Moreover, this issue arose because the banquet hall had made a mistake. They spent so much money on the meal, only to be served food prepared by apprentices. If it had been well made, it would have been fine, but even the simplest sugar syrup was burnt. Yi Dajia hadn't intended to make a big deal out of it, but the staff, from the waiters to the chef to the shopkeeper, were all unprofessional. "Don't worry, a place like this deserves to be taught a lesson." A waiter volunteered to report to the authorities and soon returned with 3 officers. The leader walked in confidently, asking, "Let me see who is causing trouble here." Yi Daji noticed that the 3 were unfamiliar faces and felt a wave of despair. These were not the same people who had come with the county magistrate. What should he do now? Were they really going to the county office in the middle of their meal? The shopkeeper, however, greeted them with a big smile. "Officer Luo, you've arrived. Look, it's these troublemakers causing a scene in our restaurant. As you know, we in the business prefer to keep the peace. That's why our chef came out to apologize and even offered to replace any unsatisfactory dishes, but they still wouldn't relent. I had no choice but to call you here. It's all minor issues." Officer Luo accepted the shopkeeper's bribe, having dealt with similar matters before. He considered himself a fair person. If he was paid, he would help resolve problems. He couldn't just take money without doing anything. So, he approached Yi Dajia directly and asked, "Are you the one causing trouble here?" "Sir, you can't just listen to one side of the story. You should at least hear our side too, right?" "What are you talking about?" Officer Luo waved his hand. "Take them all back to the county office. Lock them up for the night, and tomorrow the magistrate will hear your case. You can say whatever you want then." Old Yi wasn't afraid of going to the county office. But if he had to spend a night locked up without seeing the magistrate, that was a different matter. The innkeeper seemed to be in cahoots with these officers. If he really got taken away, who knew what kind of trouble he would face that night? It was one thing to deal with the officers, but there was also the child, Qing Tian. What if the child got scared? As Officer Luo waved his hand to signal his 2 assistants to bring Old Yi and the others back to the office, one of them suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Boss Luo, something feels off." "What's off?" Officer Luo paused and listened. "These villagers aren't scared at all about going to the county office. Don't you think that's strange?" Another person chimed in, "Boss Luo, I feel like these people look familiar. Could it be a trap?" Officer Luo frowned, thinking about their words. "I think you 2 are the ones acting strange, talking about traps. Are you trying to avoid work? Hurry up and take them back to the county office. We can sort things out later. After we're done, I'll treat you to a drink." Hearing this, the 2 assistants quickly set aside their doubts and approached to grab Sister Yi's arm. Sister Yi was holding Qing Tian, and Old Yi and Old Fourth quickly stepped in to protect her. Officer Luo frowned and shouted, "You dare to lay hands on an officer? You've really crossed the line." Old Cen thought it best to take things one step at a time. If necessary, he would cause a scene at the county office to get the magistrate's attention. "We'll go with you, but please don't be rough. There's a child here." The onlookers nodded in agreement. "Regardless of who's right or wrong, we shouldn't involve women and children until the matter is clarified." "Exactly. That little girl is quite cute. She might get scared. Officers, please show some leniency. Since they are willing to go with you, there's no need for violence." Everyone was talking at once, making it hard for Officer Luo to keep his composure. He kicked the man who had just spoken and shouted, "Who told you to act on your own? Hurry up and take him back." His words clearly hinted at future consequences. Big Brother Yi protected his wife and Qing Tian, feeling increasingly alert. Yuan and her family were also in the same private room and couldn't escape being pushed outside by the officials. Yi Xiangxin was very upset and quietly complained to Yuan, "Mom, look at this mess. If this gets back to the shop or my master, how will I explain it? This is so embarrassing." "Don't worry, Xiangxin, it's fine," Yuan said, not seeing the situation as serious and trusting the Yi family completely. Sure enough, as they stepped out of the restaurant, someone blocked their way. "Wait, don't rush off. The county magistrate will be here soon." The person blocking them was a young man in his 20s. He was dressed simply but looked very capable, though he didn't seem to hold any official title. Officer Luo raised an eyebrow and said, "Who are you? How dare you stop officials from doing their job? Are you tired of living? Are you spreading rumors about our county magistrate? Are you in cahoots with these country bumpkins? Someone arrest him too and take him back." Hearing this, the two officers behind Luo stepped forward to grab the young man's shoulders. Unexpectedly, the young man dodged and kicked both of them down.
"You!"
Officer Luo was furious, his face turning red and veins popping on his neck. "You dare to attack an officer in public. This is outrageous. Just wait and see." As he spoke, he drew his sword and swung it at the young man. Big Brother Yi and Yi Si shouted for caution. Yi Saw even covered Qing Tian's eyes, fearing she would see something bloody. However, the frightening scene everyone imagined did not happen. The young man swiftly dodged Officer Luo's attack, causing him to stumble and fall. The young man turned and stepped on Officer Luo's back, saying, "You resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Even your captain wouldn't act so recklessly. You think you're so important." At this moment, Officer Luo finally realized something was off. Who exactly was this young man? Why do the county magistrate and the constable seem to talk about it as casually as if they were discussing their neighbors, without any sense of respect? But he still shouted unwillingly, "If you let me go now, we can talk otherwise." What will happen otherwise? A voice interrupted him. When Constable Luo heard that familiar voice, he thought to himself that it was bad news. He strained to look up and saw the county magistrate stepping forward, followed by Constable Hu Yuanren. "My lord, could it be that what this young man said earlier was true? But why did the county magistrate come here at this late hour?" Constable Luo's mind was a jumble of thoughts, and he felt completely confused. The county magistrate walked quickly over, ignoring Constable Luo, who was on the ground, and headed straight for Big Brother Yi and Sister Yi.
"How are you?
Are you hurt?" The common people greet the county magistrate. Big Brother Yi quickly bowed with his family. Yi Wan'er and her family also followed suit. The couple had seen a similar situation before, so they were not too surprised. However, Yi Xiangxin, who was behind them, was shocked and speechless. Why was the county magistrate being so polite to a farmer? Many others around him were just as astonished. But the county magistrate had to maintain his dignity. He couldn't say he was here to show respect for the Qin family. Fortunately, someone had already given him a reasonable explanation on the way here. "This is ridiculous. You three fools." The county magistrate looked furious and pointed at Sister Yi. "Do you know who this lady is? She is the daughter of the imperial chef and is set to represent Arfunla County in a cooking competition in the capital this new year. Old Master Cen came all the way from the capital to invite her out of retirement." Do you think she came to the banquet just to have a meal? She is here to evaluate the skills of your chefs. And yet, instead of humbly seeking her advice, you all decided to send her to the authorities. Now that I am here, I want to hear your reasoning for turning her and her family over to the officials. Upon hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. No wonder Sister Yi spoke so confidently about cooking. Some of what she said was even new to them. It turned out she was the daughter of an imperial chef, which explained why she could immediately tell that the food at the banquet was not right. With this realization, everyone's gaze gradually shifted to the manager and head chef of the banquet hall. The two people were stunned and didn't know how to react. Meanwhile, the frightened Officer Luo, who felt like he was being stepped on, was so scared that he wet himself. Sister Yi didn't expect the county magistrate to say that. Thinking back, it seemed that Old Cen never mentioned she would represent Fengli County in the cooking competition. Besides, even though she was a descendant of the royal chef, her father had already shown signs of madness while teaching her cooking. It was one thing for her to participate, but if she lost, it would reflect poorly on her family. How could she represent all of Fengli County? Holding on to Qing Tian, Sister Yi felt uneasy, and her palms were sweaty, dampening the back of Qing Tian's clothes. Coincidentally, someone in the crowd shared her thoughts. A voice called out, "County Magistrate, even if the chef from the banquet hall isn't skilled, we still have the well-known restaurants Fugitives and Zuixinlu in the city. Even if we talk about royal chefs, Fugitives has ancestors who were royal chefs. Who is this Yunyangzi to represent Fengli County just because she is a descendant of a royal chef?" Exactly, that's a valid point. We all don't know about this matter, so how can she represent us in the competition? If she loses, won't that be a disgrace to us? The county magistrate glanced at the speaker, who was Gao Zhenbo, the brother-in-law of the owner of Fugitives. No wonder he was defending Fugitives. However, since the county magistrate had said this, he clearly wasn't worried about others questioning him. Calmly, he replied, "Even if you haven't heard of Yunyangzi, you must have heard of the flower viewing banquet hosted by Mr. Jiang a while ago, right? Yunyangzi was the only chef at that banquet, and her skills were recognized by all the guests and praised by the princess of the Ruwei family." As soon as the county magistrate said this, the crowd erupted in chatter. The Ruwei prince and princess were quite famous in the capital and surrounding areas. One was known for being carefree and unambitious, while the other had been childless for many years. Over the years, there had been countless rumors about them. Some said they were deeply in love, while others claimed the emperor forbade the Ruwei prince from taking a concubine, and there were even whispers that the couple was living separate lives. Regardless of the rumors, they were well-known royal relatives among the common people. I heard that Princess Ruwei praised the cooking skills of Sister Yi, and the people, stirred up by Gao Zhenbo, quickly accepted that Sister Yi was an excellent cook and began to whisper among themselves. After all, Sister Yi's appearance did not seem to match that of a culinary expert. However, Gao Zhenbo remained unconvinced and said the chef at Fugitives was also praised by the prince when he visited incognito. The county magistrate frowned upon hearing this, as he was unaware of the situation. He turned to ask the head constable, Hu Yuanren, behind him, "What is going on?" After all, one was a prince and the other was a princess. If Gao Zhenbo's words were true, it would be hard to say whose opinion carried more weight. Hu Yuanren rolled his eyes and whispered, "Sir, this is just a rumor spread by Yu Sudong to attract business. It doesn't hold any weight. Besides, even if the prince visited incognito, he wouldn't come to a place like ours." The county magistrate understood, but didn't know how to explain to the noisy crowd, especially since he had been in office for less than 5 years. If he claimed there was no such matter, others would surely ask how he knew. Just as the county magistrate hesitated, the young man who had initially come to help the Yi family suddenly spoke up, "County magistrate, since so many people have opinions, why not hold a cooking competition in the county? Old Cen is here, and we can invite a few respected individuals to be judges. Whoever wins can represent Fengli County in the capital for the competition. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the county magistrate's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. This young friend is absolutely right. I will draft a proposal as soon as I return. Let's do it. When they heard about the fair competition, the crowd quickly lost their objections and dispersed. Hu Yuanren escorted the county magistrate away, while his men took Constable Luo and his 2 companions away for further handling. Only the young man remained standing nearby. Yi Laoda hurried over to thank him. Thank you so much for helping the Yi family today. No need to be polite, just call me Mu Zheng, the young man replied. My young master is worried about the bandit problem in Fengli County, so he asked me to protect you. It was just a small effort. You don't need to thank me. If you want to express gratitude, it should be to my young master. Yi Laoda was surprised that Qin Hishuan had thought of these details, and he was so moved that he didn't know what to say. When we have the chance to meet young Master Qin again, we must thank him in person. Of course, we also need to thank you for your help. While the two were being polite, Yi Yuan'er said to her son, See, what did I tell you? Everything is fine. Yi Xiangxin was feeling a bit numb from all the surprises he had experienced one after another. Mom, you didn't mention that sister-in-law Yi had such great skills. Really? I might have forgotten to mention that, Yi Yuan'er said with a smile. The venison you had last time was made by your sister-in-law. If I had made it, it wouldn't have tasted so good. Yi Xiangxin licked his lips. Indeed, that piece of venison was exceptionally delicious, the best meat he had ever eaten. But since it was his first time trying sika deer meat, he attributed the flavor solely to the meat itself, not considering who had cooked it. Now he suddenly remembered that Yi Yuan'er had brought a large piece of venison for his master. Later, on the day his master's wife cooked the venison, she even invited him to join them for dinner. However, his master and his family ate ravenously, while he felt that it didn't compare to the piece of venison Yi Yuan'er had brought, so he only picked at it and didn't eat much. His master and mistress thought he was being polite and looked at him with even more respect. Looking back, he realized it was because the cooking skills varied so much. It was surprising how different the taste could be from the same deer. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at sister-in-law Yi again. But aside from being a bit younger, he really couldn't see how she was different from his mother, a simple country woman. Could someone like her really be a hidden master chef? While Yi Xiangxin was lost in thought, the innkeeper approached with a bow and a smile, saying, Dear guests, it's cold outside. Shall we talk inside? Today's meal wasn't good, so we won't charge you. I'll ask the chef to prepare a few more dishes. I hope you can give us another chance. The innkeeper, now humble and smiling, looked quite comical compared to his earlier arrogance. The chef beside him nodded repeatedly, saying, Don't worry, I'll personally cook this time. I even cut the green onions myself. I promise it will be perfect. Please give me a chance to make it right. If it were just his family dining, Yi Xiangxin wouldn't bother giving them another chance. But today is indeed a gathering hosted by Yi Yuan'er's family, so they should be given some respect. After exchanging a glance with Yi Deseo, Yi Laoda said to Yi Yuan'er and Lu Quan, Aunt, Uncle, since you are the host today, it's up to you to decide. Yi Yuan'er thought about it. At the table, besides Qing Tian, everyone else hadn't eaten much and was still hungry. Besides, the manager and the chef had already apologized and promised to bring out new dishes, so there was no need to be too harsh. With the county magistrate's presence, they probably wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Seeing the eager expressions of the manager and chef, Yi Yuan'er nodded and said, Let's continue eating. After all this commotion, everyone must be even hungrier now. When they returned, the manager personally led them to the largest and most luxurious private room on the second floor, smiling as he said, Please have a seat. I'll bring some tea right away. Before long, a staff member brought freshly brewed tea, followed by 8 plates of fruit and snacks for everyone to enjoy. Yi Laoda initially wanted to invite Mu Zheng to join them for a meal, but he declined, saying he had other matters to attend to, and left after saying goodbye to the Yi family. After sitting down to drink again, Lu Quan expressed some regret, saying, That young man was so skilled. If he didn't have other business, it would have been great to have him stay and share a drink with us. Even if he's young enough to be my son, just based on his actions earlier, I respect him as a true man. Yi Yuan'er quickly poured him a cup of tea to help him sober up, saying, you're talking too much. Just drink some tea to clear your head. After all, everyone could tell that Mu Zheng's excuse was just a cover. It was late at night. What other business could he have? He was surely still hiding in the shadows to protect the Yi family's safety. Yi Xiangxin's gaze wandered among the old Yi family members, trying to figure out what made them so special that the young master of the Qin family would help them so much. Did Yi Laoda save the young master's life in the past? Yi Laoda quickly sensed Yi Xiangxin's gaze, and that uncomfortable feeling returned. He looked up abruptly and met Yi Xiangxin's eyes. Yi Laoda asked, "Xiangxin, what's wrong? Do you have something you want to ask me?" After all, Yi Xiangxin was Yi Wan'er's son, and without any evidence, it wouldn't be right to suspect him. Moreover, Yi Wan and her husband are both very nice people, and Yi Xianglei is a good kid too. Yi Laoda believes that Yi Xiangxin must be just as good. It's just that he might have picked up some snobbishness from being an apprentice in the city. So, he intentionally pointed out, "Xiangxin, in a business like Yanbin Tower, you can't judge people based on their appearances. Your shop isn't like that, right?" Before Yi Xiangxin could respond, Yuan quickly said, "The shop where Xiangxin is an apprentice has a great reputation in the city. His master is very upright, and such things will never happen there." Yi Laoda nodded, "That's good. It's important to find a good master. Otherwise, the child could be taught the wrong things." "Exactly." Yuan agreed, then smiled and said, "I'm just glad my two children have good opportunities now, so I don't have to worry." However, Yi Xiangxin felt particularly unhappy upon hearing this. In the past, he loved hearing Yi Wan and Lu Quan praise him in front of others. When his parents praised him, they would also criticize his brother Yi Xianglei for not being diligent. But today, even though the praise was similar, it made him feel uncomfortable. He used to think that being an apprentice in the county shop was a good opportunity. But now, compared to his brother going to the Jingcheng Linglong Pavilion, what kind of good opportunity was that? Yuan even compared the two, which made him feel embarrassed. The more he listened, the more restless he became, and finally, he couldn't help but say in a harsh tone, "All right, Mom, maybe you should say less. We've only heard you talk." He tried to lower his voice, but his frustration was hard to hide. Everyone in the room immediately looked at him. Qing Tian, who had been dozing off in Yi Desaw's arms, was startled awake and opened her eyes wide. Yi Desaw quickly patted her back to calm her down. Lu Quan frowned and looked at his son. "How can you talk to your mother like that?" Yi Xiangxin realized he had been rude and quickly explained, "I just feel like Mom keeps praising me and Xianglei, making it sound awkward for everyone else. If Mom isn't embarrassed, I feel embarrassed." Upon hearing this, Yuan accepted her son's explanation and said with a shy smile, "Oh dear, look at me. I'm so happy today that I got a bit carried away. Thanks to Xiangxin for reminding me. However, I can only share these words with you. Once we return to the village, we can't speak of this, or those envious villagers might cause trouble. Aunt, it's fine. You can say whatever you want. We love to hear it," said Sister Yi. "We are all close relatives here. Even though we couldn't watch Xiangxin and Xianglei grow up, seeing them now feels like seeing our own children. Our hopes for their future are just like yours and Uncle's. Today is meant to celebrate the bright futures of the two kids, and to celebrate that you two can finally relax a bit. What else is there to talk about?" Yi Wan'er immediately felt happy and said, "Sister-in-law, you've really become quite the speaker lately." Elder brother Yi smiled at his wife and said, "She finally realizes how capable she is now. She's more confident and cheerful than before, thanks to Mr. Jiang's support. That's only because your wife is truly talented." Yuana quickly replied, "Let me see if Mr. Jiang will support me too." As soon as she said this, everyone remembered Yi Wan'er's cooking skills and burst into laughter. Only Yi Xiangxin couldn't join in the laughter. The kitchen quickly started serving dishes. This time, the dishes, both in presentation and taste, were much better than the previous ones. It was clear that the chef had put in real effort. Sister Yi couldn't help but feel sorry for her daughter. "You child, if the food isn't good, why didn't you tell me? Now that it's good, you're full and can't eat anymore, right?" Sister Yi wanted to let Qing Tian try the new dishes, but she thought it was too late, and she might get a stomachache if she ate too much. Qing Tian seemed to sense Sister Ye's hesitation and snuggled closer, saying, "It's still not as good as what you make, Mom." Sister Yi noticed that Qing Tian was tired, so she changed her position to hold her and gently patted her back. Yi Wan'er watched enviously from across the table and said to Lu Quan, "Look how sweet Qing Tian is." Meanwhile, the three I gave birth to are all little troublemakers. None of them are as caring, not even a kind word. Then why don't you have another one and see if they'll be like you? Lu Quan, a bit tipsy, suddenly blurted out. "How old are we now?" Yi Wan'er's face turned red instantly. "I still have kids to care for. Don't say such things." Elder brother Yi laughed and said, "Aunt, you and uncle are still young. Having a daughter later in life isn't so bad." "Oh, forget it. I finally managed to send off the three troublemakers, and now I really need to rest. There's no way I'm going to tire myself out again. Besides, if we have a daughter, that would be fine, but if we have another son, I won't be able to handle it. I think I'll just wait to hold my grandchild." When Yi Wan'er said this, Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo perked up. "That's right. Xiangxin is already about 17 or 18, right? Has he found a match yet?" "Not yet. I was thinking of waiting until he finishes his apprenticeship next year to talk about it." Yi Wan'er felt comfortable sharing with the family. You all know that Xiangxin was an apprentice in the city, and Xianglei was studying in the village. Both required expenses, so we couldn't save much money. So, I thought once Xiangxin finishes his apprenticeship and can earn his own money, we should try to find him a match with a family that has a bit better background. Now that Xianglei is going to the capital for his apprenticeship, I figure that the gifts for the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays will need to be at least doubled compared to what we give Xiangxin. It won't be any less than what he spent on school. My husband and I will have to tighten our belts for a few more years. When Yi Wan'er brought up the topic of marriage, Yi Xiangxin lowered his head and fell silent. Everyone thought the young man was just shy about the subject. But what Yi Xiangxin was really thinking was that even if he finished his apprenticeship, he couldn't compare to his brother's future. His parents would surely favor Yi Xianglei more. The wife Yi Xianglei finds will definitely be better than his own. He had always been better than his brother growing up. Whenever their parents scolded Yi Xianglei, they would say, "If you could be half as good as your older brother, we would be satisfied." But now it seemed everything had turned upside down, making him doubt his past life. Yi Deseo, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Aunt, ideally, we should keep the benefits within the family. Since I'm going out to handle the banquet, I will need help anyway, so I should prioritize our relatives." Originally, she had only invited the 3rd daughter-in-law to help, as they were all family, so there was no issue. But now, as the business grew, she needed 2 more people to assist. So when she heard Yi Wan'er mention the family's financial struggles, she worried that Yi Wan'er might think she wasn't including her in making money. After thinking it over, she decided it was best to clarify the situation early to avoid affecting the relationship between the 2 families later on. Fortunately, Yi Wan'er never had such thoughts. Hearing what Sister Yi said startled her, and she quickly waved her hands, saying, "Sister-in-law, I really can't do that kind of work. Cooking is the last thing I want to do in my life. I'd rather carry heavy bags than step into the kitchen." Lu Quan said if your aunt helps in the kitchen, she might just make things worse. Yi Laoda quickly interrupted him, saying, "Uncle, come on, let's drink. Let the women talk among themselves. If he kept talking like that, he might end up in trouble at home." "Right, let's drink," Lu Quan said, turning to Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi. He raised his glass and patted Yi Laosi on the shoulder, saying, "Laosi, you're a good kid. Heaven won't treat you badly. Don't worry, old things must go for new things to come."
Yi Laoda.
However, Yi Laosi had already had quite a bit to drink and soon started chatting and laughing with Lu Quan. They talked and drank, getting more and more lively. Seeing this, Yi Laoda decided to join the conversation with Yi Wan'er and Sister Yi. Yi Wan'er asked Sister Yi about her plans for future banquets and felt genuinely happy for her success. As the adults enjoyed their conversation, the meal went on for a long time. Finally, Yi Xiangxin said, "It's getting late. I need to go back to the shop, or I might wake others up when I return." "Yes, we should head back," Yi Wan'er said as she stood up.
Let's call it a day.
We can gather again when you return to the village. Only then did Yi Laoda and Sister Yi realize how late it was, as only a few tables of guests remained in the restaurant. They were going to stay at Mr. Jiang's house tonight, and it wouldn't be appropriate to return too late. As they were leaving, Yuana still wanted to pay the bill since she had offered to treat them. However, the shopkeeper firmly refused to accept her money. After some back and forth, she finally gave up. Not only that, but the shopkeeper also insisted on giving several boxes of pastries to Sister Yi as an apology. "Madam, if you don't accept these, it will seem like you're still angry with our restaurant." Sister Yi had no choice but to accept them. After leaving the restaurant, they first took Yi Xiangxin back to the shop. When they arrived at the shop's entrance, as soon as Yi Xiangxin got out of the car, Sister Yi handed him a few boxes of pastries, saying, "Xiangxin, take 2 boxes to honor your master, and share the rest with your fellow apprentices." Looking at the pastries, Yi Xiangxin really wanted to take some. These were the pastries from the banquet hall. They even had the hall's logo on them. Usually, you could only get a small box of pastries after spending over 10 taels of silver at the banquet hall. Now, with several boxes in front of him, it would be a great honor to share them with his master or his fellow brothers. But he knew his mother would never let him take them. Sure enough, Yuana immediately reached out to stop him, saying, "Eldest sister-in-law, what are you doing? This is a gift from the shopkeeper as an apology. You don't need to give it to him. Since the shopkeeper is offering this as an apology, it must be quite good. You should take it back for Qing Tian and your mother. There's so much." Sister-in-law Yi pointed behind her. "I already saved some. My mother has the pastries you and Uncle Cen over today. Qing Tian is still so young. He can't possibly eat all of this in a day. Besides, this is for Xiangxin, not your concern." Sister-in-law Yi insisted, pushing 3 bags of pastries into Yi Xiangxin's hands. Yi Xiangxin held the pastries silently, but his eyes glanced at Yuana. "You don't need to look at your mother. If your sister-in-law says to take them, then take them,"
Yi Laoda said from the side.
"It's getting late. Hurry inside. Tomorrow, my 4th brother will return to the village with your parents, so don't worry." However, Yi Xiangxin's attention was entirely on the pastries in his hands. He didn't hear what Yi Laoda was saying. After Yi Xiangxin went back, Yi Laoda and his group hurried back to Mr. Jiang's house. Mr. Jiang had already instructed the servant to keep the door open for them, so the servant hadn't locked the side door yet. "Madam Yu, you're back. This is my aunt, my uncle, and my 4th brother. They will stay here for the night and leave early tomorrow," Sister-in-law Yi said, handing a bag of pastries to the servant. The servant's eyes lit up at the sight of the pastries with the banquet hall's name, but he quickly declined, saying, "Madam Yu, don't worry. Young Master Qin has already sent someone to inform us, and my master has instructed me as well. Besides, it's my duty to wait for your return. I can't accept the pastries you offered." If this were just a request from Mr. Jiang, the servant might have given in to temptation and accepted them. He knew well what kind of person his master was and that he wouldn't be punished over a box of pastries. However, Mr. Jiang clearly instructed that this matter was specifically mentioned by young Master Qin. He wouldn't dare accept even a pack of fine snacks, let alone anything else. After Yi Waner and Lu Quan entered the room, they fell asleep immediately. But Yi Xiangxin, back at the shop, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In the main room, Sister Yi moved Qing Tian from her arms to the Kong, gently covered her with a blanket, and then started to rub her sore shoulders and arms. Yi Laoda stepped forward to help her massage, whispering, "I told you to let me hold her, but you refused." It was noisy at the restaurant, and she finally fell into a deep sleep. What if she wakes up when I hand her to you? It would be hard to get her back to sleep. "Oh, right there, be gentle." As Yi Laoda helped his wife massage her shoulders and arms, he thoughtfully asked, "Don't you think Xiangxin seems a bit?" He couldn't find the right words to describe it. Sister Yi, who had been listening carefully, turned to him and asked, "A bit what?" "I can't quite say, but I feel like he thinks more deeply than Xianglei. He isn't as straightforward." "How old is Xiangxin? And how old is Xianglei?" "Besides, Xiangxin has been an apprentice in the city for a few years. If he were still like Xianglei, that would be unusual, right? Maybe in a few years, you'll find that Xianglei has changed to be more like him. Really? Yi Laoda, hearing his wife's words, felt uncertain.
I just think his thoughts are complicated.
I think you've never dealt with business people, which is why you're so suspicious, Sister Yi said casually. Now keep massaging. You can talk without stopping your hands. Yi Laoda quickly resumed massaging her arms with more effort. The next morning, everyone went to the clinic to bring Grandma Yi out and had breakfast together. Yi Laoda looked at the still slightly hungover Yi Laosi and worried whether it was reliable for him to take Grandma Yi home alone. Yuana seemed to read his mind and said, "Don't worry, we're here. I'll ride with your mother to keep an eye on things, and we can have a good chat." Sister Yi added, "I think it would be better for you to take Qing Tian back with your mother. I'll be going home with a third sister-in-law in a few days anyway." She had suggested this last night, but Yi Laoda refused to agree. At this moment, I thought that in front of Grandma Yi, Yi Laoda would have to agree. But before Yi Laoda could speak, Grandma Yi opposed, saying, "Having the fourth one is enough. He just has a hangover, he's not completely out of it. He can still drive a car. Besides, I've already told your aunt that we will take your uncle's car, and the fourth can follow behind in an empty car.
It will be fine."
Grandma Yi was also calculating in her mind. Since Gua's incident just happened, it showed that people who suddenly move from small places to big cities can easily be misled by all sorts of people. With Gua's experience as a warning, she couldn't feel at ease leaving Yi Laoda and Yi San's wife alone in the city. Even though they had been together for many years, she felt she knew and trusted their character. But it's better to be cautious. After such a big joke at home, she didn't know how they would be laughed at when they returned to the village. The Yi family couldn't handle another wave of trouble like this. In the past few days, she had heard Yi San's wife talk a lot about Yi Laoda's wife's abilities. With such a capable daughter-in-law and no biological children between them, only an adopted one, it was concerning. As long as Yi Desao was devoted to the family, it was fine, but what if she became influenced by the outside world later? So it was better for Yi Laoda to stay close to Yi Desao. Before leaving, Grandma Yi reminded her son, "Laoda, you don't need to worry about the family. With the second couple and the fourth here, what could happen? You should focus on taking care of Qing Tian and your wife. That's more important than anything." Yi Laoda had no words to respond. After sending them off, he said to Yi Desao, "Now I feel more like a son-in-law than your uncle. At least your uncle doesn't have in-laws pressuring him, but my mother is almost like your mother now. Are you still drunk? Stop talking nonsense."
Yi Desao slappet Yi Laoda on the shoulder.
"Hurry back, the lady manager is coming today. It wouldn't be good to keep her waiting." The three of them, along with Yi San's wife, returned to Jiang Yuanwai's house. As soon as they entered and took a breath, a servant from the Jiang family came in and said, "Madam Yu, our master requests your presence." "Okay, I'll go right away." Yi Desao stood up and tidied her clothes. Yi Laoda watched from the side. Although this outfit was the best that Yi Desao had, it still had 2 patches. Even though Yi Ersao was skilled, the patches were sewn in a way that made them look like decorations on the original garment. If others didn't look closely, they would hardly notice. However, Yi Laoda felt a bit regretful for not bringing back some fabric from the capital to make Yi Desao a couple of new outfits. He still had some change in his pocket from selling mountain goods. He thought it would be nice to take Qing Tian out for a walk while they were still in the county. Yi Laoda had a good plan in mind, but unfortunately, his precious daughter didn't want to go with him. Instead, she was very curious about the lady shopkeeper that Yi Desao mentioned. "Mom, can you take me?" Qing Tian quietly approached Yi Desao as she was getting ready to leave, grabbing her clothing. "Do you want to go?" Yi Desao thought it would be fine to take Qing Tian with her since she was usually well-behaved and didn't cause trouble. However, adult conversations would surely be boring for her, and she wouldn't know how long it would last. But there won't be any toys there, and you'll just have to sit quietly. Wouldn't it be better to stay here and let your dad take you out to play? Yi Laoda added, "Yes, it's perfect. Dad is going out and he can take you for a walk, okay?" But Qing Tian hugged Yi Desao's leg and shook her head. Going shopping wasn't interesting. She had been there before. I want to see the lady shopkeeper, Qing Tian said, looking eagerly at Yi Deseo. All right, I'll take you to see the lady shopkeeper. Yi Deseo was quickly persuaded and bent down to pick her up. She then turned to Yi Laoda and asked, "What are you going out for today?" Yi Laoda couldn't reveal his true purpose, so he made an excuse. "I'm going to check if the deer skin is ready." "Oh, right, I almost forgot," Yi Deseo nodded. "Since you're going out, you can take this bag of snacks to Lao San." "Okay, let's hurry." They must be waiting. Yi Laoda urged Yi Deseo to take Qing Tian out, fearing that he might give away too much information. Yi Deseo then remembered what she needed to do and quickly took Qing Tian outside, following the servants of the Jiang family to the side hall. Jiang Yuanwei, Cen Lao, and a woman were sitting together, drinking tea and talking. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, with an oval face, dignified features, and a very kind expression. If one didn't already know, they wouldn't guess she was a shopkeeper. She looked more like a warm-hearted matriarch. Mr. Jiang saw Sister Yi bringing Qing Tian over and stood up to introduce them, saying, "This is Manager Lu Hongyun, and this is the lady I told you about, Mrs.
You.
Old Cen smiled widely upon seeing Qing Tian and reached out to take the child from Sister Yi. Qing Tian understood he was an elder of Sister Yi, so even though they were not familiar, she did not resist and let him hold her. Sister Yi worried that Old Cen might not be able to hold the child properly, so she instinctively supported them from below. "Can you hold her? Maybe it's better to let her walk on her own. The child is so light. I can easily hold her, even if I had to carry another," Old Cen said with a huff. "She clearly knows how to cook, but I wonder how she takes care of the child. A gust of wind could blow her away." Cough, cough. Mr. Jiang quickly coughed to remind him. They had agreed to keep a friendly attitude and not scare anyone away. Unfortunately, Old Cen had always been like this. It was hard for him to pretend for long without revealing his true self. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he stiffened and didn't know what to say next. He couldn't possibly apologize to someone younger at his age, could he? Fortunately, Sister Yi was not one to mind such things. She noticed Old Cen's careful hands protecting Qing Tian and the affection in his eyes. His words were driven by concern for the child. Before Sister Yi could ease the tension, Old Cen broke the ice, saying, "It's fine. I used to cook for the princes in the palace. I can teach you a few dishes to make sure our little Qing Tian grows up healthy and strong." "Thank you, Great-Grandpa," Sister Yi replied gratefully. Old Cen took Qing Tian to sit down, and Sister Yi finally had a moment to talk to Manager Lu Hongyun. "Manager Lu, I'm sorry. Her father went out for work, and she insisted on coming with me." "It's no trouble," Lu Hongyun smiled gently.
I really like children.
"Mrs. Yu, I've already discussed your situation with Manager Lu. However, he insists on meeting you to chat before making a decision. How about you two talk here first?" "All right, thank you, Mr. Jiang." Sister Yi didn't find anything wrong with this. After all, he was a capable person with his own opinions and choices. With Mr. Jiang starting the conversation, he and Old Cen began to play with Qing Tian. At this age, children are usually playful, but most of them tend to talk a lot and be hyperactive. However, these traits are absent in Qing Tian, which makes the two old men find this little girl, who looks like a pink ball, quite precious. When Yi Deseo saw that Jiang Yuanwei had left, she felt a bit nervous. After all, Lu Hongyun seemed to be a very capable person, both in status and demeanor. Yi Deseo was worried that her lack of education and experience would make her say something foolish. After thinking for a while, she decided to be honest and said, "Manager Lu, here's the thing. I haven't had much education, and I don't understand many principles or the rules of this trade. The only thing I can offer is my family's cooking skills. So, even though Jiang Yuanwei said to invite you to help me, I actually think it should be to ask you to teach me. If you're willing to teach me, I promise to listen and learn well." When Lu Hongyun heard Yi Deseo's heartfelt words, her eyes began to smile, and she accepted this unexpected task. Jiang Yuanwei was right. Yi Deseo was indeed a sincere person. "All right, since you've shared your true feelings, let me introduce myself again. My name is Lu Hongyun, and you can just call me Sister Hongyun from now on. I currently manage a shop in the capital for Jiang Yuanwei. However, if I come to help you, I will make sure everything at the shop is in order and dedicate myself to this work. But first, I need to understand your plans and what direction you hope to take in the future. Seeing that Yida Saw seemed a bit lost in thought, she rephrased her question in simpler terms. What are your goals for the future? Do you want to continue working at other people's events, or do you want to open your own restaurant? These decisions will affect how we plan and proceed, so I need to understand clearly. In the same flower hall, while the two were talking, Jiang Yuanwei, Cen Lao, and Qing Tian could naturally hear them. As the conversation turned serious, the three of them fell silent, straining to listen to the discussion. Hearing Lu Hongyun's words, Jiang Yuanwei smiled at Cen Lao and said, "It's settled. I told you Yunyang would definitely get along with Hongyun." Shoo. Mr. Jiang received no response, not even a glance, only the simultaneous shushing from an old man and a young one. "All right, I'll be quiet." Mr. Jiang chuckled and shook his head. On the other side of the flower hall, Sister Yi listened to Lu Hongyun's words, thought for a moment, and shyly said, "Actually, I don't have any big goals. I just want to earn more money so I can take my daughter to live in the capital and let her go to school. I don't want her to be like me, struggling in life. I just hope her life will be easier and better than mine." Lu Hongyun didn't expect such a simple yet heartfelt answer. "Okay, let's work towards that goal together." Lu Hongyun smiled at Sister Yi and said, "I'll explain the options we have. First, let's decide on a general direction before discussing the details. If you want to continue hosting banquets, cooking at guests' homes, farms, or gardens, you can follow the model of the previous dynasty's 4 departments and 6 bureaus. The current atmosphere is not as extravagant as before, but we can make slight adjustments within the existing framework." "What are the 4 departments and 6 bureaus?" Sister Yi, feeling less shy about her lack of knowledge, asked directly. In the previous dynasty, the style was lavish from top to bottom. Whether it was weddings, birthday celebrations, housewarming parties, or examinations, there would be grand banquets. Not only ordinary families, but even those with servants in noble households couldn't host banquets that met their standards. So gradually, some people specialized in hosting these banquets, and it became a trend with scale and certain regulations. The so-called 4 departments and 6 bureaus consist of the setup department, tea and wine department, kitchen department, and tableware department, while the 6 bureaus are the fruit bureau, sweet bureau, vegetable bureau, oil and candle bureau, fragrance bureau, and cleanup bureau. Each person has a specific role. For example, the setup department is responsible for all arrangements, while the tea and wine department handles tea, soup, and hot wine, and there are people specifically in charge of seating and welcoming guests. The kitchen department is responsible for cooking, and the tableware department delivers cups and dishes. The fruit bureau, sweet bureau, and vegetable bureau mainly handle fruits, sweets, and vegetables. The oil and candle, fragrance, and cleanup bureaus manage candles, spices, and cleaning up after the banquet. You could say the host only needs to invite the people from the 4 departments and 6 bureaus, clearly state their requirements, and they will take care of everything else. Sister Yi was amazed to hear about such comprehensive services for the first time. If you want to take this path, the most important thing is to recruit and train staff, Lu Hongyun continued. Now, let's talk about the second option. If your goal after going to the capital is to open your own restaurant, you need to find ways to increase your fame so that more people, especially the wealthy and influential in the capital, know about you. The more popular you become, the better it will be. This way, when you open your restaurant, these people will come to support you. Of course, these 2 paths are not completely separate. I believe there is a great opportunity in front of you right now. If you can impress everyone in the cooking competition, your future will be much easier. But if the results are not good, don't worry. We can still focus on the first path. Lu Hongyun had already submitted the plan for the cooking competition hosted by Old Cen. Sister Yi received too much information at once and was deep in thought, not able to respond right away. Meanwhile, Qing Tian was listening intently and finally said, "Manager Lu is amazing." Seeing Sister Yi still pondering, Lu Hongyun said, "Take your time. There's no rush." After saying this, she walked over to tease Qing Tian and asked, "How do you know I'm amazing?" Qing Tian, a bit shy around strangers, blushed and said, I just think what you said was really good. Lu Hongyun smiled and asked, Did you understand what I said? Yes, you said my mom should participate in the cooking competition. If she can gain fame, her future will be easier, whether she wants to open a restaurant or continue catering for others. But if she loses, there's no need to worry, because she can still continue catering. Lu Hongyun's eyes widened in surprise. You really understood? Qing Tian didn't just repeat Lu Hongyun's words, but expressed her understanding in her own way. Lu Hongyun exclaimed, Wow, how is this little girl so smart at such a young age? Old Cen proudly held Qing Tian and said, Of course. Just look at whose great-granddaughter she is. Mr. Jiang thought to himself that she only called you great-grandfather. Her grandfather isn't your biological child, so why show off? Even though he thought this, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Old Cen really got lucky this time. Who would have thought that he came here to find peace and ended up with a talented granddaughter and a clever great-granddaughter? It seems that although this old man has lived a lonely life, he is now enjoying the blessings of family. On the other hand, Sister Yi finally understood what Lu Hongyun meant after hearing her words. She nodded and said, Sister Hongyun, I understand now. I will do my best to participate in the cooking competition. Then, Lu Hongyun asked Sister Yi to show her the list of events she was currently handling. She couldn't help but frown and said, These are all rural events. Regardless of the payment, with your current status, you really shouldn't be doing these kinds of events. They are tiring and could harm your reputation. It would be better to pass them on to someone else. Sister Yi replied, What status do I have? When I took these orders, I hadn't even started doing the flower banquets. People chose me for these events because they respect me. I can't go back on my word. Besides, I was able to get these catering jobs because my aunt and Sister Xiaohua believed in me. These clients gave deposits on the spot. They don't know me personally. They are just trusting Sister Xiaohua's reputation. If I passed these events to someone else, not only would I feel guilty, but I would also be letting down my aunt and Sister Xiaohua for their support and trust in me. Sister Yi thought Lu Hongyun was genuinely concerned, so she kept explaining to change her mind. After all, she had just said she would follow Lu Hongyun's arrangements from now on. But if Lu Hongyun was really like that, she would have to reconsider whether to cooperate with her. To her surprise, Lu Hongyun laughed at her words. I was just saying that casually, don't worry, Sister Yi. You make a good point. As long as you don't find it troublesome, just finish these events that have already received deposits. In the future, try not to take on more business. If anything comes up, remember to discuss it with me. Okay. Sister Yi quickly agreed. She thought her words had convinced Lu Hongyun, not realizing that this was a test from the beginning. If Sister Yi had agreed without thinking, Lu Hongyun would still help her, but would hold back and not be as open-hearted. However, Sister Ye's response surprised and impressed her. Lu Hongyun always prioritized character over profit when doing business. Although she trusts Mr. Jiang very much, she still needs to confirm things herself since she'll be working with Sister Yi. Mr. Jiang has worked with her for many years and understands her character, so he knows she should be satisfied by now. He got up, smiled, and walked over, glancing at Lu Hongyun, and said meaningfully, I told you that you two would get along well. Are you relieved now? Lu Hongyun smiled back. I trust the person you recommended. She borrowed paper and pen from Mr. Jiang and copied all of Sister Ye's orders. Sister Yi, confused, asked, What are you doing? I heard from Mr. Jiang that you are preparing to go home. I will be staying here for a while to help you with things in the capital. Sister Yi realized, oh, I see. It's good to have a copy in case of any scheduling conflicts. Not just that, if you are preparing the banquet, I need to go with you. Lu Hongyun said.
Ah?
Sister Yi was surprised. What will you do there, Sister Hongyun? Since I will be working with you, I need to understand how you do things and what your skills are so I know how to help you in the future, right? Sister Yi thought this made sense, so she shyly scratched her head and asked, But how do we calculate the payment? As you can see, when we go to the countryside for the banquet, the money isn't much and I still need to pay 3 helpers. Before she could finish, Lu Hongyun interrupted, You don't need to worry about the payment. Mr. Jiang will cover my wages for the next few months. As for whether we will continue to work together after that, it depends on how our collaboration goes in these months. Lu Hongyun smiled confidently. Don't worry, as long as you trust me, I will help you make money, and then you can pay me yourself. Sister Yi had no idea how much a manager like Lu Hongyun earned, or what she meant by making money. So she smiled without any pressure and said, "Then I will take your good words to heart." Lu Hongyun then asked Sister Yu, "Would you mind if I share your background with others? Just that you are the daughter of a royal chef," without going into too much detail. Upon hearing this, Sister Ye's first reaction was to turn and look at Old Cen. Although she knew her father was a royal chef, it didn't feel very real to her. It was as if she were talking about someone else's story. Hearing this, she felt worried about possibly hurting Mr. Cen's feelings. Mr. Cen had been increasingly aware that Sister Yi and Brother Yi were very good and honest people. He hoped they could develop well and come to the capital, where they could support each other. Seeing that Sister Yi cared so much about his feelings made him very pleased, and he nodded, saying no problem. "If you need help, you can ask me directly." Lu Hongyun was even more satisfied and said, "Having Mr. Cen's help is wonderful. Don't worry, if I need your assistance, I won't hesitate to ask." Sister Yi felt a bit anxious, wondering if this would trouble Mr. Cen, and she looked at him with a worried expression. Seeing this, Mr. Jiang said to her, "He is the great-grandfather of Qing Tian, so helping you is only right. If he didn't know your personality and that you wouldn't accept it, he would have wanted to bring you to the capital to live with him right away." Sister Yi was surprised to hear this and looked at Mr. Cen, realizing that although he spoke sternly, he had already considered many things for her family. Lu Hongyun patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. As long as you listen to me and work hard, you will definitely be able to move to the capital next year." Sister Yi was very excited and said, "Thank you so much, Sister Hongyun. I will cook some delicious dishes for you to taste my cooking." She started to roll up her sleeves to go to the kitchen. However, Lu Hongyun stopped her and said, "The first thing I ask you to do is not to cook for others casually." "Why not?" Sister Yi asked, confused. "Do you know what it means to have something rare?" Lu Hongyun replied, "Rich people in the capital are like that. They are willing to spend more on things that are hard to get. So, you need to hold yourself to a higher standard, and your future business will go more smoothly." While they were talking, Lu Hongyun had already checked the schedule for the banquet Sister Yi was in charge of and confirmed that the latest one was on November 28th. She then asked Mr. Cen, "Is it possible to schedule the county cooking competition for the 12th month?" "Of course," Mr. Cen replied without hesitation. This matter was entirely his responsibility, and even the county magistrate had to follow his arrangements. "As long as you don't schedule the cooking competition on New Year's Eve, any other day is fine." "Old Master Cen, let's have someone go to each village in advance to spread the word. There will definitely be many people coming to see what's happening. When they come, they can also buy some New Year goods to take home. It's a win-win situation." Mr. Jiang, who is very clever, added, "It's not just our county's villages. We can also let the nearby towns know. The shops in the county will be happy too." Lu Hongyun gave them both a thumbs up and said, "Exactly. With Old Master Cen here, other places won't be able to replicate this, and they won't dare to try. This time, Fengli County will really make a name for itself. As long as the county magistrate is smart, he will know how to seize this opportunity." Sister Yi listened to their conversation as if it were a foreign language and turned to look at her daughter. She saw Qing Tian sitting in Old Master Cen's lap, listening intently. Earlier, she worried that her daughter wouldn't understand and would be bored, but now it seemed like she was the one who didn't understand. She walked over and asked, "Qing Tian, do you understand?" Qing Tian shook her head. Old Master Cen said, "Qing Tian is very smart. You should work hard and come to the capital soon. Don't let the child fall behind." At this point, Old Master Cen finally asked the question he had been wanting to know. "Is Qing Tian your only child? No others?" Mr. Yi and Sister Yi looked like they were in their 30s, so it was unusual for them to have only such a young daughter. Sister Ye's expression darkened at his words, and she reached out to take Qing Tian from Old Master Cen's lap, saying yes. Seeing the change in her expression and tone, Old Master Cen thought she must have lost a child before and felt a bit regretful. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. It's not your fault, Sister Yi quickly replied. Just know that we only have Qing Tian, and everything we do is for her. Qing Tian hugged Sister Yi's neck, hesitated for a long time, and finally whispered in her ear, Mom, do you want a little brother? I don't want one at all. Sister Yi shook her head vigorously without thinking and firmly said, I only want you and I love you, okay? As she spoke, she felt a lump in her throat and tightly embraced Qing Tian. Only she knew what Qing Tian had gone through before. Because Mr. and Mrs. Gan wanted their own child, Qing Tian's once peaceful life was completely turned upside down, leading to countless beatings and suffering. But now she is still willing to risk losing her parents' love again by asking if she wants children. Sister Yi really doesn't want any. She just wants to raise Qing Tian well. After finishing her conversation with Lu Hanyun and having nothing else to do, she said goodbye to a few people and took Qing Tian back to their room. Elder Yi had not returned yet, so Sister Yi placed Qing Tian on the bed and sat across from her. Sweetheart, all I need is you. Do you remember that? Sister Yi looked seriously into Qing Tian's eyes and promised, Your father and I only want you in this life, and we will love you the most. With red eyes, Qing Tian jumped into Sister Yi's arms, wrapping her arms around her neck and resting her little face against her neck. Sister Yi gently patted Qing Tian's back, feeling no regret about her choice. Just as the two were hugging, Elder Yi came back with bags from outside. Oh, what's going on here? Elder Yi laughed when he saw them so close, thinking they were just playing. However, after they separated, both had slightly red eyes. What did you buy? Sister Yi asked, looking at the things in his hands. Elder Yi put down the items and went straight to the bed. What happened? Who bullied you too? Elder Yi frowned. It shouldn't be Cen Lao or Jiang Yuanwei. Could it be the new female manager? Is it that female manager? Did she make things difficult for you? If it's too much, we can just let her go. We can still make money by going back to the countryside for the banquet. No, stop asking silly questions. I'll tell you later. Sister Yi shot him a glance. First, tell me what you bought. Why did you get so much? Actually, it's not that much. Elder Yi said as he picked up the largest bundle and began to unwrap it. I got the spotted deer skin ready, and I thought if I ran into that young man sent by young Master Qin, I could ask him to take it back for young Master Qin so they can make clothes and boots before it gets cold. As soon as the bundle was opened, Sister Yi's eyes widened. The processed spotted deer skin was exceptionally soft, and since the deer was in its prime, the fur had a shiny sheen, giving it a beautiful glow with the slightest movement. This is so beautiful. Sister Yi carefully reached out to touch the spotted deer skin. It felt amazing. It would be great if we could make a coat for Qing Tian from this. Once we return to the village, I'll go up the mountain more often. I'm sure I can get more. Speaking of going back to the village, I was just thinking we should return this afternoon. Living here all the time isn't ideal. Earlier, the fourth brother said the house was a mess. Although we didn't lose any money, I still worry about it. Okay, you say when we should go back, and we'll go back then, said Brother Yi as he started to pack his things. Sister Yi quickly stopped him and asked, What else did you buy? I just bought some fabric, Brother Yi said, scratching his head a bit shyly. I thought, with the new year coming and you preparing for the cooking competition, you shouldn't wear those old patched clothes. Even though I haven't earned much money, I can afford to buy a few pieces of fabric with the money from selling mountain goods. Sister Yi opened each piece and saw they were all patterns for women and children. Her earlier calmness surged again, and with red eyes, she slapped Brother Yi. What is this you bought? Brother Yi thought he had poor taste and quickly replied, The shopkeeper said these are the latest styles this year. If you don't like them, I can return them. Who said I don't like them? Sister Yi slapped him again.
Huh?
Then what's wrong? You silly. Why didn't you buy a few pieces for yourself? Sister Yi said as she stood up. Come on, let's go again. How about we just pack up and leave? Brother Yi suggested. We can eat out for lunch, buy what we need, and head straight home. That works. I'll go talk to Mr. Jiang, so you hurry up and pack, Sister Yi said as she headed to the door to inform Sister Yi-san. Sister Yi-san had been thinking about her children at home and wanted to return. However, she felt awkward bringing it up since Sister Yi-san had other matters to attend to, and she was also worried about safety. Upon hearing Sister Yi-san mention going home, she immediately agreed. Are you going to see Brother San before you leave?
Sister Yi asked.
Yes, I need to stop by, Sister Yi-san said, tapping her forehead. She wanted to find Brother Yi-san not because she missed him, but because she suddenly remembered she needed to pick up the building blocks he made for Qing Tian. Go ahead and pack your things. We'll hire a cart to take you to the carpenter's shop, and your brother, and I want to buy a few more things. Brother Yi, hearing this from next door, suddenly put down what he was holding and said, How about we just buy a mule and a cart instead? Not having large livestock at home is really inconvenient, and we can't keep borrowing from others. This statement from Yi Laoda made Yi Deseo a bit interested. She still had to go around for over a month to prepare for banquets, and not having a mule cart was indeed a hassle.
Alright, Ye Deseo nodded.
Let's go to the carpenter's shop and pick up Lao San. He knows more about carts than we do, and we don't want to buy something that won't work well and end up being a headache. Sure, we can have a meal outside together and then take Lao San back, Yi Laoda agreed eagerly. Then hurry up and get ready. I'll go say goodbye to Mr. Jiang. Yi Deseo left and returned shortly, but she didn't expect that Sin Lao and his two attendants would follow her back. Sin Lao's attendants were one big and one small. The older one was a burly man with a dark face, looking to be in his 40s, named Shirley. The younger one, looking about 17 or 18, had a baby face and always seemed to smile, named Mengyu. Sin Lao said since I have recognized him as my grandfather, he should come to visit our home. Yi Deseo said helplessly to Yi Laoda. That's fine. It's only right, Yi Laoda replied casually. But does that mean he'll come shopping with us too? I'm not sure. Yi Deseo felt a bit awkward. Even though she had acknowledged their relationship, she wasn't very familiar with Sin Lao. They had never interacted much before, and it wasn't something that could be easily bridged just by calling him grandfather. However, Sin Lao didn't see anything wrong with his actions and even thought about supporting Yi Deseo, as he was worried about her being treated poorly at home after so many years of marriage with only one small daughter. Although Sin Lao had his own cart, it wouldn't fit everyone, so Yi Laoda decided to call for a cart to take everyone to the carpenter's shop to find Yi Lao San. By now, it was almost noon, so Yi Sin Saw quickly went inside and called Yi Lao San out. He was holding a large box in his arms. As soon as Yi Lao San got into the cart, the box immediately caught Qing Tian's attention. The box looked different from what Yi San Saw had seen before. It was beautifully painted in bright colors. Uncle San, what is this? Qing Tian couldn't help but ask curiously. Open it and see, Yi Lao San said, pushing the box toward Qing Tian. Qing Tian looked at Yi Deseo, and when she nodded, he reached out to open the box. As soon as the lid was lifted, 4 layers of trays were pulled up one by one, revealing all the building blocks in front of Qing Tian. Wow, Qing Tian was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Is this a set of building blocks? Yes, do you like it? I love it. Qing Tian nodded. Aunt Yi had already guessed that Yi Lao San and his wife would react, but she didn't expect such a beautiful set of building blocks, even more exquisite than what she had seen in the shop in the capital. This can't be right. This must be quite expensive, Aunt Yi said firmly. Lao San, you two just started making some money. You can't spend it so recklessly. How much did you spend on this? Is it too late to return it now? Aunt Yi Sin laughed and said, Don't worry, big sister. This didn't cost any money. Lao San made it himself. And the paint on it was done by Wong Fuguay, Lin Yumei's husband, remember? You made this yourselves? Aunt Yi was surprised and picked up a block to examine it closely. It's so well made. Nothing like this is sold in the capital. Qing Tian suddenly chimed in. Uncle San could sell these building blocks in the capital. Yi Lao San laughed and replied, Although this didn't cost money to make, it takes a lot of effort. It takes many days to create a set. How much do they sell for in the shop? Aunt Yi-san, having spent time with Aunt Yi, had gained some insight and thought Qing Tian's idea was good. The shop sells them cheaply, because they aren't made with your quality. If you can make them this nice, selling to those wealthy people in the capital might actually earn a lot of money. Do wealthy people really need someone to make building blocks for them? Yi San had no idea about the business opportunity here. But Qing Tian kept this idea in mind, thinking she would definitely ask Qin Hishuan about it next time they met. The group headed straight to the livestock market, planning to buy a mule first before getting a cart. Old Cen didn't mind the unpleasant smell of the livestock and got out of the car, pointing to a big man with a dark face. Shirley knows livestock best. Let him help you choose. He understands the market and will make sure you don't lose out. Sure enough, in the end, Shirley helped the Yi family pick a nearly 3-year-old blue-spotted mule, just the right age to start working. Shirley spoke in a strong local accent and was very skilled at bargaining, finally settling on 4 taels of silver. The mule seller, while collecting the money, was clearly surprised. "Brother, you really know how to bargain. If it weren't for the cold weather making it hard to sell large animals, you wouldn't get this price at all. Shopkeeper, you're not losing out either. You've saved on feed for the winter." Shirley laughed and said, "If winter doesn't go well and there's an illness or disaster, wouldn't that be worse? Come on, wish me some good luck." After counting the silver, the boss asked, "Do you want silver coins or copper coins?" Thinking about needing to buy things later, Yi Laoda chose copper coins. He led the mule outside, growing fonder of it with each glance. "Brother Shir, you are really amazing." He gave Shirley a thumbs up. "I may not have many skills, but I believe I have a good eye for livestock," Shirley replied, knowing that Cen Lao was close with Yi Laoda and happy to be friendly. "Where do you plan to buy a cart? I can help with that too." "We're going to the nearby second-hand shop. We saw many used carts there when we came to buy furniture last time." Yi Laoda pointed to the large door not far away. When Cen Lao heard they were going to buy a second-hand cart, he almost wanted to buy a new one for Yi to saw. But Mengyu tugged at his sleeve from behind. "Master, have you forgotten what Jiang Yuanwei told you?" Mengyu whispered, "You need to take it easy. The more you act like this, the more Yunyang will want to avoid you. What have I saved all this money for if I finally have someone to spend it on, and they don't even care?" Cen Lao's old face wrinkled with frustration as he sighed. "You should get along with her first. If your relationship improves, you might find fewer places to spend money in the future." Cen Lao knew he could be a bit stubborn at times, so he said, "I'll listen to you when we buy things later. Help me out so I don't go overboard again." "Got it, you can trust me." Mengyu smiled and nodded. Seeing Cen Lao still looking unhappy, she leaned in and whispered, "Master, think about it. If Yunyang's family only cared about money, would you still want to be with her? You'd want to keep your distance, right? Now that she doesn't care about wealth, why are you worried about spending money?" Cen Lao thought about it and realized that was true, causing him to chuckle. "All right, I understand. Anyway, I'm an old man and won't live many more years. If she doesn't need me to spend money now, the money saved will be hers in the future." Mengyu didn't know how to respond to that. Seeing Cen Lao's frown finally relax, she decided not to say more. Yi Laoda brought Yi San to the second-hand shop, and sure enough, there were several carts of varying conditions parked in the yard. "Old 3, take a look and see which one is suitable to buy." The shopkeeper of the second-hand store came out and immediately smiled upon seeing Yi Old 3. "Wow, what brings Brother Yi here? What do you want to see?" "I'll definitely give you a good price." Recently, the shopkeeper heard that a skilled craftsman had come to Jiang's carpentry workshop, so he tried sending some old furniture he collected for repair. Especially some pieces made of good wood that were slightly damaged. After fixing them, he could sell them for almost double the price. So, the shopkeeper had been visiting Yi Old 3 often to repair furniture. Now that he saw him, he immediately patted his chest and promised the lowest price. Yi Old 3 looked at several carts for a long time and finally chose a gray, unremarkable one. Old Cen, watching from the side, pointed to a nearly new cart and said, "I think this one is better." Before Yi Old 3 could respond, the shopkeeper quickly said, "Sir, you may not know, but the cart Brother Yi chose, though it looks plain, is made of the best materials among these. Once you take it home and tidy it up a bit, if you like it shiny, just add a few coats of paint, and it will be as good as new. Plus, this cart is of high quality. You can use it without worry. If it has any issues within 2 years, bring it back and I'll refund you. But that cart you think looks good is just for show. It's not sturdy at all. It might work fine on city roads, but if you take it on mountain paths, it won't last long. After hearing the shopkeeper's words, Old Cen fell silent. The shopkeeper was indeed a straightforward person and finally offered a very favorable price. I bought this cart for 3 taels of silver. Brother Yi, if you think highly of me, just give me 3 taels and take it. That won't do. I can't let you earn nothing. Ye Old Three insisted on giving more. But the shopkeeper insisted, I will definitely need Brother Ye's help with furniture repairs in the future. This is a long-term business, and I'm not worried about this little bit. Then I'll take advantage of Old Three this time. Ye Old Three gave the shopkeeper 3 taels of silver and thanked him repeatedly. Then, with Ye Old Three's help, he harnessed the cart to the mule he had just bought. I must say, this mule named Shirley was indeed a great choice. It was not only healthy, but also very gentle. It walked calmly all the way here, and now as they harnessed it, it showed no signs of reluctance. Everyone moved their things from the previous vehicle, settled the fare, and finally, they no longer needed to hire a car since they had their own to use. Sister Yi and Sister San Yi quickly wiped down the inside of the car, laid down a blanket, and then carried Qing Tian into the vehicle. Elder Yi turned to discuss with Elder Cen. Old Three still needs to go back to the carpentry shop later. Can we go eat first, and then buy things after lunch? That's fine, but I have a condition. Elder Cen's statement caught everyone's attention. Meng Yu felt anxious behind him, thinking it was just a meal. They were giving him face by asking, so why bring up conditions? Elder Yi was also surprised by Elder Cen's response, but politely said, please go ahead. I must treat everyone to lunch today, or I won't eat with you. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Shirley and Meng Yu both sighed in relief, exchanging glances, feeling that being with Elder Cen was always a worry. Elder Yi was concerned that Elder Cen would take them to an expensive restaurant. First, it would be too costly. Second, the food wasn't that great. And third, it would waste time. So he said, all right, if you're treating, can we choose the place? Sister Yi pinched him from behind and whispered, why let him treat? Elder Yi turned to her and whispered back, haven't you noticed? The old man has been wanting to spend money on us. Instead of letting him hold back, it's better to let him spend a little less now. Elder Cen thought they were discussing where to eat and happily asked, okay, what do you want to eat? Then Elder Yi said, let's go to that noodle place we went to before.
Huh.
Elder Cen's earlier joy felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. After all that discussion, you just want to eat noodles? Even if everyone ate until they were full, it wouldn't cost much. Sister Yi said, I think it's great. Although we had some misunderstandings when we ate noodles before, sometimes fate is just that magical. Now that everyone is made up, going for a bowl of noodles sounds nice. Hearing Sister Ye's words, Elder Cen's mood instantly brightened, and he happily agreed, all right, let's go eat noodles. After finishing the noodles, everyone went shopping together. Then they split into 2 vehicles and left the city, heading toward Rongxi village. What they didn't know was that Mu Zheng had brought a dozen people who followed them out of the city, keeping a distance behind. Brother Zheng, didn't Lord Qin ask us to patrol the area? Where are you going? Lord didn't specify a direction. Patrolling this way is fine too, Mu Zheng said casually, chewing on a straw while sitting on his horse. Although he said that, he didn't quite understand why his young master was so worried about the safety of these villagers. After being away for so long, they were finally heading home. Qing Tian held onto his blocks, but his mind was on Xiao Yi. Mom, do you think Xiao Yi will not recognize me after we've been away for so long? No, once a dog recognizes its owner, it remembers for life. Even if we're gone for a year or 2, it will still know you. Dad, do you think Xiao Yi has grown since we left? Definitely. Puppies grow quickly. They can grow a lot in just a few days. Hearing this, Yi Lao said with a hint of sadness, we can't leave Xiao Yi at home anymore. I have to take it with me when I go out. What if it grows up and recognizes me, but I don't recognize it? Yi Laoda and Yi Saw both laughed at this. It was a worry only a child would have. Mom will go to another village to prepare for a feast, so you can stay home and play with your brothers and Xiaoyi. When it's time for the cooking competition in the winter, I'll take you both with me, okay? Upon hearing this, Qing Tian immediately felt torn. Should he stay home with the dog or go with Yi Saw to prepare for the feast? Seeing her daughter hesitate, Yi Saw felt a pang in her heart. Was she not as important as a puppy? But she was an adult, so she quickly pushed down her jealousy. Just as she was about to speak, Qing Tian jumped up and hugged her, saying, "Mom, I want to go with you to prepare for the feast."
Yi Saw felt warmt in her heart.
No wonder people say daughters are like warm little jackets. It was true. But then Qing Tian quietly asked, "Can we take Xiaoyi with us?" Yi Saw was speechless for a moment, but after thinking it over, she smiled and said, "Mom will be back in the evening after going to prepare for the feast in the morning. There are no familiar faces in those places, unlike last time when I went to Xuanlin village and Lei helped take care of you. So even if you want to go, I can't take you. What if I get busy and can't watch you? What if someone else takes you away? If I can't find you, I would go crazy." As soon as she heard about being taken away, Qing Tian immediately shook her head and said, "Then I won't go. I'll stay at home and wait for you to come back." "That's my good baby." Sister Yi rewarded Qing Tian with a kiss and held her close to the window to look outside. It was already late October, and most of the leaves on the trees had fallen, leaving a gray view with not much to see. But today the sun was shining, and there was no wind, making the weather quite pleasant. So Sister Yi simply held Qing Tian at the window to enjoy the fresh air. Meanwhile, in the back of the car, Mr. Cen was throwing a tantrum. "I knew I shouldn't have listened to you. Look at what you bought. What's wrong? Isn't this good?" Mengyu looked at the items laid out: snacks, fabric, brown sugar, honey, 2 hens, and these are all nourishing herbs. "What's the issue? Is this suitable for meeting the in-laws for the first time?" Mr. Cen said, unhappily. "Sir, you may not know, but for country folks, this is already considered a fine gift. If we followed your advice and brought ginseng or bird's nest, it would surely scare the in-laws." "Is that true?" Mr. Cen frowned and asked, "Will these really not be looked down upon?" "My lord, you've been in the palace too long and have forgotten the struggles of ordinary people. With these items, you could easily marry a young bride from my hometown. Get out of here." Mr. Cen slapped Mengyu on the shoulder, pushing him aside. "You're talking nonsense." Seeing this, Mengyu knew the anger had passed and cheerfully said, "Really, I'm not lying. Just let me know whenever you want it. You little rascal. I'll teach you a lesson." Mr. Cen reached out to pretend to hit Mengyu. Mengyu quickly begged for mercy, his mouth running with all sorts of silly promises. In the end, he managed to make Mr. Cen laugh. Outside, Shirley was driving the carriage and was already used to such scenes inside. With an old man and a child on board, he sometimes felt like he was just taking kids out to play. On a sunny day, Qing Tian was in the front seat of the car, and she could faintly hear the laughter of 2 people in the back. Unable to resist, she leaned out the window to look back. "Qing Tian, that's not safe. Come back," Sister Yi said urgently when she saw Qing Tian's half-body hanging out the window. "What if you fall out?"
"Oh,"
Qing Tian replied and tried to pull back, but then suddenly stopped. "Qing Tian?" Sister Yi called out, puzzled. "Mom, look. What is that?" Qing Tian pointed to the nearby woods and asked, "It looks like there are a lot of people over there." In broad daylight, with the sun shining, Sister Yi was startled and broke into a cold sweat at Qing Tian's words. Just beyond the roadside, through a small patch of woods, was the infamous graveyard known as the Chaos Grave Mound. It was said that during the last years of the previous dynasty, there was a rebellion, and the rebels were defeated by the officials right there, leaving many dead. Since the dead were all rebels, no one dared to ask about it, and people believed the area was cursed, so no one settled nearby. Over time, children who died young, runaways who were caught, and those without family were all buried there, creating a chaotic graveyard. So when Qing Tian suddenly said there were many people over there, Sister Ye's first thought was that they might be encountering ghosts in broad daylight. People say that children have pure eyes and can see things adults cannot.
Could it really be?
Although Sister Yi was scared, she gathered her courage to look in the direction Qing Tian was pointing to protect her. To her surprise, she also vaguely saw a group of figures. Now Sister Yi was really alarmed. If ghosts could appear during the day and even be seen, how strong must their presence be? In an instant, many ghost stories from her childhood flashed through her mind. Oh no! Could it be the spirits passing through? Sister Yi shouted in fear. The shadows in the woods suddenly paused. Sister Yi quickly pulled Qing Tian back into her arms and tightly covered her own mouth. Yi Laoda, who was outside driving, heard her last words and turned to ask, "What's wrong?"
It's
nothing, Sister Yi said, but her teeth were chattering, making a clattering sound. She felt as if she had just made eye contact with a group of ghosts. Could it be that those ghosts were going to take her away? What's going on? Yi Laoda noticed something was wrong with his wife's voice. He shouted to Shirley behind him and then pulled on the reins to stop the cart. He opened the car door to see what was wrong with Yi Deseo. But when Yi Deseo saw him stop, she became even more frantic. How could they stop now when they were already in such a hurry?
Don't stop.
Hurry up, we need to go, or it will be too late. Yi Deseo turned to look out the window and saw a group of figures approaching their cart. Panicking, she pushed Yi Laoda, "Drive faster. They're coming after us." Hearing this, Yi Laoda looked outside and, seeing the situation, his expression turned serious. He quickly grabbed Yi Laosi, who was still asleep, and said, "Wake up. Get ready." Yi Laosi, still groggy from sleep, was confused when suddenly pulled up. But as soon as he heard "get ready," he immediately became alert and instinctively reached for something nearby. Since leaving Huinan County and fleeing, the Yi family had faced many dangers. The phrase "get ready" had become second nature to them. Yi Laoda strapped on his bow and quiver and handed a long stick and a small knife to Yi Laosi. Yi Laosi rubbed his face to wake himself up and took the items from his older brother. Yi Laoda then shouted to the back of the cart, "Shige Meng, get ready. We have a situation." Shirley and Meng Yu were puzzled why the cart had stopped in such an isolated place. They hadn't seen anyone get out. But upon hearing Yi Laoda's shout, they immediately pulled out long knives from a hidden compartment in the cart. Ordinary people were not allowed to possess such large weapons, so Yi Laosi only had a small knife. However, Shirley and Meng Yu were tasked with protecting Old Cen and had reported to the authorities, allowing them to carry weapons. In the blink of an eye, the figures from the woods were already rushing toward them. They were not ghosts or spirits. They were a group of bandits. Yi Laoda thought to himself, "This is bad. They might really be facing that ruthless gang from before." There were over 20 of them, armed with various weapons. Looking at their own side, besides the 4 of them, there were only women, children, and the elderly. How could they possibly fight back? But regardless of their chances, Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi did not hesitate. If they wanted to harm the women and children, they would have to step over their bodies first. As the fastest runner entered the archery range, Leader Yi tried to shoot an arrow, unexpectedly hitting the man right between the eyes. After being struck, the man continued running a few steps before collapsing to the ground. This immediately made the atmosphere tense. The bandits were indeed intimidated by the arrow and instinctively slowed down. Shirley and Meng Yu were surprised to find themselves facing so many enemies. However, there was no option to retreat now. They had to fight with all their might. Seeing the crude weapon in Ye's hands, Shirley reached under the cart and pulled out a long knife, shouting, "Old Four, catch." Yi turned around, and his eyes lit up. He quickly dropped the wooden stick, tucked the dagger into his boot, and reached out to grab the long knife thrown by Shirley. Waving the knife a few times, he felt a surge of strength. This was a well-made steel knife. Although he hadn't used one before, he had seen it and knew it could chop off heads like slicing through a watermelon. "Come on, grandkids, let me show you how it's done." After hitting the first target, Leader Yi shot 2 more arrows, surprisingly hitting 2 more men in the same spot. Even he couldn't believe it. The first arrow could be a coincidence, but hitting 3 in a row was something else. The remaining bandits hesitated, wondering if they had encountered a tough opponent. These men, dressed like country folk, couldn't be pretending to be officials, waiting for them to walk into a trap, could they? Thinking this, the leader raised his arm and shouted, "Time to go." The others turned and ran into the woods. Although they were ruthless, they didn't want to be killed themselves. However, it was clear they realized this too late. Mu Zheng, who had been almost bored to sleep following behind, now charged ahead, leading a group of 10 or so men. They never expected that helping young Master Qin by escorting leader Ye's family would lead to such a surprise. If they could capture the leader of the bandits, who had just shouted the command, they would surely be rewarded by Lord Qin. "Brothers, charge with me," Mu Zheng shouted, leading the way into the bandits. His men were all skilled fighters, easily handling 3 opponents at once, especially now that the numbers were even. Moreover, the bandits had just lost their courage after being shot away by Big Brother Ye's arrows. Suddenly, when attacked by over 10 skilled fighters, they were thrown into complete chaos. The sounds of fighting and cries of distress filled the air. Inside the car, Sister Yi held Qing Tian tightly in her arms, covering her ears with her hands to shield her from the outside noise. She didn't even dare to look outside to see who was winning. It was obvious. There were more than 10 of them, and only 4 on their side. Thinking about the merchants who had been cruelly killed on the road, Sister Yi couldn't stop her tears from falling. Qing Tian reached out to wipe her tears and said, "Don't cry, Mom. Dad will be fine." Sister Yi suddenly remembered something and turned to hide Qing Tian behind a pile of things she had bought, saying, "No matter what sounds you hear outside, don't come out, you." Before she could finish her sentence, the car door behind her was pulled open. Sister Yi felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen. She stiffly turned around, trying to shield Qing Tian with her body. But when she looked up, it wasn't a bandit at all, it was Big Brother Yi. Suddenly, Sister Yi found strength she didn't know she had, grabbing Big Brother Yi and pulling him into the car, checking him up and down for injuries. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? What's going on outside? Speak to me." Big Brother Yi looked dazed. Just moments ago, he had been determined to protect his family, without a second thought. But now that the danger had passed and he saw his wife and daughter safe, he realized he had actually killed someone, 3 people in fact. They were real living beings, not just animals. The more he thought about it, the more his hands trembled, and he could barely hold his bow. Sister Yi was frightened by his state and spoke in a panicked tone. "What's wrong? Even if things are bad, as long as we're together, I will." Before she could finish, 4th Brother Yi hurried back. He had used a long knife. Although he wasn't as skilled as Mengyu, he had managed to injure several bandits while covering each other with Shirley. However, by now, Mu Zheng and his men had pretty much captured and tied up all the bandits, leaving 4th Brother Yi with no further chance to fight. Suddenly, he appeared at the car door, covered in blood, nearly causing Sister Yi and 3rd Sister Yi to faint from shock. Yi Lao Si quickly said, "Big sister, 3rd sister, don't be scared. I'm not hurt. This is all someone else's blood." His excitement was clear, unlike Yi Lao Da's state. "Big sister, 3rd sister, Qing Tian, you missed it while hiding in the car." Big Brother was amazing. Yi Lao Si mimicked drawing a bow. With 3 arrows, he took down 3 bandits, hitting each one right in the forehead. Those bandits were so scared they didn't dare to move forward. Before Yi Lao Si could finish, Yi Lao Da suddenly dropped his bow and turned to the cart, starting to vomit. "Big Brother, what's wrong?" Mu Zheng, who had captured everyone, finally had time to come over. Seeing the situation, he understood immediately and said, "It's normal the first time. Don't worry, you'll feel better soon." "I didn't expect Yi Da Ji's archery to be so impressive." Yi Da Saw didn't know much about this, but she remembered that Yi Lao Da often went hunting and always returned with something. Maybe it was because of his great archery skills? He practiced during hunting. He never shot at people. So Yi Da Ge is a hunting expert. No wonder he's so accurate. Mu Zheng nodded in agreement. He saw Yi Lao sitting on the cart, looking pale and ready to vomit again, and gently patted his shoulder. Yi Dage, think about it. If you didn't have the skill, you and your family would be lying in a pool of blood right now. Those bandits are ruthless. If they saw you couldn't defend yourselves, they would have killed you and taken the car as quickly as possible. Hearing Mu Zheng's words, Yi Lao's expression softened a bit. Just then, Qing Tian came over with a water pouch and said, "Dad, rinse your mouth and drink some water." Seeing his daughter and hearing her sweet yet caring words, Yi Lao couldn't hold back anymore and hugged Qing Tian, crying. No one laughed at him for crying. Everyone understood his feelings. Mu Zheng quietly told Yi Dae, "Let it out and you'll feel better." Finally, Yi Dae found a moment to ask Mu Xiao, "Brother, did you save us?" "If you want to say it that way, it was my young master who saved you," Mu Zheng said, feeling a bit shy as he scratched the back of his head. "Did young Master Qin send you to save us?"
Yi Dae ekleime din surprise.
She couldn't help but think that ever since they adopted Qing Tian, their luck had changed. Could it be that young Master Qin has some special abilities like Qing Tian? If that's the case, it's no wonder he likes Qing Tian so much. Perhaps they both have little secrets they can't share with others. However, just as Sister Yi was lost in her thoughts, Mu Zheng's words shattered her imagination. How could the young master know the bandits' movements? Mu Zheng found Sister Ye's words amusing. If he really knew, wouldn't my master have already captured them instead of waiting until now? Indeed. Sister Yi quickly calmed down, realizing she had been overthinking. "Then why have you been following us?" Sister Yi-sen had just gathered her courage to peek outside and saw blood everywhere, with several people lying still on the ground. The remaining bandits were tied up and some were being watched, so she couldn't help but ask. "I was originally here with my master to hunt down the bandits. My job is to patrol the area and look for their traces. The young master sent someone to inform me to keep an eye on you when I had time and to escort you home later. Since I was already patrolling for clues, it fell within my duties. I just didn't expect we would actually encounter them today." "Now I understand," the Yi family members said with admiration. "Thanks to young Master Qin and you, Brother Mu. It's nothing. My trip wasn't in vain," Mu Zheng said, feeling a bit shy. Along the way, his team had been grumbling. Although he didn't say it out loud, he didn't really believe the Yi family would face any danger on their way home. First, the bandits had previously committed crimes on that road, so they shouldn't return. Second, the Yi family looked like ordinary farmers, not wealthy targets for the bandits. But who knew that the bandits would choose this road, hoping to escape from the county by taking advantage of the officials? They spotted Mu Zheng and his group following the Yi family and mistakenly thought they were coming after them. At that moment, there were only 2 carts on the official road. After discussing, the bandits decided to rush out and steal the 2 carts to escape, which was faster than running on foot. Just as they were about to rush out and settle things quickly, they were scared off by the 3 arrows that struck right at the center of their leader's forehead. When Mu Zheng and his team charged in, many people had lost their will to fight and quickly surrendered after a brief struggle. He could say that he easily gained a significant victory without much effort. At this moment, their leader finally stopped crying, and his emotions began to calm down. He noticed that his daughter's clothes were soaked from his tears, and her face was flushed. "Brother Yi, is everything all right now?" Mu Zheng asked with a smile. "If there's nothing else, let's continue on our way. The smell of blood here is too strong, and you all look shaken. You should head home to rest." Thinking about going home, Sister Yi suddenly remembered old Master Cen and quickly asked, "Is the old man okay?" "Don't worry, he has Shirley and Mengyu protecting him, he's fine," Mu Zheng replied with a smile. Besides, old Master Cen has seen so much in his age. Life in the palace is much more dangerous than this. At least here, the weapons are visible, while in the palace, the dangers are unseen. "You brat, if you can't speak properly, just be quiet." Old Master Cen's voice came from the back of the carriage. "Stop causing trouble for your family by talking nonsense." "But there are no outsiders here," Mu Zheng chuckled. After some commotion, Muzheng sent a group of people back with the captured bandits. He chose a few of his subordinates to escort old Master Cen and the Yi family back to Rongxi village. Today, the weather was nice. So many village women were sitting under the big tree at the village entrance, chatting while working on their tasks. Wang Ernyang had sharp eyes. Before the carriage even got close, she spotted Yi Laosi driving the cart. "Hey, look who's back." "Who is it?" "Isn't that Yi Laosi?" "Who else could it be? Did he come back alone? Where's his wife? Where's Fuguay?" As soon as this was said, everyone around burst into laughter. Even if Yi Laosi is broad-minded, he can't bring Fuguay back with him. Exactly what were you thinking? You're making me laugh too hard. This is also a serious matter, Wang Ernyang said mysteriously, lowering her voice. "You don't know, but I heard my husband say that things are chaotic outside the pass. There are many men and few women, making marriage difficult, unlike here. They don't value chastity as much. A woman can marry multiple times. I heard that there are even 2 or 3 men who team up to marry one wife. So, Yi Laosi is just wearing a green hat. It's not a big deal. Let's wait and see the excitement. They might have already made up and are living together again." Wang Ernyang's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Is it really like that? Oh my, just hearing it makes me feel embarrassed. Those people outside the village are almost like animals. Who says otherwise? Is it true? We can't let them ruin our village's reputation. I think Yi Laosi seems quite happy. He doesn't look like someone with family troubles. As a group of women chatted, the old Yi family's cart drove into the village. Did they buy new livestock and a new cart? Someone with sharp eyes noticed.
Buy?
It's definitely rented. Wang Ernyang immediately rolled her eyes and said, "Who buys livestock at a time like this? We don't even know who is in the cart." Although everyone seemed busy with their work, their eyes were secretly watching the old Yi family's cart. Yi Laosi had been feeling a bit excited because he had just vented his frustrations while driving off some bandits, so his mood had improved, and he even helped Yi Laoda, who was feeling unwell, with the cart. But as they got closer to the village, he could hear the gossiping voices of the women. Though he couldn't make out the words, he could easily guess what they were saying. Yi Laosi's previously lifted spirits sank again. But now that they were almost home and everyone in the village had seen him, there was no need to switch places with Yi Laoda, so Yi Laosi had to grit his teeth and drive the cart home. As they approached the big banyan tree, some of the gossip still managed to reach his ears. The more he listened, the angrier he became, and he even felt a faint urge to silence them. Suddenly, Yi Laoda pushed open the cart door and placed a hand on Yi Laosi's shoulder. "Old four, calm down, don't pay attention to them. The more upset you get, the more they'll talk." Yi Laosi finally steadied himself. "Yes, big brother, I understand." Seeing the old Yi family's cart door open, those who had been pretending to be busy immediately leaned in to get a better look, eager to see inside. Yi Dajie even took the initiative to greet a friendly villager, saying, "Aunt Hu, are you making shoe soles?" Yes. Aunt Hu was startled and almost pricked her own hand with the needle. She stammered, You all came back from the city?" "Yes, we did," Sister Yi said with a smile. "My mother returned yesterday. If you have time, come over to our house and chat with your old friend." Okay, I'll definitely visit later." Aunt Hu nodded repeatedly. In just a couple of sentences, the old Yi family's cart had already passed through the village entrance and was heading home. Mrs. Wang glanced at Aunt Hu with displeasure and said, "I didn't realize you were so close with her family. Do you know how her 4th daughter-in-law is doing? Did she really run off with Wong Fuguay?" Aunt Hu quickly shook her head in denial. I don't know. I don't know as much as you do."
What do you mean by that?
Mrs. Wang put her hands on her hips. "Are you saying I'm spreading rumors?"
No, I didn't mean that.
Aunt Hu struggled to find the right words, unable to keep up with Mrs. Wang, and her eyes began to redden. Everyone's attention was drawn to the two of them, and they didn't even notice Shirley driving past them. By the time they realized it, they could only see the back of the cart. "Hey, where did that cart come from? When did it come into the village?" Mrs. Wang's eyes darted around, and she quickly packed her things into her basket and followed after it. "I need to check it out." Although people can't move as fast as a cart, the village is small, so it was clear that the cart was heading to the old Ye's house. Mrs. Wong quickened her pace and, when she reached the intersection, saw an old man getting out of the second cart. Seeing that there was no Gua family or Wong Fuguay in the second cart, Mrs. Wong felt a bit disappointed. But the old Yi family didn't have many relatives left here, so who was this old man? From his attire, he looked like a wealthy gentleman. Could it be that the old Yi family was looking for a new partner for Grandma Yi and brought someone to meet her? Mrs. Wong initially thought about sneaking up to listen, but the loud barking of dogs in the yard made her abandon that idea. However, she quickly had a bright idea, turned around with her basket and left. At that moment, in the old Yi family's yard, the now larger Xiao Yi was joyfully playing around with Qing Tian, wagging its tail so fast that it looked like a blur. It barked continuously and occasionally made soft whimpering sounds, as if it were being playful. Although it was already a decent size, it was still just a little puppy that hadn't even shed its baby fur yet. Sister Yi too said, "Luckily, on the day of the incident, I sent a few kids out to buy candy, and they took Xiao Yi with them. Otherwise, such a small dog would have been in trouble with Wong and that other guy." She meant to say Wong Fuguay, but when she looked up and saw Yi Lao Si, she quickly swallowed the last few words. Xiao Yi seemed to understand Sister Yi Tu's words, burying its head in Qing Tian's arms, making soft sounds as if it were crying, wanting to be taken everywhere and not left behind again. Qing Tian held Xiao Yi's head and rubbed its fluffy little ears, saying, if Xiao Yi were at home, it would definitely catch the thief who came in and wouldn't let him escape.
Woof.
Xiao Yi seemed to respond. This dog seems to be quite clever. Everyone laughed heartily at this. Old Master Cen walked over, ready to speak, but the previously excited Xiao Yi suddenly took a step back, hiding most of its body behind Qing Tian. What's wrong? Scared of me? Old Master Cen smiled slightly, not surprised, and took a couple of steps back. Old Cen, what's going on? This is the first time I've seen Xiao Yi afraid of someone. Maybe it's because I've harmed dogs before, Old Master Cen said lightly. Upon hearing this, Qing Tian quickly covered Xiao Yi's ears. She didn't want the little puppy to hear that. When I was young, my family was poor and we faced a famine. We were close to starving to death, Old Master Cen explained, noticing Qing Tian's expression. I fainted from hunger on the path in front of my house, and a wild dog, desperate for food, came along, probably thinking I was dead. It bit my arm and woke me up in pain. I don't know where I found the strength, but I ended up fighting that wild dog and managed to kill it. I dragged the wild dog home, and my mother and I survived the hardest days by eating its meat. As he spoke, Old Master Cen rolled up his sleeve to show a scar on his arm. Even after all these years, seeing the scar was still quite shocking, showing just how badly he had been bitten. That looks painful, Sister Yi Wan exclaimed. As the saying goes, those who survive great difficulties will have good fortune later. Qing Tian asked in confusion, just because you killed a dog, does that mean all dogs will be afraid of you? Not necessarily, but people say that those who have harmed dogs carry a special aura. Humans can't sense it, but dogs can feel it keenly. Maybe your dog is just very sensitive and immediately noticed something was off with me. Hearing Cen Lao praise Xiao Yi, Qing Tian immediately felt happy and patted Xiao Yi's head, saying, yes, Brother Qin also said Xiao Yi is a good dog. Xiao Yi gently licked Qing Tian's little hand with his tongue. Although Grandma Yi had returned home from the clinic, she still wasn't feeling well and hadn't left the house since. But hearing voices in the yard without seeing anyone come in, she couldn't help but call out, what are they talking about outside? Did the older ones come back? When Grandma Yi spoke, Cen Lao remembered he had come to visit family. Even though Cen Lao was technically a generation above Grandma Yi, he still took the initiative to visit to show his respect and avoid any misunderstandings. Yi Lao De quickly entered the house and told Grandma Yi about Cen Lao's visit. You mean, Old Yu is the royal chef? Grandma Yi could hardly believe her ears. Yida, even if I'm not well, you don't need to make up such a wild story to cheer me up. Mom, I'm not lying. He's already here. You'll see when you meet him. After confirming with Yi Lao several times that it was true, Grandma Yi quickly got up and said, "Hurry and call the second and third daughters-in-law to help me tidy up and change my clothes. I can't meet family like this, especially since he's an elder." Yi Lao went out to bring in the second and third daughters-in-law while he welcomed Cen Lao into their home to chat. As soon as Cen Lao entered, he began to look around at the furnishings. Although the furniture was old and had been in disarray, it had been tidied up. Yi Lao and Yi Saw had been away for days, and Yi Saw had been helping clean, so there was no dust in the house. Cen Lao felt slightly dissatisfied with the state of the room, but held back his comments, remembering Meng Yu's constant reminders on the way. Yi Lao invited him to sit on the bed, and he accepted without hesitation, sitting cross-legged. "Please hurry and check what items are missing from your home. After you confirm, let Meng Yu help you write it down. I will take it back to the city and give it to the county magistrate to see if we can recover some things from Wong Fuguay. Don't worry about the trouble. Write down the details so it's easier to find. Grandfather, don't worry. Before we left, we took all the valuable items with us. There are only some bedding and old clothes left at home. Nothing of value." This was not just to reassure Old Cen. The Guer family had already experienced theft of silver notes before, so this time, since they would be gone for a while, Sister Yi not only kept all the silver notes close but also took all her jewelry, including the gift from Madame Qin to Qing Tian and the jade pendant from young Master Qin. Initially, Yi Lao thought she was being overly cautious and believed it was fine to leave things in Old Lady Ye's room. Now, aside from acknowledging Sister Ye's foresight, there was really nothing else to say. In the main room, Old Lady Yi quickly finished tidying up and came out. Instead of waiting in the hall for Old Cen, she personally went to the side room to greet the guests. "This must be Old Cen, right? You look so young, almost like you're my age. I almost can't bring myself to call you uncle." Old Lady Yi was very charming with her words, making Old Cen smile. "I have been unwell these past few days and didn't know you were coming. The children didn't send anyone to inform me, so I wasn't prepared and feel quite negligent. How about we move to the main room to sit and talk? Eldest daughter-in-law, please come and keep us company. Second daughter-in-law, the third daughter-in-law has gone to buy groceries to prepare a meal." Upon hearing this, Sister Yi said, "Let me cook instead." Old Lady Yi grabbed her wrist and said, "What will they eat without you? Come and keep the guests company." Old Cen, who was pleased by Old Lady Ye's praise, found her more agreeable now. Hearing her say this made him think Sister Ye's mother-in-law was quite nice. So, Old Cen, Old Lady Yi, Old Lao and Sister Yi moved to the main room to continue chatting. Qing Tian also followed in with Xiao Yi to enjoy the lively atmosphere. Just as they settled in and the polite conversation hadn't finished, chaos erupted outside. Xiao Yi suddenly sat up straight, trying to perk up its ears, but each time it failed. However, this didn't stop it from sensing something was off. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the courtyard door was pushed open forcefully. Sister Yi rushed in with a basket, covered in the smell of rotten eggs, and with vegetable leaves on her head, looking quite disheveled. What happened? Seeing his wife like this, Yi Lao immediately felt uneasy. "Quick, go help sister-in-law San," Sister Yi said anxiously. She was blocked outside, and if she hadn't fought off those people, I wouldn't have made it back.
Who were they? Yi Lao asked arrogantly.
Yi Lao and sister-in-law stood up in fear. They exchanged worried glances, both thinking, could it be that the bandits' accomplices found them? Just then, Yi Lao dismissed that thought. Have you ever seen a heartless bandit throwing rotten eggs at you? It must be the villagers. As Yi Lao spoke, he pushed open the courtyard door to see what was happening outside, but someone kicked the door from the outside.
Ouch!
The door hit Yi Lao in the face, and blood started to flow from his nose. Quick, look up. Get some cold water to stop the bleeding. Everyone started to express their concern for Yi Lao. Old Lady Yi worried he might act impulsively, so she urged, "Hurry and go inside to clean up. You're covered in blood." But before Yi Lao could leave, someone burst in through the door, shouting, "Trying to leave? No way. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I won't let this go. The intruder was Lu, the owner of the grocery store, who had come with her family to confront the Yi family after hearing they were back. Upon entering, Lu immediately spotted Yi Laosi with blood still dripping from his nose. She stepped forward and grabbed Yi Laosi by the collar, saying, "You're back. Where's my husband?" Yi Laosi had never fought with a woman, so he stood there silently as Lu pulled at his collar, making him seem guilty. Sister-in-law couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to grab Lu's wrist, tightening her grip until Lu winced in pain. Lu, unable to endure the pressure, finally let go. Sister-in-law pushed Lu's hand aside and said displeased, "You can talk properly. There's no need to be so aggressive. Have some decency." But Lu sat down on the ground, crying and wailing. "My husband ran off with your sister-in-law. What dignity do I have left? Can dignity bring my husband back? If we are talking about dignity, your fourth sister-in-law shamelessly eloped with another man, who is truly lacking in dignity." Yi Laodao frowned and said, "Your husband had bad intentions. Not only did he steal from my family, but he also took the fourth sister-in-law as a hostage. Isn't that right?"
Ye Dasao chimed in.
"Wong Fuguay caused my fourth sister-in-law to have a miscarriage, resulting in 2 deaths. You still dare to come here asking for Wong Fuguay? If you want to find your husband, let me show some kindness and tell you. Wong Fuguay is at the government office, waiting to see how much my family has lost. Once the compensation is paid, he will be sentenced to prison. If you really want him, go to the county office and ask the magistrate for him." Yi Deseo spoke rapidly, leaving Lu's family members unsure of how to respond, and they simply clenched their fists. This statement was actually discussed among everyone on the way home, partly to save face for Yi Laosi, and also for their own sake. When Lu heard that Wong Fuguay was going to prison, she felt dizzy and overwhelmed. "Oh, my child's father, how could you be so unfortunate? How could you let yourself be caught? If something happens to you, how will the rest of us survive?" The old Yi family looked at Lu with the eyes of spectators. Yi Deseo was shocked. Yi Erseo, after her surprise, began to observe others' expressions. Yi Sansaw instinctively said, "Even now you still want him? You can't live without him. Without him earning money, how can the 4 of us survive? But just because he earns money doesn't mean you can ignore everything else, right? What do you suggest we do? Should we just starve? It's easy for you to say." After arguing with Yi Sansaw, Lu turned to Yi Laosi. "Laosi, I apologize for accidentally hitting your nose when I kicked the door. But can you talk to the magistrate and say that nothing was stolen? It was just a misunderstanding. As long as you can forgive him and prevent him from going to prison, just tell me what you need. How much money do you want? Or what do you want me to do? Just be clear with me." This time, before Yi Laosi could respond, the old lady suddenly rushed out of the house with a broom and started hitting Lu. "Oh no! Why are you hitting people?" Lu cried out, "Your daughter-in-law is misbehaving, coming to flirt with my husband every day, and you still hit me. Is there no law in this world anymore?" Old lady struck hard and unexpectedly, causing Lu to cry. Lu's family finally reacted and rushed forward to help, but Ye's eldest son quickly stepped in with his 2 brothers, followed closely by Shirley and Mengyu. The 5 of them stood in front of old lady Yi, intimidating Lu's family into silence. Lu's mother said, "Don't go too far. If you've lost something, just say it, and we will compensate you. Why do you have to push us to the edge?" "Who is pushing whom to the edge?" Old lady Yi shouted angrily. "Now my daughter-in-law and grandson are gone, while your son-in-law is still alive and well in the government office. If you want our forgiveness, you must first compensate for 2 lives." Hearing old lady Ye's words, Lu's family turned pale, especially Lu's sister-in-law, who didn't want to come in the first place. This whole situation was clearly her sister-in-law and brother-in-law's fault. Now, encouraged by others in the village, they had come to cause trouble. She didn't understand their thinking. But since her in-laws and husband were there, it would be inappropriate for her not to join. Once there, it was as expected. They were very confident, and not only were they in the wrong, but her sister-in-law had also been hit with a broom. Seeing Lu getting hit, Lu's sister-in-law felt a bit of schadenfreude. Lu always looked down on her because she owned a grocery store and had some money. Their in-laws and husband favored Lu, and even her own children liked Lu more because she often gave them snacks, sometimes even complaining about their own mother. Lu's sister-in-law had had enough of her sister-in-law, and now seeing her in trouble brought her some relief. Old Lady Yi finally said to Lu, "If you want to live with trash, that's your choice. But if you come to my family asking for people, do you think my family is easy to bully? You must be out of your mind." Lu's parents and older brother were known for being bullies who picked on the weak. Before coming, the three had promised Lu they would help her seek justice. But now, seeing the strong stance of the Yi family, who were not easy to intimidate, they quickly backed down. "Little sister, why don't we just go back first?" Brother Lu said. "Yes, daughter, there are too many of them. We can't handle it. You all." Lu's wife suddenly burst into tears again. "You didn't say this before we came."
Well,
"We didn't know what the situation was before we arrived." Lu's father said awkwardly. "Why didn't you say this when you were using my things and eating my food? Now that I'm in trouble and need support for my family, you tell me this?" Lu's words in front of the Yi family made Lu's father and mother feel embarrassed. "How can you talk to your parents like that?" Brother Lu frowned. "You didn't mention that someone died in the Yi family before we came, did you? They're asking us to pay for 2 lives. Who do you want to sacrifice? Dad or mom?" Seeing this, Lu's mother gently advised, "Daughter, let's go back first. Tomorrow we can go to the county and see if we can meet your uncle to find out what really happened, okay? Right now, it seems like we're in the wrong." Lu is just holding on, but her mother's words gave her a way out, and she quickly took the opportunity to say, "Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you." The Lu family came in and caused a scene, then left in a hurry, leaving the Yi family confused. Old Cen gave Grandma Yi a thumbs up. Grandma Yi blushed and, feeling embarrassed, dropped the broom and tidied her clothes, saying, "I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." "Don't mention it, my dear. You raised 4 sons all by yourself and even got them married. That's quite an achievement. If you weren't so tough, you would have been bullied long ago. I think we should deal with unreasonable people like this firmly. If it were a man causing trouble, I would have hit him a few times." Seeing Old Cen understand her, Grandma Yi felt warm inside. "We were having a nice conversation, but she interrupted us. Come on, let's go inside." Grandma Yi invited Old Cen into the house. Before Old Cen could step in, the village head, Wong Fuguay, called from outside. "I heard the Lu family caused trouble at your house. Is everything okay?" As he spoke, he hurried inside, pausing slightly when he saw Old Cen. Could it be true what Wang Ernyang said? Is the Yi family really looking for a new match for Grandma Yi? The old man looked dressed like a wealthy person. Could he be the elder of the Qing family? If so, it's no wonder the Yi family has connections with them. But what kind of woman would the elder of the Qing family be interested in, especially someone like Grandma Yi? Wang Guangfeng's gaze shifted between Old Cen and Grandma Yi, and for a moment, he didn't hear Old Yi talking to him. "Village chief," Old Yi raised his voice. "The Lu family has left, and there's nothing to worry about." "Oh, that's good, that's good," Wang Guangfeng said, looking at Old Cen and asking Old Yi, "Who is this?" "This is my wife's grandfather, just here to visit." "Your wife's grandfather?" Wang Guangfeng was a bit confused and turned to look at Sister Yi and then at Old Cen. Then before. "This is a long story. Why don't you come inside and we can talk slowly?" Old Cen interjected. Regarding Sister Yi's background, they had already discussed a version of it at Jiang Yuanwai's house. They omitted the part about her father going mad from stress and simply mentioned the misunderstandings from the past and their later reunion. Wang Guangfeng was taken aback. This was Old Cen? Although it was his first time seeing Old Cen in person, he had heard of his reputation. He had no doubt that this was indeed Old Cen. They had recognized each other unexpectedly at Jiang Yuanwai's house. While he didn't know Old Cen, Jiang Yuanwai certainly did, so there was no mistake. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Old Yi and Sister Yi. These two had incredible luck. Not only did they know the Qin family, But young Master Qin had even stayed at their humble home for a night, an honor not everyone could have. Even Yi Xianglei, who had a good relationship with the old Yi family, was promoted to the capital as an apprentice thanks to a word from young Master Qin. This was no ordinary connection. As for Sister Yi, she had just gone out to cater a banquet, and suddenly Jiang Yuanwei chose her to cater for the princess and many noble ladies. It was one thing to cater, but how did she get so lucky to have Old Cen as such a strong supporter? After sizing up Old Yi and Sister Yi, his gaze shifted back and landed on Qing Tian, who was leaning against Sister Yi. Wang Guangping suddenly felt more balanced. No matter how capable someone was, if they had no children, they were still just a little girl. If she were a boy, with connections to both Old Cen and the Qin family, he would have soared to great heights. Wang Guangping was lost in thought, completely unaware of when Old Cen stopped speaking. Brother Yi noticed the awkward atmosphere in the room and quickly tried to lighten it by saying, "Village chief, would you like to stay for dinner tonight?" That's really. At that moment, Wang Guangping snapped back to reality and was about to nod in agreement when he caught Old Cen giving him a faint glance. He quickly changed what he was about to say. "That's really unfortunate. I have things to do at home tonight. If I hadn't heard that the Liu family was causing trouble, I wouldn't have been able to leave at all." Wang Guangping stood up and said, "If there's nothing going on at your place, then I'll head home. If the Liu family dares to come and cause trouble again, I will definitely step in." "Thank you, village chief. If they come back, we will surely need your help," Brother Yi said as he walked Wang Guangping out. Once they left, Old Cen asked, "Why does the village chief seem a bit slow?" Sister Yi couldn't help but smile and replied, "Ever since he found out my family knows the Qin family, he's been like this. He probably wants something from the Qin family, but hasn't had the courage to ask us directly. Especially since a few days ago, young Master Qin came to our house and took a liking to my cousin's son, Xianglei, and directly brought him to the capital to be an apprentice. The village chief must have heard about this and has been distracted ever since." Brother Yi entered from outside and continued, "Not just the village chief, even the clan leader regrets not letting his youngest son meet young Master Qin. Who knows, maybe young Master Qin would have preferred a son instead of Xianglei. Better to not show up and end up embarrassing themselves." Old Cen laughed and said, "Although it's hard to enter the Qin residence, his father is the clan leader of the Yi family. If he had any skills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become an apprentice at the Qin family shop. The fact that he has to find ways to rely on connections shows that his son lacks ability." Old Cen's words made everyone from the Yi family laugh. Grandma Yi nodded while laughing. "Isn't that the truth?" Everyone thought in unison that he truly was someone from the palace, as he saw things so clearly. Meanwhile, Wang Guangping left the Yi family, still thinking about the matter, and took a while to return home. Dinner was already set on the table, waiting for him. Mrs. Huang couldn't help but complain. "You ran out just when it was time to eat, and now look, the food is cold." "It's fine if it's cold. As long as we can eat enough, that's all that matters." Wang Guangping was preoccupied with his thoughts and spoke absent-mindedly. Huang was so angry that she slammed her chopsticks on the table. "Wang Guangping, what do you mean? If you think my cooking is bad, just say it directly. There's no need to give me a hard time. If you like someone else's cooking, go eat with them." At that moment, Wang Guangping was lost in his thoughts about the Yi family and only caught her last sentence. He replied casually, "Isn't it obvious? Sister Yi cooks well."
You.
Huang was so upset that she started to cry, throwing her bowl on the floor. "I can't live like this anymore. I'm taking the kids back to my parents' house. If you like Sister Yi, then go live with her." Wang Guangping was startled by the sound of the bowl breaking and finally snapped out of his thoughts. He frowned and asked, "What's the fuss about?"
We were just eating.
Huang snatched the bowl from his hands and smashed it on the ground too. Still not satisfied, she flipped the table over.
"Who can eat now?"
"I don't have your patience. You said Sister Yi cooks well, so go to her. From now on, you can't eat anything I make." "Sister Yi does cook well, but what does that have to do with me? Just because someone cooks well doesn't mean I want to live with them. You are really being unreasonable." After a long argument where they both misunderstood each other, they finally cleared up the confusion. You mean that Sister Yi is the granddaughter of the royal chef? Old Cen is her grandfather? Absolutely. Old Cen is currently at the Yi family. Why would I lie to you? Wong Guangping grimaced, touching the scratch Huang had made on his face. Why did you have to scratch my face? Now I can't even go out. I didn't know. Huang said, feeling a bit guilty. Stop touching it. Let me put some medicine on it. Although Huang said she would apply medicine, she was still distracted and ended up applying it in the wrong places several times. The last time, she accidentally smeared it on Wong Guangping's lips. Ouch! Spit it out! Spit it out! Wong Guangping exclaimed after tasting the ointment.
Stop applying it.
You'll poison me before I heal. Huang set down what she was holding and sat down in a chair, suddenly bursting into tears. About that matter, can we ask Old Cen for help to find out more? You said before that the Qing family and the Yi family only know each other but aren't clear about their relationship, so you didn't dare to say anything. Now, not only is Old Cen directly connected to the palace, but he is also Sister Ye's grandfather. This relationship should be more reliable, right? Wong Guangping noticed his wife starting to cry and couldn't help but sigh. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Tomorrow you prepare some good dishes, and I'll invite Old Yi over for dinner to ask him indirectly. If he really can be trusted, I will go all in. After so many years, we are getting older, yet there has been no news on this matter. If we can't figure this out, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. After sending Old Cen and the Yi family to Rongxi village, Mu Zheng turned around to head back. Brother Zheng, I really didn't expect we would encounter those bandits here. Yeah, we can say we accomplished something this time, right? Even if we don't get promoted when we return, we will definitely receive some reward. At first, Mu Zheng didn't say anything, but as the people around him became more excited, he said seriously, What's there to be proud of? If it weren't for Brother Ye's 3 arrows that kept the bandits at bay, could we have won so easily? His words immediately dampened their spirits. Indeed, when they spotted the bandits, they rushed forward and watched as Old Yi shot those 3 arrows. Everyone was impressed by his skill. He really is talented, someone nodded in agreement. However, a young man scoffed. Maybe it was just a lucky shot. Mu Zheng turned to him and said, 1 arrow could be a coincidence, but 3 arrows hitting the target? You think you can manage that? The young man lowered his gaze and fell silent, though his dissatisfaction was still evident. Is it so hard to admit someone else's talent? Mu Zheng asked. If you feel you lack skill, practice more instead of making excuses. The group quickly returned to the place where they had clashed with the bandits. The few people left to guard the area were still waiting for them. Seeing the bodies lined up on the ground, especially the 3 with arrows in their foreheads, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Such accuracy and power were truly impressive. Let's go. We need to hurry back to the county to report to the officials, Mu Zheng said, noticing it was getting late, and urged everyone to move quickly. However, since they had brought back over 10 bandits, by the time they reached Fengli County, the city gates were already locked. Is the city gate locked so early? Someone rushed to seek credit from Lord Qing, and upon seeing the locked gate, complained loudly. A person on the city wall leaned over to ask what the commotion was about, and immediately recognized Mu Zheng. Oh, Lord Mu, you're back, the person said, pointing to the east. I apologize, but the north and south gates of our county were locked early. However, the west gate is still open. Please head there.
All right.
Mu Zheng had no objections, turned his horse, and waved his hand to lead his group toward the west gate. The young man who had previously complained muttered, We've reached the city gate. Can't they just make an exception and open it for us? It's so late, and we have to go to the west gate ourselves. If it were just us, that would be fine, but they've caught so many bandits. They don't respect us, and aren't they worried the bandits will escape? Mu Zheng could not listen any longer and snapped, If you keep talking, you can leave now and not come back. The young man's expression changed. He didn't expect Mu Zheng to be so harsh. The group Mu Zheng led was not entirely made up of Lord Qin's people. Some were from the Shuntian prefecture. They had come with Qin Songyin earlier, and Mu Zheng had joined later to deliver supplies. These people were not very familiar with Mu Zheng and felt somewhat resentful since he was new to them. So, when Mu Zheng decided to patrol toward Rongxi village, some voiced their discontent. Unexpectedly, they encountered the bandits. While everyone could share in the rewards, it was clear that Mu Zheng would take the majority, leaving only a small portion for the others. Thus, the young man's comment about the leader being lucky was really a way to express his dissatisfaction with Mu Zheng. The others, who were originally under Qin Tian, had not mixed in with them and were waiting for Mu Zheng to deal with the situation. They knew well that Mu Zheng, being so young yet trusted by Qin Tian, was not someone to be trifled with. Sure enough, Mu Zheng could not hold back and struck the young man with a whip.
Ouch!
The young man cried, covering his face. A long wound ran from his right forehead to his left chin, bleeding. The other members from Shuntian Prefecture quickly huddled together, and the oldest among them spoke up. Lord Mu, this seems a bit inappropriate. What's wrong? Do you all want to be whipped too? Mu Zheng cracked the whip in his hand, making a sharp sound. The few people from Shuntian Prefecture jumped in fear. Huh. One of Mu Zheng's subordinates behind him couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Mu Zheng turned around and gave them a cold glance, causing them to quickly cover their mouths. Since you are under my command today, you must follow my orders. Those who disobey will face punishment. As for whether my actions are appropriate, that will be judged by my superior, not by you. After saying this, Mu Zheng turned his horse and rode into the city first. The others quickly followed, remembering to take the rope binding the bandits with them. The people from Shuntian Prefecture were left standing alone outside the city gate. They exchanged glances, and, before they could discuss what to do, they heard someone shout from the city gate, "Gentlemen, are you coming into the city? The west gate is about to close." They had no choice. If they didn't enter the city now, they would have to sleep outside. In this weather, resting outdoors was not a good option. Reluctantly, they entered the city. The young man who had been whipped by Mu Zheng grimaced and said, "This isn't over. Why did he hit me? I'm going to complain to Lord Qin." The others remained silent. Mu Zheng clearly wasn't an impulsive person. Since he dared to strike, it showed he didn't take Shuntian Prefecture seriously. After all, among the officials in the capital, who truly regarded Shuntian Prefecture as a legitimate office. In the capital, anyone could have connections, and one word could get someone taken away, while they had to smile and send them off. Working in Shuntian Prefecture was all about feeling frustrated. Every matter was frustrating year after year. After a few years, the prefect could be reassigned, but these officers would have to endure their frustration for a lifetime unless they were favored and taken away. When Mu Zheng returned to the county office, he had just dismounted when a servant rushed over and said, "My lord, you are finally back. The master has been looking for you several times." "What does the master want with me?" Mu Zheng asked as he tossed the whip to the servant. The servant caught the whip and led Mu Zheng to the meeting hall. "It's about the bandit suppression. The palace is urging us again. The master is gathering everyone for a meeting." "Got it, you can go now," Mu Zheng said as he reached the meeting hall door, sending the servant away. He knocked on the door and entered. "Master, I have returned." Before Qin Tian could speak, a middle-aged man sitting nearby spoke first. Mu Zheng looked up and realized that the person was none other than Jiang Yue, the governor of Shuntian Prefecture. "I greet you, Lord Zheng." Although Mu Zheng did not think highly of him, he did not want to lose face in public, so he stepped forward and paid his respects. "I am flattered. Please take a seat, brave Mu," Jiang Yue said in a sarcastic tone. "We can start as soon as you arrive." Mu Zheng thought to himself that it was true. Like master, like servant, their sarcastic tones were remarkably similar. However, he complied and sat down near Qin Tian, pretending to ask, "I wonder what brings you, Lord Zheng, all the way from the capital to Fengli County? Do I really need to explain?" Jiang Yue raised his voice. "It's because you are not effectively dealing with the bandits. The emperor has sent me to investigate and see what is going on. The court has already provided money and manpower, doing everything possible to meet your needs, yet so many days have passed with no news at all. Not only is the emperor anxious, but I am also losing sleep over this. Mu Zheng glanced at Zheng Yue's plump figure and flushed cheeks. Compared to him, Qin Songyin looked more troubled, with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Qin Songyin's distressed expression, Mu Zheng decided to stop beating around the bush, with Zheng Yue. Lord Zheng, you came at the right time. We have just captured all the bandits, and they are now in the county jail. You can witness my lord interrogating them and report back to the emperor accurately.
What?
Qin Songyin and Zheng Yue exclaimed in unison. However, Qin Songyin's surprise was mixed with joy, while Zheng Yue's surprise was filled with suspicion. Did you really capture the bandits, just as I came to urge you? Are you trying to fool me with some fakes? Qin Songyin eagerly stood up and asked, Did you really catch them? Where did you find them? What happened?
Please tell me.
My lord, I led a team on patrol today and happened to see Old Cen wanting to follow the Yi family to Rongxi village. Wait, why is Old Cen involved? And who is this Yi family leader? Mu Zheng briefly introduced the situation and continued, I saw Old Cen in the carriage, and since there had been incidents on the official road to Rongxi village before, I was worried about their safety. I thought that since we were patrolling anyway, I would keep a safe distance behind them. Who would have thought that those bandits would actually come up with such an idea? They probably believe that the most dangerous place is the safest place. When they saw me with my team, they planned to kidnap Mr. Cen and steal the vehicles. Fortunately, Bossy has been hunting outside for many years and has great archery skills. He took down 3 bandits with 3 arrows, which greatly intimidated the others. Boss CC also joined the fight with a long knife and helped us a lot. As a result, we captured more than a dozen bandits without any casualties on our side. My subordinates were worried there might be some who escaped, so they took Mr. Cen and Boss Ye's family back to Rongxi village before returning, so it was not intentional that we arrived late. Mu Zheng cleverly attributed his reason for being there to Mr. N. After all, Mr. Cen was like an elder in the imperial kitchen, and he had come this time on the emperor's orders to find skilled chefs for a competition. From any perspective, ensuring his safety was absolutely the right thing to do. Are you sure it was those bandits? Qin Songyin asked. My lord, I compared the portraits one by one, Mu Zheng replied. If only one person looked similar, it might just be a coincidence, but the 5 or 6 key figures all match their features, so it should be correct. If you 2 lords are still worried, why not go to the prison to see for yourselves and ask? Qin Songyin felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this. Ah Zheng, I'm not doubting you. It's just that this case is significant and has already reached the highest authorities. If there are any mistakes, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Mu Zheng understood Qin Songyin's concern. He was afraid that if something went wrong, Zheng Yue would definitely seize the opportunity to report to the emperor. My lord, do you still doubt my ability to handle this? Mu Zheng gave Qin Songyin a firm look. Qin Songyin finally relaxed. He was genuinely worried that Mu Zheng might have exaggerated out of anger. Now that Mu Zheng was so certain, he felt relieved. Lord Zheng, please come this way. Although Ah Zheng is so confident, we should still go see for ourselves to feel assured, don't you think? Zheng Yue did not want to go to the prison at all. He usually left all the work to his aides and clerks, acting as a hands-off manager. Now that he suddenly had to go to the prison, he felt very reluctant. He felt that such places were very dirty, and he also had some superstitions about them, believing that stepping into such places was particularly unlucky. However, Qin Songyin had already started to leave without waiting for him to respond. Zheng Yue had no choice but to follow reluctantly. Fortunately, it was almost winter, and while the prison was as cold as ice, it was much better than the unpleasant smells of summer. However, the constant cries and chaotic shouts in the prison still made Zheng Yue uneasy, and he walked carefully on his tiptoes, as if something in the prison could cost him his life. Qin Songyin had often worked on cases for the emperor over the years and was very familiar with such places, unlike Zheng Yue, who was more sensitive. He followed the guard to the door of the cell where the bandits were held. Looking through the bars at the faces of the few people inside, he already had a good idea of who they were. It was definitely them. He had studied their portraits so much in recent days that their faces were etched in his mind. Qin Songyin excitedly patted Mu Zheng on the shoulder and said, "Well done. It was worth my effort to send you to lead the team. You've made a great contribution this time." Mu Zheng replied, "I owe it all to the help of Yi Laoda and Yi Leisu." Qin Songyin waved his hand and said, "Draft a regulation for rewards. Everyone who contributed will be rewarded." A few people were waiting in the prison for the interrogation of the prisoners when suddenly there was a commotion outside. "Don't stop me. I want to see the official. I don't care who he is. I want to see Lord Jiang." Qin Songyin frowned slightly, wondering who was causing trouble at this time. When he heard someone calling for Lord Jiang, he became more cautious, thinking it might be a setup to trouble him with Zheng Yue. Zheng Yue, feeling embarrassed, quickly seized the opportunity and said, "What's going on outside?" "Lord Qin, don't worry about me. Let's bring them in and ask what's happening." At this point, Qin Songyin was almost certain that Zheng Yue's people were causing trouble. He exchanged a glance with Mu Zheng. Seeing Mu Zheng's calm expression, Qin Songyin nodded and said, "Bring in the noisy people from outside." Soon, a few officers from the Shuntian prefecture were brought in. The first person, with whip marks on his face, startled Qin Songyin. Zheng Yue jumped up and said, "Do Jun, what happened? What happened to your face? Who did this?" Although someone had quietly informed him that one of their own was injured, and it was a good opportunity to make a fuss, he did not know that it was Do Jun who was hurt, and he certainly didn't realize it was on his face. With such serious injuries, wouldn't he be left with scars? Do Jun was not just anyone. He was his nephew. However, he had not widely shared this information, so very few people knew. The reason he sent Do Jun here was that he had heard that Qin Songyin had information about the group of bandits, and he wanted his nephew to gain some credit. But now, while he had gained some credit, Do Jun was injured, and how could he explain this to his wife and father-in-law? Mu Zheng stood quietly to the side, watching them. They were there to fight the bandits, and they had captured several of their leaders, so it was normal to get a few injuries. Anyone would assume that Do Jun was hurt during the fight against the bandits. But Zheng Yue's reaction showed that they had already been thinking about this situation. However, even if they were upset, Mu Zheng was not afraid of them. Zheng Yue glared at Qin Songyin and said, "Lord Qin, my man was brought out by you, and now he is hurt like this. You should give me an explanation." Before Qin Songyin could respond, Mu Zheng said, "Lord Jiang, we came to Fenli County to fight the bandits. Getting hurt is quite normal. After all, swords and knives are unpredictable, and many have lost limbs, or even their lives. Should all the commanders be held accountable? Who would dare to lead troops in the future?" "You." Zheng Yue was momentarily speechless by Mu Zheng's words and finally asked, "Are you saying that Do Jun's injuries were caused by the bandits?" "I didn't say that," Mu Zheng replied calmly. "The injuries on his face were caused by me."
"You."
Zheng Yue was once again taken aback and decided not to speak to Mu Zheng anymore. He turned to question Qin Songyin. "Lord Qin, your men injured mine, and you have this attitude. I demand an answer from you today. Will you take responsibility or not?" "Lord Jiang, aren't you going to ask me why I hit him?"
Mu Zheng calmly interjected. "You."
"You can't just hit people," Zheng Yue said, trembling with anger. Qin Songyin was worried that if the conversation continued, Zheng Yue might get upset and cause trouble, making it difficult for him to explain later. So he stepped in to mediate, saying, "Mu Zheng, please explain to Lord Jiang what happened." However, Zheng Yue replied, "I don't want to hear from him. Do Jun, you tell us." Do Jun then recounted what had happened outside the city gate, covering his face and saying, "It was just a small matter, and then he suddenly whipped me." "Lord Qin, did you hear that? What do you think we should do about this?" Zheng Yue asked. Mu Zheng said, "Lord Jiang, we can't just believe one side of the story, can we? Shouldn't you ask me why I hit him?" Do Jun has already explained it clearly. Zheng Yue pressed, frustrated. He only mentioned the final outcome. He didn't explain the reasons behind it. Without waiting for Zheng Yue's permission, Mu Zheng continued, "First, when we set off from the county to patrol, Do Jun was full of complaints, questioning my chosen direction, and insisting that bandits wouldn't go towards Rongxi village, which caused the morale of several officials from Shuntian prefecture to drop and lose their vigilance. Second, When we discovered that the bandits were about to attack Old Cen and innocent civilians, everyone was rushing forward on horseback, including the officials from Qing Tian prefecture. But Dojun not only hesitated to charge ahead but also pulled back on the reins, falling behind. Third, during the confrontation with the bandits, he was overly fearful and only thought about saving himself, almost putting his colleagues in danger. Thankfully, Old Cen's people came to help, allowing me to bring everyone back safely. Fourth, when it was time to clean up the aftermath, he stayed far away, claiming he couldn't bear to see the bodies.
Fifth.
That's enough. No need to continue, Jiang Yue said, his nostrils flaring with frustration. Dojun hadn't expected that all his actions since they set off had been noticed by Mu Zheng. The incident outside the city gate was him settling accounts with himself. Jiang Yue found himself in a difficult position. As Dojun's uncle, he knew very well what kind of person he was. He had even warned him not to hide at the back during a bandit encounter. Who would have thought this foolish child wouldn't even try to cover it up, and it was all seen by others? Well, you can't just hit someone like that. Jiang Yue's confidence quickly faded. Lord Qin, about this matter. Qin Songyin finally spoke up. Someone, quickly take Dojun to treat his wounds and find the scar cream the emperor gave me to send over. Hearing this, Jiang Yue felt even more uncertain. I feel so embarrassed about this. The child's injury is serious. Jiang Yue's heart raced. Did Qin Songyin already know that Dojun was his nephew? That shouldn't be possible. Only a few of his trusted associates knew. So, how did Qin Songyin find out? Before he could figure it out, Qin Songyin continued. As for Mu Zheng. Jiang Yue looked up at Mu Zheng. Wait. Who did Qin Songyin just mention?
Mu Zheng.
He asked, his voice trembling slightly. Lord Qin, you mean Mu Zheng from the Mu family, right? If you want to know if he is General Mu Ziqiu's grandson and General Mu Jingyun's son, then yes, that's him. Jiang Yue felt like his heart was about to explode. An orphan from the Mu family. Why did he have to get involved with someone like that? Not even in front of Qin Songyin could he speak harshly to Mu Zheng, let alone if it reached the emperor. When did Mu Zheng become one of Qin Songyin's people? Jiang Yue's mind was in chaos. Lord Qin, Dojun was indeed at fault today. I will make sure to punish him when I return. I was just shocked by his injuries, so I lost my temper a bit. I hope you can forgive me. Qin Songyin smiled. I understand your feelings for your own people, but it's just a misunderstanding. No need to worry. Regardless, those who participated in the bandit suppression should be rewarded. Hearing this, Jiang Yue felt a surge of happiness. As long as he could receive this credit, it would be worth the trouble he went through. I think you don't need to punish him anymore. Let it go as a lesson learned. Young people will learn from their hardships, right? Jiang Yue nearly ground his teeth in frustration. If he could secure the credit first, he could decide how to punish Dojun later. But now, with Qin Songyin saying this, it seemed he didn't want Dojun to gain any benefit at all. He acted as if he were very generous, considering Dojun's situation and trying to spare him from punishment. Jiang Yue thought for a long time but couldn't find a way to defend Dojun or argue for him, so he changed the subject. Lord Qin, let's not talk about him anymore. Since he has delayed us for so long, let's start questioning the bandit leader now. All right, bring the bandit leader here. Qin Songyin was pleased to take charge. That night, Qin Songyin interrogated the bandit leader and his close associates, compiling a rough record that clarified the crimes of this group. When they left the county jail, dawn was breaking. Qin Songyin stretched and instructed, everyone, quickly pack your things and prepare the prisoner transport. We'll head back to the capital after breakfast. Everyone had been busy fighting the bandits for a long time and were eager to return home. Moreover, with such a great victory, they would surely be rewarded when they got back. Even if they hadn't personally captured the bandits, they would still benefit from the success. So no one thought it was too early. They all actively prepared. Jiang Yue, who had spent the night with Qin Songyin questioning the prisoners, had just checked on Dojun's injuries and was about to rest when someone came to report. Lord Zheng, Lord Qin wants everyone to hurry up, eat breakfast, and set off back to the capital. Is he out of his mind? Jiang Yue angrily threw a ceramic pillow on the bed. He doesn't want to sleep and doesn't let anyone else sleep? What's the rush to go back? Is he in a hurry to be reborn? The servant, fearing repercussions, cautiously replied, Lord Qin said that the bandit problem in the capital has been a concern for the emperor these past few months. Now that we have results, we should hurry back to report the good news to relieve the emperor's worries. Zheng Yue was speechless. What more could he say? Would he refuse to bring good news to the emperor or not want to ease the emperor's concerns? No wonder he has risen so high in recent years and has become the emperor's favorite. With this kind of flattery, I can't keep up. Zheng Yue grumbled, but still had to gather his men, pack their things, and return to the capital with Qin Songyin. After arriving in the capital, Qin Songyin directly instructed someone to hand over the prisoners to Zheng Yue, saying, Thank you, Lord Jiang, for taking custody of the prisoners for further questioning. These bandits are ruthless killers, and Sir Zheng must not let his guard down. If they have accomplices who want to take advantage of the situation to rob the prisoner transport, or if someone accidentally escapes, it could lead to serious trouble. After giving his instructions, Qin Songyin quickly headed to the palace to report good news to the emperor. Zheng Yue looked at the dozen or so prisoners in the transport and felt so angry that he wanted to pull them out and give them a good beating to vent his frustration. While others were gaining favor with the emperor, he had to bring these bandits back to the office. It was truly frustrating. However, thinking about Qin Songyin's words made Zheng Yue a bit uneasy. He glanced around and swallowed hard. Now that Qin Songyin's men had left with him, he was left with only a handful of officials. If someone really wanted to attack the prisoner transport, this would be the weakest moment. What are you waiting for? Hurry back to the office. Zheng Yue shouted. If anything happened to these bandits while in his custody, wouldn't the emperor have his skin for it? Sigh. Being the governor of Tian is tough. Good things never come my way, and bad things are unavoidable. I don't even know when I can find a better position. Mu Zheng followed Qin Songyin into the palace to meet the emperor. Not only did he receive praise, but he also got many rewards. After returning to the Qin family, he had the servants put the items in his room, but was too distracted to care. Instead, he directly went to find Qin Huishuan with a bundle in hand. Brother Mu, you're back. Did you finish your father's task? Qin Huishuan asked, as he got up to greet him. Years ago, General Mu died in battle, and Mrs. Mu followed him in grief, leaving behind the 8-year-old Mu Zheng, who was taken in by General Wen. Mu Zheng had practically watched Qin Huishuan grow up. When Qin Huishuan was bullied as a child, Mu Zheng had helped him more than once, and even privately taught him some fighting skills. To Qin Huishuan, Mu Zheng was both a teacher and a friend. However, Mu Zheng was sent to the Qin residence when he was 16 to work under Qin Songyin. So, it was only when Qin Huishuan returned to the capital this time that they reunited. Young master, this is for you, Mu Zheng said, handing the bundle to Qin Huishuan. Brother Mu, how many times do I have to say it? Please don't call me young master anymore. Can't you just call me Huishuan like you did when we were kids? Qin Huishuan replied helplessly as he took the bundle. Opening it, he found a beautifully preserved deer hide.
Did you buy this?
Qin Huishuan asked, running his hand over the hide, which felt incredibly smooth and vibrant. This is really nice. Brother Yi sent this to you. I just brought it over, Mu Zheng said before turning to leave. Hey, Brother Mu, you. Qin Huishuan could only shake his head helplessly, lowering his gaze to gently stroke the deer hide, a smile forming at the corners of his lips. After everyone returned home, the atmosphere should have been lively, but because of the incident with the Guo family, everyone seemed to be speaking and acting cautiously, watching each other's expressions. It was hard to say whose expression they were watching, but it just felt awkward. Yi Laosi thought it was his fault, so he quickly finished his meal and went back to his room. Old Cen also noticed and said he was tired, taking Shirley and Mengyu to the west room that Sister Yi had prepared for a rest. Only then did the Yi family members relax a little and start to whisper among themselves. Yi Er asked eldest brother, how has Laosi been feeling these days? Just now, when Laosi was here, I didn't dare to breathe or speak carelessly, Sister Yi Er said, still feeling anxious. There's nothing to worry about. Everyone should just act normally. The more awkward you are, the more awkward Laozi will feel. If everyone behaves like before, he will gradually stop thinking about it. Grandma Yi nodded at Yi Laoda's words, emphasizing, "Look at how you all acted during dinner. I couldn't say anything in front of Laozi. I wanted to put down my bowl and go back to my room. Tomorrow, everyone needs to act normal." Everyone nodded in agreement. Sister Yi sighed, "It's fine for us at home, but for the second couple, this is their first time seeing Laozi since the incident, so the awkwardness is expected. It will get better in a few days." In my opinion, the most troubling part is the people in the village. When we returned this afternoon, we already heard people gossiping at the village entrance. Upon hearing this, the family members exchanged glances and fell silent. As the saying goes, words can be frightening. Especially living in a village, when something big or small happens in a family, it quickly becomes common knowledge, often with added details that even the parties involved are unaware of. But since people will talk, there's no way to stop them. Moreover, when faced with such situations, the more one tries to clarify, the more it tends to escalate. Laozi is not a child anymore. As a man, he can handle this. Although Grandma Yi said this, she was still worried. She turned to the third son's wife and asked, "Can we have the third son help the fourth son find a job in the city?" Sister-in-law Yi sighed and replied, "Mom, we thought about that a long time ago. The third son already talked to the young master and could start by doing some odd jobs in the carpentry shop. If he finds a better job, he can leave any time. But the fourth son doesn't want to, and we can't say much about it." Eldest Yi was concerned that Grandma Yi had just recovered from her illness and was overthinking things, so he said, "Mom, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll take the fourth son hunting in the mountains. We'll leave early and come back late, so we won't run into many villagers. It will also help us gather more supplies and meat for the winter." Not only that, but Eldest Yi also wanted to hunt a few good hides to send to the Qin family. The debts to the Qin family were piling up, making him feel a bit anxious. "That sounds good." Grandma Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Going hunting to release some emotions is a good thing. Plus, the mountains are vast, and they rarely encounter others. The brothers might even find a chance to talk about their feelings, and the eldest could help the fourth son feel better. "All right, you two go ahead. It's better than just staying at home doing nothing." After discussing this matter, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Sister-in-law Yi finally had time to check the household items. "What are we missing?" Eldest Yi asked as he came in after washing up, shaking the water off his hands. "We are missing several pieces of fabric we bought in Tianjin," Sister-in-law Yi said with a pained expression. "Those were good materials, and I was planning to save them for Qing Tian to make clothes in a couple of years. Only a few pieces of fabric are missing, which is good. Thankfully, we didn't leave any silver notes or jewelry at home. Especially the jade pendant that young Master Qin gave to Qing Tian. It has the Qin family crest on it. If we lost it and something happened, we would be in big trouble." Sister-in-law Yi felt scared after hearing this. It was true. She should have insisted on not taking it in the first place. They were just an ordinary farming family, and having such valuable items brought too much pressure. Meanwhile, Qing Tian, who was already settled in bed, chimed in. "Brother Qin said that even if we lost it, the Qin family could find it again. No one would dare to sell anything from the Qin family, and no one would use their things for bad deeds." Okay, your brother Qin is right," Sister-in-law Yi said dismissively while tucking her daughter in and gently patting her. "Now go to sleep." On a sunny day, Qing Tian turned over and asked, "Dad, are you going hunting with Uncle C tomorrow?" "You can't come." Yi Laoda quickly refused before she could ask more. Qing Tian's lips immediately pouted. "But my brothers are all going to school tomorrow." This was the bad news Qing Tian learned after returning home. All 5 of her brothers were sent to school. Originally, Grandma Yi only planned to send Yi Chongrui, Yi Chongxue, Yi Chongzhao, and Yi Chongfeng to school. Yi Chongnian, who was only 5 years old, could stay home for another year. However, because Wang Guangbing had recently shown great interest in the Yi family, he quickly came to persuade them when he heard about this. With 5 children, Yi Chongnian was just a year younger, so it wouldn't make much difference if you went too. Wong Guangping not only privately reduced the tuition for one child but also said that since they had not yet separated as a family, they only needed to prepare one set of gifts for the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays instead of one for each child. When Grandma Yi heard about this good deal, she agreed without waiting for Aunt San to discuss it. Fortunately, this wasn't a bad thing. Although Aunt San worried that Changnian might not keep up since he was younger, being able to learn alongside his brothers was more beneficial than harmful. At least the brothers could support each other and prevent the little one from being bullied. Moreover, now that she was earning money with Dassaw, she didn't have to worry about her son's tuition and gifts, which was the main reason she accepted the situation happily. The adults all thought it was a good thing, but Qing Tian felt down. Previously, Brother Qin had given her so many toys, and Uncle Cen had made her such beautiful building blocks. She had been looking forward to playing with her brothers when she got home. But now that Yi Xianglei had gone to the capital and her brothers were going to school, wouldn't she be all alone at home? Now, even Dad and Uncle Si wouldn't take her hunting. Seeing his daughter's expression, Yi Laoda quickly explained, "I'm going deep into the mountains to hunt with your Uncle Si. After the hunt, we have to carry the game back, so it's really not convenient to take you. How about you stay home with your mother and keep your great-grandfather company? Look, it's great-grandfather's first visit to our home, and we are the hosts, so we need to treat him well, right? Dad won't be home all day tomorrow, so can we trust our little Qing Tian with this important task?" Okay. On a sunny day, when Qing Tian heard Yi Laoda talk about this matter so seriously, she immediately perked up. She shouted happily and looked at Yi Dassaw, saying, "Mom, I want to help you. Just tell me what to do tomorrow, and I can do a lot of things." "Okay, I understand." Yi Dassaw thought to herself that kids are easy to please. She smiled and tucked her into bed, saying, "If you want to help me tomorrow, you need to go to sleep now. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to help me." As soon as Qing Tian heard this, she lay down and closed her eyes tightly. Yi Laoda and Yi Dassaw exchanged smiles at the sight. The next morning, before Qing Tian even woke up, Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi had already set off for the mountains with bows, knives, and the food Yi Dassaw had prepared. By the time Qing Tian finally got up, not only was her father gone, but all 5 of her brothers had already left for school. She felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. Seeing this, Yi Dassaw quickly called in Xiao Yi to keep her company. As soon as Xiao Yi entered the room, it started circling around the bed, making little noises at Qing Tian. It even tried to use its back legs to support itself and reach the edge of the bed with its front paws. Unfortunately, it was still a bit small, and its length and strength were not enough. After several attempts, it couldn't manage to climb up, getting frustrated and making little huffing sounds. Qing Tian couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Ye's antics, and her grumpiness disappeared. She leaned over the edge of the bed and waved to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi immediately stopped making noise and hurried over to nuzzle her hand with its head. Qing Tian giggled as its fluffy head tickled her palm. Yi Dassaw went out to fetch a basin of warm water to help her wash up. When she came back and saw Qing Tian laughing with the puppy, she smiled too. "It seems I should let Xiao Yi in every day to wake you up," Yi Dassaw said, placing the basin on the edge of the bed. "I can't get you up myself." Qing Tian immediately rolled into her arms, playfully whining, "No, it has to be you who wakes me up." Although Xiao Yi didn't understand what Yi Dassaw was saying, it mimicked Qing Tian and rubbed against her legs, making little noises. "Oh, dear, this dog seems to be learning." Yi Dassaw laughed so hard she could hardly stand up. "It's so easy to learn bad things." "Mom, I'm not bad." Qing Tian protested immediately. "Okay, you're not bad. You're just a little lazy," Yi Dassaw said, pulling Qing Tian out of bed and dressing her in the warm clothes that had been prepared on the bed. Once they were all dressed, she placed her on the edge of the bed and used a cloth to wash her face and hands. "Mom, will my brother and the others come back for lunch?" Qing Tian asked, her words unclear as she was being wiped down. "Yes, the school is in the village and you've been there before. Only children from other villages stay for lunch. Those from our village always go home to eat." Eating lunch at the school costs half a tael of silver a month, and the food isn't very good, just enough to fill their stomachs. For the villagers, half a tael of silver is more than their family's monthly expenses. Sending their children to school is already a stretch, so they wouldn't spend money on school lunches. After finishing Qing Tian's washing, Aunt Yi carried her to the main house for breakfast and casually asked, "Qing Tian, do you think your dad and Uncle Si will catch something today?" "Of course," Qing Tian replied without hesitation. "Didn't Dad say he wanted to hunt a spotted deer last night? The spotted deer skin looks so nice." "Good. Then let's hope your dad can catch another spotted deer," Aunt Yi said, feeling very happy with Qing Tian's words. Suddenly, Qing Tian released her grip around Aunt Ye's neck and gestured widely. "Dad will definitely bring back lots and lots of spotted deer." Qing Tian spoke as if it were true, and even though Aunt Yi knew she was lucky, she didn't fully believe it. Spotted deer aren't as common as wild chickens or rabbits in the mountains, or else they wouldn't be so valuable. After all, rarity makes things precious. At that moment, however, Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi were lying on the ground, staring in shock at a group of spotted deer drinking by the river. Yi Laoda wasn't very familiar with this area. He had only brought Yi Laosi to the creek where he had previously encountered spotted deer, hoping for some luck. Who would have thought that luck would be so incredible, leading him to a herd of spotted deer? Yi Laosi was too captivated by the deer to think about anything else. His eyes, mind, and heart were completely taken over by the spotted deer. Look at their long, strong legs, shiny fur, and majestic antlers. The patterns on each spotted deer seemed to beckon to him like coins. "Brother, you're amazing," Yi Laosi exclaimed, overflowing with admiration. "There are so many spotted deer here." But Yi Laoda had already calmed down from his initial shock and excitement. "So what if there are many? We can only catch one at most. If you make a move here, the others will definitely get scared and run away." Yi Laosi scratched his head. This was indeed a problem. What should we do? It's such a shame to catch only one after finding so many. Yi Laoda was also racking his brain for a solution, but nothing seemed to work. Suddenly, Yi Laosi had a bright idea. "Big brother, just like yesterday, shoot 3 arrows in a row. Maybe you can take down 3 deer at once. Even if you can't get them all in one shot, as long as you can injure them, it will be easier to catch them later." Yi Laoda hesitated, thinking he didn't have that kind of skill. The 3 arrows he shot before seemed almost magical, and he didn't even know how he hit his target. It felt as if someone was guiding the arrow's direction and force. But then he thought, as long as he could hit 1 deer with the first arrow, it would be great if he hit more, but if not, that was okay too. After all, with so many deer gathered together drinking water, it really gave the illusion that a few arrows could easily take them down. "I'll give it a try," Yi Laoda said as he took off the bow and arrow he had been carrying, pulling out 3 arrows from the quiver and getting ready. Yi Laosi held his breath, worried that his breathing might disturb his brother's aim. Yi Laoda drew the bow and aimed at the lead deer, shooting an arrow that struck it in the back of the head. The lead deer fell to the ground without making a sound. The deer herd immediately went into chaos. Without their leader, the remaining deer ran around like headless chickens, unsure of which way to go. They were confused and bumped into each other, with some falling into the stream and others colliding with one another. 2 strong bucks even crashed head-on, making a loud thud, and both fell unconscious. Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi stared in disbelief. It could happen like this? "Big brother, keep shooting." Yi Laosi was the first to react. With the deer colliding into each other, they couldn't escape, so it was the perfect time to shoot again. Yi Laoda quickly remembered and shot 2 more arrows. This time, since the deer were moving around, his aim wasn't as good as before. 1 arrow hit a doe in the back, and the other struck a buck in the leg. Finally, the remaining deer broke free from the chaos and fled in different directions. Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi chased after the young buck that was still trying to run with the arrow in its leg. The brothers worked together to bring it down and tied its legs with a rope. Yi Laosi let out a breath. "Big brother, let's not chase anymore." After all, The gains in front of them were already beyond their expectations. Yulada also panted a bit and laughed. You make it sound like you could catch up. As soon as he said it, he felt it was inappropriate, worried that Yi Laosi, who was in a sensitive mood, might take offense. However, Yi Laosi didn't mind at all. Looking at the spoils on the ground, 3 strong male deer and 1 female deer, along with a young male deer that was injured, he grinned widely. After catching his breath, Yulada quickly got up and tied the 2 deer he had accidentally knocked out securely. If those big guys woke up, it wouldn't be easy to subdue them again. The 2 looked at the ground full of deer, feeling both happy and troubled. Brother, with so many deer, how are we going to get them back? Yi Laosi asked. Where there's a will, there's a way. Before Yulada could finish, they heard splashing sounds behind them. They turned around and immediately laughed. The deer that had fallen into the water earlier thought it was safe and swam back. Yulada quickly held down Yi Laosi, who was about to get up. They both tried to breathe quietly, hiding behind the lead deer. The returning deer looked at its fallen companions, clearly confused, and slowed its steps. It raised its head and looked around but didn't notice anything unusual. Finally, it mustered its courage and approached the lead deer, nudging it with its nose. When it realized the lead deer was completely still, it let out a cry. It was unclear whether it was mourning the lead deer or calling for its friends. Yulada seized the opportunity and quickly drew his bow to shoot an arrow. The arrow pierced the deer's neck, causing it to collapse on top of the lead deer. Big brother, you've hunted so many deer. Shouldn't we head home soon? But figuring out how to transport all these deer is a headache. Why don't you stay here, and I'll go get someone to help carry them?
Yulada suggested.
Sure, but I should be the one to run errands, Yi Laosi volunteered. Big brother, you can stay and maybe catch some wild chickens or rabbits. If I stay, I'll just end up doing nothing. Well, once we get back to the village. Yulada hesitated to voice his concerns directly. But Yi Laosi quickly reacted and smiled, saying, Big brother, I'm not made of paper. What can others do if they spit a little? Good. It's best that you think this way. Yulada patted Yi Laosi on the shoulder, letting him go back to find people. He took the opportunity to set several traps nearby, hoping to catch more unexpected game. Yi Laosi had a good memory. Although he was led in by Yulada, he carefully remembered the landmarks, so he had a smooth journey back. However, it was already midday, and most people in the village had started to go out. Some went out in groups, while others chatted outside their homes. Many people saw Yi Laosi and immediately began to whisper to each other. It felt uncomfortable to be watched so closely wherever he went. Yi Laosi walked home with determination and told his family about the many sika deer he had caught. Not only his family, but even Sin Lao, Shirley, and Mengyu exclaimed that it was impossible. Shirley and Mengyu even offered to help, mainly to see if it was true. So Yi Laosi quickly took the cart, bringing Shirley and Mengyu along, and they headed up the mountain to find Yulada. Yulada's hunting spot was a bit off the main path, and the cart couldn't go any further halfway up the mountain. Everyone had to get out and walk to find Yulada, then carry the deer back out. In the end, the last deer was carried out by Shirley and Yulada. Yi Laosi said, Let's go home. If we hurry, we might make it back in time for lunch. But while the thought was nice, reality was harsh. The mountain path was difficult to navigate, and with so many deer in the cart, it created deep ruts in the ground. The 4 of them struggled to push and pull the cart forward. Before long, they were tired and hungry, so they finished their packed lunch before continuing down the mountain. As the sun was setting, they finally saw the outline of the village. In the morning, Yi Laosi had come down from the mountain, returned home to bring 2 more people, and headed back up with the cart. Many villagers saw them and were very curious. What has the Yi family hunted this time? Why the big fuss? Isn't that the truth? Yi Laosi just faced disappointment in love. Maybe he's about to find success in another area. Hearing everyone's discussions, curiosity grew stronger among the crowd. Mainly, since the autumn harvest was over, it was the villagers' most leisurely time. Any new event could attract attention for a long time. Since everyone was so interested, They gathered at the foot of the mountain to wait for the Yi family's return. Even the women who usually sat under the big banyan tree at the village entrance to do needlework came over with their baskets to see the excitement. More than 30 people quickly gathered, chatting loudly. I heard that the fourth daughter-in-law of the Yi family didn't elope with Wong Fuguay. Instead, she was tricked by him into the city and sold into a brothel, where she was treated terribly. Really? But Gua is pregnant. How could Wong Fuguay be so cruel? Have you not heard? Gamblers lose their humanity in the end. Selling Gua instead of his own wife shows he has some conscience. Oh my, that must have been awful. Who would argue with that? No wonder the authorities arrested Wong Fuguay. This isn't just a simple elopement. That's debatable. Eloping could lead to severe punishment. The Yi family wouldn't let Wong Fuguay off easily. Actually, being locked up in jail might be safer. Don't you think? The women chatting soon returned to their needlework, while the men huddled together, whispering. Yuana arrived late and accidentally overheard them as she passed by, her expression changing immediately. How could you all? You only think about such things every day and say whatever comes to mind. Someone familiar with her replied, We're just talking. Who told you to listen? You all have families. Think about your children and set a good example. Yuana said, rolling her eyes before leaving. The young men who had been joking felt embarrassed and quickly dispersed, stopping their conversation. They continued to chatter while waiting for a long time, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. Eventually, they started to head home for dinner as no one had returned. Surprisingly, in the afternoon, they gathered again without planning. As the sky began to darken, someone finally spotted them appearing halfway up the mountain. They're coming.
Wang Ernyang suddenly shouted, starting a yuaner.
Everyone can see and hear just fine, so why are you shouting? I wonder what you're thinking. As soon as they heard the news, everyone stretched their necks to look towards a hillside. Sure enough, they saw the group led by Old Yi coming down the slope, some pulling a cart and others supporting it. However, the cart was covered with something, making it impossible to see what they had caught. Big brother, fourth brother, you're back. What did you catch? Wang Ernyang was the first to wiggle her waist and approach, reaching out to pull the cloth covering the cart. Fortunately, Yuana reacted quickly, stepping forward to grab Wang Ernyang's arm and said, There's nothing to see with all that blood. But the more mysterious Old Ye's family acted, the more curious everyone became about what was in the cart. So Yuana helped ease the situation, saying, Why the rush? Whatever they brought back will be sold in the village if they can't eat it all, and then we'll know. With Yuana's cover, Old Yi and the others finally made their way home quickly. Wang Ernyang spat at their backs and said, I think the Old Yi family has a lot of nerve. Their daughter-in-law isn't following the rules, and they still have time to go hunting. But Yuana wouldn't let her get away with that, replying directly, What's wrong with hunting? The new year is coming, and every family is busy preparing for it. Otherwise, should they be mourning their daughter-in-law instead?
Why do you talk like that?
Wang Ernyang was irritated by Yuana's words. However, the people around clearly agreed more with Yuana, and after waiting a while without anyone supporting her, she left in a huff. Watching Wang Ernyang walk away, Yuana deliberately said in a voice loud enough for her to hear, Some people just love to meddle in others' business, even when it has nothing to do with them. What's good or bad is up to the officials. They will make the decisions. No need for her to judge from afar. Even though Yuana had defended Old Ye's family, some people were still curious and followed to see what was going on. Especially since Old Ye's cart looked particularly heavy, leaving deep tracks in the ground. This made everyone even more eager to gossip. Could it be a tiger? Stop making things up. Have you ever seen a tiger? Old Yi and a few others worked together to push the cart into the courtyard. What's going on? Why did it take so long to come back? Did something happen? Old Lady Yi asked with concern. Old Yi waved to her and said, Mother, come take a look. Old Lady Yi was indeed curious and took a few steps forward. Yi Laoda pulled off the cloth covering the cart. Old Lady Yi was shocked. She had never seen so many spotted deer in her life. Did you find the spotted deer's nest? Yi Laoda found her words amusing. Mom, we just got lucky and came across a herd of spotted deer. Wang Ernyang, who was unwilling to be left out, had already reached the entrance of the Yi family home and saw the spotted deer on the cart. Several deer were piled together, making it hard for her to count how many there were. But it was definitely a lot. Wang Ernyang felt a surge of jealousy. What kind of luck did the Yi family have? Before old lady Yi could ask more questions, Wang Ernyang's voice came from outside. Your family is always so lucky. Ever since you came here, it seems like the luck of everyone else in the village has gone downhill. What nonsense are you talking about? Old lady Ye's face darkened upon hearing this. However, the villagers who had come to watch looked as if they understood something. Is there really someone who believes this? Meng Yu said, shocked. This is the power of rumors. Old Cen sighed. Yi Laoda slammed the courtyard door shut to regain some peace. Don't pay attention to them. They're just envious, old lady Yi said, patting her son's shoulder. But instead of calming down, Wang Ernyang continued to stir up trouble outside. We've lived in Rongxi village for so many years. Life may not be rich, but it's been stable. Since this family arrived, there have been nothing but wolves and bandits. Today, they brought back so many spotted deer. I saw at least 8 or 9. Is hunting in the mountains that easy? They must be using some kind of dark magic. Besides, hunting shouldn't be done so ruthlessly. Some should always be left behind. With the way the Yi family hunts, even a mountain god would be angry. What if it affects the people in our village? Wang Ernyang was outside speaking passionately. Yi Laosi could no longer listen. He threw open the courtyard door and shouted at Wang Ernyang, "What do you know to talk nonsense at my doorstep? The spotted deer were shot by my brother. Your family is the one using dark magic. Do you think your brother is a great warrior? He can't shoot several deer in one breath. You've really made a fool of yourself." Wang Ernyang rolled her eyes at Yi Laosi. You're quite something too after such a big incident. You still have the time for this?
You.
Yi Laosi was so angry he raised his hand to hit Wang Ernyang, but Yi Laoda pulled him back. If they started fighting, even if he was right, he would end up being wrong. But Wang Ernyang's words were indeed infuriating. Before Yi Laoda could speak, a voice from the crowd suddenly came from behind. Although Brother Yi is not a great warrior, his archery skills are unmatched. Wang Ernyang, interrupted mid-sentence, rolled her eyes and said, Who are you? What do you know? Yi Laoda was surprised to see Mu Zheng and said, Sir Mu, what brings you here? He had only known that Mu Zheng was sent by young Master Qin, and he learned on the way back to the village that he worked under Lord Qin. Although he didn't know Mu Zheng's exact position, calling him sir was safe for an ordinary person. Sir Mu? Wang Ernyang's heart sank, and she quickly turned to look behind her. There stood a young man around 20 years old. Though he was handsome, he wasn't wearing any official attire. He couldn't possibly be a high-ranking official at such a young age, could he? Maybe Yi Laoda was just making things up, and the newcomer wasn't really a sir. Wang Ernyang tried to reassure herself, but then she saw Wang Guangping hurriedly approaching, adjusting his clothes with a big smile. This is bad. Having been married for many years, Wang Ernyang knew that her husband's family and Wang Guangping's family were related, so she understood him well. If someone like Wang Guangping was so eager to greet this newcomer, he must be someone important. Either he was someone they couldn't offend, or he had powerful backing. Wang Ernyang instinctively took a few steps back, trying to hide among the other villagers, looking for a chance to slip away. Wang Guangping had already reached them, smiling as he asked, I didn't know Sir Mu was coming to our village. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. What brings you here today? The whole village will cooperate fully. Perfect. Please gather the villagers at the drying field. I have something to discuss. All right, I'll go call everyone right away. Wang Guangping immediately took his leave. Mu Zheng then followed Yi Laoda into the Yi family's courtyard. Wang Ernyang quickly asked, Village chief, where's this young official from? It's impressive that someone so young is already an official. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Wang Guangping didn't have time for small talk and instructed someone to get a gong to announce to the whole village. Everyone, go to the grain drying area immediately. Everyone, please head to the grain drying area. I have something to say. Soon, the villagers began to leave their homes and head to the drying area. As Mu Zheng entered the courtyard, he saw a pile of spotted deer stacked on the cart.
Wow.
That's amazing! Mu Zheng couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't that he hadn't seen so many animals before. Back when he was with the Wen family, General Wen would take people hunting in the mountains every year, and they would return with enough game to fill a small mountain. This time of year was always the liveliest at the camp. The skins would be collected for tribute to the palace, and the meat would be kept for the camp, where everyone could enjoy drinks and food together for a few days. But it was quite a feat for Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi to catch so many spotted deer by themselves. You really have some skills. After circling the cart, Mu Zheng patted Yi Laoda on the shoulder and remarked. Yi Laoda quickly explained what had happened and humbly said, "It's all due to good luck." Unexpectedly, Mu Zheng laughed and said, "That sounds familiar. Lady Qin just said the same thing yesterday."
Huh.
What did Lady Qin say? Yi Dazhao was startled. Why would Lady Qin say their family was lucky? Could it be that someone discovered their good fortune on a sunny day? Was young Master Qin being so nice to Qing Tian because of this? They wouldn't try to take Qing Tian away, would they? Feeling guilty, Yi Dazhao was already sweating nervously before Mu Zheng spoke. Didn't we capture several bandit leaders and their henchmen yesterday? Early this morning, Lord Qin took us back to the capital to report the good news to the emperor. After returning from the palace, Lord Qin mentioned to Lady Qin that your family helped a lot during this operation. Lady Qin said she always felt that your family had some luck. Whenever something happens, it seems like things go smoothly when your family is involved. Oh, I see. Yi Dazhao finally relaxed. Lady Qin is too kind. Rather than saying we are lucky, it's more accurate to say we benefit from the Qin family's good fortune. Rather than saying we are lucky, it's more accurate to say that Lord Qin and Lady Qin always do good deeds, so they are favored by heaven, and we benefit from it too. She was startled earlier and felt very tense. Now that she realized it was just a false alarm, she started to speak again. Elder Yi glanced at his wife, feeling that her earlier reaction was strange. However, it wasn't the right time to ask questions, so he decided to wait until they were back home to talk about it. Lord Mu, is there a reason you came here so late? Is there still a bandit on the loose? Mu Zheng only smiled and shook his head, teasing, "Let's go to the grain drying area together, and I'll explain everything in front of all the villagers." At that moment, everyone in the village was already waiting at the grain drying area. Over 100 people were talking loudly, creating quite a noise. "We were just about to cook. Why did you call us all over? You're lucky. My vegetables are already in the pot. I had to take them out half-cooked and set them aside to finish later. It's almost dark, and it's freezing. What are we waiting for? Shouldn't we start? Are we waiting for everyone to arrive before we begin?" "It seems like some people are still missing," Wong Ernyang said, noticing that no one from the Yi family had shown up. "Really? Which family hasn't arrived? Everyone look around. Who's missing? Who is so inconsiderate as to keep the whole village waiting?" After Wong Ernyang said this, it didn't take long for someone to notice. "I've been watching, and everyone from our village is here except for the New Yi family. Could it be they don't know the village rules? They haven't gathered since they arrived." It wasn't just a drum. They shouted many times for everyone to come to the grain drying area. How could they not understand? This is too much. I think we shouldn't have let them stay from the beginning. They've only been here a short time and already caused so much trouble. Isn't that right? It's a pity the Yi family is more capable than our Wong family. They can say whatever they want, and we just have to listen. Didn't you see how they pushed Lu Widow's family away? While Yuana urged Lu Quan to hurry and call the Yi family, she couldn't help but retort, "Wang Ernyang, stop stirring up trouble here. What does it mean that Widow Lu's family was driven away? Clearly, Widow Lu went to the city to live a better life. If that's called being driven away, then you all should come and drive me away too. Who would want to dig in the dirt in the village if they could go to the city for a better life? That makes sense. Exactly, I want to go to the city to live too. Too bad, no one is driving us away. Haha, how about we drive each other away? Wang Enyang saw how easily Yi Waner dismantled her words and immediately looked unhappy. She closed her mouth but kept an eye out for any chance to stir things up. Unfortunately, the topic quickly shifted thanks to Yi Waner. Wang Enyang shot Yi Waner an annoyed glance and said, "Oh, you really defend your cheap nephew's family. It's just that your son went to the capital to be an apprentice. Is it such a big deal? Besides, they're interested in Xiang Lei, not because the old Yi family helped you get in. This shows that Xiang Lei is talented and shouldn't be overlooked. It has nothing to do with the old Yi family." Yi Waner ignored her, but she knew very well that if it weren't for the old Yi family, someone like young Master Qin would never come to Rongxi village. No matter how talented Xiang Lei was, if he never got to meet anyone, how could he be noticed? As more voices of protest grew in the grain-drying field, Mu Zheng finally arrived with the old Yi family. They walked slowly into the field, accompanied by 2 rows of people holding torches to light the way. "Sir Mu, you're here. Everyone in our village is gathered and waiting for your instructions." Once the torchbearers entered the field, they spread out to help with the lighting, while a few stayed close to Mu Zheng. Wang Guangping, being very observant, prepared a wooden platform for Mu Zheng to stand on and speak. Wang Guangping shouted, "Everyone, quiet down and listen to Sir Mu about important matters." The villagers noticed that the old Yi family had come with Mu Zheng and whispered among themselves in curiosity. However, after hearing Wang Guangping's words, they quickly quieted down. Mu Zheng did not stand on the wooden platform Wang Guangping prepared, but as a martial artist, his voice carried well enough for everyone to hear clearly. "Hello, villagers of Rongxi, my name is Mu Zheng, and I work under Lord Qin Songyin. I have been responsible for dealing with bandits in our Fengli County recently." As soon as he spoke, a small commotion broke out below, which had been quiet just moments before. With the year-end approaching, could it be that those bandits are back at it again? That's so scary. I heard they kill anyone they see, leaving no survivors. Hey, let's all go shopping for the new year together. If anything happens, we can look out for each other. Ugh, it's your shopping that will get us in trouble. Exactly. If you can't speak properly, just say less. You're just annoying everyone. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant, I can't explain it clearly. If you can't explain, just be quiet. Wang Enyang said impatiently. Understand this. Those are mountain bandits with big knives. People like us, who can't even catch a chicken, wouldn't stand a chance against even a few of them, let alone a group. Quiet. Everyone, be quiet. Wang Guangping shouted again. The noise slowly settled down. Fellow villagers, you don't need to worry. The reason I'm here in Rongxi village today is to share some good news. The leaders of the bandits who have been roaming around the capital have all been captured as of yesterday and are now being brought to the capital. From now on, when you go out, you can feel much safer, but do keep your guard up. Those heartless bandits have been caught. Thank goodness. I haven't dared to go to the city for a long time. Truly, Master Qin is impressive. They said there was no progress in dealing with the bandits, and look how quickly he captured them. Exactly. No wonder the emperor values Master Qin so much. Wang Guangping wisely chose not to stop the flattery. Mu Zheng listened for a moment, then raised his hand to signal for silence, and the crowd quieted down immediately. I'm here today not only to share this good news, but also to recognize some contributions. Recognize contributions? This was something new. Could it be that someone in the village had helped with the bandit situation? As everyone wondered, Mu Zheng continued, the 2 villagers being recognized today are Yi Qingchen and Yi Qing'an. Who? Are there still people in the village with those names? Those names sound like they belong to the Qing generation. Did they get the wrong village? They must be from another village. The unfamiliar names left the crowd confused. Even Yi Laoda and Yi Lacid didn't realize that Mu Zheng was talking about them. Mu Zheng had to call out to Yi Laoda and Yi Lacid below, Brother Yi, Brother Four, I'm calling you. Why are you so busy being happy that you forgot your own names? We? Wang Guangping quickly ran over, pushing Yi Laoda and Yi Lacid to the front, standing next to Mu Zheng. Suddenly facing the entire village, the 2 didn't know where to put their hands and feet. Especially Yi Lacid. After what had just happened in the house, he wished he could find a hole to hide in when facing all the villagers. Why are those two being recognized? What are they being rewarded for? Weren't they talking about fighting bandits? What do they have to do with fighting bandits? Wasn't it Lord Qin who led the fight? The villagers immediately burst into heated discussions. Wong Guangping quickly stood up, pressing his hands down. Everyone, quiet down. Let Mu Darren finish speaking. Yesterday, on their way back to the village, Yi Qingchen and Yi Qing'an encountered the bandit leader and his group who had been causing trouble in the area. At that time, I was nearby with my troops, but clearly the bandits were closer to them. When we were rushing over, it was Brother Yi Qingchen who used his hunting bow to shoot down 3 bandits, stopping them from committing murder and robbery. After I arrived with my men, Brother Yi and Brother Four continued to help us fight against the bandits and played a significant role in capturing them. Lord Qin reported their brave deeds to the Emperor upon returning to the capital today. The Emperor has ordered rewards for these 2 heroes, and Lord Qin sent me here immediately. Hearing that the reward came directly from the Emperor, Wong Guangping felt weak in the knees. He looked at the embarrassed Yi Laoda and Yi Leisu with admiration. These 2 would now be known as people who received praise directly from the Emperor. Wang Ernyang below also felt weak, but out of fear. Was the old Yi family really a bit strange? Why did all the good things happen to them? What should she do? She had just offended them, and now they received praise from the Emperor. What if they came looking for trouble later? The Lu family had just returned from the county town in the evening. They had gone to inquire about Wong Fuguay's case. They spent a lot of money and finally managed to see him, but Wong Fuguay just hung his head and said it was his own fault. He even said he was willing to go to jail and asked his family not to think about getting him out anymore. He just felt too sorry for his family. When Lu Shi heard Wong Fuguay say this, she was deeply moved and cried so much in the jail that she almost fainted. In the end, it was Lu's father and older brother who helped her out. On the way back to the village, she cried intermittently. As soon as she got home and washed her face, she heard the news that the village was gathering at the threshing ground. Fortunately, it was getting late, so as long as she didn't get too close, others usually wouldn't notice her swollen eyes. The family found a spot on the edge, trying to stay away from everyone else. When did the old Yi family get so lucky? Lu Shi heard Mu Zheng's words and gritted her teeth in anger. Even though Fuguay doesn't want me to worry about him and just wants me to take care of the children, how can I leave him alone in jail suffering while the person who harmed him is out there living freely? Lu's sister-in-law was at a loss for how to respond. If the old Yi family heard this, they would probably be both angry and amused. Did Lu Shi not even realize who the real victim was? Wong Fuguay was in jail because of his own actions. Who was really to blame? So, not forgiving her husband for his mistakes makes her the bad person? This kind of thinking is truly astonishing. What scared her even more was that Lu's father, mother, and even her older brother didn't see anything wrong with Lu Shi's words. They hadn't faced any major issues before, but now she wondered what kind of family she had married into. But now that they had children, she cautiously suggested, sister-in-law, the Yi family not only knows the Qin family in the capital, but has also received praise from the emperor. We are just common folks. How can we compete with them? Lu Shi immediately got angry and turned to glare at her sister-in-law, asking, sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Fuguay is my husband. If I don't care for him, who will? Besides, even if the old Yi family is capable, they are still just common folks and not officials. I'm not afraid of them. We are all family, and I can't believe you would think like this. If something happens to my brother in the future, would you also distance yourself to protect yourself? Spit, spit, spit. Lu's sister-in-law quickly spat 3 times on the ground and frowned, saying, Your brother is fine. Don't curse him. That's not the point. Lu Shi insisted. If something happens to my husband and you don't want me to care, doesn't that mean you think like that? Lu Dezhao didn't expect that just a few words of advice would lead to such hostility from Lu Shi. Even more absurd was that Lu's father, mother, and older brother were all staring at her, waiting for her response. I didn't mean it like that. Lu Dezhao felt helpless. I was thinking of everyone. Didn't Fuguay say not to do those pointless things for him? I have children too, and I don't want anything bad to happen at home. Are you the only one with children? Don't I have kids? My children need their father around. Lu Shi glared at Lu Dezhao, as if she were the one who started all of this. Lu Dezhao gave up trying to reason with her and turned to her husband. Husband, what do you think? Lu Dezhao's brother hesitated, avoiding her gaze, and finally said quietly, well, our sister and brother-in-law have helped us a lot. If something happens and we just abandon them, that wouldn't be right, would it? Fine, you all are human, but I'm not. I can just take the kids and leave. Angrily, Lu Dezhao grabbed her children and started to walk out. But then, Wang Guangping spotted her. Whose family is that in the northwest corner? Where are you taking the kids? The matter isn't settled yet, come back. Mu Zheng also said, everyone please stay calm. We only have one last thing to discuss, and once I finish you can all go home. With no choice, Lu Dezhao returned with her children. However, this time she didn't go back to the Lu family, but chose to stand near the other villagers instead. Lu Shi shot her a glare before turning her attention back to the front. Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi stood beside Mu Zheng, and he didn't let them go down. Did the next matter still involve them? Mu Zheng raised his voice to recognize Yi Qingchen and Yi Qing'an for their contributions in this anti-bandit operation. By the emperor's decree, each will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted. How much? 50 taels of silver? That's an incredible amount. I've never seen so much silver in my life. It can't be a mistake. 50 taels is a lot for us, but it's from the emperor. Money belongs to the emperor, and giving out 50 or 100 taels is like child's play. This statement immediately won the agreement of most people. After all, it was the emperor. How could he not be generous? Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi were also surprised. However, their surprise was different from the villagers, and it wasn't because of the large reward. Especially Yi Laoda, since his wife could earn 50 taels of silver just by selling a recipe, and now they could make 20 to 30 taels from hosting a banquet. They just didn't expect Mu Zheng to announce this in public. Now everyone in the village knew they each had 50 taels of silver, and their future days might not be peaceful. But despite their worries, they quickly felt happy. After all, this was a reward from the emperor, not something just anyone could receive. Standing below, Grandma Yi was already in tears. She first scolded her two sons for not telling her about such a big event when they returned. You two foolish boys, always trying to show off. You saw bandits and didn't run away, but instead confronted them head-on. Thank goodness the officials were nearby, otherwise, how could you have fought off more than 10 bandits? What if something had happened to you? It would have cost me my life. Yi Dasaw quickly explained, Mother, it wasn't that we didn't want to run. We just didn't have time. If I hadn't been holding on to Qing Tian at the window, and if Qing Tian hadn't seen someone in the woods, we might have been in serious trouble. As she spoke, Yi Dasaw choked up as the terrifying feelings from that moment rushed back to her. Grandma Yi, having lived a long life and seen many things, quickly understood what had happened. It seemed that Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi had gone to confront the bandits with a mindset of facing death. Thankfully, Mu Zheng and his men were nearby. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Grandma Yi patted Yi Dasaw's back to comfort her and changed the subject, saying, I really regret not bringing your father's tablet out to let him see how well his sons are doing now. The Yi family must be blessed. We should find a good day to go to the city together as a family, visit the graves, and burn some paper for our ancestors and your father. Let them know this good news and ask for their continued blessings. No wonder the ancients said the leaves return to their roots. There's truly wisdom in that. Having our ancestors' blessings makes a difference. After Mu Zheng announced the news, he no longer paid attention to the commotion below. He waved his hand, and someone brought up 2 trays. The trays were covered with red embroidered cloth, and on them lay 5 ingots of silver. The villagers stretched their necks to look up. If it weren't for the long knives carried by Mu Zheng's men, they would have rushed over to surround Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi by now. Mu Zheng personally handed 2 trays to Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi, and then whispered to Yi Laoda, "This embroidered handkerchief is also from the palace. Since it was given by the emperor, it naturally has protective power. After you return home, place it under your pillow, and it will ensure that evil spirits are kept away and you are safe from harm." Yi Laoda trembled upon hearing this and looked up at Mu Zheng, his eyes instantly reddening. Since he killed 3 bandits yesterday, he had been telling himself that he had no choice and was protecting his family. But killing is still killing. 3 lives turned to corpses in an instant, and thinking back on it was frightening. He didn't show it in front of his family, but he hardly slept well last night. So, hearing Mu Zheng's words, Yi Laoda realized that Mu Zheng understood his struggle and feelings, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. Wang Guangping didn't hear what Mu Zheng said to Yi Laoda, but when he saw Yi Laoda's red eyes, he felt a deep understanding. He thought that Yi Laosi, who was just happily laughing, seemed a bit foolish. If such good fortune came to him, he would probably be so excited that he might cry in public. After handing out the money, Mu Zheng said everyone could leave. However, the villagers were in no hurry to go. They all wanted to wait until Mu Zheng left to have a word with the Yi family. Even if they couldn't gain anything, it would be nice to hear the story and brag about it later. But Mu Zheng wasn't in a hurry to leave either. He turned to Wang Guangping and said, "It's getting late, so we might need to stay in the village tonight. Could you please arrange accommodations for my brothers?" "Of course, don't worry. I'll take care of everything," Wang Guangping replied eagerly. "My guest room is empty, so you and the officials can stay there. I won't trouble you. I can stay at Yi Laoda's house," Mu Zheng said, appearing to have a good relationship with the Yi family. "Even if you stay at Ye's, we still need to arrange dinner, right?" Wang Guangping said, then noticed Mu Zheng looking at him with a smirk. He slapped his forehead and said, "How could I forget? No one in the village can cook as well as Yi saw. We bought some meat and vegetables on our way from the county town, so you don't need to spend anything. You just need to send a few people to help." "I understand, don't worry. I'll arrange for a few people to assist Sister Yi." Mu Zheng then smiled with satisfaction and said, "Village head, remember to come over for a drink later." "Of course, I will." Wang Guangping nodded repeatedly, surprised. So Mu Zheng left with the people from the Yi family. As he left, his followers naturally followed behind, forming a barrier that kept the curious villagers from getting too close. Once they returned to their yard, the Yi family felt a bit dazed. Yi Laoer asked, "Elder brother, fourth, are you hurt?" "No." Yi Laosi finally perked up. He had been worried about his family's concern, but now he eagerly began to tell how Yi Laoda bravely took down 3 bandits with 3 arrows. The children quickly gathered around, and Yi Laosi spoke excitedly in the center. If this had happened yesterday, Yi Laoda would have recalled his past experiences with killing. But now, he touched the 5 ingots of silver wrapped in a handkerchief in his pocket and felt very at ease, with no fear at all. In fact, he felt warm inside. Wang Guangping's helpers soon arrived at the Yi family home. It must be said that even though he was just a village head, Wang Guangping had made it clear. The people he chose were either members of the Yi clan who had a good relationship with Yi Waner and some connection with the Yi family, or they were very honest villagers who avoided trouble. None of them had a tendency to cause mischief or stir up trouble. Mu Zheng's followers also brought the vegetables and meat they had bought along the way. Mu Zheng cheerfully approached Sister Yi and said, "These guys are big eaters. They aren't picky as long as there's meat and plenty of it. Sorry for the trouble." "Trouble?
Don't say that.
It feels distant. Don't worry, there will be plenty of meat, enough to eat, and delicious too." Sister Yi tied on an apron and called Sister Yi San to come help. In the past, even if Wang Guangping sent people to help, Sister Yi would probably have felt too shy to direct them. Since being reminded several times by Mr. Jiang in the city, she now dares to arrange for others to do tasks. Thanks to the village chief's good choices, everyone understands their roles and works diligently. The people Mu Zheng brought today are not all from the group that dealt with the bandits. Some still only know about Boss Yi through others. When they saw several spotted deer in the cart, they immediately got excited. "Brother Yi, did you really catch all these yourself? Wow, that's quite a lot. And they're all spotted deer. That's amazing." Mu Zheng had already taken a look earlier, so now he stood beside Boss Yi under the eaves, chewing on a piece of grass, smiling as he watched his men celebrate. Brother Yi, what do you plan to do with these spotted deer? Honestly, when I went hunting, I didn't expect to catch so many. You all arrived just after I got home, so I haven't even thought about it. How about this? Let me suggest a plan, Mu Zheng said. What plan? Boss Yi asked, confused. Tomorrow, when I go back, I'll take these spotted deer with me. We'll keep the meat for ourselves, and you can have the hides and antlers. I'll find someone to help you process them, sell them, and then send you the money. How does that sound? That won't do.
I can't take advantage like that.
Boss Yi waved his hands. One of Mu Zheng's men said, Brother Yi, don't let our boss fool you. He's trying to get the deer without paying you for the meat. Hearing this, Boss Yi laughed and waved his hand, saying, Your boss is just being generous, letting me benefit. The meat of the spotted deer is the least valuable part. However, processing the hides and antlers can bring in much more money than the meat. But Boss Yi clearly had another plan. Sir Mu, hearing you say that gives me an idea. Can you listen and see if my arrangement is reasonable? Brother Yi, go ahead. You work with Lord Qin and have been entrusted by young Master Qin to protect my family's safety. You should know how much we owe the Qin family. It's truly impossible to repay fully. So, I think it would be better to ask you to take these spotted deer to the capital and present them to Lord Qin, Lady Qin, and young Master Qin. As for how the Qin family handles things, I won't ask too much about it. Of course, I know that this little gift cannot repay the Qin family's kindness to my family, but it's just a small gesture from us. Mu Zheng didn't expect Brother Yi to say this. He paused for a moment, then patted his shoulder and said, Brother Yi, you really don't need to think so much. Helping you is just a small effort for the Qin family. It doesn't take much work at all. He looked around at the obviously old Yi family's courtyard and continued, compared to the Qin family, your family needs money more. Why not sell something to improve your family's living conditions? I have already given the deer skin you asked me to bring back to young Master Qin, so your intention has been conveyed. There's really no need for anything more. Mu Zheng's relationship with the Qin family was complicated. They were not blood relatives, yet it felt more like family. So, he spoke from the Qin family's perspective. Unexpectedly, Brother Yi frowned and said, Sir Mu, that's not how it should be. Because the Qin family is so large and successful, they can still remember ordinary families like mine. It is already quite rare for them to care about us and instruct their staff to look after us. How can we think it is not worth much just because they didn't do it themselves? And as the saying goes, a small favor should be repaid with great gratitude. Although we may not have the means, we still want to give back in whatever way we can. After hearing Brother Ye's words, Mu Zheng suddenly said, No wonder the lady and young master praised your family's character after returning to the capital. Now it seems they were right. If everyone were as grateful as your family, there would surely be more people willing to help others. After chatting a bit more, Mu Zheng felt increasingly that Brother Yi, though uneducated, was a very insightful person. He had simple yet profound views on many things. Brother Yi, I'm glad to have you as a friend. Mu Zheng bumped fists with Brother Yi. When I have some free time, I'll bring my bow and arrows over to practice with you. Brother Yi waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Oh, I only performed well yesterday out of desperation. It doesn't really count. Today, catching so many roe deer was all thanks to their own foolishness. Not only did two of them run into each other and knock themselves out, but one also fell into the water, swam around, and came back to be caught by us. It wasn't because my archery was that good. It's okay, just a friendly exchange. If you're better than me, teach me. If I'm better than you, I'll teach you. No need to be nervous. Slowly, the two began to chat casually. Luckily, Mu Zheng was quite talkative, otherwise, it would have become awkward quickly. Even Boss Yi felt a bit embarrassed, but just then, Aya's voice called from the kitchen. Everyone, it's time to eat. It's time to eat. Lord Mu, please take your seat.
Boss Yi stood up, relieved.
Unbeknownst to him, Mu Zheng smiled lightly behind him. No matter what, Qin Huan was his younger brother, whom he had watched over and protected. Although he teased him by calling him young Master Qin, he would never allow anyone with bad intentions to be around him. However, through this trial, Boss Ye's family seemed quite decent. They were not the type to flatter those in power. If Qin Huan truly enjoyed their company, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Still, he would keep a close eye on the Yi family. If they ever had any ill intentions, he would not hesitate to intervene. In the main room, a round table was set up with Mu Zheng, Old Cen, Wang Guangping, and the 3 Yi brothers seated. Grandma Yi asked the wives to take the children to her room for dinner, while the west room had a large table prepared for Mu Zheng's subordinates. Fortunately, there weren't too many people. Otherwise, the old Yi family's few rooms might not have been enough. Aunt Ye's cooking was definitely top-notch, and Mu Zheng was generous with his spending. He bought almost every ingredient available in the market, from pork and beef to chicken and duck. Aunt Yi worked hard to prepare a large spread, with the remaining dishes set aside. Once a piece of meat was eaten, the west room erupted in cheers. Mu Zheng felt his face flush and coughed a couple of times. The room fell silent. Mu Zheng raised a glass and toasted everyone at the table. I know we're not ones for formalities, so let's all drink this toast. After that, feel free to eat and drink as you like, okay? Everyone was there to enjoy themselves, so they readily agreed. After sitting down, Mu Zheng casually picked up a piece of the dish closest to him. As soon as he tasted it, he understood why the West Room had cheered so loudly. It was like a group of people who had never tasted good food suddenly experiencing a delicious meal. I have to say, Aunt Ye's cooking is truly impressive. Mu Zheng put down his wine glass and focused on eating. After trying all the dishes on the table, he suddenly turned to Yida and said, "Seriously, Brother Yi, I have a small request. I heard that sister-in-law will be going to the city to help with the banquet. Please let her know that as long as I'm not on duty, I can come to help keep her safe, okay?"
Ah, well.
Yida thought to himself that there probably wouldn't be too many dangers in the capital. Did they really need Mu Zheng to protect her? But Mu Zheng didn't wait for him to respond and quickly interrupted, "Brother Yi, don't worry. Our relationship is good, so I won't ask you for money. As long as sister-in-law provides a meal, that's enough." Hearing this, Yida couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. After all that, it was just to get a free meal. Is it really that good? Yida asked, confused. It's delicious. Mu Zheng nodded and added, "Brother Yi, you're really missing out. With sister-in-law's amazing cooking, how can you think it's not good?" "I never said that." Yida quickly waved his hands. The people in the West Room, focused on their meal, also caught snippets of Mu Zheng's words. Someone immediately shouted, "Boss, remember to take me with you." "Yeah, I can help carry things. I have so much strength and don't know what to do with it." "Boss, it's not good to eat alone. Let's not forget our friends when we're doing well." "Boss." "All right, everyone be quiet. He hasn't even agreed to let me go, and you're all more excited than I am." Mu Zheng quickly changed the subject, planning to discuss things privately with Yida later. When Mu Zheng arrived, he had bought a lot of good ingredients. Sister-in-law Ye's cooking was truly exceptional. The meal was enjoyable for everyone, except for Old Cen, who seemed a bit distracted. After everyone was full, Mu Zheng sent his men to Wang Guangping's house to rest while he prepared to stay the night in the West Room with Old Cen. Little did he know that the night would be quite uncomfortable. Shirley and Mengyu had gone up the mountain to help with the deer and were exhausted. After eating, they lay down and fell into a deep sleep immediately, especially Mengyu, whose snoring was incredibly loud. Mu Zheng, being a martial artist, had sharp senses. Suddenly being in a strange environment made his instincts kick in, keeping him alert. He initially thought it was Shirley snoring, but upon listening closely, he realized it was actually Mengyu. It just goes to show that appearances can be deceiving. While the snoring was one thing, on the other side, Old Cen was not sleeping soundly either, tossing and turning from time to time. Every time Mu Zheng just fell asleep, he would be immediately woken up. He couldn't help but regret not staying at the village chief's house with his subordinates. Although those subordinates were not very clean, and the room probably smelled bad, at least he could get some sleep. Before dawn the next day, hearing some noise in the yard, Muzheng quietly got up. He went outside and was surprised to see, asking softly, "Brother Yi, why are you up so early?" "I was worried you would be in a hurry to leave, so I got up early to start the fire in the kitchen to make breakfast for you," Brother Yi said, carrying firewood into the kitchen. Muzheng followed him inside. "Why are you up so early? Were you planning to leave without saying goodbye?" "Don't mention it. Mingyu snored all night, and I hardly slept at all." Although he was used to going days without sleep while on duty, not being able to sleep when he had the chance still left Muzheng feeling tired. As he spoke, he couldn't help but yawn. Noticing Muzheng's tired appearance, Brother Yi was about to say something when they heard footsteps outside. They both leaned out to look and were surprised to see Old Cen coming out of the main house. "Why are you up so early?"
It's not even light yet,
Brother Yi exclaimed, quickly helping him into the kitchen. It was already quite cold outside at this time, and the kitchen was warm enough since the fire was just starting, though it was not as warm as a heated room. When Old Cen saw Muzheng, he felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I was tossing and turning all night. Did it disturb your sleep?" "It's not your fault. I just can't sleep well in a new place," Muzheng replied, adding another piece of firewood to the fire. "But were you worried about something last night?" "Not really, it's just—" Old Cen began, but before he could finish, the kitchen door was pulled open from the outside. Sister Yi entered, looking down as she adjusted her sleeves. She thought only Brother Yi was in the kitchen and said as she walked in, "What should we make for breakfast? How about some deer meat pies?" Muzheng's mouth watered at the suggestion, and he quickly replied, "If it's not too much trouble, I can help prepare the deer." "Oh my goodness!" Sister Yi was startled by a sudden question and almost jumped up. "Why are you up so early? Why is the old man up so early too? You all have been in the kitchen since before dawn. Did you not eat enough last night?" I'm full, Muzheng quickly replied, then scratched his head and smiled. "But if Sister Yi makes venison pies, I could eat more." "Then let's make venison pies. Head of the family, you hurry and pick out a deer to prepare." "Brother Yi, I'll help you," Muzheng said as he followed Brother Yi out. Old Cen stayed in the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and washed his hands, saying, "I'll help you too." "No need, it's still early. You should go back and rest a bit," Sister Yi quickly replied. "I'll wake up the third daughter-in-law to help me." But Old Cen insisted on helping with the dough. Sister Yi had no choice but to let him be. However, Old Cen seemed troubled today, kneading the dough while hesitating to speak. "Old man, even though I don't know where my father is now, since I recognize you, I will treat you like family and respect you well. If you have something to say, don't hold back, just say it. I just wanted to ask how your father taught you to cook." Old Cen had noticed something odd when he ate Sister Ye's cooking in the county before. But at that time, he was overwhelmed with joy about the news of having an adopted son, a granddaughter, and a great-granddaughter, which made him overlook that small feeling of discomfort. After tasting Sister Ye's cooking again yesterday, that feeling of unease returned. But Sister Yi had just started to find her footing in her career, and many people praised her, which helped her build confidence. Old Cen worried that if he pointed out her issues, it might discourage her and undermine her hard-earned confidence. Sister Yi, however, didn't think much of it and assumed Old Cen was missing his own father. After all, she had never lived with Old Cen, but her father was someone Old Cen had once seriously taught and had high hopes for. So she tried to recall her childhood and shared everything she could remember with Old Cen. Old Cen listened very attentively and gradually began to notice the issues. "When I was young, I didn't understand my father's intentions. I saw my brothers playing outside while I had to stay in the kitchen and learn to cook, and I did feel some resentment towards him. But looking back now, I really have to thank him for teaching me this skill. Otherwise, how would I earn a living now? Don't you think?" Hearing what Sister Yi said, Old Cen had words on the tip of his tongue but thought better of it and swallowed them back. "Yes, learning a skill is better than anything," Old Cen said as he set the kneaded dough aside. In the yard, Elder Yi and Muzheng had already skinned the deer and set the hide aside, calling Sister Yi over to choose the meat. Muzheng, without a hint of regret, held his sharp dagger and pointed at the meat on the deer, asking, "Sister, Just tell me which piece you want, and I'll cut it right there. There are so many of us. We need at least half a deer, Sister Yi said, selecting a few pieces with a mix of fat and lean meat. This will do. I've already started cooking porridge at home, and we have some pickled vegetables. I'll prepare the meat filling, and when everyone arrives, we can cook and eat while it's hot. Mu Zheng cut the selected pieces of deer meat, as Sister Yi requested. His dagger was incredibly sharp, slicing through the meat as easily as cutting tofu, making Elder Yi envious. However, Elder Yi knew such a dagger must be expensive, and even if they could afford it, they wouldn't want to buy it. But borrowing it from Mu Zheng for a few uses seemed reasonable. Mu Zheng was happy to oblige, turning the dagger around and handing it to Elder Yi. If you like it, I can help you find one later. Elder Yi tried it out a few times and grew more attached to it. This dagger cut through meat with almost no resistance. Except for bones, everything else, like meat and tendons, was easily sliced. However, upon hearing Mu Zheng's offer, he quickly waved his hand in refusal, saying, No, such a fine thing would be wasted on me. How could it be wasted? Even hunting requires a good knife, Mu Zheng replied. Seeing Elder Yi's expression, he understood his concerns and smiled, saying, Brother Yi, this dagger is a trophy I collected before. You can't find one like it here. If I get another chance to go to battle, I'll help you get one. Elder Yi didn't expect the dagger to have such a background. But he still handed the dagger back to Mu Zheng, saying it's better if we never have to go to battle again. Mu Zheng was surprised by Elder Yi's words. When he took back the dagger, he felt a pang in his heart. He didn't say anything more but made a note to help Elder Yi find a dagger in the future. If it weren't for the dagger's special background, he would have given it to Elder Yi right away. After enjoying the thrill of using the dagger, Yi Laoda quickly stopped thinking about it and took the cut venison to the kitchen to help prepare the meat filling. As the rhythmic sound of chopping filled the air, the sun finally rose above the horizon. The light brightened, and everyone in the Yi family, except for the children, gradually got up to wash up. Having spent so much time together, they didn't need to say much. Everyone knew what to do. Those who could help went to the kitchen, while others found tasks for themselves. Once the venison was chopped, Old Cen took the initiative to handle the seasoning. Sister Yi, without much thought, smiled and said, Today, everyone will be in for a treat. Unlike my cooking, Old Master is a true chef. However, it must be said that a skilled hand reveals itself quickly. The freshly mixed raw venison filling already smelled wonderful after just a few stirs. Old Cen poked the dough, and seeing it was nearly ready, he tore off a piece, skillfully wrapped a large ball of filling, and then pressed it gently on the cutting board. After frying until both sides were golden, Old Cen took the meat patty out and cut it into a cross shape with a knife. As soon as the crust broke, an irresistible aroma burst forth from the patty. This smells amazing. Even Sister Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Come and try it. Old Cen called over Yi Laoda, Sister Yi, and Mu Zheng, who had all started working early. He wasn't in a hurry to eat himself. Holding the patty, his gaze kept drifting towards Sister Yi. Sister Yi blew on the hot patty in her hands, leaned in, and took a bite, gasping at the heat. But after tasting it, her expression changed, and she looked thoughtfully at the patty in her hand. Although Huinan County is located in the northeast and experiences about half a year of cold weather, the mountains are quite rich in resources. Besides spring wild vegetables and autumn mushrooms, there are also many wild animals. From time to time, someone would catch roe deer or sika deer. So, Yubin had taught Sister Yi several dishes made with venison. Venison patties were one of them. However, today's venison filling was prepared by Old Cen, and while others found it delicious, she could tell that the flavor was on a completely different level from her own cooking. Old Cen's venison pie is not as greasy as the ones she makes herself, but it has a stronger aroma. The spices blend perfectly with the fresh taste of the venison, making it hard to tell what ingredients were used. Most importantly, the venison filling doesn't have much oil, yet it is still juicy and tender, not dry at all. Could it be that her father has hidden something from her and didn't teach her the secret? That seems unlikely. But thinking about Yu Bin's state of mind, Sister Yi can't help but wonder, if what he taught her was flawed from the start. Once she considers this, many things seem to make sense. When she was outside the city, she cooked often. Although many praised her cooking, it was never as exaggerated as after returning to Rongxi village. Could it be that the people who ate her food before couldn't tell good from bad? Looking back, it might be because she used mainly local ingredients and spices when cooking outside, and many dishes were likely improved versions of what you already knew. However, since his exile, his mental state has been unstable. His cooking skills have naturally fluctuated as well. He was still quite young when he was exiled. Although he learned good cooking skills from Old Cen, he wasn't yet at the level where he could create new dishes on his own. After returning to Rongxi village, she prepared dishes for the banquet, using the ready-made recipes that Yubin had taught her, which were also the dishes she learned from Old Cen, earning her unanimous praise. But perhaps even these dishes had some issues. Otherwise, Mr. Jiang wouldn't have asked her to practice and improve so many days in advance. Old Cen has been a royal chef for a lifetime, so his palate is certainly more discerning. He must have noticed something off about her dishes long ago. His offer to help make breakfast today was likely to help her realize this. Sister Yi has to admit that she guessed Old Cen's thoughts almost perfectly. Old man, this venison pie is so delicious. When you have time, please teach me properly. Upon hearing Sister Ye's words, Old Cen's eyes lit up. He then assessed her expression and, seeing no signs of dissatisfaction, he sighed in relief and happily said, "As long as you want to learn, I am always available." Mu Zheng quickly finished his share of the venison pie, still savoring the taste. Unable to hold back, he asked Sister Yi, "Your skills are already so good. Do you really need to learn?" Old Cen has been a royal chef in the palace for most of his life. His skills are much better than mine, as I am just a beginner. I still have a lot to learn from him. Seeing that Sister Yi spoke sincerely without any discomfort, Old Cen finally smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as you are willing to learn, I will make sure you become even better than your father." While they were chatting and laughing in the kitchen, Mu Zheng's men had already arrived from Wang Guangping's house. Actually, Wang Guangping was not the type to be stingy about food, but he knew that no matter how well he cooked, it would never compare to Sister Ye's dishes. So, he didn't even mention it, and decided to join the officials for another breakfast. "The village chief is here.
Please come inside."
This morning, we are having deer meat pies, fresh off the griddle. Today's meat pies were personally made by Old Cen, and they are guaranteed to be delicious. Once you miss this opportunity, you won't find it again. Old Yi laughed and joked with Wang Guangping. Seeing Old Yi being so friendly, Wang Guangping was very happy and thought to quickly build a closer relationship for future favors. "Old Yi, you're getting better with words," Wang Guangping said, patting Old Yi on the shoulder. "With your talent, you could even go into business." Hearing this, Old Ye's wife added, "Village chief, you may not know, but among my 4 sons, the eldest is actually the most eloquent. However, ever since our family faced difficulties and had to flee, he has become more reserved. Now that you see him like this, he is finally returning to his true self. My eldest is reliable, as the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. When the family faced trouble, he was able to handle it. Now that your family is doing better, he can relax a bit. Isn't that right, sister?" "Absolutely," Old Ye's wife said, watching Old Yi carry the meat pies, feeling emotional from Wang Guangping's words. Ever since his father passed away, he and his wife have been supporting this family without complaint for many years. Instead, I feel guilty for not being able to do more for them.
"Sister, please don't say that.
There are still many days ahead. With the way things are going for your family, life will only get better. Thank you for your kind words. Look at me. I'm crying while talking," Old Ye's wife said, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. Yi Laoda just brought in a fresh batch of venison pies. Seeing that Yi Laotai's eyes were red and she was wiping them, he immediately asked, "Mother, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Who's crying? I just accidentally got some steam in my eyes," Yi Laotai quickly replied. Although Yi Laoda didn't fully believe her, he understood that his mother probably didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't press further. Instead, he joked, I thought the pies smelled so good that you were crying from hunger. Here, this is for you. As he spoke, Yi Laoda placed a plate of cut-up pies in front of Yi Laotai. Qing Tian cut these for you. She said you can't eat hot food, so cutting them makes them cool faster. Wang Guanping took the opportunity to say, Look, old lady, what a great son and daughter-in-law you have. Your family is truly envied by others. Hearing this, Yi Laotai couldn't help but think of Guishi. If it weren't for that incident with Guishi, I might have accepted your words. But now, with this situation, how can we be envied? It's good enough that people don't mock us to our faces. Yi Laotai said this quietly after glancing around to see that Yi Laosi wasn't in the room. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Laosi was listening from outside the door. Yi Laosi felt a mix of emotions. He thought he had brought shame to his family, turning a once-envied household into a joke in the village. If things got too tough, maybe he should just leave home for a couple of years and come back later? After all, he was strong and not afraid of hard work. One person could eat enough for the whole family. He wasn't sure how much he could earn, but at least he could support himself. After 2 or 3 years, people would likely stop talking about the incident. Just as Yi Laosi was thinking about the hardships of leaving home, he heard Wang Guanping's laughter from inside. Wang Guanping laughed and said, Sister-in-law, if you had said this yesterday, I would have advised you to look on the bright side. But now, your 4th son is different from before. He has received praise from the emperor and even got a reward. Not to mention those outside who might dare to mock your family. Soon, there might even be matchmakers coming to propose for your 4th son. Wang Guanping then turned to look at Yi Laoda, who was standing by, stunned, and added, If your eldest son hadn't already married, there would be many young ladies eager to marry him. Mrs. Yi did not believe his words at all. She thought Wang Guanping was just trying to make her laugh. So, she changed the subject and said, The meat pies aren't too hot now. Everyone, hurry and eat while they're warm. They won't taste as good when they're cold. Once the meat pie was in their mouths, no one had time to think about what Wang Guanping had just said. They were all lost in the deliciousness of the venison pie. The venison pies made for the adults were large and thick, filled generously, perfect for a hearty bite. Wang Guanping's men enjoyed them, but the children at home found them hard to eat. Sister Yi decided to make a smaller and thinner batch of pies just for the kids and invited them to eat in the West Room. Changruwei, you're the oldest, help me keep an eye on Qing Tian. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll feed Qing Tian, Yi Changruwei said, picking up Qing Tian and sitting her beside him. Elder brother Yi and sister Yi had taken Qing Tian into the city for over 10 days, and the children at home missed her a lot. Even their toys and favorite games didn't seem fun anymore. Now that their sister was finally back, they still had to go to school every day, only getting to see her during meals and at night, which was quite frustrating. Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. Yi Changruwei broke off a small piece of the pie, tested it to make sure it wasn't too hot, and then offered it to Qing Tian. He didn't even think about eating for himself. He just focused on watching Qing Tian. The other 4 boys were the same, completely forgetting their usual greedy eating habits, all waiting for their sister to have her turn first. Qing Tian took a bite and smiled happily, her eyes sparkling. The meat pie is so good, she exclaimed, raising the pie to Yi Changruwei's mouth. Big brother, you eat too. Yi Changruwei didn't mind that it was a piece Qing Tian had already bitten. He took a big bite and then broke off another piece for her. Just as everyone in the room was enjoying the delicious venison pies, there was a sudden knock at the door. Is this the home of Yi Qingchen and Yi Qing'an? Wang Guanping recognized the voice and peeked out, immediately smiling. See, old sister, I told you. The matchmaker has come knocking.
What?
A matchmaker? Mrs. Yi was completely stunned. What kind of world was this? Even if she didn't like the Gua family, it had only been a few days since the person passed away. Was it really appropriate for the matchmaker to come so soon to propose for the 4th son? Didn't she worry about ruining her own fortune? But since the matchmaker was already here, it wouldn't make sense to turn her away. After all, Yi Laosi will definitely look for a wife again in the future, and as the younger ones grow up, they will also need to find partners. Matchmakers travel around the area, relying solely on their words. If they offend them, Who knows what they might say outside? So, even though Grandma Yi felt that this matchmaker was a bit untrustworthy, she quickly asked Yerseo to invite her in. A middle-aged woman dressed in a purple skirt and a light-colored coat walked in. Her face was heavily made up, with a pale complexion and bright red lips, which was quite startling. Qing Tian quickly hid behind Yi Chongrui, tilting her head and peeking out with one eye to look at the newcomer. Wong Guangping helped with the introduction. Sister, this is the most famous matchmaker in Fengli County. You can call her Huang Nyangzi. Huang Nyangzi smiled and greeted Grandma Yi, saying, May you have many blessings, Grandma. Grandma Yi had lived in the countryside all her life, and aside from her children and grandchildren bowing to her during the new year, she had never received such formal greetings from outsiders, which surprised her, and she quickly stood up. I'm not worthy of such praise. I'm just a simple country grandma. Huang Nyangzi, you are too kind. Please have a seat. With two sons who have received praise from the emperor, who would dare to call you a simple country grandma? Huang Nyangzi said, pulling out a handkerchief and waving it, creating a pleasant scent. She laughed and said, So many people in the county envy you. Many families are eager to marry their daughters into your family for a better life. Huang Nyangzi's words made Grandma Yi feel a bit overwhelmed. Just yesterday evening, Mu Zheng had publicly announced this news, and Huang Nyangzi arriving so early showed she was well informed. What about others? They probably didn't even know about this yet. Just as Grandma Yi thought this, a voice came from outside. Hey, who else could it be? Go check.
Grandma je instructed.
Yi Laodi put down the meat pie, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and walked outside. When he reached the door, he froze and quickly wiped his greasy hands on the nearby persimmon tree. Clan leader, what brings you here so early? Yi Laodi clearly was not as articulate as Yi Laodi. If it were any other time, if someone spoke to him like that, Yi Dongming would either leave in anger or at least show a displeased face. But today, he wore a big smile, and even Yi Laodi's dark face seemed to brighten his mood. You have such a big celebration in your family. As the clan leader, I naturally came to offer my congratulations. Yi Dongming said as he quickly carried several bags from the car and walked past Yi Laosi into the yard. Old sister-in-law, I'm here to congratulate you. When Huang Nyangzi saw that the clan leader of the Yi family had arrived, she became even more certain that her decision to come early today was right. No matter if this works out or not, at least she had seized the opportunity first. Clan leader Yi, Huang Nyangzi said as she stood up to greet him. Yi Dongming was originally heading straight for the old lady, but then he noticed Huang Nyangzi was there. He secretly cursed the busybodies for stealing his chance. But he still smiled and said, Oh, Huang Nyangzi, you arrived even earlier than I did. Huang Nyangzi's heart sank, realizing something was wrong, and quickly added, I've been helping someone with a match in the neighboring village, and when I heard the news, I came over to take a look. After hearing this, Yi Dongming felt a bit relieved and turned back to the old lady, saying, Old sister-in-law, the eldest and the fourth really bring honor to our Yi family. I came early today and haven't had the chance to tell the elders in the clan about this. If they knew, they would be overjoyed. Seeing Yi Dongming had arrived, the old lady asked him if they could go burn some paper for the old man.
Of course we can.
Yi Dongming exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a thick northeastern accent. For such a joyous occasion, we must go to the happy grave. We need to let Donghai know, and we should also inform our ancestors of the Yi family. This is a great event that brings honor to our family, and we can't be careless. As Yi Dongming spoke, he thought for a moment and added, I think this matter isn't urgent. I'll go back and discuss it with the elders in the clan. This is important, and we should follow the old customs properly. We can't be sloppy. This is a good opportunity to bring out the family tree and add the children to it. Actually, when they buried Yi Donghai in the family grave, they should have recorded the whole family in the family tree. But Yi Dongming was a bit lazy and didn't think it was urgent. He had said he would wait until the end of the year to handle it along with others who had new additions or had passed away. Now that he heard that Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi had both been praised by the emperor, he felt anxious to get their names recorded in the family tree, fearing that something might happen later. As long as the names were in the family tree, the honor would belong to the Yi family and would not be lost. Old Lady Yi didn't have as many tricks up her sleeve as he did. Besides, they were all members of the Yi family, so it didn't matter when they were recorded in the family tree. She naturally nodded in agreement. While they were talking, Yi Laoda came over with a plate of freshly cooked venison patties from the kitchen. He placed the plate on the table and quickly reached for what Yi Dongming was holding, playfully scolding. You didn't even offer to help when the clan leader arrived, nor did you show him to a seat. This is too neglectful. Only then did Old Lady Yi notice that Yi Dongming was still holding something. Clan leader, your visit is already a great honor for our family. We can't let you spend anything more. Old sister, this is a gift for Laoda and Laosi. What you say doesn't count, Yi Dongming replied, showing no airs and being very friendly with the Yi family today. Since the clan leader came so early, you must not have had breakfast yet, right? Yi Laoda hurriedly prepared a bowl of porridge for Yi Dongming and pushed the plate of meat patties closer to him. This morning, these patties were personally made by Old Master Cen. Old Master Cen's skills are not something you can just enjoy anytime. Please eat more. Hearing this, Yi Dongming couldn't help but think that it was no wonder Yi Laoda received praise from the emperor. When it came to social skills, he was much better than Yi Laoer. If he hadn't mentioned that the patties were made by Old Master Cen, he would have praised Yi Dasa's cooking after tasting them. It would have been quite embarrassing to find out later that it was actually Old Master Cen who made them. Yi Dongming wasn't focused on the patties, but he was indeed hungry after coming over so early, thinking he would just have a few bites to fill his stomach. Little did he know that after the first bite of the meat patty, the second and third bites followed uncontrollably. By the time he realized it, feeling too full to eat another bite, he discovered he had eaten 3 large venison patties and a big bowl of porridge. Fortunately, everyone at the table was in a similar situation, so no one would laugh at him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Dongming rubbed his stomach and said, Old Master Cen's skills are truly amazing. He really deserves to be the emperor's highly regarded chef. Being able to taste Old Master Cen's cooking today makes my life feel worthwhile. Hearing this, everyone at the table couldn't help but glance at him, thinking his flattery was a bit too obvious. Besides, Old Master Cen was still in the kitchen. Who was he trying to impress? Yi Dongming realized he had said too much and quickly added, Think about it. Old Cen used to cook for the emperor and nobles in the palace. Ordinary folks like me would only get to taste his cooking if I had a stroke of luck, like winning a top honor. But now I'm lucky enough to enjoy it here. Isn't that worth living for? When everyone heard his explanation, it seemed reasonable. While they were chatting happily inside, someone outside shouted, Is this Yi Qingqian's home? More visitors? I'll go check. This time, Yi Laoda got up to go out. Before long, he brought back the county magistrate and the head of the constables, Hu Yuanren. The county magistrate was all smiles, and Hu Yuanren carried several bags of items. As soon as they entered, the county magistrate went straight to Yi Laotai to congratulate her, then pretended to complain to Yi Dongming, Yi clan leader, you're being too unkind. Such a big happy event in your family, and you didn't think to invite me over. I didn't want to bother you since you're so busy. Yi Dongming hadn't thought of that at all, but he still had to be polite. I figured it wasn't a big deal, so I came to check on it myself. Now that's something I don't like to hear. The county magistrate said, Even though it's your family celebration, the old Yi family is part of our Fengla County. So it's not just your family's joy, it's a joy for the whole county. Even Lord Qin mentioned before he left that the success in dealing with the bandits was thanks to Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi. Hearing this, Yi Dongming thought to himself that since Lord Qin had said this, he should have come to congratulate them earlier instead of arriving later than himself. No wonder he hadn't been promoted in years. But he kept this thought to himself. Even though the Yi family was powerful in Fengla County, Yi Dongming still needed to show respect to the county magistrate. Yi Laotai didn't expect so many people to come today after last night's events. The house was almost too crowded. Seeing this, Mu Zheng quickly stood up and said, We have other matters to attend to, so we won't stay long. We'll head back now. Yi Dage, Remember to call your brothers out for drinks when you go to the capital. With such a big event in the village, naturally, some villagers wanted to join in the excitement. But when they peeked into the old Yi family's door and saw two important guests already seated, who would dare to go in? Soon, the news spread throughout the village that the county magistrate and the head of the Yi family were at the old Ye's house. Wang Ernyang was very angry at home, and she was clumsily doing housework. Wang Laojia sat at the door smoking and couldn't help but sigh. Can't we just live our own lives? Why do you have to be upset with the old Yi family? Am I the one who's upset? Wang Ernyang couldn't stand his pessimistic words. Even Wang Pozi has given up. After the old Yi family pushed Lu Widow's family away, they will start using our good fortune. Look at how well they are doing now. That should have been ours. Wang Laojia replied helplessly, How is it ours? Can I fight off bandits, or can you shoot arrows? Even without the old Yi family, we wouldn't have benefited.
Why can't you understand that?
You don't know anything. They stole our good fortune. If they hadn't taken it, good things would have happened to us. Wang Ernyang grew angrier as she spoke. Now the county magistrate and the head of the clan are all here, surrounding their family. That should have been us. Crazy, it's really crazy. Wang Laojia couldn't explain it to her, so he took his pipe and went out to chat with someone. Wang Ernyang, unable to find anyone to vent to, ended up scolding her daughter for no reason, which made her feel a little better. At the old Yi family, Yi Dongming was discussing with the county magistrate how to celebrate this event and how to pay respects at the graves. Of course, we need to make it lively with drums and gongs and invite some line dancers, said the county magistrate. It would be best to start from Rongxi village and make it festive all the way to the county town, so everyone along the way knows about this great joy. Yes, that sounds good. Yi Dongming nodded repeatedly and also advocated for Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi. Our clan needs to honor these two people. Don't you think the county office should show some recognition? In matters like this, the county magistrate was certainly not hesitant. If Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi had only contributed to fighting bandits, he wouldn't be so eager. But these two were personally recognized by the emperor. In other words, if the emperor acknowledged them, how could the county office overlook this? The two brave men fought bandits not for themselves, but to benefit the village, right? Our Fengla County has suffered from banditry for months, causing the people to be anxious and unable to live or work peacefully. Now that these two have helped everyone, how could the county office not show appreciation? Chief Yi, you can trust me to handle this. I will definitely give your family the respect you deserve. Good, then it's settled. Yi Dongming said as he raised his teacup and clinked it with the county magistrates. The two exchanged smiles, using tea instead of wine to finalize the matter, without even consulting Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi. However, their opinions didn't seem to matter much in this situation. They could only agree. After finalizing the deal, the two stood up to take their leave. County Magistrate, Chief, since you're here, you must stay for lunch before you go. The county magistrate easily found an excuse, saying, I won't impose. There are many official duties waiting for me at the office. I can only come here because I made time. Yi Dongming replied, I'll accompany the county magistrate back. I need to hurry and share this good news with the elders in the clan. Otherwise, they'll all blame me later. The whole family went out to see them off, only to find a woman named Huang still at home. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, but Huang seemed completely unaware, smiling as she sat next to Grandma Yi. Older sister, I heard your youngest son is still single? Oh yes, but he... Before Grandma Yi could explain, Huang continued, such a talented young man, who has even received praise from the emperor. If he wants to find a wife, the girls in Fengla County would be eager to catch his eye. As she spoke, she pulled out a stack of portraits from a small box she carried and shoved them into Yi Laosi's hands, saying, Take a look and see if you like any. Yi Laosi's expression immediately darkened. Fortunately, Yi Laoda had advised him earlier to ignore her if he was unhappy, but to never offend the matchmaker. So, Yi Laosi held back and didn't throw the stack of portraits at her pale, wrinkled face. He placed the portraits back on the table and said, Thank you for your concern, but I'm not considering this matter for now. After saying this, Yi Laosi stood up and left. Grandma Yi quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "This child is very loyal and has a good relationship with his original wife. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? So I apologize. Even though he doesn't need to wait for her, it wouldn't be right to bring in a new wife right after the first one is gone. When he's ready to think about marriage again, we will come to you for help." Mrs. Yi said this to avoid making things too awkward. After all, they came a long way, and she couldn't deny them some kind words. However, while Mrs. Yi was trying to ease the tension, Mrs. Huang seemed unfazed and waved her hand with a smile, saying it's no problem at all. While saying it was no problem, her eyes were scanning the Yi family members. When she spotted Yi Daming, who had just returned after talking outside, her eyes lit up. She turned to Mrs. Yi and asked, "I heard your eldest son only has a daughter now?" Mrs. Yi didn't understand what she meant by the eldest son, but as long as it wasn't about matchmaking for the fourth son, she was fine. "Yes, we only have this one little girl in 2 generations, and we spoil her a lot. But no matter how much you spoil her, she's still just a daughter. After all, you can only keep her for a few years. When she grows up, she might not stay with you forever. Instead of waiting, why not let the eldest son take a concubine and have a big grandson for you to hold?"
What?
Mrs. Yi raised her hand to her ear, thinking she misheard. "Mrs. Huang, you really have a way with words. In our family, we can't afford a concubine. People would just laugh at us." "Oh, dear sister, your family is doing well, right? Didn't you just receive a reward from the emperor? Besides, taking a concubine is different now than before. In the past, you had to carry her in a sedan chair and set up 2 tables for a feast. But now, it's much simpler. I've helped with several arrangements recently, and it's all straightforward. Even if she's a concubine, we can just say she's a maidservant for the lady of the house. During the day, she serves the lady, and at night, she serves the master.
It works out perfectly."
Yi Daming had just advised Yi Cece to stay calm and not offend the matchmaker, but now he felt a surge of anger. Was this really how people talked? Qing Tian frowned with worry and turned to Yi Changrui. "Big brother, is Dad really planning to have another son with someone else?" Although she could remember what others said, she often struggled to understand the meanings behind the words. Yi Changrui, being a few years older, vaguely understood Mrs. Huang's implication but noticed Yi Daming's restrained expression. He pulled his sister into an embrace and whispered comfortingly, "Don't worry, Big brother won't agree to that. It would be a miracle if they don't chase her away." "Really?" Sunny is a bit hesitant. Should Mom and Dad really have a little brother? Even now, she remembers how Mrs. Shan cried with Mr. Shan after confirming her pregnancy. When the midwife announced that Mrs. Shan had a son, Mr. Shan knelt down and bowed his head 3 times, crying and saying that he could finally hold his head high in the village and face his ancestors after death. Should Mom and Dad also have a son of their own? Mr. Yi had no idea that Mrs. Huang's words made Sunny think this way. Otherwise, he would have kicked her out of the house immediately, regardless of whether she was a matchmaker or not. He simply stood up with a serious face and said, "Mom, you all chat. I'm going to check on the 4th. Mrs. Huang could see that Mr. Yi was unhappy, but she didn't understand why he was angry. Which man doesn't want multiple wives? Most just can't afford it. So she guessed, is the eldest feeling shy? Mrs. Yi was speechless. How could this well-known matchmaker be so clueless? When she was outside the village, she helped people with matchmaking much better than Mrs. Huang. But with both sons gone, Mrs. Yi had to explain to Mrs. Huang, the eldest couple has a good relationship. They have been married for many years without children and have never fought. Now that they have Sunny, it's even less likely they would take a concubine. Besides, my eldest daughter-in-law is the granddaughter of Chef Cen. In terms of family background, cooking skills, and character, she is a match for my eldest. If he dares to think such thoughts, not only will Chef Cen not agree, but I will be the first to break his legs." Hearing this, Old Man Cen immediately chimed in. "If that kid dares to do such a thing, I will take my granddaughter and little Sunny back to the capital, letting him live with a concubine." Mrs. Huang didn't expect such hidden talents in the small Yi family, But why couldn't she find her own place here? Just when Mrs. Huang felt frustrated, her eyes suddenly lit up as she stared intently at Mrs. Yi. Mrs. Yi felt uneasy under her gaze and asked, "Mrs. Huang, what's wrong?" "Old sister, you've been a widow for some years, haven't you?"
What?
Mrs. Yi couldn't help but doubt her ears. Did she just mishear that? Who would have thought that Huang Yangzi would continue? "Actually, I have a few wealthy gentlemen who want to remarry." Now, old lady Yi was sure. She really meant that. Fortunately, the county magistrate and the head of the Yi family had left, and Old Cen was invited by the village chief, Wong Guangping, for tea. At this moment, besides Huang Yangzi, only family members were left in the courtyard. Otherwise, where would she put her old face? Her husband had passed away many years ago, and she had raised 4 sons by herself. During the hardest times, she never thought about taking a step forward. Now, a matchmaker was asking if she wanted to remarry? Yi Lao Er saw old lady Ye's expression change and immediately slammed the table and stood up, saying, "What do you mean by that? Are you here to propose a match or to annoy us?" Huang Yangzi seemed surprised that the Yi family dared to confront her. You see, a famous matchmaker like her, while not too arrogant in the county, was usually treated with respect in the towns. She had come today to take advantage of the praise the emperor gave to the Yi family. But Yi Lao Si was unhappy, and Yi Lao Da also showed a displeased expression. This family really didn't know what was good for them. Huang Yangzi then put away her smile and said, "Old lady Yi, I came here early in the morning with sincere intentions to propose a match for your family."
If you all have such an attitude, then...
Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Lao Si ran out of the house with a broom and started hitting Huang Yangzi. "Then what? We didn't invite you here. You came and started talking nonsense, and we haven't said anything yet and you want to threaten us?" However, the fact that he was holding a broom instead of something more serious showed that although Yi Lao Si was angry, he still had some sense. A few hits with a broom would hurt, but not seriously. Huang Yangzi took a couple of hits, and once she realized what was happening, she began to dodge left and right. The broom swept across her face several times, not hurting her but knocking off quite a bit of makeup. At this point, her face looked uneven, with some areas heavily powdered and others less so, and upon closer inspection, you could even see the marks left by the broom. She looked quite frightening in that state. Yi Chongyan couldn't help but lean closer to Qing Tian, and the two squeezed together behind Yi Chongrui. "Big brother, she looks like the big monkey Grandma told us about." Wow! Yi Chongyan's words scared Qing Tian to tears. Yi Laoda heard his daughter crying inside the house and rushed out to see that a fight had broken out. Seeing that Yi Deseo had already picked up Qing Tian, Yi Laoda went straight to Yi Laosi and Huang Yangzi. He grabbed Yi Laosi's right arm with one hand to stop him from fighting and held Huang Yangzi's shoulder with the other hand to prevent her from retaliating. Huang Yangzi's hair was a mess from being hit, and her once proud makeup was ruined, making her so angry that she was about to cry. "The Yi family, huh? You really are something. I will remember this," Huang Yangzi said as she turned to leave, but Yi Laoda grabbed her. "What are you trying to do?" Seeing the 3 strong men from the Yi family, Huang Yangzi began to feel scared. She stammered, "Why you? Don't worry, I won't hit you. I just want to give you some advice before you leave," Yi Laoda said. "As a matchmaker, you should help people find good matches and make their lives better. But to be blunt, my family just had a tragedy, 2 lives lost, and the bodies are still warm. You come here trying to match my brother, and you're not afraid of the spirits of my sister-in-law and the children haunting you?" Huang Yangzi felt a chill run down her back. To be honest, she hadn't thought of that before. But now that Yi Laoda mentioned it, it did seem a bit inappropriate. "If you can't help my brother find a match, then you start plotting against me and my mother. If you weren't a matchmaker, you would have been thrown out long ago. I know you rely on your connections to talk to people, turning black into white and white into black. But let me remind you, the emperor just praised me and my brother. The county magistrate and our clan leader are also going to celebrate with us. If you go around saying bad things about my family or my brother, people will wonder if you have a grudge against us or if you're unhappy with the emperor and the magistrate's praise." Upon hearing this, Huang Yangzi broke out in a cold sweat.
You. What are you talking about?
How could I be unhappy with the emperor's praise? No, I never said anything bad about your brother. If you don't want to find a match, then fine. I can't force anyone to drink water. Besides, your brother will eventually find someone again. There are still so many children. In the future, there will be plenty of places to deal with, so there's no need to rush. Huang Yangzi babbled to herself for a while, then used a cloth to cover her messy hair and her face, which she couldn't bear to show, as she walked out of the Yi family gate. Yi Lao Er and Yi Lao Si both gave a thumbs up to Yi Laoda. Big brother, you really know how to talk. Isn't that right? Someone like me, who isn't good with words, can only resort to fighting. But hitting her felt pretty satisfying, didn't it? Of course, it was quite satisfying. Haha, the three brothers laughed together. On the other side, Yi Laotai had calmed down from her earlier anger. Seeing Qing Tian curled up in Yi Dasaw's arms with tears still on her face, she couldn't help but say, I think we went too easy on her. Look how scared Qing Tian is. Yi Laotai reached out to pat Qing Tian's little head and said, fluffy and soft, not scared. Qing Tian isn't afraid anymore. Yi Dasaw leaned closer to Yi Laotai and whispered, in the past, the Shan couple used to scare her with a big monkey, and now she cries whenever she hears about it. It's okay, I'll take her back to the room to calm down for a bit.
Go on.
Yi Laotai said, it's really unfortunate. Yi Laoda frowned and said, Mother, don't worry. That couple won't have a good ending. Yi Laotai sighed, they deserve their fate, but it's the child I feel sorry for. If only they could be born into a good family. It's like the drought kills the dry, and the flood kills the wet. Hearing this, Yi Laoda quickly lowered his voice and asked, Mother, you aren't really considering what that matchmaker said about me having another son, are you?
Bah.
Yi Laotai spat at him. After all these years, you haven't even produced an egg. I'm counting on you? I might as well count on those three. Then why say such things? It's scary. Yi Laoda exaggeratedly raised his hand to his chest, pretending to be frightened. I just suddenly thought of Prince Ruwei and Princess Ruwei. Such a wealthy family, yet they can't have a child. Meanwhile, so many children end up with unreliable parents. If only heaven could open its eyes and let the children be born into good families. The last sentence Yi Laotai said was quite vague, but Yi Laoda understood immediately. Yi Laotai was remembering the child that Guashir had lost. Mother, don't think too much about it. I'll go to the temple later and light a lantern for the child to pray for blessings. Although the child has a shallow connection with our family, he will surely meet good people who have a deep bond with his parents. Upon hearing this from Elder Yi, the other adults in the family understood the situation. They all calmed down and silently prayed for the child, hoping that in his next life he would find a good family. Yi Lao Si felt a pang of sadness and said, Elder brother, I will go to the temple with you later. Okay, I'll accompany you when the time comes. Yi Laoda nodded. All right, we've been at this for a whole morning. If you're not tired, I am.
Let's all go rest.
I won't be cooking lunch. Anyone who is hungry can heat up some stuffed pancakes. With that, Elder Yi stood up and went back to her room. Yi Er Saw slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Oh no, what time is it? Why are you all still here? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Ah, right, we're late. We're in trouble now. The teacher's punishment really hurts. The 5 children finally realized and began to wail. Who told you not to think for yourselves? Yi Er Saw quickly helped the children get dressed and reminded them to grab their backpacks. Yi Laoda said, I'll take them. Today is a special situation at home. It's not just the kids. We didn't remember either. I'll talk to the teacher and see if we can get some leniency. Before the children could cheer, Yi Er Saw said sternly, Elder brother, as your sister-in-law, there are some things I shouldn't say. But if you insist on speaking on their behalf, just do it for the 3rd family's children. My 3 don't need any special treatment. Whatever the teacher decides is fine. Education is their responsibility. If they don't care, who can think for them forever? Yi Changruwei and the twins hung their heads in shame upon hearing this. Yi San Sa wanted to chime in but was pulled back by Yi Er Sa, who thought it would be inappropriate to speak up now. Since Yi Er Sa had already taken a stand, it would be disrespectful to Elder Yi if she supported her. Moreover, since the second family's children didn't need any pleading, Elder Yi would surely feel awkward only asking for the third family's children. As expected, Elder Yi felt he had overstepped, and upon reflection, he realized Yi Er Sa was right. So, he reluctantly agreed. Sister-in-law makes a good point. I was thinking too simply. All right, Changruei, take your brothers and hurry to school. When Yi Changxue and Yi Changnian heard Yi Er Sa speaking, they had initially held onto a glimmer of hope. At this moment, after hearing what Yi Laoda said, their faces fell. Looking like little roosters that had lost a fight, they followed Yi Changruei to school with drooping heads. The old Yi family finally had a moment of peace, and everyone returned to their rooms to rest. As noon approached, just as old lady Yi said, anyone who was hungry could go to the kitchen to find something to eat. Yuaner came over after lunch to check on things, and found the yard quiet, with no one around. Has everyone gone out? She wondered aloud. Just then, Xiao Yi rushed out of the house, ran to the yard gate, and barked at her with its back arched. Next, Qing Tian, wrapped up like a little cotton ball, chased after it. Xiao Yi, stop barking. This is Auntie, she's family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi immediately stopped barking and wagged its tail at Yuaner. Hearing Qing Tian say this made Yuaner smile brightly. She bent down, picked her up, and asked, "Where did everyone go?" Great-grandpa was invited by the village head for a meal. My dad, second uncle, and fourth uncle went up the mountain to chop firewood. All 5 brothers went to school. Grandma is resting in the house, and my mom and third aunt are in second aunt's room doing needlework. She spoke slowly, but clearly explained where everyone was. At this moment, the 3 sisters-in-law in Yi Er's room also heard Yi Waner's voice. Yi Saw opened the window and waved at her. "Auntie, it's cold outside. Come in and let's chat together." "What are you all doing?" Yuana asked as she brought Qing Tian inside. "We're helping the second sister-in-law tidy up these scraps of fabric to see if we can make something out of them so they don't go to waste." "Have you found the materials that Wong Fuguay stole before?" "They were sold long ago. Where can we find them now?" Yi Er Saw sighed and continued. "Fortunately, I had almost finished the second outfit at that time. Although I lost a few bolts of fabric, the clothes weren't stolen. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the Qin family." "That's a relief," Yuaner said. Lu Shi went to the jail to see Wong Fuguay and heard that he has given up on everything now. After all, someone lost their life, and he might have to pay with his own life. Either way, it's a dead end for him, so he won't be able to compensate for anything. As soon as Yuaner mentioned Lu Shi, the 3 sisters-in-law immediately showed looks of disdain. That Lu Shi really doesn't know what she's thinking. Even after everything that's happened, she still can't let go of Wong Fuguay and wants him back to continue living? Yuano understood the situation better than the others and quietly said, it's not entirely her fault. After Wong Fuguay left with Gua, Lu realized that all the silver and banknotes in the house had disappeared. Even the good wine stored in the grocery shop for many years, along with some previous stock, was almost all taken by Wong Fuguay. Now Lu is left with an empty shell, taking care of the children alone, and her family still relies on her for support. If she doesn't find Wong Fuguay, how can she manage on her own? That's true, said Sister Yi, nodding in agreement. In that sense, she is indeed a person with a hard life. Sister San quickly added, elder sister, don't be too sympathetic. Feeling sorry for such people will only bring misfortune to yourself. Don't worry, I won't. While they were talking, they heard heavy footsteps outside. Someone rushed into the yard and shouted, Brother Yi?
Brother Yi er?
Brother Yi see? Is anyone home? Come out quickly. What happened? Sister Yi peeked outside and saw that it was Yi Qingyuan. Qingyuan, what's wrong? What's going on? Are Brother Yi and the others home? They all went up the mountain to chop wood. If you have something to say, you can tell me, Sister Yi replied.
Well.
Yi Qingyuan hesitated and said, someone is causing trouble at Wong Fuguay's house. The village chief asked me to gather some people to help stop it. But since Brother Yi isn't home, I'll go check elsewhere. Yi Waner immediately stopped him and asked, who is causing trouble? What's going on? You can't just drop that and leave us hanging. Sigh. It's just some debt collectors, Yi Qingyuan said as he ran out. Yi Waner, excited, stood up and said, let's go see. Sister Yi hesitated, saying, it might not be good for us to go. You're right. I'll go take a look and come back to tell you. Yi Waner couldn't contain her curiosity and quickly ran off. Sister San had been a bit eager to join but sat back down when Sister Yi gave her a look. Elder sister, when you have time, you should teach me how to assist you.
No rush.
When Old Master Cen teaches me, I'll invite you to join. Old Master Cen is going to teach you? Teach you what? Sister San asked in surprise. My cooking skills aren't quite there yet. The dishes Old Master Cen makes are the real deal. Sister Yi said, giving a thumbs up. That's true, no matter what. Old Cen is a royal chef with many years of experience. We should really learn from him, said Sister Yi-san, though she felt a bit worried inside. She definitely didn't feel as comfortable in front of Old Cen as she did in front of Sister Yida. She wondered if he would scold her like a schoolteacher if she didn't do well. Sister Yiwan ran out to see what was happening and found out that moneylenders from the city were anxious to find Wong Fuguay because he had been arrested. Wong Fuguy's house was suddenly crowded and many people were shouting in the yard. Sister Yiwan arrived a bit late and couldn't get to the front, so she asked someone nearby, how many people are here? It's just to collect a debt. Is it really necessary to have so many? You don't know, there are several groups here. The person replied. They are currently taking things inside. Taking things? Yes, they're grabbing whatever they can find. Anything can be sold for some money, and since they came all this way, they can't leave empty-handed. How much does Wong Fuguay owe? Sister Yi Wan gasped. From what I've heard, it's at least this much, the person said, holding up a hand to show a number. 50 taels? That's a lot. Sister Yi Wan was shocked. Who said 50 taels? The person replied, sounding a bit annoyed. His family runs a grocery store, so they should be able to gather more than that. Altogether, it adds up to over 500 taels. 500 taels? Sister Yiwan exclaimed, raising her voice. Owing so much money? No wonder he's in such a desperate situation. Exactly. Gambling is not a good thing. You can easily end up broke, the person sighed. But that 500 taels is probably not just the principal, it's likely the interest that has piled up. That's still terrifying, Sister Yiwan said, patting her chest. She thought she needed to remind her son in the city to stay away from gambling. Luckily, Wong Fuguy's parents are not around anymore. Otherwise, hearing that their son owes so much money would probably give them a shock. While they were talking outside, suddenly, a child's frantic cries came from inside. It was the voice of Wong Fuguay and Lu's daughter, Xiaoyu. Mom, I don't want to go. Let me go. I don't want to go with you. Where? Let my daughter go. Lu cried out. Are you trying to drive her to despair? I told you all, I had no idea about the debts he incurred from gambling outside. You all. It doesn't matter whether you knew or not. Your husband owes money and can't pay it back. As his wife, and with 2 children, you must help him repay the debt. Your daughter could at least be sold for some money to help in this urgent situation. As soon as they mentioned taking the child away, the onlookers couldn't stay silent any longer. Debt has its owner. The child is so young. Why target the child? Exactly. How can you do this to such a young girl? You moneylenders profit from others' misery and still dare to do such things. Don't you fear retribution in the future? Although many debt collectors had come, they were divided into groups and were essentially competitors. It was unrealistic to expect them to work together. Moreover, no matter how many debt collectors there were, they could never outnumber the villagers. So when the villagers were filled with righteous anger, the debt collectors did not dare confront the entire village of Rongxi. They had to let go of the girl they were holding. Lu pulled her daughter back into her arms, crying loudly. But the girl seemed frozen in fear, just leaning against her mother and unable to cry. Soon, the debt collectors began to leave with what they had taken. They took everything they could carry. By the time everyone had left, only Lu and her children remained, and their home could be described as completely bare. Yuana looked at Wong Fuguay's family now and saw no trace of the small shop owner they once were, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Wang Guangping stepped forward and said, "All right, enough looking. Everyone else, please leave unless you want to donate money or items." He had been resting after drinking with Old Cen when he heard about the trouble in the village and rushed over. When the villagers heard about donating money and items, they quickly dispersed. If it were an elderly person or a child injured or sick, it would be normal for everyone to help, as they were all neighbors. But who would dare get involved in gambling or high-interest loans? That's a bottomless pit. Seeing this, Wang Guangping sighed and handed Lu a small handful of coins, saying, "This matter needs to be resolved quickly. We can't keep attracting trouble to the village like this." Upon hearing this, the tears Lu had just managed to hold back fell like a broken string of pearls. She grabbed Wang Guangping's hand, crying and pleading, "Please don't go, village chief. Can you help us? Please help us. I'm not unwilling to help, but with your family situation, who can really assist you?" Wang Guangping sighed. "The fact that I can gather some villagers to support you is already because our families have some connection." After the villagers dispersed from Wong Fuguay's house, they quickly gathered in small groups around the village to discuss the situation. "I heard he owes several hundred taels of silver." "That's terrifying. How could anyone pay back that much money in a lifetime?" "Lu's family has 2 kids to take care of. How will they manage? With everything taken from their home, what can they do? They can't really push someone to their breaking point, can they? That won't help them get the money back. Who knows? They say those moneylenders are ruthless." Some people shivered and tightened their coats. "If this group keeps causing trouble, our village won't have any peace." Exactly. While they were chatting, they suddenly saw Sister Lu walking by with a basket on her back. The Lu family was in chaos over Wong Fuguay's debt, and Sister Lu was trying to find some quiet by going to gather firewood. She never expected to find so many villagers discussing her family's troubles. "You all keep talking. I need to go collect firewood," she said hurriedly and quickly headed up the mountain. The villagers exchanged glances. It seems the Lu family doesn't plan to get involved. Honestly, how could they? Can they really help? Everyone knows that the Lu family has relied on their daughter and son-in-law for support all these years. Now that trouble has come, they quickly want to distance themselves. It's disheartening. They can't sacrifice their son's family for their daughter. The conversation quickly drifted off in many directions. Once Sister Lu was in the mountains, she could no longer hear the villagers' chatter. She sighed in relief, gathering firewood while reflecting on the day's events. Her in-laws favored their grandchildren, and her husband was too lazy to help. Over the years, they had relied entirely on her sister-in-law's support. So when the moneylenders came demanding payment today, Sister Lu truly wanted to help Lu's family. However, she really didn't have the ability. After many years of marriage, her children were already quite grown, and she hadn't saved much money at all. Moreover, her in-laws and husband were all stopping her, not allowing her to get involved in this matter. Mother Lu directly expressed her disdain, saying, "With that little money of yours, you can't even cover a day's interest. Just take a break and stop trying to find trouble." Sister Lu felt guilty, but knew she couldn't do anything about it, so she simply avoided the situation to keep her mind at ease. While thinking about these family matters, she gathered firewood, completely unaware that she was walking further away. The 3 brothers from the Old Yi family came down from the mountain, each carrying a full basket on their backs. This little task was nothing to them. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked down. Suddenly, Yi Lao Si stopped and made a shushing gesture to his 2 brothers, listening intently to the sounds from the mountain. "Do I hear someone calling for help?" Yi Lao Da and Yi Lao Er also quieted down to listen. After a while, Yi Lao Er said, "I didn't hear anything. Did you mistake it for the wind?" Yi Lao Da, however, remained silent and pointed in a direction. Seeing this, Yi Lao Si immediately nodded, indicating that he also heard the sound coming from that way. No wonder you two can go hunting in the mountains. I always struggle. Yi Lao Er couldn't help but exclaim. Er, you watch the baskets? Lao Si, and I will go check it out, Yi Lao Da said, tightening his grip on his machete and heading toward the source of the sound. Yi Lao Si followed closely behind. Yi Lao Er waited for them, and soon he also heard the cries for help they mentioned. The sound seemed to be getting closer, accompanied by a crashing noise, as if something large was rampaging through the woods. Er, get out of the way! Yi Lao Da's voice called out. Yi Lao Si shouted, second brother, run back to the village and alert everyone. A bear is coming down. Yi Lao Er initially wanted to help, but upon hearing Yi Lao Si mention the bear, he immediately dropped his basket and started running down the mountain. As he ran, he shouted help. Come quickly. A bear is coming down and hurting people. He was not far from the village, and as he ran back, his frantic shouts quickly caught the attention of the villagers. What's going on? A bear is coming down? Is that true? No matter if it's true or not, everyone quickly urged the elderly, women, and children to go back inside and not linger outside. The young men grabbed their tools and began to gather at the foot of the mountain. They soon saw Yi Lao Er running down the mountain. Where is the bear? Yi Dongkuei, strong for his age, rushed forward to ask. Uncle Dongkuei, please don't come closer, Yi Lao Er said, out of breath. It should be right behind us, but I didn't see it. Someone in the village immediately expressed their displeasure, saying, You didn't see it, yet you're shouting? What's wrong with you? We were coming back from gathering firewood when we heard someone calling for help. My older brother and fourth brother went to check, and I stayed behind to watch the fire. Not long after, I heard them shouting desperately about a bear, telling me to run back and warn everyone. Bears usually come to the village in the fall to steal food. It's all been harvested by now. What would it be doing here? The speaker clearly had some dissatisfaction with the Yi brothers, sarcastically adding, Just because you helped the government chase off some bandits, you think you're the village's savior? Yi Dongkuei had rushed over to avoid further gossip among the villagers. Hearing this, he replied, quite displeased, It's better if it's not a bear. Are you hoping it is? They are also concerned for the safety of the villagers. Stop with the nonsense. Uncle Dongkuei, I respect you as an elder, but you can't be so biased. Before the person could finish, they saw Yi Lao Da and Yi Lao Si carrying someone between them, running down the mountain. A large black creature was chasing after them. What else could it be but a bear? The villagers immediately tightened their grips on their tools, but many also began to step back. This was a black bear, capable of killing a person with one swipe and tearing off their face with its tongue. As the three ran closer, everyone could see that the person they were carrying was actually Lu Desaw. Yi Dongkuei, experienced, frowned and said, Looks like they disturbed a mother bear with her cub. However, the situation was even worse than that. Lu Desaw had disturbed a mother bear that had just lost her cub and was now frantic. While gathering firewood, she had spotted a small, dark, furry object on the ground. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a little bear that had already passed away. The cub's body was not completely stiff yet, and there was still a bit of warmth left in it. Lu Desaw looked around but didn't see the mother bear. She glanced at the nearby cliff, thinking the cub might have fallen and died. Since the mother bear was not around, she decided to take the little bear home. This way, they could have some meat, and perhaps the fur could be used to make a vest for her son. So, she emptied the firewood from her backpack and placed the little bear inside. Just as she was about to head down the mountain, the frantic mother bear, searching for her cub, suddenly charged down from the hill. Sister Lu was quick-witted and immediately dropped her backpack to escape. The little bear had indeed bought her some time. However, when the mother bear confirmed her cub was gone, she became even more frantic and relentlessly followed the scent. Sister Lu ran while shouting for help, not knowing how long she had been running. Her legs were growing weaker, and she could see the mother bear closing in on her. At a critical moment, Yi Lao Da and Yi Lao Si heard her cries and rushed over. Seeing the situation, they quickly grabbed Sister Lu and ran down the mountain. Yi Laoda had previously hunted bears with old hunters in Huinan County, so he directed Yi Laosi to follow him, taking turns and hiding to gain some distance from the mother bear. These small tricks worked temporarily, but the mother bear, having lost her cub, was particularly stubborn and kept pursuing them. Fortunately, they were nearing the foot of the mountain and could see the villagers' shadows. Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi were gasping for breath, struggling to run while dragging Sister Lu along. They were relying solely on their willpower, on the verge of collapsing. Yi Dongkue shouted, "Everyone, spread out and make noise to distract the bear." Most people followed Yi Dongkue's instructions, and the simultaneous noise from different directions confused the bear, causing it to hesitate in its pursuit. This gave Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi a final chance. They managed to reach the villagers and immediately dropped Sister Lu on the ground, then collapsed beside her, panting heavily. But Yi Dongkue quickly approached, urging them to get up. "It's not time to rest. The bear isn't leaving." At that moment, a villager brought out some firecrackers, lit them, and threw them toward the bear. The loud noise startled the mother bear, making her retreat a bit, but she still refused to go back into the mountains, becoming even more agitated and pacing around, occasionally striking the nearby trees. "What's going on with the bear?" Yi Dongkue asked. "Did you disturb the bear cubs?" Yi Laoda was too out of breath to speak, so he just shook his head to show he didn't know. Fortunately, Sister Lu was finally able to speak and briefly shared what had just happened. Yi Dongkue frowned deeply. Wong Guangping also received the news and rushed over. After listening to Lu's words, he said in a serious tone, "There's no other way. We have to find a way to deal with the mother bear. Otherwise, it won't stop." The mother bear was completely enraged by humans. Although it was scared of the firecracker sounds, it was still waiting for a chance to rush over for revenge. Seeing this, Yuan quickly ran to the old Yi family to deliver the message. "What? How did we end up facing a bear?" Grandma Yi trembled upon hearing the news. Sister Yi was so scared that her legs felt weak. Everyone who grew up in the mountains knew that a mother bear with cubs was the most dangerous. Once provoked, it would not stop until there was a serious confrontation. "What do we do now?" Sister Yi asked, her voice shaking. Yuan quickly replied, "Don't worry. The village chief has already taken people to help." But this situation was not something that could be ignored. Sister Yi gathered her courage and stood up, saying, "Aunt, please stay here and talk to my mother. I'll go check it out." "Right, I almost forgot the important matter. I came to ask if we should send the elder brother's bow over, just in case it's needed." "Yes, take the bow," Grandma Yi said excitedly. "If he can hit bandits, he can definitely handle a bear." Sister Yi went back inside, took the bow and arrows from the wall, and quickly left the house. Sister Air hurried to follow her. Sister San and Grandma Yi were very worried and pulled Yuan to ask her to explain what was going on. Qing Tian was very concerned about Yi Laoda's safety. Seeing that Sister Yi was busy delivering the bow and hadn't told her anything, and the other adults were chatting, she covered Xiaoye's mouth and whispered in its ear, "Xiaoye, you mustn't make a sound. Let's sneak out to save Daddy, okay?" Xiaoye let out a couple of very soft whines, unsure if it understood or was just uncomfortable with its mouth covered. Qing Tian took it as a yes and gently released her hand. Xiaoye indeed didn't make a sound and followed Qing Tian as they slipped out through the back door of the Yi house. Although they didn't know where the bear was, Qing Tian was quite clever and decided to take Xiaoye to the busiest place in the village to look for people. It wasn't yet December, so not many families had prepared firecrackers in advance, and they quickly ran out. Although the smell in the air was still strong, the loud explosions had stopped, allowing the mother bear to approach the village again. Fortunately, Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi had recovered a bit. They were no longer as weak as before and could stand on their own without support. As the mother bear got closer, the villagers kept retreating, and it seemed they would soon be pushed back into the village. Wong Guangping shouted urgently, "Don't retreat. Grab your weapons. There are so many of us. We can't let one bear overpower us. If it gets into the village, the damage will be even worse." What he said was true, but everyone had their own concerns. Some families felt safe because they lived far away, so they weren't as eager to help. Others were afraid of getting hurt and only came to avoid being criticized later. With everyone focused on their own worries, it was like a scattered bunch of sand. Wang Guangping felt anxious seeing this situation. He understood that it didn't mean the villagers were uncooperative or had bad character. Everyone has their own interests, but usually if one person steps up to lead and sets an example, others will follow. However, few were willing to take the lead. It was the most dangerous position, and the pressure was too great. Many lacked the courage. Wang Guangping actually preferred Yi Laoda to take charge. He was an experienced hunter and had just driven off bandits, so he could motivate the villagers to overcome their fear and hesitation. But Yi Laoda hadn't fully recovered yet. He could barely take care of himself, let alone lead the charge. Seeing that they really couldn't retreat any further, Yi Dongkue made up his mind and said, "Village chief, I'll go." "Uncle Dongkue, don't be reckless." Wang Guangping was startled by his words. Yi Dongkue was already quite old. No matter how capable he was in his youth, his speed and reflexes couldn't keep up anymore. If he took the lead, it would be like walking into danger. Just then someone shouted, "Bows and arrows." Yi Laoda's wife brought him bows and arrows.
Why didn't we think of that? Right.
With bows and arrows, we can shoot the bear from a distance and avoid close combat. Sister Yi didn't expect that bringing a bow and arrow would cause such a big stir. Almost everyone turned their hopeful eyes toward her. Seeing this, Big Brother Yi couldn't smile at all. He had just run down the mountain with fourth brother Yi and Lu, exhausting all his energy. His legs had just stopped shaking, but his arms were still too weak to pull the bow. At that moment, he couldn't even draw the bow, let alone shoot a black bear. Sister Yi came to Big Brother Ye's side and, seeing his condition, felt a pang of worry, thinking she might have made things worse by coming here. Wang Guangping stopped the villagers' cheers and frowned, saying, "What are you all shouting about? Big Brother Yi just rescued Lu and is nearly out of breath. He doesn't have the strength to draw a bow." Yi Dongkue quickly added, "Even if he could pull the bow, do you know how thick a bearskin is? Only a military-grade crossbow with refined arrows can penetrate a black bear's hide." As he spoke, he took an arrow from the quiver and struck it against a rock, bending the iron tip. He dropped the arrow to the ground, saying, "This thing is useless against a black bear. It will only make it angrier." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yi Dongkue was indeed correct, but he cleverly didn't mention another possibility. If Big Brother Ye's aim was good enough to hit the bear's eye, he might succeed in one shot. However, the bear was constantly moving, not a stationary target, making it very difficult to hit. Wang Guangping and Yi Dongkue were trying hard to explain for Big Brother Yi. After all, he had just received praise and a decent reward. There would inevitably be jealousy in the village. If things weren't handled well now, people would surely gossip later. Big Brother Yi was grateful for the kind intentions of the village chief and Yi Dongkue. He wasn't someone who feared for his life, but he just didn't have the strength at the moment. Just then, while everyone was in a standoff with the mother bear, the bushes nearby suddenly shook. Two small heads popped out from behind the bushes. "Whose kids are running out?" someone shouted, pointing. Everyone's attention shifted from the bear to the direction the person was pointing. When they looked, Big Brother Yi and Sister Yi were nearly faint with shock. The heads peeking out from the bushes belonged to Qing Tian and Xiao Yi, who had just sneaked out from home. Seeing the mother bear looking towards the bushes, Aunt Ye's heart felt like it was being squeezed by a hand. Without thinking, she rushed out of the crowd, quickly pushing her daughter, Qing Tian, back into the bushes while standing between the mother bear and Qing Tian. The mother bear, noticing this brave person approaching, slowly changed direction and began to move closer to Aunt Yi. When Yi Laoda saw that both his wife and daughter were in danger of being attacked by the bear, he tried to get up and rush over. But he was too weak and fell to the ground after just a couple of steps. As the mother bear got closer, Aunt Yi felt her body stiffen, but she still gritted her teeth and protected Qing Tian, repeatedly saying, "Qing Tian, quickly run from behind and find your dad. Listen to me."
Mom.
Qing Tian realized the danger approaching, her voice trembling with fear. "Good girl, listen, hurry up," Aunt Yi urged, but when that didn't work, she raised her voice, "Go now, or I will be angry." Yi Laoda watched helplessly as the mother bear approached his wife, unable to even get up, frustratedly hitting his weak legs. The villagers made various noises to distract the mother bear and draw it away from Aunt Yi, but all their efforts failed. Wong Guangping and Yi Dongkui turned away, unable to watch. Suddenly, the mother bear let out a loud howl. Yi Dongkui noticed something was wrong and quickly looked up. He saw Xiao Yi unexpectedly leap out from the bushes and bite the mother bear on the nose, a very sensitive spot for bears. The mother bear howled in pain, swinging its front paws wildly, trying to swat Xiao Yi away. Though Xiao Yi was small, it was quick and kept dodging. The mother bear ended up scratching its own face several times instead. Roar! The mother bear cried out in anger. The villagers were stunned, and no one noticed that Yi Laoda had somehow moved very close to the mother bear, lying on the ground, gathering his strength. Taking advantage of the moment when the mother bear looked up, he suddenly sprang forward and plunged the axe he was holding into the bear's heart. Then, Yi Laoda fell to the ground, exhausted, right at the bear's feet. The villagers were shocked, their hearts racing. Yi Laoda had used all his strength, but now the mother bear could easily crush him with a single step.
"Dad!"
Qing Tian rushed over and shouted at Yi Laoda. "Qing Tian!" Yi Saw reached out but couldn't catch her daughter, and she was very scared. Qing Tian ran straight to Yi Laoda, standing in front of him, and shouted at the mother bear, "Don't bully my dad." Hearing Qing Tian's small voice, everyone closed their eyes, not wanting to watch. But the bloody scene they expected did not happen. With a loud crash, the mother bear fell to the ground, barely missing Qing Tian. Xiao Yi jumped off the mother bear and nuzzled against Qing Tian's hand, acting cute, showing no sign of the fierce battle just moments before. Yi Saw raised her hand, but didn't bring it down. Instead, she pulled Qing Tian into a tight hug. "You silly child, why aren't you scared at all?" Dad. Qing Tian was held in Yi Saw's arms, but stubbornly called out to Yi Laoda, who was lying on the ground, covered in blood and too exhausted to move. He responded to his daughter's calls, but couldn't even turn over. Finally, Yi Saw squatted down with Qing Tian and placed Yi Laoda's arm over her shoulder. Qing Tian, not minding the blood on Yi Laoda, leaned in to see his face. "Dad, are you okay?" Qing Tian blinked and asked. Yi Laoda wanted to touch her face, but his fingers only trembled slightly. Qing Tian seemed to understand and pressed her soft cheek against Yi Laoda's hand. At that moment, the villagers rushed over to confirm the mother bear was truly dead. They tied her limbs and, with a few people, lifted her with sticks to take her to the village's drying ground. Wong Guangping signaled for everyone to follow, while he called over Yi Qingfei and Yi Qingyuan, staying behind with Yi Dongkui. "Hurry and help your brother Qing Chen." Yi Dongkui shouted to his second son, Yi Qingfei. Yi Qingyuan followed along to help Yi Qingfei lift Yi Laoda. Yi Qingfei bent down and said, "Qingyuan, help me get Laoda on my back and I'll carry him back. You go check on the fourth brother. Can you carry him?" Yi Qingyuan asked, looking at Yi Qingfei's shorter stature compared to Yi Laoda, who was much taller. Surprisingly, this question sparked Yi Qingfei's determination. "Who do you look down on? Don't say it's just Qing Chen himself. Even if I add one more person, I can still carry them." So he strained to carry Old Yi on his back and started walking towards the drying field. The few people behind him fell silent as they watched him carry someone. If you say he can't carry them, he really did manage to take Old Yi away. But if you say he can carry them, Old Yi's feet were still dragging on the ground. Yi Dongkui felt a bit embarrassed and turned to clear his throat to ask Wong Guangping, village chief, "How do we plan to divide the black bear this time?" Although most of his question was to change the topic, he genuinely wanted to know. Even though many people from the village came, it's clear to anyone that the credit for killing the mother bear belongs almost entirely to Old Yi. If we divide it equally like in previous years, it would be unfair to the Yi family. Wong Guangping was also thinking about this matter, And since Yi Dongkue brought it up, he immediately said to Old Yi, "Old Yi, logically, you hunted this mother bear all by yourself, and the villagers really don't have the right to share. But I think, since so many people from the village came to help, it wouldn't be right to show no appreciation at all. How about this? I'll find someone to help at the drying field to divide the bear. The bear skin will naturally belong to you, and the remaining meat will be divided among the village households, 2 pounds each. Whatever is left after that will be yours." How does that sound? This mother bear weighed about 300 pounds. After removing the skin, head, paws, and internal organs, there would be a little over 100 pounds of good meat left. With over 30 households in the village, 2 pounds per household would take almost half of it. Yi Dongkue quickly calculated in his mind and felt that Wang Guangping's arrangement was reasonable. 2 pounds per household seemed fair. Too little wouldn't look good, and too much would be too much to give. He worried that Old Yi might not understand, so he quickly said, "I think the village chief's plan is quite reasonable. What do you think, Old Yi?" Although Old Yi was too weak to move, his mind was still clear. He understood well that both Wang Guangping and Yi Dongkue were genuinely thinking of him. He had just received praise and a reward from the emperor at the drying field. Some people might already feel that the Yi family had gotten lucky, and if they were in his position, they certainly wouldn't do better than Old Yi. But because it was the emperor's praise and reward, even if they were jealous, they could only keep it to themselves. But now he has just hunted a bear, which is completely different from the previous situation. If Yi Laoda chose to keep such a large black bear all to himself, it would make sense. However, if he did that, the jealousy and dissatisfaction that many villagers had been holding back would explode because of this incident. While Wang Guangping and Yi Dongkue were still thinking about how to persuade Yi Laoda if he disagreed, Yi Laoda said, "Village chief, I agree with your division of the meat. If there is a lot of meat after we cut it, it wouldn't be a problem for each family to get 3 pounds. Wow, Laoda, you are really generous and understanding." Wang Guangping didn't expect Yi Laoda to be so agreeable. He happily patted his thigh and firmly stated, 3 pounds is too much. With so many families, 2 pounds for each is enough. You should keep some for your family too, right? Besides, the weather is cooler now, unlike in autumn when things couldn't be stored. Now that it's chilly, it usually snows around this time. The meat can be preserved. Any extra meat can be salted and kept until spring. Hearing Wang Guangping's careful planning for his family, Yi Laoda naturally agreed. As the group chatted and helped each other back to the drying yard, most of the villagers had already gathered outside, curious and excited. Everyone surrounded the black bear, watching in awe and chatting animatedly. "How long has it been since anyone in our village hunted a bear?" "At least 20 years. I remember the last time we had bear meat was when I was a child." "Dad, you've eaten bear meat? Is it good?" his son asked in surprise. "Don't rush. The village chief will divide the meat soon, and your mother will cook it for you to try tonight." Wang Ernyang heard this and said, "Oh, don't make promises to the child. I heard that Yi Laoda hunted this bear all by himself, and it has nothing to do with the villagers. The Yi family never said they would share the bear meat with anyone."
Well,
the speaker was suddenly at a loss for words. The child, who had been eagerly waiting for bear meat, burst into tears. "Dad, I want to eat bear meat. Can you go hunt a bear too?" The man felt a pang of sympathy when he saw his son crying, but he wanted to scold him for the second part of his statement. "You little rascal, do you really not care about your father's life?" The man ruffled his son's hair and said, "If your dad had that kind of skill, would we be waiting here for others to share their meat with us? If you really want to eat bear meat, you should grow up quickly and learn to hunt so your dad and I can benefit too. Then I will start learning to hunt right now." As the father and son chatted, the atmosphere gradually returned to one of warmth and affection, and no one noticed that Wang Ernyang, who had stirred up trouble earlier, had moved to another spot to talk to others. Just as Wang Ernyang was causing a stir, everyone finally spotted Wang Guangping and the others. When they saw Yi Laoda being carried down from the mountain, covered in blood, the threshing ground fell silent. "My son," Yi Laotai cried out, nearly fainting on the spot. Yi Erseo and Yi Sansa quickly supported her on either side, their hearts racing and hands trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, Yi Dongkue shouted from a distance, "Everyone relax, no one is hurt. Yi Laoda is just exhausted. The blood is from the bear. He is fine." A wave of relieved voices rose from the crowd. After hearing this, Yi Laotai slumped down, sitting on the threshing ground, repeatedly murmuring, "Thank goodness, as long as he is okay." Wang Guangping then walked up to the makeshift platform that had been set up to honor Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi, signaling for everyone to quiet down. "Please be quiet. I have an announcement." Wang Guangping cleared his throat, trying to imitate Mu Zheng, but since he couldn't use his inner energy, he ended up shouting. Yi Laoda said that although he took down the mother bear with one strike, he also mentioned that without the villagers scaring and surrounding it, he wouldn't have been able to face a mother bear that just lost her cub alone. So today, every household in the village will receive 2 pounds of meat from this bear, and the rest will go to the Yi family. Let's all thank Yi Qing Tian. Today, our village will feast on bear meat. At first, everyone thought there would be no meat to share, but upon hearing Wang Guangping's words, excitement spread through the crowd. The children were the most easily stirred, and when they heard the village would feast together, they began cheering. The adults, influenced by the atmosphere, visibly brightened up as well. In the village, there seemed to be a joyful atmosphere, as if everyone was preparing to celebrate the new year together by butchering a pig. Wang Ernyang had been stirring up trouble for a while, and despite her efforts, she felt exhausted and had no impact, even starting to feel like she was helping the Yi family instead. Seeing the 2 children happily anticipating their share of the meat made her even angrier, and she went over and slapped each of them. "All you do is eat," the children cried out, breaking the cheerful mood in the grain-drying area. At that moment, someone stumbled over, shouting, "It's bad." Sister Lu jumped into the river.
What?
Wang Guangping's good mood was suddenly overshadowed. What is she causing trouble for now? Although the black bear was attracted by Sister Lu, now that it had been killed without any injuries, it was a great blessing for the village. No one had blamed Sister Lu, so why was she causing a scene? The messenger looked uncomfortable but had no choice but to say, "Village chief." Sister Lu was forced to jump by her in-laws.
What?
Wang Guangping could hardly believe his ears. The Lu family was not originally from the area. They were said to come from the south and were once quite wealthy. After losing both parents, Lu's father brought his family to the capital to do business. Unfortunately, the business failed, and with their last bit of money, they bribed officials to settle in Rongxi village. Lu's father couldn't farm and wasn't suited for business, so they struggled at first, relying on Lu's mother pawning her jewelry and dowry to get by. Things improved when they married their daughter to Wong Fuguay, and at least they no longer worried about food and daily necessities. With the daughter's dowry and support, the elderly couple managed to marry off their son. Now that they had grandchildren, why would they force their daughter-in-law to jump into the river? Because the old couple said Sister Lu was brought down from the mountain by Brother Yi and Yi Lao Si, and many people in the village saw it. At this point, Wang Guangping still hadn't fully processed the information. Yes, everyone saw it, but no one blamed her. Did they? This bear is not something she intentionally provoked. This time, Wang Guangping's words were interrupted before he could finish. The village head, the old couple from the Lu family, means that Lu Dezhao was touched by another man and is now considered unclean. They want to protect their honor at all costs.
What?
Wang Guangping raised his voice, looking confused. At that moment, their lives were at stake. Those 2 brothers were just trying to save someone. How could they think such dirty thoughts? The villagers around them were also shocked by this statement, starting to discuss among themselves. I never noticed, but the Lu couple seems quite conservative. I heard that in some southern areas, women are not allowed to leave their homes. When they do, they must wear a veil, and not even a strand of hair can be seen. Otherwise, they either have to marry that man or face dire consequences. Wow, what kind of logic is that? If a rogue deliberately mistreats a young woman, does she have to marry him too? Isn't that the truth? Thankfully, we are close to the royal city and our customs are more open. Otherwise, We wouldn't even be able to speak to other men, let alone go outside freely. The villagers' chatter contained some truths, while other parts were just rumors. However, due to years of peace and prosperity, people's living standards had improved significantly compared to the previous dynasty. With the opening of maritime trade and closer ties with the West, Qi had become a model of open-mindedness compared to the past. Everyone found it hard to understand the Liu couple's actions. Yi Laosi quickly asked, "Was the person saved?" They were saved, but they inhaled some water. They should be fine. Upon hearing that the person was saved, Yi Laosi felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as they were alive, that was what mattered most. Losing a life over such a small matter would be too unfortunate. But then the person continued, "Village head, you should go check on them." "Why should I go see? The person is alive, and can't you see all these people waiting for me to distribute bear meat?" Wang Guangping, relieved that the person was not dead, was even less inclined to deal with family matters. However, the person said, "But after Liu Dazhao was rescued, she has been quite distressed. Liu Laoda has been silent, and no one knows what he means by that." The Liu couple keeps making sarcastic comments, as if they want Liu Dazhao to jump again. That's outrageous. Wang Guangping was furious upon hearing this. What on earth does the old Liu family mean? "Everyone wait here for a moment. I'll be right back," Wang Guangping said as he walked quickly toward the riverbank. Although he asked everyone to stay, the villagers didn't want to miss the excitement and followed him most of the way. Only the old Yi family stayed behind at the drying ground. "Mom, do you think this will end up being blamed on our family?" "How could it? There are so many people from the village watching." The eldest and the fourth only grabbed one arm each. It was supposed to be a rescue, but Old Lady Yi sighed and said to her two sons, "Don't worry. As long as you two haven't done anything wrong, the Liu family can't twist the truth." After calming down a bit, Yi eldest nodded and said, "What you said is right, fourth brother. Don't think too much. Our Yi family always acts with a clear conscience." "Okay." With his mother and older brother's encouragement, Yi fourth finally perked up and nodded with a smile. The villagers nearby who weren't watching the commotion agreed. "That's right. If it weren't for you two brothers, Sister Liu would probably have been torn apart by a bear by now. I say, it's not that we locals are incapable. We just think differently. Why didn't we notice how the Liu couple was before? Liu was always at the grocery store dealing with so many men. Why didn't they react then?" Because at that time Liu was making money at the grocery store, which really helped the family. Liu's mother almost went to the grocery store every day to bring something home, and she even had money for gifts each month. Liu is not just her daughter. She's the family's money tree. Who would dare criticize her? The Liu couple would immediately defend each other fiercely. Meanwhile, Wang Guangping arrived at the riverbank, panting, and saw Sister Liu soaked and lying on a large rock by the river. She tilted her head, staring blankly at some spot in the air. Liu's father and mother were still muttering unpleasant things. "I've never seen such a shameless woman. Why don't you just die in the mountains?" "I think she's a loose woman. She must have done something shameful in the mountains." "Really? They are brothers. How could they?" "Enough!" Wang Guangping shouted sharply, interrupting Liu's mother. "What you're saying is too harsh. The Yi brothers kindly saved someone, and how did it turn into something so filthy in your words?" Liu's father-in-law, feeling unjustly accused, said if there wasn't something wrong, why would the bear have chased them so closely? Would those two have wasted time escaping while carrying her? His words were so forceful that Wang Guangping was left speechless with anger. Liu's wife lay on the stone, soaked to the bone in the freezing cold. Her clothes felt like ice against her skin, but nothing was colder than her heart. The words from her in-laws pierced her like ice picks. However, it was Liu's silence that truly broke her spirit. Liu's wife increasingly felt her in-laws were right. As a woman who had lost her honor, living on would only bring shame to both her husband's and her own family. She worried that her son might struggle to find a wife because of her, and her daughter might not find a good home either. With this in mind, she questioned the meaning of her existence. Overwhelmed by despair, She seized the moment while Wong Guangping was talking to her in-laws to try to return to the water and end it all. However, after being rescued and left there for a while, she was so frozen that even the simple act of turning back to the water felt incredibly difficult. Before she could attempt it, she was noticed. A few young women from the village approached her. Some wrapped her in their cloaks, while others placed their hats on her head, offering words of comfort. "Lu, please don't do anything drastic. Think of your 2 young children. If you go, they will end up with a stepmother. Your parents are still alive. Would you want them to suffer such a loss? Don't listen to your in-laws. We all know the truth. Look, even the village chief is here to support you. Don't be afraid." At that moment, Lu's in-laws had just received a stern reprimand from Wong Guangping. The villagers' words did provide some comfort to Lu's wife, and thinking of her children and parents made her realize she had acted too impulsively. After scolding Lu's in-laws, Wang Guangping turned to Lu's husband and said, "Hurry up and carry your wife home to warm her up. Make some ginger tea for her to sweat it out. Do you want her to freeze to death out here?" Yes, village chief. I will carry her back right away," Lu's husband replied, feeling very conflicted. At first, he didn't think much about it and even felt relieved that his wife had escaped death. However, when his sister came to speak with their parents, their expressions suddenly changed, and they began to blame his wife for not being a good spouse. He listened and thought their words made some sense, leaving him unsure of where to stand. In the end, unable to bear the slander and accusations from her in-laws, his wife jumped into the river in a fit of anger. He wanted to jump in to save her, but his parents held him back tightly. Fortunately, someone in the village heard the commotion and jumped in to rescue her. Unfortunately, this became another reason for her to be condemned. She is no longer pure and does not deserve to continue being a member of the Lu family. That's nonsense. After understanding the situation, Wang Guangping angrily confronted the Lu elders, saying, "Do you hear yourselves? Is that how people should talk? Lu's wife hasn't done anything shameful, and the Yi brothers were only trying to save her. You saw how exhausted they were. It should have been a cause for celebration that no one was hurt in our village. Why do you have such dirty hearts that you need a life to be happy?" Lu's father grumbled in discontent. "Village head, this is a family matter. Does the village really need to interfere? In our hometown." Wang Guangping interrupted, "You mentioned your hometown. If that's the case, either take your family back there or stop causing trouble here." Villagers who had come to watch began to speak up in support. "Lu's wife has always been a good person since she married into your family. Everyone in the village knows that. Do you really want to drive her to death over something so trivial?" "Exactly. Lu's wife has given you children and taken care of your parents. She deserves recognition for her hard work."
Right.
In such a critical moment, who would think of anything else? Saving a life is what matters most. Are you not afraid that Lu's wife's family will come to demand her back if you treat her this way? Lu's father didn't pay attention to the earlier comments, but the last statement made him hesitate. Although Lu's family was not wealthy, they were still part of the Yi clan. After Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi received praise a few days ago, the Yi family may not have shown immediate changes, but the other Yi families in the village walked around with their heads held high, almost looking down on others. The Yi family in Rongxi village has been bullied by the Wang family for many years, but suddenly it feels like they might have a chance to turn things around. Not to mention that the head of the Yi family has been visiting the village more often lately. As an outsider, Lu's father understands the pain of being excluded. Marrying his daughter into the Wang family and finding a Yi family girl for his son are his small plans to improve their lives. So, he naturally does not want to risk offending the Yi family by continuing to pressure Lu's sister-in-law. After all, there will be plenty of time in the future. These people can't watch his family every day. Thinking of this, Lu's father said to Lu's mother, "All right, let's listen to the village chief." Lu's mother seemed to want to say more, but Lu's father pressed her shoulder, and she held back her words. "Enough with the long faces. Hurry up and bring your wife home." "It's embarrassing enough as it is," Lu's father said, giving his son a light kick. Lu's eldest son quickly went to support Lu's sister-in-law and whispered, "Let's hurry home." At that moment, Lu's sister-in-law felt completely heartbroken and didn't want to go back with them. However, her family was in the neighboring village, and since she was soaked and freezing, she reluctantly allowed Lu's eldest son to help her home. The villagers, seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, quickly returned to the grain-drying area to wait for the meat distribution. When they returned, they found half a bear's meat laid out on a large table, and the village butcher was sharpening his knife. Seeing Wong Guangping return, the butcher immediately stood up and said, "Village chief, everything is ready. Should we start distributing the meat now?" "Yes, we will follow the usual rules for meat distribution," Wong Guangping nodded. The butcher smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've been doing this for many years. There won't be any mistakes." The village's meat distribution rules have always allowed people to request a bit more fat or lean meat, but ultimately, the butcher decides what everyone gets. Once the meat is weighed, it cannot be returned or exchanged. However, since today's distribution is free and there's no money involved, as long as the butcher can be fair, people generally won't complain. The meat distribution quickly ended, and everyone rushed home to cook. Wong Guangping called a few of his sons and said, "Come help take the things and people back to the Yi family." After saying this, he also went along. Lu's sister-in-law came out from the house and said, "Is there still this much meat left?" She just saw Qing Tian covered in blood, so she didn't wait at the drying ground for the meat distribution and went home early with the child. Now, seeing that the villagers brought back most of a bear, along with a large bear head and 4 bear paws, she couldn't help but be surprised. The bear getting ready for hibernation is fat. You can keep it and enjoy it slowly, Wong Guangping said. However, he couldn't help but swallow at the sight of the bear paws. This was something rare to eat. Yi Dazhao noticed Wong Guangping's little action, but she couldn't say anything in front of the other villagers. Moreover, she had a feeling that Yi Laoda might have other plans for the bear paws. After the village chief and others left, Yi Dazhao casually asked, "What are you planning to do with the bear skin and the 4 bear paws?" "Of course, I'll prepare them to send to the Qin family." Yi Laoda replied without hesitation. "We owe so many favors. We need to think about repaying them. The bear skin and paws are valuable items. Giving them as gifts is better than deer skin." As Yi Laoda spoke, he shook a small bottle he had brought back. "I even had you the butcher pack the bear bile for me. That's also a good item to send to the Qin family." "That's fine. We won't eat it ourselves to avoid others thinking about it," Yi Dazhao nodded.
Who is thinking about it?
Yi Laoda asked, confused. Yi Dazhao didn't mention Wong Guangping and casually replied, "No one has eaten bear paws before. Everyone is curious to try a bite." "Then we definitely shouldn't eat it ourselves," Yi Laoda said. "Having bear meat is good enough. Why would we think about the bear paws?" At that moment, Yi Changrui suddenly popped his head in and said, "Aunt, the water is ready. Uncle can take a bath now." Yi Laoda had not only sweated a lot today but was also covered in bear blood, so he needed a good wash. "Changrui, take Qing Tian out to play for a while. Wait for your uncle to finish his bath before coming back." Yi Dazhao handed Qing Tian to Yi Changrui, found a wash basin, and repeatedly brought water back to prepare the bath. Finally, she helped the still weak Yi Laoda into the water. Yi Laoda sank into the hot water and immediately sighed in comfort. Finally feeling better. "I called you to come back with us, but you wouldn't listen. You insisted on staying at the drying ground to watch everyone divide the meat." "You don't understand. I couldn't leave early at that time." Yi Laoda shook his head. "The village chief wanted me there to intimidate the villagers. How could he let me come back?" "Who are you intimidating?" Sister Yi was scooping water onto him while laughing, saying, "Come closer, I'll wash your hair. It's almost stuck with blood." Big brother Yi immersed himself in the hot water, with only his head above the surface, leaning on the edge of the tub, enjoying Sister Yi washing his hair. The atmosphere in the room was very warm. Just as Big brother Yi was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a child's crying from outside. "What's wrong?" Big brother Yi woke up with a start. "Did I just hear Qing Tian crying? Maybe you were dreaming?" Sister Yi, hearing only the sound of water, put down the scoop and listened closely. Indeed, She heard not only Qing Tian's cries but also barking and the noise of other children in the house. Sister Yi couldn't sit still upon hearing Qing Tian's cries. She quickly got up and ran outside. Big brother Yi, still in the tub without any clothes, panicked and stood up, then hurriedly sat back down, feeling anxious. Sister Yi came out a bit late, and the others in the house had already rushed out. She hugged the tearful Qing Tian tightly and anxiously checked her over, relieved to see she wasn't hurt, and asked what happened. Through her tears, Qing Tian pointed outside and said, Lu's brother came and hit Big brother. Woo-woo. The child was crying and couldn't explain what had happened. Sister Yi had to turn to find Yi Chongrui to ask what was going on, but to her shock, she saw a large bump on his forehead, with blood seeping out. What happened? Did the Lu family hit you? Sister Yi recalled Qing Tian's sobbing words, but couldn't believe it. Why would the Lu family hit you? Didn't your uncle and fourth uncle just save Lu's sister-in-law? Sister Yi was completely confused. Sister Yi feeling heartbroken for her son, was on the verge of tears and finally cried out, Sister, you don't know what happened because you brought Qing Tian back. The Lu family not only didn't thank Big Brother and the fourth uncle, but they also accused them of ruining Lu's sister-in-law's reputation. They even forced Lu's sister-in-law to attempt to drown herself, but luckily she was saved. Otherwise, the consequences would have been terrible. Just now, Chongrui was playing with a few younger brothers and Qing Tian at the door when a child from the Lu family suddenly ran over, picked up a big rock, and threw it, hitting Chongrui on the head. Sister Yi couldn't continue and hugged Yi Chongrui tightly, bursting into tears. My son, how could you suffer like this? Why didn't this fall on me instead? Yi Laosi paced at the door, unable to calm down. Suddenly, he turned around, grabbed a stick, and ran out. Old Four, where are you going? Yi Deseo realized he was likely going to confront the Lu family. She couldn't catch up to him and quickly shouted, Old Two, go bring Old Four back. We can't let him cause trouble while he's angry. It would be hard to fix. If he hurt someone from the Lu family, even if we are right, we might end up in the wrong. In her rush, Yi Deseo became flustered. Yi Laoda was soaking in the tub and couldn't help, and with Yi Laosan not home, she instinctively called for Yi But she forgot that Yi was Yi Chongrui's father. If the uncles were upset enough to seek an explanation, how could his own father stay calm? Before she could finish her thought, he grabbed a tool and followed after Yi Laosi. Oh no! Yi Deseo slapped her thigh. This is a disaster. Without thinking of anything else, she hurried after them. When Yi Deseo caught up, Yi Sansaw quickly checked on Yi Chongrui's injury. Thankfully, the stone had hit just above his eyebrow. If it had been any lower, it could have injured his eye. If that happened, it would have been a serious issue. Chongrui, are you okay? Do you feel dizzy? Are you nauseous? Tell me if anything hurts. Don't hold it in, okay? Yi Laosan had once been hit on the head by a heavy branch while cutting trees. It was quite serious, causing headaches and nausea. They had to see a doctor, and it took a month for him to recover fully. Yi Sansaw still remembered that time vividly. Meanwhile, Yi Urseo was too busy crying to think of this. When she heard Yi Sanseo's questions, she became even more anxious. Her son was usually very clever and had often been praised by his teachers. Even Mr. Wei said he was a good student. The couple had planned to nurture him well. Now, to think he had been hurt like this. If he was badly injured, what would they do in the future? The more she thought about it, the more worried she became, crying even harder. Yet, Yi Chongrui kept wiping her tears, saying, Mom, don't cry.
I'm fine.
Meanwhile, Yi Deseo couldn't keep up with Yi Laosi and Yi and by the time she arrived at the Lu family's house, the yard was already in chaos. I should have known what kind of family you are. I shouldn't have let my daughter marry into your family. Your family is too harmful. Do you have to push my sister to the brink? Daughter, pack your things. We are leaving this house and going back home with me. That's right, sister. Don't be afraid. You have your family to support you. Sister, if the Lu family dares to treat you badly, we won't let them stay here. Sister Yi listened for a while and finally understood that the Lu family's relatives had come to confront them. Yi Er and Yi Si still held their tools but stood aside, unable to speak. The Lu family's relatives arrived quickly. Sister Yi whispered, "That's true." Yi Er was also a bit confused. The Lu family's relatives, who share the last name Yi, lived in the neighboring village and could reach them in less than an hour by a shortcut. When it was discovered that Sister Lu had stirred up trouble, a distant relative had gone to inform her family. At that time, they didn't know the Lu family was like this. The relative was just worried that since the Lu family was new to the village and Sister Lu shared the same last name, if anything happened, the villagers might blame and bully them. Once Sister Lu's family got the news, the couple immediately brought their 3 sons to help. Little did they know, no one in the village was bullying Sister Lu. Instead, it was the Lu family that nearly drove her to despair. When they arrived, they heard Lu's mother shouting outside, filled with insults and curses. Initially, Sister Lu's family didn't understand the situation, but once they learned the details, they quickly turned hostile. The Lu family was no match for them. Not only did the couple get scolded, but Lu Er was also beaten badly by the 3 brothers. When Yi Er and Yi Si arrived, they found Lu Er crying out in distress. Seeing them, Lu Er even had the nerve to shout, "Yi Er, Old Cen, help me." Of course, Yi Er and Yi Si wouldn't help him, so they stood aside, waiting for the situation to settle before dealing with their own matters. In the end, it was Sister Lu's distant relatives who intervened and managed to separate the 2 families. Sister Lu's brother turned to the Yi family, feeling a bit displeased. He thought these 3 were quite clueless. How could they just stand there watching when things were so chaotic? So, he asked curtly, "May I ask what brings you 3 here?" A distant relative quickly gave him a pat on the back and introduced them, saying, "You can't write 2 characters with 1 stroke. These are from our village and they just moved back recently. Today, it was their eldest and 4th who saved your sister. Otherwise, she would have been in trouble. This is their 2nd child, this is the 4th, and this is their sister-in-law." Upon hearing that they were the lifesavers of Sister Lu, the attitude of her family changed completely. "Thank you so much. We don't know what to say. Thank you, 2nd brother, 4th brother, and sister-in-law, for saving my sister. Since we all share the surname Yi, we are family. Family doesn't speak like strangers. Let's treat each other as relatives from now on." Sister Lu's family was warm and understanding, making everyone feel comfortable. Sister Yi couldn't help but wonder why such a good family had chosen to connect with the Lu family. But that was a different topic. After exchanging polite words with Sister Lu's family, Sister Yi asked Lu's parents, "Where is Lu Tianhao?" Seeing the items in the hands of Ye's 2nd and 4th sons, Lu's mother immediately became cautious and asked, "What do you want with my grandson?" "Your grandson hit my Chongrui with a rock, so what do you think we're here for?" Sister Yi replied, looking at Lu's eldest. "But don't worry, we would never harm a child. I just need to ask how you are raising your children." Hearing that her son was in trouble, Sister Lu felt anxious, and her family fell silent. Even though there were conflicts with the Lu family, they still cared deeply for Sister Lu's son. Lu's mother, seeing her already beaten son and the tall figures of Ye's 2nd and 4th sons, nervously lied, "Tianhao went out to play. He's not home." Just as she finished speaking, barking came from behind the house. Qing Tian's voice followed. "Mom, I'm right here." Then a small boy's voice, sounding upset, said, "Keep your dog away from me. Don't bite my clothes." "No, don't bite me." Hearing this, the adults immediately ran to the back of the house. When they arrived, they saw Xiaoyi holding onto Lu Tianhao's clothes and not letting go, while Qing Tian stood with his hands on his hips, saying, "Stop shouting. Xiaoyi never bites." "Tell me, didn't you just throw a rock at me? We didn't bother you. Why did you come over and hit us?" At first, Qing Tian was scared and only knew how to cry. But later, when she saw Sister Yi chase after them, she brought Xiaoyi along too. If it weren't for her brother standing in front, she would have been the one hit. So she had to help her brother find the bad person. The adults were arguing and fighting in front, and with Xiaoya's help, She found Lu Tianhao hiding in the woodshed in the backyard, too scared to show himself. No one else was paying attention to Qing Tian's words, but Sister Yi listened closely and suddenly realized something was wrong. She pulled Qing Tian close and asked, "Qing Tian, what did you mean by that? Did he hit you?" "He was going to hit me, but my brother stood in front of me. Otherwise, that stone would have hit my head," Qing Tian said, her eyes welling up with tears. Sister Ye's anger, which she had been holding back, finally burst forth. That big stone had already hurt Chong Rui badly when it hit him. Qing Tian was not even 4 years old. If she had really been hit, it wouldn't just be a simple injury. Sister Yi grabbed Lu Tianhao's wrist and dragged him out of the woodshed. The Lu family panicked and tried to protect the child. "What are you doing? If there's a problem, talk to us. You can't hurt a child. Let go of my grandson, or I'll fight you with my old bones." Even Sister Lu came over, crying and pleading, "Sister Yi, please talk it out. Don't hurt the child." Sister Ye's family didn't know whether to step in to help or just observe the situation. Yi Lao Er and Yi Lao Si finally took action, holding wooden sticks and hooks to protect Sister Yi and Qing Tian. Anyone who dared to approach would have to deal with them first. Sister Yi had no intention of hurting the child. She let go of Lu Tianhao and sternly asked, "You tell me, what did you do just now?" "Ugh." Xiao Yi also lowered himself, growling a threatening sound from deep in his throat. It seemed like if Lu Tianhao didn't confess, he would be in trouble. After Xiao Yi bit Chunhua's bottom, the Lu family had been scaring him every day, telling him to stay far away from the crazy Yi family dog. So with Xiao Yi watching closely, Lu Tianhao was almost scared to the point of wetting his pants. Grandma said that because Yi Laoda and Yi Lao Si meddled, I will become a child without a mother. Wah! I want my mom. I don't want to be a wild child without a mother. So, when I saw them playing at the door, I felt a bit angry. Why does she have parents on sunny days, but her father wants me to become a child without a mother? Although Lu Tianhao's words were a bit jumbled, everyone understood his meaning. The adults fell silent immediately. Sister Lu looked at Lu's mother in disbelief, and her family wore expressions that were hard to describe. Sister Lu's mother pulled Lu Tianhao into her arms and scolded Lu's mother. "Your family is a bad influence, and you want to corrupt my grandson too? Daughter, pack your things, take the kids, and let's go home." Hearing her family say this, Sister Lu gritted her teeth, went inside to pack 2 bundles, and pulled her son and daughter to leave. The Lu family panicked at the sight. Lu's mother rushed over to grab Lu Tianhao and pull him into her arms. "Who dares to take my grandson away? I will fight for him with my old bones." Sister Lu's mother stepped forward and took Lu Tianhao away, saying with a serious face, "You can't let them corrupt such a good child." Seeing this, Lu's mother reached out to grab the other woman's hair. Sister Lu's mother quickly pulled her grandson back a couple of steps. Just as Lu's mother was about to chase after them, Sister Lu's 3 brothers stepped in between them. Looking at the 3 young men, Lu's mother knew she couldn't win. She angrily sat down on the ground and cried out loud. "I've never seen such bullying. Tianhao is the root of our Lu family. How can you just take him away?" Lu's father and Lu's eldest son tried to step forward, but were held back by Sister Lu's brothers. The 3 of them were furious, but felt powerless. Amid the shouting and fighting, little Lu Qiaolon was scared and curled up in Sister Lu's arms, wiping her tears. "Mom, will we come back after going to Grandma's house?" This question made Sister Lu cry too. She didn't know if she could continue staying in such a family. With red eyes, she looked down at her son and asked, "Tianhao, do you want to go with me or stay here?" Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Tianhao. Lu's mother couldn't help but say, "Tianhao, your grandma treats you so well." But Lu Tianhao still said without hesitation, "Mom, I'm going with you." The 3 members of the Lu family were shocked by his words. Lu's father sighed repeatedly. What an ungrateful child. Lu's mother cried uncontrollably, hitting her chest and saying, "What a tragedy. I raised my grandson since he was little, but it can't compare to the treats his grandmother brings him occasionally. Why am I working so hard if it's all for nothing? I might as well just die early." Lu's eldest son was so angry that he reached out to hit the child. Ye's fourth son, standing nearby, instinctively raised his hand to block him. Lu's eldest son went wild, pointing at Lu's daughter-in-law and Ye's fourth son, saying, "You say there's nothing going on, but you're so worried you want to block my slap. I really am a fool. My son won't listen, and my daughter-in-law is turning against me. Now this wild man has come into our home. Are you all taking advantage of me?" Before Lu's eldest son could finish, Ye's fourth son grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. The Lu family came from the south, and they were all short and petite. Lu's eldest son felt almost the same weight as Lu's daughter-in-law and was lifted off the ground by Ye's fourth son.
You.
This action, while not aggressive, was very insulting. Lu's eldest son's face turned bright red, and he was so angry he couldn't even speak properly. "I warn you, if there are any rumors in the village about this matter, I will let you feel my fists, understand?" Lu's eldest son turned to seek help from the people in the yard, but Lu's daughter-in-law's family ignored him completely. Lu's daughter-in-law's older brother happily picked up Lu Tianhao and gave him a big kiss on the cheek, saying, "Good boy, your grandparents and uncle really love you." Lu's father and mother were extremely anxious, but were blocked outside, wanting to help but unable to do so. "Let's go home. We can talk about it later," Lu's daughter-in-law's family decided firmly. Before leaving, the family thanked the Yi family repeatedly. Today was too rushed, and things were a mess. "I'm sorry for the trouble," Lu's daughter-in-law's father said. "Tomorrow we will come to visit properly, and we will express our thanks and apologies, making sure to give you a satisfactory explanation." Since the other side said this, the Yi family naturally couldn't hold a grudge. Moreover, this matter wasn't even Lu's daughter-in-law's family's fault. After Lu's daughter-in-law left with her child and family, only the Lu family and the Yi family remained in the yard. Suddenly, Lu's mother, who was sitting on the ground covered in dirt and crying, got up quickly. Her tear-streaked face and runny nose were still not cleaned up, but her emotions had already settled, as if the person who had just cried so hard was not her at all. Sister Yi quickly called her two younger brothers-in-law to go home, knowing that there was no reasoning with such a difficult woman. After the three of them left, they heard Mother Lu's calm voice in the yard saying, "It's okay. Whether it ends in divorce or separation, even if it goes to court, Tianhao is still our Lu family's child. The county magistrate won't let her take the child away. This family is really something." Sister Yi couldn't find the right words to describe it. How could Sister Lu's family be so reliable, and yet she ended up with such a husband? There's a saying that really holds true. Men fear choosing the wrong profession, and women fear marrying the wrong man. Marrying into such a family is truly a waste of Sister Lu's character. "Mom, what does it mean that men fear choosing the wrong profession and women fear marrying the wrong man?" Qing Tian asked curiously. Sister Yi simply explained, "It means that men are most afraid of choosing the wrong job, and women are most afraid of marrying the wrong person. Whether it's a wrong job or a wrong marriage, life will definitely be hard." Qing Tian tilted her head and thought for a moment before asking, "So, did Mom marry Dad the right way or the wrong way?" Before Sister Yi could answer, Qing Tian continued, "Mom, if you go back to your family, I want to go with you. You have to take me." Elder Yi hurried out of the house and just arrived when he heard this. His mood nearly broke. "I finally cleaned myself up, changed my clothes, and came here, worried that you would be bullied, and now I hear you, little girl, saying you want your mom and not your dad?" Although he knew it was just a child's innocent words, Elder Yi still felt a bit sad. Sister Yi was happy in her heart, but didn't fully understand. After all, when Elder Yi was in danger before, Qing Tian had rushed forward without caring for her own safety. In the end, it was Elder Ye's fourth brother who asked the question that both of them were concerned about. "Qing Tian, why do you want to go with your mom? Is your dad not good to you?" "Dad is good to me," Qing Tian said without hesitation, "but Dad has so many people around him, Grandma, Uncle 2, Uncle 3, Uncle 4, and Big Brother. But Mom only has me," Qing Tian said, reaching out to hug Sister Ye's neck and rubbing against her a couple of times. "If I don't go with Mom, she will be all alone." As soon as these words were spoken, Sister Yi couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Yi Lao suddenly fell silent, feeling an overwhelming shock inside. He had always known his daughter was exceptionally smart, but he never expected her to think of so many things at such a young age. Even Yi Lao Si, who was asking questions, was touched by her response. However, seeing the three of them together made Yi Lao Si feel a deep sense of envy. He wondered where his own fate might be, and when it would come to him. The next morning, Lu Desaw's family really came over with gifts. Her mother and Yi Lao Tai sat on the Kong, sorting out their relationships for a long time. They finally figured out that Lu Desaw's father, Yi Dongjian, should be considered a distant cousin of Yi Lao Yi, and her mother, Lin Shi, was naturally the cousin's wife. Old sister-in-law, thank you so much for your son yesterday. If it weren't for your eldest and fourth sons, my family would have faced a terrible loss, Lin Shi said, expressing her gratitude after clarifying how to address everyone. Oh, sister-in-law, please don't say that, Yi Lao Tai quickly replied politely. It was just a coincidence. Even if it were someone else, we would have helped, right? Sister-in-law, don't be so modest. Facing a bear, it's already a good deed if someone doesn't throw my daughter to it to escape. Lin Shi said, quickly signaling her sons to bring in the items they had brought and placing them on the table. What are you doing?
Ia Lao Tai Thou Wen.
Bringing so many things on your first visit? I won't accept them. You can take them back. Sister-in-law, these aren't for you. They are for your eldest and fourth sons, a token of our gratitude. Compared to my daughter's life, these things are nothing. As soon as Lu Desaw was mentioned, the atmosphere in the room became tense. It was awkward to leave the matter unresolved. Lu Desaw couldn't return home now. Although her family was willing to support her and her child for a lifetime, over time, there would inevitably be friction and disagreements, which could harm sibling relationships and be counterproductive. Since Yi Lao Tai was not familiar with the other family, she didn't feel comfortable commenting on the situation. Lin Shi clearly didn't want to discuss it either and quickly changed the subject, asking, "How is the child who was hurt yesterday? Can I go see him? I even brought some treats for him. He's resting at home. I'll take you there," Yi Lao Tai said as she stood up. Lin walked into the courtyard, took out 2 bags from the car, and called the downcast Lu Tianhao to go inside and see Chongrui. As soon as they entered the room, both Lin and Lu Tianhao were startled. After a night, Yi Chongrui's injuries had not improved. In fact, they had worsened, and even his eyelids were bruised and swollen. Lin quickly set down the bags and rushed to the edge of the bed, looking worried as she asked, "Have you seen a doctor? Is it really okay for the child's forehead to be this swollen? Should we hurry and take him to the city to see a doctor?" "Don't worry, my family will cover the medical expenses," came the reply. Lu Tianhao was also shocked by Yi Chongrui's condition and timidly followed Lin. Lin pulled him over and said, "Tianhao, look at what you've done. Hurry up and apologize." Lu Tianhao was on the verge of tears, struggling to find the words. Lin frowned and asked, "What did your grandmother tell you last night? Have you forgotten?" Finally, Lu Tianhao approached the bed and said to Yi Chongrui, "I'm sorry. Your uncle saved my mom, and I still went to hit you. That was my fault. My grandmother said our family will pay for your treatment." After saying this, he looked at Yi Chongrui, who could barely open his eyes and couldn't help but cry. "Once you get better, if you're still angry, you can come find me, and I'll let you hit me back, okay?" The adults in the room felt a mix of comfort and amusement at his words. The Yi family was not the type to take advantage of such situations. Since Lu Tianhao had apologized, there was no need to dwell on it further. Moreover, the root of the problem was actually with Lu's family. If they hadn't spoken carelessly in front of the child, this wouldn't have happened. However, seeing Yi Chongrui's alarming condition, Lin asked again, "Shouldn't we take the child to see a doctor?" Yes, second sister-in-law had stayed up all night watching the child, and her eyes were redder than a rabbit's. "We called the village doctor last night. He said it was just a surface injury and nothing serious. He said it would heal in a few days." "The village doctor? Was it Dr. Gu?" Lin raised an eyebrow. Yes, second sister-in-law nodded in confusion. He treated my mother before, and his skills seemed pretty good. Let's forget it then, Lin said with a dismissive expression. I don't want to say anything to outsiders, but with you all, I won't hold back. The old doctor moved to the countryside because he misdiagnosed someone and caused their death. Upon hearing this, Sister Yi panicked and cried, Changruwei, hurry, and get the carriage. We need to take the child to the city for a checkup. Seeing that the Yi family didn't try to ask for money after what she said, Lin felt even more favorable towards them and suggested, let's go straight to the capital. I know a doctor there who specializes in children's health and is quite reputable. He can examine the child thoroughly, and if everything is fine, you won't have to worry later. Sister Yi was so flustered that she lost her composure and looked to Grandma Yi for help. Although Grandma Yi was also worried about her grandson, she was older and had more experience, so she calmly organized, Second son, go get the carriage. Second daughter-in-law, quickly pack what you need to bring. After giving instructions to Sister Yi, she went back to her room to gather things, mainly to bring money. Although Lin said her family would cover the costs, she wanted to be prepared in case expenses were high or something unexpected happened. When Qing Tian heard they were taking Yi Changruwei to the capital for a checkup, she immediately ran over and said, Grandma, I want to go too. Eldest Yi hurried to reassure her, we're going for a checkup, not for fun. Can you wait at home for your brother to return? Qing Tian quickly climbed onto the bed and hugged Grandma Ye's arm, pleading, Grandma, please take me with you. I can talk to my brother and keep him company. I promise I'll be good. Eldest Yi was about to take his daughter away, but then he heard Grandma Yi ask, but your parents can't go. It will just be you and me. Will you cry at night? I won't. Qing Tian quickly promised, I love sleeping with Grandma. Grandma Yi chuckled at her response and teased, you say that without feeling guilty? I wonder who sticks to their mother every day. Eldest Yi quickly interjected, Mom, don't listen to her. Just let her stay at home. Hearing this, Qing Tian turned to Eldest Yi, upset, and said, Dad, Grandma will definitely take me. Seeing his daughter's eyes welling up, Eldest Yi instantly changed his mind, saying, well, Mom, maybe it's fine to take her. Qing Tian is very well behaved and won't be a bother. Who said I wouldn't take her? Grandma Yi shot her son a look at you, insisting on making the child cry. All right, it's all my fault. Eldest Yi apologized repeatedly. An old ancestor and a young ancestor. Neither of them can be provoked. By the way, if you go to the capital, could you please take the bear skin, bear paws, and bear bile to the Qin family? It would save me a trip. This immediately reminded Grandma Yi, who quickly told Qing Tian, hurry, and tell your second aunt to bring the clothes made for young Master Qin along with her. Since you're going to the city, it's better to deliver them directly instead of making them come to pick them up. This simple message was easy for Qing Tian, and she ran to Yi Er's room and repeated it word for word. Okay, I was just thinking about that. Yi Er's wife quickly agreed. She packed her things and then laid out a clean cloth on the bed, carefully folding the finished clothes and wrapping them up neatly. While packing, she said, luckily, when Wong Fuguay came to steal, the clothes made for young Master Qin were mostly done, just needing some finishing touches. That guy didn't know their value and only took the easily sellable fabric, not noticing the finished clothes hanging in the cupboard. These clothes really escaped a disaster. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the Qin family. Qing Tian listened with wide eyes, then suddenly turned and ran back to her room, shouting to her older sister Yida, who was packing her things, Mom, where are the building blocks that Uncle Cen made for me? You have to bring them. Sweetheart, we're going to the city to take care of your brother's illness. Let's not bring toys, okay? Yida gently negotiated with Qing Tian. But Qing Tian insisted, I want to take them to show Brother Qin. Young Master Qin's family doesn't lack toys like that. No matter how Yida tried to persuade her, Qing Tian was determined to bring the building blocks to the capital. In the end, Yida had no choice but to put them in the cart for her. Once everyone had packed up their things, they prepared to get in the cart and leave. Seeing that the Yi family's belongings were many, Lin called out to Grandma Yi, Sister, come sit with me.
Ah?
Will there be enough space? Grandma Yi looked at Lin's 3 sons and thought, With so many people, wouldn't it be even more crowded? Let my third son drive the cart, and the others can go home directly. Lin noticed Grandma Ye's hesitation and added, Your Chong Rui is injured, so it's better for him to lie down in the cart. Hearing this, Grandma Ye stopped being polite and got on the cart with Qing Tian. As soon as they got on, Qing Tian saw Lu Tianhao curled up in the corner. The two quickly averted their gazes. Lu Tianhao went home yesterday and was scolded by his grandparents, mother, and uncles. He realized his mistakes. So when he saw Qing Tian, he felt guilty thinking about how he originally wanted to hurt her. The thought of Yi Chongrui's injury being on Qing Tian's face made him shiver, and he couldn't bear to think further. Qing Tian clearly saw what happened yesterday and knew Lu Tianhao was targeting her. Now, seeing him again made her scared, so she clung to Grandma Ye's clothes and hid in her embrace after getting in the car. Your granddaughter is quite pretty, but she seems a bit shy. Lin teased Qing Tian, but when she got no response, she thought the child was just shy. Who knows?
She usually isn't shy.
Grandma Yu was puzzled as well. Suddenly, Lu Tianhao squeezed out from the corner of the car and stood in front of Grandma Yi and Qing Tian. Qing Tian was so frightened that she buried her face in Grandma Ye's arms, trembling all over.
I'm sorry.
It was my fault. I shouldn't have wanted to hit you yesterday. I know I was wrong now, and I promise I won't hit anyone again. Please don't be afraid of me. How about you hit me a few times to feel better? Lin and Grandma Yi finally understood the situation. Qing Tian was so young, and Yi Chongrui's injury looked scary, so she was definitely frightened. Grandma Yi quickly held Qing Tian tightly, softly comforting her. Lin was more direct and slapped Lu Tianhao a few times, saying, I already punished him for your brother's injury yesterday.
This is to apologize to you.
I promise he will remember this and won't dare to do it again, okay? Lin didn't hold back at all, and the slaps echoed. Lu Tianhao held back his tears for a long time, but eventually shed a few. However, when he saw Qing Tian timidly lift her head to look at him, he quickly wiped his tears and said with red eyes, I really know I was wrong. If I ever bully you again, let my grandma hit me with a stick. Although Qing Tian didn't fully understand what was happening, she could feel her family's attitude towards Lu Tianhao was different from how they treated widow Lu's family. But her brother was seriously hurt. She felt confused about the situation and wished Qin Gij were there. He would definitely explain everything to her. Seeing that everyone was waiting for her response, Qing Tian hesitated and looked up at Grandma Yi. Grandma Yi gently patted her head and said, Tian has realized his mistake. Can you give him another chance? All right then. Qing Tian nodded hesitantly, agreeing, but you can't think about hurting my family anymore. Qing Tian added, and you can't hurt others either. Lu Tianhao quickly nodded in agreement. However, along the way, Qing Tian still stayed close to Grandma Yi and wouldn't go play with Lu Tianhao. By noon, the two cars finally arrived in the capital. Everyone hurriedly took Yi Chongrui to the clinic without stopping for a meal. The clinic was located in a narrow alley in the west of the city. Although it wasn't very noticeable, there were quite a few patients. In the middle of the day, several people with children were already waiting outside. Lin Shi got out of the car and said, Wait for me a moment. I'll go greet the doctor. Before long, someone came out to direct them to park in the back and settled everyone in a room there. Aunt Yi, please wait a moment. Dr. Lin will be here soon after he finishes with this patient. Hearing that the doctor also had the surname Lin, and that Lin Shi received such treatment just for greeting him, it seemed she had a good relationship with the doctor. The old Yi family felt a bit more at ease. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in and said to Lin Shi, Aunt, what happened? Did one of the kids get hurt? Lin Shi pulled him over to Yi Chongrui and said, It's not my child. It's a relative's child. Look at how badly the child is hurt. Please check him quickly. Dr. Lin, seeing Yi Chongrui's injuries, didn't show any surprise, likely because he often dealt with injured children. He first asked the Yi family about Yi Chongrui's condition, then asked him a few questions before starting to examine the injuries and check his pulse. Yi Er-saw watched anxiously the whole time, her heart in her throat. Fortunately, Dr. Lin finally said, It's just a surface injury. It's not serious. If you use medicine in time, it won't swell this much. Dr. Lin spoke lightly, but he understood the parents' feelings and said, "You can stay here for a couple of days. I'll have someone prepare both external and internal medicines and send them over. You can go back once the child's condition improves." "Thank you so much, Dr. Lin," Grandma Yi said repeatedly. Lin then said to Dr. Lin, "You take good care of the patient, use the best medicine, and I will cover the consultation and medicine costs." "You will?"
Dr.
Lin was quite surprised. Even if they were relatives, it was one thing to accompany someone to see a doctor, but why would she pay for everything? I didn't mention earlier, but this child's injury was caused by that troublesome boy, Tianhao. Lu Tianhao hung his head and followed Lin, not daring to say a word. However, when he heard that Yi Chongrui's condition was not serious, he felt relieved. Last night, his grandparents had warned him that if he hurt someone badly, he would have to take care of them for life. Dr. Lin didn't expect this, but he quickly understood Lin's concerns. She worried that if she said the child was hurt by Tianhao from the start, others might think she was trying to cover for him. However, Ye Old Lady and the others clearly didn't think that way and repeatedly thanked Dr. Lin. "Aunt, you all can rest here. The next room is empty. You can decide how to stay. I have other patients waiting, so I'll go ahead and be busy. I'll come back to talk to you in the evening. Go ahead and do your work. As long as the child is fine, we won't worry about anything else." Lin waved him off. After Dr. Lin left, someone soon brought the prepared medicine and carefully applied it to Yi Chongrui's swollen forehead. Dr. Lin prescribed the medicine. It will be ready twice a day and delivered later. "Thank you, young man." Ye Old Lady quickly expressed her gratitude. Yi Urseo focused on her injured son, sitting by his bedside and softly asking, "How are you feeling? Is it painful?"
Mom, I fine.
"The medicine feels cool and quite comfortable. Don't worry, this medicine was specially developed by Dr. Lin for children. It not only works well, but is also gentle on wounds and helps reduce swelling. This ointment is famous throughout the capital, and many families with children buy it to keep on hand." Hearing this, Ye Old Lady felt a bit tempted, thinking that if it really worked well, it would be good to buy a couple of jars for their many children. Once Yi Chongrui was settled, everyone was very hungry. Ye Old Lady quickly called out to Lin, sister-in-law, "Let's hurry out and find a place to eat. Even if we can bear the hunger, the child can't." "Second sister-in-law, please stay here with Chongrui. I asked the second brother to buy lunch for you both."
Okay.
Sister-in-law Yi nodded. Even if Grandma Yi didn't say anything, sister-in-law Yi wouldn't leave the child to go eat alone. She reminded Yi buy some easy-to-digest food, nothing too greasy. It's not good for the wound. "Don't worry, I know." Not long after, Yi returned with noodles, wontons, snacks, and some side dishes. Just as the three of them finished eating, Grandma Yi and Lin also came back after finishing their meal with the child. After Lin took Lu Tianhao to rest next door, Grandma Yi said to her son, "When you have time this afternoon, go to the Qin family and deliver the things." "Mom, I can find the Qin residence, but they might not let me in." Qing Tian immediately said, "Uncle, I can find Qin Gij. Take me with you." "How will you find the young Master Qin?" Yi wasn't very convinced by Qing Tian's words. It wasn't that he thought she was lying. He just believed children were too naive and didn't understand the situation with the Qin family. "Uncle, really? Qin Gij gave me." Qing Tian wanted to say the jade pendant, but remembered that Qin Hishuan and her parents told her not to mention it. She quickly changed her words. "He gave me a treasure and said with this treasure, I could go to the Qin residence to find him." Grandma Yi knew that Qin Hishuan liked Qing Tian a lot. Honestly, siblings couldn't be closer. So she nodded and said, "All right, take Qing Tian with you. She has been to the Qin residence before, so maybe someone there will recognize her." Thus, Yi took a carriage and headed straight to the Qin family with Qing Tian and the items to deliver. When they arrived at the side gate, they were indeed stopped. Yi explained the situation to the gatekeeper, who knew that a family named Yi had recently become close to their master. However, He had only heard of the Yi family and had never seen them. He said he would help pass the message, but wouldn't let them in directly. Yi Er thought that as long as he was willing to help pass the message, it should be fine, so he didn't ask Qing Tian to show the treasure she had been hiding. Little did they know, they waited for over an hour, without any news. It was so cold outside, and the carriage didn't block the wind well, causing Qing Tian's little face to turn red from the cold. Yi Er took off his cloak and wrapped it around Qing Tian, hesitatingly asking, "Qing Tian, do you really have a treasure that will let us in?" Qing Gij said it would work. Qing Tian shivered slightly as she spoke. "Then why don't you show it to him?" Yi Lao Er hesitated and returned to the door with Qing Tian in his arms. The doorman rolled his eyes when he saw him again and gestured, "I've already passed the message. Just wait." The doorman clearly wanted a tip for his trouble. But Yi Lao Er didn't understand this at all and didn't think about it. Since the doorman didn't receive anything, he wanted to show some attitude. Unexpectedly, Yi Lao Er didn't get the hint and walked right up to the doorman with the child in his arms. "What do you want to do?" The doorman stood up from his chair, about to get angry, when the child pulled out a jade pendant from his clothes. This jade pendant looked very familiar in both shape and design. The first lesson for doormen at the Qin residence was to remember the jade pendants and tokens of the masters. But why did the young master's jade pendant end up with a country girl? The doorman rubbed his eyes and leaned in for a closer look, realizing it was indeed the real thing, which made his legs go weak. "Miss, why didn't you mention this jade pendant earlier? Why wait outside for so long?" The doorman was almost in tears and dared not delay any longer. He called for someone to bring the Yi family's carriage in for the mule to drink and eat, while he respectfully invited Yi Lao Er and Qing Tian to sit in the flower hall. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go send a message to the young master." When Qin Hixian received the news, he had just woken up from a nap and was practicing martial arts in his courtyard. "Qing Tian is here?" Hearing the news, Qin Hixian was very happy and hurried over without changing his clothes. The doorman was even more flustered to see the young master come in person. Who exactly had he offended today? Qin Gij. Qing Tian's eyes lit up when she saw Qin Hixian. It was her first time seeing him in such martial arts attire. He looked less scholarly than usual, with a taller stature and a spirited presence. As Qin Hixian rushed into the room towards Qing Tian, his expression changed immediately. The flower hall was warm with a charcoal stove, but Qing Tian was still wrapped in Yi Lao Er's shawl, and her hands and face felt a bit cold. "Just arrived in the capital?" Qin Hixian handed her his hand warmer. Was the journey too cold? Before Yi Lao Er and Qing Tian could speak, the doorman could no longer control his trembling legs and fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Young master, it's all my fault for making this young lady wait outside for too long. But when I saw the jade pendant, I quickly brought her inside. It's all my fault. Please punish me, young master." Qin Hishuan ignored the servant, gently holding Qing Tian's small face to warm it. He said, "Why are you being silly? I already told you to just confine me to get the jade pendant. Why did you stay outside for so long in the cold?" Seeing the servant bowing repeatedly, Qing Tian felt a bit sorry and said, "I forgot, and only remembered later." The servant was surprised that Qing Tian spoke up for him and felt very excited. Qin Hishuan, however, gently squeezed Qing Tian's cheeks, making her pout, and said, "Little liar." Qing Tian usually never lies, so when she did, it was very obvious. Not only did her eyes dart around, but her already red face turned even redder. Qin Hishuan didn't even need to see her expressions. He could tell from her weak tone that something was off. After being caught in her lie, Qing Tian lost her confidence and tried to change the subject. "Brother Qin, why does my hand feel a bit itchy?" Qin Hishuan immediately forgot about her lie and, worried, took away the hand warmer, holding her hand and asking, could it be frostbite? This was the first time Yi Er had witnessed Qin Hishuan's affection for Qing Tian, and he stood by, stunned. If he didn't know better, he would think the girl sitting there was just a princess who looked exactly like Qing Tian. As Qin Hishuan instructed the servants to fetch a doctor, he picked up Qing Tian to head back to his courtyard. Only when he turned around did he notice Yi Er still standing nearby, and he remembered to ask, "Uncle Yi, did you come here for something today, or did you bring Qing Tian over to play?" Yi Er came back to his senses and quickly replied, "My wife finished another set of clothes for you, and my brother hunted a black bear, so I brought the bear's skin, gallbladder, and paw to deliver to the manor. Uncle Yi is too kind. I haven't even had the chance to thank you for the deer skin and meat that Brother Mu brought back a few days ago. I absolutely cannot accept such valuable items like bear skin, gallbladder, and paw. If you don't need them at home, how about I help you sell them in the capital and bring back the money?"
No, no.
Yi Er shook his head repeatedly. "This is what my brother specifically asked me to bring to you. I can't make that decision on my own." Yi Lao Er is the most foolish. He keeps repeating himself and can't say anything else, only insisting that the items must be delivered to the Qin residence. Qin Huishuan, worried about Qing Tian's hand, decided not to press him further and nodded, saying, "Then let's accept them for now. I will thank Uncle Yi later." However, he still asked carefully, "Uncle Yi, is something wrong at home?" Yi Lao Er was surprised by the question and didn't have time to hide his shock. It was easy for Qin Huishuan to think this way. The main items being delivered were bear skin, bear paws, and bear bile. The clothes were just an addition. Even if they weren't delivered, they would send someone to collect them. If the Yi family hadn't had any trouble, it would surely be Yi Laoda or Yi Sa bringing the items, not Yi Lao Er. Qin Huishuan thought that either Yi Laoda was injured while hunting bears and couldn't come, or Yi Lao Er had something important to do in the capital, which is why he made this arrangement. Before Yi Lao Er could respond, Qing Tian spoke up. "Big brother was hurt by someone, and we came to the capital to take him to the doctor." "Has he already seen a doctor?" "Which clinic?" Qin Huishuan asked. "He has seen one. We found Dr. Lin from Shigu Hudong," Yi Lao Er replied. Qin Huishuan turned his gaze to Song Tao. Song Tao quickly added, "He is a well-known doctor in the capital." Qin Huishuan nodded and said, "Arrange for someone to follow Uncle Yi and see if they need any help." Understood. Song Tao knew that his young master wanted to send them off, so he hurried over to Yi Lao Er and said, "Uncle Yi, let's go this way." Seeing Qin Huishuan leaving with Qing Tian, Yi Lao Er hurried after them, saying, "Qing Tian, aren't you going back?" Song Tao was surprised that Yi Lao Er had the courage to chase after them and quickly followed. Qin Huishuan reassured him, "Uncle Yi, don't worry. Qing Tian will be safe at my house. You can come to pick her up before you leave." Song Tao grabbed Yi Lao Er and said, "Uncle Yi, when Uncle Yi and Madam Yu came to the capital, they also left Miss Qing Tian at our residence. You can rest assured. Come, let me show you the clothes and bear skin. We need to find someone to unload them from the cart." Hearing about the cart, Qing Tian suddenly remembered the building blocks she had brought and quickly turned to shout, "Uncle, my building blocks. Please leave my building blocks for me. I brought them specially." Qin Huishuan saw her leaning back in a hurry and worried she might fall, so he reached out to support her back and stopped, asking, "What building blocks?" "I asked someone to go buy it. My third uncle made these building blocks for me. They look great. I brought them to show you." Upon hearing this, Qin Huishuan's slight impatience vanished instantly. He immediately instructed Song Tao, "Quickly go get the building blocks from the car." Yes, I'll go right away," Song Tao replied helplessly, thinking that the young master was going to work him hard. However, he hurriedly took Yi Ernyang outside to unload the items for the Qin family from the car. Then he found a reliable servant to accompany Yi Ernyang to the clinic to see if they needed any help. Next, he held Qin Huishuan's new clothes in one hand and carried the building blocks that Qing Tian had been thinking about in the other, running back quickly. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he was caught by Yu Tao from Madame Qin's room. "Why are you running around with no manners? What do you have in your hands?" "Oh, Sister Yu Tao, you came at the right time." Upon seeing her, Song Tao immediately handed over the bundle, saying, "This is the second set of clothes made for the young master by Yi Ernyang, just sent over by the Yi family. They also sent a black bear skin, fresh bear bile, and 4 fresh bear paws. Please inform the madam. I need to hurry and deliver the building blocks to Miss Qing Tian." The young master is waiting to see them. Song Tao spoke quickly and rushed off. Yu Tao, holding the bundle, was confused and stomped her feet in anger. What nonsense is this? Why does the young master want to see Miss Qing Tian's building blocks? Nevertheless, she took the bundle back to the main room and reported everything about the Yi family's delivery to Madame Qin. We just received several spotted deer from them. Why are they sending such valuable things again? Madame Qin frowned. Did the gatekeeper accept them? I don't know what happened, but I heard that Miss Qing Tian is here and is currently in the young master's room. Madame Qin nodded, saying, "First, take out the clothes for me to see, then take them to Hechuan to try on and see if they fit." Yu Tao opened the bundle and held up the clothes for Madame Qin to examine. The second set of clothes was chosen by Qing Tian from a special fabric. This was a new technique from Jiang, with a stone blue fabric featuring bamboo leaf ink prints of varying shades. Under Yi Ernyang's skilled hands, the clothes gave a feeling of being slim and upright just by looking at them. The belt was embroidered with segments resembling bamboo joints, complementing the bamboo leaves on the clothing. The collar, cuffs, and hem of the outfit were finely embroidered with patterns, and the thread color was similar to the fabric, making it not very noticeable at first glance. However, once she moved, a subtle glow seemed to flow around her. Landau immediately said, "This outfit, the young master will definitely like it." "Take it to him for a look," Mrs. Qin said as she stood up. "It's also a good chance to see Qing Tian." Mrs. Qin led the way to the courtyard and ran into the doctor, who had just been invited over. "What happened? Who called the doctor?" Mrs. Qin asked, suddenly anxious. "Is he Xian unwell?" The doctor quickly replied, "I have seen Mrs. Qin. The people in the young master's room only mentioned that someone might have a frostbite on their hand and asked me to come quickly." The doctor was a bit confused. Although the weather was cold, all the rooms in the Qin residence had heating, and the carriages outside were equipped with charcoal stoves and foot warmers. There were also fur or cotton hand warmers, so it seemed impossible for anyone to get frostbite. Mrs. Qin immediately realized that the doctor must have been called for Qing Tian. However, she wondered how her child's hand could have gotten frostbite when her parents usually cared for her so much. With many questions in her mind, Mrs. Qin entered her son's room. Qing Tian was sitting on the couch, surrounded by an open box of building blocks, displaying her new blocks to Qin Hixian. Upon seeing Mrs. Qin enter, Qing Tian felt a bit shy. But Qin Hixian's first glance was at the doctor, who followed Mrs. Qin in. He grabbed Qing Tian's small hand, which was trying to hide behind him, and said to the doctor, "She was outside for a while, and then I gave her a hand warmer when she came in. But after warming up for a bit, she said her hand felt a bit itchy, so please come and check." Although the doctor didn't know Qing Tian, seeing how worried Qin Hixian was about her, he quickly approached with his medical bag to check. Qing Tian's little hand had warmed up, but it was still a bit red and slightly itchy in some spots. "Is it very itchy?" The doctor examined her hand carefully, feeling there was no serious issue, but under Qin Hixian's watchful gaze, he hesitated to say so and instead asked Qing Tian. "Just a little bit itchy," Qing Tian said, raising her hand to show the level of itchiness. The doctor noticed her thumb and index finger were almost touching and said helplessly, "Young master, this is just a normal reaction from warming up after being cold. It will get better soon, so there's no need to worry." "But her hand is red here." Qin Hixian pointed to Qing Tian's little pinky. The doctor paused for a moment before finally giving in and handed a small porcelain bottle to Qin Hixian. "You can apply this ointment to the affected area twice a day until the itching stops." Qin Hixian took the bottle, opened it to smell, and tested a bit on the back of his hand. After confirming there was no strong odor and that it didn't sting or feel uncomfortable, he carefully applied the medicine to Qing Tian. The servants were used to Qin Hixian's concern for Qing Tian, but the doctor was taken aback, wondering if he was unaware that the Qin family had an unannounced young lady. Meanwhile, Madame Qin watched with envy, wishing her son would show her such care. Madame Qin wanted to get closer to her son, but Qin Hixian's attitude was not warm. He seemed slightly impatient because of Qing Tian's shyness. She asked Yuedao to bring over the clothes, saying, "The clothes from Sister Yi are ready. Try them on, and if they don't fit, she can make adjustments." Qin Huan was reluctant to try on the clothes. When he was at the border, everyone dressed simply for convenience. Although Madame Qin sent him various items every year, he rarely wore the fancy clothes except during festivals. Now back in the capital, he realized that the luxury here surpassed even what his mother had made for him. Though he was well-mannered and made no mistakes, he didn't like these clothes at all. However, Madame Qin knew how to push his buttons and quickly said, "Qing Tian wants to see Brother Qin in new clothes, right?" She even chose the fabric. Seeing Qing Tian looking at him with bright eyes, Qin Huan helplessly released her wrist and stood up. "You sit still. I'll change clothes. I just applied medicine, so don't touch anything." "Okay," Qing Tian replied softly. Qin Huan went behind the screen and quickly changed into the new outfit. Since returning to the capital, he had only grown a little taller, and his size hadn't changed much. Therefore, Sister Ye's clothes fit him perfectly. Especially after tying the belt, it highlighted his slim waist and long legs. The bamboo leaves and patterns suit his character very well, making him look elegant and refined. The maids helping him change clothes couldn't help but blush. Although the young master is still quite young, you can already see hints of the charming young man he'll become in a few years. Before Madame Qin could speak, Qing Tian clapped her hands excitedly. "Brother Qin looks so good." Qin Huan stepped forward and grabbed her wrists, asking, "Are your hands still itchy?" "They're not itchy anymore." Qing Tian's hands weren't that bad. After applying medicine and staying in a warm room for a while, they had already healed. Qin Huan wiped the ointment off her hands with a handkerchief before letting her go. Only then did Madame Qin have the chance to call her son over to take a closer look. Sister Ye's skills are truly impressive. This outfit is made so well. She reached out to check Qin Huan's underarms and waist.
Does it fit well?
Is there anywhere that's too tight or too loose? However, when her hand was about to touch Qin Huan, she clearly felt him trying to step back. Although he managed to hold still, his body remained tense and unable to relax. Madame Qin felt uncomfortable but didn't want to show it, so she withdrew her hand and said, "I think it looks quite fitting." "Yes, mother, it fits well. There's nothing that needs changing," Qin Huan replied before going behind the screen to change back into his previous clothes. When he came out again, he saw Madame Qin chatting with Qing Tian. "Is this new building blocks?" "No, it's something my third uncle made for me." Qing Tian, excited by Madame Qin's question, immediately showed her. "Madame Qin, aren't my building blocks really pretty? Your third uncle is quite skilled." Madame Qin said, a bit surprised. While making building blocks isn't particularly difficult, the box for storing them was quite clever. To spend more time with her son, Madame Qin sat down to play with the building blocks alongside Qing Tian. Just then, after changing his clothes, Qin Huan asked Qing Tian, "If you want to say something, just say it. You've been holding it in for so long." Madame Qin was confused, and then she saw Qing Tian give a somewhat flattering smile and asked, "Brother Qin, since my third uncle's skills are so good, if he made building blocks to sell in the capital, could he make money?" Madame Qin was taken aback. She had thought Qing Tian was just showing off her toys, not realizing that at such a young age, she had this kind of thought. Qin Huan had already noticed that Qing Tian had something to say, but he didn't rush to ask. However, seeing Qing Tian show the building blocks he brought to Madame Qin made him feel uncomfortable, so he directly addressed the issue. Madame Qin quickly thought of many questions. Was this something the old Yi family taught Qing Tian? Did they want to use Qin Huan to help sell the blocks to wealthy families in the capital? She had always thought the old Yi family was quite honest. After learning about the Qin family's status, they didn't try to curry favor or rely on the Qin family, but instead insisted on returning to Rongxi village to be self-sufficient. Because of this, Madame Qin was willing to help them occasionally. But if what she just thought was true, then the old Yi family must be hiding many secrets. While Madame Qin was lost in thought, she heard Qin Huan ask, "Who does your third uncle plan to sell the blocks to?" "My third uncle said it wouldn't make money, and that no one would buy it," Qing Tian pouted. but I think my third uncle does a great job. She looked up at Qin Huan, as if seeking his approval. Qin Huan carefully examined the blocks spread out on the couch and commented, "This box is interesting. The blocks have their own places, so they won't be hard to find. But the craftsmanship and coloring still need improvement. Right now, it's just mediocre. There's no big profit to be made, and even small profits aren't worth it." "Oh, it really can't make money." Qing Tian showed a disappointed expression. "I thought I was clever for coming up with a way for my third uncle to earn money." However, her little mood changed quickly, and she soon cheered up, saying, "Never mind. I'll just keep them to play with. If others don't like them, I do." Seeing this, Qin Huan shifted his tone. "It's not completely impossible. If you change the patterns on the blocks to Western styles, they might sell well in the capital." Madame Qin was touched by the conversation between the two children. On one hand, she felt she had misunderstood Qing Tian, and on the other hand, she thought her younger son might actually have a talent for business. In recent years, due to the emperor's fondness for Western items, the people had been eager to imitate them. Whether in stores or street stalls, anything related to the West sold well. The business at the Qin family's Linglong Pavilion has been very good these past 2 years, making a lot of money. Otherwise, Madame Qin wouldn't have given it to Qin Huan as a private asset. If this set of blocks could really be changed to a Western design, many people would definitely want to buy a box to take home. But how can we change it? Qing Tian didn't understand what the popular Western designs were, so she blinked at Qin Huan. "All right, you don't need to worry about this. I'll have someone create a plan, and then we'll see if your third uncle can do it. If it works out, I can have him sell it at Linglong Pavilion." "Thank you, Brother Qin." Qing Tian immediately smiled brightly, and then asked, "Is Xiao Su still at Linglong Pavilion? Can I go see him?" Qin Huan pinched Qing Tian's little nose and asked, "You only care about your little uncle and not about how your blue and white plate is doing?" "Huh. The plate." Qing Tian scratched her head. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Your memory." Qin Huan shook his head helplessly. "That's fine. You can consider that plate a gift." Qing Tian said generously, "I won't take advantage of you." Qin Huan replied, "The shopkeeper at Guibao Zhai has already spread the word, and many people are willing to pay to see it. During the new year, there will be private bidding in the capital, and if the price is right, I can help you sell it." "That's fine, Brother Qin, you can handle it." Qing Tian felt relaxed and handed everything over to Qin Huan. "This plate might sell for a lot of money, and then your family could buy a house and move to the capital." Madame Qin was surprised by this. What kind of plate could sell for such a high price? It must be an antique if the shopkeeper was involved. Did the Oldie family really have such wealth? But why was a child in charge? She was becoming more confused. However, Qing Tian's attention had clearly shifted. She quickly put the blocks back in the box and asked, "Brother Qin, can I go see Xiao Su? Why do you want to see him? Do you have to visit him every time you come to the capital?" Qin Huan tried to ignore his own discomfort, but his tone still revealed a hint of it. Qing Tian noticed his unhappiness. Although she didn't understand why, she tactfully said, "That's fine, Brother Qin. I can wait until I go home and have my second uncle take me to see Xiao Su." Qin Huan's focus had completely shifted. "Didn't your second uncle say it correctly? Why did it change to Little Su when it got to Yi Xianglei?" "Huh." Qing Tian had never noticed this before, and no one in her family corrected her. They all thought it was normal for children to mispronounce words, and that they would improve as they grew up. Hearing Qin Huan's question, she slowly thought for a moment and said, "I think it should be Little Uncle. You just realized that? You should speak correctly from a young age, otherwise, it will be hard to change later." Although Qin Huan said this, he still instructed the servants to get the carriage ready to take Qing Tian to Linglong Pavilion. He didn't know why, but whenever he looked into Qing Tian's big, watery eyes, he felt powerless and just wanted to spoil her a little more. "Mother, I'm taking Qing Tian out for a bit," Qin Huan said to Mrs. Qin. But Mrs. Qin understood that this was more of a notice than a request. She wouldn't stop her son and simply said, "It's busy outside with the year-end approaching. Take a few more people with you." "Okay, don't worry, Mother." Qin Huan nodded and turned to find a coat for Qing Tian to wear. The coat was big and long on her, almost like a cloak. Mrs. Qin watched and felt a bit uneasy. If she wasn't mistaken, that coat seemed to be the one given to Qin Huan by the Princess of Rui when he returned to the capital. Mink fur was rare, and it was hard to even get a trim for clothes. Since Qin Huan was still young, the Princess of Rui had saved up for years to have this coat made for him as a gift for returning from the frontier. Mrs. Qin had never seen him wear it before and thought he was too precious to wear it, but now he was putting it on Qing Tian. Qing Tian curiously looked down at the coat, which almost dragged on the ground. It's too long, if it gets dirty. But Qin Huan firmly buttoned her collar and said, "It's cold outside. Wear it well. You just got your hands warm and already forgot the lesson?" Once he fastened the buttons, he picked Qing Tian up and said, "If you don't touch the ground, it won't get dirty." Mrs. Qin felt she couldn't stay there any longer and, feeling upset, led the servants back to the main room. "Look at this child. She always seems distant from her own family, yet she opens her heart to Qing Tian." After returning to her room, Mrs. Qin couldn't help but complain to Grandma Jiang. "I don't actually dislike that child, Qing Tian. She's so well-behaved and thoughtful, and I like her. But, Grandma, don't you think Xian's kindness to Qing Tian is a bit too much? He gave her the jade pendant, and now she's wearing the mink fur that my sister sent her." Madame Qin felt more and more heartbroken. She was his real mother, yet she couldn't compare to Qing Tian. Grandma Jiang quietly listened to Madame Qin's complaints. Once she had vented her feelings, Grandma Jiang sighed and said, "Madam, I've actually heard some things recently. I was afraid it would upset you, so I didn't dare to tell you. But now that you've said this, I think sharing this information might help you understand the young master better." "What is it?" For some reason, Madame Qin felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. "Actually, I heard it from Mu Zheng." Grandma Jiang's words immediately increased the credibility of what she was about to say. As an orphan of the Mu family, Mu Zheng was never treated as a servant, whether he was raised by the Wen family or later followed Qin Songyin to the capital. So when he came to the Qin residence, Madame Qin asked Grandma Jiang to take good care of him. After spending time together, Grandma Jiang genuinely grew fond of this child with a difficult background, and their relationship became closer. "If it weren't for the fact that I've become closer to Mu Zheng over the years, he wouldn't have shared these things. Grandma, stop keeping me in suspense, and just tell me." Madame Qin urged anxiously. Mu Zheng said that the young master was bullied a lot when he was at the Wen family. Mu Zheng once witnessed other children bullying the young master and stepped in to help him, which is how they became friends. He felt sorry for the young master and even taught him some self-defense moves, hoping he could learn to fight back. "That's impossible," Madame Qin denied excitedly. "With his father around, who would dare to bully Xian? Madam, General Wen is busy with work and is a rough man. He might not even know about these things." Madame Qin fell silent, her eyes suddenly turning red. Grandma Jiang sighed and continued, "You should know that children can be the most innocent, yet also the most cruel. They don't care about the young master's background. They only see him as an abandoned child, a misfortune that even his parents didn't want." Madame Qin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. She knew that without their parents around, her youngest son must have suffered a lot, but she never expected something like this to happen. No wonder when she hurried back home from the capital and finally saw her long-missed youngest son, Qin Huan only greeted her politely through his father's introduction, showing no surprise or affection at finally meeting his mother. So all these years, Huan thought he was a child hated and abandoned by his parents. Jiang Mama continued, "This girl, Qing Tian, also has an unclear background and lives with her adoptive parents. I once heard the young master privately ask Qing Tian if her current parents treat her well, and he even said that if they don't, he would bring her to our house and treat her like a sister. So I suspect that since the young master met Qing Tian on the way back to the capital, he has been very fond of her. Maybe it's just because Qing Tian reminds him of his own childhood, and he hopes she won't suffer the same hurts he did." Before Jiang Mama could finish, Madame Qin was already crying uncontrollably. No wonder she always felt her youngest son was distant from her and the family. It turned out it wasn't just her imagination. But she never expected the reason to be so hard to bear. Thinking about how she had secretly doubted whether her youngest son was naturally cold-hearted made her feel terrible. It was clearly the adult's incompetence that forced the child to leave his parents at a young age, suffering bullying and injustice. How could she still feel entitled to think her son wasn't close enough to her? After crying for a while, Madame Qin almost self-punishingly ordered, "Call Mu Zheng here. I have something to ask him." She didn't want to deceive herself anymore. She wanted to know what her son had endured as a child. But Jiang Mama advised, "Madam, these things were not intentionally told to me by Mu Zheng. They came out during casual conversations. I think right now Mu Zheng is the only one who can still be close to the young master. If we cut off this connection, we might really not know what the young master is thinking in the future." Madame Qin felt Jiang Mama's words made sense, so she suppressed her urge to ask Mu Zheng for clarity. However, keeping this matter in her heart made her restless, and she ultimately decided to talk to her sister about it. "Someone, prepare the carriage. We are going to the residence of Prince Rui." At that moment, Qin Huishuan was carrying Qing Tian down from the carriage and walking into the door of Linglong Pavilion. The attendant at the entrance had been smiling and waiting for the distinguished guest to get off the carriage, since he saw the Qin family emblem on it. Sure enough, he soon saw Qin Huishuan step down from the carriage. Just as the attendant was about to bow and greet him, he noticed Qin Huishuan turn around and carry a small girl, delicately dressed in fine clothing. The attendant, who was skilled at welcoming guests, immediately noticed the luxurious fur on the girl and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Such expensive material was not only made into a full outfit, but was also casually wrapped around this little girl for warmth. Even the young master was holding her and taking care of her. Only a princess could enjoy such treatment, right? While the attendant was lost in thought, Qin Huishuan had already walked past him into the shop. The shopkeeper, seeing Qin Huishuan arrive, quickly came out and, upon spotting the girl, smiled and said, "Oh, Miss Qing Tian is here again. Did you enjoy the pocket watch from last time? If you didn't like it, feel free to come by the shop any time to pick a different one." The attendant, overhearing the shopkeeper, felt even more certain that Qing Tian's status was incredibly high. Perhaps this was why the shopkeeper was in charge while he was just an attendant. After the shopkeeper spoke, Qing Tian hadn't reacted yet, but Qin Huishuan's expression relaxed significantly. Seeing this, the shopkeeper realized he had made the right choice. Instead of trying to please the aloof young master, it was better to focus on Miss Qing Tian. The shop had a warming dragon, so it was quite cozy, but Qin Huishuan still held back Qing Tian's hand as she tried to take off her outer coat. "No rush. Let's warm up first," he said, then turned to the shopkeeper and asked, "How is that apprentice we sent over last time? Are you asking about Yi Xianglei?" The shopkeeper was slightly surprised. Although Yi Xianglei had been brought by Qin Huishuan himself, he thought the young master was more interested in showing Miss Qing Tian something new and had just brought the apprentice along. Now, hearing Qin Huishuan ask about Yi Xianglei again, the shopkeeper realized the apprentice's importance had just increased in his mind. That boy is quite clever and learns quickly. With the year-end approaching, he's helping his master take inventory in the storeroom. In this line of work, gaining experience is essential. Taking stock is a task where he can learn a lot if he puts in the effort. The shopkeeper spoke smoothly, indicating that he had not treated Yi Xianglei harshly, but rather was giving him a chance to learn. However, he also made it clear that if Yi Xianglei did not learn anything, it was not his fault but rather Yi Xianglei's lack of effort. Qin Huishuan understood the underlying meaning, but did not care much about it. Qing Tian, not fully understanding, listened carefully to the shopkeeper's words, planning to repeat them word for word to Yi Waner later. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, Qing Tian leaned over to Qin Huishuan and quietly asked, "Brother Qin, will I be able to see my uncle today?" Qin Huishuan did not respond but directed his gaze at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper quickly replied, Yes, you can see him. The storeroom is just behind. I will go call him over right now." Yi Xianglei was cleaning the storeroom, covered in dust. After Qin Tian and the others left that day, the shopkeeper arranged for the most senior staff member, Liao Zhenjiang, to personally guide him. Yi Xianglei could sense that Liao Zhenjiang was initially reluctant to take on this connected person. For several days, Liao Zhenjiang only assigned him menial tasks and eventually even requested to check the storeroom himself. The storeroom was filled with dust. Liao Zhenjiang first had Yi Xianglei clear a clean space, then set up a lounge chair to drink tea, while leaving the rest of the cleaning for Yi Xianglei to finish. Fortunately, although Yi Xianglei had connections, he was not a spoiled child. Especially with so many rare and unusual items in the storeroom that he had never seen before, he eagerly wiped and examined each one, enjoying himself and proving Liao Zhenjiang wrong about his work ethic. Moreover, Yi Xianglei knew well that his older brother had started as an apprentice in the county, doing free labor and handling all the dirty and hard work. For him to only be cleaning dust while getting to see so many wonderful things was already a rare opportunity. Thus, Yi Xianglei not only had no complaints, but also worked with great enthusiasm every day. Through these days of observation, Liao Zhenjiang's impression of Yi Xianglei improved significantly. He began to answer about 3 or 4 of Yi Xianglei's questions instead of ignoring him completely. Yi Xianglei was satisfied with this progress and, when he sometimes did not get an answer, would just smile at Liao Zhenjiang and continue working. Liao Zhenjiang increasingly felt that this child was brought in by young Master Qin on a whim, likely just because he saw some clever child from a servant's family and didn't seem to have much background. So when he heard the worker say that young Master Qin had come to see Yi Xianglei, Liao Zhenjiang was a bit taken aback. Who wants to see him? Of course, it's young Master Qin. Don't you remember? He was the one who brought him here. The worker said anxiously. Where is he? Young Master Qin is still waiting outside. He's inside. Liao Zhenjiang called out in disbelief. Xianglei, come out for a moment. Soon, a person with a cloth wrapped around his head and looking quite dirty emerged from the back room. The worker was startled. Oh no, what happened to him? Liao Zhenjiang thought to himself. Isn't this how the person who cleans the storeroom looks every year? Acting as if he doesn't know. How can he go out to meet anyone like this? The worker quickly grabbed a nearby duster and went over to help Yi Xianglei brush off the dirt. Who am I meeting? Yi Xianglei asked while being pulled to get cleaned up. Are my parents here to see me? It's young Master Qin who is here to see you. The worker brushed off most of the dirt from Yi Xianglei and went out to fetch a basin of water for him to wash his face and remove the cloth from his head. You mean young Master Qin is here to see me? Liao Zhenjiang watched coldly, noticing that the confusion on Yi Xianglei's face seemed genuine. This relationship was becoming more complicated. After a while, the worker finally brought a somewhat cleaned-up Yi Xianglei back into the shop. As soon as Yi Xianglei entered, he spotted Qing Tian sitting in a chair, swinging her short legs. Qing Tian, you're here. Yi Xianglei rushed over, but was pulled back by the shopkeeper, only then noticing Qin Tian beside her. Young Master Qin, Yi Xianglei quickly bowed, but his attention remained on Qing Tian. Uncle! Qing Tian called out cheerfully. Yi Xianglei was taken aback. Hadn't she always called him Xiaosu before? Although Yi Waner had said that it was normal for young children to mispronounce words at first, and they would improve over time, Yi Xianglei had always enjoyed being called Xiaosu by Qing Tian. It felt like a special bond that existed only between the two of them, something others couldn't intrude upon or reach. So, hearing Qing Tian clearly call him uncle made him feel a sudden emptiness inside, as if he had lost his special status in her heart. However, this feeling quickly passed through his mind, and before he could grasp it and think it over, it vanished. Yi Xianglei didn't dwell on it any longer and smiled in response. Why did you come to the city today? My brother got hurt on the head, and we came to the city to get him treated. Changrui got hurt? Yi Xianglei's eyes widened in surprise. Was it someone from our village? Yes, it was from the Lu family. Lu Tianhao? Yi Xianglei, who used to be a bit of a bully in the village, was very familiar with the children from each family. He must be getting too bold. I've only been gone a few days, and he's already hitting people? The shopkeeper noticed they were chatting and didn't seem to want to interrupt. This was affecting business. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper bravely stepped in and said, "Young master, why don't we move upstairs to talk? The private room upstairs is quiet, and we have tea and snacks prepared for you." Since this was Qin Huaishuan's own business, he didn't want to make things difficult for the shopkeeper. Hearing that everything was arranged, he nodded and said, "All right, let's go upstairs to chat, so we don't disturb the business downstairs." Upon hearing this, Yi Xianglei reluctantly held back his many questions and stepped forward to hug Qing Tian. Unexpectedly, Qin Huaishuan was quicker and picked up Qing Tian first. Yi Xianglei had already reached out but awkwardly pulled his hand back, saying, "That's fine, I'm all dusty. I don't want to dirty Qing Tian's clothes." Once upstairs, as soon as he sat down, Yi Xianglei eagerly asked what had happened. Qing Tian had a good memory and was at the age where he loved to talk, sharing every detail. Fortunately, Yi Xianglei was encouraging, and he gasped in surprise at the story of Yi Laoda hunting a black bear. Although Qin Huaishuan wasn't particularly interested, he listened patiently while sipping the drinks the waiter brought. However, when he heard that Qing Tian had rushed out later, both Qin Huaishuan and Yi Xianglei's expressions changed. Qin Huaishuan asked, "Did you get hurt?" Yi Xianglei added, "You were too reckless. How could you rush out at a time like this?" "I wasn't hurt," Qing Tian replied excitedly, continuing with his story. Although Qing Tian understood the general situation, there were still many things he didn't quite grasp. "My dad and fourth uncle clearly saved Aunt Lu, so why did her in-laws want her to die?" Yi Xianglei was somewhat confused and didn't know where to start explaining. Although Qin Huaishuan understood, he did not plan to tell Qing Tian. "Those people have problems. Just remember that no matter what happens, your life is the most important. No one and nothing is worth sacrificing your life for. Staying alive is what matters most, understand?" "Okay." Qing Tian nodded, a bit confused. "I understand." And then, Yi Xianglei, still thinking about Yi Changruwei being hurt, urged Qing Tian to continue. When Qing Tian mentioned that Lu Tianhao had come over with a rock to hit her but was stopped by Yi Changruwei, Qin Huaishuan's expression darkened. Qing Tian then asked, "Brother Qin, Grandma said this wasn't Lu Tianhao's fault. He apologized to me, so should I forgive him?" Hearing this, Yi Xianglei jumped up angrily. "Why should you forgive him? When I go back, I'll give him a piece of my mind and then apologize to him. How about that?" Qin Huaishuan looked at Qing Tian's puzzled expression and gently rubbed her head, saying no matter the reason, he was the one who hit someone. An apology is something he should do, but not all apologies deserve forgiveness. If you don't want to forgive him, you don't have to force yourself. "Okay." Qing Tian immediately felt happy. She felt sorry for Yi Changruwei's injury and didn't want to forgive Lu Tianhao. However, Grandma's words confused her, and she worried that she might be thinking incorrectly. Now, hearing Qin Huaishuan say this, she felt relieved and firmly said, though softly, "I don't want to forgive him." "Good, then we won't forgive him," Qin Huaishuan replied. Yi Xianglei frowned slightly. That strange feeling from earlier seemed to return. He was supposed to be closer to Qing Tian as her uncle, so why did he feel like an outsider? But Yi Xianglei brushed off the discomfort quickly. "Qing Tian, where is your brother's clinic? I'll go check on him tonight." Qin Huaishuan suddenly stood up and said, "We're going there too. I'll let the owner know. You can come with us." Qing Tian blinked, a bit puzzled about when Brother Qin had said he was going to see her brother. Qin Huaishuan picked up Qing Tian and went downstairs, informing the owner before leaving with Yi Xianglei. The guy watched as the three of them got into the same car and couldn't help but click his tongue, saying that Yi Xianglei really has something going for him. You can't tell how close he is with the young master from his usual behavior. However, the shopkeeper noticed a few more details than the others. Yi Xianglei and the young master weren't actually that familiar. Their connection likely came from the mysterious girl named Qing Tian. He turned to Liao and asked Mr. Liao, "How is Yi Xianglei doing?" Liao Junjiang thought to himself that he saw how he was doing every day, so why ask? But he still replied politely, "He's doing okay. He can handle hard work and isn't picky. You can tell he genuinely likes the things in the shop. so he's eager to learn and explore. Putting aside his relationship with the young master, he's a decent candidate. However, he is still young and a bit unpredictable, so he needs more training. Then I'll leave this child in your hands, Mr. Liao. The shopkeeper thought for a moment and decided that no matter what the young master's feelings for Yi Xianglei were, he was sent by him and wasn't a troublemaker, so treating him well couldn't be wrong. On the way to the clinic, Qin Huan sent Song Tao to buy some gifts for visiting the sick. Meanwhile, the clinic was in chaos because of Qin Huan's arrival. The Qin family servants arrived first to inform Dr. Lin that the young master was coming, and then took control of the back entrance. At first, Dr. Lin thought the young master was coming to see him for a checkup. After asking, he realized the young master was there to visit a patient. When he found out that the patient was Yi Chongrui, Dr. Lin's heart skipped a beat. What kind of important person had his aunt gotten involved with? But looking at the Yi family's clothing, they didn't seem like a wealthy family at all. Feeling puzzled, he got permission from the Qin family's guards and went to the back courtyard to inform the Yi family and the Lin family. The Yi family members didn't react particularly to the news. Uncle Yi even smiled at Yi Chongrui on the bed and said, "What did your father tell you? The young master from the Qin family would definitely come to see you." Yi Chongrui's little face turned slightly red with excitement. During the time he studied with Mr. Wei, he genuinely wanted to be friends with Qin Huan. But he knew the difference in their social status and never dared to dream about it. However, the books Qin Huan had given him when they parted, along with the writing supplies that Qing Tian helped bring back, kept fueling his desire to be friends with him. Before, he hoped that Qin Huan would come to visit him after learning about his injury. When he saw Yi Laonio returning alone, he felt a bit disappointed. Yi Laonio confidently said that young Master Qin would definitely come, whether to comfort his son or for another reason. So, Yi Chongrui's heart was caught between hope and confusion. Now, hearing that Qin Huan had arrived, his pale face brightened, and his eyes sparkled more than before. However, Lin Shi was startled and exchanged a worried glance with Dr. Lin. Could the old Yi family be asking young Master Qin to support them? Yi Chongrui asked Yi Erseo to help him sit up against the headboard while waiting for Qin Huan. Soon, Qin Huan walked in with Qing Tian, and surprisingly, Yi Xianglei was with them. After everyone greeted each other, Yi Xianglei quickly moved to the bedside and grimaced at Yi Chongrui's injury. "Lu Tianhao, I think you need a lesson." Yi Xianglei glared at Lu Tianhao. "Do you think I'm dead?" Lu Tianhao was so scared he hid behind Lin Shi. Lin Shi quickly protected her grandson and said, "The child doesn't understand. It's all his grandparents' fault. We've already scolded him, and he knows he was wrong." Grandma Yi hurriedly smoothed things over, saying, "It's just kids having a disagreement, and he didn't mean to hurt anyone. Tianhao already knows he was wrong. It's all in the past, so there's no need to worry." Qin Huan, listening nearby, narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Tianhao. While Yi Xianglei was only threatening with words, Qin Huan's gaze nearly scared Lu Tianhao to tears. Lin Shi felt sorry for her grandson, but they were indeed at fault. Plus, seeing Qin Huan's unusual attire and her nephew's eagerness to impress him made her even more cautious. She feared upsetting someone important and could only keep apologizing on behalf of Lu Tianhao. Lu Tianhao was frightened by Qin Huan's earlier glance, but now, looking again, he saw that the expression was no longer as intimidating, making him doubt if he had misjudged. However, there was still an aura about Qin Huan that made him feel uneasy. He felt like a small herbivore in the jungle, constantly alert to the presence of a strange predator invading his safe space. Qin Huan knew that besides Qing Tian, everyone else here would feel somewhat restrained. After asking Dr. Lin about Yi Chongrui's injuries and confirming there were no issues, he prepared to leave. Before departing, he said, "If you need any help, just send someone to inform me at the Qin residence." Watching Qin Huan leave with Qing Tian, the Yi family members didn't find anything unusual. Finally, Lin asked quietly, "Sister-in-law, what is your family's relationship with the Qin family? Isn't Qing Tian your granddaughter? Why did he take her away?" Only then did Grandma Yi realize. Right, why did young Master Qin take Qing Tian? Yi Er said, young Master Qin mentioned earlier that he wanted Qing Tian to stay at his house and that we could pick her up before we go home. He also said that when my older brother and sister-in-law came to Beijing for business, they left Qing Tian at his place. Although it felt a bit odd, leaving Qing Tian there didn't seem worrisome. Grandma Yi didn't say much more, just added, we won't be staying long. Once Chongrui is better, we need to hurry back and visit your father's grave. Hearing this, Lin felt a bit relieved. It seemed she hadn't misjudged. The Yi family was indeed trustworthy. Staying at her nephew's clinic was free, but it also created a debt of gratitude that would need to be repaid later. Plus, living in the capital meant they would still have to spend money on food and drink. Dr. Lin had privately warned her to be cautious that the Yi family might get too comfortable and not want to leave. Although Lin said it wouldn't happen, she felt uncertain at the time. Now, she finally felt reassured and gave her nephew a look that said, see, I told you so. Meanwhile, Dr. Lin was still in shock from meeting young Master Qin. Aunt, let's not just stand here talking. The child needs to rest well. Right, I got carried away talking, Lin said as she stood up. Sister-in-law, if you want to chat, go next door to find me. I'll take Tianhao back now. After leaving the Yi family's house, Dr. Lin immediately told Lu Tianhao, you go back to your room first. I need to talk to your grandmother. Lu Tianhao had recently gotten into trouble, so he obediently went back to his room. Only then did Dr. Lin pull Lin aside to ask, Aunt, please tell me what happened. Who is this important person you met? What important person? Are you talking about young Master Qin? Lin asked curiously. Which family does he belong to? That is the young master of Lord Qin, who is currently favored by the emperor. Dr. Lin said with a hint of regret, when the servant from the Qin residence came earlier, I thought he was unwell and wanted me to see him. It's such a pity. If I could have treated the young master, my clinic and my reputation would surely improve. Is he really that impressive? Although Lin didn't know who Lord Qin was, being favored by the emperor meant he must be someone important. Dr. Lin eagerly asked, Aunt, please tell me how you know this family. What happened? Lin recounted the story, uncertainly saying, I don't know if I've made a friend or offended them. Anyway, that's how it is. I had no idea they had such a powerful background. Dr. Lin clicked his tongue and sighed. I think they seem reasonable. Let's treat them well these days and try to resolve any issues peacefully. Aunt, you should also maintain a good relationship with them. Having this connection could bring many benefits in the future. What are you saying? I'm not trying to befriend them for that. Lin replied, but she still took Dr. Lin's words to heart. In truth, she wasn't thinking of herself. If the Lu family continued like this, she couldn't let her daughter return there. But this meant facing the pain of separation between mother and child. If only she could bring her child with her when they parted. Her family certainly didn't have that ability, but if a noble person could help. Though she thought this way, Lin felt it was just her imagination. Why would important people care about such small matters? Besides, Lu Tianhao was the only grandson of the Lu family. Not to mention being favored by the emperor. Even if the emperor himself came to settle matters, it was unlikely they would take away a child from the Lu family. Getting her granddaughter back would be the best outcome. However, Lu Tianhao was not a bad child by nature. If he stayed with the Lu family, he would eventually be influenced negatively by them. Thinking about these things, Lin couldn't help but sigh. Dr. Lin stood up and said, All right, Aunt, don't think too much. There will be a way when the time comes. If you need my help, just let someone inform me. You've already helped me enough. Please go back to your work. I won't keep you any longer. Lin said, and returned to her room. Qin Huishuan took Qing Tian and left the clinic, with Yi Xianglei naturally following behind them. By the way, Qing Tian, your plate has become quite popular lately. Many customers in our shop have been talking about it. Qin Huishuan originally planned to take Qing Tian to the treasure pavilion, but now he had to bring along Yi Xianglei. It was a coincidence that when the three of them arrived at the shop, a customer was in the private room asking to see the plate. Qin Huishuan waved to the shopkeeper, signaling him to continue his work without needing to greet him. The shopkeeper took the box containing the plate and went upstairs. Qin Huan was very familiar with the shop, so he didn't need a helper to guide him. He led Qing Tian and Yi Xianglei upstairs into another private room and gently pressed a mechanism on the wall, causing a small section of the wall to slide open. The voices of the customers talking with the shopkeeper next door became clear. Qing Tian widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Qin Huan, wanting to ask but afraid to speak, worried that the people next door might hear her. Yi Xianglei, however, was excited to discover such a mechanism and felt he had learned something new. Seeing Qin Huan look at him, he quickly raised his hand to gesture for silence, indicating he would keep quiet. Qin Huan didn't mean that. Since he dared to bring Yi Xianglei in, he wasn't worried about that. He actually wanted to remind Yi Xianglei to stay quiet, but unexpectedly, it turned into a learning moment. In any case, dealing with someone as perceptive and aware as Yi Xianglei was much more pleasant than facing a fool. The shopkeeper was explaining the details of the plate to the customer, finally taking it out while wearing cotton gloves for the customer to inspect. The customer seemed quite interested and, after examining the plate, asked, "What is the price of this plate?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "You are a regular customer, so I won't overcharge you. It's just this amount." He likely indicated the price with his hands, but it wasn't heard from this side. Yi Xianglei's eyes widened in anticipation, wishing he could suddenly gain X-ray vision to see what was happening next door. He then heard the customer's voice sounding displeased. 500 taels? You really dare to ask that price? 500 taels? Yi Xianglei was shocked, his jaw nearly dropping. He had previously sold walnuts for 20 taels of silver, and his mother was overjoyed, saying she would save the money for him to marry. Now, one plate could sell for 500 taels? How many 20-tael amounts did that equal? He was momentarily at a loss for how to calculate it. At this moment, Qing Tian had no concept of 500, so she didn't react when she heard it. Instead, she looked at Qin Huan with a questioning gaze. She wanted to ask how much that was, but afraid of being overheard, she kept her lips tightly pressed and didn't ask. Qin Huan knew that even if the shopkeeper's story was true, the item wasn't worth 500 taels of silver. It was just the shopkeeper trying to get a high price, waiting for the other party to negotiate. He reached out and gently rubbed Qing Tian's head to calm her down. Sure enough, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "If you are truly interested in buying, why don't you tell me your price?" 50 taels at most. Yi Xianglei and Qing Tian both widened their eyes in surprise. The drop from 500 to 50 taels was just too drastic. Such a big difference startled the two kids who had never dealt with this kind of thing before. The shopkeeper, hearing this outrageous counteroffer, wasn't angry. He chuckled and said, "It seems this treasure may not be meant for you. My shop has many other items. How about I have someone bring them for you to see?" The customer realized that their counteroffer was too harsh and hesitated before saying, 80 taels at most. The shopkeeper's tone remained gentle, but his attitude was firm as he asked, "Do you need to see anything else?" This was clearly a hint to leave. The customer, feeling displeased, stood up and said, "Your story is too far-fetched. Who would believe it? It's just a plate, and you really think you can sell it for such a high price?" After the customer left, Yi Xianglei and Qing Tian both sighed in relief. They had instinctively held their breath, afraid of being discovered by the people next door. "It's okay. No need to be so tense," Qin Huan said, patting the side of the pot, feeling that the temperature was just right. He poured a cup of water and pushed it in front of Qing Tian. "Drink some water first." Qing Tian obediently picked up the cup and gulped down several big sips before wiping her mouth and asking, "Brother Qin, how much can this plate really sell for?" Qin Huan smiled and said, "I don't know either. How much this plate can sell for depends on the shopkeeper's skill." At that moment, the shopkeeper had just sent off the customer and was coming upstairs to greet Qin Huan. As he pushed open the door, he heard Qin Huan's words and quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "Young master, please don't tease me. However, the market for plates has been quite good lately and many people have come to see them, which has improved business compared to last month. Please rest assured, young master and Miss Qing Tian, I will do my utmost to sell the plate." Yi Xianglei didn't want to hear any nonsense and couldn't help but ask, How much can this plate sell for? The shopkeeper glanced at him and pretended to be mysterious, saying, That's hard to say. It depends on fate. Qin Huan asked, Qing Tian, how much do you want to sell it for? I don't know. Qing Tian scratched her head and looked up at Qin Huan, asking, Brother Qin, can the money from selling the plate buy a house in the capital? The shopkeeper shivered at her words, thinking, How bold of you to ask. In the capital, a 2-entry courtyard house costs about 300 taels of silver. If the location is good or the house is newer, it might be even more expensive. It would be quite difficult to buy a house just by selling plates. While the shopkeeper was thinking, he heard Qin Huan continue. What size house does Qing Tian want to buy? Qing Tian raised her fingers and said, It needs to fit Grandma, Dad, Mom, Uncle 2, Aunt 2, Uncle 3, Aunt 3. With each name she counted, the shopkeeper felt more overwhelmed. With such a big family, they would need at least a 2-entry courtyard to live comfortably. It would probably take 400 to 500 taels of silver to make that happen. The shopkeeper trembled at the thought, and then saw the young master looking at him. Did you hear that? Shopkeeper, you need to work harder. The shopkeeper almost wanted to kneel before the young master. This wasn't just about effort. It seemed like a task that could only be completed if a wealthy fool fell from the sky. Qin Huan had already squeezed the shopkeeper for everything he could, holding Qing Tian as they prepared to head home. The annoying Yi Xianglei had already gone back to his shop. In a good mood, Qin Huan asked, Are you in such a hurry to move to the capital? I heard Mom and Dad say they hope to earn more money, so they can bring me to the capital next year, Qing Tian replied honestly. When he heard it was Yi Saw who wanted to come, Qin Huan's smile faded slightly. Mom also said that after coming to the capital, she wants to invite a teacher to teach me to read and write. She said she recently started hosting banquets and realized that not knowing how to read really slows things down. So she doesn't want me to be like her and not know a single character. Qing Tian kept talking. My mom also said that there are girls' schools in the capital, just like the private school my brother goes to. There will be many girls studying together, and I hope I can go to a girls' school too. Hearing this, Qin Huan's expression changed again. He said firmly, Of course, you definitely can. After taking a walk outside and returning home, Madame Qin's attitude had noticeably changed. She even sent Yu Tao over. The lady heard that Miss Qing Tian would be staying at home, so she asked me to prepare the room early. Since I am familiar with Miss Qing Tian, the lady specifically arranged for me to attend to her tonight, so she wouldn't feel uncomfortable with strangers. The change in his mother's attitude seemed to be something Qin Huan had anticipated. He played with Qing Tian for a while, then asked Yu Tao to take her to wash up and rest. Although it wasn't Qing Tian's first time at the Qin residence, it was her first time staying overnight. During the day, she had shown no signs of distress, but at night, she missed her mother. She knew she shouldn't feel this way and should just go to sleep. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, everything felt so unfamiliar and frightening. To avoid letting Yu Tao see her, Qing Tian buried her head in the blanket and quietly shed a few tears. When Yu Tao heard silence from the bed, she thought Qing Tian had fallen asleep, so she tucked in the covers and went to the outer room, listening for any sounds. Qin Huan, unlike Qing Tian, wasn't going to sleep so early. After spending the day with her, he needed to catch up on his studies at night. While he was studying by lamplight, he suddenly heard a noise in the courtyard. Song Tao stood nearby, still unaware. Qin Huan instructed, Someone is here. Go open the door and greet them. Who? What person? Song Tao was taken aback, but having been trained by Qin Huan, he followed the command and went to open the door, puzzled. He then saw Mu Zheng standing at the entrance, raising his hand as if to knock. Young Master Mu? Song Tao exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the door open, Mu Zheng lowered his hand and walked in, smiling. Not bad. After a few years, you haven't lost your touch. Qin Huan told Song Tao, You can go now. I'll call you if I need anything. Yes. Song Tao replied and closed the door behind them as he left. What brings you here today? Qin Huan casually asked while practicing his writing. You suddenly sent someone to deliver a message, asking me to tell Granny Jiang about those past events. Naturally, I had to come see if something was wrong. With no one else around, Mu Zheng dropped the formalities and found a place to sit down. Nothing's wrong, Qin Heshuan replied, his expression darkening, causing him to grip his brush unsteadily. He put down his pen, pulled out a nearly finished page, and tossed it aside, starting fresh on a new sheet. You told me to keep it a secret before. Why have you changed your mind so quickly? Did you realize that you need to play the victim? I already told you you have 2 older brothers. You haven't been with your parents for 10 years, so your bond with them isn't as strong. You're not the type to lower yourself to please them. So, you need to find a way to maintain their sense of obligation to you for as long as possible. That's what's best for you. Qin Heshuan didn't want to bring this up, but Mu Zheng kept nagging him, causing him to waste several sheets of paper. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and said, "All right, you don't need to guess. I just don't want my mother to have any negative opinions about Qing Tian." At first, Mu Zheng didn't see the connection, but after thinking it over, he understood. Qin Heshuan's affection for Qing Tian was even stronger than that of many siblings. Not just Madame Qin, but others could see it too, and couldn't help but wonder. Over time, it was possible that Madame Qin might develop a negative view of Qing Tian. No wonder Qin Heshuan suddenly changed his mind and had him subtly share childhood stories with Granny Jiang, guiding the conversation in the direction he wanted. It seemed he was using his past hurt to clear the way for his affection for Qing Tian. Though Mu Zheng found his motive a bit puzzling, he realized it was actually a clever strategy. It not only increased Madame Qin's sympathy for Qin Heshuan but also prevented her from criticizing him for being too good to Qing Tian. In fact, the better Qin Heshuan treated Qing Tian, the more guilty Madame Qin would feel. The more Mu Zheng thought about it, the more he admired the plan. He excitedly walked over and slapped Qin Heshuan on the arm. "I've always said your brain works better than mine." Seeing the wasted words on the paper again, Qin Heshuan felt a vein in his forehead throb.
You.
"Hey, I didn't mean to. I'm leaving now, so I won't disturb you. Just write another one." Realizing he had caused trouble, Mu Zheng quickly slipped away. Looking at the several wasted sheets of paper, Qin Heshuan rubbed his forehead, planning to calm down before trying to write again. Since it was mentioned that it was a sunny day, he decided to put on a coat and go check on Qing Tian in her room to see if she was asleep. Hearing a gentle knock at the door, Yu Tao quickly got up to open it. When she saw it was Qin Heshuan, she immediately greeted him. "Is she asleep?" Qin Heshuan asked. "She just fell asleep," Yu Tao replied softly. Qin Heshuan nodded and walked into the room. Yu Tao was puzzled, thinking, why come to check if she was asleep? Actually, Qin Heshuan himself wasn't sure. He just felt the urge to come and take a look. However, as he entered the inner room and approached the bed, he sensed something was off. Qing Tian's breathing didn't sound like she was asleep at all. In fact, as he got closer, she held her breath. But she couldn't hold it for long and soon sniffled. Seeing her hiding under the blanket, Qin Heshuan sat on the edge of the bed and said, "Why are you pretending to sleep? Don't cover your head. Be careful not to suffocate." The little figure under the blanket stiffened, but after a while, she still didn't lift the blanket to show her face. Noticing something was wrong, Qin Heshuan called out again. "Qing Tian?" Came a muffled response from under the blanket, with a hint of a stuffy nose. "I'm going to lift the blanket," Qin Heshuan announced, not waiting for her consent, and reached out to do so. Yu Tao, unsure of what was happening, brought in an oil lamp to help light the room. She saw Qing Tian's flushed face, which was marked with tear streaks. Yu Tao immediately knelt down. "Young master, it's my fault for not taking good care of Miss Qing Tian." Qing Tian quickly waved her hand and said, "Qin Gij, don't blame Sister Yu Tao, it's my missing home." Qin Heshuan gently wiped away her tears. "I just miss my mother a little," Qing Tian said softly, looking down. "Just missing your mother?"
And
"I'm a bit scared." The Qin family's house was tall and big, and she was sleeping on a bed, not a heated brick bed. When the curtains were drawn, she felt all alone, which was really frightening. Qin Tian asked Yu Tao to bring in warm water, and he personally wrung out a cloth to help clean Qing Tian's tear-streaked face. He found a pillow and placed it at the head of the bed, then sat down on the edge, placing Qing Tian's pillow beside him. Qing Tian sat on the bed, staring blankly at his every move. Seeing her dazed expression, Qin Tian raised his hand and patted the space beside him, saying, "Come over and sleep." Hearing this, Qing Tian's eyes lit up, and she quickly crawled over to lie down next to Qin Tian. Qin Tian helped her tuck in the blanket and gently patted her, saying, "Are you still scared?" Qing Tian held onto the edge of the blanket, covering most of her face, leaving only her forehead and a pair of bright eyes visible, staring at Qin Tian without blinking. When she heard his question, Qing Tian first shook her head and then cautiously asked, "Can you wait until I fall asleep before you leave, Brother Qin?" "I'm not leaving. Just sleep peacefully." Qin Tian lightly touched her face, encouraging her to close her eyes. "It's late. Children shouldn't be awake at this hour." Qing Tian was actually very sleepy, but was too scared to fall asleep. With Qin Tian's company, she quickly drifted off to dreamland. Seeing that she was truly asleep, Qin Tian initially planned to get up and finish his writing in the other room. However, Qing Tian secretly grabbed the corner of his shirt under the blanket. Not wanting to wake her, Qin Tian sat back down and asked Yu Tao to bring him his books, quietly memorizing the article he needed to study for tomorrow. As for the remaining characters he needed to practice, he would have to catch up in the morning. Qing Tian slept well through the night, and when she woke up the next morning, she instinctively stretched and was about to open her eyes when she suddenly paused, then quietly opened one eye to look around. "What are you looking for?" Qin Tian's voice came from above her. Hearing his voice, Qing Tian quickly opened both eyes and looked over. She saw Qin Tian still in the same position from last night, sitting on the edge of the bed. "Brother Qin, you didn't leave?" Qing Tian exclaimed with surprise. "Well, I was worried you might cry in the middle of the night, little crybaby." "I'm not a little crybaby," Qing Tian quietly protested, though a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Qin Tian checked his watch and realized he didn't have much time left. "How about letting Sister Yu Tao help you wash up and get dressed?" Qin Tian thought it was strange. He had been awake for a while, and Qing Tian had already released her grip on his shirt, yet he still wanted to wait until she woke up before leaving. But seeing her sweet smile made him feel that a little delay was worth it. Once he left the room, he hurried back to his study to finish the writing he hadn't completed the night before. Song Tao helped him grind ink and prepare paper, glancing at the wall clock and thinking helplessly that the young master probably wouldn't even have time for breakfast today. Sure enough, by the time he finished writing, it was almost time for class. Qin Tian simply washed his face, combed his hair, changed his clothes, and hurried to the study with his homework. Mr. Wei had arrived early and was sitting inside drinking tea. When he saw Qin Tian enter, he glanced at the clock in the corner and noted that he had arrived right on time. Since he wasn't late, he didn't say anything. Qin Tian placed his completed homework on the table in front of Mr. Wei and began to recite the article assigned yesterday. Mr. Wei looked at the few pages with ink that were still slightly wet and frowned slightly. After Qin Tian finished reciting, Mr. Wei said, "It seems I may have given too much homework." "The homework assigned by you is not too much, sir. I simply couldn't finish it on time yesterday. Please punish me," Qin Tian replied. He knew that Mr. Wei disliked excuses, so he didn't explain further and simply extended his hand to accept the punishment. Song Tao, standing nearby, was anxious and wanted to explain for Qin Tian but was silenced by a look from him. Mr. Wei didn't show any leniency and struck down with a ruler. Qin Tian flinched in pain but bit his lip to keep quiet and didn't pull his hand back. Just as Mr. Wei raised the ruler to strike again, a cheerful voice came from outside. "Is Mr. Wei here?" Song Tao, quick on his feet, rushed to open the door before Mr. Wei could react. "Mr. Wei," the cheerful voice called out, but upon seeing the situation in the room, the tone changed immediately. "Mr. Wei, why did you hit Brother Qin?" The girl rushed in, grabbing Qin Tian's hand and pulling it to her. Seeing the red mark from the ruler, her eyes filled with tears. She had seen her brothers get punished before and knew they cried from the pain. Their mother told her that teachers punish students to help them learn better. But Brother Qin was a good student. Why did Mr. Wei hit him? Under her pleading gaze, Mr. Wei quickly gave in and, regardless of whether she understood, explained, "The young master finished his homework this morning." "Didn't he finish it?" she asked. "That's not the case, but the ink is still wet. It's a matter of attitude." "Does that mean he didn't write well, or wasn't serious?" she pressed.
"Well,
that's not exactly true."
but
Mr. Wei found himself at a loss for words under her questioning. Why did Mr. Wei hit Brother Qin? After asking for clarification, Qing Tian immediately gained confidence and raised her voice. "As long as he finished it, why does it matter if it was written last night or this morning?" Mr. Wei thought about it and agreed, although he still felt that Qin Huishuan's attitude was not quite right. However, Qing Tian made a good point. "Qing Tian is right. I shouldn't have punished the young master." Seeing that she had convinced Mr. Wei, Qing Tian quickly turned to check Qin Huishuan's palm. "Does it hurt?" She gently blew on it, feeling sad. "If it weren't for me, Brother Qin wouldn't have been hit by Mr. Wei. It hurt a bit before, but now that you're blowing on it, it doesn't hurt anymore." "Really?" Qing Tian perked up immediately. "Then I'll blow on it some more." Qin Huishuan let Qing Tian blow on the mark on his hand, but his gaze drifted over her head to Song Tao and Yu Tao, who were standing at the door. Both of them lowered their heads, feeling a bit guilty. At first, Qin Huishuan thought Qing Tian was looking for him, but, remembering what she had said outside, he quickly figured out the situation. Qing Tian was a sensible child. If she knew Qin Huishuan was studying, she wouldn't have insisted on finding him. It must have been that Song Tao saw him rushing to finish last night's homework in the morning and, fearing Mr. Wei's punishment, sent someone to secretly inform Yu Tao. Yu Tao probably used the excuse of bringing Qing Tian to see Mr. Wei to help herself out of trouble. So, when Qing Tian asked outside, she was not looking for Brother Qin but rather checking if Mr. Wei was there. What Qin Huishuan could figure out, Wei Yan certainly understood as well. However, Wei Yan did not know that this was Song Tao's own decision and thought it was a trick by Qin Huishuan. Still, Qing Tian's earlier words made sense. Regardless of when it was written, Qin Huishuan had indeed completed his homework and had done it seriously, without slacking off. Thus, the punishment was set aside. "Qing Tian, will you stay here to accompany the young master for class, or will you go back with Yu Tao to play?" "I'll stay here with Brother Qin," Qing Tian said without hesitation, looking worried that if she left, Wei Yan would hit Qin Huishuan again. Wei Yan chuckled. "Don't worry, you've already convinced me, so I won't punish him again. If you want to stay, then I will have to test you." "Please go ahead and test me," Sunny confidently spoke. Wei Yan casually recited a few lines from the poems he had taught her before, and Sunny smoothly recited the next line. She had already memorized most of the poems from the booklet that Qin Huishuan had given her. Even Wei Yan couldn't help but admire her natural talent. It was something others truly envied. "Why don't you sit here quietly for a while? I'll finish teaching the young master, and then I'll help you learn some new poems, okay?" "Okay." Sunny nodded and was lifted onto a chair by Qin Huishuan, listening to Wei Yan teach. However, although she had a good memory, her understanding still lagged behind. Many of the things Wei Yan explained sounded like a foreign language to her, and the more she listened, the sleepier she became. After Wei Yan finished teaching Qin Huishuan and assigned him a few questions, he was about to praise Sunny for being well-behaved and not causing any trouble when they realized she had already fallen asleep with her head on the desk. Seeing this, Qin Huishuan chuckled, took off his vest, and draped it over her shoulders. He quietly explained to Wei Yan, last night was her first time sleeping outside. She missed her mother and secretly cried under the blanket, so she didn't sleep well. Wei Yan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you stay with her last night?" Qin Huishuan didn't expect Wei Yan to be so perceptive and nodded slightly. "No wonder you rushed to finish your work early this morning." Wei Yan frowned. "Why didn't you explain when I asked you?" "Teachers don't like students who make excuses," Qin Huishuan replied, lowering his gaze. I just didn't manage my time well. In fact, he had enough time to finish his work last night, but he was distracted by Mu Zheng and couldn't complete it. I don't like excuse makers, but that doesn't mean I'm unsympathetic. If there's a real issue, I can be flexible. Wei Yan said. You've done well. You're just putting too much pressure on yourself. You don't act like a normal 10-year-old at all. Qin Huan was slightly taken aback by Wei Yan's words. What should a normal 10-year-old be like? Should they be like the children in the military camp, running around every day? Or should they be like some young masters he saw after returning to the capital, indulging in fun? Seeing Qin Huan's confused expression, Wei Yan wasn't sure what to say next. He simply patted Qin Huan's shoulder and said, since Sunny is here to play, why not take a half day off today? There's no homework today, so just enjoy your time with her and relax a bit. After saying this, Wei Yan left the study with the teapot. Qin Huan looked at the peacefully sleeping Qing Tian and slowly sat down in the chair beside her, lost in thought about Wei Yan's earlier words. Qing Tian woke up after a short while, rubbed her eyes, and noticed the room was quiet, which startled her into sitting up straight and looking around. She sighed in relief when she saw Qin Huan still beside her. Brother Qin, where is Mr. Wei? Qing Tian asked nervously. He didn't leave because I was sleeping, did he? Of course not, Qin Huan replied with a smile. Mr. Wei came to see you and even gave me half a day off to spend time with you. Really? Qing Tian exclaimed, looking at Qin Huan in surprise. Then she noticed the papers spread out on the table in front of him, covered in colorful designs. Brother Qin, what is this? It looks amazing. Does it look good? Qin Huan asked. It looks great. Qing Tian nodded vigorously. It reminds me of the things I saw at Linglong Pavilion. Exactly. Qin Huan was surprised that Qing Tian recognized it right away. He had indeed drawn Western-style patterns. Qing Tian had previously mentioned wanting her uncle to make building blocks, and Qin Huan had taken that to heart and thought it over carefully. Yi Laosen had good craftsmanship and painted very neatly, so from a craftsmanship standpoint, it was definitely impressive. However, to make more money, he needed to put in more effort. So, Qin Huan decided to focus on Western items. Although the court had banned sea trade, the long and risky journey meant that merchants often brought back rare items to sell. Toys like building blocks, which required no special techniques, wouldn't take up space in their limited cargo holds. However, Western items had become very popular in the capital in recent years, and many families had children. If he could produce a batch of such building blocks, it should be easy to find buyers. So, when he visited Linglong Pavilion yesterday, Qin Huan casually asked the shopkeeper about it. The shopkeeper showed interest and said that if the quality was good, it could be worth a try. Thus, when he had some free time, Qin Huan began sketching some designs. He had a plan for this business and said to Qing Tian, "Your suggestion was great. I'll ask someone to talk to your uncle about it. If he's interested in making these, we could collaborate." Okay, Qing Tian thought simply. She was just happy that Qin Huan recognized her idea, and if her uncle could make money from building blocks, that would be even better. Since he decided to do this, Qin Huan immediately took action without any delay. After all, the end of the year was approaching, and if he could produce a batch of building blocks before the new year, he might sell them for a good price during the holiday. He handed his design patterns to Mu Zheng and explained his ideas one by one, asking him to go to Fengli County to discuss this matter with Yi Laosen. Yi Laosen was still working at the carpentry workshop. That day, everyone was resting in the room when a servant suddenly approached him with a strange expression. "Brother Yi, the young master wants to see you in the flower hall." Hearing this, Yi Laosen quickly got up, dressed, and followed the servant to the flower hall. He had been there for a while and had learned how to interact with people better. On the way, they reached a secluded spot, and he immediately took out a few coins and handed them to the servant, whispering, "Good brother, can you tell me what the young master wants to see me about? Did I do something wrong recently?" "Brother Yi, it's not the young master looking for you. It's someone from the capital who wants to see you. They are accompanied by Captain Hu, and the young master is currently entertaining them in the flower hall." After hearing this, The servant couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Yi, can you tell me the truth? What is your family's background? It's one thing to know the Jiang family, but how do you know people from the Qin family in the capital? Someone from the Qin family? What do they want? Yi Lao-sen was even more confused. He had been working at the carpentry workshop and knew nothing about his family's affairs. Seeing his genuine expression and knowing that Yi Lao-sen was an honest person, the servant suggested, maybe the Qin family needs some valuable furniture repaired and heard about your reputation, so they came to find you. However, after saying this, not only Yi Lao-sen but even the servant himself didn't believe it. The capital was a place full of talented people. Besides, with the Qin family's resources, they could easily find skilled craftsmen without needing to come all the way here to find Yi Lao-sen. With a nervous heart, Yi Lao-sen arrived at the flower hall. He had met Mu Zheng once, so seeing him made him feel a bit more relaxed. Master Mu, young master, Yi Lao-sen greeted as he entered the room. The young master immediately stood up and, being very considerate, said to Captain Hu, I heard you enjoy tea. My father recently acquired some good tea, but we don't know much about it. Would you help us taste it? His words were just an excuse to take Hu Yuanren away, giving Mu Zheng and Yi Lao-sen some space to talk. Hu Yuanren was originally there to help Mu Zheng prove his identity and had nothing to do with this matter. Upon hearing this, he immediately stood up and said, Then I won't hold back. I'll enjoy some good tea at your place. After the two left, Mu Zheng explained his purpose. Yi Lao-sen was taken aback. He hadn't paid much attention when Qing Tian mentioned this before. He was surprised that the child cared so much and even went to ask young Master Qin about it. After Mu Zheng finished speaking, he took out the drawings that Qin Hishuan had made and handed them to Yi Lao-sen, asking, Can you create a pattern like this? Yi Lao-sen honestly replied, That box of building blocks was indeed made by me, but the coloring was done by someone else.
Who was it?
It was also someone from our woodworking shop. Should I call him over too? That depends on whether you mind partnering with him for this business. If you don't mind, then it's fine. If you want to do it alone, then there's no need. Yi Lao-sen said sincerely, When it comes to painting, I'm not as skilled as Brother Wong. While I could practice slowly, it would take too much time. Mu Zheng nodded and reminded him, So, do you want to partner with him or just hire him for the work? Yi Lao-sen was even more confused. What's the difference? If you partner with him, you'll share the profits based on how much you earn together. The more you make, the more he gets. But if you hire him, you just need to pay him a wage. Hearing this, Yi Lao-sen finally understood. He was about to say that, of course, they should partner since they were all brothers and should earn money together. But Mu Zheng said, I suggest you don't reveal too much to him and just hire him for the work. Yi Lao-sen asked in confusion, Why? Mu Zheng explained, I've seen the box of building blocks that Qing Tian brought over. The design and craftsmanship are quite good. However, if we break it down, the fine craftsmanship of the box is your achievement, while the pattern is drawn by our young master. So, Brother Wong would only be coloring according to the pattern. He doesn't bring anything unique to the table and can only do some manual work, which isn't suitable for a partner. Seeing that Yi Lao-sen was still hesitant, Mu Zheng added, I heard your wife is currently out with Sister Yi doing catering. Is she also sharing profits with Sister Yi? Yi Lao-sen blurted out, How is that possible? My sister-in-law is a great cook and my partner just helps out a bit. After saying this, he realized it without needing Mu Zheng to explain further. If these building blocks can really make money, can I give him more pay like my sister-in-law does? Of course. Mu Zheng replied with a smile. If the business goes well, it's only right to raise wages or give bonuses. Good, I understand now. Yi Lao-sen said he understood, but he really had no idea how to talk to Brother Wong about this. Mu Zheng seemed to have anticipated this and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. Just call Brother Wong over, and I will talk to him. That sounds great. Yi Lao-sen finally relaxed and hurried to get him. Before long, Yi Lao-sen returned with Brother Wong to the flower hall. In front of Mu Zheng, Brother Wong was much more nervous than Yi Lao-sen. Mu Zheng patiently explained several times before Brother Wong finally understood. It turned out that young Master Qin was interested in the building blocks they had made for Qing Tian but wanted to create some different patterns and asked if he could do it. After looking at the design young Master Qin had drawn, Brother Wong nodded repeatedly, saying, "No problem. This pattern looks new, but if you look closely, it's actually easier to draw than the one we made for Qing Tian." As he spoke, he went outside to find some leftover material, quickly polished it, and in no time, he replicated young Master Qin's design for Mu Zheng to see. Brother Wong indeed had a greater talent for painting. After just glancing at young Master Qin's drawings, he mixed the colors and applied them to the wood with almost perfect accuracy. Seeing this, Mu Zheng nodded in satisfaction and said, "If both of you want to do this, I will go greet your young master. Let's head to the capital today. How to proceed and what it will look like will depend on my young master." Mu Zheng told young Master Zhang Pingjia that the Qin family had an old piece of furniture that needed repair and refinishing. He had heard about Brother Ye's skills while dealing with bandits here, so he came specifically to seek him out. Brother Yi recommended Brother Wong, so he wanted to take both of them back to repair the furniture. Upon hearing this, Zhang Pingjia was extremely happy and immediately agreed. After all, what kind of family was the Qin family? If Yi Laosan and Brother Wong can successfully help the Qin family fix the old furniture, then their woodworking shop will not only be famous in the county, but also in the capital city. So when Yi Laosan and Brother Wong went to the backyard to gather their things, Zhang Pingjia excitedly followed them, giving them reminders. Even though the Qin family is not an ordinary family, you too should believe in yourselves. Your skills are exceptional. Once you get there, don't be nervous or afraid. Be bold and careful as you work. Of course, we shouldn't be overconfident. First, see if the items can be repaired. Don't take on too much right away. If it turns out you can't fix them, it won't end well. Yi Laosan and Brother Wong knew very well that they were not really going to repair any furniture, so they felt no pressure. Although they couldn't tell Zhang Pingjia the truth, they both agreed enthusiastically. After all, making blocks for the young master of the Qin family was just a temporary job. They still needed to continue their long-term work at the woodworking shop. Once they packed their things, they followed Mu Zheng to the capital city. After entering the city, Mu Zheng didn't rush to the Qin residence, but first dropped off Brother Wong at Linglong Pavilion. "I've already spoken to the shopkeeper. You should go in and take a look at the colors of the Western items. I'll come back to pick you up later." "Okay, I will study it carefully." Having the chance to work for the young master of the Qin family was something he never even dared to dream about, so he was filled with enthusiasm. Not only was he willing to observe the colors, but he would also eagerly agree to learn how to make paint if asked. After dropping off Brother Wong, Mu Zheng took Yi Laosan straight to the Qin residence to meet Qin Hishuan. Yi Laosan had little contact with Qin Hishuan, and as he entered the luxurious residence, he felt increasingly nervous. Fortunately, as soon as they entered, they saw Qing Tian playing with blocks at the table. "Uncle Sand, you're here." Qing Tian looked up and smiled brightly at Yi Laosan. "I told you making blocks can earn money, and Qin Gij said so too." Yi Laosan's nervousness eased significantly. He looked around the room, but didn't see the young Master Qin. Just as he was about to ask, Qin Hishuan walked out from another room. "Uncle Yi has arrived." Qin Hishuan greeted him. Yi Laosan was startled and quickly bowed to him. "Don't be so formal. Have a seat," Qin Hishuan said, asking someone to bring a cushion for Yi Laosan while he sat down next to Qing Tian. "I heard from Qing Tian that these blocks and the box were made by you, Uncle San?"
Yes.
"That's quite good," Qin Hishuan nodded. "It can indeed be profitable." Hearing this, Yi Laosan felt happy but remained humble, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, but I still have a lot to improve. Let's set that aside for now. I want to talk to you about making building blocks. Here's my idea. If you make the building blocks yourself and sell them in the capital, you should be able to sell them. I can give you the designs I drew before, and you can make them yourselves. However, if you are willing to cooperate with me, you can handle the production of the blocks. I will find ways to promote them in the capital and sell them in my shop." Yi Laosan was not foolish and naturally chose the latter option. Only by relying on the Qin family could the blocks sell for a better price and have a better market. Moreover, with 4 brothers in the family, the eldest brother's family had already connected with the Qin family thanks to his wife's cooking and Qing Tian's charm. The second brother's family had also made some connections due to the second sister-in-law's excellent skills. Their family had never had anything impressive to show. Now, it was rare for young Master Qin to recognize his woodworking skills and want to partner with him in business. There was no reason to refuse. If Uncle Yi agrees, then let's split the profits 80/20. Yi Laosan was startled and quickly replied, "It's better if you take 80 and I take 20. Mu Zheng, listening nearby, laughed and said, "Brother Yi, what do you think our young master is? If he wanted to make money, he wouldn't need to come to you. That 20% isn't for our young master. It's just to cover some expenses for those who will do the work. Don't you think?" Yes, but 80/20 is too much. Yi Laosan was anxious, but Qin Huishuan remained firm. He didn't dare to keep arguing, fearing he might annoy Qin Huishuan. Just when he was feeling desperate, he noticed Qing Tian building blocks on the table and suddenly had an idea. If young Master Qin doesn't want it, how about I put 20% of the profits under Qing Tian's name? If it weren't for Qing Tian helping to connect the dots, I wouldn't even have this good opportunity. I can save this money for Qing Tian's future as a dowry. Qin Huishuan was involved in this matter mainly because of Qing Tian. He had no intention of making money from it, but hearing that Yi Laosan wanted to give Qing Tian a share made him happier than if he had earned money himself. However, he did not agree on behalf of Qing Tian, but said, "It's good that Uncle Yi thinks this way, but I won't get involved in this matter. You can go back and discuss it with Uncle Yi and the others." Uncle Yi nodded repeatedly, but he remembered Qin Huishuan's attitude. "This matter is settled." Qin Huishuan changed the subject. "However, the box of building blocks you made is good, but if you want to make big money, you need to improve it further. Uncle Yi, your skills are undeniable. You are indeed quite clever. It's just that your perspective is limited, and if you don't see more, it's hard to think of new ideas." Uncle Yi was aware of this issue. It was his weakness. If he hadn't spent some time at Jiang's carpentry workshop, his perspective would be even narrower now. Although he understood this, broadening his perspective wasn't something that could be done instantly just by realizing it. Qin Huishuan said, "If Uncle Yi wants to broaden his horizons, I can help with that. Of course, if you just want to make some money before the new year, that's fine too. But as the saying goes, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work of cutting wood. I still suggest you seriously consider this." To his surprise, Uncle Yi didn't hesitate at all, and immediately said, "Young Master Qin, I choose the first option. Even if I don't have time to make money from building blocks, I still want to broaden my horizons. There will always be time to make building blocks, but opportunities to broaden one's perspective don't come around often." Uncle Yi's response pleased Qin Huishuan greatly. He nodded and said, "Since Uncle Yi thinks so, that's wonderful. Tomorrow I'll have someone take you there." "Thank you, young Master Qin." The anticipation eased Uncle Yi's nervousness about staying at the Qin residence for the first time, but he never expected that the place Qin Huishuan arranged for him to gain experience the next day would be the Office of Construction. Uncle Yi had heard about the Office of Construction while at Jiang's carpentry workshop. It is the official agency responsible for managing palace buildings, various precious items, exquisite utensils, and embroidery of fine fabrics. It seems to be divided into several branches, one of which is specifically for bamboo and woodwork. As the name suggests, it specializes in making various bamboo and wooden utensils and items. The reason for discussing this is that in Fengli County, there is another carpentry workshop that competes with Jiang's carpentry workshop called Huang's Carpentry Workshop. The owner of Huang's Carpentry Workshop has always claimed that his master came from the bamboo and wood branch of the Office of Construction. For many years, Jiang's carpentry workshop has been suppressed by the other party. Whether it was the owner or the young owner, they both gritted their teeth when mentioning each other. They claimed that the so-called master of the other was not a true craftsman, but just someone from a different background. However, the owner of Huangji Carpentry Shop shamelessly promoted his business, and the public, unaware of the truth, believed that his shop had a better heritage and skills. It wasn't until later, when Yi Lao-sen joined the carpentry shop and introduced a new way to repair furniture, that business began to thrive, eventually surpassing Huangji carpentry shop. When it was time to settle the wages for the first month, the owner happily gave Yi Lao-sen an extra red envelope. That night, the owner got drunk and boasted about finally surpassing Huangji. Yi Lao-sen found this strange and asked Wong Fuguay about the situation, which also gave him some insight into the Jiang's supervisory office. This place was dedicated to making items for the nobles in the palace, and he felt unworthy to be there. Regardless of whether he could succeed in the carpentry business, just visiting the Jiang's supervisory office was already worth it. As he walked through the door, his legs trembled with excitement. Once inside, thanks to Qin Hishuan's prior arrangements, a young apprentice was already waiting for him. Qin's family has sent word. "I'm not sure what you'd like to see, but I can show you around," the apprentice said. "I'm just here to see the skills of the masters in the bamboo and would trade and broaden my horizons," Yi Lao-sen replied humbly. "Of course. I'll take you there," the young man said as they walked. "My name is Qi Menghui. You can call me Menghui or Xiao Qi. May I ask how to address you?" "You can call me Yi Lao-san," he replied respectfully. Qi Menghui, being perceptive, smiled and said, "All right, I'll call you Brother Yi-san. Let's go this way. You arrived a bit early today. The masters haven't started working yet." Qi Menghui first took Yi Lao-san to the storeroom. "Let me show you the finished items in the storeroom. But I must tell you, everything inside is for looking only, not touching, as they are meant for the palace. Do you understand?" "I understand. I won't touch anything," Yi Lao-sen nodded eagerly, his eyes shining at the sight of the storeroom door. There must be amazing things inside. All items meant for the emperor and empresses had to be top-notch in both creativity and craftsmanship. As expected, once he entered the storeroom, Yi Lao-sen was completely captivated. A row of shelves displayed various items. Some he could recognize, while others were unfamiliar, and he couldn't guess their purpose just by looking. However, the variety of finished products made him very happy. When he found something he liked, he could stand there, mesmerized, unable to move. Seeing him so focused and well-behaved, Qi Menghui felt a bit relieved. But he didn't dare let him wander around the storage room, as these were unique items, and if he broke anything, he would face serious consequences. After all, he was being paid to help. But unexpectedly, trouble struck. While following Yi Lao-san, Qi Menghui grew bored and raised his hand to cover his mouth, intending to yawn. Unfortunately, his elbow accidentally knocked a piece off the shelf. Qi Menghui's face changed instantly, and he knelt down to pick up the fallen item. When he saw that a support beam was broken, his face turned pale. This is bad, really bad. As an apprentice, he would not only have to pay for the damage but would likely be kicked out of the workshop. His future would be ruined, and his family might not be able to afford the cost. Yi Lao-san, surprised by the incident, quickly crouched down to help him check. "What's broken?" Qi Menghui, in despair, held up the item for Yi Lao-san to see. "Look, it's broken here." The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, trembling all over. "I'm finished. Master Lu will definitely be furious with me. If I get sent home, my father will be angry too. They spent so much money to get me this apprenticeship, and if I get sent back..." His despair grew, and he finally couldn't hold back his tears, crying loudly. Yi Lao-sen quickly covered his mouth. "Don't cry yet, let me take a look." He took the item from Qi Menghui but couldn't figure out what was wrong after examining it closely. Qi Menghui sat on the ground in despair. "Forget it, it's my bad luck. I'll take responsibility for my actions." This was a small item, almost completely covered by Yi Lao-sen's hands, but its structure was very complex. The overall structure of this object is carved from a single piece of wood and is shaped like a mountain. However, many other small objects have been added on top, and these parts can move. Yi Lao-sen looked at it back and forth for a while but couldn't figure out what it was. He had to ask Qi Menghui, who was crying nearby. Qi Menghui sniffled and said, "This is an incense burner." "An incense burner?" Yi Lao-sen looked down at the object in his hand again and couldn't connect it to an incense burner. In his mind, An incense burner was something placed on a table for holding incense. Qi Menghui sighed and said, "Brother Yi, what's the point of talking about this now? It's already broken." Unexpectedly, Yi Laosen said, "I looked closely, and the broken part is an extra addition that doesn't belong to the main structure. So, if you can find the same material, it should be possible to fix it." But Qi Menghui shook his head and said it's useless. "I don't have the skills like Master Lu to fix it perfectly." Yi Laosen was silent for a moment and then spoke more directly. "If you can find me a piece of wood that's the same material, maybe I can give it a try."
Ah?
Qi Menghui was taken aback at first, thinking Yi Laosen was boasting. But then he remembered that if Yi Laosen didn't have some special ability, the Qin family wouldn't have spent money to send him here to gain experience. With teary eyes, Qi Menghui looked Yi Laosen up and down. Although he still found it hard to believe, what if Yi Laosen really was an extraordinary person? Wiping his tears, he asked, "How big of a piece do you need? I have a lot of leftover scraps from the masters for practice. Do you have all the tools?" Yi Laosen asked again. "Yes, I have everything," Qi Menghui nodded. He took a deep breath, removed his outer coat to wrap the incense burner, and led Yi Laosen out through the back door, heading straight to the room where he usually practiced. It was unclear if it was because the workshop was too large or had too many rooms, but as an apprentice, Qi Menghui even had a small room to himself. The room wasn't too big, with a large table by the window and a small bed against the wall opposite the table. The table was messy, covered with small wooden blocks of various shapes, with shavings everywhere, and tools scattered all over. Qi Menghui brought Yi Laosen in, hoping no one would see them. Once inside, he remembered how messy his place was and blushed, saying, "I stayed up late a few days ago to finish something and didn't have time to clean up." However, Yi Laosen didn't mind. He went straight to the table to pick out usable materials from the small wooden blocks. As he searched, he was amazed. These valuable materials, which could sell for a lot outside, were just practice pieces for apprentices here. In the end, Yi Laosen chose 2 small wooden blocks that were the same material and closely matched in color. By this time, Qi Menghui had already tidied up the other parts of the table. Yi Laosen's calmness made him feel much more at ease. Although the tools were still messy, they were gathered together. The incense burner was now placed in the center of the table. "Brother Yi, can you tell me how to work on this? Let me know if you need anything else," Qi Menghui said. Yi Laosen sat at the table, not rushing to start but carefully examining the incense burner. He touched every movable part, observing its range and angle. "You say this is an incense burner, but are these moving parts just for decoration? Where do you put the incense?" Hearing Yi Laosen's question, Qi Menghui felt a wave of despair. Could someone who didn't even recognize what this was really fix the incense burner? But now he could only try his best. He patiently explained to Yi Laosen, "This is a reverse flow incense burner. You place the incense at the top, and the smoke will flow down the mountain, swirling around it. The moving parts will gently sway, as if blown by the mountain breeze." Yi Laosen only knew about burning incense for worship or ceremonies and didn't understand the refined taste of wealthy families. He grasped part of the information but understood that these parts needed to move gently when the incense was burning. So, they had to be very light. He weighed each part with his fingers and then closely examined a small piece that had broken off. "No wonder it's so light. It's hollow."
Ah? Hollow?
Now, it was Qi Menghui's turn to be surprised. He had privately pondered over this incense burner countless times, but had never noticed this detail. Yi Laosen handed him the piece, saying, "It's very light, and if you look closely, there's a small hole at the bottom. The inside is hollowed out little by little. The part is only about the size of a fingernail, and it needs to be hollowed out." Qi Menghui felt even more hopeless now. No wonder the master often said that among the apprentices, Master Lu was the most skilled. If nothing unexpected happens, he would be the one to take on the big responsibilities in the future. However, seeing Yi Laosen still calm, Qi Menghui couldn't help but ask, "Can this be repaired?" "It should be possible, but it will take some effort." "Let me give it a try," Yi Laosen replied as he began to work. In no time, he shaped the wood into a rough outline. Qi Menghui had never seen such bold techniques before and began to doubt whether he could handle the more detailed work that would follow. To his surprise, while he was lost in thought, the small wooden piece in Yi Laosan's hands had already started to take shape.
This.
Qi Menghui was astonished. Yi Laosan was so fast. Wasn't he afraid of cutting in the wrong place? But Yi Laosan was so focused that he didn't notice Qi Menghui's surprise. He had already closely examined the part and studied the wood, so he knew exactly what to do. The more Qi Menghui watched, the more amazed he became. Yi Laosan's hands were steady, and although his technique was different from what their instructor taught, he was decisive. Every cut was precise, never hesitating or second-guessing. As wood shavings fell away, the surface carving was quickly finished. Yi Laosan didn't continue to smooth the surface, but switched tools to start hollowing out the inside. This step was much more challenging. Even Yi Laosan felt a bit uncertain, but through his own understanding, he managed to achieve some results. Qi Menghui was so excited, he felt like his heart might leap out of his chest. It was almost complete, but just when he thought victory was near, a sudden knock at the door startled both of them. Qi Menghui quickly asked, "Who is it?" "Chigo, aren't you going to eat?" came the voice of another apprentice from outside. Qi Menghui sighed in relief and said, "You go ahead. I'm not hungry yet. I plan to rest for a bit." "All right, you take a break. I won't disturb you," the person outside said, leaving without suspicion. However, when Qi Menghui turned back, he found that Yi Laosan had already set aside the nearly finished piece and picked up another block of wood to start carving again. "What's wrong?" Qi Menghui felt a tightening in his chest and quickly picked up the small object that had been tossed aside to examine it closely. "I was startled by the knock on the door and accidentally broke it, so it can't be used," Yi Laosan explained calmly. "But it will be quicker to make it again this time, so don't worry." Qi Menghui felt like kneeling before him. Was this really an urgent matter? However, he noticed that Yi Laosan's cutting speed was indeed faster and more precise than before. Last time, he only dared to make small cuts, but this time he was more confident. His control was incredibly impressive. Qi Menghui silently considered the few masters in charge of the project. The only one who could match Yi Laosan's knife skills was Master Lu. Yi Laosan's disadvantage was his lack of experience. No wonder the Qin family spent money to send him here to broaden his horizons. It was unclear where they had found this talent. Although he came from a humble background and was a bit older, if the master saw him now, they would surely fight to take him as a disciple. While Qi Menghui was lost in thought, Yi Laosan had already completed the surface carving for the second time and began carefully hollowing it out. This time, Qi Menghui held his breath, afraid that even his breathing would disturb Yi Laosan's work. Fortunately, this time there were no issues. He quickly hollowed it out and polished the surface before attaching it to the incense burner. "Let's see if it works," Yi Laosan said, rubbing his sore shoulders and looking at Qi Menghui. Qi Menghui was already prepared and lit the incense, placing it on top. Yi Laosan watched in surprise as the smoke did not rise like he had seen before. Instead, it seemed to be drawn downward, quickly filling the carved holes in the mountain, creating a misty effect. The small parts halfway up the mountain also began to sway gently as the smoke increased. It worked, it really worked. Qi Menghui's eyes widened, almost popping out of his head. It actually succeeded. Seeing the newly attached parts move, he was so excited that tears streamed down his face again. Now, he wouldn't be punished by his master, wouldn't have to pay for damages, and definitely wouldn't be kicked out by his father. Qi Menghui was overjoyed, but Yi Laosan was not satisfied. He noticed that the part he made didn't sway as much as the other pieces. It seemed he hadn't hollowed it out enough. Worried about breaking it again, Yi Laosan had been a bit too gentle this time, and it appeared that wasn't enough. He took the parts off again and continued to work carefully with the tools. "It's already good if it can move. There's no need to be so picky," Qi Menghui said nervously, watching his every move, afraid he might break something again. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Yi Laosan quickly stopped what he was doing and reattached the small part. It looked much better this time, with almost no difference. Qi Menghui was now completely impressed by Yi Laosan. He knew that the Qin family didn't keep idle people. Those who were sent to the workshop to gain experience must have some skills. Qi Menghui extinguished the incense, carefully wiped the incense burner, and wrapped it up again. Third brother, sit in my room for a while. I'll sneak this back and come find you. Okay, be careful, Yi Laosan reminded him. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Qi Menghui took the items and headed out to the storage room. At this time, everyone in the workshop should be done with lunch and resting. Plus, since the item was fixed, he wasn't as scared as before and walked more lightly. However, just as he reached the storage room door, someone suddenly called out to him. Shao Qi, where are you going? Master Lu. Cold sweat broke out on Qi Menghui as he realized he had run into the last person he wanted to see. What are you carrying? Master Lu casually asked, noticing Qi Menghui's pale face and growing suspicious. Show me. Qi Menghui didn't want to, but he couldn't disobey Master Lu's order. He placed the items on a nearby stone table and carefully unwrapped them. This is the incense burner I made, isn't it? Master Lu paused for a moment, then said, You little rascal, sneaking it back to study? Feeling guilty, Qi Menghui misunderstood the comment and nearly knelt before Master Lu. He stammered, Master Lu, I didn't mean to. Please don't be angry, Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to eat you, Master Lu said, patting his shoulder. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. It's good that you like what I make and want to take it back to learn. When I was an apprentice, I often did the same. Good job, keep learning, and feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Master Lu praised him with a smile and even encouraged Qi Menghui to come to him in the future. Qi Menghui suddenly felt revitalized. It seemed that no one had noticed the problem. Qi Menghui sighed in relief and habitually complimented, Thank you, Master Lu. I really love this incense burner you made. How did you manage to make every little part hollow? I wonder when I will reach your level. Oh, you noticed that these parts are hollow? Master Lu, who was about to leave, turned back upon hearing this. You are the first apprentice to notice this. Come, let me explain it to you. Qi Menghui thought. That's not exactly what I meant. Once Master Lu started talking, he couldn't stop, pulling Qi Menghui into a long conversation. Qi Menghui was worried he might discover something was off, and he was also concerned about Yi Laosan, who was alone in his room. If Yi Laosan wandered around waiting for him, it could lead to trouble. Master Lu talked on, and when he saw Qi Menghui fidgeting like he was sitting on nails, he frowned. You see, because he was the most skilled among his peers, he was also the busiest. Usually, he would personally handle anything that needed to go to the emperor. This afternoon, he faced some challenges and didn't know how to deal with them, so he decided to take half a day off to find inspiration in the storeroom. Seeing Qi Menghui thinking hard made him feel a sense of appreciation, thinking that maybe he could guide him and inspire himself in the process. But who knew this kid would look so distracted? Even his own direct apprentice would find it hard to get such an opportunity. If you don't want to listen, you don't have to force yourself, Master Lu said with a serious face. Qi Menghui quickly waved his hands to explain, Of course not, Master Lu. It's a great honor to receive your guidance. It's just that. Today, the Qin residents sent someone to broaden their horizons, and Master Chen asked me to take care of them. At this point, Master Lu understood. Such matters were already an open secret in the workshop. After all, the preferences and items of the palace would influence the high officials in the capital, which would then spread to the common people. This had been the case throughout history, so it was natural that some people wanted to grasp first-hand information. Thus, some high officials in the capital often spent money to let the craftsmen they employed observe and learn at the workshop. First, I wanted to see what was popular in the palace lately, and second, I hoped to learn something new. Given Master Lu's current position, it was not his place to host these guests. He didn't dislike it, but he wasn't particularly fond of it either. However, he understood that this was a part of the work at the workshop, and the apprentices had no choice but to accept it. So when he heard Qi Menghui express his difficulty, he quickly waved his hand and said, I understand. You go ahead, give me the incense burner, and I'll help you return it. It's almost time to go to the storeroom, so you don't need to trouble yourself. Qi Menghui felt a cold sweat running down his back again. It's no trouble. I was going to the storeroom to find something anyway. Master Lu stood up and took the incense burner without waiting for a reply, heading toward the storeroom. Qi Menghui could only watch him leave with mixed feelings and then nervously return to his room. He told Yi Laosan about his recent encounter with Master Lu. But Brother Yi, your skills are impressive. The thing you replaced was even unnoticeable to Master Lu. I just copied what I saw. Master Lu is the real expert. He made such a clever incense burner, without any reference. Yi Laosan expressed his admiration openly. Qi Menghui felt a sense of pride and smiled, saying, "Of course. Master Lu is someone my master admires too. This incense burner, actually." He shared what Master Lu had explained earlier, repeating it almost word for word. Master Lu had spoken in a way that was easy to understand while guiding Qi Menghui. Although Qi Menghui was a bit distracted, he grasped most of it. As he explained, he immediately earned Yi Laosan's respect. "Shao Qi, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled apprentice already. There were many parts one sensed something was there, but I couldn't quite grasp it or summarize it. But after hearing you explain, it feels like a light bulb went off in my head." Yi Laosan was very excited. After reflecting for a moment, he praised, "What you said was excellent. It hit the nail on the head in many areas. The workshop truly lives up to its reputation. There are so many hidden talents." Qi Menghui initially wanted to show off a bit, but he felt embarrassed by the compliments and quickly waved his hands, saying, "Brother Yi, you misunderstood. I'm not that impressive. I just shared what Master Lu said before." "I see. Master Lu is indeed remarkable," Brother Yi said with admiration. "If only I could hear him explain things in person, that would be..." Brother Yi didn't finish his sentence, knowing it was unlikely to happen. Suddenly, Qi Menghui's stomach growled, and Brother Yi realized he was also quite hungry. It was already late, and they hadn't eaten lunch while working on the incense burner. Qi Menghui laughed and patted his belly, saying, "I just now feel hungry. Brother Yi, you must be starving. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. Thanks to you today, I wouldn't know what to do without your help. While we eat, can you teach me how you developed such great skills?" With that, Qi Menghui pulled Brother Yi out to eat. They found a mutton soup restaurant in the alley. Each of them enjoyed a warm bowl of mutton soup, and then Qi Menghui ordered stir-fried mutton offal, cooked mutton blood, and a platter of mutton spine. They also got a pot of wine, which was perfect for the cold weather. After they were full and satisfied, Qi Menghui said, "Brother Yi, next time just come find me. I can take you to the storeroom." "Thank you, young Brother Qi. Until we meet again," Brother Yi replied. Brother Yi hadn't drunk too much. After asking Qi Menghui for directions, he planned to visit the medical clinic to check on the injured Yi Chongrui. They parted ways at the mutton soup restaurant. Qi Menghui, feeling a bit tipsy, hummed a tune as he returned to the workshop. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard someone shout, "Qi Menghui is here. He's back." Two young apprentices rushed up to him, one on each side, and grabbed him. Qi Menghui was startled and felt the alcohol wear off quickly. "What's going on? What happened?" "Master Lu is looking for you everywhere. Come with us, and you'll find out," one of them said. The other, who was closer to him, whispered, "Did you do something wrong? Master Lu has turned the workshop upside down looking for you." Hearing this, Qi Menghui sobered up completely, and his face turned pale. This was bad. Something must have been discovered. When he was brought before Master Lu, Qi Menghui looked like he was on the verge of collapse. Master Lu waved his hand to send everyone else away, then firmly closed the door before asking, "Qi Menghui, who made this part?" Upon hearing the question, Qi Menghui slumped to the ground, trembling all over. After a moment, he managed to speak with a sobbing tone. "Master Lu, it's all my fault. I'll take full responsibility for breaking your incense burner. You can punish me however you want." Master Lu, hearing this, was so anxious that he started pacing. "That's not what I asked. I want to know who made this thing you replaced." I made it." Qi Menghui wanted to take the blame himself and not reveal Yi Laosan. "You made it? How can you say that?" Do you even have the skills? Master Lu was both angry and amused. Quickly tell me who really made it. I have important matters to attend to. After saying this, Master Lu noticed Qi Menghui trembling in fear and slapped his forehead. Look at me. I got so anxious. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this, and I won't hold you responsible. I just want to know who did it. Hearing this, Qi Menghui looked up at Master Lu, seemingly trying to verify if he was telling the truth or just trying to get him to confess. I need to find someone for an important matter, so hurry. Master Lu urged. Am I the kind of person who lies? Thinking it over, Qi Menghui realized Master Lu was respected not only for his skills, but also for his character. If Master Lu really wanted to investigate, the matter of the Qin family sending someone today couldn't be hidden. With that in mind, Qi Menghui quickly shared everything that happened, emphasizing at the end, Master Lu, I really broke the item. Brother Yi doesn't understand these things. He only made this part to help me out. However, Master Lu was not interested in that. He pressed on, where is he? Is he at the Qin residence? I don't know. Qi Menghui was caught off guard by the question.
What do you mean you don't know?
Master Lu said angrily. You really don't know anything important. Suddenly, Qi Menghui had a flash of inspiration.
Oh.
Before we separated, he asked me about the Lin Medical Clinic that specializes in minor ailments. I think he was going to visit a patient. Quick, go find him. Master Lu ordered immediately. Bring him back as soon as you can. I need to talk to him. Qi Menghui didn't understand why, but realized he had no room to negotiate, so he got up to go look for Yi Lao-san. But just as he turned around, Master Lu called him back. You don't need to go yourself. Just send someone. Come here and tell me the details again.
Huh? What more is there to say?
I just told you everything, and I really didn't hide anything, Qi Menghui said with a sad face. Who asked you about that useless stuff? Master Lu said. Tell me in detail how he made that part. When Master Lu asked about this, Qi Menghui actually had a lot to say. That Brother Yi is quite strange. He seems to know nothing, not even recognizing a censor, and his technique doesn't show which school he belongs to. But his skills are really good. His cuts are steady, precise, and very detailed. Master Lu listened more attentively this time. After Qi Menghui finished, he asked, how long did he take in total? Not long, really. He started making one in the morning, and then during lunch, my senior brother knocked on the door to call me for lunch. He got startled and accidentally pierced it. After my senior brother left, he started again, and this time he was much more confident, working boldly. After finishing, I was about to return the censer when I ran into you right at the storeroom door. The workshop has fixed meal times 3 times a day. Even if someone is busy and can't go eat, meals are delivered to the door. So Master Lu just needed to estimate a bit in his mind and figured out that Brother Yi spent less than 2 hours making this, not to mention it was only his second attempt. Are you sure all this happened today? Master Lu asked, somewhat incredulously. Of course, I'm sure. Brother Yi only came for the first time this morning, Qi Menghui said confidently. Master Lu rubbed his hands, feeling a bit excited. He had been wanting to create a piece with intricate hollow designs, but he found it challenging to achieve his vision perfectly. After taking the censer from Qi Menghui back to the storeroom today, he stood in front of it, lost in thought, his gaze wandering over the censer. Unexpectedly, this led him to discover a problem. Although Brother Ye's skills were already quite remarkable, Master Lu was the creator of this censer, so he knew it inside out and was most familiar with his own cutting technique. When he first noticed the issue, Master Lu felt a moment of anger, thinking it must be Qi Menghui's fault. However, after seeing the craftsmanship clearly, he immediately changed his mind. He even calmed down and only thought about how to find this person to see if he could help him achieve the desired effect. After a little more than half an hour, the supervisor finally brought Yi Lao-san back. Yi Lao-san looked panicked. First, he was worried that he would be punished for causing trouble in the workshop, which was a place that made things for the emperor. He didn't know if he would face severe consequences. Second, he was afraid of embarrassing the Qin family. Young Master Qin kindly sent him to learn a skill, and here he was causing trouble on the first day. He was led to Master Lu's room, and as soon as he entered, he saw Qi Menghui standing to the side. Qi Menghui had already figured out Master Lu's intentions and was no longer afraid. When he saw Yi Laosan come in, he made gestures to reassure him. Although Qi Menghui had already set the stage, Master Lu was still surprised when he saw Yi Laosan. It must be said that everyone sent to the workshop, whether humble or proud, had one thing in common. They dressed quite nicely. Even if they usually didn't dress well, they would make an effort to look presentable when visiting the workshop. Yi Laosan, however, was completely different. His clothes and shoes were not luxurious at all. They were worn and faded, almost like a farmer who had been working in the fields. Just as Master Lu hesitated, Yi Laosan spoke up. "Master Lu, Brother Qi was ready to come and apologize to you right away. It was my idea to fix the incense burner without permission. I didn't mean to offend you. It's all my fault. If there's any punishment..." Master Lu didn't listen to Yi Laosan's explanation and directly tossed him a small piece of wood. "Qi Menghui said the part you replaced was made by you?
Show me how you did it now."
Yi Laosan was usually not the sharpest person. Perhaps that was why he had the patience to learn these techniques and tools. At that moment, he thought Master Lu didn't trust Qi Menghui and wanted him to demonstrate on the spot. So he naturally followed Master Lu into the workshop, sat in front of the workbench, picked up the tools, and began to work. This was the third time he was making the same item in one day. Yi Laosan was becoming more skilled with each attempt. Master Lu, who stood behind him, initially frowned more as he watched, but as time went on, his expression relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with interest. Finally, without waiting for him to finish, Master Lu eagerly said, "All right, you don't need to continue. Come and look at this." Yi Laosan was still processing what was happening when Master Lu took the item he was working on and stuffed it into something else. He quickly raised his hand, holding the carving knife, worried he might accidentally hurt Master Lu. Seeing that Master Lu was fine, he looked down at the item in his hand. It was a hollow, carved ball, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it had layers of intricate carvings inside. Yi Laosan felt like he was seeing something new. Master Lu's creativity and skill are truly... Hey, I'm not asking for compliments. Look at this ball. I wanted to carve 9 layers, but the last layer is just too difficult. I've tried several times, but there's not enough room to work. Can you help me figure something out? The wooden ball Master Lu was working on was meant as a tribute for the new year to present in the palace. Each layer was designed with a dragon motif, but the very core remained a solid piece of wood. Master Lu was now trying everything he could. Yi Laosan gazed at the delicate wooden ball, lost in thought. Although each layer was intricately carved, the patterns varied, causing the gaps to be uneven. This made it increasingly difficult to carve deeper, and even Master Lu, with his exceptional skills, was stuck on the last layer for quite some time. "Let me take a look." Yi Laosan recognized the ball's beauty and complexity, but his nature didn't lead him to think about who it was for. After examining the wooden ball for a while, he finally pointed to 2 spots and said, "If someone could insert a tool here to hold it steady, another person could use a tool from this side to carve the innermost layer."
Right.
How did I not think of that? Master Lu exclaimed, realizing the solution. Since he had always worked alone due to the skill gap with his peers, he hadn't considered such a solution. However, Yi Laosan, with his limited experience, saw the problem clearly, without hesitation. Master Lu came up with a great idea and immediately sat down, saying, "Would you like to help me complete this?" Yi Laosan was surprised and widened his eyes, asking, "Can I?" It's important to know that many skilled craftsmen prefer to work alone without anyone watching them. The carpenter who taught him outside the city was like that. He would always send Yi Laosan away for other tasks before finishing the last steps behind closed doors. Although Yi Laosan's skills had long surpassed that carpenter's, he still remembered those details. Now, with Master Lu, who was making something for the emperor, sitting right in front of him and allowing him to see every cut and subtle movement, it felt like a rare opportunity. Yi Laosan opened his eyes wide, afraid to miss anything. So, the two of them immersed themselves in their work, focused and undistracted. Yi Lao Cen felt like his eyes were almost not enough to take it all in. So this is how you make that cut? And this is how you handle this part? No wonder Qi Menghui praised him so much. Qi Menghui stood nearby, watching as Master Lu and Yi Lao Cen became absorbed in their own world. He quietly stepped out and closed the door behind him. As Yi Lao Cen got lost in his work, he forgot to send a message home to let them know he was safe. He had been taken directly from the clinic, and the Yi family was very worried, not knowing where to find him. "What do you think that Lao San is doing in the capital?" Grandma Yi asked, sitting cross-legged on the bed. It was already past her usual resting time, but she couldn't sleep, filled with worry for Yi Lao San. Seeing this, Yi Lao Dong said, "Mother, didn't Lao San say that young Master Qin asked him to come and work? How about I go to the Qin residence and ask him, what time is it? By now, young Master Qin is probably asleep. Anything will have to wait until tomorrow morning." Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, Qin Hshuan had no idea that Yi Lao San had been called back to the workshop. He thought Yi Lao San was just staying at the clinic and didn't pay much attention. So, Yi Lao San spent the night with Master Lu in his workshop, while the Yi family worried all night at the clinic. Except for Yi Chongrui, all the adults stayed awake the entire night. The next morning, Yi Lao Er went straight to the Qin residence, saying he wanted to find Qing Tian and his younger brother. Upon hearing Qing Tian's name, the doorman immediately became attentive. The last doorman who neglected Miss Qing Tian was sent to the countryside to do farm work as punishment. "You've come a bit early. Miss Qing Tian is probably still asleep. Please have a seat here while I go inform her," the doorman said, leading Yi Lao Er to a flower hall and bringing tea and snacks. Yi Lao Er had no appetite, but since he was at the Qin residence, he didn't dare to act out. Waiting was better than being left outside in the cold, like last time. After settling Yi Lao Er, the doorman hurried to deliver the message to the inner courtyard. The maid at the second gate said, "Just wait a bit longer. Miss Qing Tian hasn't gotten up yet. Please, could you help me pass on a message?" The doorman replied with a smile. "They've come looking for her. I can't afford to neglect this." Hearing this, the maid remembered the previous incident and said, "All right, I'll go check for you." The doorman quickly thanked her. "Oh, thank you so much. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." The maid arrived at Qing Tian's quarters and saw Song Tao standing outside. Could the young master be here? She hesitated for a moment. At that moment, Qin Hixian was indeed inside, sitting in a chair in the outer room. Yu Tao was helping Qing Tian with her morning routine. "Since the new year is approaching, there's a market in the city today. Mr. Wei said we shouldn't just study, but also experience life, so he plans to take us to the market for breakfast," he explained. "Has Brother Qin never been to a market?" Qing Tian asked curiously, peeking out from behind the curtain, only to be pulled back by Yu Tao, who continued helping her get dressed. Qin Hixian had never been to a market. Since he could remember, he had lived with the Wen family, which was very different from the capital and many other cities. Rather than a city, it felt more like a large military camp. The Wen army was stationed there, which gradually formed the town. There were more men than women, and most couldn't cook. They either ate together in the army or spent money at restaurants for better meals. The area was also sparse with no farmland or villages, so there were naturally no markets. He never secretly rode a horse to distant villages or towns like his peers, so today was truly a first for him. Actually, Qin Hshuan wasn't very interested in these things. He was only a bit excited today because he could take Qing Tian along to have fun. Mr. Wei arranged this outing because he understood Qin Hshuan's nature. He didn't want to raise a student who only studied hard but didn't understand the lives of ordinary people. Going to the market is so much fun. Qing Tian recalled her rare experiences from childhood. People from all around come, bringing things to sell. It's very lively. There are also many delicious foods and performers showing their skills. Is the big market in the capital like this too? Qing Tian finally finished dressing and came out, full of interest in the market, urging Qin Hshuan to hurry up. Just as Qin Hshuan stood up, Song Tao came in and said, "Young master, Uncle Yi is here looking for Miss Qing Tian. He's waiting in the flower hall." Qing Tian was taken aback. Did this mean she had to go home? Would that mean she couldn't go to the market with Brother Qin? It wasn't that she didn't want to go home. She had actually been missing Uncle Yi and Aunt Yi for a while. But she really wanted to go to the market too. Qin Huishuan sensed something was off. If Uncle Yi just wanted to go home, he wouldn't have come so early to look for her. He bent down and picked up Qing Tian, saying, "Let's go see what your uncle has to say." Qing Tian wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "Brother Qin, I want to go home, but I also want to go to the market with you."
Don't worry.
Even if we go home, there's no rush this early in the morning, Qin Huishuan reassured her, adjusting her hat before stepping out of the house. Uncle Yi was anxiously waiting in the flower hall. When he saw Qin Huishuan carrying Qing Tian, he rushed over and recounted everything that happened last night. They took the third brother away? Qin Huishuan frowned upon hearing this. Yes, that's what they said when they took him, Uncle Yi replied. Qin Huishuan immediately turned to Song Tao. It was Song Tao who arranged for Yi Lao-san to go to the government office, so hearing that something had happened made him break out in a cold sweat. "Don't worry, young master. Uncle Yi, please don't panic. I'll find out what's going on right away." Song Tao wasn't too worried, as the government office, although called a yamen, was not a typical one. It didn't handle cases or have heavy security. Moreover, since Yi Lao-san was sent by the Qin family, even if he caused some trouble in the workshop, they wouldn't take action without informing the Qin family first, unless he had offended the emperor. So, Song Tao felt there must be some misunderstanding. He turned to arrange for someone to go to the workshop and find out what was happening. "Don't worry, Yi Ergo. Yi Sango will be fine," he reassured Yi Lao-er, who looked anxious following him. "Okay. Thank you, Song Tao," Yi Lao-er replied, but he found it hard to feel comforted until he saw Yi Sange. Noticing this, Song Tao said no more and called for a carriage to take Yi Lao-er to the workshop to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, Qing Tian heard that her uncle was missing and insisted on going too. Qin Huishuan thought that as long as the issue could be resolved quickly, it wouldn't affect their market trip, so he asked Song Tao to prepare a carriage for everyone to go together. However, it was still too early and the workshop wasn't open yet. Song Tao knocked for a long time before someone finally came to the door, sounding a bit grumpy. "Who is it, knocking so early?" A person yawned and opened the gate, but upon seeing the Qin lantern on the carriage, they immediately changed their tone. "What brings such esteemed guests here this early?" Knowing Qin Huishuan was eager to get to the market, Song Tao quickly got to the point. He thought the doorkeeper would need to go inside to check. To his surprise, the doorkeeper laughed and briefly explained what had happened. "Don't worry, everything is fine. They were just working on something with Master Lu last night. You know how busy the workshop can get." After finishing, the doorkeeper even congratulated Song Tao. Master Lu is known for being very strict. In all my years as a doorkeeper, it's the first time I've seen him praise someone so openly. "Where is Yi Sange now?" "His family is looking for him, so we came early," Yi Lao-er asked. "Oh, they worked all night, so they should be having breakfast now," the doorkeeper replied. "If you need to, you can send someone with me to check." Yi Lao-er quickly stepped forward, saying, "I'll go with you." Once inside, Yi Lao-san was indeed sitting across from a middle-aged man, both enjoying a meal and chatting happily. Yi Lao-di saw this and became very angry. He approached and slapped Yi Lao-san across the face. Master Lu was startled and shouted, "Who are you? Why did you hit him? Someone come quickly." The doorman quickly stopped him, saying, "Master Lu, this is Yi San's family member." After being slapped, Yi Lao-san initially looked furious, but when he saw it was his older brother, his anger faded. "Brother, why did you hit me?" "Why did I hit you? You ask me that?" Yi Lao-di was furious and gave him a few more slaps. "You were taken away in the middle of the night, and the whole family was scared and couldn't sleep, worried something might happen to you. I went early to find out what happened from young Master Qin. Meanwhile, our mother is at home worried sick, and here you are eating. If I don't hit you, who should I hit?" As Yi Lao-di spoke, he raised his hand again. The doorman quickly stepped in to stop him. Master Lu then realized it was his fault. He hadn't explained things clearly when he sent someone to find Yi Lao-san, causing this big misunderstanding. This young brother, this is all my fault. Please sit down and let me explain. Yi Laodi was still angry with Yi Lao-san but respected the others in the workshop. After some persuasion from the doorman and Master Lu, he finally calmed down. Master Lu briefly explained the situation and repeatedly apologized, saying he had been too anxious and hadn't communicated clearly, which led to the misunderstanding. After Yi Lao-san was brought in, both of them had been focused on figuring out how to make the delicate ball, forgetting everything else. Yi Laodi understood his brother's behavior. Yi Lao-san had always been like this. Once he got into something, he could forget to eat or sleep. Yi Lao-san, trying to make peace, pulled at his brother's arm and said, "Brother, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Why don't you sit down and eat something?" Yi Laodi replied irritably, "What? Is breakfast yours? Besides, our mother hasn't eaten at home yet. How can I eat? Just eat your meal. I need to hurry home and let mother know you're okay, so she doesn't worry herself sick." After saying this, Yi Laodi turned and walked out. Yi Lao-san could only look helplessly at Master Lu. Master Lu waved his hand, signaling him to go with Yi Lao-er first, then whispered, "Make sure to come back quickly when you have time. We haven't finished our project yet." Yi Lao-san nodded hurriedly and then ran after Yi Lao-er. When they exited the gate of the workshop, Yi Lao-san noticed that the Qin family's carriage was waiting outside. Yi Lao-er stepped forward and said, "Thank you, young Master Qin, for coming so early. I'm really sorry to disturb you. Is young Master Qin in the carriage?" Yi Lao-san was startled and quickly stepped forward to explain the situation, assuring that he would not interfere with the building blocks. Qin Hixian became curious and asked, "Is Master Lu the thin, middle-aged man with a goatee and a big mole on his right eyebrow?" "Exactly," Yi Lao-san nodded. Qin Hixian was a bit surprised. He knew Yi Lao-san could do carpentry and that the blocks he made for Qing Tian were indeed beautiful. However, they were still just ordinary items that any dedicated carpenter could create. What impressed him and made him think the block business was worth trying was the cleverly designed box and Qing Tian's request. Who would have thought that after just one day at the workshop, he would catch Master Lu's attention? So Qin Hixian said, "Master Lu is currently the most capable core member of the bamboo and wood department. Working with him will teach you a lot." "Yes, yes. Master Lu is really amazing. He taught me many things. There were things I used to guess and do on my own without understanding, but after Master Lu explained them, I got it all." As soon as Master Lu was mentioned, Yi Lao-san's face lit up. Then, he boldly urged Yi Lao-er, "Brother, hurry up. I'll go home with you to report safety, and Master Lu asked me to come back early. We still haven't finished our project." "What are you making?" Qin Hixian casually asked, then quickly waved his hand. "If it's a secret, you don't have to tell me. Actually, I don't really know what it's for. I just heard Master Lu say, it seems to be something to present to the Emperor for the new year." Yi Lao-er was startled by this and jumped up, giving his brother a slap on the head. "Ouch, brother. Why did you hit me again? You dare to get involved with something meant for the Emperor? What if you ruin it? Can our family afford that?" Yi Lao-san had never thought about this before, and upon his brother's question, he turned pale with fear. Before Qin Hixian could speak, someone suddenly walked out of the workshop and said, "No one can guarantee that what they make will always succeed." "Not just him. Even I can't say that. So, in the workshop, no one is punished for failure, so you can rest assured." Qin Hixian did not expect Master Lu to come out and support Yi Lao-san. It seemed he really valued Yi Lao-san. Qin Hixian signaled Yi Lao to stop talking. He got off the carriage and greeted Master Lu, introducing himself. "Little Master Qin." Master Lu was surprised to see little Master Qin in the carriage. But after thinking for a moment, he found it reasonable. After all, it was normal for someone with Yi Lao-san's skills to be valued by the family. Little did he know that Qin Hixian had no idea Yi Lao-san had such talent before this. To be valued by Master Lu is a blessing for Uncle Yi. I shouldn't interfere. However, I originally planned to make a batch of toys to sell in the store before the new year, so I brought Uncle Yi here to find inspiration and broaden his horizons. With the new year approaching, my family is waiting for Uncle Yi to return and start working. How about this? After the new year, I will bring Uncle Yi to you right away. Yi Lao-san became anxious upon hearing this, thinking that he had just said Master Lu wanted to finish the work before the new year. Why was little Master Qin saying this? But then he remembered he had already agreed to work on the blocks with little Master Qin. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't have been sent to the workshop. He couldn't just abandon little Master Qin for other opportunities at the workshop. Thinking this way, Yi Lao-san lowered his head a bit shyly and said, Master Lu, you should find someone skilled in the workshop to help you. I have indeed promised little Master Qin, and I probably won't have time to come back before the new year. Qin Huishuan intended to ask for some benefits from Master Lu, but he didn't expect Yi Lao-san to be such a sincere person. However, upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. The character of the entire Yi family had always been like this. From the moment they met on the road, they had never thought of climbing the social ladder. Even though they were poor, they never bowed down in front of the Qin family. What seemed like small favors to him could help them greatly. However, the old Yi family has always been grateful and has continuously sent their best offerings to the Qin family, never taking it for granted. So when Qin Huishuan heard that Yi Lao-san had voluntarily turned down Master Lu to honor their verbal agreement, he was surprised but also felt it was expected. That's how the old Yi family should be. Master Lu's expression changed upon hearing this, and without considering Qin Huishuan's status, he asked, Young Master Qin, what kind of toy do you want? No matter what it is, isn't it a waste to use Yi Lao-san for just a toy? Anyone can make a toy. Yes, it's just a toy. Anyone can make one. Master Lu exclaimed, I have a few apprentices. Although some are a bit slow, they've been with me for years, and their skills are decent. If you don't mind, young Master Qin, I can send a few of them to you in exchange for Yi Lao-san. How does that sound? Qin Huishuan only intended to swap one or two people to help, but he didn't expect Master Lu to be so generous. It would be unreasonable not to agree. He pretended to hesitate for a moment, then looked at Yi Lao-san's hopeful expression and nodded. Since Master Lu has arranged everything so well, if I disagree, it would seem like I'm being unreasonable. It's a blessing for Uncle Yi to learn from you. Master Lu was very pleased and said, Great. It's settled then. I'll send a few apprentices over today. Just go to Linglong Pavilion. I've already made arrangements there. Qin Huishuan quickly finalized the matter. Even if they are apprentices, those from the craft bureau are not inexperienced. Their basic skills are solid. Having a few extra hands to help with the blocks would speed up the progress significantly. Qin Huishuan knew that the items to be presented to the emperor for the new year had to be delivered to the palace at least half a month in advance. So, Master Lu would need Yi Lao-san for just this next half month. Before leaving, he told Yi Lao-san, Uncle Yi, once you're done here, hurry back. We still need you to make the block boxes. Yi Lao-san nodded repeatedly. Young Master Qin, don't worry. I can work here during the day and make the boxes at night. Master Lu immediately disagreed. That won't do. If you don't rest well, your hands won't be steady, and mistakes can happen. Don't worry. I'll only need you for 10 more days at most, and it won't delay your work. That sounds perfect. Qin Huishuan smiled slightly and cupped his hands to Master Lu, saying, Please take care of Uncle Yi for me. He is honest by nature, so I appreciate your help. Don't worry, young Master Qin, Master Lu replied, his face beaming with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the doorman couldn't help but feel sympathy for Master Lu's apprentices, who were unaware that they were being exchanged and would soon be sent off to serve others. But Qin Huishuan didn't concern himself with what the apprentices thought. As long as they hadn't graduated, they had to follow Master Lu's arrangements. They could be asked to build blocks or even help take care of children, and they couldn't complain. In a good mood, Qin Huishuan returned to the carriage, and Qing Tian curiously asked, Why are you suddenly so happy, Brother Qin? Because this time, we're going to make a lot of money, Qin Huishuan said, playfully tapping Qing Tian's little nose. You really are a lucky charm, Qing Tian. No matter what happens, we always get unexpectedly good results. Qin Huishuan had agreed to the block business, mainly because it was rare for Qing Tian to speak up. Even if it was a small profit, he wouldn't mind if it turned out to be a loss. But now, things were completely different. Uncle Yi had effectively connected him with Master Lu. Master Lu was highly sought after in the capital due to his exceptional skills in bamboo and woodwork. However, he was pure-hearted and somewhat aloof, never chasing after money or beauty, making him hard to approach. Not only had Qin Huan established a connection with Master Lu, but he had also brought a few of his apprentices to work in his shop. Building a good relationship during this time wouldn't be difficult. He didn't need them to do anything improper. Just sharing some valuable news from the palace occasionally would be enough for both Linglong Pavilion and Guibao Studio to thrive. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about selling the blocks either. Although it was publicly said that it was inappropriate for those in charge to take private jobs, such news couldn't be hidden in private. Once it was known that the blocks were made by Master Lu's apprentices, many people in the capital would surely flock to buy them. However, Qin Huan didn't plan to tell Qing Tian all the details. After all, she was young and probably wouldn't understand. So he simply told her, "Your Uncle Ye's block business might make a lot of money." "Really? That's great." Qing Tian clapped her hands in joy, then suddenly paused. "What's wrong? Is it just a moment of happiness and then it's over?" Qin Huan saw her hand still raised in the air, looking lost, and couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, Qing Tian leaned closer and asked, "Brother Qin, is asking for only 20% too little? Won't you lose out?" Qin Huan replied playfully, "Isn't it better for your uncle to earn more?" Qing Tian frowned slightly and said, "But you shouldn't be at a loss. Don't you all say that business should be a win-win?" Qin Huan was surprised by her words and laughed, asking, "Who told you that?" "I forgot." Qing Tian couldn't remember where she heard that phrase, but it didn't matter. "Besides, my dad said that whether in life or business, you can't give everything without receiving anything in return. Over time, that will definitely cause problems." At her age, with her round, cute face, it was surprising to hear Qing Tian say such mature things. Qin Huan couldn't help but chuckle and asked her, "Do you understand what that means, Qing Tian?" After a moment of silence, her gaze slowly dropped. Thinking she was upset because she couldn't answer, he was about to comfort her when Qing Tian suddenly said, "It means that in my old home, I liked my parents and my brother, but my parents only liked my brother and not me, so I was unhappy. They always seemed angry when they saw me. Now in my new home, I like my parents and they like me too, so we are very happy." Qin Huan was taken aback by how perceptive such a young child could be, applying what Yi Laoda said to her situation. Seeing Qing Tian's sad expression, he regretted asking that question. He reached out, pulled her close, lifted her chin, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, "It wasn't your fault that your old parents treated you poorly. It was their mistake. Now that you've found the right parents, your life is getting better, right?"
Yes.
Qing Tian nodded vigorously. "I like my new parents. Someone once told me that in life, both hard times and good times are predetermined. You've already gone through the hard times, so now only good times are left." "Really?" Qing Tian looked up at Qin Huan with watery eyes. "Really?" Qin Huan held her close and said, "When have I ever lied to you, my dear Qin?" Qing Tian wrapped her arms around his neck and replied, "Then from now on, let's have good days together." "I've always had good days," Qin Huan said instinctively. Qing Tian tightened her grip on his arm and softly whispered in his ear, "But you're not happy." Qin Huan was taken aback by her words and hugged her back tightly. "But every time I'm with Qing Tian, I really am happy." "Then I'll spend more time with you from now on," Qing Tian promised seriously. "Okay, let's have good days together in the future." Holding the small and soft Qing Tian, Qin Huan made up his mind that as long as he was alive, he would protect her and ensure she lived a safe and joyful life. Qin Huan believed that with his family background and abilities, as long as the Qin family stood strong, protecting Qing Tian and even the Yi family would not be a problem. Inside the carriage, the two children leaned against each other until the carriage came to a slow stop. Song Tao's voice came from outside, "Young master, Miss Qing Tian, we've arrived. The carriage can't go inside, so we need to get out and explore on our own." It was still early, but the market was already bustling with people. After the two got out of the carriage, Song Tao quickly introduced, every year at the end of the year, the city allows people to set up stalls to sell things every 10 days. From here, if you count 3 streets to the east, that's the area of today's market. But first, we need to go to Tiancheng Tea House to meet Mr. Wei. There are many people at the market, so today we should. Let's go. Qin Huan interrupted, picking up Qing Tian and moving with the crowd. Song Tao quickly waved to signal the guards to follow. With so many people, what would happen if the young master got bumped into? He had intended to suggest carrying Qing Tian himself, but the young master clearly did not want to hand her over to anyone else. Song Tao had no choice but to stay a step behind and follow closely. Not far from Tiancheng Tea House, they suddenly heard someone say, "Oh, isn't that the 3rd son of the Qin family? Here to see your older brother?" Before Qin Huan could respond, the person turned and shouted to someone behind him, "Hidong, isn't this your little brother?" A teenager in his teens stepped forward from the crowd. Qin Hudong wore a deep blue robe with a white fox fur coat, his lips red and teeth white. He resembled Qin Huan somewhat, but there was a significant difference in their demeanor. "Big brother," Qin Huan said, putting Qing Tian down and respectfully greeting him. The person behind Qin Hudong asked in surprise, "Hudong, when did you get such a cute little sister? After all these years of friendship, you haven't told us the truth?" Today was the first time Qin Hudong saw Qing Tian. He had been busy setting up his own place and had been visiting the Qin residence less often, so he hadn't heard anything about the old Yi family. "Hudong, whose child are you bringing out to play? Her parents must really trust you to let you take her like this." As they spoke, someone stepped forward to greet Qing Tian and tried to pinch her cheek. Qin Huan quickly stepped back, barely avoiding it. He said unhappily, "You can talk, but why do you have to touch her?" Now it was Qin Hudong's turn to be upset. His face darkened as he said, "Is this how you should speak to someone? These are my friends and classmates, you should at least show some respect." Qin Huan replied, he was the one being disrespectful first. "Should I just let you all bully a little girl?" "Who is bullying the little girl?" "They just wanted to be friendly because she looks cute," Qin Hudong said, getting angrier. "And you, where did you find this child?" "Eldest brother. Maybe you should listen to what you're saying. No matter where the child came from, is it really appropriate for your friends to act so casually on the first meeting?" Actually, Qin Hudong also thought his friend's actions were inappropriate, possibly because everyone was still a bit hungover. But at his age, he cared more about maintaining his dignity. "Apologize now," Qin Hudong said sternly. What he was fighting for was not just about who was right or wrong, but also his pride as an older brother. Unexpectedly, Qin Huan completely ignored him, turning to leave with Qing Tian in his arms. Qin Hudong felt embarrassed and was furious. Just then, Song Tao approached with a big smile, wanting to help explain the situation. "Young master, please don't be angry. It's not that we couldn't wait for you. It's just that Mr. Wei is still waiting for my master at the restaurant." Song Tao's words were not wrong, but the timing was off. Qin Hudong was already upset with his brother's disobedience, and hearing Song Tao's words made him even angrier. He raised his hand and gave Song Tao a hard slap. "When did it become your place to speak while the master is talking? Besides, the 3rd brother isn't married, and the 2nd brother hasn't had his coming-of-age ceremony. Why is he calling himself grandfather so casually?" Song Tao was caught off guard and stumbled, falling to the ground. The townspeople who had gathered to watch the commotion quickly realized that this might not be a safe spectacle. Seeing the way the two were dressed, they decided it was best to keep their distance. After all, some fights are not worth watching. As the saying goes, even when hitting a dog, you must consider its owner. Qin Hudong hitting Song Tao in public was like slapping Qin Huan in the face. He stopped and turned, asking, "What does this mean, brother?" "It means nothing. If you can't manage your people, then as your older brother, I have to step in and teach them a lesson." Qin Hudong's words sounded strong, but inside, he felt a deep ache. Over the years, even though this younger brother had been away from the capital, their mother would often say how nice it would be if Huan were around whenever there was something good to eat or enjoy. Gradually, Qin Hedong felt less fond of a brother he hardly knew. Although he remembered when Qin Huan was sent away, how much love could a 6-year-old have for a newborn? Then there was the mention of Mr. Wei. Who was Mr. Wei? He was a great scholar, someone even the emperor praised for his talent. When Qin Hedong was starting his education, his parents never tried to invite Mr. Wei to teach him. But now that it was the third brother's turn, they made a special effort to bring Mr. Wei back, using some excuse about a chance encounter. For years, their mother had favored the youngest son, Qin Huan, and now that he was back, she felt the need to make up for lost time, wanting to compensate him more. If Mrs. Qin knew her eldest son felt this way, she would be heartbroken. Mr. Wei wasn't just a chance encounter, it was a deliberate invitation, and that was a lie. But Qin Hedong never revealed these thoughts to Mrs. Qin. He took advantage of her trip back to her family to inform Qin Songyin that he had rented a place and moved out. Qin Songyin thought his son was growing up and wanted to be independent, especially with the upcoming official selections, so he happily agreed. After Madame Qin returned to the capital, she only asked a few simple questions. When she heard that her husband had agreed, she did not ask further and focused all her attention on her younger son. Madame Qin's reaction was exactly what Qin Hedong expected, which made him even more frustrated. So, after Qin Huan returned, he rarely visited the Qin residence. Unexpectedly, a conflict arose at the market today. Song Tao worried that Qin Huan would clash with Qin Hedong because of him. He suddenly knelt down and said to Qin Huan, "Young master, it was my fault for speaking out of turn and upsetting the eldest young master. I accept my punishment. Let's hurry to see Mr. Wei." Song Tao hoped to calm the situation quickly, or at least wait until they saw Mr. Wei before confronting each other. He was just a lowly servant and wished not to be caught in the middle of the conflict between his masters. Qin Huan's face was tense, and his once round and youthful chin now had a sharp angle. His narrow phoenix eyes revealed a frightening aura, a presence he had developed while growing up in the Wen family army. Just a slight display of this aura was enough to make Qin Hedong, who had never left the capital's vicinity, feel weak in the knees. Qin Hedong tried to glare back but lacked the courage, constantly glancing at Qin Huan's hands, fearing he might suddenly strike. Unexpectedly, the dangerous expression on Qin Huan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an innocent demeanor. "If my elder brother has any reprimands, even if it means hitting a servant or striking my face, I will not complain. I am foolish and will rely on my brother's guidance in the future. However, whether you want to admit it or not, we are brothers. When we are out, we represent the Qin family's reputation. If you act this way, it will only make us a laughingstock in front of others." Qin Huan's words were perfectly timed, and the people around him were immediately impressed. "This child has it tough. In a family like the Qins, even in my house, the older son bullies the younger one." "Exactly. Who says siblings don't have their disagreements? But no matter what, you can't just start fighting because of a disagreement." Hearing the discussions around him, Qin Hedong felt increasingly guilty and didn't dare to cause more trouble. He quickly said, "I'll go back and report to my parents before making a decision. If I was wrong, I can apologize as the older brother." Seeing Qin Hedong backing down and wanting to leave, Qin Huan decided not to let it go easily, at least not to leave the impression that he was weak in front of others. Just as he was about to end the confrontation, Qing Tian, who had been surrounded by several guards, suddenly charged out and collided with Qin Hedong with all her strength. Qin Hedong, caught off guard, fell backward onto the ground.
"You."
Qin Hedong's voice trembled with anger. Qing Tian, scared but determined, stood in front of Qin Huan. "You can't bully Brother Qin." Just as Qin Hedong was helped up by a servant, he almost laughed in frustration upon hearing her words. "Who is bullying whom?" "Qing Tian, it's okay. This is my older brother. He won't hurt me," Qin Huan explained. But Qing Tian didn't believe it. She could tell that Brother Qin was unhappy when he saw this person. Being young, she often viewed people and situations in a simple black and white manner. If Brother Qin was such a good person, then anyone who treated him poorly must be in the wrong. Qin Hudong was angry, but he realized he was at a disadvantage. Arguing with a child would only make him look worse. So, after getting up with the servant's help, Qin Hudong quickly left the market. Only then did Qing Tian relax her fists and turn to Qin Huishuan, saying, "Seriously, Brother Qin, I can protect you too. Yes, I really owe it to Qing Tian for protecting me today. Otherwise, I might have ended up like Song Tao." Song Tao. After Qin Hudong left, his friends naturally couldn't stay long and quickly followed him out. Qin Huishuan seemed unaffected and continued to take Qing Tian to find Mr. Wei. Only Song Tao, who had been slapped for no reason, could only accept his bad luck. When they arrived at the tea house, Mr. Wei was already getting impatient. If he didn't know that Qing Tian would definitely be interested in the market, he might have suspected that Qin Huishuan was making excuses to escape. Seeing them finally arrive, Mr. Wei, who had drunk a lot of tea, stood up and said, "You all don't need to come in. Let's go explore the market." After going downstairs, he said to Qin Huishuan, "Don't just focus on having fun. Pay attention to the things at the market. I will be testing you this afternoon." The three of them joined the crowd and began to stroll through the market. Although it was a market formed by the common people, since it was in the capital, the local officials had arranged for some people to maintain order. Their main role was to ensure safety, but to make things easier, they tried to group sellers of similar items together. The area below the tea house was filled with people selling their homegrown produce. This was likely why Wei Yan chose such an inconvenient location to meet. After going downstairs, he began to carefully look at the various stalls. To make it easier to sell their goods, most of the farmers used cloth bags they had sewn themselves to pack their grains and seeds. They would tie the bags shut while traveling and then open them at their destination, rolling up the excess bag openings and displaying them for passers-by to choose from. At this time, various beans and dried fruits were selling well because this was the only market gathering before the Laba festival, and most people were waiting to buy ingredients for making Laba porridge. Wei Yan bought a few items at each stall, but his main goal was to chat with the vendors. "Where are you from?" he asked one vendor. "I'm from Bazhou," the vendor replied. "That's quite far. You must have set out several days in advance," Wei Yan said. "Yes, indeed. Carrying all this stuff, it took me several days of walking and stopping." "How was this year's harvest?" Wei Yan signaled to his attendant to pay for a bag of mung beans. Since there were no other customers at the moment, the vendor was willing to chat a bit more. "This year's weather hasn't been great. It's been very dry in the northeast, so it's not as good as in previous years. But overall, it's okay, better than some, not as good as others," the vendor sighed. "What can I do? There are so many mouths at home depending on me." Wei Yan continued to ask questions as he bought more items. Soon, he had spoken to nearly all the nearby vendors. His attendant could no longer carry so many things, so the guards from the Qin residence began to help carry and hold some of the items. Wei Yan chatted with each vendor to some extent, while Qin Huishuan listened carefully from the side. Fortunately, he was not the type of child who would get bored and want to play elsewhere. He quietly followed along, listening. In just a short distance, the three of them took over an hour to finish their walk. What they didn't know was that in just a short time, the rumors in the capital had changed from young Master Qin and young Master Qin had a conflict at the market, with an unidentified girl by young Master Qin's side to young Master Qin appeared at the market and had a conflict with young Master Qin over his betrothed, which was quite ridiculous. Before these absurd words reached Madame Qin's ears, they were first heard by Princess Ruay. Princess Ruay immediately sent for a carriage to come to the Qin residence. "Why are you here today, sister?" Madame Qin was very surprised to see her sister and quickly invited her inside, where the two sisters sat down to talk. Unexpectedly, Princess Ruay jumped straight in. "When did you arrange a marriage for He Xian? I had no idea about this. Which family's daughter is it?" "Oh, you silly. The child is still too young. Even if he seems good now, who knows how he'll turn out later? He Xian is such a good boy. Why would we worry about him not finding a wife? What are you so anxious about?" Madame Qin was taken aback by Princess Ruay's rapid-fire questions. When she finally had a chance to speak, she quickly said, "Sister, what are you talking about? How could He Xian's marriage be arranged? Even if I wanted to choose a daughter-in-law, I would definitely ask for your opinion. Princess Rui nodded, agreeing that this made sense. Sister, where did you hear this rumor? Madame Qing asked helplessly. Isn't it just those people outside spreading nonsense? Princess Rui suddenly remembered something and asked, many people are saying that He Xian was seen at the market with a little girl. What's going on with that? The trip to the market today was organized by Mr. Wei. He said children shouldn't just study hard, they should understand the lives of the common people. Mr. Wei is right. I heard the prince say that some officials sent to govern don't understand anything, not even that rice needs to be planted in water. They are just embarrassing the court. That's true. My husband complains about it often, Madame Qing agreed, thinking she had successfully changed the subject, but Princess Rui's focus remained unchanged. You still haven't told me, who is that little girl with He Xian? Oh, she's just a girl from an ordinary family, someone we met on the way into the city. Mr. Wei knows her and her parents, so she occasionally comes over to play. This time, it's because her older brother got hurt and the whole family took the children to the city for medical care. With everyone busy taking care of the sick one, the little one was left without supervision, so they temporarily sent him over for help. Coincidentally, Mr. Wei was taking He Xian to the market today, so he brought the child along to see the excitement. Hearing Madame Qing say this, Princess Rui quickly lost interest in Qing Tian. These people outside are really getting out of hand. A simple matter gets passed around, and who knows how it will end up. Isn't that right? Madame Qing changed the topic. I also heard that Consort Rong is pregnant, but now it seems that news can't be fully trusted. That is indeed not a rumor. Princess Rui nodded. However, Consort Rong is not young anymore. Ever since the pregnancy was confirmed, her condition has been unstable, and there is a risk of miscarriage at any time. Therefore, the emperor intends to keep the news under wraps for now. But there is no secret that can be kept forever, especially regarding matters in the palace. Unless everyone who knows is gone, it cannot be hidden. The two sisters quickly began discussing whether Consort Rong could carry the baby to term and whether she could have a son to secure her future. Meanwhile, at the market, Mr. Wei asked Qing He Xian about this year's autumn harvest around the capital, then went to check on the livestock and the places where people sold themselves into servitude. At these two places, Mr. Wei did not ask many questions, but left the task of inquiry and reflection to Qing He Xian. Finally, before lunch, Mr. Wei said to Qing He Xian, "You just heard everything. When you go back, take some time to think it over. Today's assignment is to discuss the relationship between this year's grain harvest, the price fluctuations of large livestock, and the trade of people." "Yes," Qing He Xian replied. Having achieved his purpose for coming to the market, Mr. Wei prepared to head back home. "My old bones can't walk around anymore. You two go have fun by yourselves, so you won't feel restricted with me. Just make sure to turn in your assignment tomorrow." After Mr. Wei left, Qing He Xian spoke to Qing Tian in a much softer voice. "Are you hungry? Let's go eat first, and then look around, okay?"
Okay.
Qing Tian replied, but her eyes were glued to the various stalls on the street. "What are you looking for? If you want to buy something, just tell someone to get it." Qin Huishuan noticed that more and more people were gathering in the market. He was worried that Qing Tian was too young and might get into danger, so he planned to take her away from the crowd first. However, Qing Tian didn't understand his good intentions and kept thinking about wanting to see the street performers. What could Qin Huishuan do? He had to compromise and said, "Let's eat something first, then we can have someone deliver our purchases back home. After that, we can stroll around more easily, right?" After confirming their plans for the afternoon, Qin Huishuan took Qing Tian to a clean restaurant for lunch. Since it was close to the market, the restaurant was busy, but the slightly higher prices kept away some customers, so it was relatively quiet inside, with everyone speaking softly. Soon, he overheard a conversation from the next table. It wasn't that he wanted to eavesdrop, it was just that the tables were too close together and their voices were hard to ignore. "There's a reliable owner over at the mule market. I just bought a few mules from him and they were a good deal. If you're looking to buy horses, you should check him out after your meal. Thanks for the tip. I want to buy a few horses. Does he have any?" "Of course, he has horses. The man replied, looking around and lowering his voice. If you want to buy, I won't hide it from you. He has horses of all kinds. It just depends on what you're looking for. As long as you have the money, he can even get you Mongolian war horses. The person asking was startled and quickly waved his hands, saying, I just want a few horses for pulling carts, not Mongolian war horses. That last sentence caught Qin Huang's attention. Was there really someone in the capital selling Mongolian war horses? Was this just someone pretending to know, or was there truly a secret deal happening? The more he listened, the more interested he became in the conversation next door. While having lunch with Qing Tian, he instructed his men to keep an eye on those two. After finishing lunch and stepping out of the restaurant, Song Tao approached and said, Young master, those two people found a seller of mules and horses and agreed to go to another place to look at horses together. Don't worry, our people are already following them. He added, however, since our guards are low in number, it's best not to take Miss Qing Tian to the market right now. It's too crowded and not safe. We'll just walk around nearby, Qin Huang said, wanting to receive news from his guards as soon as possible to confirm the situation with the Mongolian war horses. At the entrance of the restaurant, they were selling sewing supplies and embroidered pouches, which did not interest either of them, so they walked further inside. Fortunately, they found a toy shop nearby. At this time, most children were taken home by their parents for lunch and a nap, so the place was quite empty. Qin Huang let Qing Tian look at the toys while he stood by the side, thinking about what had just happened. After checking out all the stalls, Qing Tian ran back excitedly. Qin Huang took out a cloth to wipe the sweat from her forehead and asked, Did you find anything you like? Qing Tian shook her little head vigorously. You're so happy even though you didn't see anything you liked? Noticing her rosy cheeks, Qin Huang helped her loosen her cloak, as it was easy to sweat after a meal, and she needed some fresh air. Qing Tian reached out and gestured for Qin Huang to lean down, then whispered in his ear, I looked at all the stalls, but none of them had the kind of building blocks that Uncle made for me. Qin Huang chuckled, realizing that the little girl was still thinking about the building blocks. Don't worry, I remember about the blocks. Qin Huang ruffled her hair. The workshop at Linglong Pavilion might have already started working on them, and they should be able to make a batch before the new year. If business goes well in the future, we can hire people to help with many tasks. Have they really started? Qing Tian perked up at this, forgetting about the street performers, eager to see the building blocks. Then let's go. Qin Huang also wanted to leave the market, as Linglong Pavilion was his own business. If anything was wrong there, it would be easier to handle. He took Qing Tian to the Linglong Pavilion, and as soon as they arrived, the shopkeeper greeted them with, Young master, you are truly amazing for bringing the workshop supervisor to help with the woodwork. How many people came? Qin Huang asked. 5 in total. The shopkeeper had been happy all afternoon, even humming while eating lunch, and he had eaten more than usual. They came to help, and although it was arranged by Master Liu, we must not neglect them. Make sure to take good care of them. We don't want them to find fault with us. Qin Huang wanted to maintain a good relationship with the workshop supervisor, worried that the shopkeeper might treat them like free labor. Young master, you don't need to worry about that. I've been here for so many years. I know how to handle things. 2 people were talking when Song Tao suddenly walked in quickly with a serious expression. Young master, he called out but did not continue. The shopkeeper immediately understood and stepped back. Qin Huang then asked, What's going on? It is indeed a Mongolian horse, but we are not sure if it is a war horse. At this, Qin Huang's expression also turned serious. Qin Huang did not doubt that his subordinate had made a mistake. The differences between Mongolian horses and the horses of Diqi were quite obvious. Mongolian horses are smaller in size, with a thick head, short neck, deep chest, flat back, large belly, and short, sturdy legs, covered in thick fur. Although they are not as large, Mongolian horses are very resilient, able to endure hard work and cold weather. Once trained, they remain calm and brave on the battlefield, making them excellent war horse candidates. Because of this, Mongolia has strict controls over these horses, only allowing gelded males to be sold elsewhere. The court has tried to obtain some Mongolian horses through various means, but something always went wrong, and the horses bred did not perform well. Otherwise, the emperor would not have provided protection to Sadaya's tribe just because her father presented secrets about breeding and selecting Mongolian horses, allowing Sadaya to live in the palace. It had been less than a month since Sadaya arrived in the capital, and now someone was openly selling Mongolian horses? Could this really be a coincidence? Having grown up in the Wen family, Qin Huan was quite knowledgeable about war horses. However, he couldn't immediately figure out the connection between these events. "Young master, what should we do next?" Song Tao waited for Qin Huan's orders, and seeing him silent for a while, he couldn't help but remind him. "We don't need to do anything, just keep an eye on them." As he spoke, Qin Huan walked to the table, unfolded a piece of paper, and wrote a note. After it dried, he folded it and handed it to Song Tao. "Take this to my father. He will handle the rest." "Yes." Song Tao replied and left. If this were at the Wen family, Qin Huan would have chosen to investigate further himself. But he was not familiar enough with the capital and had limited manpower, so he decided to inform Qin Songyin instead. After all, this was not something a child his age should worry about. Early in the morning, Qin Songyin was summoned by the emperor for a meeting and was not allowed to leave until the afternoon, having only a few bites of a simple lunch in the palace. When he returned home, he was both physically and mentally exhausted, feeling tired and hungry. Outsiders only saw how much the emperor trusted him and how favored he was, but who knew the pressure and hard work he faced every day. Fortunately, Madame Qin had already arranged for the kitchen to prepare meals, keeping them warm on the stove. As soon as Qin Songyin left the palace and got into the carriage, a servant quickly rode back with news. So, by the time Qin Songyin arrived home, a warm meal was already set on the table. As he entered, a servant presented him with a warm towel to wipe his face and hands. He sat down at the table and sighed, "It's all thanks to my wife for thinking of me." Madame Qin had already eaten lunch, but she stayed by his side to serve him dishes and soup while chatting about household matters. Before they knew it, it became a rare warm moment for the couple. Today, Mr. Wei took He Xian to the market, saying he shouldn't just focus on studying, but should understand the lives of the people. Mr. Wei is absolutely right. Qin Songyin agreed wholeheartedly and praised, "It's truly thanks to you that we found such a good teacher for He Xian." While they were talking, a servant came in to report, "Sir, Madam, young master He Xian's attendant, Song Tao, requests to see you." "What's the matter?" "Let him in," Qin Songyin nodded. Madame Qin joked, "Could it be that He Xian found something rare at the market and sent someone to bring it to you?" Song Tao entered and handed a note written by Qin He Xian to Qin Songyin. After reading it, Qin Songyin's expression changed. He crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into the charcoal stove, where it quickly turned to ash. "What happened?" Madame Qin asked worriedly. "It's nothing, just that He Xian noticed something unusual at the market and had someone send me a message," Qin Songyin replied, putting down his chopsticks. He stood up and said to Song Tao, "Come with me to the study." Once in the study, Qin Songyin closed the door and, without even sitting down, said to Song Tao, "Tell me exactly what happened from the beginning." Song Tao hurriedly recounted the events and explained for Qin He Xian, "Actually, the people at the nearby table were speaking very softly, so no one could hear them. It was only because young master has sharp senses and paid extra attention after noticing something was off that he heard this information." "I understand. I will take over the investigation. You can go back now." When Song Tao returned to Qin Huan, he cheerfully took out several banknotes from his pocket and handed them to him, saying, "Young master, the master said he will handle the investigation, so we don't need to worry about it. Also, this is a special reward for you from the master." Qin Songyin was quite a proper person, and his traditional way of doing things showed his approval of Qin Huan. "With my father taking over the investigation, I believe the truth will come out soon." Since Qin Huan chose to leave the matter to Qin Songyin, he no longer thought about it and instead spent the afternoon playing outside with Qing Tian. Little did he know that his older brother, Qin Hidong, was thinking about how to complain when he got home. Because Qin Hshuan was sharp enough to arrange for people to follow up early on, once Qin Songyin took over, he could easily find out what was happening with both the seller and the buyer. So, as soon as it got dark, Qin Songyin swiftly captured several people. He locked them up in jail to be questioned the next day and returned home in a great mood. As soon as he entered the house, he asked, "Has Hshuan come back?" Then he heard someone say, "Father, are you only focused on the third brother now, just like mother?" Qin Songyin looked closely and saw his eldest son, Qin Hidong, sitting across from his wife with a somewhat unhappy expression. Madame Qin was constantly signaling to Qin Hidong from behind, hoping he would say something comforting that the eldest son would like to hear. But Qin Songyin did not indulge his eldest son's bad habits. He frowned and said, "You've been away for so many days, and now you come back just to seek attention? As the eldest brother, you should be ashamed." Qin Hidong, already filled with frustration, had been complaining to Madame Qin and felt increasingly wronged. Hearing Qin Songyin's words suddenly caught him off guard, and he instinctively thought he was speaking to Madame Qin, expressing his dissatisfaction. Yes, in father's eyes, the third brother is perfect, and we all have to step aside. As soon as he said it, he realized it was inappropriate. But it was too late. Words once spoken cannot be taken back. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Qin Songyin's good mood from capturing several people vanished in an instant. Madame Qin's expression also darkened, her brows furrowing tightly. The servants fell silent, fearing they might get into trouble. After feeling extreme fear, Qin Hidong suddenly decided to let it all out. He expressed his dissatisfaction about everything, from the choice of teachers to small matters like making clothes and shoes. It was fine to invite Mr. Wei to teach him, but making clothes and shoes is something the household does every year. Why is it that now he's back, he wants to make as many as he likes? Isn't what mother prepared for him enough? He must have added a lot more after returning, right? What with the boots made from deerskin and bear fur, any good items are sent to his room. Father and mother have completely forgotten about me and my brother. All they care about is Qin Hshuan, their only son, right? While Qin Hidong vented his frustrations, Mrs. Qin tried to interrupt several times, but was stopped by Qin Songyin with a look. Qin Songyin was determined to listen to how much dissatisfaction his eldest son could express. Qin Hidong spoke for a long time like he was performing a solo act, but received no response. The courage he had at the beginning faded, and the more he spoke, the more uncertain he became, until he finally closed his mouth in disappointment. Seeing that he had stopped talking, Qin Songyin asked, "Are you done?" Qin Hidong, realizing his fear, shrank his neck and said, If you have more to say, I'm giving you the chance today to say it all at once, and we can solve it together. If you don't speak up today, you may not get another chance." These words made Qin Hidong shiver. "And no, nothing more." Qin Songyin then said, "To be honest, I anticipated that Hshuan's return would disrupt some balance in our family. I even spoke with Hiyu about it beforehand. When Hshuan was sent away, Hiyu was still very young and hardly remembers him, so he has no real impression of his brother, let alone any brotherly feelings. But I didn't talk to you because, when Hshuan was sent away, you cried for several days. I always thought you had a deep bond as brothers and would be happy about his return. Also, you are the eldest son and are already waiting for your chance to be appointed as an official. When I was your age, I was already engaged to your mother. So, some things you should understand without me having to explain." Listening to Qin Songyin, Qin Hidong lowered his head, clearly feeling defiant. Qin Songyin continued, "As for Mr. Wei, whether you believe it or not, there's really nothing more to discuss. Mr. Wei is hard to invite, and everyone knows that. Even when the emperor invited him back then, he politely declined. Do you think your parents have that much influence? Just because you want to invite someone doesn't mean they will come? That was He Xian's own opportunity. Others can't envy it." Qin Hidong buried his head even deeper upon hearing this. Qin Songyin sighed and continued, "Do you think He Xian was sent to the border to enjoy life? Do you think a child who just turned 1, separated from their parents and sent to a cold, unfamiliar place with only servants to care for them, would have a better life than you at home? Do you know how much Xian was bullied as a child without his parents around? Madame Qin's eyes were already red, and she couldn't help but sob. After Qin Song-yin finished speaking, she cried, "Hidong, I never expected you to compare even a few pieces of clothing and a pair of shoes with your brother. Xian has been at the border for so many years, and I couldn't see or touch him. Now that we finally brought him back, I have to take him out to meet people. I never thought that just making a couple of extra outfits and a pair of shoes would make you feel so unfair. If you must blame someone, it should be me, not Xian. The clothes were not something he asked for. They were my way of expressing guilt and making up as a mother. Each of you brothers has a pair of boots made from deerskin, but the third brother's cotton shoes were too thick for the capital, so I had someone make him a proper pair to wear. Your and the second brother's should be ready to send over soon. As for the bear skin, it was a gift from someone Xian helped. If he doesn't use it, who will?" Madame Qin grew more upset as she thought about it, crying, "No wonder you moved out while I was going to pick up Xian. Your father thought you were growing up and wanted to be independent. I worried you would suffer outside, and your father encouraged me to relax and give you space to grow. But now it seems you moved out just to be angry with me for bringing Xian home, right?" Qin Hidong was struck by his mother's words, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Qin Song-yin was quite upset by his indifferent attitude and spoke even more sharply. "Hidong, I'm not the kind of parent who insists that children must study hard. I've never criticized you for your studies. But today, I want to tell you some harsh truths. How much effort have you put into your studies? Do you even know your own level? If your mother had met Mr. Wei a few years earlier, do you really think he would have taken you as a student with your abilities? If you want to compare, you and your younger brother were taught by the same teacher. We, as parents, have treated you both equally, haven't we? But now, where is your younger brother, and where are you? Why should I give the only opportunity for a position in the family to you? Don't you understand? If you take this chance, your younger brother and sister will have to rely on their own skills to take the imperial exams if they want to become officials. Go ask your friends how hard others work for just one position. So you think you got this too easily, and instead of being grateful, you feel wronged?" With every word Qin Song-yin said, Qin Hidong felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on him, making it hard to hold his head up or breathe. Mrs. Qin thought her husband's words were a bit too harsh. But since he was disciplining their son, she didn't want to interrupt and could only feel anxious on the side. As soon as Qin Song-yin finished speaking, she quickly added, "Hidong, your father may have spoken too harshly, but it's all for your own good. You need to think carefully about this." After being scolded by his parents, Qin Hidong felt dazed. It was one thing to hear other people praise the Qin family's 3 sons as outstanding, but the reality hit him hard. There was only one position available. He knew he wasn't cut out for studying. In a family like the Qins, as long as the children didn't cause trouble, they were already considered successful. While studying at the academy, Qin Hidong always felt inferior, as no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't match his younger brother, who was 2 years younger. Earlier this year, Qin Song-yin submitted his name for the position and arranged for him to be taught by 2 tutors about the rules and principles of officialdom instead of continuing his studies at the clan school. To his surprise, Qin Hidong was much more clever in this area than in his studies, grasping concepts quickly. Because of this, Qin Song-yin relaxed his restrictions on him a bit. After all, children from families like theirs had many more options and didn't need to struggle with studying as hard as commoners. This sudden relaxation gave Qin Hidong more time to hang out with some friends. However, most children his age were busy studying at the clan school or the National Academy, so they had no time to play. The people he spent time with were mostly spoiled rich kids, or those who had been abandoned by their families. Qin Hidong was the only one among them who was certain he could hold an official position. He just needed to wait for the court to assign him a job, making him the center of attention. After spending so much time with these people, he forgot that everything he had was thanks to his family. Qin Song-yin had not mentioned that there was only one position available for his son to avoid putting pressure on him. None of Qin Hidong's friends had serious business, which is why he only learned about this today. His mind was still buzzing. He thought he was unloved, but it turned out he was the favored one. Feeling ashamed, Qin Hadong trembled. After speaking, Qin Songyin turned to leave. Qin Hadong buried his head in Madame Qin's arms, feeling her gentle touch on his back, and couldn't help but let out a small cry. "Mom, I was wrong." "Good boy. It's good that you realize your mistake," Madame Qin said, feeling relieved. The child had a good nature, and it was fortunate that the problem was discovered in time. As long as he could be brought back to the right path, it would be fine. About third brother. Qin Hadong hesitated to ask. "Don't worry, He Xian is not the kind of child who holds grudges," Madame Qin replied, though she felt uncertain inside. After all, He Xian did not grow up by her side and was not good at expressing himself, so she still didn't quite understand his character. At that moment, Qin Hadong was overwhelmed with shame, and she could only comfort him this way. Meanwhile, He Xian was unaware of everything happening at home. He was out with Qing Tian, exploring the evening market. As evening approached, many food stalls appeared at the market. There were many things Qing Tian had never seen or tasted before, and the vendors' calls caught her attention. He Xian initially didn't plan to let her eat too much from the street vendors, but he couldn't resist her curiosity. Whenever she looked at him with hopeful eyes, he always ended up giving in. "All right, this is the last one. After you finish this, you can't eat anymore." Looking at Qing Tian, who had eaten a lot, Qin Hshuan regretfully stopped her, saying, "If you like it, we can come back tomorrow. We can't eat any more today." However, worried that Qing Tian might be unhappy, he quickly added, "The juggling show over there is about to start. Do you want to go see it?"
Yes.
Qing Tian's attention was successfully diverted. Qin Hshuan led her down half a street, and they could see more and more people ahead. The guards from the Qin family protected the two of them, and soon they reached the front. Today, a medium-sized juggling troupe was performing. They had set up a large area for their show. At that moment, the official performance hadn't started yet, and a few young apprentices were doing some simple but lively warm-up acts inside the circle. Song Tao glanced at the words on the flagpole and quietly introduced to Qin Hshuan and Qing Tian. "This is the Song family troupe, and the main performers are a pair of fraternal twins. Their aerial act has always been the highlight of the Song family, something others can't easily learn. Besides these two main performers, the Song family also has several others with special skills." Listening to Song Tao's introduction, Qing Tian's eyes grew brighter, and she forgot to eat the snacks in her hands. As more people gathered, the gongs sounded, and the Song family troupe's performance officially began. Just as Song Tao said, the troupe really had something special. Even common acts like balancing bowls and fire breathing were presented in new ways. When Qing Tian saw the performers breathing fire towards the audience, she was initially scared and covered her eyes, but then she moved closer and stood in front of Qin Hshuan. Qin Hshuan felt warmth in his heart from her actions. Since the fire breathing started, Qing Tian had quietly held onto the hem of his clothes. He thought she would hide behind him out of fear, but instead, she stood in front of him despite her own fear. Qin Hshuan took her hand that was covering her eyes and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid. It just looks scary, but it won't reach us. Besides, we have so many guards. They will protect us." Hearing this, the guards immediately stepped forward, shielding the two of them. Only then did Qing Tian regain her sense of safety, but her small body remained tightly pressed against Qin Hshuan. Her eyes were fixed on the fire-breathing act, and she was no longer afraid, but filled with wonder and admiration. During a break in the fire-breathing performance, Qin Hshuan leaned down and asked, "Are you tired from standing for so long?" On a sunny day, Qing Tian shook her head but kept her eyes focused on the stage, as the next performers were the aerial acrobats. Many members of the Song family hurriedly brought equipment and quickly set up a wooden frame that was as tall as 3 stories. Qing Tian looked up at the top of the frame, wondering if they would perform at such a height. The excitement of the crowd grew, with continuous applause and cheers. The young apprentices from the Song family moved through the crowd with plates, and the sound of coins dropping into the plates could be heard. To catch a glimpse of the aerial acrobats, the audience was feeling generous. This was always the time when they collected the most money. After a while, as some audience members began to express their impatience, the twin siblings finally appeared. They wore tight-fitting costumes with colorful ribbons tied at the sleeves and pant legs and long satin ribbons draped over them. As soon as they appeared, a huge cheer erupted. Qing Tian, caught up in the excitement, joined in the shouting. Qin Huan patted her on the head and said, "Don't just shout along. Be careful not to hurt your voice." But Qing Tian was too excited to respond. The twins climbed to the top of the frame and secured the ribbons. Then, when no one expected it, they suddenly jumped down. "Ah!" Qing Tian screamed in surprise, covering her eyes with her hands, afraid to look. Qin Huan laughed at her mix of fear and eagerness. "Don't cover your eyes. You'll miss the best part." Realizing that the jump was part of the performance, Qing Tian uncovered her eyes and looked up. She saw the twins holding onto the ribbons, swinging through the air, performing various difficult moves, like 2 butterflies fluttering in the sky. Cheers erupted around her, and more people were willing to donate. Qing Tian was so captivated that she hardly blinked, clapping her hands until her palms turned red. The twins had a natural synergy, and after long practice, their coordination was flawless. After their performance, they released the ribbons and landed smoothly, bowing to the cheering audience. The crowd's excitement reached its peak. Then, the twins picked up their plates and walked into the crowd, skillfully saying good luck phrases, hoping everyone would contribute generously. Qin Huan bent down and picked up Qing Tian, asking, "Is it beautiful?" "Yes, it's beautiful." Qing Tian nodded eagerly. "They are amazing." When she was in Huinan, she had seen a circus once. At that time, Madame Shan was not yet pregnant, and Mr. Shan was quite nice to her, taking her to the city for the market and letting her watch the circus for a while. The circus troupe was small, with only a dozen people, and their performances were very simple and rough. But Qing Tian still enjoyed it very much. As the last performance was approaching, the circus performers came around with plates to collect money. Mr. Shan was not willing to spend money on this, so he took Qing Tian and left. Later, Qing Tian often thought about that event, wondering what the last performance would have been like, and if it would have been especially beautiful. But by then, Madame Shan was already pregnant, and Mr. Shan was not as attentive to her as before. Every day, there were endless chores waiting for her. No one took her to the market anymore, let alone to see the circus. Unexpectedly, today in the capital, she finally saw a complete circus show. Especially the last performance, which was absolutely more wonderful than she had imagined. Qing Tian's excited little face turned red, and her eyes were fixed on the pair of twins, making Qin Huan feel a bit jealous. Especially when the twins came forward with a plate, Qing Tian leaned forward eagerly. Qin Huan had to hold her tightly to prevent her from falling. "Do you really like it this much?" Qin Huan asked, a bit helpless. "Does Brother Qin think it's not beautiful?" Qing Tian asked in surprise. "It is beautiful." Qin Huan wasn't particularly interested in such flashy performances. To him, watching soldiers in the army fight was much more interesting. But as long as Qing Tian was happy, that was what mattered. So when the twins brought the plate in front of them, Qin Huan simply tossed a piece of silver onto it. The siblings rarely encountered such a generous audience at the market, so they all gathered around to thank Qin Huan. Qin Huan stepped back while holding Qing Tian and said lightly, "You performed well. My sister enjoyed it very much." To become the stars of the circus, the two not only had real talent but also knew how to handle things well. Hearing Qin Huan's implication, they immediately expressed their gratitude to Qing Tian, who was in his arms. With her little face still flushed, Qing Tian held the hand of one of the sisters and said with admiration, "Sister, you are amazing. It's like you are flying." Until they returned to the Qin residence. After washing up, Qing Tian was excited as ever when she was tucked into bed. Yu Tao tried to coax her to sleep for a long time, but seeing that she showed no signs of being tired, she had no choice but to ask for help from Qin Xian. When Qing Tian saw Qin Xian come in, she quickly pulled the blanket over her head and said in a muffled voice, "Brother Qin, I'm sleeping." You should go back. Qin Xian pulled the blanket away from her face and lightly flicked her forehead, saying, "How many times have I told you not to cover your head while sleeping?" Qing Tian lowered the blanket to her chin and looked at him with her big eyes. "Have you finished your homework today? You should go do it, or Mr. Wei will punish you again tomorrow." "I finished it early." Qin Xian was someone who learned from his mistakes. Last time, he almost delayed his homework while trying to get Qing Tian to sleep, and he wouldn't make that mistake again. "Finished?" Qing Tian exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Qin Xian had spent the whole day playing with her. "When did he do his homework?" "Don't worry, I did it while you were napping." "What about you? You played all day and aren't tired? Why aren't you sleeping yet?" "I can't sleep," Qing Tian said softly. Qin Xian sat on the edge of the bed and gently patted her through the blanket, saying, "I'll watch over you. Go to sleep." After playing all day, Qing Tian was physically tired, but she felt too excited to sleep. With Qin Xian's rhythmic pats, drowsiness soon overcame her. Her eyelids felt heavy, slowly coming together until they finally closed. Seeing that Qing Tian quickly fell asleep, even letting out soft snores from being tired, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. He got up to tuck her blanket in and reminded Yu Tao to keep watch. As Qin Xian left Qing Tian's room, he unexpectedly saw Madame Qin waiting outside for him. "Mother," Qin Xian greeted her with a bow. Madame Qin looked at her youngest son with a complex expression and after a moment said, "Come, I have something to discuss with you." Qin Xian followed his mother back to his room. Once they sat down, there was an awkward silence. Since returning from outside the border, it seemed they hadn't had a proper conversation like this. During the journey back, Qin Xian had mostly been reading. At that time, Madame Qin felt pleased with her son's diligence, but now she couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. That's not about being diligent. It's really just using studying as an excuse to avoid talking to oneself. So, Mrs. Qin decided to chat about something else to lighten the mood. "How was the market? Was it fun?" "It was pretty good." Qin Huan seemed a bit tense, unsure of what Mrs. Qin wanted to discuss. "The market in the capital should be livelier than the one outside the city, right? Mainly, it's too far to go to the market outside the city, which makes it inconvenient." Qin Huan replied, then added carefully, "To go to the market, you need an adult to take you." Little did he know, this remark stirred feelings of sadness in Mrs. Qin. Children who grow up away from their parents can't even find someone to take them to the market. "Huan, it's my fault," Mrs. Qin said, her eyes suddenly red. Qin Huan was taken aback. They were just talking about the market and he hadn't said much, so why did it turn into this? With teary eyes, Mrs. Qin grabbed Qin Huan's hand and said, "Your brother came back today and has already been scolded by your father and me. He knows he was wrong. He just got confused for a moment. He doesn't really have any issue with you. Don't you remember? When you were born, your brother loved you the most and would tell everyone he had a little brother. He would bring you his new toys first and often wanted to hold you. Now that time has passed, the bond between brothers has become a bit distant. We've already scolded him. He knows he was wrong, so please don't hold this against him, okay?" Mrs. Qin spoke sincerely, but to Qin Huan, it sounded absurd and made him envious. "So, mother called me for this reason," Qin Huan said flatly. Mrs. Qin didn't understand why her son's attitude had suddenly turned cold. She thought he was just angry with his brother. "He really knows he was wrong. He even cried after being scolded by your father today." Before Mrs. Qin could finish, Qin Huan interrupted. "All right, mother. You don't need to say more. I wasn't even angry with my brother. I didn't expect such a small matter to reach father and mother." Qin Huan's meaning was clear. Although Qin Hedong wasn't particularly clever, he wouldn't just come home looking for trouble without a reason. He must have felt justified and thought he could complain to Qin Songyin and Mrs. Qin, believing they would support him. Instead of finding support, he ended up being scolded. Yet, even so, Qin Songyin and Mrs. Qin still cared for him and thought about him. Otherwise, Qin Hedong should be standing here now, apologizing to me directly. Instead, He hides behind his parents and lets Madame Qin speak for him. Qin Huan feels a bit envious of the fact that no matter what mistakes are made, there are always parents to help and protect him. At least this shows that his parents love Qin Huang. Yet, he, being younger, is the one expected to be more forgiving. Madame Qin does not understand Qin Huan's feelings. She thinks he is still angry about what happened in the morning and feels the punishment was not enough. She says, "Your father spoke very seriously to Huang today. Your older brother feels very ashamed and doesn't know how to face you, which is why. It's all minor stuff. Mother said we are brothers, and no matter what happens, we are still connected. How could I hold a grudge over something so small?" Madame Qin feels something is off, but cannot pinpoint it. After all, Qin Huan has already generously stated that he doesn't mind. What more can she say? However, the atmosphere in the room remains awkward, and ending the conversation abruptly feels too sudden. Madame Qin wants to chat a bit more to ease the tension, but realizes she doesn't know what to talk about besides daily life. She even isn't sure what homework Mr. Qin has assigned. She has to steer the conversation back to today's market trip. To cheer her son up, she intentionally brings up Qing Tian, hoping it will lift his spirits. Qing Tian had a great time at the market, right? Mentioning Qing Tian does brighten Qin Huan's expression, and even his features soften. She had so much fun, but she didn't want to buy anything. Even when I offered to buy her something, she refused. She spent the whole day looking forward to the evening's performance, and after watching it, she was so happy. Talking about Qing Tian brings a smile to Qin Huan's face. Madame Qin watches him, feeling a pang of sadness. As a mother, she wants to see her son smile, yet she has to rely on such small tricks. But it works wonders. Madame Qin praises. Although Qing Tian is young, she is very sensible and well-mannered, which is rare. It shows that the Yi family knows how to raise children. Qin Huan replies, "No child is born sensible and well-mannered. If it weren't for needing to be careful and read others' feelings, how could a child so young learn to be observant?" Qing Tian has endured a lot of hardships before becoming who she is today. Her kindness is what brought her here, not anyone else's help. Madame Qin did not expect her casual compliment to spark such a long conversation from her son. Although these words seem to be about Qing Tian, weren't they also about him? Children are quite perceptive. They can sense the personalities of their caregivers and test their limits. Only a child who knows they are loved unconditionally can focus on their own happiness without worry. Madame Qin felt a pang of sadness. But how could 9 years of absence between mother and son be filled with just a few words or new clothes? She recalled the news that Grandma Jiang had learned from Muzheng. She began to understand why her son adored and cherished Qing Tian so much. He must wish that someone could care for him like that when he was left with no love and faced many hardships at his grandparents' home. Thinking of this, Madame Qin hesitated to bring up the second topic she had prepared. However, there were some things that Princess Rui had specifically asked her to mention, so she felt she had to speak. Seeing Madame Qin's expression shift from understanding to worry, Qin Huan took the initiative to ask, "Is there something else you want to tell me, Mother?" "Nothing too serious, but since it's your first time back in the capital, everyone is watching you." By openly taking Qing Tian out, many people will be curious about her identity. Although she is young and it may not matter much, you are already 10 years old, so you should still be cautious. Madame Qin found it hard to say these words, feeling like a cruel stepmother pouring cold water on her son. As expected, after she spoke, Qin Huan's smile vanished, and his expression darkened even more than when he talked about Qin Hidong. "It's not that I don't like you playing with Qing Tian, but there are many strange rumors in the capital now, and they have even reached your aunt's ears. For Qing Tian's sake, you should be a bit more careful, don't you think?" After hearing Madame Qin's explanation, Qin Huan's expression softened slightly. He understood her words to mean that he should avoid showing Qing Tian too much in public. Madame Qin carefully watched her son's expression as she spoke, ultimately not daring to repeat the last few words of Princess Rui. Before leaving, Princess Rui had specifically said, "I understand that the Yi family, though ordinary, has a good reputation. If He Xian truly likes her after he gets married, it wouldn't be a problem to bring her in as a concubine. But he should be more discreet. It wouldn't be good for He Xian's reputation. To be honest, before hearing these words from Princess Ruey, Madame Qin had never thought in that direction. The main reason was that the two children were still very young. Qin He Xian's feelings for Qing Tian were merely those of an older brother caring for his younger sister. She always felt it was too early to discuss such matters. However, she wanted to give Qin He Xian some hope, so she vaguely said, "Your aunt means well for you. You just returned and haven't established yourself yet, so you might attract some gossip. Once you prove yourself, no one will dare to speak ill of you, and it won't be a problem to bring Qing Tian home." Madame Qin's vague words left Qin He Xian confused about Princess Ruey's meaning, leading him to misunderstand her intent. Qin He Xian asked excitedly, "Mother, really?" He had previously thought about having Madame Qin adopt Qing Tian or recognize her as a goddaughter, which would make him her brother. Then he could take better care of her and spoil her a bit, so she wouldn't have to be so sensible. Thus, Madame Qin's unclear statement sounded to Qin He Xian like if he worked hard and established himself in the capital, she would consider adopting Qing Tian, allowing her to join the Qin family properly. Seeing Qin He Xian so excited by her words, Madame Qin felt a mix of emotions. She had confidently told her sister that He Xian was still young and hadn't matured yet, and that Qing Tian was several years younger, so they were just playing together without any deeper feelings. Little did she know that just hours after saying that, she would be confronted by her son's unexpected enthusiasm. He really likes Qing Tian? He was so happy at the thought of bringing her home. Oh well, the Yi family has a decent reputation. If this motivates her son to strive for success, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let him bring Qing Tian into their home in the future. In the end, this awkward conversation between mother and son concluded with a misunderstanding that both found acceptable. "No need to see me out, it's getting late. You should rest early," said Mrs. Qin as she stood up and left Qin Heshuan's room. Although she said it wasn't necessary, Qin Heshuan politely got up to walk her to the door. Mrs. Qin thought to herself that there was indeed a deep gap between her and her younger son. If it were the eldest or the second son, they wouldn't care about such formalities. However, the ice built up over the years couldn't be easily melted in a short time. Mrs. Qin could only try to be more patient, hoping to warm her son's heart soon. After seeing Mrs. Qin off, it was Qin Heshuan who found it hard to sleep. The thought of Qing Tian possibly moving into the Qin residence and living with him excited him so much that he couldn't fall asleep. Lying in bed, various thoughts flooded his mind, leaving him unable to rest. If Qing Tian came home, she certainly couldn't stay in the courtyard next to her parents, so he would have to make an effort to move out of there first. He would personally prepare a room and yard for Qing Tian, which would surely make her very happy. But then he thought about what would happen to Yi Laoda and his wife if Qing Tian moved into the Qin residence. Qing Tian seemed to rely on and care for them a lot. He really didn't want to leave them behind to take care of her. They would definitely be very responsible. Qin Heshuan was lost in thought when he suddenly realized something important. He slapped his forehead and sat up, realizing he had forgotten to ask how much he needed to do to gain his aunt and mother's approval. He felt foolish for forgetting such an important matter. However, when he checked his watch, it was clearly too late to disturb Mrs. Qin again. Frustrated with himself for being unable to sleep, he got up, put on his clothes, and slipped on his shoes to go to the guest room. Yu Tao was startled when he entered and quickly got up, saying, "Young master, why are you still awake?" Qin Heshuan made a shushing gesture to her and quietly entered the room, walking to the bedside. Qing Tian was fast asleep, completely unaware of anyone entering the room. Her little face was squished between the pillow and the blanket, looking rosy as she slept. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if she were having a beautiful dream. Qin Heshuan gently poked her cheek, creating a small dent in her chubby face, resembling a tiny dimple. Qing Tian's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she let out a soft hum. Qin Heshuan quickly withdrew his hand. Fortunately, Qing Tian was not awakened by him. She just turned over and continued to sleep. Qin Huan stood by the bed and quietly made a promise to himself. Qing Tian, don't worry. I will work hard to make sure you can move into my house properly as soon as possible. As the day to visit Old Master Ye's grave approached, Yi Changrui's injury had nearly healed, and Old Lady Yi could no longer wait. She insisted they must go home. In fact, Old Lady Yi had been eager to return for a while. Although staying at the clinic didn't cost money, it was uncomfortable to have several people squeezed into one room. However, Dr. Lin was concerned about the connection between their families and worried that if the child went home and something happened, it would reflect poorly on him, so he repeatedly tried to keep them there. Now that the swelling on Yi Changrui's forehead had completely gone down and the scabs were about to fall off, he finally agreed to let them go. Old Lady Yi and second sister-in-law Yi packed their things and sent second brother Yi to pick up Qing Tian, while also asking third brother Yi to come back. Second brother Yi hurried to the Qin residence to get Qing Tian. Qing Tian had been staying at the Qin house for about 7 or 8 days, and for the last few days, she had been attending classes with Qin Huan. Mr. Wei first explained to Qin Huan what he needed to memorize or write, and then he began teaching Qing Tian poetry, reading, and how to hold a pen to write some simple strokes as a foundation. Everyone thought Qing Tian would be impatient, but she was very patient, which made Mr. Wei like her even more. Picking up Qing Tian was not difficult, but unexpectedly, it came with 2 boxes of things. Second brother Yi didn't know what was inside. He wasn't Qing Tian's parent, so he couldn't refuse. After a few words from Song Tao, he confusedly accepted the boxes and loaded them onto the cart. On the way from the Qin residence to the workshop, second brother Yi pondered whether he had been tricked. But it seemed he hadn't lost anything. Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. He quickly arrived at the workshop, where third brother Yi had been helping Master Lu with work lately, and it was now a crucial time. If he left, Master Lu would have to stop and wait for him. Second brother, do I need to go back too? Third brother Yi asked. What do you think? Second brother Yi replied sternly. This time we are going back to pay respects to father. The clan leader and elders are all coming. Are you the only one missing? Do you think that's appropriate?
What?
Third brother Yi looked confused. When did this happen? Why do we suddenly have to make such a big deal about visiting Dad's grave? Yi Lao then remembered that Yi Lao San had no idea about this matter. He had been working at the carpentry shop in the city and no one had informed him. Later, when he saw him in the capital, they barely exchanged a few words before he was taken away by the officials to work with Master Lu day and night, leaving no chance to discuss this matter. Yi Lao wanted to explain it simply, but worried he might not express it well, so he called Qing Tian to come and share the news. Qing Tian had a good memory and a clear voice, making the story easy to understand. Yi Lao San felt as if he were listening to a storyteller. Qing Tian told the tale engagingly, especially the part about Yi Lao shooting the bandits with 3 arrows, which left him breathless. Oh my, so much has happened at home, and I had no idea. After Qing Tian finished, Yi Lao San finally sighed in relief. Big brother and fourth brother have really made a name for themselves, bringing honor to the family. Isn't that right? Turns out the praise from the emperor a few days ago was for Yi Sanji's brothers. Yi Senga, wow, you guys are truly capable. Just as Yi Lao San relaxed, he was startled by the chatter behind him. Turning around, he saw that Master Lu, Qi Menghui, and the doorman had gathered without him noticing, all listening to Qing Tian's story. Seeing Master Lu, Yi Lao San felt unsure how to speak. After all, this was a big matter for the Yi family, and as a son, he had to go back. But if he returned, it would delay Master Lu's progress. Master Lu had been very kind to him lately, teaching him many things and answering questions he had struggled with before. In his heart, he had come to see Master Lu as a mentor. He had also promised Master Lu to do his best to help complete this project. Now, suddenly needing to leave for a few days, he truly didn't know how to bring it up. However, Master Lu noticed his hesitation and said straightforwardly, "This is a family matter. You must go back. I have enough time here, so a day or 2 delay is not a big deal." Just make sure to return quickly after taking care of things at home. Of course, Old Cen nodded repeatedly. Even if you didn't say it, I was already anxious to return. All right, go ahead. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back. Master Lu allowed him to go. Of course, his time wasn't really that free. But since the elder Yi and the fourth Yi were praised by the emperor, their family had to celebrate, so he naturally had no reason to stop them from leaving. It was already quite embarrassing to ask an outsider to help with the work, so he couldn't be rude about it. After reluctantly seeing off the third Yi, Master Lu rubbed his hands and returned to his room. Although he couldn't continue the internal carving without the third Yi, he could take this time to refine the outer layers. The third Yi, despite his unconventional background, had developed some unique skills over the years, perhaps out of interest. What Master Lu needed now was exactly that. With the third Yi gone home, Master Lu could only focus on tasks that didn't require his assistance. Thinking this, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. This reminded him of a saying his master often repeated: "There are experts among the common people." He used to dismiss it, but now he had to admit that his master saw things clearly. The Yi family had lunch in the city before heading home. After parting ways with Lin and the others, the second Yi hurried home even faster. Arriving at the village entrance just as evening fell, smoke was rising from the chimneys of most homes. Walking from the village entrance to his door, he could already smell several dishes being cooked in other homes. "Are we hungry, Qing Tian?" "Yes." Qing Tian never pretended with his family. When he was hungry, he showed it, nodding eagerly. "We'll be home soon, and your mother will make you something delicious." With a few family members absent, the house felt quite empty. However, the capital was so far away that they couldn't even inquire about the situation, leaving them anxious at home. If it weren't for the children needing to attend school and eat well every day, Sister Yi would hardly have the mood to cook. While she was washing pots and tidying the kitchen, she suddenly heard the dog, Xiao Yi, barking wildly in the yard. "What's wrong?" Sister Yi thought she had already fed it. Usually, at this time, it was well-behaved, lying by Qing Tian's bed and ignoring everything else, just waiting for him to return. Why was it barking so much now? Feeling something was off, she shook the water off her hands and decided to check. Just as she stepped out of the kitchen, she saw the eldest Yi push the door open from inside. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Yi dashed out quickly. Sister Yi felt a blur in front of her and couldn't see anything clearly. What happened? The dog ran away. Brother Yi had just been annoyed by Xiao Ye's barking and wanted to chase the dog out. Little did he know, the dog was even more anxious and bolted out as soon as the door opened a crack. Could it be that a pack of wolves is back looking for him? Did she hear a sound and run out to join them? "Stop with the bad thoughts," Brother Yi said helplessly. "Hurry up and go find the dog. If we really lose him, how are we going to explain it when Qing Tian comes back?" Just as the couple stepped outside, they saw Brother Yi driving up to the intersection with a jumping dog beside the cart. I wondered why Xiao Yi was acting so crazy earlier. It turns out it's because Qing Tian has returned. Brother Yi and Sister Yi stood side by side at the door, watching the mule cart approach, feeling a mix of emotions. Since they brought Qing Tian back to raise as their own daughter, they had never been apart from her for this long. Sister Yi missed the child so much that she often cried under the covers at night. At that moment, seeing Qing Tian poke her little head out of the car window and sweetly call Dad Mom, Sister Yi felt her heart, which had been empty for days, suddenly fill up. She hurried a few steps to greet her daughter, asking, "Have you been eating well? Sleeping okay? Did you miss me at night?"
Don't worry, Mom.
"I've been staying at Brother Qing's house these days. I've been eating well and sleeping fine, but I really, really missed you." Hearing this, Sister Yi couldn't hold back her emotions and wanted to hug her daughter from the car right away. However, Brother Yi remained calm and quickly realized there was a problem, asking, "Why did you stay at the Qing's?" "Brother Qing asked me to stay at his house." Qing Tian replied naturally. "He said the clinic is small and if I went back it would be too crowded." And Brother Qin also said that since Big Brother is injured and needs care, if I went back, someone would have to take care of me too, and everyone would be too tired. Instead, it would be better for me to stay at his house, so Grandma and Uncle Air and Aunt Air wouldn't have to worry, and I would have someone to look after me at the Qin residence. Brother Yi Air chimed in, young Master Qin is really good to our Qing Tian. When I went to pick her up, young Master Qin even had 2 boxes of things lifted onto the cart. You accepted them? Brother Yi exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in surprise. Recently, Yi Laoda's hunting catch, whether it was a deer or a black bear, was sent to the Qin family. He thought this would settle things. However, he didn't remind Yi Air, and now they had received so much. Since they had already accepted it, there was no reason to return it. This situation dampened Yi Laoda's joy of seeing his daughter return home. He moved the box into his house and began to open it. Fortunately, Qin Huishuan hadn't put any valuable items like jade pendants inside. It was mostly clothes and shoes. Yi Laoda took out a pair of small leather boots. They were very beautiful, but the fur on them looked familiar. If he remembered correctly, wasn't this the deer hide he had sent to the Qin family? Qing Tian, do you know what's going on with these things? Yi Deseo looked through the clothes. They were nice, but not brand new. It seemed the person preparing these items had put some thought into it, but not too much. Although the clothes weren't new, the fabric was of good quality. Looking at the 6 or 7 sets of clothes spread out on the bed, Yi Laoda helplessly pinched Qing Tian's little nose and said, looks like I need to go hunt a tiger to make up for this. Yi Deseo was startled and quickly slapped Yi Laoda on the back, saying, what do you mean hunt a tiger? Stop talking nonsense. After saying this, Yi Laoda turned to Qing Tian and said, Qing Tian, you mustn't listen to your dad's silly talk. You can't just encounter a tiger. That could be dangerous. Yi Laotai urged from the cart, stop just talking. Laoda, hurry and open the door. Laodai, Qing Tian is hungry. Go get her something to eat. Yi Deseo had just hugged her daughter tightly and hadn't had enough of her yet. But hearing that her daughter was hungry, she quickly asked, what do you want to eat, Qing Tian? Qing Tian had been eating well at the Qin family, so after thinking for a while, she said, I want to eat the dumpling soup you make, Mom. Yi Sen saw, who had come out to help, laughed upon hearing this and took off her apron, which she had already put on. I was just about to say that you've been busy all evening, so I would cook for you. But since Qing Tian wants dumpling soup, I can't make it as well as you do, so I won't try to show off. Yi Sen had become more perceptive since spending more time in the city. At this moment, when his wife said that, he immediately replied, then let the big sister make it for Qing Tian, and you can make it for us. Yi Sen's wife was taken aback by his words, turning to look at him, wondering if this was still her silly husband. When did he become so articulate? Yi Lao Sen felt uneasy under his wife's gaze, thinking he might have said something wrong. Then Yi Deseo chuckled, Lao San, I can make more dumpling soup for everyone to share. What's wrong? Have you missed your wife's cooking since you've been away for so long? Should I let her make it just for you? Only then did Yi Lao San realize he had misspoken, and he repeatedly apologized to Yi Deseo, feeling embarrassed. Big sister, I spoke without thinking.
Please don't hold it against me.
Actually, I love the dumpling soup you make the most. Yi Lao Tai sat on her warm Kong in her room, listening to the lively sounds and laughter outside. It didn't feel noisy at all. She slightly squinted her eyes, thinking this was the most comfortable time. Dumpling soup is a quick dish, and Yi Deseo quickly prepared a large bowl and brought it to the Kong table in Yi Lao Tai's room. Having not seen her daughter for several days, Yi Deseo wished she could keep Qing Tian close, and even wanted to feed her dinner directly. However, when she saw Yi Saw come in with Yi Chongrui, her attention immediately shifted. Is Chongrui's injury healing well? Yi Deseo reached out to brush back Yi Chongrui's hair and examine the injured spot on his forehead. Auntie, it's fine now. The doctor said it will heal once the scab falls off. Yi Chongrui replied obediently. Thank goodness. Truly a blessing from above, Yi Deseo said with her hands together in prayer. Come eat. Auntie will help you up. Yi Chongrui blushed at Yi Deseo's outstretched hand and quickly waved it off, saying, Auntie, no need. I can manage myself. Yi Er saw, following behind, laughed and said, Big sister, there's no need to be so careful, he's fine now. If it weren't for Dr. Lin insisting we stay, we would have returned much earlier. Taking the opportunity, Yi Chong-rui hurriedly climbed onto the Kong. He was no longer a child, and being carried onto the Kong would be embarrassing, especially with his younger brothers watching. The few people who had just returned changed their clothes and found seats to start eating. Xiao Yi crouched on the ground, intently watching Qing Tian, afraid that if he turned his head, his little master would disappear again. Yida Saw playfully nudged it with her foot, but it remained completely unfazed. This little puppy waits at the door for you every day, only going inside when it gets dark. Then it lies on the spot where you usually sleep and refuses to go back to its own bed. I had no choice but to get another mat for it to sleep on over there. Qing Tian felt sorry for Xiao Yi after hearing this and reached out to pet him. Sister Yi quickly grabbed her hand and said, Eat first. We can talk about it after dinner. It's dirty. Xiao Yi was already so excited that he stood up, resting his front paws on the edge of the bed, panting, and looking at Qing Tian with his tail wagging wildly. His pair of wet black eyes fixed on her. In the end, Qing Tian couldn't resist the charm of the enthusiastic puppy and reached out to rub his head. Only then did Xiao Yi happily lie down. Old lady Yi exclaimed, Has the puppy grown? Its paws can reach the edge of the bed now. If it grows a bit more, it might jump right onto the bed. You all need to keep an eye on it. If it gets used to jumping on the bed, it will be hard to change that habit later. Old Man Yi replied, If it jumps on the bed, just give it a little smack. A few times, and it will remember. Qing Tian quickly said, Dad, don't hit the puppy. Sister Yi was wiping Qing Tian's hands and added, Xiao Yi is very well behaved. He won't just jump on the bed. Exactly, I will watch him. Dad, don't hit him. Old Man Yi didn't expect his casual comment would make his daughter think he liked hitting dogs, so he quickly clarified, I was just joking. I wouldn't hit him. Really not going to hit? Qing Tian looked at him with doubt. Absolutely not. I promise. Old Man Yi swore with his hand raised. Sister Yi chimed in, Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Finally, Qing Tian believed him and sighed in relief, saying, Xiao Yi is very smart. Dad, if you talk to him nicely, he will listen. Of course. Old Man Yi immediately replied, No other dog in the village is as smart as our puppy. Old Lady Yi was too lazy to respond and focused on eating. Seeing how the couple acted, even if Qing Tian said she wanted to cuddle the puppy in bed, they wouldn't oppose it. They might even try to push the puppy in. After dinner, Old Lady Yi said, Eldest son and his wife should stay a bit longer. Everyone else should head home and rest early. Tomorrow will be a busy day, and you need to be well rested. Yi San's wife was left feeling confused. She thought about how she hadn't done anything wrong lately. But what was Yi Laosen doing coming back from the capital with the old lady? Did he get into some trouble? The more she thought about it, the more she believed it could be true. Once everyone else had left, she anxiously whispered, Mom, what's going on? Did the third brother get into trouble? Yi Laosen replied, I rarely come home, and you can't think something good about me? The old lady said, It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Sit down and let the third brother tell you himself. So Yi Laosen explained that he had been sent to the capital by young Master Qin to work with blocks and was unexpectedly noticed by Master Lu from the workshop, and now he was helping out there. He spoke very briefly, and with so much to say, he finished in just a few sentences, which made the old lady occasionally add details to help Yi San's wife understand. After hearing the story, Yi San's wife felt a bit dazed, looking at the old lady and then at Yi Laosen. Mom, Dad, you're not joking with me, are you? The old lady understood her disbelief and smiled, saying, All right, that's how it is. Originally, we wanted the third brother to tell you himself, but we worried you wouldn't believe it, so we had you both stay to talk. Yi San's wife quickly started to think. Although she didn't know how much money could be made from the block business, whether it was a one-time deal or something long-term, at least they had a connection with the Qin family. Even if the block business didn't last, there might be other opportunities. As for the workshop, although Yi San's wife didn't fully understand what it was, She knew that everything used by the emperor in the palace was made there, so it must be an impressive place. If Yi Lao-san could build a good relationship with the workshop, it would be very beneficial in the future. Thinking of this, Yi-san's wife couldn't help but feel emotional and quietly wiped away her tears. Yi Lao-san was taken aback by her reaction. "Why are you crying all of a sudden?" The old lady understood Yi-san's wife's feelings and patted her shoulder, saying, "All right, life will definitely get better from now on. You two can talk more about it later." Since moving into the old house and settling in Rongxi village, Yi-san's wife had been very anxious. Her older brother was a skilled hunter, and her sister-in-law had excellent cooking skills to earn good money. Although Ge is just a simple farmer, Saw's excellent sewing skills are the foundation of their livelihood. In the future, it won't be hard for her to take on a few apprentices. Ge is currently single and isn't in a hurry about anything. Besides, both Ge and Ge have received rewards and money from the emperor. As for their own family, they earn little from carpentry, and he doesn't have any other skills, not even helping in the kitchen properly. It's one thing for the couple to not earn much, but they also have two troublesome boys. Education, marriage, and raising children all require money. Yi Lao-san is a practical person who focuses on the present and never thinks about these things. Yi-sen Saw, however, worries along with him and often has trouble sleeping at night. Now that she knows Yi Lao-san has finally stood out because of his skills, how can she not be overwhelmed with joy? Yi Lao-san noticed the look from Yi Lao-tai and vaguely understood his wife's feelings. "All right, it's time for you to sleep, and I'll explain everything when we get back," he said. Once they were back in their room, Yi-sen Saw couldn't wait to ask about the block business, since it was the quickest way to make money. Although Yi Lao-san wasn't good with words, he couldn't resist her questions, and soon she learned all the details. When Yi Lao-san mentioned that young Master Qin wanted to split profits with him, Yi-sen Saw suddenly felt uneasy. She grabbed Yi Lao-san's arm and asked, "Tell me the truth. What exactly does young Master Qin want you to make? Why would a decent person give you so much money? If the profit is split this way, young Master Qin probably won't make any money at all. 2 parts isn't enough for him to manage his connections and servants. He wouldn't be using the block business as a cover for something illegal that could land you in jail, would he?" Where did that thought come from? Yi Lao-san laughed at his wife's unusual idea. "Wake up. I'm just a carpenter. I can't do anything bad." Then why is he giving us so much? Yi-san Saw still had her doubts. "You're only thinking about the money." Yi Lao-san replied, "I'm just making wooden blocks. Even if I make them a bit nicer than what's sold outside, they're still just blocks." To put it bluntly, if young Master Qin wanted, he could easily find a skilled carpenter who would know how to make those boxes just by looking at them. They can't do it themselves, so why wouldn't they be able to copy someone else's work? To be honest, if young Master Qin wants to make money, do you think this business will come to us? Why is that? Sister Yi felt more uncertain as she listened. She grabbed Yi Lao-san's sleeve and said with a trembling voice, "We can't do anything illegal. If you don't think of me, at least think of our 2 children. If something happens to you, how will we, as widows and orphans, survive? Look at you. Why are you thinking so negatively? Young Master Qin doesn't even care about this block business."
Let me put it this way.
Do you know why Qing Tian insisted on going to the city with her mother this time?
Why?
To play with young Master Qin? Yes, she did go to see young Master Qin, but not to play. Yi Lao-san couldn't help but express his feelings. Qing Tian specifically brought the blocks I made for her to show young Master Qin and asked if I could make money by making more of them. Young Master Qin helped me out because of Qing Tian. Since he was helping, he was truly generous and didn't care about our small amount of money. And if it weren't for young Master Qin's help, I wouldn't have been able to enter the workshop, let alone meet Master Lu. Sister Yi didn't expect that Qing Tian had played such a big role. I thought it was strange before. Qing Tian usually sticks to Saw. Whenever Saw went to Jiang Yuanwai's house, she had to take her along, and she couldn't leave for even a day. Why did she suddenly want to go to the capital with her mother this time? It turns out she was trying to help you get business. Qing Tian is so young, yet she understands so much. Sister Yi couldn't help but feel amazed. She was able to earn money as a helper, thanks to Saw teaching her and not looking down on her. Now Qing Tian was helping Yi Lao-san secure such a good business deal. Our family owes so much to Big Brother's family. We really can't repay it all. Yi Lao-san took the opportunity to say, so, I want to give Qing Tian 30% of the profit from this block business. What do you think? After saying this, he seemed worried that his wife might disagree. So, he quickly added, actually, when I was discussing how to share the profits with young Master Qin, I felt he was hinting that I should thank Qing Tian. He helped us because of her, and we shouldn't just take advantage of it without giving back, right? Yes-san saw, upon hearing this, gave him a light punch on the shoulder and said, Are you looking at me through a crack in the door? You're underestimating me, aren't you? Even if you didn't say the rest, would I really refuse to share the profits with Qing Tian? But if you give it to her so directly, Big Brother and Big Sister-in-law might not want it. Qing Tian is still so young. Even if she is very smart, it's not safe for her to handle money on her own. I've thought about all this. I asked around in the capital before. The Qin family's bank can hold money. When it's time to share the profits with Qing Tian, we can deposit her share there and give the receipt to Big Brother and Big Sister-in-law. Later, when Qing Tian grows up and is ready to marry, we can take it out for her dowry. What do you think? That's a good idea, but it doesn't seem like something you would come up with. Honestly, who gave you this idea? It was that young man sent by young Master Qin to fetch me from the carpentry shop. He suggested it, and I think it's quite good. Plus, if it's stored for a long time, we hardly have to pay any fees. Yes-san Saw couldn't help but give him a hard tap on the head. You really are a bit slow. Why do you always want to hit me? Ye Lao-san protested. Wasn't what I said correct? Why call me slow? Do you really think he was just being kind and helping you? He's clearly telling you what to do. Even if it wasn't young Master Qin's idea, he must know and approve of it. Saying it will be in the Qin family's bank is really just young Master Qin wanting to keep that money safe for Qing Tian until she's older and can have it all at once. Oh, is that how it is? Ye Lao-san finally understood, realizing it was indeed the case. No wonder Mu Zheng later specifically went to call him out for drinks and dinner. He thought that while they knew each other, their relationship didn't seem close enough for that. If it was meant to guide him, everything made sense. While Ye Lao-san and his wife couldn't sleep and kept talking, in the main room of Ye Lao-da's house, his wife was worriedly looking at a pile of things on the bed. Mainly, there were several sets of clothes, shoes, and hats. Yet Saw had casually looked through them before and thought they were all old clothes. Who knew that only the top set was nearly new, while the two sets underneath were brand new. The two pairs of small deerskin boots were even freshly made, and they thoughtfully matched two pairs of flower decorations. Looking at the red and pink new clothes, Sister Yi sighed. Is young Master Qin preparing new clothes for Qing Tian for the new year? Young Master Qin really treats our Qing Tian like a little sister, Brother Yi remarked. Sister Yi thought to herself, even if they were siblings, not many older brothers would do this much, right? Let's not mention that a 10-year-old boy could be so thoughtful to prepare these things for another child. After hearing his wife's question, Brother Yi dismissed it, saying, Do you think young Master Qin would personally prepare things for Qing Tian? Of course, he gives instructions, and the maids take care of it. That makes sense, Sister Yi nodded, agreeing with him. As the couple whispered, Qing Tian, who was sleeping nearby, suddenly turned over and murmured a bit. Xiaoyi immediately became alert, sitting up and looking towards Qing Tian. After confirming there was no danger, he lay back down. Sister Yi gently patted Qing Tian a few times, and he quickly fell back asleep. All right, let's pack things up and go to bed, Brother Yi said quietly. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Brother Yi wasn't very interested in the recognition from the county magistrate and Yi Dongming, but tomorrow their family's names would be officially recorded in the family tree. Previously, they had only buried the old man in the ancestral grave, which was a way for him to return home. But in reality, the whole family hadn't received acknowledgement from the clan. To put it bluntly, they could be excluded from clan rituals. Once everyone was recorded in the family tree tomorrow, that would truly mean they were recognized as part of the family. Among the family, besides Grandma Yi, Brother Yi had heard the old man talk about these matters the most. So even though things didn't seem as wonderful as the old man described after returning to Rongxi village, Brother Yi still felt a special connection to this place. Now they could finally be recorded in the family tree, and he hoped everything would go smoothly tomorrow. Early the next morning, as soon as it was light, a large crowd gathered at the entrance of Rongxi village. Everyone quickly dressed and began to beat drums and gongs. In the middle of winter, there wasn't much work to do in the fields, and most people were still snuggled up in their warm beds, sound asleep. Suddenly awakened by the noise, they first grumbled in dissatisfaction, and those who were impatient even started to shout angrily. Whose family is so inconsiderate, making such a racket at dawn? Can't we get some sleep? But the sound of drums and gongs continued outside. Everyone couldn't sleep, so they got up one by one, put on their clothes, and went outside to see what was happening. When they stepped out, they were amazed. At the village entrance, not only were there people playing music, but there were also dragon and lion dances, creating a lively atmosphere. As everyone was curiously asking who had organized this, a few officials suddenly approached. "Hey, Head Hu, what brings you to our little place?" Someone recognized the leader as Head Hu from the county office and quickly greeted him. "I'm here on the county magistrate's orders to take Yi Qingchen and Yi Qing'an to the county for recognition." Who? The villagers were confused by these unfamiliar names. "Oh, you must be slow. I'm talking about Yi Laoda and Yi Leisu." "Oh, their family." The villagers finally understood. As they were talking, the Yi family members were already invited over. Everyone was dressed in their best clothes, looking quite impressive, which surprised the villagers. Especially the four Yi brothers, who were tall and strong, naturally suited to wear nice clothes. Normally, they didn't pay much attention to their appearance, but now, after getting ready, they stood in a line, making the village women shyly look away. The older women, however, were all eyes, openly admiring the four brothers. Yi Laoda felt a bit embarrassed and quickly greeted Head Hu. Head Hu smiled broadly and said, "No need to be so polite. I should be the one congratulating you." After a few pleasantries, the family split into 2 horse-drawn carriages and set off for the county. The cheerful sound of drums and gongs never stopped, making Qing Tian, who wanted to sleep a bit longer, annoyed as she turned over and snuggled into Yi Dazhao's arms, covering her ears with her hands. Yi Dazhao was very happy. After all, it was Yi Laoda's big day, and as his wife, she felt genuinely pleased for him. "This celebration is for your father and Uncle C, so it needs to be festive." Upon hearing it was for Yi Laoda, Qing Tian stopped complaining but still kept her head buried in Yi Dazhao's embrace. Even if she couldn't sleep, it was nice to stay close to her mother for a while longer. Little did she know, Yi Dazhao loved having her cling to her even more. At her young age, she especially enjoyed being close. When they grow up, they might find it hard to be as close as they are now. Along the way, every time they passed a village, Hu Yuanren would send a subordinate to promote the heroic deeds of Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi. Then, the drummers would come forward, and the lion and dragon dances would begin. This routine made the convoy move at a snail's pace, but it was necessary. The county magistrate wanted to honor the Yi brothers for 2 reasons. First, to give respect to the Yi family, as this was an important event for them. Second, to reassure the people and educate them about the glorious deeds of Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi, so they could learn from them in the future. By noon, the convoy finally entered the gates of Fengli County and headed straight for the county office. The county magistrate and Yi Dongming were already waiting at the entrance. Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi got off the carriage first as required, and suddenly, loud firecrackers went off. Qing Tian covered her ears, but still peeked out of the window to see where the noise was coming from. After the long string of firecrackers ended, the county magistrate approached, showering Yi Laoda with compliments that made him blush. "County magistrate, you flatter me." "Not at all. You deserve every bit of it." As he spoke, someone came forward to drape red silk and big red flowers over Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi, making them look like grooms ready for a wedding. Many young women in the crowd had their eyes glued to Yi Laosi. Although Yi Laodao looked good for his age, he was obviously older and seemed married. On the other hand, Yi Laoxi appeared younger, and it was unclear if he was married. If not, after being adorned with the red silk, Yi Laoxi's thoughts drifted back to his wedding with Guoshi when he was outside the city. To others, he seemed expressionless and mysterious, but those who knew him understood that he was simply lost in thought. Fortunately, the county magistrate was too busy praising the two to notice him. After complimenting them, he began to read a prepared speech, which was well written and quite eloquent. For the county magistrate, reading it flawlessly from start to finish was no small feat. When he finished reading, almost no one in the crowd understood, and it was completely silent, except for a few officials who excitedly clapped their hands. It's important to note that the county magistrate had practiced several times before and had not read it smoothly at all. Now, he managed to read it completely and accurately. It was quite an achievement. As they clapped, the crowd realized that the county magistrate had finished speaking and joined in the applause. The sound of clapping filled the entrance of the county office. The county magistrate understood that the main event was finally here. He cleared his throat and raised his hand to signal for silence, saying, "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me for one last thing." His voice was naturally soft, and he had some health issues that made it hard for him to be heard. In the end, it was only after a loud shout from Huyanren that the crowd finally quieted down. To honor the bravery of heroes Yi Qingchen and Yi Qing'an, the county office has decided to reward them with 20 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the crowd showed expressions of envy, and without needing anyone to lead them, they clapped even harder. However, most people were thinking about how they would spend that money if it were theirs. Sister Yi stood nearby with her daughter, Qing Tian, watching as he received the award. Both of them smiled, and Qing Tian clapped vigorously, turning her palms red. "Mom, Dad is amazing." "Yes, he is." As they watched the county magistrate hand the reward to the brothers, the award ceremony at the county office came to an end. Qing Tian tugged at Sister Yi's skirt, signaling her to bend down. "What is it?" Sister Yi asked as she leaned down. "Mom, when can we eat?" "I'm hungry," Qing Tian whispered, as if worried that speaking too loudly would embarrass her father. "Hungry?" Sister Yi wasn't sure about the day's arrangements, so she had brought some snacks wrapped in oil paper, which came in handy now. Seeing his wife feeding Qing Tian snacks, Yi Qingchen quickly came down and said, "Just eat a piece to hold you over. We'll have a meal soon." "Where will we eat?" Sister Yi asked quietly. "The lunch is arranged by the county magistrate, and we'll have dinner with our relatives in the evening." Sure enough, not long after, someone came to invite the Yi family to the restaurant. The county magistrate had not only invited the Yi family, but also many prominent figures from the town. So, as Sister Yi entered the restaurant holding Qing Tian, she immediately spotted Mr. Jiang. Seeing a familiar face eased Yi Dazhao's nervousness. Soon, someone came to take the women and children of the Yi family to the private room on the second floor. After confirming that only family members were in the room, Yi Sanzao couldn't help but stretch and said, "Oh my, when the county magistrate was speaking earlier, I couldn't understand a thing and didn't dare to move. It really wore me out." Yi Erzao quickly pulled her back, saying, "Shu, keep your voice down. Be careful. There might be ears on the other side of the wall." Soon, the staff came in one after another to serve the dishes. Yi Dazhao worried that Qing Tian might be too hungry, so she quickly served her some food. After making sure the children were eating, the four women suddenly had a moment of leisure. They exchanged glances and all burst into laughter. Yi Laotai sighed. "I remember when we left our hometown to escape the famine, I wondered if this old body of mine would ever make it back home. Who would have thought that not only did we return safely, but our lives are also getting better. If I had known this, I should have sold the house and land in Huinan and come back right away." Upon hearing this, Yi Sanzao quickly replied, "Mother, I think things are just fine now. Luck is all about timing. Maybe if we had come back earlier, we wouldn't have such good fortune." Hearing her words, Yi Laotai instinctively looked at Qing Tian and said, "I believe our family's good luck started when we saved Qing Tian." It must be that the gods saw us helping someone in need, and several children chimed in, finishing her sentence. So they bless our family with better days. Seeing this, Yi Laotai intentionally started. So we should treat our sister well. So we should protect our sister. The 5 boys shouted in unison, their voices loud enough for the next room to hear clearly. The county magistrate, having had a few drinks and with a slightly flushed face, listened for a while before asking Yi Laotai, "What are they shouting about next door?" "Just those mischievous little rascals. I don't know what they're yelling about.
I'll go talk to them."
The county magistrate grabbed Yi Laotai's arm and pulled him back down. "Kids will be kids. It's just noise." Fortunately, after that brief commotion, the next room quieted down again. Yi Laotai sighed in relief, stood up, and raised his glass to the county magistrate, saying, "Thank you for your kindness to my brother and me today. This drink is for you. I'll drink to it. You can drink at your leisure." The county magistrate, originally from the south, was assigned to serve in Fengli County and had never traveled beyond Shanhaiguan. Fengli County was the northernmost place he had ever been. So, he had no idea how strong the drinking capacity of someone like Yi Laotai, who grew up outside the pass, could be. By the end of lunch, the county magistrate was nearly passed out on the table and had to be supported out of the restaurant by 2 constables. Look at this situation. Yi Laotai didn't expect the county magistrate to have such a low tolerance for alcohol. He hadn't even encouraged him to drink, so how did it end up like this? Yi Dongming, unfazed, patted his shoulder and said, "It's fine. Let Constable Hu take the county magistrate back. A good sleep will do him good." After handing the county magistrate over to Hu Yuanren, Yi Dongming took the old Yi family members to the Yi Ancestral Hall. They had been there once before to arrange for the burial of old Master Yi in the family grave, but this time, their status would be different. When the old Yi family arrived, the 6 elders of the clan were already waiting for them in the main hall. Upon seeing the 4 Yi brothers enter, several of them brightened up. The oldest elder, who was even a generation above old Master Yi, squinted and nodded, saying, "That kid from Donghai has always been adventurous since he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the courage to venture out alone. Now, his 4 sons are all impressive, just like him." The others echoed in agreement. Exactly. This is what they mean by a tiger father not raising a dog son. They have truly brought honor to our Yi family. The most important thing is to capture those ruthless bandits. Otherwise, we can't even step outside without fear. Who can argue with that? They've really done a great service for the people. No wonder they've received praise from the emperor himself. As they discussed this, they all looked proud, but deep down, they felt regret. When Yi Dongming had helped the old Yi family, he intended to add them to the family tree after old Master Ye's burial. However, the elders, being older, were reluctant to go through the trouble and suggested waiting until the new year. Little did they know that things would change so quickly. If they had added them to the family tree back then, the old Yi family would surely have remembered their kindness. But now, the person has received praise directly from the emperor. Giving them a family tree now is not just a favor, it might even seem a bit pushy. If they feel upset about it, they might respond with some sarcasm, and the others would just have to accept it, perhaps even with a forced smile. Fortunately, the old Yi family are honest people with no hidden motives. They respect the clan leader and the elders, showing no signs of arrogance, which made the elders think even more highly of them. The elders exchanged a few pleasantries with the Yi family and asked if they needed any help after moving in, offering support for any difficulties they might face. Taking this opportunity, Yi Dongming brought out the family tree from the ancestral hall and placed it on the table in the main hall, then set out the writing tools. "Uncle Jichuan, I would like to ask you to write it yourself." "I will prepare the ink for you," Yi Dongming said, explaining to the Yi family, "Uncle Jichuan is the best writer in our clan. He has been responsible for this task since he was a teenager, and all the records in the family tree over the years have been written by him." The eldest elder stood up and said, "You young man, stop exaggerating. I can't claim to be the best writer. I just write neatly and clearly." Yi Dongming had already prepared the ink and laid out the paper, and Yi Jichuan slowly walked to the table. Despite his shaky walk, his hand was steady when he picked up the brush. Each stroke he made on the paper was straight and clear, looking almost like it was engraved. Yi Zhichuan wrote in the standard official script, which is the font used for the imperial examination. He had studied hard for over 10 years in his youth. Unfortunately, due to limited talent, he only reached the level of a scholar, but his official script was excellent. Although Yi Erseo didn't understand what the script was or what he was writing, she found the neat and orderly characters pleasing to the eye. She couldn't help but whisper to Yi Chongrui, "Look at how well the elder writes. Now think about your own handwriting. When you go to take the imperial exam, if the examiner sees your messy writing, no matter how good your essay is, you won't get selected." Yi Chongrui felt embarrassed by his mother's words and quietly defended himself. "Mom, I'm already working hard to practice my writing." The two girls were speaking softly, but the room was so quiet that everyone could hear them. Yi Zhichuan looked up at Yi Chongrui and smiled, asking, "What's wrong? Is your handwriting not good?" Although Yi Erseo scolded her son, she quickly defended him in front of others, saying, "He didn't pay attention to his writing when he was learning outside the gates, and we didn't understand these things, so we let the child fall behind." After entering the gates, it was thanks to Mr. Wei's guidance that we realized he needed to practice his writing properly. "Mr. Wei?" Yi Zhichuan asked excitedly. "You mean Mr. Wei Yan, right?"
Exactly.
"I didn't expect you all to know Mr. Wei." As Yi Zhichuan spoke, a hint of nostalgia appeared in his cloudy eyes. "Back in the day, I studied at the same school as Mr. Wei. That school was just a stop for Mr. Wei on his way to greatness, but it was the highest point I could reach with all my effort." After expressing his feelings, Yi Zhichuan turned to Yi Chongrui, who was still embarrassed about his poor writing, and said, "I have many old books at home. I'll find a couple that are suitable for you, and have someone deliver them, so you can practice your writing well." Your mother was right. While good handwriting is just a bonus, poor writing might hide your true talents. "Yes, thank you, elder. I will practice my writing diligently when I get home," Yi Chongrui said, straightening up to bow to Yi Zhichuan. "You're a good child." Yi Zhichuan smiled and nodded, then continued writing the family tree. Because Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi received direct praise from the emperor, they needed to not only include everyone from the Yi family in the family tree but also record the deeds of Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi in helping to eliminate bandits. Yi Dongming had prepared a draft early on, so now Yi Zhichuan just needed to copy it. However, he was getting older, and to avoid his handwriting becoming messy, he had to take breaks after writing for a while. In this way, it took over an hour to finish writing all the content for the family tree. The adults could manage to sit still, but for the children, this time was quite difficult to endure. Yi Erseo and Yi Sansa had to coax and scold the children just to keep them in check. Yi Sansa once again lifted Yi Chongnian, who was about to slip off his chair, and, gritting her teeth and feeling frustrated, whispered, "Can't you just sit still? Look at Qing Tian. She's younger than you and sits more steadily." Yi Chongnian bent down, holding his stomach, and said, "Mom, I really can't hold it anymore. I need to go." Yi Sansa was startled and quickly picked him up, rushing outside. If he wet himself in the ancestral hall, it would be a disaster. Not only would it dirty the place, but in the cold winter, without spare clothes, getting wet could make him sick. Outside, she didn't even look for a restroom, just found a spot by a tree root, and Yi Chongnian pulled down his pants to relieve himself. After he finished, Yi Sansa checked and found his pants were dry, so she sighed in relief and couldn't help but scold. "Why didn't you say you needed to go earlier?" Yi Chongnian replied, "I wanted to say it several times, but you told me to be quiet." Yi Sansa said, "This is something you should say." Yi Chongnian was confused. Adults were so unpredictable, one moment like this, the next like that. Seeing her son's puzzled expression, Yi Sansa sighed, "If only you could be half as smart as a sunny day." Yi Chongnian didn't feel upset by his mother's words. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "My sister is very smart." "All right, maybe your foolishness will bring you good luck," Yi Sansa said, rubbing her son's head helplessly. After he was done, Yi Chongnian prepared to go back, but Yi Sansa held him back. wanting him to stay outside a bit longer to get some fresh air. Before heading back, she reminded him, "All right, this time when we go back, you need to sit still and not move around." The mother and son sat for a while longer, and finally, Yi Zhichuan finished writing everything. Yi Dongming checked it over, and then asked the old Yi family members to take a look. After all, the family tree wasn't something you could just see anytime. Unfortunately, aside from Yi Chongrui, the other adults in the old Yi family couldn't read, and the children had just started learning, so they barely recognized a few characters. Everyone gathered around just to see the excitement. Grandma Yi held Yi Chongrui and asked him to read a few lines from the family tree for her. Hearing praises for her eldest and fourth sons, Grandma Ye's eyes turned red, but her lips couldn't help but smile. Once the ink dried, Yi Dongming put the family tree away in the back of the ancestral hall. "All right, it's getting late. We need to hurry to the grave." As everyone left the ancestral hall, Yi Dongming had already arranged for firecrackers to be set off at the entrance. With the loud sound of firecrackers, everyone started to walk out. Yi Laoda held onto Qing Tian, helping her cover her ears. On a sunny day, her little heart was pounding. But when she thought that the firecrackers were all for her father, she felt happy again. The group quickly arrived at the cemetery, where Yi Dongming had already arranged for someone to clean up. The others did not go inside. Only the members of the Yi family entered to pay their respects and burn paper offerings. Old Mrs. Yi quietly spoke, wanting to share all the recent big events in the family with her husband. "Dear, you must continue to watch over our family. Now that the eldest, second, and third have settled down, we just need to focus on the fourth. What kind of wife did you arrange for him before? It caused so much trouble, and in the end, it harmed everyone. This time, I must take charge of finding a partner for him. Sigh. The fourth is no longer a child. He has lost his wife and has no children. My only concern now is him. If you are truly watching over us from above, please ensure that he has a smooth path ahead and doesn't face any more hardships. Next year, when we look for a wife for him, we must find someone who will live a good life and hopefully have children. That way, when I come to see you below, I can feel at peace." Old Mrs. Yi spoke for a long time before getting up, her legs feeling weak and unsteady. Yi Laosi quickly stepped forward to support her, saying, "Mother, you talk to Father's memorial every day and still haven't shared everything with him. Why do you have so much to say here?" Old Mrs. Yi initially wanted to say it was because she was worried about him, so she had more to share with his father. But then she remembered that his mood had just started to improve, so she decided not to bring up sad memories. Instead, she changed the subject. "It's also because the eldest showed up this time. I wanted to say a few more words to make your father happy." "That's a good idea," Yi Laosi replied with a smile. "I even poured a jug of wine for my father at the grave. He loves to drink when he's happy, and he enjoys it so much." "When does your father not drink?" "He drinks when he's happy and when he's not. If he hadn't drunk so much, he might have lived a few more years." "Never mind, why talk about that? Let's hurry. We're falling behind." The Yi family thought that once they finished at the grave, they would be done and might even make it home before dark. But how could Yi Dongming let them go back like this? "Where are you going?" "The clan has already made arrangements. Such a big event. How can we not celebrate together?" When they returned to the ancestral hall, they found that the dinner was almost ready. Yi Dongming said, "Please don't complain about tonight's dinner. The people in charge of preparing the meal have decent skills, but they can't compare to Aunt Yi. If we could invite Aunt Yi to cook, the taste would be unbeatable." Aunt Yi replied, "Clan leader, in the future, if there's anything like this, just let me know directly. Are there still some dishes left to prepare? Can I help in the kitchen now?"
No.
Yi Dongming quickly stopped her. "You and your family are the guests of honor tonight. It's not right to have esteemed guests working." But Aunt Yi preferred to help in the kitchen rather than chat with the clan members she didn't know. "The clan leader is mistaken."
Huh?
"What did I say wrong?" Yi Dongming was confused. "Our family just joined the clan, so we are all family now. Why should there be a distinction between guests and hosts?" Hearing this, Yi Zhichuan smiled and said to Yi Dongming, "What they said makes sense. You don't need to worry so much. So Aunt Yi took Yi Seo and Yi San Saw to join the kitchen team. In the kitchen, she didn't try to show off. Instead, she naturally took on the task of washing vegetables, then helped with chopping, quickly blending in. The kitchen was busy, and no one knew her identity, but seeing how efficiently she worked and how well she chopped, everyone accepted her into the group. Yi Seo and Yi San Saw followed her example and soon got along well with the kitchen staff. With so many women working together, they inevitably chatted, and the topic naturally revolved around the main characters of the day, the Old Yi family. I heard they just returned from outside the pass, and they've settled in so quickly. This family really has some skills. I heard the conditions outside the pass are very tough, so to survive, people have to be quite strong, otherwise they would be too scared to face bandits. Exactly. If it were me, I would be too scared to move. Then wouldn't that be perfect? The bandits could just carry you off to be their wife. Is that even a reasonable thing to say? How old am I that they would carry me back to be their mother? Everyone burst into laughter at this remark. As the laughter faded, a middle-aged woman suddenly showed a different kind of smile. While washing vegetables, she nudged the person next to her and said, "Hey, have you seen those 4 brothers from his family?"
Wow.
The younger woman she nudged instantly blushed and replied with a smile, "How do they manage to have so many sons? Each one is better looking than the last, and so capable. It's really impressive. Don't be too envious of their sons. I heard that the youngest just lost his wife and is now all alone. What do you think? Should you consider him? Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?" The young woman felt embarrassed, but she couldn't help but picture the youngest brother in her mind. He was indeed tall and handsome. She wondered what kind of person he liked. Oh no. Why am I thinking about this? The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, her face getting so hot it felt like it could fry an egg. While she was too shy to say anything, others were already asking questions. What happened? He's so young. How did he lose his wife? Well, that's a long story. The women helping in the kitchen were getting into the conversation, while Sister Yi listened in as she worked. There weren't many rumors about Gua's family outside, and most people didn't know the details. Sister Yi only knew that Gua had eloped with someone, and for some reason, she lost her baby and her life. The finer details were unknown to them. This was probably for the best. Too many rumors outside wouldn't be good for the youngest brother. So, the 3 women worked in the kitchen for half the day, and Sister Yi had moved up from washing vegetables to helping the chef prepare the dishes. Sister Yi and Sister Yi San continued with their kitchen tasks. The Yi family was quite large, so even though they were all relatives, many didn't know each other well. Thus, the 3 new faces blended in, and everyone assumed they were sent by the family head to help, so no one questioned them. Until someone came over and said, "Sisters, they're waiting for you to start the meal up front. Don't keep working here." Waiting for whom to start the meal? The people busy in the kitchen were all surprised to hear this. Wait a moment. Sister Yi finished cutting the vegetables, washed her hands, and while walking out, she took off her apron and said, "I'll be right there." Sister Yi and Sister Yi Sen also stepped out from the crowd and followed Sister Yi. The servant who had come to call them was about to leave when he was stopped by the group of women in the kitchen.
Who were those 3 people just now?
How can they go eat in front? Weren't they here to help in the kitchen? The head chef couldn't help but shout, "Where are my helpers? Why did they leave?" The many questions confused the servant, and he didn't know which one to answer first. Oh, who else could it be? Of course, it's the 3 sisters-in-law from the Old Yi family, the servant replied, then shouted towards the cooking area. What help? That was Lady Yu. What? You mean the one who just helped me was Lady Yu? The chef exclaimed, coming out with a spatula in hand. Is that the famous Lady Yu? Who else could it be? There aren't many ladies Yu around, the servant said. Just as the chef was about to ask more, someone in the kitchen shouted, "The food is burning." The chef hurried back with his spatula. The servant took the chance to slip away from the crowd. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Once everyone was gone, the kitchen staff finally reacted. So those 3 people were the 3 daughters-in-law of the Old Yi family? A young woman pouted and said, "That must be it. They all seem ordinary, but one of them looks decent. Too bad her cooking skills aren't great. She can only wash vegetables. Look at you being so sour. What does it matter if she's a good wife? Are you trying to compete for a man? What nonsense are you talking? The young woman immediately frowned. If you say that again, I'll tear your mouth apart. After saying this, she took the washed vegetables into the room. The others exchanged glances, sharing looks of disdain. Someone familiar with her said, "Just wait. This time, it's definitely a lost cause." Someone else, not understanding her character, asked curiously, "Why won't she come back? What kind of riddle are you all talking about? You don't understand. Just stay away from her in the future, or you might get influenced." As expected, the young woman took the washed vegetables to the cooking area and then volunteered to serve drinks in front. At the banquet, she quickly set her sights on her target, Yi Lao-si. She walked gracefully with a tray and suddenly leaned down to set it in front of Yi Lao-si. Yi Lao-si was startled and instinctively stepped back, afraid she might drop the wine jar on him. Seeing that Yi Lao-si's gaze didn't linger on her, the young woman bit her lip in frustration and took the wine jug from the tray, starting to pour wine for him. Everyone at the table noticed her every move, and those who knew the situation exchanged knowing glances. It seemed she had found a new target. This young woman, whose maiden name was Wong, had married into the Yi family from another town. Just a month after her marriage, her husband had an accident and was unable to stand again. The family spent all their savings on his treatment and even went into debt. Now, after 7 or 8 years of living with a disabled husband, she was struggling to get by. However, Wong was still quite attractive, and since her husband was unable to provide, she often attracted the attention of unsavory characters looking to take advantage of her. Wong was indeed a remarkable woman. After being harassed, she thought of a different approach. Since she felt she was betraying her husband anyway, why not make some money from it? This way, she could help support her family and maybe even earn a little extra. From then on, she began exchanging her body for money. News of this soon reached her in-laws, who came to confront her. However, they were quickly silenced by Wong. After all, their son depended on her to earn a living, and unless they wanted to take him back to care for him themselves, they had to turn a blind eye to her actions. So, when Wong approached Yi Lao-si, everyone watched with anticipation. Yi Lao-si, unaware of her intentions, reached out to take the filled wine cup from her. Suddenly, Wong leaned to the side and almost fell into him. Yi Lao-si instinctively jumped back, narrowly avoiding her wine spill. He thought to himself how lucky he was to react quickly, otherwise he would have been drenched in wine. Yi Lao-si even kindly suggested if you're not feeling well, it's better to rest and not push yourself. Perhaps someone else can serve the wine. Wong had intended to lean into him, but was surprised by his lack of understanding. Even when her own clothes were wet from the drinks, Yi Lao-si didn't even glance at her. Wong's face turned a bit green. Finally, someone in the room couldn't help but laugh. Wong usually relied on her youth and beauty, easily taking advantage of men's weaknesses to attract them. Today, however, someone made her experience failure for once. Wong stood up, shot Yi Lao-si a fierce glare, and turned to leave with the tray. Yi Lao-si, confused by the glare, turned to his older brother and quietly asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Yi Lao-da didn't notice Wong's earlier actions and replied, even more confused, "What did you say?" Only Yi Da, who knew the situation, was stifling a laugh nearby. "Mom, what are you laughing at?" Qing Tian asked curiously. What could be so funny that Mom wouldn't share it with her? "Nothing, dear. I'm just laughing at your fourth uncle's silly luck."
Ah?
Yi Lao-si, hearing this, became even more puzzled, scratching his head, but soon got distracted by someone coming to toast. Wong, fuming, left the table with the tray, but didn't go straight to the kitchen. Instead, she stood in the corridor of the backyard, sulking. If she took the tray back like this, the gossiping women in the kitchen would surely make fun of her. Soon, a sneaky figure slipped out from the back door of the hall. Seeing no one around, he rushed over and hugged Wong's waist. "Hey!" Wong had actually noticed him as soon as he stepped out, but pretended to be startled and gasped softly.
Don't be scared, it's me.
The man's hands were not behaving, rubbing her waist as he leaned closer to her neck and whispered, "You heartless one. Flirting with other men right in front of me?" Wong pushed him away and said, "Aren't you married too? Why do you care if I flirt with others? If you would be with me, I would send that old woman back to her family." "Enough with that talk," Wong replied. "If you can let go of your wife, I wouldn't want to lose my man." The man squeezed her waist and gritted his teeth. "Then why are you still flirting with me? I have many admirers. Isn't that common knowledge? Come on, we all have our needs, no need to take it so seriously." Although Wong still smiled and spoke softly, impatience was starting to show in her eyes. She initially noticed this man doing a small business and having a bit of money, plus he always looked at her with a suppressed desire. So, it didn't take much effort for her to attract him. But to her surprise, he was stingy with money and often daydreamed about unrealistic things, becoming someone she couldn't easily shake off. The man didn't notice her attitude and eagerly said, "I know you don't really like him. You just want his recent reward money. But I can't stand seeing you smile at other men. What can I do about it?" She rolled her eyes in her mind but pretended to be emotional, saying, "You know my man has been bedridden for so many years, and I have to support the family. He needs medical care. If I weren't forced into this situation, who would want to do something that makes others gossip behind their back?" She thought that after saying this, even the stingiest man would feel some sympathy. After all, he always claimed to like her and wanted to be with her. But instead, he looked at her with pity and said, "Then promise me that after you get his reward money, you'll come back to me and ignore him, okay? But that Yi Laosi doesn't seem very clever. I wonder how well he can drink. Should I go back and toast him a few times to help you get him drunk?" She was almost laughing in anger at his words. Talking about anything was fine, but discussing money was off limits. How could he still claim to like her? If it weren't for the money, she wouldn't even look at this short, chubby old man. She pushed his hand away and coldly replied, "No need. Just staying away from me is the biggest help." After saying this, she picked up a tray and walked toward the kitchen. The man watched her leave, especially her habitually swaying hips, feeling a mix of longing and frustration until she disappeared from sight. Aside from this little episode with Wong, dinner went quite harmoniously, especially Qing Tian, who received countless compliments during the meal. Some praised her beauty, others admired her obedience, and even some wanted to arrange a marriage for their sons. While Yi Laoda felt proud of the earlier compliments, this last suggestion truly startled him. He quickly waved his hand and said, No. Thank you for your kindness, but my daughter is still too young for this talk." The woman laughed and replied, "She may seem small now, but in a few years, she will be all grown up." Yi Laoda thought to himself that she was right. He still vividly remembered when Changruwei was born, and now, in the blink of an eye, the child had grown so much. Yi Laoda had already drunk a little and, once he started thinking, he couldn't stop. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. He even imagined a future where Qing Tian got married, and he and Yi Deseo, growing older, would end up alone, waiting for their daughter to visit. Just thinking about this made him start drinking more, without needing anyone to toast him. Yi Deseo was busy talking to people around her, some just saying hello, while others were asking about recipes, so she didn't notice Yi Laoda's situation. It wasn't until Qing Tian tugged at her sleeve that Yi Deseo looked down at her daughter. "What's wrong? Do you want something to eat? I'll get it for you." She thought Qing Tian was hungry and quickly picked up her chopsticks. But Qing Tian shook her head and leaned in to whisper, "Mom, I think Dad has had too much to drink." Only then did Yi Deseo turn to look at Yi Laoda. Seeing him, she was speechless. How had he gotten drunk so quickly? Noticing that everyone had nearly finished eating, Yi Deseo asked Yi Laosi to greet the clan leader and find out how to settle things for the night. She needed to help Yi Laoda find a place to rest before he caused any trouble. Yi Dongming, upon hearing Yi Laosi's message, immediately called over his servant and said, "Let him take you there." So, Yi Deseo temporarily entrusted Qing Tian to Yi Erseo for help and went with Yi Laosi to support Yi Laoda back to their room. When Yi Laoda drank too much, he liked to cling to his wife, which made it tough for Yi Laosi, who had to bear most of Yi Laoda's weight and endure his affectionate gestures. After finally getting him into the room, Yi Deseo was eager to return to Qing Tian, so she asked Yi Laosi to keep an eye on Yi Laoda. When Yi Deseo returned to the main hall, dinner was mostly winding down. After all, the main characters, Big Brother Yi and Fourth Brother Yi, had left and others noticed it was getting late, so they began to leave one by one to go home. Sister-in-law Yi took the sleepy and yawning Qing Tian from sister-in-law heir and, along with the other sisters-in-law, headed home with the children. Some enthusiastic family members immediately offered to walk them home, gathering around to go together. Seeing her younger son too tired to walk, sister-in-law Cen bent down to pick up the also sleepy Yi Changyan. Dinner had taken too long, mainly because the men had been drinking. Seeing this, third brother Yi stepped forward, took the child from his wife, and quietly said, "He's gotten heavier lately. Let me carry him." This small gesture made the women around sister-in-law Cen envious. Some even moved closer to her, waiting for third brother Yi to leave so they could ask her how she trained her husband. Sister-in-law Cen was unaware that others viewed her as someone skilled in managing men. She handed the child to third brother Yi and quickly walked a few steps to catch up with sister-in-law Yi, casually asking, "Sister, where are we staying? Is it far?" "It's just ahead, not far at all. Just follow me. I won't sell you." Sister-in-law Yi joked. "Even if you wanted to sell me, you'd need someone to buy." Sister-in-law Cen replied, making everyone laugh. Yi Dongming had already arranged a few rooms in the back of the ancestral hall, knowing the Yi family would need to stay overnight. As the large family reached the gate of the small courtyard, they heard a woman crying inside. What happened? Grandma Yi hurried her steps upon seeing this. Second brother Yi quickly followed her, supporting her, worried she might trip while walking too fast. As everyone entered the courtyard, they saw Wang Shi with a large handprint on her face, while Big Brother Yi and Fourth Brother Yi stood nearby with serious expressions, showing no sympathy. "What's going on? You two troublemakers, speak up. You're going to give me a heart attack," Grandma Yi exclaimed anxiously. On such a joyful day, especially in the ancestral hall, it was concerning that it involved Big Brother and Fourth Brother. If something truly went wrong, today's celebration could turn into a joke. Big Brother Yi, still not sober, scolded Wang Shi, who was crying on the ground. "You have no shame. This is our place. What are you doing sneaking in here?" Well. Yi Laoda's face turned completely red, and he couldn't continue speaking. What did Wang Shi do? Only then did everyone notice Wang Shi, who was lying on the ground, crying. Her clothes were messy, and her collar was torn, revealing a pink undergarment and her smooth shoulders. The other women immediately became angry. "Oh my, who is this? Dressed so lightly in winter, showing her shoulders. Who is she trying to impress? I never expected you to mess up while trying to flirt. Looks like she got caught in someone else's bed and was thrown out." Gradually, the comments became harsher. Wang Shi remained silent, sobbing on the ground. On the surface, it seemed like they were just provoking her with words. But in reality, most of these women had suffered at Wang Shi's hands. Even if they hadn't been directly harmed, they had friends or family who had been mistreated by her. Now they finally had a chance to vent their frustrations, and they didn't care about being polite. Yi Dajie tried to cover Qing Tian's ears, but felt it was pointless. Seeing this, Qing Tian obediently covered her own ears and playfully said to Yi Dajie, "Mom, I can cover them myself." Yi Dajie couldn't help but laugh at Qing Tian's words, but the smile quickly faded. In the meantime, someone had rushed to inform the clan leader and elders about the situation. Yi Dongming was initially preparing to discuss recent matters with the elders. But just as he started, he was called over. "What's going on here?" Yi Dongming's voice showed his annoyance at being interrupted. He turned his attention back to Yi Laoda and asked, "Laoda, what happened?" Yi Laoda, who had been struggling to keep his eyes open, was dozing off. When called out, he opened his eyes and saw Yi Dajie standing across from him. Immediately, he leaned in with a pitiful expression. "Wife, Where did you go? I got drunk, and you didn't watch over me, so someone had the nerve to crawl into my bed.
What?
Yi Dajie was stunned by Yi Laoda's words. She thought Wang Shi was just trying to flirt like she did at the table. Who would have thought she would actually dare to crawl into someone's bed? Sister Yi was worried that Brother Yi might have been unclear after drinking too much, so she looked at Brother Yi Si for answers. Earlier, she had specifically asked him to stay and take care of Brother Yi, so how could they let someone else take advantage of the situation? Brother Yi Si said, Sister, that's exactly what happened. After you went to pick up Qing Tian, my brother kept saying he wanted water. I couldn't find any in the house, so I went out to get a pot of tea. When I returned, I saw this woman climbing onto my brother's bed, looking disheveled.
He pointed at Wang.
Sister Ye's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. Although Brother Yi was a bit confused from drinking, he instinctively sensed danger. He quickly explained, Wife, at first I thought she was you. But when I realized she wasn't, I immediately kicked her off the bed. Yi Dongming's face turned even darker. He had arranged for the Yi family to stay, and now this incident was a slap in the face for him. Seeing Brother Yi looking pitiful and seeking sympathy from his wife, everyone else was speechless. They were an older couple, not young anymore, yet they were still so clingy. Throughout the entire situation, no one asked Wang for her side of the story. They just accepted what Brother Yi and Brother Yi Si said. Besides Yi Dongming's understanding and trust in Brother Yi and Brother Yi Si's character, it was mainly because Wang had a history of such behavior. They didn't expect her to be so bold today, first trying to get close to Brother Yi Si, and then climbing onto Brother Ye's bed. Thinking about this made Yi Dongming's expression even worse. He knew that the county office and the Yi family had just praised these two brothers. If Wang did something inappropriate that night, it would not only damage their reputations but also embarrass the county magistrate and the Yi clan. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had always known about Wang's behavior but chose not to interfere, considering her husband was disabled and her in-laws didn't care about such matters. As the clan leader, he didn't want to get involved and create trouble. But he never expected Wang to become even more reckless. Yi Dongming said sternly, quickly, Take her away. What a disgrace. Throughout the ordeal, Wang sat on the ground crying. It wasn't because she was being stubborn and wouldn't get up, but because Yi Laoda got so scared earlier that he kicked too hard, and now she couldn't stand up. Originally, Wang Shi had accepted her mistake, but before being taken away, she saw Yi Laoda still clinging to Yi Deseo, seeking comfort and complaining about how he had been wronged. She couldn't help but shout, Stop being so dramatic. I just mistook you for Yi Laosi.
What?
Yi Laosi was surprised that this was related to him, and he quickly stepped back, wanting to distance himself as much as possible. Yi Dongming felt increasingly embarrassed and said sternly, Someone, cover her mouth and take her away. Once Wang Shi was taken out, the room fell into an awkward silence. Only Yi Laoda was still talking to Yi Deseo, saying sweet things that he would never normally say in public. Earlier, the chaos in the room had hidden his voice, but now that everyone else was quiet, Yi Laoda's words stood out.
Ye Deseo blushit deeply.
Yi Dongming awkwardly said, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Wang Shi's family will find a way to handle it. The main thing is that it didn't affect your relationship. He glanced at Yi Laoda, thinking that he usually seemed calm and composed, but it turned out he could be quite bold to make his wife happy. Yi Deseo felt even more embarrassed under his gaze and quickly explained, He has this habit when he drinks too much. That's fine. That's fine. Yi Dongming laughed, It's getting late. You all should rest. We'll head back now. Everyone quickly left, and Yi Deseo wasn't sure how much they believed her explanation. Just then, Yi Laoda came closer again, and Yi Deseo scolded him. What were you thinking, drinking so much for no reason? You see, Yi Laoda could usually hold his liquor well. He wouldn't get drunk easily, unless he let himself go. But unexpectedly, when he heard this, he became even more upset. He suddenly released Yi Deseo's hand, hugged his head with both arms, and squatted down. Seeing this, Yi Er couldn't help but say, Big brother is acting out again with his drinking. Yi Er's wife quickly pushed him. You smell like alcohol too. You should go wash up, or you can't sleep on the bed. What's wrong now? Sister Yi helplessly reached out to pull Brother Yi up, only to find him in tears. Sister Yi was startled because Brother Yi was not someone who cried easily. What's wrong, dear? Is something bothering you? Qing Tian also came over, using her small hand to wipe Brother Yi's tears. Suddenly, Brother Yi hugged Qing Tian tightly and cried loudly. No way. No one is taking my Qing Tian away. Qing Tian was surprised but let Brother Yi hold her. Sister Yi gave Brother Yi a pat on the back and said, What's gotten into you? Brother Yi remembered something from earlier and laughed. Someone just said they wanted to betroth Qing Tian, saying she would grow up and get married in the blink of an eye. Brother must have taken that to heart. Sister Yi sighed. That's why he shouldn't drink too much. He gets emotional when he's drunk. I just took my eyes off him for a moment and look what happened. The family knew Brother Yi's habits when he drank too much, so Sister Yi asked, How about Qing Tian sleeps with me tonight? Qing Tian, not understanding, shook her head. I want to sleep with Mom. Sister Yi also declined. This child is very attached. She'll cry if she goes with you at night. I'll take care of her myself. Sister Yi casually said. When Qing Tian stayed with us in the capital, she was alone at the Qin family's house. I wonder if she cried at night. Sister Yi looked down at her daughter. Qing Tian shyly said, I did cry a little on the first night, but later, Brother Qin came to keep me company, and I wasn't scared anymore. Brother Qin stayed with you while you slept? Sister Yi felt a bit uneasy. How did he keep you company? He just sat by the bed and helped me fall asleep. Qing Tian replied, just like how Mom helps me take a nap. Sister Yi-san exclaimed, Brother Qin is so kind. He's nothing like those arrogant rich kids. What's most impressive is how good he is to our Qing Tian. Even a real brother might not be this caring. Because Brother Qin helped Brother Yi-san with his block-making business and even taught him skills, Sister Yi-san was full of gratitude towards him and couldn't stop praising him. However, Yi Laosan noticed that Yi Deseo's expression was not very relaxed. She seemed troubled by many things. He quickly tugged at his wife's clothing from behind, signaling her to stop talking. It's getting late, and the kids are really tired. I have to head back to the capital early tomorrow morning, so let's all go to our rooms and get some sleep. Right, Yi Sansa quickly agreed. Finally, Yi Laotai spoke up, Everyone, let's go to bed early. We will set off back home first thing in the morning. They had been busy since leaving home in the morning, and Yi Laotai had already cried a lot at Yi Laoji's grave, which had drained her energy. She felt tired. But today was a special day for her two sons, which brought her joy. She didn't expect that such a good day would end with something so upsetting. Yi Laotai, who had seen many things in her life, was shocked by the shamelessness of the woman she encountered. It took her a moment to collect herself. If it weren't so late and the city gates were already closed, she would have wanted to take her family back to the village immediately. City folks can be too extravagant. Country people can't afford to get involved or escape. Earlier, many people had come to ask her about Yi Laosi, and she felt happy, thinking that with more options, she could find a good wife for him next year. But after hearing about Wong's situation, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, making her think that those wanting to connect with Yi Laosi might have bad intentions. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, waving her hand and saying, All right, everyone, go back to sleep. Hearing this, everyone returned to their rooms, but Yi Erseo deliberately slowed her pace. Once the others had left, she asked, Sister-in-law, I noticed you seemed off earlier. What's wrong? With Qing Tian nearby, Yi Deseo didn't want to say too much, so she replied, Qing Tian, stay here with your dad while I go get some hot water for us to wash up and sleep. Okay, Mom, you go. Qing Tian immediately accepted the task, patting her chest to promise she would complete it. Yi Erseo quickly followed, saying, Sister-in-law, I'll go get water too. Once outside, Yi Deseo sighed. Everyone can see how well young Master Qin treats Qing Tian. Even she increasingly relies on him, calling him Brother Qin. You know, this child usually only sticks to me and her dad, not even wanting to be close to the old lady or you all. But now that we are at the Qin residence with young Master Qin around, He can sleep quietly without crying or making a fuss, which makes me feel. Sister Yi chuckled and said, "So, you're feeling a bit jealous?" "Well, it's not exactly that." Sigh. "I can't quite explain it." Sister Yi felt a bit confused. After gathering her thoughts, she said, "I just feel uncertain inside." "Tell me, what kind of family is the Qin family? If we hadn't encountered them during the transition, people like us would never have a chance to be close to them." Madam Qin and young Master Qin are indeed very nice, especially young Master Qin, who treats Qing Tian like a sister. But in the eyes of someone from such a high status, what difference is there between Qing Tian and a little kitten or puppy? I'm just afraid that when he likes her, he will spoil her, but once the excitement fades, he might forget who Qing Tian is. So the better he treats her, and the more she likes her brother Qin, the more uneasy I feel. Sister Yi didn't expect Sister Yi to think so deeply about it. She hadn't considered it from this angle before. But after hearing Sister Ye's words, she felt there was some truth to it. "If you're so worried, then just let Qing Tian go to the Qin house less often," Sister Yi suggested. "Children forget things easily. They won't remember quickly." Sister Yi nodded and said, "It seems that's the only way now." After they finished preparing hot water, they each returned to their rooms to wash the children and quickly tuck them into bed. The children were already yawning from tiredness, and as soon as they lay down in the warm blankets, they almost instantly fell asleep. Qing Tian was no exception. She fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Only then did Sister Yi have time to check on Yi Laoda. She first wiped his face and neck, then prepared more hot water for him to soak his feet. Yi Laoda leaned back in the chair, slightly uncomfortable, with his eyes closed. "Is Qing Tian asleep?" After soaking for a while, he seemed to feel a bit better and sat up to ask. "She fell asleep as soon as she lay down," Sister Yi replied softly. "It's a miracle she stayed awake this long. She would have been asleep by this time at home." Yi Laoda exhaled deeply and placed his hand on his forehead. "Did I scare the child earlier? You're aware of that?" Sister Yi rolled her eyes at him. "You were acting drunk, and Qing Tian was worried about you. I can't drink so much anymore."
Yelauda Said Glumile.
Hearing this, Sister Yi couldn't even be bothered to respond. After so many years of marriage, she had heard this countless times. Fortunately, although Yi is fond of drinking, he knows his limits and never neglects important matters. When he gets drunk, he just becomes a bit clingy, never causing trouble or getting into fights at home. So, while Ye's wife doesn't like him coming home drunk, she doesn't interfere too much with his drinking. Today, she just casually scolded him a bit, and after hearing his promise, she didn't take it too seriously. "All right, now that you're sober, hurry up and wipe your feet and go to bed." But unexpectedly, Yi suddenly slumped down again, his voice weak as he said, "Oh, I still feel a bit dizzy."
"Come help me."
"Don't start," Ye's wife replied, throwing the cloth she had prepared for him into his lap. "The child is here, so behave yourself." As Yi wiped his feet, he said, "Before we had kids, I wished for one. Now that we have a child, it's great, but sometimes it can be a bit of a hassle. I'll tell Qing Tian that her dad thinks she's a hassle." Ye's wife teased. "Qing Tian and I are so close, she wouldn't fall for your tricks. Just wait, when Qing Tian wakes up tomorrow, I'll tell her." "Go ahead, it would be best if you woke her up right now to tell her." Yi knew his wife was joking and wouldn't actually say that to the child, so he wasn't worried and continued to banter with her. Just then, they heard Qing Tian's sleepy voice from the bed. "Dad, what do you want me to say?" "Nothing." Yi was startled and accidentally knocked over the foot basin, spilling water everywhere. "Sweetheart, weren't you asleep? Why are you awake?" "I heard you talking," Qing Tian mumbled. This child is not only clingy but also a bit sensitive to her surroundings. She used to hide it, but since being with Yi and his wife, she has slowly shown more of the typical behaviors of a child. Ye's wife later realized that Qing Tian had trouble sleeping the first night in a new place. So, when she half-awake heard her parents talking and thought they mentioned her, she woke up. Ye's wife shot Yi a glare for waking Qing Tian. "Finish washing up before coming to bed," she said, then went to comfort the child. With her gentle patting, Qing Tian quickly fell back asleep. The next morning, when Yi Dongming hurried over from home, he found that the entire Lao Yi family had already left. A woman responsible for cleaning the ancestral hall remarked, "This family really knows how to keep things tidy." After they left, I went inside and saw everything was spotless and neatly arranged, as if no one had ever stayed here. That's why they received praise from the emperor. Right, clan leader? Alright, just get back to your work.
Ye Dongmin replied irritably.
Oh, I just said they did a great job cleaning, so I really don't need to do anything, the woman said, gathering her cleaning tools and heading home. The Lao Yi family had left the ancestral hall at dawn. Life in the city was much more convenient than in the village. They didn't have to cook for themselves and could enjoy a variety of breakfasts for a price. They filled their stomachs before heading home. This time, they were picked up by the county magistrate's people, so they would need to hire a carriage to return home. Yi Laoda quickly finished his breakfast, got up to pay the owner, and then said to everyone, "Mom, you all keep eating. I'll go out for a bit and hire 2 carriages." Yi Laotai nodded and thought, after the new year, we definitely need to buy a mule. It's inconvenient for the whole family to go out together otherwise. Now that all 3 sons had jobs, and with the rewards Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi received, Yi Laotai was more willing to spend money than before. Yi Laer quickly added, "We also need to buy a cow. We'll need it for farming in the spring. I went to the fields and saw that Widow Lu's place isn't well taken care of, wasting good land. Next spring, we need to plow our fields several times. As the saying goes, the more you plow in spring, the more you harvest in autumn. Farming doesn't allow for shortcuts. You get what you put in. There's no such thing as getting something for nothing." As soon as the topic of farming came up, Yi Laer became animated, talking much more than usual. Yi Laosi finished the last sip of his soy milk and said, "All right, second brother, you don't need to say so much. When spring comes, we'll do whatever you say." Yi Laer confidently promised, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of our land. You all just focus on your work, and when it's busy, come back to help." When Yi Laosi heard this, he immediately thought of his sisters-in-law and brother-in-law, who all had their own ways to earn money. The only one left was his older brother, who could hunt, and his second brother, who was great at farming. After thinking it over, he realized he was the only one without any skills or a job. "Second brother, how about I learn to farm with you next year?" Yi Laodi looked up at him, surprised. "You want to learn farming? Well, I can't just keep doing nothing, can I?" Recently, because of the issues with Gua, the family had been taking good care of him. They not only didn't ask him to work, but also tried to give him space to heal. However, Yi Laosi knew that even family couldn't tolerate him being idle forever. "I don't know what I can do, but I'll give it a try. If you really want to learn, I'm all for it," Yi Laodi said. "But you need to start preparing now. By spring next year, it will be too late. Isn't that better? I have nothing to do right now anyway. Second brother, let's start today. I'll do whatever you ask." Yi Laosi spoke confidently, believing in himself. But the next day at home, when he saw what his second brother wanted him to do, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Yi Laodi took him straight to the manure pile. There's a saying, crops rely on manure to thrive. Yi Laodi said, "Since we just moved back here and don't have pigs, we need to make the most of this precious fertilizer. We have to turn it over several times. If we don't prepare it well by spring, the crops will die." Yi Laosi wasn't unaware of this. Back when he was outside the city, everyone worked together in the fields. But he had always used well-fermented fertilizer before. Fermented fertilizer smells much less and isn't as unpleasant as it is now. Yi Laosi stuffed 2 pieces of cloth in his nose, but it didn't help much against a strong smell. He had to turn every spot to ensure the fertilizer fermented evenly. After working all morning, Yi Laosi returned home feeling exhausted. Sister-in-law Yi was preparing lunch and asked what they wanted to eat. Yi Laosi weakly waved his hand and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm not hungry. You all eat." Sister-in-law Yi laughed and said, "Is it the smell that got to you? Sure, at first it's like this, but you get used to it over time. Look at your second brother. He's fine. I'll save a bowl for you in the pot. Heat it up and eat it when you're hungry." "Okay, thank you, sister-in-law," said Yi Laosi. Yi Laosi gave a thumbs up to Yi Er and admired. Second brother, you used to handle all the compost at home. You're really impressive. Yi Er squatted at the door smoking, smiling as he replied, wait until next year when our crops grow better than others. Then you'll see the benefits of compost. This year, due to a lack of manure, Yi Er thought of many ways to solve it. Whenever he had free time, he went to the mountain to gather fallen leaves to mix with the fertilizer, worried it wouldn't be enough for next year. The first year, we might have less, but next year we can raise some chickens and ducks and get a few pigs. Then, it won't be so hard. As soon as raising chickens and ducks was mentioned, Yi Dazhao immediately agreed. That's right. Back in Huinan, our family had the most chickens and ducks in the village. We could collect a lot of eggs every day. Now we have to buy eggs for the kids, wasting so much money. This year we didn't even have a pig to slaughter. A few days ago, I thought that when it gets colder and the ground freezes, we should buy a pig to slaughter ourselves. After all, your brother can do it. If we hire someone, we not only have to give them a red envelope but also treat them to a meal. Yi Er clapped in approval. That sounds good. Let's ask around to see who in the village is selling pigs. It doesn't have to be just from the village. I'm starting to go to nearby villages for banquets. We can buy from whoever has good pigs. This year, we've had a lot of income so we can have a good year. Yi Dazhao's words made Yi Er swallow hard. Meanwhile, Yi Laosi, lying on the bed, suddenly thought of the smell of chicken and duck droppings and pig manure, and he turned over and gagged. Yi Er helplessly patted his back and brought him a cup of water to rinse his mouth. Laosi, if you really can't handle this, maybe you should learn another trade. With the little fertilizer we have, I can manage it alone without much effort. No, if you can do it, I can do it too, Yi Laosi initially insisted, but after working all morning the next day, he ended up throwing up everything he ate. Now, even Yi Laotai was alerted and came over, saying, you're just like your father. You're not cut out for farming. Just give it up. Yi Laosi was unwilling to accept this, but his body wouldn't let him ignore the truth. Yi Laoda said, I think it's better for you to come with me to hunt in the mountains. Big brother, when are you going to the mountains? We'll go as soon as it snows, Yi Laoda replied, opening the door to check the weather. The air was dry and cold. I estimate it will snow in the next 2 or 3 days. The weather in the capital is warmer than outside. If it were out there, heavy snow would have already closed the mountains by now. Yi Laoda was correct. That night, it snowed heavily. The snow fell all night and stopped at dawn, with the sun even coming out. The winter sunlight shone on the white snow, sparkling like gold flakes. This weather is perfect for hunting, as animals like to come out to search for food, and the snow makes their tracks easy to see. Early in the morning, as soon as Yi Laoda opened the door, he was startled by someone outside. It was Yi Laosi, squatting at the door with his bow and quiver, looking pitiful as he said, Big brother, take me hunting, and I promise to listen to you. He seemed genuinely scared about the compost situation. After breakfast, Yi Laoda prepared his bow and arrows. Yi Dasaw made a stack of pancakes for the two of them, wrapped in a clean cloth, for them to take up the mountain. Let's go, it's time to set off, Yi Laoda said, shouldering his bow and arrows but first going back inside to call out, Qing Tian, Daddy and Uncle C are going hunting. Qing Tian immediately replied, Daddy will definitely catch a lot of game. Yi Laoda bent down and kissed his daughter's cheek, happily saying, Thank you for your good wishes. Seeing this, Yi Laosi wanted to try the same thing but was stopped by Yi Laoda's glare. This is my daughter, not yours. You can wait until you have a daughter of your own. However, Qing Tian sweetly said, Uncle C, you should do your best to hunt well. You need to save money to marry a wife. Where did you learn that? Yi Laosi blushed at his niece's words. What does a little girl know about marrying? Yi Dasaw laughed and said, Where else would she hear it but from her mother? When Qing Tian heard Yi Laosi say he couldn't do it, she quickly replied, Who says I don't know? Marrying a wife just means finding another Aunt C. But the last Aunt C wasn't good, so Uncle C, next time you need to marry someone better. Then tell me, what makes someone good or bad? Yi Laosi asked curiously, wanting to hear what Qing Tian had to say. This question finally puzzled Qing Tian. After her big eyes rolled around a few times, she finally said, "Anyway, it's not good to be like Aunt C before. It's better to be like my mom and Aunts Air and San." Yi Lao Si smiled and rubbed her head, saying, "You really know how to please. Isn't what I said right?" Qing Tian playfully tilted her head, showing a hint of mischief. "Yes, you're absolutely right. Uncle C will find it just like you said." Yi Lao urged, "All right, stop wasting time, let's go." The two of them carried their things and headed up the mountain. On the way, they occasionally met some villagers who greeted them warmly. Old Cen, are you going hunting?" "Yes, Aunt, it just snowed, so we're going up the mountain to try our luck." "Next time, take my kid with you," the other person asked tentatively. "Sure, we'll see if there's a chance," Yi Lao replied politely. The other person knew Yi Lao's answer was not sincere, so they smiled and didn't continue. While some were envious, others were filled with bitterness. "Oh, you're going up the mountain? Didn't you just get a double share of reward money? Why are you out in this cold instead of staying home with your wife and kids?" Yi Lao frowned at the sour remarks. Yi Lao, however, remained unfazed and smiled, saying, "We can't stay at home. We just want to stroll around the mountain. Even if we don't catch anything, we can still gather some firewood." "No wonder your family is doing so well. The richer you get, the more you want to bring things home. Isn't that how ordinary families live?" Yi Lao laughed. "If you can do it yourself, why spend money to buy it? Come on, we're the ordinary folks, but your family is now famous for being wealthy in the village." Seeing that he had been polite, but the other person continued to be sharp-tongued, Yi Lao decided not to waste more words and pulled Yi Lao to continue up the mountain. The two brothers clearly heard the person behind them spit and say, "Humph, they really think they're something now. They probably look down on everyone in this village." Yi Lao, feeling annoyed, said, "Big brother, why do you keep holding me back from speaking?"
There's no need to be nice to people like that.
"If it were just the two of us, we wouldn't be afraid, but he is from the Wong clan. Our recent reputation has indeed grown quite a bit, so it's normal for others to feel a bit jealous. If you don't let them express their feelings, keeping it bottled up could lead to trouble later on. We have a lot of elderly and children in our family, so it's better to avoid unnecessary issues." Yi Lao nodded in agreement, saying, "Big brother, you think things through. A few jealous comments won't hurt us. We can just ignore them." "That's the best way to think about it," Yi Lao replied, relieved that Yi Lao was not getting too hot-headed, especially with everything on his mind. He feared that if someone provoked him in the village, it could lead to trouble. "So, we should keep a low profile and not provoke anyone in the village. Not just the Wong family, but how many from the Yi family truly wish us well?" "You're right, big brother," Yi Lao nodded repeatedly. "We should stay low-key." However, in the afternoon, the brothers found themselves staring at a pile of foxes, deep in thought. Are there really this many foxes on the back mountain? Yi Lao wondered, surprised he hadn't noticed before. What happened to our plan to stay low-key? How do we take these back? Yi Lao suggested, scratching his head, "Fox meat isn't great. We should skin them here and take the hides back." "No way. With so many foxes, the smell could attract wild animals, and we'd be in big trouble." Yi Lao shook his head. "Plus, I'm not very good at skinning. If I mess it up, it'll be a waste." "What should we do then?" Yi Lao asked. Yi Lao looked up at the sky and, after a moment's thought, said, "Let's not go back to the village yet. We can sell the foxes in the county town for some money." "That's a good idea," Yi Lao agreed, dividing the foxes into their backpacks and covering them with branches for concealment. The two of them carried their heavy packs, trudging through the snowy mountain toward Fengli County. As winter days are short, it was already dark by the time they reached the county town. Yi Lao, feeling hungry, urged, "Big brother, should we head straight to the furrier?" Yi Lao thought for a moment and suggested, "How about we stop by the wild game restaurant first? Isn't fox meat too strong-smelling? Would anyone want to eat it?" Yi Lao asked skeptically. "Back then, when we were outside the city after Grandpa Yi passed away, life at home was really tough. We couldn't even afford to think about eating fox meat. We would have been happy to eat a mouse if we caught one. But we were so hungry that we had to eat whatever we could find, or we might starve. Later, when things got a little better and we could have enough to eat, no one ever mentioned fox meat again. Maybe it's just that we don't know how to cook it. What if the people at the wild game restaurant make it well? Yi Laoda thought about the route and said, "It won't take us too far out of the way. Let's go." When they arrived at the wild game restaurant, the courtyard was bright with lights, and they could hear the sound of clinking glasses, which meant there were customers inside. Yi Laoda knocked on the door, and Xiao Zizi came out to open it. As soon as he saw Yi Laoda, he recognized him immediately. "Oh, isn't this Brother Yi? What brings you here today? Our manager mentioned a few days ago that you have become successful. I wonder if you still come to deliver mountain goods to us. I caught a few foxes today. Do you want them for your restaurant? If not, I'll just take them to the furrier." Foxes.
Xiao Zizi hesitated.
Wait a moment, let me ask the manager. After a short while, Manager Lu hurried out. "Foxes? How many do you have?" Yi Laoda quickly turned over his basket and dumped out the foxes inside. Manager Lu's eyes widened at the sight of so many foxes. Then Yi Laoda added, "I have another basketful. Manager Lu, if you want the fox meat, I can sell it to you for a good price." Manager Lu stared at the ground, where at least a dozen foxes lay, and exclaimed, "My goodness, did you find a fox den? But isn't fox meat smelly and tough?" "It might not taste good," he said. Manager Lu's eyes widened in surprise.
Who said that?
"It's just that you don't know how to cook it. If you know how to prepare it, fox meat can be even more tender than lamb. I'll take all of these." However, looking at so many foxes, Manager Lu felt a bit troubled. "With this many, we probably won't finish tonight. Luckily, it's cold now, so we can keep them. Let's clean them up tomorrow." He then looked at Yi Laoda and asked, "Are you staying in the city, or will you come back later?" "I need to go back tonight. Otherwise, my family will worry," Yi Laoda replied. "I'll come back early tomorrow." "That's fine, I'll settle the payment with you first. You don't need to come too early tomorrow, just come by noon to pick up the hides." "Thank you." Yi Laoda took the money and hurried back home with Yi Laosi. Both brothers were prepared for a long walk home, but they were lucky to find a cart heading in their direction just outside the city gate. Although it would only take them halfway, it was a great help. After getting off, they only needed to walk a third of the distance to reach home. They were tired from the day's work, but thinking about their good harvest lifted their spirits. As they walked towards the village, Yi Laoda discussed with Yi Laosi, "Let's split the money we made from selling the fox meat and share the fox skins too. Are you planning to keep yours or sell it?" Yi Laosi thought for a moment and replied, "I'll keep one or two for when I get married again. Maybe make a scarf for her. The rest I'll sell." Upon hearing that Yi Laosi wanted to sell some, Yi Laoda said, "If you're selling, why not sell them all to me?" "Big brother, why do you need so many fox skins?" "I want to ask your sister-in-law to make a fur coat for young Master Qing. He gave so many gifts to Qing Tian, and I don't know how to repay him." Yi Laoda was genuinely troubled by this. For Qin Hishuan, the gifts were nothing significant, but for Yi Laoda, it was a considerable effort to find a suitable way to return the favor. "Big brother, if you need it, just take it. We're brothers. There's no need to talk about buying and selling. Besides, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have caught so many foxes." "That won't do. Even brothers should keep clear accounts. It's important to be fair." As they talked, they quickly returned home. Yi Dasaw was surprised to see them come back empty-handed.
"What?
Did you not catch anything?" "We caught a few foxes and sold them in the city," Yi Laoda explained as he took out the money, giving half to Yi Laosi and handing his half to Yi Dasaw. Seeing the small amount of money, Yi Dasaw asked in confusion, "Are foxes worth so little now?" "This is the money from the fox meat. We need to send the skins for processing first." "People still buy fox meat?"
Yi Dasaw was interestingly surprised.
"Isn't it sour and smelly?"
Who would spend money on that?
Old Yi said, "You might not understand, but the owner Lu from the wild game restaurant said that if it's cooked well, fox meat is even tastier than lamb." "Really?" Sister Yi expressed her doubt. After all, living outside the city for so many years, everyone only took the fox's fur and left the meat behind. She had never heard of anyone making fox meat delicious. "Old Cen, hearing this from inside the house, came out and asked, "Are you talking about that wild game restaurant in Funla County?" "That's right. Owner Lu has some real skills. He probably has a secret recipe to remove the gamey taste. Let's go to the city together tomorrow and try his fox meat." "Sounds good. We can go and see for ourselves." The two brothers were quite tired today and went to bed early after a quick meal. The next morning, Old Cen called Stone Lei and Meng Yu, hitched up his cart, and took Old Ye's family into the city. As soon as they stepped outside, they ran into the villager who had been making sarcastic comments on the path behind the mountain yesterday. He looked worn out, with red veins in his eyes, clearly having not slept well. Seeing Old Ye come out of his yard, his eyes widened as he asked, "When did you guys come back yesterday?" Old Ye was puzzled and thought, "Why should I tell you when I came back?" Little did he know that the man had been waiting since noon on the path behind the mountain to see what they had hunted, and he had stayed there until dark without seeing the brothers return. "We didn't catch anything yesterday. The snow was too deep on the mountain, so we came home early," Old Ye replied casually. Hearing this, the man's mood brightened and he smiled, saying, "I knew it. Even if your family is lucky, there are limits. You can't always have good luck. Isn't that right?" Old Ye smiled at him and climbed into the cart. Seeing this, the man asked, "So, you're not going to the mountain today? What are you doing?" Stone Lei, disliking the man's attitude, cracked the whip and said, "Today, our master is taking them to the city to eat at a restaurant." As they watched the cart move farther away, the man could only stomp his feet in frustration. Riding in the cart, the group quickly arrived in the city. The wild game restaurant was still closed, but after Little Four led everyone inside, they saw owner Lu in the yard skinning foxes. There were 7 or 8 already skinned in a large basin beside him, with at least twice that amount still left to be done. Even Old Cen, who had seen a lot, was taken aback. "You guys hunted so many foxes yesterday? No wonder the two brothers didn't come home yesterday and instead brought the foxes to the city. If they had taken them back to the village, it would have made many people envious." Meng Yu had never seen so many foxes at once. He and Qing Tian circled around the pile of foxes, looking at them like two curious children. Qing Tian reached out to touch the fox's fur and exclaimed, "It's so smooth." Meng Yu quickly reached out to touch it too. Shirley couldn't help but tap him on the head, saying, "How old are you? You act like a child." Old Cen stood nearby, watching manager Lu skillfully skinning the foxes, and asked, "Is it possible to arrange for fox meat today?" Manager Lu looked up at Old Cen and asked, "Are you here to eat?" He had thought Old Cen was some elder of Yi Laoda. Yi Laoda quickly introduced them, saying, "Manager Lu, this is Old Cen. You should have heard of him." "Old Cen?" "The one from the Imperial Kitchen, assigned by the Emperor to oversee the cooking competition?" Manager Lu put down his tools, stood up straight, and cupped his hands, saying, "I apologize for my rudeness." Although he said this, Manager Lu's attitude was not very warm. After greeting, he continued to prepare the remaining foxes. But it made sense. If he were someone who pursued fame and fortune, he wouldn't just stay in this small place of Funla County and refuse to open a shop in the capital. "If you want to eat fox meat, come tonight." "Sure, let's first visit Mr. Jiang and invite him to join us for dinner tonight." So, Old Cen took Yi Saw and Qing Tian to Mr. Jiang's house, while Yi Laoda waited for Manager Lu to finish skinning all the foxes before heading to join them at Jiang's house. Naturally, they had lunch at Jiang's house. After the meal, Mr. Jiang specifically spoke with Yi Saw about future arrangements. "If you don't come over, I will have to find you myself. I have arranged 3 banquets for you, all with distinguished guests who attended the flower appreciation banquet and have good relationships with the Qin family. They are all well-regarded families." "Great. Please let me know the dates and requirements, so I can think ahead. I have already spoken to Lu Hongyun. She will come to find you. If you have any uncertainties, just ask Old Cen." Having such an expert nearby should not be wasted. Yi Saw nodded, feeling a bit shy, and said, "I have learned a lot from my grandfather recently and realized that I had many shortcomings before. At first, I was really grateful that you didn't mind me. Looking back, I realize I was quite bold to accept your invitation to such an important flower viewing banquet. I chose you for your skills. If something goes wrong, it's my fault, not yours. Besides, it turns out I have good taste, right? After chatting for a while, Mr. Jiang suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, the cooking competition in Fuguay County is set for the little new year. Make sure you come and participate." Mentioning this made Sister Yi feel a bit insecure. After all, they were selecting people from the entire county for the competition. Could she really do it? Not to mention the chef she saw this morning, Mr. Liu, who could turn even the smelliest fox meat into a delicacy. With so many talented cooks in the county and its surrounding areas, could she really compete with them? Seeing her expression, Mr. Jiang knew she was starting to doubt herself again. Don't think too much. Even if you don't win, it's still a valuable opportunity to learn, isn't it? That's true. I'm just overthinking it, Sister Yi said with a smile. At first, she was just happy to receive a banquet order, but after hosting a flower viewing event, she felt more confident, yet she was losing the calmness she had at the beginning.
Mr. Jiang, I understand now. I will do my best.
That evening, everyone set off to the wild game restaurant for dinner. Perhaps many regular customers heard about the fox meat and came to try it, filling up the few rooms in the restaurant. Fortunately, Mr. Cen had made a reservation early, and since they were a large group, they were lucky to have a private room. Mr. Liu was busy in the kitchen and didn't have time to greet the guests. Luckily, the regulars were used to his focus on cooking, so they chatted happily among themselves without feeling lonely. Eventually, someone brought up the topic of the Wong family. Although Yi Dongming had repeatedly warned against spreading the news, it was hard to silence gossip. "I think those two brothers don't know how to enjoy life. That Wong woman has some charm. She's someone who has received praise from the emperor. What kind of man would overlook her beauty? What does the emperor's praise have to do with it? Any man can't escape being attracted to beauty. From what you're saying, are you interested in Wong?" "I'm not interested, and you all better not have any ideas about her. To be honest, she's being watched now. Getting too close to her won't do you any good, so don't blame me if something happens." "What's going on? You're just teasing us. Tell us more." No, I can't say anything more." The people in the next room were speaking loudly, and Yi Laoda overheard their conversation. Although they didn't mention names, it was clear who they were talking about. Seeing the teasing looks from Shirley and Mengyu, Yi Laoda quickly waved his hands, saying, "It has nothing to do with me. Lao Si isn't involved with her either, so if something happens, it won't be our fault." "What exactly is going on?" Sim Lao asked seriously. "Even though her parents are gone, she still has me, her grandfather, backing her up. If you dare to do anything wrong to her, I won't let you off." Yi Laoda hurriedly recounted what happened that day and repeatedly assured, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person." Yi Dezhao felt deeply moved by such strong support, her eyes turning red. "Did you hear that? I have family backing me up, so treat me better in the future." "Honestly, haven't I treated you well enough?" Yi Laoda protested. "Look, all the money is managed by you, and you take care of me and our daughter. You're getting more and more capable, and I'm afraid you'll abandon me, your poor husband." Everyone in the room laughed at Yi Laoda's words. Qing Tian reached out and patted Yi Laoda, saying, "Dad, I want you." Hearing this, the adults laughed even louder. Yi Laoda kissed Qing Tian on the cheek and said, "You're still my daughter." At that moment, the kitchen finally started serving the dishes. Manager Liu prepared a dish of fox meat in 4 styles: braised, dry-fried, sauce-flavored, and boiled. The other 3 dishes were understandable, as they used strong flavors to mask the smell of the fox meat. However, the last dish was boiled meat, which, even with dipping sauce, would still have a strong odor if not properly prepared. When the dishes were served, everyone instinctively avoided the plate of boiled meat. No one wanted to take the first bite and end up with a strong odor in their mouth, making it hard to enjoy the rest of the meal. Only Cin Lao was bold enough to take a piece of boiled meat without any sauce and put it straight into his mouth. Everyone else at the table paused, waiting to see how Cin Lao would react. Only Meng Yu couldn't help but ask, "So, how is it? Is it good?" Old Cen savored the food carefully and nodded, saying, "Manager Liu really didn't exaggerate. It is indeed tender, smooth, and delicious, rivaling lamb." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately changed the direction of their chopsticks, eagerly reaching for the boiled meat. Soon, the rooms were filled with sounds of astonishment. After Old Cen leisurely tasted all 4 dishes, he became even more convinced that Manager Lu must have some special method to remove the gamey taste. He had studied fox meat before. The quality of the meat was indeed good in certain parts, but the gamey flavor was hard to eliminate. If too many spices were used for marinating, the spice flavor would be overwhelming, making it taste bad and masking the meat's flavor. After several attempts, Old Cen gave up. He never expected that there were indeed skilled people among the common folk who could perfectly remove the gamey taste from fox meat. It was truly impressive. Sister Yi was eating while helping Qing Tian pick up meat. Among the 4 dishes, Qing Tian particularly liked the boiled meat and the sauced fox legs. After eating 2 pieces of boiled meat, she happily grabbed a leg to enjoy. While eating, Old Cen tried to discern what spices Manager Lu used, but ultimately found it to be a futile effort. If it were that easy to figure out, it wouldn't be a unique secret recipe. Seeing everyone else eating with satisfaction, Old Cen finally let go of his obsession and focused on enjoying the delicious food in front of him. Once all the dishes were served, Manager Lu finally came out from the kitchen to chat with everyone, mainly to ask if they were satisfied with the food. Manager Lu's skills have improved. This boiled meat is much better than last year's. It's truly exceptional. This year's foxes are fatter and, most importantly, very fresh, making it perfect for boiled meat. Hearing this, everyone in the room gave a thumbs up. If it's this delicious, we should have it more often. That's not up to me. It depends on what the hunters can catch. I'm starting to miss the roe deer meat. Next time there's roe deer, remember to let me know. I still think the sika deer is tastier. It seems like we haven't had wild boar meat this year. Listening to everyone chatting outside, Old Yi quietly noted it down, thinking about whether he could catch something when he went up the mountain. Just then, Manager Lu entered the room. Old Cen, how is the food? I had heard about your game restaurant in the capital before, but I never had the chance to try it. Today, it truly lives up to its reputation. At this point, Mr. Cen suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. Although he didn't have high hopes, he still asked, I wonder if Manager Lu would like to participate in the cooking competition? As expected, Manager Lu shook his head and said, Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Cen, but I think such competitions are better suited for the younger generation. At my age, I am quite content to manage my little corner of the world. Besides, I only know how to prepare game. My skills with other dishes are quite average, so I won't join in. All right then, I can't force you, Mr. Cen replied with a hint of regret. Manager Lu seized the opportunity to say, If you have time in the future, please come by more often. Your feedback would be welcome. Hearing this, Mr. Cen smiled and pointed at him, saying, You certainly have a good plan. Since you are familiar with old Master Yi, it would be great if you could come over for a meal whenever he sells me some game. Manager Lu said with a smile. That does make some sense, Mr. Cen thought. As the royal chef, he wasn't particularly interested in game meat. For safety reasons, the royal kitchen rarely served pure game to the nobles. Even when there was a request for something new, it was usually from animals raised in the royal hunting grounds. Thus, Mr. Cen had never had much interest in game meat. However, after tasting the fox meat prepared by Manager Lu today, he found himself a bit intrigued. Even without Manager Lu's suggestion, he would likely visit more often in the future. Everyone enjoyed a delightful dinner together, and that night they stayed at the Jiang family home. The next day, Hongyun arrived from the capital. Tomorrow, there is a banquet to prepare and I will go with you. I have never worked in catering before. However, after returning to the capital last time, I made an effort to learn about it. I still need to observe closely how you work to gather more specific information, so I can help you plan and improve in the future. That's no problem, but the conditions in the countryside might not be great. I'm mainly worried you won't be comfortable. Do you think I come from a wealthy family? Let me tell you, when I was young, my family's situation was worse than the poorest families in your village. Not to mention anything else. Even when my brother got married, our family couldn't afford to hire anyone for the banquet. In the end, my mother just made a few simple dishes for us to get by. Don't worry, any of these families would definitely be better off than my family was when I was a child. I wouldn't look down on them at all. Sister Yi was surprised to learn that Lu Hongyun's family had such a difficult background, as her current demeanor didn't show any signs of it. The next day, Sister Yi contacted Lin Yumei and Feng Yueying, and they agreed to meet at the entrance of the other village at a set time. Sister Yi also followed Lu Hongyun's advice and told the two about how Mr. Jiang had already helped her secure 3 banquet jobs in the capital. This was to inform them of the schedule and also to reassure them. After all, both of them were planning to work with Sister Yi, and it was important for them to know that she had the ability to help them earn more than if they worked alone. Otherwise, they might lose confidence over time. Sure enough, when the two heard that 3 wealthy families had already booked banquets, they immediately beamed with joy and promised to arrive on time the next day. Lin Yumei chatted a bit more with Sister Yi, asking what her husband was doing in the capital, as she hadn't heard any news. If he hadn't been taken away with brother Yi-san, she would have been eager to go to the capital to find him. Sister Yi didn't mention the block game but assured her both of them are working at the Qin residence now. We even saw them when we went to the capital a few days ago, so you can relax. Besides, it's the Qin residence. They won't treat them poorly. It's a great opportunity to earn some money before the new year and come back with a full wallet. After hearing this from Sister Yi, Lin Yumei felt relieved and gratefully took her hand, saying, "Since I met you at Mr. Jiang's house, it feels like my family has turned lucky. Even though you haven't said it, I know that my husband getting a job at the Qin residence was definitely thanks to your brother's recommendation. Otherwise, how would they even know who he is? By the way, since you're here today, why not stay for a meal before you go?" No, I have a whole family waiting for me," Sister Yi replied. "Let's plan to have a meal together after the 3rd brother returns from the capital." "That sounds good," Lin Yumei agreed. With several banquets coming up, everyone is quite busy. We all want to earn a bit more before the new year, so there's no rush right now. In the capital, Master Lu's work is nearing completion. Both he and his assistant look a bit worn out. Master Lu is only worried about whether he can finish his project on time. However, Yi Lao-san is even more anxious about the building blocks for young Master Qin. Master Lu understands his concerns and says, "You don't need to worry. As long as nothing goes wrong this time, I'll let you go back after these 2 days. Besides, do you think the apprentices I sent him are just here for free meals? We don't need you specifically." Despite his words, Yi Lao-san is still very anxious and has even lost his voice. Fortunately, after working together for these past few days, they have developed some understanding, and the last 3 days went smoothly, completing the carving work. Looking at the finished, intricate 9-layer wooden sculpture on the table, Master Lu is overwhelmed with joy. It's important to note that before this, no one had ever carved more than 7 layers, regardless of the material. He had decided to create a 9-layer hollow wooden ball this year, but he had little confidence and many people in the workshop doubted him. He spent nearly the whole second half of the year on this project, always struggling with the last 3 layers of carving. Even though he used wood instead of ivory or jade, he still faced skepticism from many in the workshop. As the end of the year approached, he began to doubt his ability to finish the piece. Fortunately, by chance, he met Yi Lao-san, and through their collaboration, they finally completed the project on time. After finishing his work, Master Lu was eager to return to the Qin family to work on the building block box. "I'll go with you to take a look," he said, locking the finished sculpture in a cabinet. After completing the work, he finally remembered the apprentices he had left at Linglong Pavilion. When they arrived at Linglong Pavilion, the shopkeeper, seeing Master Lu from the workshop, quickly greeted them with a big smile. "What brings you here, Master? Your presence truly brightens our little shop. My apprentices are still here, so as their master, I should come and check on them," Master Lu replied. "Don't worry, we have been taking good care of your talented apprentices," the shopkeeper said, leading them to the backyard. Master Lu looked and, sure enough, his apprentices had noticeably gained weight. Their faces were rounder than before. A few people showed worried faces when they saw the master arrive. Although the Linglong Pavilion had good food and comfortable living conditions, the only problem was that the work was incredibly boring. Every day, they just cut wood to size, sanded blocks, and helped paint them. While it was fine for a day or two, doing this every day was really dull. However, the person in charge of painting, Brother Wong, was very enthusiastic, which made the others feel they had to work hard too, so they wouldn't embarrass the supervisor or their master. In less than 10 days, they had already made over 10 sets of building blocks. When they heard Master Lu was coming to the Linglong Pavilion, Qin Huan quickly rushed over from home to check on the progress of the building blocks. Upon seeing Qin Huan, Master Lu repeatedly thanked him for bringing Uncle Yi to him. Qin Huan didn't miss the chance and said, "It's great that Uncle Yi could help." Luckily, it didn't take too much of his time, so it shouldn't delay his research on how to make this block box. "What's there to research about the block box?" Master Lu replied directly, "If there's any difficulty, just tell me, and I'll help you with it." Hearing Master Lu say this, Qin Huan suggested, "Let's talk about this inside." So the three of them went into the inner room, where Qin Huan took out the block box that Uncle Yi had made for Qing Tian to show Master Lu. "This box has some clever ideas, but it still has some flaws," Master Lu quickly pointed out. Although it reveals most of the blocks when opened, there are still parts of each layer that are blocked. Qin Huan clapped his hands and said, "You truly are Master Lu. You spotted the problem right away. I only realized it was inconvenient after playing with it for a while, which is why I thought of sending Uncle Yi to the supervisor for inspiration. Who knew once he got there, he would be held up, and only now is he back. This problem isn't hard. I have a solution," Master Lu said as he called for paper and a pen and quickly sketched a draft. The princesses in the palace like to play with bone cards, so to help them store the cards, the supervisor made various types of boxes. One of them, with a slight modification, would be perfect for your building blocks. While talking, Master Lu was busy drawing, and soon he had the sketch ready. Helpless, Yi Lao Sen couldn't understand this thing, so he had to explain it to him little by little. After listening to Master Lu's explanation, Yi Lao Sen quickly nodded in realization, saying, "I see now, I understand. Young Master Qin, give me a day, and I will definitely make a finished product for you to see. All right, you all get busy. I will take my few disciples with me first." Master Lu was eager to show his latest completed work to his students. "Of course, you returned Uncle Yi, so your disciples will naturally go back with you," Qin Huan said with a smile. He had already learned from the shopkeeper that Master Lu's apprentices were skilled not only in cutting and polishing but also in painting, rivaling Brother Wong. During their time in the shop, they had already helped make over a dozen sets of building blocks. A few days later, Madame Qin sent invitations to several close friends, asking them to bring their children to visit. As the young host, Qin Huan warmly welcomed the visiting children. He brought out a set of building blocks for everyone to play with, instantly capturing the attention of all the kids. The room for entertaining the children was filled with many toys, but the kids who came to visit from their mothers' homes were not lacking in toys either. However, one box filled with Western charm caught everyone's attention. "Huan, is this a toy too? Did you bring it back from the West?" Toys were not rare, but if it was a Western toy, that would be something special. "It wasn't brought back from the West. It was specially made for us." Qin Huan's words were accurate, but others thought that the Qin family had hired Western craftsmen to make the blocks. "If you're all interested in this, why don't I open it up for everyone to play together?" Qin Huan said as he pressed a button on the box. With a click, several small boxes popped out from different directions, resembling a blooming flower from above. Each small box contained building blocks. The patterns on the blocks complemented the box, featuring very typical Western elements. Each small and exquisite block was adorned with intricate designs, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. Qin Huan poured all the blocks onto the couch and casually arranged a few, quickly building a charming little house with Western flair. Someone exclaimed, "This is a Western house, just like the one my dad bought in a Western painting." Everyone gathered around to play with the building blocks and discovered that the blocks were not just one shape. There were squares, circles, triangles, and even arches. With a little imagination, they could create many different Western-style houses. At that moment, someone noticed that the side of the box had pictures of several Western buildings, and they could be mostly recreated with the blocks inside the box. This made everyone even more excited. A few simple house shapes were quickly built, but the last one was quite challenging. The kids, who had been working together, suddenly started to argue. You shouldn't put that here. It should be saved for the roof. There are plenty of them. This one doesn't matter. That piece isn't stable here. It shouldn't go there. Seeing the kids arguing over the blocks, Qin Huan quickly stepped in to mediate. Don't argue, everyone. Let's play together and be friendly. However, one child, upset from being told he was building incorrectly, threw down his blocks and said, I'm not playing with you anymore. I'll ask my mom to buy me a box, and I'll build however I want at home. Hearing this, the other kids immediately became interested. While Mrs. Qin was chatting happily with the other ladies, the kids suddenly rushed in from outside. Mom, I want to buy building blocks. Mom, me too. Mom, I want the same blocks as Huan. The ladies were taken aback by their requests. What blocks? What kind of blocks? Mrs. Qin exchanged a glance with Qin Huan at the door and said, Oh, I thought it was something else. It's just building blocks. I'll have someone at Linglong Pavilion get each of you a box. Oh, no need. It's just a box of blocks. You don't have to give us any. Right? Do they sell at your Linglong Pavilion? I'll just have someone go buy them. Exactly. Isn't Linglong Pavilion part of our Huan's business? It wouldn't be right for you to just give them away. We should support the kids' business. Exactly. We'll just buy them ourselves. After everyone finished speaking, Qin Huan timely interjected, Mom, don't forget, there's only this one set of blocks. If the ladies want them, they'll probably have to wait a while. Isn't that right? Look at my memory. I completely forgot about that. Mrs. Qin lightly tapped her forehead. When a few children heard they couldn't immediately take home the same building blocks to play with, their faces fell instantly. This piqued the curiosity of several ladies present. After all, children from their families had seen all kinds of toys, so it was quite rare for them to be so excited over a box of building blocks. What kind of building blocks are so appealing? Let us see them too. Qin Huan sent Song Tao to fetch the blocks. After a while, Song Tao ran back, carrying a box of building blocks. He had hurriedly packed them back in as quickly as he could. When the ladies saw that the box had Western-style paintings on it, they became very interested. I've never seen such unique building blocks before. My husband has been particularly fond of Western things these past 2 years and has bought quite a few. I didn't expect even building blocks would have such designs. It's no wonder the children want them. I find them quite appealing myself. Seeing everyone so interested, Mrs. Qin helplessly shrugged her shoulders. Unfortunately, there is only this one box, which isn't enough to share among all of you. How about this? Once the rest are ready, I'll have someone deliver them to your homes. No need for you to deliver. We'll buy them ourselves. Exactly, it's just a box of building blocks. You don't need to send it. Mrs. Qin smiled and said, You mentioned it's just a box of building blocks, so what's the harm in sending it to you? Besides, it's not a gift. If you could help promote them, it would be great for my son Huan to earn a little before the year ends. You are quite particular. All right, for Huan's sake, we'll help you out. Was this idea Huan's? He truly is your son. Look at mine, just a year younger, and all he does is eat and play. If he weren't so playful, would he have someone make building blocks for him? Mrs. Qin humbly replied, What child at this age isn't playful? But Huan can turn his playfulness into a business, while mine only causes trouble. At this time, in Linglong Pavilion, 6 or 7 boxes of completed building blocks had already piled up, and the patterns on the boxes were painted. Although the apprentices had gone home, the shopkeeper, following Qin Huan's instructions, had brought in a few carpenters to do the basic cutting and polishing work, which significantly increased the speed at which Yi Lao-sen and Wang Ge could make the blocks. However, those workers were set up in the side room, while Yi Lao-sen and Wang Ge worked in the main hall. Brother Wang was drawing patterns on the box and said, Third brother, we've made so many building blocks, but we don't know how much we'll get paid in the end. Yi Lao-sen had been wanting to discuss the payment with Brother Wang for a while. After all, they had a good relationship, and he was the one who invited him to join. If there were any secrets about the payment, it could ruin their friendship if Brother Wang found out later. Brother Wong, I actually wanted to talk to you about this. Yi Laosen carefully explained that young Master Qin had asked him to collaborate, but he didn't mention the profit-sharing ratio. The situation is this. According to young Master Qin, your payment will come from me. I don't know how much these blocks will sell for, but I was thinking of giving you 10% of the total profit. What do you think? Brother Wong was overwhelmed with information and found it hard to process. He thought he and Yi Laosen were just called to work, but now he realized Yi Laosen had a partnership with young Master Qin. This made him feel a bit disappointed and even made him wonder if he had been misled. However, he quickly reminded himself that if Yi Laosen hadn't invited him, he wouldn't have even had this job. Plus, the apprentices he had brought in were doing the work very well and quickly, making him feel somewhat replaced. But Yi Laosen didn't look down on him. In fact, he was willing to share profits even when young Master Qin only intended to pay him. That was already commendable. Brother Wong thought that since Yi Laosen was working with young Master Qin and they were living in his shop, the profit would likely be mostly for young Master Qin. If Yi Laosen could get 30 or 40%, that would be quite good. In this situation, if he was willing to give him 10%, Brother Wong felt he shouldn't complain too much. In his view, a box of building blocks selling for 2 taels of silver would be a great deal. However, young Master Qin had high standards for the blocks, using good wood and quality paint, so he felt the profit wouldn't be very high. 10% wouldn't be much to hope for. But after thinking it over, he figured it would still be more than what he earned at the woodworking shop. Before the end of the year, the host usually gives a red envelope. For a wealthy family like the Qin family, they would likely be generous. After Yi Laosen finished speaking, he waited for Brother Wong's reaction, but there was silence on the other side. If you think something is wrong, we can discuss it further, he said. Brother Wong snapped back to reality and quickly replied, Brother Yi, this is already great. I don't even know how to thank you. After all, you could have asked someone else to do this job, but you thought of me. I'm really touched. Don't worry, we'll do it your way. I have no objections. Hearing this, Yi Laosen finally felt relieved. He wasn't sure how much the blocks would sell for, but he guessed that the young Master Qin wouldn't sell them too cheaply, so the split should be fair for Brother Wong. The two of them worked hard every day, one painting and the other making boxes, completely unaware that outside, people were already buzzing about the block set. A few days after Madame Qin hosted her guests, she sent the exquisite blocks to various households. Receiving such a rare and beautiful gift, the ladies worked hard to promote it, and the children genuinely loved it. In families with many children, they argued over the blocks, and in a rush, they sent someone to Linglong Pavilion to order more sets, hoping each child could have one. People in the capital love to follow trends. Whether it's the preferences of nobles or the fads of wealthy families, it's something that the elite and merchants like to imitate. Now, with the sudden appearance of the new Western blocks, word spread quickly throughout the capital. With the help of the ladies promoting it, toy stores were soon flooded with inquiries. Do you sell Western blocks? At first, shopkeepers were puzzled. What are Western blocks? We don't have them and have never heard of such a rare item. But as more people asked, the shopkeepers became eager to find out. What are Western blocks? Why are so many people wanting to buy them? Where can we get them? Suddenly, a wave of interest in finding Western blocks swept through the capital. At this time, Qin Huishuan had someone spread the word that the Western building blocks were originally made by Linglong Pavilion as a gift for the young master of the Qin family. Later, when Madame Qin discovered that several of her friends' children also liked them, she had more sets made to give to them. Now, if anyone wanted to buy the Western building blocks, they could only make a reservation at Linglong Pavilion, and it was uncertain when they would get them. When everyone heard they had to reserve at Linglong Pavilion, they forgot about everything else. Even if they had to wait a long time, they thought it was better to reserve early to get them sooner. Many people rushed to Linglong Pavilion to reserve the blocks, and the shopkeeper was busy registering orders. Meanwhile, Qin Huishuan sent a box of blocks to the palace through Princess Rui. A few days later, news spread in the palace that this set of blocks was not only loved by the empress and the third prince, but that the emperor had also played with them. As a result, Linglong Pavilion, which had been quiet for 2 days, suddenly became crowded again. The customers who had reserved earlier wanted their orders before the new year. Most people, upon hearing they would have to wait until after the new year, decided not to reserve, thinking they could buy them later when the excitement died down, possibly without needing a reservation and at a lower price. But now that they heard even the emperor, empress, and third prince enjoyed playing with the blocks, they felt they had to reserve them, no matter how long it took. They not only rushed to make reservations but also regretted not reserving earlier, thinking they might have received them sooner. At the same time, shopkeepers of other Western goods and toy stores in the capital were growing anxious, with a few more gray hairs appearing. Every day, at least dozens of people came to ask if they had Western building blocks, but they had none, watching potential customers slip away. Some clever shopkeepers thought that since they couldn't buy them, they might as well have someone make them. However, none of them even knew what the original set looked like, making it impossible to replicate. While Yi Lao-san and Wang Go were busy making building blocks, Yi Deseo finally arrived at the Qing residence in the capital, accompanied by Lu Honyun, to prepare for the banquet the next day. The Qing family had a marriage connection with the Qin family, and Madame Qing had a good relationship with Madame Qin, so the servants at the Qing residence treated Yi Deseo and her group quite kindly. The steward arranged accommodations for them and, after they settled in, took them to the kitchen. The menu has already been confirmed earlier. Except for some fresh ingredients that need to be bought tomorrow, most of the ingredients for the Qing family are ready. Aunt Yi checked everything and found no issues. She then confirmed the start time for tomorrow with the kitchen manager, familiarized herself with the kitchen layout, and rearranged the spices around the stove according to her preference. The manager appreciated Aunt Ye's serious attitude. After leaving the kitchen with her, he said, "If you have no plans this afternoon, you can exit the house through the east gate. I've already informed the doorman, so he will let you back in when you return." "Thank you so much," Aunt Yi replied. She didn't have anywhere specific to go, but she thought that sisters Yi and Lin Yumei would want to see Lao Cen and Wang Ge. Sure enough, when the two heard they could go out, they were very happy. They had originally planned to wait until after the banquet tomorrow to visit before heading home. But that would make their schedule too tight. It was much better to go today, giving them the whole afternoon and evening. "Aunt, are you coming with us?"
Sister Yi asked.
"What would I go for? You two hurry along, and remember to come back early. Don't cause any trouble for the doorman." After they left, the two casually inquired and found the Linglong Pavilion. Looking at the elegant entrance, they hesitated, worried they might be turned away or disturb the important customers inside. Seeing them lingering at the door, a staff member approached and asked, "Is there something you need, ladies?" Lin Yumei quickly replied, "We're here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" the staff member asked. "We're looking for Yi Lao-san and Wang Ge." The staff member asked, "And who might you be?" "I'm Yi Lao-san's wife, and this is Wang Ji's wife." Sister Yi hesitated and asked, "They should be here, right?" As soon as the staff member heard their identities, his attitude became warm. "Oh, you're the two sisters. Yi Lao-san and Wang Ge are here. Please wait a moment, I'll take you to them." The staff member turned to greet the store and then returned to lead them straight to the back courtyard. The two followed the staff member to the back room and found only Wang Ge inside, painting blocks. Noticing his wife had arrived, he quickly put down what he was doing and asked, "What brings you here? Is there something wrong at home?" "Don't say such things. Everything is good at home. I'm here in the capital with Mrs. Yu to help with the banquet. I'll come by to see you this afternoon." "Mrs. Yu? Oh, you mean Sister Yi." When his wife joined the others in calling her Mrs. Yu, Wang Ge was momentarily confused until he realized who she was talking about. Lin Yumei asked Sister Yi, "Where's Brother San?" The shopkeeper called him over to settle some accounts and figure out how many more boxes of building blocks we need to make before the new year. Lin Yumei perked up and asked, "Are they selling well?" "They should be doing quite well. We've been busy making building blocks every day. Young Master Qin hired someone to handle other tasks, so Brother San and I only need to focus on making the boxes and painting them, which speeds things up a lot." Hearing this, Lin Yumei was very happy and said, "This time, just from the banquet with Mrs. Yu, I can earn a tael of silver." As long as nothing major goes wrong, the host will probably give us a bonus, so I estimate I can take home at least 2 taels of silver. In the past, I wouldn't have even dared to think about earning this much money in just 2 days. Plus, Mrs. Yu has already received 3 orders for banquets in the capital before the new year, and with other jobs, if I work hard, I might earn 10 taels of silver. When Wong Fuguay heard this, he immediately felt a sense of urgency. If he had been in the capital for over a month making building blocks and still earned less than his wife, it would be quite embarrassing. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up the building blocks he had just set down and started painting again.
Hey you.
I finally came to see you, and you're only focused on making blocks. Can't you take a moment to talk to me? Although Lin Yumei said this, she had already pulled over a small stool to sit down and was skillfully handing him the things he needed while chatting about the little things that had happened at home these past few days. The couple created an atmosphere that others couldn't interrupt. Sister Yi quietly left the room and stood in the yard waiting for Brother Yi to return. At that moment, Brother Yi was lost in thought in the shopkeeper's room. The shopkeeper understood how he felt and smiled, not wanting to disturb him, and sipped his tea slowly. After a while, Brother Yi finally asked in a daze, "Shopkeeper, how much did you say a box of building blocks costs?" 20 taels of silver, the shopkeeper repeated with a smile. Actually, if we falsely claim these blocks are brought back from the West, we could sell them for even more. But my young master looks down on using such methods, so the price is set at 20 taels of silver. However, I don't think this price will last long. After the new year, others will likely be able to make copies. So it's best to produce as many sets as possible before the new year. It will benefit you too. Okay, don't worry. We are working hard and putting in extra hours. Yi Lao-san had no objections to this. After leaving the shopkeeper's room, Yi Lao-san felt dazed, almost floating as he walked. When he returned to the courtyard, he saw Yi Sen-saw standing there. He patted his forehead and said, "I knew it couldn't be that good. I must have been dreaming." "You're back." "What did the shopkeeper say? Why are you still talking?" Yi Lao-san patted his forehead harder. "Why am I not awake yet? What are you doing?" Yi Sen-saw stepped forward and pinched his arm.
Ouch.
Yi Lao-san exclaimed, finally convinced he wasn't dreaming. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here with Dasa to prepare for the feast, so I came with Yumei to check on you and Wong Fuguay." Seeing him back to normal, Yi Sen-saw couldn't help but ask, "What were you doing just now? You looked like you were sleepwalking." "The shopkeeper just told me about the building blocks, and I thought I was dreaming," Yi Lao-san said, wanting to pat his forehead again. "Guess how much we are selling the building blocks for?" Yi Sen-saw thought that if it scared her husband this much, it must be quite expensive. So she guessed, 5 taels of silver per box? Not even close. Yi Lao-san couldn't help but smile proudly when his wife didn't guess correctly, and made a gesture. "What does that mean? Double it? 10 taels of silver?" Yi Sen-saw found it hard to believe. She thought 5 taels was already very expensive, considering this was just a toy for children, not something essential. How could it be so pricey? Yi Lao-san was even more excited and gestured again. "It's double 10 taels.
What?
20 taels? That's outrageous." Yi Sen-saw exclaimed in disbelief, then realized she shouldn't be so loud. She looked around to see no one was nearby and whispered, "Will anyone buy it at that price?" "Yes, we've sold over 10 boxes already," Yi Lao-san whispered to Yi Sen-saw, "and many people have placed orders. We should be able to make another 10 boxes before the new year." However, the shopkeeper also said that the high price is mainly because young Master Qin helped with the promotion. After the new year, other shops will likely catch on quickly, and then we won't be able to sell it at this price anymore. That's for sure. It would be strange if it stayed this expensive. Sister Yi sighed in relief. Did young Master Qin not mention that he wanted to make some money before the new year? I just didn't expect to earn this much. Yi Lao-san had calmed down quite a bit and started to calculate in his mind. This time we used high-quality wood and paint for the building blocks, and we hired help, so our costs are higher than what we did before. Plus, young Master Qin also gave away a few boxes to promote the blocks. After deducting the shares for young Master Qin, Qing Tian, and Brother Wong, the profit we get won't be, as much as you think. Are you getting a bit carried away?
Sister Yi shot him a glance.
How much did you earn from one box of blocks before? That's true. Yi Laosen chuckled, scratching the back of his head. But young Master Qin's idea was great. If we hadn't made them in the Western style, they wouldn't sell so easily. That's a good point.
Sister Yi nodded.
He has a broader perspective than us. I think you should consider making something to give to young Master Qin as a thank you. You said he has a broader perspective. How could my gift impress him? Yi Laosen said, feeling troubled. Sister Yi thought for a moment and realized he had a point. Now I understand why brother and sister-in-law are always worried about how to return the favor to the Qin family. They really don't lack anything, which makes it tough. By the way, don't mention this to anyone yet. We don't know how much profit we'll end up with. Don't worry, I can keep a secret. Sister Yi assured him. After returning home, Yi Laosen mentioned that the shopkeeper wanted to discuss how many more blocks they needed to make. I calculated that if we work quickly, we should finish before the 27th of the last month. By then, we can settle the accounts and buy some New Year goods without any delays. Brother Wong, feeling a bit reluctant, said, actually, we could keep working until the 29th. As long as we can go home for the New Year on the 30th, that's fine. However, Lin Yumei understood and said, you say that, but of course, you can work as long as you want, but the Linglong Pavilion also needs to prepare for the New Year. Most people are busy preparing for the New Year by the 29th day. So, who has time to buy building blocks? Wang Ge thought about it and realized his wife's point was valid. He smiled and said, it's a rare chance to make money, and I really wish we could produce more. Yi Laosen patted his shoulder and reassured him. The shopkeeper said that these items are valued for their novelty and rarity. If we make too many, everyone can buy them, and they won't be worth much anymore. That's why even Linglong Pavilion has been controlling the number of pre-orders. The shopkeeper also mentioned that if prices drop after the new year, the building blocks and boxes will be different from what we have now. Wang Ge thought for a moment and explained, so what you're saying is that what we are making now is for wealthy families, and we need to make them feel like they are buying something special. If prices drop after the new year, the quality must be lower than what we have now. Otherwise, those who paid a lot will definitely feel unhappy. Exactly. Yi Laosen nodded repeatedly. I'm not good with words, but as long as you understand, that's what matters. At that moment, Lin Yumei suddenly remembered the previous plan to host a meal and said, oh, when Madame Yu came to inform me about the banquet, I mentioned inviting you all for a meal. But since San Go and San Sa were not there, Madame Yu postponed it, saying we should gather after you return from the capital. But now that we are all here, why not take this opportunity? Let's invite Madame Yu and find a nice place to have a good meal together. Wang Ge immediately agreed. That's a great idea. Don't refuse, or else we'll have to treat you when we get back to the county anyway. Why not do it in the capital? We can enjoy some good food. Yi Laosen and his wife exchanged glances, unsure of how to decline. After all, they weren't just inviting themselves, they had to consider Yi Dajiao as well. In the end, Yi Sen Sa decisively said, all right, I can see that if you two don't find a chance to treat us, it won't sit well with you, right?
Exactly.
Lin Yumei replied quickly. We learned all this from you. I don't know who it was that insisted on treating us just to get my husband to paint the building blocks. Her words left Yi Laosen and Yi San Sa speechless. Yi San Sa laughed and playfully pinched Lin Yumei's cheek, saying, you really know how to talk. Let's be clear from the start. A simple meal is fine, but no wasting money.